Family, in the first second of the start, the whole world is live-streamed, and someone directly exposed Blackbeard killing Saki. This strongest world QA system suddenly appeared, and both the living and the dead were in an uproar. I, who had died, actually had a chance to be resurrected, answer correctly, to be revived, answer incorrectly, to have your soul obliterated. I took a gamble to answer correctly for resurrection, but was targeted by the Navy, and now I find myself in Alabasta. Let me tell you, this thing is simply outrageous. In the first second, the whole world was live-streamed. Someone directly sold out Blackbeard on Whitebeard's ship. Right in front of the whole world, they pointed out by name. The murderer is you, Teach, for the dark fruit. Goodness, that scene was even more thrilling than the Marineford War. This story has to start from the beginning. 1 second, the world was peaceful, and the next second, with a ding, everyone, whether alive or dead, whether in the bathroom or in a meeting, suddenly had a transparent screen pop up in front of them. It had a few big characters on it, the strongest world QA system. I was completely dumbfounded because I was already dead. Yes, you heard it right. An unfortunate Navy intern was killed in one blow by an unknown pirate while on a mission and was currently waiting in line for reincarnation in the underworld. As soon as the screen lit up, the whole world, including our underworld, instantly erupted. The chat channel was flooding with information faster than a waterfall. One piece, Roger. Wasn't I executed? What is this? Rocky. Roger, you bum. You died too? Serves you right. Garps. Luffy, you brat. Hurry back here. Just watch me beat you to death. Sengoku, Roger. Rocky. You guys won't leave us alone, will you? Let me tell you, that scene was pure chaos. The living and the dead were passionately arguing online. It was simply a grand celebration of the living and the dead. But the system UI was terrible, with millions of people speaking at once. The information was impossible to read. It flashed and disappeared. I had only one thought at that moment. I'm already dead. What use is this system to me? Can't let me reincarnate? Then, just as I was complaining, the screen suddenly started playing a video. In the footage, on an enormous ship, a shadow sneaked into the cabin, talking to another person who seemed familiar. The next second, the shadow suddenly struck from behind, stabbing that person with a knife. At this point, the video abruptly stopped. I hadn't come to my senses yet when things on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's ship, had already turned chaotic. Saki, isn't that you? What the hell, Saki, you died? What is this weird thing? Who was playing a prank? The one who was stabbed, Saki, the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, looked confused as he touched himself and realized he was still alive and kicking. The people next to him were all chattering, and eventually, they all looked towards Whitebeard, who was drinking on the throne. Whitebeard, however, was calm, laughing heartily. Don't make a fuss. What hasn't happened at sea? Just watch the excitement. He was calm, but the system was not. Next to the video, 2 lines of text suddenly popped up. The above footage is the future before the system appeared. The prize QA begins now. Question 1. Who killed Saki, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 4th Division? Question 2. What was his purpose in killing Saki? I found this interesting, and when the rewards were announced, my eyes almost popped out of my head. Correct answer reward. Life extension, underworld beings can be resurrected. Lifespan of 1 year. Incorrect answer penalty. Death, underworld beings will have their souls completely obliterated, never to be reborn. Who understands family? I'm already dead, and suddenly a resurrection game pops up. How can I not fight for it? What risks, what exposure, to hell with it? I want to be revived. In an instant, my long-suppressed memories as a transmigrator began to whirl. On Whitebeard's ship, killing teammates, snatching fruits, got it. That name. Marshall D. Teach. Blackbeard. At this moment, in the global chat channel, a bunch of foolish pirates had already started to dig their own graves. Pirate Mosca. Ha, I did it. I'm the best in the world. Outrageous lizard. Nonsense. It was clearly me. Looking at these guys, scrambling to answer, I couldn't be bothered to respond. I took a deep breath and directly punched in the answer. Answer 1. It was Teach from the Whitebeard Pirates who killed Saki. Answer 2. To seize the dark fruit. I took a gamble. Worst case, I die a little more thoroughly. As soon as I submitted, the system began to calculate. The entire screen cleared instantly, leaving only the cold system notification sound. Calculating QA. Navy Kyle deceased answered correctly. Reward issued. Resurrection. Before I could even rejoice, a long list of death notices popped up on the screen. Pirate Mosca answered incorrectly. Penalty death. Pirate outrageous lizard answered incorrectly. Penalty death. The next second, the whole world erupted like fireworks. Bang, bang, bang. Those who had just been boasting and scrambling to answer were all blown to a mist of blood. Goodness, I was shocked this system really understands KPIs, clearing out the inventory right away. Now, the whole world fell silent. Everyone realized this thing was for real. At this moment, the most awkward atmosphere was on the Moby Dick. All eyes were fixed on a scruffy, toothless brute Marshal D. Teach. Teach's face turned pale, and he was probably thinking 1,000 llamas were trampling through his mind. I haven't even made a move yet. How was I exposed? Teach, do you have anything to say? Someone began to question. In the end, Saki, the good-natured guy, even stood up to defend him. Impossible. I believe Teach. He's my best friend. Even if there's some devil fruit he wants, I would just give it to him. How could he possibly make a move? Teach was moved to tears on the side, but he was probably already planning how to escape. In the end, it was Whitebeard who spoke. I believe in my son. This mysterious thing should not affect our family bonds. I was thinking at that moment, old man Whitebeard, your heart is too big. This is practically an official spoiler. Although it was suppressed for now, that thorn was thoroughly embedded. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, bang! A Navy soldier exploded into a mist of blood right in front of Akainu. Akainu's eternally icy face twitched slightly, his eyes filled with caution. Soon, he, Kizaru, and Akiji were summoned to Admiral Sengoku's office. Sengoku's face was ashen. I've seen everything this system can kill and can resurrect. Now, immediately find that Navy guy named Kyle. I want to know everything about him. Why does he know the inside story of Whitebeard? Kizaru, while filing his nails, lazily replied, Oh, Kyle, I seem to have some impression of him. He was one of Zephyr's students, died several years ago. At that time, the teacher was really furious. That's him. Sengoku slammed the table. Contact Zephyr immediately. Announced to the entire army that no one is allowed to answer any more questions randomly. Also, search the world for him. I want to see him alive or dead. No, he has already come back to life. I must bring him back. The Navy was in chaos, but my situation was even worse. I felt a sudden blackout and then a blinding light when I opened my eyes again. I found myself lying in a scorching desert. It was so hot that I almost thought I was sent back to the crematorium. I was still wearing the Navy uniform I had on before I died. After struggling to use my observation hockey to find a caravan, I chatted with a few people and learned that this damn place was Alabasta. The old man from the caravan was particularly enthusiastic, endlessly bragging about their guardian deity, the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Our Lord Crocodile is amazing. He's simply the king of the desert. With him around, no pirate dares to cause trouble. Goodness, guardian deity? I thought this old sand might be playing a very new kind of guardian. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so I followed the caravan while studying the system screen. I discovered that this thing even had a follow function, so I quickly followed Roger, Whitebeard, Sengoku, and all those big shots. Just then, a message mentioning me suddenly popped up, and it was a continuous stream. Admiral Zephyr, Navy Kyle, is that you? Admiral Zephyr, reply if you see this. Navy on. Senior Kyle? Navy Kyle, Admiral Zephyr. Kyle, answer me. Looking at Teacher Zephyr's anxious ID on the screen, I swiped past it expressionlessly, pretending not to see it. To be honest, I respected this teacher. All my skills were taught by him. But now, going back to the Navy? What a joke. As a living specimen who has died and come back to life, wouldn't I be dissected for research if I returned? Teacher Zephyr couldn't protect me either. Back in the day, I was also full of passion, immersed in what he called justice. But to be honest, I don't believe in that stuff anymore. After all, I've died once. There's no more passion left. Surviving is good enough. So I had no intention of replying to Teacher Zephyr's message. I trust him, but I don't trust the Navy. With my current frail body, barely a teenager, going back would just make me meat on the chopping block. Moreover, contacting me at this moment must be the decision of the Navy's higher-ups. Forget it, just act like I didn't see it. You see, pretending that I don't exist is the optimal solution. Just when I decided to lay low, that live broadcast screen started acting up again. Let me tell you, the scene was unbelievable. On the screen, an island was split in half, one side a hell of fire with lava flowing. The other side was an ice throne, exuding a chilling aura. Two figures were wildly clashing in this realm of fire and ice, creating a cataclysmic battle, and the special effects were on fire. Ordinary people probably couldn't even see their shadows clearly. Only a red light and a white light flashing in a dazzling way, completely devastating the island's climate. As the camera zoomed in, my pupils trembled. Who understands my family? The two fighters were actually Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji. These heavyweight figures were actually going to fight a life-and-death civil war in the future. Everyone in front of the screen exploded, and the chat box was flooding faster than a waterfall. Immediately after, the cold voice of the system came again, throwing out 3 questions, each linked to the next. Question 1. Why are these two fighting so fiercely? Question 2. Who won in the end? Question 3. After the fight, who left the Navy? When I saw this reward, I was stunned. It's called Imperial Artifact, Essence of the Demon, and the description says it's made by a legendary level dangerous creature, which sounds incredibly impressive. If you answer incorrectly, you get your abilities at the same level stripped away. And if you have no abilities, you get erased. It's all about the thrill. The chat room went completely crazy. Pirate King Roger shouted, "Are these two really going to fight? The future is going to be interesting." Whitebeard laughed heartily. A naval civil war. This is going to be fun to watch. Carp, being more heavyweight, directly ed them. "Are you two really going to fight?" But in the next second, Admiral Sengoku silenced him. "Shut up. No Navy personnel are allowed to speak in here." I couldn't help but laugh. Admiral Sengoku's blood pressure must have skyrocketed to 250. It's all about keeping family scandals under wraps, but it's being broadcast live. Gamblers and outlaws all over the world were ecstatic, wildly guessing the answers. I glanced over and saw all sorts of guesses. At that moment, I noticed someone named Goddess of Luck Bakura actually guessed the last two correctly. I felt a jolt in my heart, and I thought, damn, I can't let others get ahead of me. This is my area of expertise. I immediately sent the answers up. Admiral Kazuru, answering the first question due to the conflict of justice ideals, plus competing for the position of admiral. Answering the second question, Kizaru lost. Answering the third question, Kizaru left the Navy. My answer is definitely more precise than that of the lucky goddess. I'm well aware of the contradiction between their absolute justice and lazy justice. Moreover, with the abdication during the Warring States period, the Marshal's throne has become vacant. It would be strange if they didn't fight. The last 2 points are firmly etched in my memory. As soon as I posted my answer, a bunch of people started acting like parrots, wildly copying and pasting my response. I was a bit stunned at the time. If this is all counted as correct, wouldn't that mean everyone in the world has their own devil fruit? That image is too beautiful for me to bear. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters in Marineford, I can tell you that the atmosphere in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku has probably dropped to freezing point. He summoned the 3 admirals, staring at Akainu and Akiji, his face as dark as a pot bottom. "You two, tell me, what the hell is going on? I don't want the whole world to laugh at our Navy one day." Akainu, like a sulking gourd, simply said, "I will only execute my justice." On the contrary, Akiji lazily analyzed, "Maybe it really is like that Kyle said, differing ideals and the position of Fleet Admiral. If you step down and let Sakazuki take over, I will be the first to disagree. He is too extreme." Sengoku was so angry that his beard stood on end. "So if you lose, you'll quit the Navy?" Akiji surprisingly nodded. "Maybe. You bunch of bastards." Sengoku slammed his hand on the table. "If it's going to be like this, I'd rather nominate Borsellino, Kazuru, than you two." Hearing this, Kazu, who had been slacking off beside them, turned pale and immediately waved his hands. "Oh no, Admiral. Please don't give me that position. I can't handle it. Get out." Upon hearing this, Sengoku completely lost it, his veins popping out. Is the position of Fleet Admiral a hot potato? Everyone is pushing it away. I dare say, at that moment, Kazu's cowardly persona was completely solidified. Truly the best representative against the hustle culture of 2025. Just when Sengoku was about to blow a fuse, Vice Admiral Crane spoke up, saying she also copied my answer to test it. I can only say, the older ginger is spicier. Granny Crane is really brave. Finally, the countdown on the screen ended, and the results were about to be calculated. First, the lucky goddess Baccarat. The system notified her that her first answer was not completely correct, but the last 2 were right, rewarding her with a weakened version of the devil fruit. The scene shifted to a place called Golden City, where a pink-haired beauty was sprawled on the ground, panting as she reported to her boss Tesalo, saying she nearly drained her luck to answer the questions and almost died. The weakened version she got could control ice, but couldn't elementalize and had no side effects like a devil fruit. Tesalo, upon hearing this, lit up, clearly intending to auction it off for profit. Then, my name popped up on screen. Hint, Navy Kyle, all questions answered correctly. Reward, devil fruit, boom. Best in the whole venue. I got the complete version. As for those who copied my answers like Vice Admiral Crane, the system directly stated, duplicate answers disqualified. No rewards or penalties. I looked at the IDs that got erased for answering incorrectly on the screen, feeling utterly unmoved. This world is that cruel. The system also thoughtfully played the ending of the battle. Akiji had a leg broken and was burned all over, a miserable defeat. Then came the scene of him announcing his resignation from the Navy. The chat room exploded even more. Doflamingo and Fleet Admiral Sengoku both started frantically ing that lucky goddess. One wanted to buy, the other wanting an official recall. The entire chat channel was like crazy, filled with people wanting to get this new ability. Of course, more were ing me, but I couldn't be bothered to respond, directly turning on Do Not Disturb mode. Are you kidding? Bubble Up at this time is just looking for death, right? I quietly explored the system functions and found it quite comprehensive. It allowed private chatting, friend adding, and even had a star ranking system. I had already earned 2 stars after answering 2 rounds correctly, probably related to becoming the master of this system in the future. After dark, I followed the caravan to a small town in the desert, finally able to rest. The caravan uncle was nice, seeing I had no money. He gave me some berries for lodging. I found an inn, comfortably had a hearty meal, took a hot shower, then locked the door and eagerly took out my reward. That thing was not a small bottle at all. It was a pot bigger than my stomach, filled with fresh red blood. The system indicated that the side effect of this thing was that it would ignite your most primal desire for slaughter. A normal person would go mad after just 1 sip. To fully master the power, I had to down the whole pot. I stared at the large pot of blood. And honestly, I didn't hesitate much. I've already died twice. What is there to be afraid of? Down it goes. As soon as my lips touched the rim of the pot, a rush of heat surged into my body, followed immediately by a heart-wrenching sting. Countless negative emotions flooded over me like a tide, and a single thought raced through my mind. Kill. Annihilate everything. My expression twisted as I struggled to suppress this impulse. At the same time, a bone-chilling cold burst forth from my body, crackling as frost instantly covered the entire room. Just as I was grappling with this force, I suddenly sensed 2 people sneaking up outside the door. Is this the place? Mr. 9. That's right, Miss Wednesday. An intern from the Navy. Is it worth our effort? Upon hearing this, I laughed. A killer from the Baroque Works? Crocodile's men? Perfect timing. I was just looking for a place to vent my pent-up anger. Before they could pry the door open, I slammed it open myself. The 2 of them were immediately stunned. Without a word, I shot my hands out like lightning, grabbing each of them by the neck as if they were little chickens. Who are you trying to catch? I asked expressionlessly. When I got a good look at their faces, I found it even more amusing. The guy looked like a clown. No need to say more. The girl, with her long blue ponytail and stunning figure, wasn't that the future princess of Alabasta, Vivi? I dragged these 2 weaklings into the room, closed the door, and tossed the guy onto the floor. From the Baroque workshop? What do you want? Be honest or else. I cracked my fingers, making a popping sound. Vivi still wanted to put on an act, striking a defensive pose to save her useless teammate. I looked at her and laughed. Is that all you've got? She actually dared to make a move, starting to twist her body and dance a strange dance, spraying perfume as she tried to use the narcotic fragrance to knock me out. Who understands, family? A future princess dancing seductively in front of me, trying to attack me with a broken chain knife tied to her little finger. The scene was both awkward and funny. I was too lazy to dodge. I simply grabbed the peacock saw she swung at me and easily pulled it away. Is this it? I asked her. Vivi was completely panicked, retreating step by step. I knocked out Mr. 9 on the ground with a kick, then slowly approached her with a wicked smile on my face. You came to trouble me, laid hands on me, and even tried to seduce me. Don't you think I should give you some punishment? She was so scared her face turned pale, her lips trembling, reminding me, You are the Navy? The Navy? I laughed even more happily. Who said the Navy can't do bad things? Besides, you're so cute. You might not even be a princess, right? Seeing her on the verge of tears made me feel so good inside. Maybe we had no connection before, but now you came right to my door. What do you want to do? Vivi's voice was already tinged with a cry. What do I want? Let me tell you, I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I just lay back on the bed and patted the spot next to me. I said, Sister, since you love dancing to tease me so much, then don't stop. Dance until dawn, and if I'm satisfied, maybe I'll let you go. Well, when she heard this, her face instantly turned red to her neck, and she shouted at me, "That's not teasing. That's an attack. It's an attack, do you understand?" Oh my, I couldn't stop laughing. I directly kicked that guy called Mr. 9 into the corner like kicking a trash bag, and then crossed my legs and said to her, "All right, it's an attack, huh? Then you keep using your deadly dance to attack me. Come on, put in more effort. Just right, I'm not sleepy tonight. Oh, by the way, while you dance, tell me what you guys of the Baroque Work Society really want." She didn't move, so I continued to pat the bed. "What's wrong? Don't want to dance? I still have space here. How about a warm bed service?" As soon as I said this, she looked like she was electrocuted, immediately waving her hands. "No, no, no, it's fine. I'll dance. I really love dancing." And just like that, this little princess started to twist in front of me, very unwillingly, like a marionette. The expression on her face was worse than crying, and her movements were so stiff. I tell you, she was even stiffer than during driving test number 3. I can't hold back my temper, so I just let out. Laugh. "You're so beautiful. Don't waste it by not smiling. Move bigger. Do you understand that your waist and hips are connected? Is this what you call an attack? This is just scraping. If you keep being so perfunctory, do you believe I will really make you come over to warm my bed?" She was scolded so hard that tears were welling up in her eyes, but there was nothing she could do, so she could only force out a smile that looked worse than crying and increased her effort to twist. Let me tell you, that scene was both pitiful and funny. I kept pushing her to jump for a while, and finally, she couldn't take it anymore and started to confess while jumping. She said that the Baroque Works is a criminal organization full of bounty criminals aiming to overthrow their alabasta, and the mastermind behind it might be the warlord crocodile. She even emphasized the power of this organization, trying to scare me into leaving quickly. I couldn't help but laugh after hearing that. I said, "Oh, Miss Wednesday, you've told me so much about criminal organizations and the 7 warlords. Are you trying to use our Navy to help you with something? Your intentions aren't exactly pure." She was taken aback by my words. Her face turned pale, and she could only stubbornly say, "I just want you to know how deep this water is, and I advise you to leave early." "Fine, I'll take your word for it." I waved my hand, "But the dance can't stop. I never said you should stop." "Tired? If you're tired, come over and warm my bed." The phrase "warm my bed" became her curse, and she trembled every time I said it. But the best part was yet to come. I heard some noise outside. It was the hotel staff. I directly called them in, tossed out a stack of belly, and asked them to get me a visual phone bug. As soon as that thing was in hand, Vivi's face lost all color, and her voice trembled. What are you going to do?" I looked at her and gave a devilish smile while turning on the recording function, saying, "What are you doing?" "Just leaving you some beautiful memories. Come on, keep dancing, or I won't film your dance anymore and we'll switch to something else. I'll put together an album for you titled Baroque Female Agent Confidential Files, or Princess Alabastan's Tragic Tale. Which title do you think is more explosive? Beautiful Moments? Bullshit Beautiful Moments." She probably wanted to tear me apart her mind, but her body obediently kept dancing. The whole night, I tell you, this room was never quiet. It was all my voice. "Harder. Haven't you eaten? Lift your legs higher. Are those long legs just for show? Seduce me. Show me your charm. Smile. Smile even brighter. Yes, just like that, hold it. I'm filming, giving you a top-notch slice. If you can't do it, just warm the bed. Being a vase isn't too demanding." We messed around all night, and when dawn broke, I shouted stop. Goodness, that Princess Wei Wei burst into tears, collapsing on the floor. I didn't waste a moment, holding up my phone to capture her tearful, flower-like appearance. Perfect, my collection of embarrassing history just got richer. The next morning, she showed up with 2 dark circles under her eyes, looking like she had been partying for 3 days and nights, and weakly asked me, "What do you really want?" I was eating breakfast while admiring my masterpiece, not even lifting my head. "I haven't thought it through yet, but I definitely can't just let you go. I'm the victim here, okay? Attacking the Navy in the middle of the night is no small crime. It's reasonable to throw you into the city gate for a few years." As soon as she heard this, she got anxious and tried to scare me with that punishment squad from the Baroque workshop, saying that if we didn't go back, we would all be doomed. I completely ignored her nonsense and said, "As for the conditions, there aren't any for now. I'll talk about it when I think of something." This statement directly left her in despair, and she seemed deflated, probably feeling that being under my LSP influence was a total disaster. Just at that moment, suddenly, a translucent screen popped up in front of us. Wei Wei was also startled and said that her organization had researched this thing but couldn't figure it out. I told her to shut up, or else I would warm the bed, and she instantly became obedient. I then stared at the screen where the video started playing. At first, it showed the ocean, then a small town, and finally entered tavern. I was puzzled when a red-haired man appeared on the screen. Wow, isn't that a young version of the Four Emperor Shanks? Next to him sat a little kid with a straw hat. I instantly understood. This is a famous scene from Windmill Village. Immediately, the chat section exploded on all screens around the world. One Piece Roger, Shanks, Maishtalhut, how did you end up like this? You're supposed to be one of the four emperors and you got splashed with wine by a mountain bandit? Guess who jumped out next? Rox, that ancient legend. Sea Dominator Rox. Roger, you trash. What do you know? This just proves that all four emperors are worthless titles. I took down at least 56 emperors back in the day, which is why there are only 4 left. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying that those with king or emperor in their titles are all trash. As soon as he said that, wow, he stirred up a hornet's nest. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom all emerged from the chaos, and the chat section instantly turned into a battleground of gods fighting. Meanwhile, the video continued, showing the mountain bandit arrogantly pulling out an 8 million bounty notice, pointing at Shanks' nose, saying, "I've already taken down 56 guys like you." Then he swaggered away. As for Shanks, he didn't care at all and laughed heartily with his crew. Once the video ended, a question popped up on the screen. Question: who took away one of the 4 Emperor Shanks arms in the East Sea? Question: who is the kid eating the devil fruit in the video? Question: what devil fruit did he eat? Correct answer reward: initial awakening of Conqueror's Haki, plus a Paramecia-type fruit. Wrong answer penalty: instant death. Let me tell you, my eyes turned red. This reward was too outrageous. It's a rapid response mode with only 10 spots. Rapid response starts. Almost gave it my all, clicking frantically on the screen, and finally, response successful. I glanced at the list, and wow, Luffy himself, Ben Beckman, and Garp were all on it. I couldn't care less, and started answering the questions. This was an easy question. I steal my heart. Not only did I want to answer correctly, but I also wanted to spill all the juicy details. I typed quickly. Answer 1. Shanks' arm was bitten off by the Sea King. Answer 2. That kid is the Straw Hat Kid Luffy. He is the grandson of Marine Hero Garp and the son of Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon. Answer 3. He ate the Paramecia-type rubber fruit. The moment I sent out the 3 answers, my palms were sweating. I figured all the big shots in the world would be staring at me now. Sure enough, in the chat window, my former boss, Zephyr Sensei, was frantically ING me, urging me to contact him immediately. I couldn't be bothered to respond. Next, that guy Doflamingo jumped in to stir the pot, sarcastically asking if the Marines were eyeing my reward. Admiral Sengoku was furious and directly warned him. Then Roger, Garp, and Rox started passionately bickering again, with Roxmouth running like a machine gun, cursing Roger thoroughly, saying that if it weren't for being backstabbed back in the day, he would have been the king of the world by now. Let me tell you, Rox is really going off right now. Goodness. The long-dormant Shiki, the Golden Lion, has exploded. He jumped out and unleashed a barrage at Rox and Roger, basically saying, "What era of yours, what era of mine? Get lost. You both are dead, and now the only one who can dominate the world is me, the Golden Lion." Roger couldn't help but laugh and immediately mocked him. "Oh, Shiki, you're still alive? I thought you had long been grounded and turned into a land chicken, dominating the world. Can you even still walk?" Rox was furious. His former crew member not only didn't help him, but jumped out to undermine him. Unbelievable. The 3 old monsters were arguing on the public screen, causing everyone else to not dare make sound. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, nearly crushing the Den Den Mushi as he frantically called Garp. "Garp, remember your identity. Roger is the Pirate King." Garp, clearly impatient, retorted, I know. Why are you rushing me? I need to answer questions. Stop bothering me. Hanging up now." Beep. He hung up the Den Den Mushi. Sengoku was furious, fuming and glaring, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the Navy hadn't received any rewards yet. He wanted to see what Garp could pull off. Just then, the system notification sounded. "Folks, the main event is here." Notification. 10 people have completed their answers. Starting to announce results. When the answer from that Navy call Kyle was revealed, Let me tell you, the whole world went silent for 3 seconds. Answer to the first question. The 4 Emperor Shank's arm was swallowed by the Sea King. Answer to the second question. The child eating the devil fruit in the video is Straw Hat Luffy, the grandson of Navy hero Garp, and the son of Revolutionary Army leader Dragon. Answer to the third question. The devil fruit the child ate in the video is the Paramecia type Gum Gum fruit. All 3 questions answered correctly. The last sentence, the son of Revolutionary Army leader Dragon, was like a nuclear bomb. I bet the blood pressure monitor in Admiral Sengoku's office would have exploded on the spot. He was so angry he roared, "Garp, you bastard! Your whole family is a bunch of bastards." Now everyone knows that the son of the Navy hero is the #1 rebel, and his grandson is going to be the pirate king. This face is completely lost. Vice Admiral Saru quickly came over to calm him down, and the two concluded that Garp couldn't be touched, but the world government would definitely blow up. The more troubling part was that Kyle seemed to know everything as if he had opened the eye of heaven. Sengoku immediately decided, send a transmission to Zephyr. Have him hurry and bring his students back. We can't let them fall into the hands of CP. On the other side, aboard the Revolutionary Army ship, Dragon himself was surprisingly calm. His subordinates were in a tizzy. "Boss, you and your son are making headlines worldwide." What did Dragon say? He stood at the bow of the ship, unfazed, and casually replied, "It's fine. It wasn't a secret anyway." The feeling was, son? What son? Don't let it affect my revolution. Absolutely cold-blooded. Then the system began to announce the answers of others. A poor slave answered incorrectly and was immediately devastated, losing even the chance for reincarnation. Goodness, this system is not joking around. Then Garp, Luffy, and Ben Beckman all answer correctly, receiving rewards exactly like mine. Shortly after, the scene shifted to play the complete footage of Shanks losing his arm and Luffy, grown up, knocking out that Sea King with a single punch. Then new questions came. Question, what is the Sea King? Please describe. Question, who defeated the Sea King after Shanks? Reward, tailed beast one-tails Shikaku. I was shocked at the time. Isn't this Naruto intruding? If I get this, won't I be able to walk sideways in the desert? Is this incredible fortune finally coming to me? My hands were so fast I could almost create sparks, but in the end, it was snatched away. My mindset collapsed. Family. The one who got it was a guard from a small country, and he randomly guessed that the king of the near sea was a terrifying giant beast defeated by Carp. Wrong on the spot. The punishment came down, and with a bang, that guy turned into a big loach just like in the video, and before he could even flail around, he was taken out instantly. The QA ended, and as soon as the chat room opened, wow, Shanks was directly publicly executed. Roger was the first to explode. Where the hell is my straw hat? And what about your arm? Was it worth losing it for something like this? Shanks was so embarrassed, he could only grit his teeth and explain, "Captain, I bet on the new era." Rocks directly started cursing, saying they were all trash. Doflamingo was even more heavyweight, directly Carp. "Your family really knows how to play. Navy, Revolutionary Army, future Pirate King. Are you playing a 3-body problem here?" Of course. Everyone on the Navy side was muted. Sengoku was busy confirming the rewards with Carp. Carp said the Conqueror's hockey was real, but it was as uncontrollable as a wild dog, and as for that devil fruit, it just appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Sengoku hurriedly told him not to use it recklessly and to send it back for research. The same was true on Luffy's side. The Straw Hat crew surrounded that strange fruit, marveling at it. As soon as Nami heard that it could sell for 100 million, her eyes instantly turned into berry symbols, and in a flash, she snatched the fruit away, shouting, "I'll take care of this." I wasn't idle either. Despite feeling frustrated, I still had to collect my rewards. As a result, I accidentally unleashed my Conqueror's hockey, and bam, the nearby Princess Miwei immediately fainted with her eyes rolled back. I had no choice. I couldn't just leave her on the ground, so I casually picked her up and tossed her onto the bed. After handling that, I changed into some local clothes, and along with Miwei and Mr. Nine, 2 deadweights swaggered through the town in Alabasta. Miwei was anxious and whispered to me, "Big brother, can we be a bit more low-key? There are Baroque works people everywhere." Did I pay her any mind? No, I was just looking to fish. Sure enough, after not walking far, I sensed unfriendly gazes all around us. So I led them out to a deserted part of the desert outside the city. Just as we stood there, Over 100 people surrounded us. The leader, a Mr. 11, was dressed in a suit and waving a knife around, acting all arrogant. However, my eyes lit up when I saw that knife. It was the Huazhou, one of the 50 good knives. Great, the delivery guy has arrived. Mr. 9 was arguing with them about some internal conflicts. I couldn't be bothered to listen to their nonsense, so I directly told Miwei and Mr. 9, "You two better not run off. If you dare to run, I'll take you out first." As soon as I finished speaking, I flashed in front of Mr. 11 with a shave move. He was startled, and by the time he reacted and tried to swing his knife, it was too late. With a flick of my left hand, I took him out in an instant. The knife was now mine. The remaining lackeys, seeing their boss down, started screaming and shooting. Holding the newly acquired Huazhou, I strolled through the hail of bullets, not a single one touching me. I casually performed a flourish with the knife, executing A1 sword style, flying star attack, sweeping down a large group in an instant. Those guys were so scared they froze up, yelling monster and swordsman as they wet themselves trying to escape. Was it possible? A few minutes later, the world was quiet. Miwei and Mr. 9 were so shocked they stood there like two wooden stakes. I even walked over to tease them, say, "Oh, if you had run earlier, I would have conveniently sliced you both up too. What a pity." After scaring them, I gave the order, "Let's go to Yuba and then terrain base." On the way, we caught a large lizard to ride on, racing through the desert. Miwei still wasn't reassured and quietly asked me, "What exactly are you going to do in Yuba? It's full of rebel forces now. It's very dangerous." I leaned on the lizard's back, looking at the system screen, and replied without raising my head, "It's a hassle, but it's not my problem." We passed through a ruined city called Irmer, where there were bones everywhere, and it was lifeless. We felt a slight sense of melancholy there, as she said that no one could survive here because it hadn't rained. Then she couldn't help but ask me what the plan was. I looked at her nervous expression and suddenly laughed. "Why are you asking so much? But it's fine to tell you. What are you planning to do?" "I haven't decided yet. Maybe I'll become a righteous partner and take out the rebel army. Who knows?" As soon as I said that, guess what? That little look in Weiwei's eyes clearly showed that she didn't believe me at all. I thought to myself, my laid-back and casual demeanor is indeed worlds apart from the traditional notion of a righteous partner, so it's no wonder she doesn't trust me. Just then, out of nowhere, that familiar screen popped up in front of me with a ding. And not just me, but Weiwei and Mr. 9 next to her also had one each. Let me tell you, I was instantly awake and ready for some fun. Sure enough, the chat room exploded in an instant. It was like New Year's. All those ancient relics who had been dead for who knows how many years popped up one by one. Pirate King Roger came in shouting, "Is it time for work again? Hurry up, give me a question I know, so I can revive and go out to have some fun." But before he finished speaking, Sea Emperor Rocks directly fired back, "Bullshit. If anyone's coming back, it's me first. Were you a lucky pirate?" Roger didn't let him off the hook. "Aren't you the one I knocked down?" Rocks was furious. "How dare you say that? If it weren't for you teaming up with the Navy, could you have one? Pirates collaborating with the Navy. You've completely embarrassed us pirates." I was shocked at the time. The amount of information, the first big scoop of 2025. The Battle of God Valley actually has this inside story. News King Morgans is probably frantically taking notes. Whitebeard is still there trying to mediate, saying there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. But these two don't listen at all. They directly start arguing on the public screen. It's so fast that others can't get a word in. Just at that moment, the video footage moved. Blue sky, white clouds, an island with a gigantic tree that looks like a broccoli. The system even specially added subtitles. West Sea, O'Hara, Tree of Knowledge. The scene was chaotic. People on the island were crying and rushing to the evacuation boats. The Navy was maintaining order, but another group wearing black suits, clearly not good people, surrounded the island. Over at the Navy headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku saw this footage and turned pale, probably thinking, "Oh no, this old matter won't be brought up again, will it?" The next second, the questions arose. Question 1. Who gave CP9 leader Spandam the golden snail and authorized him to issue the demon-slaying order? Question 2. Why was O'Hara destroyed by the demon-slaying order? Question 3. Who ordered the civilian evacuation boats to be blown up? I told you, as soon as this question came up, the answer was right on the tip of my tongue. But when I saw the reward, the ability to translate historical texts, I was completely speechless. What use is this? To expose my identity as a time traveler for this useless ability? That's a huge loss. I instantly decided to just focus on companionship and enjoy the show. Just as I hesitated, the 3 quick answer spots were gone in a flash. In the chat room, the spirits of O'Hara's residents exploded, crying and shouting that the world government was trampling on human lives. At that moment, an ID named Dr. Kloba popped up, saying, "It seems the secrets of the world government can't be kept any longer." Well, this stirred up a hornet's nest. 5 accounts under the ID of 5 elders appeared as if they had conspired together and started threatening. "Kloba, you're already dead. You better know your place. Otherwise, the tragedy will only repeat." The doctor was tough, firing back directly. "I'm not afraid of dying. Do you think you can come through the internet to kill me again?" Seeing that threats weren't working, the 5 elders shamelessly resorted to taking hostages. "Dr. Kloba, you might be dead, but there are still people alive in O'Hara. She has lived peacefully for 20 years. You wouldn't want her current life to be disrupted, would you?" Damn, this operation is simply written all over with the word despicable. Dr. Kuroba immediately fell silent, probably because he was cautious about the consequences. The 5 elders saw that they had stabilized the situation and quickly slipped away, but this time, it was like they had stripped the world government of its underwear. The pirates in the chat area were furious, cursing with all kinds of foul language, and eventually, the system couldn't take it anymore and directly silenced them with 1 click, bringing peace to the world. Before long, the answers were announced. The first to answer was Admiral Sengoku. He answered the first 2 questions, but for the third one, he said that the escaped ship was his own disaster. I couldn't help but laugh. The old fox was trying to save Akainu. As a result, the system showed no mercy and directly started playing videos to slap him in the face. The first video showed a young Sengoku handing a golden transponder snail to Spandam. The second one was of Dr. Kuroba and his team about to reveal the name of that giant kingdom due to their historical research, only to be silenced. The third one, also the most explosive, showed a civilian evacuation ship that had just left the port exploding with a bang. The camera shifted to a warship where a young Sakazuki, who would later become Akainu, had a face as cold as ice, muttering, "To eliminate evil, one must eradicate it all." My friends, who understands this? This backstab of justice left me dumbfounded. Wei beside me also looked incredulous. Her worldview must have collapsed. This matter wasn't over yet. A new round of questions came. Question: who did the Devil's Child Nico Robin escape from in the end? Question: did she really take down 6 warships by herself when she was 8? Reward: hockey enhancement. Hey, I'm not sleepy anymore. I'm not interested in translating ancient texts, but this hockey enhancement is genuinely a good thing. I quickly seized the opportunity and answered immediately. The results came out quickly. Nico Robin herself, and a pirate whose origin I didn't know all answered correctly. Then came the videos. In the footage, young Kuzan, the green pheasant, and his giant friend Saul appeared. Saul was frozen into an ice sculpture by Kazan while protecting Little Robin. Kazan looked at Little Robin, hesitated for a long time, and finally laid down a path of ice on the sea to let her go, saying, "I'm not your partner. The next time we meet, I'll be your enemy." The second video was even simpler. It showed a meeting of the world government and high-ranking Navy officials, directly labeling O'Hara as evil and placing a bounty of 79 million on an 8-year-old girl, branding her as the Devil's Child. With the reward received, I felt my armed hockey suddenly surge in strength. It was much smoother to use than before, and its hardness had greatly increased. TSK. This ugly drama had me both cursing and enjoying it. Just as I was savoring the moment, I was suddenly surrounded by a group of guys riding camels. "Are you from Baroque Works?" I asked the ragtag group with a blank expression. They had no markings, so they must be sand thieves. "Mister," 9 whispered beside me. The leader of the sand thieves chuckled. "Who cares about what organization it is? Now we are the rebel army. If you know what's good for you, hand over your stuff and that big lizard, and we can take you to Kartleia. Otherwise, we'll bury you in this sand." As soon as I heard it, I laughed and asked them, "The rebel army is not going to Yuba now, but to Kartleia? Yuba? That place has long been abandoned." One of the sand bandits impatiently shouted, "Stop wasting time. Hurry up. After we rob you, we still have a big score to settle. We're going to rob the king directly." In my heart, It was as clear as a mirror. These are not rebel troops, but a group of bandits taking advantage of the chaos. All right, I understand. I nodded, looking at their greedy and fierce faces. Since a choice has been made, there is no point in regretting it. As soon as the words left my mouth, I jumped down from the lizard with my knife in hand. Just as someone behind me was about to call out "Navy, sir," I had already taken action. I tell you, my speed is like teleportation. All you hear are a few gunshots, a few cries of agony, and a few unfinished pleas for mercy. In less than 10 seconds, the world is quiet again. I shook the blood off the knife and turned to the already stunned Wei Wei and Mr. Nine, shouting, "Hey, come down and get to work. Take everything valuable from them." After collecting the spoils, I changed my mind. We're not going to Yuba. We're going straight to Rainy City. Wei Wei was momentarily taken aback, asking me while riding on the lizard, "Aren't we going to Cartalia? Didn't you want to find the rebel army?" "Oh, you mean that? I'm no longer interested in them." I shook my head and countered her. "Isn't Cartalia in the direction we just passed?" "Yes, it's that way." "Then there's no need to go back. Why bother? Let's go straight to Rainy City." I've completely lost interest in that group of rabble. Seeing my firm attitude, Wei Wei had no choice but to give directions. But she couldn't help but cautiously ask, what are we going to do in Rainy City? I already said, to be just partners. I turned and smiled at her. She had a look that said, "Here we go again," and said, "But Rainy City is one of the few cities without the rebel army. It's very peaceful." Who said that just partners for justice can only fight the rebel army? I put on a puzzled expression. "Isn't it okay to do something else?" Wei Wei fell silent for a moment, as if pondering something, then tentatively asked, "Over in Rainy City, the most famous thing is the casino. Are you interested in them?" I have to say, you really understand me. I gave him a thumbs up right there and then started to talk nonsense seriously. That's right. Gambling, drugs, and prostitution are the 3 evils of the world. In my lifetime, I will never coexist with gambling and drugs. Fighting against gambling is my lifelong dream. I could tell from Wei Wei's little gaze what she was thinking. What about prostitution? Goodness, this girl is quite the train of thought. Looking at my carefree demeanor, she probably already categorized me as one of those LSP types in her mind. But she was even more confused. A Navy guy coming to Alabasta to fight against gambling? This place has legalized gambling. What right does the Navy have to interfere? And whose territory is this? Crocodiles. I bet her mind was in a jumble, wondering if this Navy kid was really foolish or just pretending to be innocent, daring to stir up trouble in such a powerful place. She became bolder and cautiously said to me, "Gambling is legal here, and it's Crocodile's territory. He's very strong. Don't mess around." As soon as I heard the word legal, my head started to hurt, and I directly covered my head and shook it. "Oh no, don't mention legality to me. I get a headache just thinking about it." Wei Wei quietly commented beside me, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you, a sailor, to say that?" I just laughed. What's inappropriate about it? I want to say what I want to say. At worst, it's just death. If I can't even speak, I might as well be a sea king. Besides, legality depends on who's looking at it. Take the 7 warlords of the sea, for example. They legally plunder. Isn't that legal enough? If one day it falls on you, wouldn't you have to obediently hand over your money? I changed the subject with a smile, staring at her. "Oh, I almost forgot. Isn't your Baroque works responsible for this? You just said that your boss behind the scenes is Crocodile, right?" Vivi instantly panicked, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and hurriedly explained, We mainly target pirates, and the power of the 7 warlords was given to them by your Navy." "That's right." I slapped my thigh. "It was given by the government and the Navy, so it's legal. But your attack on me, that would be illegal, right?" I lazily continued to press on. "And this so-called legal warlord, isn't he still the guardian of your Alabasta? How could you think I'm here to deal with him?" "That's really strange." I deliberately elongated my tone, watching her increasingly flustered face, and continued to tease her. "What's wrong? Starting to worry about your boss? That's good, quite loyal of you. Or should I just take you all out, so I won't have to worry about you stabbing me in the back one day?" "No, I didn't tea. Don't talk nonsense." Wei Wei completely lost her composure. Who understands family? She probably even thought of how to sacrifice herself for the country. But to say she would die loyal to Crocodile? She would rather commit suicide on the spot. I looked at her about to cry, and a mischievous thought crossed my mind. Don't be afraid. Loyalty is a good thing. How about I help you achieve a tragic sacrifice? When I see Crocodile again, I'll definitely pass on a message for you. No, no need for that. I can betray at any time. Vivi was almost forcing a fake smile, and I guess she had already cursed me 1,000 times in her heart. I laughed heartily, finding the girl so interesting. However, I didn't continue to pressure her, just warning her not to ask too many questions and to remember that she was currently a criminal attacking the Navy. I deliberately reached out to grab her fiercely, scaring her to the point of retreating repeatedly with her sounds. It was just too funny. Seeing her terrified expression really lifted my spirits. Then, I turned my head and saw that guy called Mr. Nine still standing there, looking like a big light bulb, completely confused as he watched us perform our little act. The more I looked at him, the more annoying he became. What use was he? In the next moment, I walked over and, to Vivi's shock, lifted Mr. Nine up like a chick and tossed him into the vast sea of sand in one swift motion. I gave him a physical deletion. What are you doing? Vivi was stunned. Aren't we criminals? You just threw him away? I clapped my hands and said lightly, that guy is useless. I'm no longer interested in him. After hearing this, Wei Wei's pitiful little eyes looked as if they were about to write please, don't be interested in me, either on her face. I suddenly asked her, as if I could read her mind, do you want to go down too? She was taken aback, just about to speak when I touched my knife, smiling kindly. If you want to go down, I can chop you in half and throw you down. You're such a devil. Vivi instantly understood. This guy had been teasing her all along. She quickly shook her head frantically. No, I don't want to. That's great. It's just the two of us alone again. Are you happy? Happy. But please don't do anything crazy. Vivi felt completely numb, as if she had fallen into a den of perverts, mentally complaining. Are all Navy people like this? Looking at her frightened, doe-like expression, my little devilish satisfaction was greatly fulfilled. Of course, I was just joking. I didn't actually plan to do anything. We continued to mess around, and by sunset, we finally reached the rain area. As soon as we got close, the system in my head beeped, the screen lit up, and a new event arrived. See Overlord Rocks. Here we go again? Hurry up and bring up some questions from my era. I'm dying to be resurrected. Pirate King Roger. Rocks, shut up. Even if you're resurrected, you'll get beaten up. Which of your subordinates still recognizes you now? The chat area was in an uproar, but I didn't have time to look. All my attention was focused on the video. As soon as the screen appeared, it showed a desert. Is this Alabasta? Vivi recognized it at a glance. I nodded. That's right, and it's in Rain Base. I feel that Crocodile's good days are coming to an end. The video rapidly switched scenes, directly locking onto the massive banana Crocodile casino building in Rain Base. Inside the casino, Crocodile was taking a deep puff from his cigar, while Nico Robin beside him was already prepared to make a quick escape at any moment. Then, the video content shocked everyone. In the footage, Crocodile gathered all the senior agents of Baroque Works and announced his utopian battle plan. He painted a grand vision, claiming he wanted to establish an ideal nation and distributed tasks. That perverted Mr. 2 was excitedly asking questions left and right. Finally, Crocodile delivered his concluding remarks. When you complete your tasks, this country will self-destruct. By then, the rebel army and the citizens will all belong to us at Baroque Works. Overnight, this place will become our utopia. This battle must not fail. As soon as he finished speaking, the video paused and the questions came. Question: is Crocodile's utopian operation really his ultimate goal? Question: did Crocodile's utopian operation ultimately succeed? Correct answer. Reward: one-tailed beast, Shikaku. As soon as I saw the reward, my eyes lit up. While others were hesitating, I quickly buzzed in at lightning speed. One Piece Roger. It's this Navy guy again, truly a quiz fanatic. Crocodile in the rain had a dark face. He was furious that his question was snatched away, grunting in annoyance. Soon, the answers were revealed. Navy Kyle answered the first question. The utopian operation is not Crocodile's goal. For the second question, Crocodile ultimately failed. Both answers correct. Reward: tailed beast Shikaku. Shikaku, I got it. I was overjoyed. Meanwhile, Vivi beside me was trembling with anger at the shocking conspiracy in the video, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. Before we could catch our breath, the second question followed closely. Question: what is Crocodile's true goal? Question: who defeated Crocodile in the end? Correct answers. Reward: life increase. This was simply a gift question. I didn't hold back and buzzed in again, inputting my answers. Navy Kyle answered the first question. Crocodile's goal is to find the ancient weapon Pluton. For the second question, Crocodile was ultimately defeated and stopped by Straw Hat Luffy. Both answers correct. Reward, life enhancement. Navy, bastard. In the Rain Banquet Casino, Crocodile's roar could probably be heard throughout the entire Rain area. He was stripped down to his underwear, but got nothing in return. He viciously ordered Nico Robin, find this Navy guy, and that Straw Hat kid. No matter whose grandson he is, find him. At the same time, the whole world erupted over this answer. At Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku directly ordered the stripping of Crocodile's warlord title, and CP9 was dispatched urgently. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Dragon also ordered to go to Alabasta to ensure Nico Robin's safety. Vivi and I found a hotel to stay in the rain. After just receiving the reward, I felt like I could live a few more good years. At that moment, the video on the screen began to play the final answer. In the footage, Crocodile indeed found the stone tablet of the historical text and was interrogating King Cobra and Nico Robin. Vivi watched her father's tragic situation in the video, tears welling up at her eyes. I lay in bed, lazily speaking. Your boss is quite capable. He even took down the king. Vivi finally couldn't hold back anymore, and with a tearful tone, asked me, "Did you already know my identity?" I pretended to be clueless. Mississippi Wednesday's identity? Or something else? Hey, don't get distracted. Look quickly. The one who defeated your boss has appeared. In the video, Nico Robin stubbornly refuses to reveal the whereabouts of the Pluto. Crocodile, furious and humiliated, is about to strike when a figure descends from the sky. It's that straw hat kid in a red vest and straw sandals, looking quite rustic, Luffy. In the video, Crocodile is stunned to see Luffy. Why are you back again? Do you want to be killed by me a few more times? Luffy, with a determined face, replies, I'm here to take back what you stole from me. That is, this country. This country? Crocodile bursts into laughter, but the next moment, Luffy kicks him right in the face. Impossible. Why can you hit me without water? Because it's blood. Luffy is covered in blood, but with this most primitive method. He breaks Crocodile's sand fruit ability. The two fight fiercely in the underground ruins. Luffy is knocked down time and again, yet he stands up repeatedly, even being poisoned by Crocodile's scorpion venom. At the critical moment, Luffy, bloodied, roars, I'm going to be the Pirate King. This infuriates Crocodile. With a rookie like you? Once you understand this, you won't have such dreams anymore. He reveals his poisoned sword and lunges forward. But Luffy explodes with power. He crushes the poison hook with one foot, shouting, I will surpass you. His fists rain down on Crocodile, and finally, with a move called Rubber Storm, he breaks through the underground rock layers, shooting up into the sky like a meteor from the rain-soaked streets. The video ends here. In the Rain Dinner Casino, Crocodile is so furious he almost crushes his cigar. Nico Robin has quietly prepared to flee. In the end, Vivi watches the video, both shocked and delighted. She is shocked that her father almost died, but delighted that the evil Crocodile has finally been defeated. Just then, a new video appears on the screen. This time, it shows Luffy dressed in a red kimono, and facing him is the terrifying emperor of the New World, a colossal dragon, Kaido. Let me tell you, when this scene came out, the whole world went crazy. The Navy, the Revolutionary Army, the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, everyone without exception had their eyes glued to the screen. Before, when we were fighting Old Sand, everyone thought it was just some small skirmishes in the first half of the Grand Line, but then, bam, Kaido, the Emperor of the New World, just appeared out of nowhere. The sense of oppression, I tell you, it was almost suffocating me through the screen. And then, even more outrageous things happened. At the beginning of the video, Luffy charged in like he was on adrenaline, roaring and rushing up, beating the giant dragon that was hundreds of meters long. Second gear, third gear, elephant gun. All kinds of moves I've never seen before were raining down on Kaido like they were free. On our ship, everyone, including Nami, was stunned, both surprised and delighted, saying, can Luffy really become this strong in the future? What kind of monster is this growth rate? Luffy himself, hands on his hips, was laughing wildly. Ha ha, no doubt about it, I'm so cool. Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, was so weak in the legs that he was frantically complaining. What kind of pirate ship have I boarded? First, we take on the 7 warlords. And now, the 4 emperors. Are you planning to take on the fleet admiral next? Only Zoro. Let me tell you, he had this expression, satisfied as if he had just been pumped up with adrenaline, almost shouting, "Hurry up! Hurry up!" Usopp? Oh, Usopp had already started worrying about whether he could get off the ship in time. But seriously, Nami, being sharp-eyed, was the first to notice something was off. Hey, why is Kaido just like a punching bag, taking hits without fighting back? Upon closer inspection, it really was true. Luffy was almost pulling out Kaido's dragon scales. And Kaido remained silent, just floating there, focusing on being a punching bag. Just as we were discussing this, a question popped up on the screen. Quiz: did Luffy defeat the 4 Emperor Kaido in this battle? Goodness, the reward was a Zoan-type devil fruit. The penalty was losing 1 ability. Luffy's eyes turned red, and he let out a roar wanting to buzz in, but luckily we managed to hold him back. The buzz-in spot was snatched in an instant. And guess who it was? The real Kaido. He was over in Wano, looking at his own self getting beaten on the screen, disdainfully choosing an answer. The result came out quickly. Kaido answered correctly. Family, who understands? The correct answer was that Luffy lost. The video looked so lively, but it turned out to be a personal show. Luffy immediately deflated, like a deflated balloon, but only sulked for 3 seconds before reviving on the spot. Clenched his fists and shouted, "It's fine. Now I know the 2nd and 3rd gear in advance. When I practice them, I'll definitely knock him away next time." At that moment, I thought to myself, this kid really has a big heart. Nami was still worried, saying, "Luffy, if your future is exposed, the whole world will be after us, and the Navy definitely won't let us go." But Luffy, with a carefree expression, replied, "Bring on as many as you want. I'll knock them all away." As soon as he finished speaking, the video on the screen continued to play. Let me tell you, the real iconic scene was coming. In the video, after a fierce beating, Kaido finally transformed back from his dragon form to his human form. That guy stood up like a mountain, and the colors of the entire world changed. Luffy also activated his strongest state, launching a gigantic King Kong gun towards him. And Kaido, who had been taking hits, finally made his move. He casually lifted his kanabo and waved it forward. Thunder rolled. I tell you, in that moment, I thought the screen was going to shatter. Just a second ago, the mighty Luffy, with his imposing presence, was knocked out like a rag doll with a single blow. Yes, you heard it right, one. Hit. The person went flying with their eyes rolled back, unconscious and unresponsive. Over in Alabasta, Crocodile must have been popping champagne, likely muttering, "Little brat." Now you know the heights and depths of the world. On our ship, Luffy was already rolling on the ground, unable to accept this reality. Why? I had already activated the 4th gear, and I got taken out with 1 hit, and the whole world saw it. So embarrassing. The last frame of the video showed Kaido walking over to the unconscious Luffy, looking down from above with a disdainful gaze, sneeringly asking, "So, what king did you say you wanted to become, kid?" Damn, this sarcasm is off the charts. As soon as the QA ended, the chat room instantly came back to life. Luffy, that idiot, without saying a word, directly aired the 4 Emperor Kaido on the public screen. "I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Just wait for me, Kaido." Nami beside him was almost going crazy, wanting to cover his mouth, but it was too late. And guess what? Kaido actually replied immediately. "Kid, I'm waiting for you. Hope you could take a few more hits next time. Pirate King?" Huh. This directly poked the hornet's nest. In the chat room, a bunch of legendary IDs popped up. Sea Overlord Rocks was the first to start the fire. "I've said it long ago that all Pirate Kings are trash. This kid is just like Roger. Can't even beat Kaido. Just a reckless fool." Following that, Pirate King Roger also appeared. "Huh. What an interesting little guy, Rocks. You were defeated by me. What does that count for?" Then Luffy's grandfather, Marine Hero Garp, also exploded. "You bastard Roger. And Kaido, how dare you hit my grandson? Next time we meet, I'll definitely beat you back." Family, this is a celestial battle. In the end, the most outrageous was still Rocks. He suddenly seized on Luffy's catchphrase and sarcastically said, "Wait, I just realized. The man who will become the Pirate King? As everyone knows, the Pirate King is that trash Roger, so the man who will become the Pirate King is just Roger's man, right? And this Straw Hat Kid is also Garp's grandson. So, Roger Garp's granddaughter-in-law? Good heavens. Rocks took the battle right to their ancestral grave. He even Edgarp and Roger, adding, "I've heard that you two have a problem with chasing each other. Your circle is really messy." Let me tell you, at that moment, the entire chat room fell silent. Probably everyone was digesting this heavyweight information. And while the whole world was buzzing about this shocking news, on the other side, in a rainy room in Alabasta, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. A mysterious Navy named Kyle was confronting an injured woman who turned out to be Crocodile's deputy, Nico Robin. Princess Vivi was also beside, too scared to make a sound. Robin was obviously just defected from Crocodile, and she got straight to the point, revealing that Kyle was the mysterious person who had been killing it in the QA system. She wanted to team up with Kyle to take down Crocodile, thinking Kyle was also after the ancient weapon Pluton. But Kyle, let me tell you, he was simply a king of arrogance. He leaned back in his chair and lazily said, "Pluton? Not interested. I came here just to conveniently build an organization. I think Baroque Works is pretty good. If we take down Crocodile, I can just use the name directly. Isn't that nice?" Robin was stunned at the time, saying he had quite the nerve. Kyle was even more outrageous, shrugging and saying, "My goal? Very simple, just like Crocodile, to build a utopian world." Vivi and Robin looked at him like he was a lunatic, but the seriousness in Kyle's eyes was infuriatingly real. Robin calmed down and asked what benefits she would get for following him. Kyle said, "I'll protect you." Robin retorted, "Aren't you in more trouble than I am? The whole world wants to catch you. Isn't it more dangerous to follow you?" Kyle laughed, standing up, saying, "In the end, you still don't trust my strength." Huh. As soon as he finished speaking, the temperature in the entire room dropped suddenly, and frost instantly covered the floor. In the next second, he had already appeared behind Robin like a ghost, a cold hand gently resting on her shoulder. Robin's observation, Haki, clearly sensed it, but her body couldn't react at all. That chill instantly reminded her of Admiral Akiji. No need. Robin swallowed hard, completely convinced. After dealing with Robin, Kyle turned his head towards Princess Vivi. "All right, Your Highness, now we should talk about our business. I help you deal with Crocodile. What do you give me in return?" Vivi gritted her teeth and asked what he wanted. Kyle casually replied with 2 words, "The country." Vivi's face turned pale, thinking this was another Crocodile. But Kyle said with a look of disdain, "Forget Alabasta. This place is hot and dry. I don't like it. What I mean is, in the future, if I want money, you give me money. If I want people, you give me people. If I fall out with the world government, you must support me unconditionally." These conditions were even harsher than asking for Alabasta. Of course, Vivi refused, and the two started to tug at each other. Kyle made it clear, "I can wait for Crocodile to take down your father, then come out as the savior, and then this country will naturally belong to me, right?" Vivi was forced into a corner and finally had to say, "As long as it doesn't harm the country and the people, I will give you whatever you want. If I go back on my word, you can take my life." Kyle heard this and laughed. "What is the use of your life? You're not afraid of death. Let us put it this way. If you dare to perfunctory me, I'll just kidnap you directly and let Alabasta cut off its back. Then, you can be my queen and bring Alabasta as a dowry. How about that?" Vivi's face turned red with anger, shouting that it was impossible. Kyle just smiled, his tone suddenly turning cold. "That's not up to you. If you do something that doesn't satisfy me in the future, it won't just be about creating a little dark history for you. All right, it's settled then." After saying that, he took out the video snail from his pocket and waved it at her. Good heavens, I tell you, Vivi's little face turned dark all of a sudden. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Can you delete this thing?" I laughed at that moment, holding the phone bug close to my chest like a treasure, and said, "Delete? Are you kidding? This is our beautiful memory. In the future, when I miss you, I can take it out any time to relive it and see our Princess Weiwei's enchanting dance. Hey, how about you do it one more time?" Impossible. She was so angry she could explode, but there was nothing she could do. When under someone's roof, one has to bow their head. Right now, she probably couldn't even count on Luffy as a lifeline. Even if Luffy could really defeat Crocodile in the future, her father and her country would have long been done for. I deliberately slumped onto the chair, pretending to be a salted fish, sighing. Really not going to dance? That's such a pity. I was counting on Princess to give me a boost, so I have the motivation to find trouble with Crocodile. Now, sigh, I've lost my motivation. I'm just giving up. You. She pointed at me, unable to speak for a long time. Finally, she seemed to deflate like a deflated balloon and compromised. Get it done as soon as possible. Who understands families? This was her way of tacitly agreeing. For her country, I bet she'd do anything, even more than just dancing. Anyway, since I already have a dark history, having more debts doesn't hurt. As for me, I just held the phone bug and openly recorded the second segment, and she was too lazy to even resist. In the next room, Robin probably had her ear pressed against the wall. I could imagine her shocked expression of, wow, you guys really know how to play. Once this was settled, we all had a meal together. I told them I was ready to take action. Vivi immediately got anxious. Now, in the rain, there are civilians from Alabasta here. She meant that she wanted me to change the location and not cause trouble here to avoid harming innocent people. I shot back, sister, get straight. Those are your citizens, not mine. When you package up Alabaston and send it to me, then you can talk to me like that. I was joking with her, but I had already started a lock in Lao Shah's position. Who can I rely on? Just this little thing beside me. I directly summoned the guardian crane. Since my identity has already been exposed, there's nothing to hide. A small, chubby raccoon cat is squatting right next to me, and Weiwei looks at it with a face full of doubt. She knows this thing is called a tailed beast, capable of destroying nations. But just look at its current silly and cute appearance, looking all stuff from overeating today. Who would believe it? I can't be bothered to explain. That little thing, Shoha, is not just a mascot. Its little sand eyes have long been spread throughout the rain banquet, keeping a clear track of Lao Shah's movements. Just then, Shoha suddenly spoke up, with a voice like a child's. That guy is trying to slip away. Let me go. Playing in the sand is so much fun. As soon as I heard that, I laughed. Sure, wait for him to leave the city, and you can go meet him first. Although this guardian crane looks silly and cute, it can serve as both a summoned beast and a power bank. It's simply my precious darling. Ha ha ha, leave it to me. I'm on it. Just as the guardian crane finished speaking, it suddenly turned into a pile of sand and silently darted away. Weiwei was stunned. It just left like that? Aren't you going to help? That's one of the 7 warlords of the sea. She was scared, worried that the guardian crane wouldn't be able to handle it, and even more afraid that old Shah would escape. It would be difficult to find him again later. Don't worry, I pulled her close. Don't underestimate my guardian crane. It's no weakling. Come on, I'll take you to watch the show and let you see for yourself how miserable it will be for someone who almost destroyed your country. I pulled her out without giving her any time to react. Meanwhile, outside in the rain-soaked desert, old Shah was on his way, suddenly feeling something was off. The sensation of being stared at intensely grew stronger. He cautiously stopped and used his ability to scan the area. To his surprise, he found several eyeball-like objects floating in the surrounding sand. What the heck? Without a second thought, he unleashed a sand blade, instantly slicing through several of the sand eyes. But he didn't let his guard down, as that eerie gaze was still present. Especially now, with that broken system, he felt like the whole world was watching him. Just then, a burst of raucous laughter echoed from above. Ah ha ha! Boom! A massive figure descended from the sky, crashing down where old Shah had just been standing, shaking the entire desert. The little raccoon had transformed into a towering beast. Old Shah reformed his body from the sand, his face darkening as he looked at the monster before him. Although he had elemental eyes to dodge, the feeling of being stepped on made him furious. What kind of monster was this? Just as he roared, the giant bird opened its massive beak. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A huge wind ball cannon was instantly fired, creating a bottomless pit in the desert and sending a storm sweeping across several kilometers. Old Shah was stunned. The destructive power was outrageous, and it seemed like the opponent was playing around, able to fire continuously. Wind release, vacuum sphere, wind release, vacuum sphere, one after another, as if they were free. Old Shah could only keep elementalizing to evade while still shouting defiantly. Useless? In this desert, I'm invincible, he shouted while using his desert treasure blade to slash at the giant bird. But all he left was a shallow scratch that healed instantly. The giant bird was amused, continuing to spit and taunt. Invincible? Just a mere human, truly a frog at the bottom of the well. Then came a wind release, sand bullet, and a rain of sand bullets struck him, preventing him from even gathering himself. Old Shah was completely bewildered. Where did this monster come from? His proud Sansan fruit was a joke in front of this guy. He summoned a sandstorm with all his might, trying to interrupt the giant bird, only to have it shattered by a single vacuum sphere. All his big moves, like Desert Sunflower and Desert Treasure Blade, were useless. Attacks ineffective, and his energy was draining rapidly. Old Shah began to waver. Meanwhile, the giant bird grew bored, realizing that physical attacks and wind release couldn't hit this slippery guy. So it changed tactics. Sealing technique. Desert layer, Great Burial Seal. It slammed its massive claws down toward Old Shah, who instinctively elementalized again, only to find the giant bird's claws turning into sand, instantly ensnaring him. Then, a gigantic pyramid rose from the desert, sealing Old Shah in the center. What was happening? Trapped inside, Old Shah panicked as he discovered he couldn't control the sand. There was sand all around, but not a single grain listened to him. The giant bird laughed triumphantly. I don't know if you need to eat, but I'll keep you sealed until you starve to death. No problem, right? At that moment, I leisurely appeared on the battlefield with Vivi. Looking at the devastated desert and the enormous sealing pyramid, I nodded in satisfaction. I told you, the giant bird could handle it. Vivi looked at everything before her, still in disbelief. Crocodile. Was killed? The giant bird explained in a deep voice. Not dead. Just locked up by me. This guy is too slippery for me to hit, but now he can only wait to slowly die in my sand. A mere human, thinking they can compare their physique to us tail beasts? I patted Zifa's leg and said, "You've worked hard," just as I was about to say something else. That familiar screen popped up in front of us again. Oh boy, the QA segment is back. A tough guy wearing sunglasses with a huge mechanical arm appeared on the screen. My old acquaintance, Teacher Zifa. My heart skipped a beat as I thought, "Teacher, I hope your heart can take it." Sure enough, the question came out. Question: what person killed former Navy Admiral Zifa? Correct answer reward. Top level Busashoko Haki. Wrong answer penalty. Lose Haki, fruit, or life. The whole world exploded. At the Navy headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face instantly darkened. Meanwhile, on a certain warship, Teacher Zifa looked at the question with calmness. His student Ein was anxious, but Zifa said, "Dying in battle is my best ending." Just then, Zifa's gaze locked onto an answer that had just appeared on the screen, and his expression turned sour. That brat, he can answer questions, but doesn't he return my calls? And what nonsense is he guessing? On the screen, my answer was prominently displayed. Navy Kyle answered. Former Navy Admiral Zifa was ultimately killed by current Admiral Kizu Borisolino. When this answer came out, the whole world was stunned. Killing one of their own? Or a student killing a teacher? This is outrageous. Roger and Rox in the chat area wanted to follow suit, but didn't dare. The penalty was too severe. Before long, the system calculated the results. Correct answer. Navy Kyle receives reward. Top level Busashoka Haki. Wow. An incredibly powerful force surged into my body in an instant. I could feel my Busashoko Haki breaking through the limits. Soon after, someone named Goddess of Luck Bakara also guessed correctly. Now, the Navy headquarters was in complete chaos. On Zifa's warship, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. He answered Sengoku's call and only said one thing. I need to find that kid first. Then he hung up and ordered the warship to head full speed to Alabasta. Meanwhile, the system screen began to play future images. In the footage, Teacher Zifa was surrounded by countless Navy soldiers. Leading them was Admiral Kizuru, the usually laid-back Kizuru, who just wanted to get his paycheck and let the Yonko do their thing. Now had a cold gaze, mercilessly striking Zifa with an H-Shaka JG. No longer the master of outlines. Borisolino, Zifa shouted in anger. Farewell, Teacher Zifa. Kizuru's voice held no emotion. Countless light bullets pierced through Zifa's body. He was covered in blood but still stood strong, shouting his last words. I'm here to teach you your final lesson. The footage ended there. In the Navy Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku immediately ordered, Borisolino, go and bring Kyle back to me. Remember, do not engage in conflict. Kizuru looked troubled and vanished in a flash of golden light. Meanwhile, on my side, looking at the disappearing screen, I frowned in disdain. Is that it? Just one question, and it's over? How stingy. Finally, Vivi couldn't hold back and cautiously asked me, "How? Do you know about the future?" I turned my head and smiled at her guess. She immediately fell silent. I looked at her and suddenly found it a bit funny. All right, Crocodile has been captured by me, and I have fulfilled my part of the agreement. However, your part is not finished yet. It's still not raining in this country, and the rebels are still causing trouble. What are you planning to do? Are you going to beg me? Maybe if I soften my heart, I'll help you. Vivi bit her lip and stubbornly shook her head. No need. We will solve the rebel issue ourselves. She was scared, afraid of owing me a favor and ending up losing herself in the process. I clicked my tongue twice to provoke her. That's really too bad. Just because you can't lower your pride, many people in this country are going to die. After saying that, I ignored her, waved to Shohei, and directly pulled way towards the rain. We're the leaders now. Why stay in some shabby hotel? Let's go straight to the rain banquet. That's Lao Shah's old den. I got in touch with Nico Robin, and she has already been waiting for us at the rain banquet. This woman is faster than I am. She probably secretly followed along to see the whole thing. When she saw me, she smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to actually pull it off." Then she immediately switched to work mode and asked me, "What name will the Baroque works change to? What about the sources of income? What will the main business be? Have you thought it all through?" Her demeanor clearly shows that she wants me to rely on her and demonstrate her value. I looked at her with an air of certainty. Economic sources? Aren't they everywhere? Just like you used to do, robbing. Vivi immediately shouted nervously. Robbing? Yeah, I explained. But we don't rob ordinary people. There's no profit in that. We just block the entrance to the Great Sea Route and take a pirate ship to rob another ship. Otherwise, those involved in underground dealings, human trafficking, aren't they all rolling in wealth? We could go in and do a black-on-black operation, get a nice haul. If all else fails, we could even rob the celestial dragon's treasure in the sky. Robin was momentarily stunned. Then she laughed. It seems you've thought this through. I just casually thought of it, and I directly passed the responsibility to her. How to operate specifically and how to arrange the manpower. That's all up to you. After all, you're the professional. Wow, my nonchalant attitude made Robin freeze. To just tell her to get to work like that, and sound so justified about it. But she didn't refuse, as wanting to stay meant she had to prove her worth. Robin immediately started contacting people and got busy. Meanwhile, Vivi, sitting beside us, was restless, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking up. Can I go back for a bit first? I turned my head and looked at her with a half smile. Going back? Our agreement isn't finished yet. You didn't plan to let go of that sneak attack on me, did you? That girl just gave up completely with an expression that said, "Fine, I admit defeat. You can take your shot." I have to say, I really enjoy seeing others look at me with disdain, but unable to do anything about it. I gave her a thorough once-over. That look in her eyes, TSK, it must have made her face turn red, and I bet her mind was already playing some adult-themed skits. But am I that kind of ordinary person? I directly pulled her into a little black room at the rain banquet and had her change into that super revealing dancer outfit. Then I asked her to show me her skills. Subject 3 Universe Shake. Let me tell you, I took out my recording device right on the spot and captured the whole thing in high-definition 4K Dolby surround sound. This is going to be exclusive blackmail material for the future, worth a fortune. After a full 2 hours of fun, when I finally emerged satisfied, that little princess' face was as red as a monkey-s, but she was swaying as she walked, and she was still pouting, muttering, "Is this good enough now?" I shook the phone bug in my hand and smiled wickedly. Originally, it wouldn't have worked, but looking at your little frame, if we keep playing, you'll probably faint from anger. I'll let you off the hook today. I'm waiting for you to come back crying and begging me for your dear Alabaston. You're such a villain. She shot back with that harsh remark and ran off faster than a rabbit, only to bump into Robin, who was carrying a pile of cooler clothes. Goodness, in that moment, Vivi wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in and disappeared in a flash. Robin, that girl, really understands me. She walked over with that pile of clothes and threw me a flirtatious glance. Looks like these won't be needed, my new boss. You really know how to have fun. I waved the phone bug in my hand. How could it be useless? If you don't mind, I'm totally okay with you taking the lead role. I saw you sneaking a peek at the door for quite a while. You should be quite skilled at this, right? Forget it. Robin quickly refused without a second thought. You should keep this good fortune to play with your princess, Vivi. She's quite shrewd and knows that if she dances with me at this time, She might just disappear while dancing. What a pity. I pouted. To be honest, although I think Robin is great as a strong woman, for some reason, I just prefer teasing Vivi. Robin didn't care about what I was thinking and directly asserted. Don't worry, it won't be long before Princess Vivi comes back begging you. I've checked out those rebels, right now. They're just a mixed bag with all sorts of characters. Even if the rebel leader wants to hit the brakes, the people below will still take the wheels off his car. Not to mention, there are people inside. All it takes is one word from you. She didn't finish her sentence, but I understood. She wanted me to stab Vivi in the back and force her to comply. Stop. I raised my hand and ordered all our people positioned on both sides to withdraw. Not a single one should be left. Robin looked at me with a changed expression, probably thinking, why is this guy suddenly talking about martial ethics? Family, who understands? I like teasing that little princess. But there's a difference between playing around and joking about someone else's country being destroyed and family being broken. I'm someone who believes in a code of conduct. It's fine to trick the enemy, but I can't cross the line and trick my own people, right? It's a game after all. We need to value the gaming experience. Robin, being very clever, immediately put on a smile. Looks like our new boss is unexpectedly gentle. I shot her a sideways glance. I have even gentler places. Do you want to give it a try? Saying this, I shook the phone bug again. She immediately backed down. Let's skip that for now. I'll go arrange for the withdrawal. By the way, heroes always make their appearance last. So I hope those rebels can hold on until you, the hero, show up. After saying this, she slipped away quickly. I looked at her back and sneered in my heart. Still a hero? I can at most be considered a righteous partner. All right, stop putting on a show over there. I shouted at her back, go call all those high-ranking agents from the Baroque Works over. I want to hold a general meeting. I don't want to hear any bad news. This woman is too clever. I need to keep an eye on her. Once Robin left, I wasn't idle either. I patted my little guardian crane, the sand devil that I had turned into a chibi figure. Little sand sculpture. Keep a close watch on Vivi. Don't let her really die. My toy can't be broken. Got it. The little guardian crane poked its small head out from my collar. It had already secretly left a sand eye on Vivi, and the entire Alabasta was basically under its surveillance. By the way, is that crocodile you have locked up still causing a fuss? You bet. He has been thrashing around in my belly, making me feel quite uncomfortable. Should I just crush him? Let us keep him for now. After all, he is a warlord of the sea. Let us see if we can make some use of him. All right. The little guardian crane was obedient and then reported some hot news to me. Those flies you asked me to keep an eye on have made a move. The world government as paparazzi have already followed them over, and there are over 100 spies hidden in the rain, both openly and secretly. Should we deal with them? I sneered. Quick actions. Let's get to it, but keep it quiet. Let them die quickly. Just consider it sending some intel back to their boss. Let me tell you, that scene was like a live-action version of the Grim Reaper. Just a second ago, those spies were still in every corner making reports with their phone bugs, saying that Crocodile was missing and Nico Robin had defected to me. The next second, the sand beneath their feet came alive, whooshing up and wrapping them into human-shaped sand sculptures, not even letting out a scream before burying them on the spot. Environmentally friendly and efficient. Meanwhile, my cheap old man Zephyr also rushed over with the Navy, hurrying to the rain party. As a result, when he tried to contact his informants, every call went to the number you dialed is unavailable. Of course, I physically shut them down. It would be strange if the call went through. The scene cuts back to the rain banquet. Goodness, Crocodile's high-level agents were a chaotic mess. There were swan men, afros, candlemen, looking like a convention of spider spirits. That guy named Von Curii, dressed in a ballet tutu, jumped out first and shouted, Hey, Nico Robin, what the hell are you doing? Isn't our boss Crocodile? Who the hell is this guy? I crossed my legs and slouched on the main seat, smiling at him. Your question I will answer. Originally, Crocodile was supposed to sit here, but unfortunately, he lost and is now my hostage. So, starting today, I am your new boss. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. I'm quite democratic. As soon as I said this, the entire room fell silent. The woman with the blue afro, Bala, remained quite calm and asked, So what are you planning to do after taking over us? You've all seen the previous live broadcast, right? Crocodile told you about the plan to establish the ideal kingdom, Utopia. I shrugged my shoulders and said, My plan is pretty much the same, but the monsters we're going to fight might jump straight from the novice village to hell difficulty. Von Clay wasn't having it. Another utopia? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Didn't the system already expose that Crocodile was just deceiving us? Your real goal is the ancient weapon, Pluton, right? Pluton, huh? I smiled meaningfully. I really don't know where that thing is, but I do have more direct clues than you. However, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Right now, there's only one question. Do you choose to stay or leave? The scene was silent. These people looked at me. I looked at them. And in the end, no one dared to be the first to speak up. It seems you've made a smart choice. I nodded in satisfaction, saying, as for the specific matters, you'll continue to follow Robin's arrangements as before. Catch some pirates, change some bounties, and by the way, help me scout for some promising newcomers. Oh, and regarding this mess in Alabasta, neither the rebel army nor the royal army is allowed to intervene. As soon as I finished speaking, I got up and left. Too lazy to hold a QA session. Family, this is what we call having a vision, leaving those people in chaos. As soon as I left, that poker-faced mister. One went to ask Robin, and Robin, that little fox, smiled and sold out old Sans' dirty secrets, confirming that he was completely done for. While I was busy recruiting new little brothers on my side, Princess Vivi finally returned to the palace on the other side. She cried to her father Cobra, of course. She would never mention the part about dancing for me. When she talked about how I took down old Sand and took over the Baroque works, her father could only accept it with a pinch of his nose. After all, although I'm not a good person, I did solve their major headache. Now, this little girl had only one thought, to persuade the rebel army to surrender quickly before I had a chance to cause trouble. But she was underestimating the situation. The leader of the rebel army, Kusha, was her childhood friend, and just hearing that she was coming made him anxious. If he saw her, he was afraid he couldn't control his rough men. If he didn't, it would make him seem guilty. I'm telling you, this rebel army is rotten to the core. A group of thugs planted here by the Baroque workshop. As soon as they heard the princess was coming to negotiate, their eyes turned green. They started plotting in the tent. Brothers, we heard the princess is coming in person. If we capture her, we can threaten the king, right? Hee. We've never had fun with a princess before. These guys understand public opinion warfare within one night. The rumor of capturing the princess and using the emperor to command the lords spread throughout the entire base. This made Kush's face black as coal when he went to see Vivi the next day. He knew that this was no longer something he could decide alone. When the two met, the atmosphere was TSK, freezing cold. Kusha opened with a bang. Nefertali Vivi, what do you have to say now? Vivi also laid it all on the line, directly revealing her cards. I want to end the war. Everything before was a misunderstanding. It was Crocodile's conspiracy. And now he has been defeated. There will be no more war. I beg you. Give me some time. Give the country some time. Kusha was heartbroken, throwing a series of soul-searching questions back at her. Time? How long do you want? Do you think time can change the hatred here? Do you think everything that has happened here can be resolved with time? I tell you, this little princess Wei Wei truly has some resilience. Her eyes are red, but she still holds her head high and shouts. I just hope to have some time. I will not give up on a single person in this country. Whether they're ordinary people or rebels, it's the same. As soon as these words were spoken, Kusha fell silent. He looked at the girl in front of him, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Yet her gaze was more determined than anyone else's, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. In the end, he relented and set a deadline. 1 month. Just 1 month. Your royal family must change Alabastan. Otherwise, this month will be our final preparation time. After a month, we will go straight to battle. No negotiations. After saying this, Kusha turned to leave, feeling that saying another word would be too much. I tell you, what he was actually thinking was that it would be best not to resort to violence. After all, he had tried to reach out to the king before. And what was the result? Useless. Now that the princess has come to him, offering a way out, he might as well take it. But as he tried to leave, his men were not having it. Goodness, the team behind him was in an uproar. Kusha, just let her go like this? Boss, are you confused? The princess is right in front of us. Capture her. Directly threaten the royal family for weapons and resources. Wouldn't our chances of winning be even greater? They must pay the price for our city. Damn, the atmosphere suddenly changed. It was supposed to be a peaceful negotiation, but it instantly turned into a scene of chaos. The crowd went wild, shouting one after another, and the emotions spread like a virus. Kusha could sense that things were about to spiral out of control. Bang! A gunshot. Someone really pulled the trigger. The bullet was headed straight for Weiwei. Princess, watch out. Belle reacted quickly and blocked the bullet. The king's guards immediately surrounded Weiwei tightly. Kusha was jumping up and down in anxiety, desperately shouting, "Calm down. Everyone calm down. We're just buying them time." But no one was listening. In the crowd, a few hidden instigators started to stir things up, their voices loud. "Kusha has betrayed us. He wants to sell us to the king and live a good life himself. Grab the princess. Charge." I'm telling you, these people are just pure troublemakers. As soon as they shouted, the entire rebel army went into chaos. The people in front were pushed forward by those behind them, and their guns were raised. Some aimed at the king's army, while others, oh my goodness, directly aimed at Kosha's side. As long as Kosha fell, they could rise to power and seize resources. I could hear their scheming even in the rain. A bearded man hiding in the crowd, witnessing this perfect scene unfold according to his script, had a grin almost reaching the sky. He saw Kosha still dazedly trying to maintain order and seized the opportunity to shoot at Kosha. Almost at the same time, someone from the king's army fired back. This bearded man immediately turned into a drama queen, shouting, "The king's army is going to destroy us. Act fast." In an instant, gunfire erupted, and the entire scene went completely out of control. Kosha and a few of his trusted aides, having no clue what was happening, were shot down by their own people. "Kosha!" Vivi watched in shock as the person who had just been negotiating with her fell into a pool of blood, completely breaking down. Didn't they agree? Weren't they about to resolve this? Why did it turn out like this? Lying on the ground, Kosha's consciousness faded, leaving only regret. He looked at the bloodthirsty rebels and could only pray that Vivi would run quickly. "Your Highness, I will take you away," Belle shouted as he shielded against stray bullets while pulling Vivi along. The situation was dire. They were outnumbered, and this was the rebel stronghold. If they didn't leave soon, they would truly be surrounded. How could this happen? Vivi cried uncontrollably, watching the soldiers of the king's army fall one by one to protect her. Suddenly, her mind buzzed with what Kyle had said before leaving. "I'm looking forward to you contacting me for help later for Alabasta." Did you foresee all this? She felt dazed, unable to hear the gunfire and cries around her, as if she were in a trance. "Your Highness, we need to go." Seeing her frozen, Belle didn't have time to think and transformed into a falcon, grabbing her and flying into the sky. "Fire! Shoot them down." The rebels even brought out small artillery, bombarding the sky. Belle, carrying Vivi, dodged bullets and cannonballs, flying in a perilous manner. Moreover, he sensed something was off with Vivi in his arms. She kept muttering something. "Stop shooting. Please. Since you've thought it through, you must have a way. It's all my fault. Please don't let them die anymore. No matter the cost, let Alabasta return to normal." Vivi looked at the battlefield below, which was flowing with blood, her lips bleeding from biting them. The king's army she brought was on the verge of annihilation. She desperately shouted in her heart, not knowing if anyone could hear her. The next second, a voice seemed to resonate directly in her mind. "As you wish." Far away in the rain, Kyle received all the information through the Guardian Crane and acted remotely. Boom! A terrifying power erupted from Vivi, almost knocking Belle down from the sky. She instantly understood. It was that guy, the creature beside Kyle that looked like a raccoon. This guy had calculated everything from the beginning, waiting for this moment. Quicksand binding. Without her needing to control it, the chakra that exploded from her engulfed the entire battlefield. The sand on the ground seemed to come alive, surging wildly, directly binding everyone still fighting, whether they were rebels or king's soldiers, turning them into dumplings. I'm telling you, the scene was like the sand suddenly awakening, executing a cleanup order across the battlefield. It was incredible. With just a thought from the Guardian Crane, thousands of people could be twisted into a rope. What is this? It's Crocodile. The sand crocodile is here. Everyone screamed, but they couldn't move at all, except for Belle and Vivi in the sky. There was no one left standing on the ground. "Your Highness." Belle stared at the scene below, dumbfounded. "Is this a devil fruit? I'll explain later, but first, let's save people." Vivi snapped back to reality and immediately told Belle to descend. She shouted at the bound soldiers of the king's army, "Can you break their bindings?" As soon as she finished speaking, The sand binding the soldiers of the king's army fell apart. Vivi sighed in relief and quickly directed the survivors. Hurry, treat the wounded, disarm all the rebels' weapons, and control them. Yes, your highness. A group of king's soldiers, though still confused, followed orders. Your highness, don't move. Leave this to us. Belle quickly stopped Vivi, who wanted to help. We need to find Kosha first, Vivi said, struggling a bit. I'll handle it. As soon as Belle finished speaking, the sand beside him moved again, automatically bringing Kosha and a few of his subordinates over. Kosha. Looking at the barely conscious Kosha, Vivi felt a deep ache in her heart. At the same time, she felt even more mysterious about Kyle, who was hidden behind the scenes. Does this guy really know everything? Cough, cough. It seems you have one, Kosha said weakly. He thought he was doomed, but unexpectedly, the sand was quite intelligent and hadn't he killed him. This time, there are no winners in Alabasta. Vivi shook her head, adding silently in her heart, the only winner is that bastard. Is this crocodile's ability? Kosha still doubted. Just then, several figures that moved too fast to be seen suddenly fell from the sky, crashing heavily into the sand and creating a large pit. The leader, dressed in a white Navy uniform with a justice cloak draped over his back, was a naval officer. The Navy. Vivi's heart sank. Seeing these people, she felt no joy. Little girl, you must be the princess, an old man with purple hair and a massive mechanical arm spoke, his aura commanding. I just heard you mention crocodile. Could you share some information with us? I'm telling you, this old man is Admiral Zephyr, a former Navy general. He originally came to find Kyle, but halfway here he heard too much commotion and came to take a look, only to hear Crocodile's name. I have nothing to do with him. Vivi gritted her teeth and denied it. Nothing to do with him? A beautiful female Navy officer with blue hair stepped out from behind Zephyr, her eyes filled with hostility. As far as I know, what Crocodile is doing here is definitely related to your royal family. Ein, don't scare the girl. Zephyr turned around and said. The girl named Ein immediately stepped back, but her eyes were still fixed on Vivi. Young lady, it's useless to lie in front of me. Zephyr grinned, his smile chilling. From your reaction, I can basically conclude that you not only know Crocodile, but also understand his current situation. And this strange power you have. It seems you know quite a bit. Belle quickly stood in front of Vivi. Admiral, we are a member of the world government, and Her Highness has the right not to answer your questions. If you want to find Crocodile, you can go to Rain Base. Zephyr, the teacher, suddenly spoke up beside Ein. I think she definitely knows about Kyle. Kyle and Crocodile are both in Rain Base. There's no way they Haven T had a conflict. Kyle? Vivi's heart tightened. Zephyr's eyes brightened, directly offering a deal. Tell me where that kid Kyle is, and I'll help you deal with the rebel army here. How about it? I don't know any Kyle you're talking about. Vivi clenched her fists and turned to leave. Zephyr didn't pursue her, leisurely playing mind games from behind. Looks like I guessed right. He helped you deal with Crocodile, and now he's helping you deal with the rebels? Vivi's face instantly turned pale. Oh no, this old fox has guessed everything. Just then, she felt a pull of power from her body, and a stream of sand gathered behind her, forming a gigantic eye made of sand in front of Zephyr and the others. Huh, is this that kid's new power? Zephyr looked at the eye, laughing instead of being surprised. Kid, are you planning to just stare at your teacher like this? The sand surged, forming two characters on the ground. Rain Base. Immediately after, 3 people were hurled out from the crowd of rebels with a bang, 2 dead and 1 seriously injured, landing right by Zephyr's feet. Ein rushed over to check and found that these people had din mushy on them and were professionally trained, not ordinary rebels at all. CP agents? Zephyr understood. Let's go. That kid is waiting for us in Rain Base. He glanced at Vivi, who was still directing the rescue efforts, and then at his student Ein, whose expression was a bit complicated, suddenly laughing. Huh, if that kid causes trouble, do you want me to help you deal with him? Ein's face turned red. No need, Teacher Zephyr. This is my own business. The group hurried to Rain Base. As night fell, they finally arrived at the brilliantly lit casino. Rain Banquet. As soon as they entered, a mature and charming woman approached. It was Nico Robin. Zephyr saw her and smirked disdainfully. That kid has fallen too? Mixing with one of criminals, truly unexpected. As he spoke, he moved his mechanical arm, the posture suggesting he was about to dismantle the place in the next second. Please don't misunderstand, Navy gentlemen, Robin quickly explained. I'm just a worker now. The boss said he is warming up to welcome you properly. Warming up? Ha! It seems that kid's way of welcoming isn't very friendly. Zephyr sneered and strode inside. The group followed Robin to the basement, which looked like an aquarium, housing many large crocodiles. In the center of the venue, a black-haired boy with his upper body bare was stretching. "Oh, you finally made it, teacher." Kyle stopped his movements and looked at the elderly man. "Kyle." Zephyr's voice was a bit low, looking at this student who looked exactly like he remembered. His feelings were extremely complicated. "And you, on long time no see, you become more beautiful." Kyle smiled and greeted Ein behind Zephyr. "You should apologize to the teacher first." Ein said coldly. "Oh, you still respect the teacher this much, could it be Oedipus complex?" Kyle said with a mischievous smile. Ein's face instantly turned red and pale, angrily cursing him. "Enough." Zephyr interrupted their reunion, his face heavy as he asked, "What on earth is going on with you now? Where's Crocodile?" "I will respond differently based on your answers." "What's going on?" Kyle spread his hands. "Simply put, I have things I want to do now, so I can't go back with you, teacher. Besides, I want to graduate from your side for real. Of course, it would be even better if I could convince you to stay and help me." As soon as he finished speaking, the sand in the entire basement began to surge wildly, instantly sealing off all exits, turning the place into a gigantic sand coliseum. "Kyle, what are you doing?" An exclaimed. I didn't even look at her. The surrounding sand had already automatically bound Ein and all the other Navy officers, dragging them out of the arena. Even Robin was cleared out. In the blink of an eye, only Kyle and Zephyr were left in the place. "You." Zephyr watched this scene, furious to the point of almost spitting blood. "Have you collaborated with Crocodile?" "Don't think too much. Crocodile has already become history." Kyle sighed now. "I just simply want to graduate, and by the way, persuade you." "Persuade me?" "That's right." Kyle spread his hands, his eyes flashing with a mad light. "Persuade you to help me, to turn this world upside down together." I tell you, after hearing this, Teacher ZFA didn't hesitate for a second. The old man exploded on the spot with an angry roar, charging forward like a cannonball, his massive steel arm swinging towards Kyle's face with a whoosh. It looked like he was ready to clear the scene immediately. But Kyle, he didn't dodge at all. He even smiled and said, "Teacher, my weight right now might be a bit heavier than you imagine." As he spoke, his seemingly skinny fist met the attack head-on, wrapped in a layer of dark, domineering armed color. At that moment, my heart was in my throat. Isn't this just using an egg to hit a rock? With a huge bang. And guess what happened? Kyle was knocked back 2 steps, leaving 2 marks on the ground with his feet, but he was completely fine. On the contrary, the huge steel arm of Teacher Zephyr actually got a dent from his punch. My goodness, this armament hockey is just too impressive. Kyle himself was quite surprised and shook his hands, saying, "As expected of a teacher, I thought I could at least go 50-50 with you." Zephyr's face darkened, and while he said, "You're still far from it," he was probably already churning inside. He didn't believe in evil, transforming into a blur as he madly attacked Kyle with his seemingly heavy iron arm, which felt weightless in his hands. The two fought fiercely, with the sound of impacts echoing continuously. But to be honest, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Kyle was at a disadvantage. After all, who was Zephyr? He was a monster forged from a lifetime of combat experience. Even though Kyle had observation hockey to predict movements, he couldn't withstand Zephyr's muscle memory level combat intuition. Sure enough, in a moment of carelessness, Kyle was sent flying by a sweeping blow, crashing into the wall and embedding himself in it. Although he had hockey protecting him, that hit was enough to make him feel like he had taken a serious blow, probably leaving his bones numb. He got up, shook his arm, and honestly admitted, "All right, in terms of fighting, I'm really not your match." Seeing an opportunity, Zephyr immediately followed up with another fierce strike, shouting, "Kid, let me teach you a lesson." That iron arm of his concealed explosives that detonated instantly, delivering a crushing blow. The power was more ferocious than a cannonball. If it landed, Kyle would either die or be severely injured. Just at this critical moment, Kyle smiled. He had no intention of taking it head-on. Suddenly, a massive ice crystal shield emerged in front of him. Not only did it perfectly block the explosion, but the bone-chilling cold also spread up Zephyr's iron arm. Zephyr's heart sank as he wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Kyle was faster, grabbing backhandedly as frost erupted instantly. Crack, crack, the ground, the walls, and half of Zephyr's body were all encased in ice. The battle ended just like that. Kyle blew on his non-existent smoke from his fingers, smiling as he walked up to the ice sculpture and greeted, "Hey, teacher, got you." Relying solely on physical skills wasn't enough for him, but with this, he should be qualified to talk to you, right? The entire room had turned into an ice cellar. Zephyr stared wide-eyed, squeezing out a few words between his teeth. "Is this the essence of the devil?" "Bingo." Kyle snapped his fingers, placing a hand on Zephyr to the ice. When Zephyr was released, he was still a bit dazed, shivering from the cold, but more so in shock and an indescribable sense of relief. He sighed, as if resigned to his fate. "You little rascal, consider yourself graduated. Speak, what's your plan?" In response, Kyle scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and said, "My plan is what I just mentioned. I think this world is too rotten. The celestial dragons, the 7 warlords, the problems within the Navy. They're all issues. I want to change all of this, so I want to ask you to join me." "Zephyr, is that it?" He was ready to hear a lengthy discourse, and it turned out to be just these few sentences. He was so angry he almost wanted to give Kyle another crushing blow. Kyle looked innocent. "Isn't that enough? You know better than I do how rotten this world is, right? You didn't get the support troop situation when I died. Isn't that bad enough?" One sentence hit Zephyr right where it hurt. He fell silent, wanting to refute, but had no words. Seeing him wavering, Kyle struck again. "Teacher, you don't have to decide right now. I can even tell you your future. You will soon have your arm cut off by a pirate, and that pirate will later be recruited by the world government as a new warlord. You'll be completely disappointed in the Navy and then leave." Kyle laid out his future script in detail, even explaining the Navy's secret power source, the energy rock. The more Zephyr listened, the more alarmed he became. How did Kyle, a person who had died and come back, know all this? You already knew everything? "Just consider it information I brought back from hell," Kyle said with a mysterious smile, just as the two were at a standstill. That annoying system screen popped up in front of them again. "Quiz event begins." Goodness, this electronic pickled vegetable really knows how to pick its moments. Question: in a future without the system, who was the first successful infiltrator of Impel down in Pelton? Below, 10 options popped up, including Magellan, Sengoku, Whitebeard, and Shiki. Enough to dazzle anyone. The whole world was stunned. How could the impregnable Impel down be infiltrated? The Warden Magellan immediately denied it in the chat. "Impossible. You're joking. As long as I'm here, it won't happen." Fleet Admiral Sengoku was even more anxious, quickly messaging Magellan to strengthen security. Just then, his den mushy rang, and he hurriedly called Zephyr. As soon as the call connected, Sengoku asked urgently, "Zephyr, how's it going over there?" Zephyr glanced at Kyle, who was studying the answer options, and expressionlessly told the den mushy, "I lost." There was an immediate silence on the other end. Sengoku was probably dumbfounded. "You lost? You got captured?" "Yes, we were all captured. That kid is right next to me," Zephyr said, sounding completely justified. Sengoku was utterly speechless. "How could you be so calm on the phone after being captured? Are you playing house?" He took a deep breath and dropped a bombshell. "Tell him that as long as he is willing to come back, the next admiral will be him." Zephyr relayed the message. However, Kyle didn't even look up, scoffing. "Admiral? You mean that kind of position where you serve the celestial dragons like a dog? Always on call and having to watch your face? No interest." This was directly transmitted through the den mushy to Sengoku's ears, nearly giving him a heart attack from anger. But he held back and said, "Then the warlord will be fine, as long as he is willing to take orders." Just listen to how humble the fleet admiral had become to win Kyle over. Kyle finally lifted his head, lazily saying, "Going back is impossible. There's no foundation of trust between us. How about this? Let's establish an employment relationship. You pay, and I help you catch pirates, doubling the bounty for me. What do you think?" He actually wanted to turn the Navy into his employer. Even more astonishing was that Sengoku on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time and actually agreed. The condition was that Kyle had to let Zephyr go back and accept Navy bounty missions in the future. The two of them completed the negotiation for cooperation across the air. After finishing the deal, the system began a new round of questions. Question: who helped Straw Hat Luffy enter Impel down? Upon seeing the question, Kyle understood immediately and chose the pirate Empress Hancock. Then he slyly said to Zephyr, "Teacher, You should choose this too. It's free observation hockey. Don't pass it up. Saying this, he also used his ability to bring in Ein, a beautiful officer with blue wavy hair, who is also Zephyr's student. Ein was about to get angry, but upon seeing Zephyr there, she immediately stood straight. Zephyr told her to answer the question and choose Hancock. Although Ein was confused, she obediently complied. Then let me tell you, this became interesting. Just after Zephyr finished explaining the situation to Ein, stating that Kyle wanted her to be the liaison and added that this was voluntary. If she didn't want to, it was fine. Goodness, Ein was about to nod, but when she turned and saw Kyle's amused expression, the words got swallowed back. And she directly said, "I'll listen to the teacher's arrangement." Kyle laughed at that moment and jokingly said, "You look like a little brat." Ein instantly got angry. "You're the brat. Look at you, you look just like a little brat. I'm telling you, that kid Kyle really doesn't act like a human." He straightened his chest and had a look on his face that said, "Go ahead, try me. Is he just a little brat? Why don't you check the goods yourself? I'm doing just fine. Family, who understands? This is just the beginning, and the sour smell of office romance is already wafting in." Zephyr couldn't stand it any longer and interrupted with a shout. "Enough, you two. Save the arguing for after I leave. Can you show some consideration for this lonely old man?" Ein immediately lowered his head to apologize, and Kyle shrugged and stopped talking, probably thinking about how to train you properly once the old man is gone. Just as the two of them were bickering, ding, the answer was announced. Correct answer, 9. Pirate Empress Hancock. Reward for answering correctly. Observation hockey. In an instant, I felt a buzz in my head, and the whole world became clear. It was also the first time for Zephyr and Ein to receive a reward, and the expressions on their faces were a mix of shock and joy, like they had won the lottery. Immediately after, the screen split in two, and wow, it was live broadcast. On a Navy warship, there was indeed the Pirate Empress Hancock, and under her big cloak, she was tightly hiding Straw Hat Luffy. This sent the whole world into a frenzy. On the East Blue side, Sanji had gone crazy, shaking Luffy by the collar and shouting, "Why is it you, Luffy? The world's most beautiful woman. I want her too." Luffy looked confused. "I don't know her." Nami knocked Sanji down with a punch and calmly analyzed. "The key point is why Luffy would go to a place like Impel Down. If we're not careful, we could all get caught." On Amazon Lily, the Empress herself was also dumbfounded. She looked at the silly Luffy on the screen with a face full of disdain. "How could I let such a fool touch me? Absolutely impossible." Just as her words fell, the Navy's transponder snail rang, like a death knell, and the Empress's face darkened, probably already putting Luffy on her blacklist in her mind. "I'm enjoying myself here. The feeling of the observation hockey upgrading is simply amazing." Zephyr and Ein are becoming more wary of this system. Just then, a new question arises. Question: why does Straw Hat Luffy want to break into Impel Down in a future without the system? The following 4 options are all shocking. 1. To become famous. 2. To save his grandfather Garp. 3. To save his father Dragon. 4. To save his brother, Whitebeard's 2nd Division, Captain Portgas the Ace. Correct answer reward. Special, APDX 4869. Wrong answer penalty, 10 years off your lifespan. I was stunned at that moment. APDX 4869? The shrinking pill from Conan? This system is quite something. The punishment is severe too, 10 years of lifespan. Kyle didn't hesitate at all. His speed as a long-time single was impressive, and he quickly answered, directly choosing 4. Ein beside him was almost dying of anxiety. "How did you know? This is 10 years of lifespan." Kyle grinned at her playfully. "Don't worry. I won T let you be a widow." As a result, Ein shot him a glare. "You've died once, and you're still so confident." Just as they were flirting, Old Man Zephyr suddenly spoke up, his voice heavy. "Kyle, the Navy that tricked you before is dead." Kyle was taken aback. Zephyr continued, "That guy died during a mission, not by his hand." After hearing this, Kyle's expression was eerily calm. He just asked, "What about the pirates that tried to kill me?" "The 3 brothers of the Salomon family. The 3rd one was killed by you. The other 2 are now in the New World, under Kaido, hard to deal with." "Kaido?" Kyle murmured, then didn't he ask further. I could see that compared to the pirates who tried to kill him, he hated that Navy traitor who stood by and did nothing even more. While they were talking, the answer was announced. Correct answer. 4, because Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander, Fire Fist Ace, was captured and thus invaded Impel Down to rescue Ace. Reward for answering correctly. Special APDX 4869. The whole world erupted again. On the Whitebeard Pirates side, everyone was dumbfounded. Ace is going to be captured in the future? But Ace himself was completely distracted, staring intently at the reward description. Special APDX 4869. Taking it will reverse aging. Reverse aging? The Whitebeard ship instantly exploded. Dad, we must get this medicine. Action. Go find the person who answered correctly. Whitebeard was initially calm, but thinking about being able to return to his youth and protect everyone for a few more years, he was also tempted, directly ordering the entire Whitebeard pirates to set sail. The Navy side also went crazy. Admiral Sengoku thought, "We've finally been able to wear Whitebeard down. We absolutely cannot let him reverse aging. We, the Navy, want this medicine." In an instant, the eyes of the whole world focused on the small pill in Kyle's hand. Kyle held the little candy-like pill, turned around with a grin, and asked Zephyr, "Teacher, are you interested?" Old man Zephyr refused without a second thought. I understood him. An old-school soldier, disdainful of relying on such things for life. Kyle pouted, "But this thing, apart from giving it to you, I have no use for it." Just then, the din-din mushy rang. Zephyr picked it up, and on the other end was Sengoku's urgent voice. "Zephyr, tell that kid we want the pill. He can set any condition." As a result, Kyle snatched the conversation and shouted into the din-din mushy, "Admiral Sengoku, you're too late. The thing has already been given to my teacher." While saying this, he directly shoved the pill towards Zephyr's mouth. This put Zephyr in a tough spot. Having said that, if he didn't eat it, wouldn't he that just be slapping his own student in the face? Sengoku on the other end was furious. But there was nothing he could do. He could only say, "It's fine if he eats it." "Zephyr, hurry back to check your health." After hanging up, Zephyr looked at the pill in front of him, sighed, and swallowed it in one gulp. The next second, a miracle happened. I watched in amazement as old man Zephyr's whole body heated up. His robust body rapidly shrank. Wrinkles on his face disappeared. His beard was gone. And his hair became thick. In just a few seconds, an imposing old man transformed into a cool teenager of about 14 or 15. I was shocked at that moment. I thought I was going to become Conan, but I ended up directly turning into Shinichi Kudo. I was stunned and couldn't even call out to the teacher. The young version of Zephyr felt his body and said, "My body is weakened, but my combat experience and hockey are still intact." Kyle nodded and said, "It's like resetting the muscles you've trained. You have to level up again." Just as they finished analyzing, the system came alive again. The screen started playing footage of Ace being captured and sent to Impel Down, and even Garp went to visit him, which made the whole world believe it. Then, the fourth question came. Question: who caused Fire Fist Ace to be imprisoned in Impel Down? Wow, there were 10 options from Blackbeard to Akainu, and even Hancock was included. Correct answer reward, Paramecia cells. Incorrect answer penalty, 10 years off your lifespan. This reward was even more outrageous. Paramecia cells can help you break your limits, but will cause you to become a monster and may even lead to death. This thing is a high-risk, high-reward devil supplement. Ambitious people all over the world went crazy, forcing their subordinates to answer questions, betting lives on it. Kyle calmly chose option 1, Blackbeard Teach. Then he even tricked Zephyr and Ein into choosing as well. As a result, these two really believed him, showing unconditional trust. This time, it seemed the system was scared by Kyle's previous actions, as it did not announce who answered correctly in real time, but unified the results when the time was up. And guess what? Thousands of people around the world guessed correctly. The screen was filled with winning notifications, and I felt like the system's back end was about to be cleaned out. Kyle and the others successfully received 3 heart-like flesh chunks that still beat. But I was so disgusted that he tossed them directly to Kyle, just as we were mocking whether this system would be broken. A new video started playing on the screen. The scene shifted to an island where Ace and the entire Blackbeard pirates were facing off. Blackbeard's signature toothy grin was disgustingly wide. "Hey, Captain Ace." Ace's face was cold. "Shut up. I'm not your captain." Blackbeard kept joking around, probing to see if there were any Whitebeard people around. Eventually, he revealed his true intentions, trying to recruit Ace. "Ace, come be my partner. The era of Whitebeard is over. Let's first take down your brother Luffy as a tribute to the government." Hearing Luffy's name, Ace's killing intent instantly erupted. He's my brother. I absolutely won't let you go." Before he finished speaking, Blackbeard's sniper shot fired, but the bullet passed right through Ace's flaming body, having no effect. Ace immediately countered with a fire pistol, shooting BU, causing chaos on the other side. Then a big guy on the opposite side directly lifted a building and smashed it over, but Ace used flame pillar and burned through the building with a loud bang. Only then did Blackbeard order his men to retreat and started trying to clear his name, saying it wasn't his intention to kill his comrade Sachi. It was that dark fruit that insisted on following him. What could he do? Fate chose him. Ace's fists clenched. "So you killed him and stole the fruit?" Blackbeard laughed wildly. "Exactly. Now I'm his strongest. Ace, let me show you the most abnormal existence in the Logia category." Instantly, endless darkness surged from behind him, engulfing the entire town. Blackbeard spread his arms wide, boasting with immense pride. "Your body is fire, while mine is darkness. The most vicious power in the history of devil fruits, the dark fruit. Just how strong this power is, I will show you right now. The so-called darkness is gravity, an infinite gravitational force that devours everything." That darkness swept over Ace, and Blackbeard was still showing off. "I just wanted you to see my power first. I tell you, that thing was almost alive, instantly swallowing the entire town whole. Buildings, streets, all gone in a snap, leaving only the little piece of land under Ace's feet." Blackbeard was still there gloating, but Ace didn't give him a chance to keep blabbering. Let me tell you, Ace's temper was explosive. Just thinking about Sachi made his eyes turn red. Without a word, he raised his hand and unleashed a firefly. Fire Dama. Goodness. A bunch of green, ghostly flames slammed right into Blackbeard, igniting him instantly. Blackbeard rolled on the ground in pain, howling. The scene was something else. But then something strange happened. Ace was puzzled. Naturally, he shouldn't be this helpless, right? Upon closer inspection, he saw that the flames he shot were being slowly absorbed by the darkness on Blackbeard. Family, who understands this? This was like Ace's nightmare beginning. Blackbeard, while gritting his teeth in pain, laughed maniacally. "I told you my dark fruit is a bug. It can absorb any attack, but the price is double the pain. But compared to this power, it's worth it." Just as he finished speaking, he reached out with his big hand and shouted, "Dark water." Wow, that suction was outrageous. Even from a distance, Ace was yanked over by an invisible force. He couldn't even elementalize. It was as if he had been yanked off the internet cable, instantly turning from an elemental powerhouse back into an ordinary person, caught by Blackbeard by the neck. "You feel it now, Ace." Blackbeard punched Ace, sending him flying, and the flame fruit was completely muted. "Ha ha ha. How long has it been since I felt the taste of being beaten?" Blackbeard knew how to taunt, and with another dark water attack, Ace reacted quickly. Having learned from his previous lesson, he immediately counterattacked. 2 flame spears, divine fire, unknown fire, pierced through Blackbeard. Although the flames were quickly absorbed again, the intense pain was enough for Blackbeard to drink a pot of it. As soon as Ace landed, he unleashed a crossfire, making it an intense battle. On the entire island, one side was blazing with flames, while the other was engulfed in endless darkness, clashing furiously. But anyone with keen eyes could see that the flames were being suppressed tightly. Ace was just scraping the surface. Both of them were nearly exhausted, and Blackbeard started to PUA again. "Ace, give up. In the face of darkness, everything is powerless. Become my ally." Ace could barely stand, but that force was still there. He propped himself up and spat. "If I yield to power, what kind of man would I be? The words regret do not exist in my life dictionary. Do you understand, you idiot? What a pity, Ace. Since you've completely given up, then become my stepping stone to fame." The darkness erupted completely, and Ace went all out, gathering all his flames, unleashing his strongest move, Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. A gigantic fireball comparable to the sun crashed into the all-devouring darkness. Which is stronger, the sun or darkness? Only one can win. Ace roared, "I choose to let Whitebeard become a king." Boom! The entire island was nearly obliterated by the clash between these two. I'll tell you, the scene isn't over yet. With a shift of the camera, it directly cuts to the Whitebeard pirate's ship in a new world. While the ship is in chaos, Blackbeard himself, the one who hasn't betrayed yet, is now panicking like a grandson, frantically explaining, "Dad, family, this is definitely not me. It's AI face swapping. It's deepfake. I've been on this ship for decades. Don't you believe me?" The people on the ship are looking at him oddly, especially since the video played a clip of him trying to use Ace to exchange for the Warlord title, which is simply a social death scene. In the end, it's the 1st Division Captain Marco who looks at Whitebeard. "Dad, what do you say?" Whitebeard scans the room. This old man is sentimental after all, having shared decades with these family members. He didn't order takeout Teach, but instead said solemnly, "Go find the dark fruit." What he meant was, as long as this fruit doesn't fall into Teach's hands, his ambitions can't grow. Teach, upon hearing this, temporarily breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little hopeful. What if they really found it? However, he couldn't dare to think of anything now. If that broken system came a few more times and said he killed Whitebeard next time, he would probably be torn to pieces by the angry family members on the spot. Just when the atmosphere on Whitebeard's ship was awkward to the extreme, that broken system came again. The quiz event starts. Question: Is Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain Fire Fist Ace the biological brother of Straw Hat Luffy? Judgment question: 1. Yes. 2. No. Correct answer reward: Beautiful Skin Hot Spring A15. Wrong answer punishment: Go to Sabeti Archipelago and beat a celestial dragon once. I tell you, the whole world is stunned. This reward, the Beautiful Skin Hot Spring, sounds like something that would drive all women crazy. But this punishment, who understands of family members hitting the celestial dragons? That's not a punishment. That's sending someone to reincarnate directly. Who dares to answer? What if they answer incorrectly, and the system enforces it? Wouldn't that mean the ancestors for generations would be doomed too? For a moment, the whole world fell silent. But at that moment, over at Yin, Kyle and his group were acting as if nothing was wrong. Kyle directly pulled Robin. Come on, it's a quiz. Isn't this just an easy question? This hot spring will be our money-making cat in the future. Robin was a bit resistant, but seeing Kyle's confident demeanor, she obediently made her choice. Soon, the answer was announced. The whole world breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, not many people guessed randomly. On Kyle's side, seeing a long list of Navy Award winners scroll across the screen, he was ecstatic. The Navy was milking the system again. Robin looked at the hot spring card in her hand with curiosity. Kyle immediately confiscated it and started planning how to open a hot spring resort to make big money. Just as he was getting excited about the money, the system went haywire again, going completely crazy. The quiz event begins. Question: Who is the biological father of Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain Fire Fist Ace? There were 10 options below: Garp, Dragon, Luffy, Sengoku, Akainu, Roger. Goodness, even Zephyr made the list. Correct answer reward: Spring of Wine A15. Incorrect answer punishment: Go to Sabeti Archipelago and hit a celestial dragon once. The world fell silent again. This punishment is directly confronting the celestial dragons, right? Teacher, you're even on the list. Kyle joked. Zephyr's face darkened. My child cannot become a pirate. Did you know again? Of course, Kyle chose the answer directly. 6. Pirate King Roger. Hurry up and choose. There are quite a few people who know about this. Zephyr, Ein, and Robin were all stunned. Roger. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters in Sengoku's office, Garp could no longer hold back and reveal the truth. I tell you, Sengoku broke down on the spot, pointing at Garp's nose and scolding. Garp, you old fool. The Navy will eventually be ruined by your family. One son of the Revolutionary Army, one grandson of a pirate, and now there's even a grandson of the Pirate King. You think about how to end this. On Whitebeard's ship, Ace also confessed to his family. Then, the system announced the answer. Correct answer: 6. Pirate King Roger. The whole world exploded. The bloodline of the Pirate King still exists. My God, does he know where the great treasure is? The Whitebeard pirates are in big trouble now. The world government will definitely not let them go. In the new world, Shanks looked at the news and muttered to himself, the captain's child. No wonder. He put down his cup, and to his crew he said, the banquet is over. Prepare to set off to meet Whitebeard. Next, there might be a tough battle to fight. Just as the whole world was stirred by this news, that damn system didn't give anyone a moment to react and popped up again. The quiz event begins. Question: After Ace was captured by Blackbeard and handed over to the Navy, what was his final outcome? The 6 options below made everyone gasp. Public execution, rescued, or died at Navy headquarters. Correct answer reward. Pot of spring water, A17. Incorrect answer punishment. Go to Sabati Archipelago and hit a celestial dragon once. This time the reward was a bit lackluster, but the punishment was still deadly. Fewer people dared to answer. Over at Yen, Kyle didn't think twice and directly chose 3. The Navy announces Ace's identity and publicly executes him at Navy headquarters. A large number of pirates attack Navy headquarters. But Ace is not rescued and dies at Navy headquarters. Zephyr felt a tightness in his chest. Will the war at Navy headquarters really happen? Kyle glanced at him. Do you think Sengoku's character would let it go if he captured Roger's son? Soon, the answer was announced, and it was indeed 3. Then, let me tell you, the most ruthless part came. The system screen directly fast-forwarded to show future scenes. The images flashed quickly, as if afraid people would see clearly. But the final scene froze, making everyone's souls tremble. In the image, Akainu's magma-filled fist pierced through Ace's chest. Ace protected Luffy behind him. Using his body to block this blow, he slowly fell, collapsing into Luffy's embrace. Luffy, on the other hand, completely broke down, mouth open in a silent wail. That expression. Who among the family understands? The sky had fallen. In the east blue, on the Going Merry. Luffy was dumbfounded, staring at the screen, unable to believe his eyes. Ace is dead? Impossible. I will definitely save him. Luffy's voice was trembling. Nami hurried to comfort him. Luffy, that's the future. Nothing has happened yet. Usopp pointed at the screen, his voice changed. Hey, Luffy. Beside him, Zoro gripped the handle of his sword and said in a deep voice, this won't happen. We need to speed up now. Let's not waste time. Luffy suddenly raised his head, pressing down his straw hat to cover his face. His usual cheerful demeanor completely vanished. I know. He stood up and shouted to everyone. Accelerate forward. Get into the Grand Line as soon as possible. I want to see Ace. The crew on the ship didn't say a word of nonsense, pretending to laugh casually in response. There's no choice then. We'll listen to the captain. Set sail, Grand Line. Our era has come. As a result, let me tell you, this era hasn't even begun yet. And the whole world suddenly had a giant screen drop down, started a live broadcast the future. Goodness, the opening was the Marineford War, directly spoiling everything for us. As the screen lit up, I was dumbfounded. The first division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the immortal Marco, transformed into a blue flame and charged towards the execution platform, trying to save Ace. Who among the family understands? That was so cool. But what happened? The old man Garp on the execution platform, Luffy's own grandfather, didn't even say hello, and with a flash of his figure, he directly punched Marco from the sky down to the ground. With a bang, it created a huge pit. Marco was completely stunned. At that moment, I thought, wow, old man, are you really going to sacrifice your family for justice? But as the camera zoomed in, Carp's expression was twisted like a pretzel, his face showing that he didn't want this at all. The scene shifted, and the main character made his entrance. A scissor-handed guy, with a couple of snips, opened up the ground and created a path to the execution platform. Right after that, our Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, charged forward like a cannonball, shouting Ace, I'm coming. And guess what happened? His grandfather Carp just stood in the middle of the path like a mountain. Want to get through? The old man's face was black as a pot bottom, and every word came out squeezed through his teeth. Step over my dead body. Luffy was getting anxious, almost in tears. Grandpa, please move aside. I'm a Navy. You're a pirate. I can't back down. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. The grandfather and grandson. One wanted to save his brother, the other wanting to uphold justice. Neither could back down. Luffy pleaded with him, calling him Grandpa. And Carp's heart must have shattered into a QR code, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Luffy, I won't hold back. I will treat you as an enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, the two charged at each other. Luffy activated Gear Second, steam billowing from his body, and threw a punch. And Carp, the Navy hero who could use mountains as punching bags, just before his fist was about to hit his grandson, guess what he did? He closed his eyes. He closed his eyes, folks. Boom. With a loud crash, Karp was sent flying by his grandson's punch, falling off the bridge. He didn't even fight back. He willingly took the hit. At that moment, I realized that this old man would rather take a beating than stop his grandson from saving his brother. Luffy rushed up to the execution platform, but as soon as he took out the key, it was cut in half by a laser from Kizaru. Immediately after, Admiral Sengoku transformed into a shining golden Buddha, smashing the entire execution platform with a single slap. The scene shifted to the Admiral's office, and the atmosphere was incredibly awkward. The three admirals, Karp, and Sengoku were all present. Akainu, the magma man, still injured, had a face so dark it could drip ink. He couldn't hold back any longer and directly lashed out. "Admiral, why do I feel like that slap just now was so weak?" And Karp, being knocked away by his grandson's punch? "Kizaru, you took so long just to break a key? So I'm the only villain here, right? You all are acting, slacking off, and fishing while I'm the only one getting the short end of the stick? The clown is actually me?" Sengoku was caught off guard and could only laugh awkwardly to brush it off. I kind of looked at these people and thought, great, they're all traitors, feeling completely isolated by the world. Just when the Navy was having workplace bullying, a new question appeared on the screen in the sky. Question: which great filial son under Whitebeard betrayed and seriously injured him during the Marineford War? Damn! As soon as this question came up, the Whitebeard ship erupted. A group of muscular men shouted to find the traitor. When the answer was revealed, it turned out to be a guy named Squard, the Great Whirlpool Spider. Immediately after, a video was released. On the battlefield, Squard walked up to Whitebeard from behind with a large sword. The old man was still facing away from him, concerned. "Son, are you all right?" While Squard was saying, "I'm still alive," he was also passionately confessing, "All 43 of us in the pirate crew have received your grace, and for you, we would go through fire and water." At that moment, I was quite moved, but the next second, that bastard instantly stabbed Whitebeard right through the chest. The shocked look in Whitebeard's eyes was unbelievable. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned, and Marco was the first to react, flying back and kicking Squard to the ground, shouting at him why he did it. The video paused here, and a new question popped up. Question: why did Squard stab Whitebeard? The answer was even more outrageous, because he was tricked by the Navy, saying that Whitebeard sold all his sons to save Ace. Wow, this scheme was ahead of its time. The video continued, with Squard being pinned down by Marco, still shouting, "Dad sold us out. He made a deal with the Navy." Many people started to waver. Then Whitebeard, the man who had just been stabbed, you guess what he said? He first explained that this was Sengoku's scheme to sow discord, then looked at Squard and said word by word, "You really are a foolish son. But even if you're a foolish son, I still love you all." After saying that, he opened his arms and hugged Squard, the one who stabbed him. Oh my! I was completely stunned. This vision, this demeanor, was simply extraordinary. The Navy's scheme was utterly shattered by Whitebeard's embrace, instead making his men even more united. But did you think that was it? There was more explosive content to come. The system threw out the ultimate question. Who did the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, ultimately die at the hands of? The whole world thought it was the Navy's 3 admirals, or Garp and Sengoku, but when the answer came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Blackbeard teach. Suddenly, all eyes on Whitebeard's ship, hundreds of killing intents, instantly locked onto that fat man kneeling on the ground. It was him, the one who handed Ace over to the Navy, and now, the one who killed Dad was also him. Blackbeard was sweating at that moment, kneeling there and frantically banging his head, with snot and tears. "Dad, it wasn't me. Let me explain. It was my future self that was possessed. I was taken over by a dirty thing." He was still acting there, but Whitebeard raised his hand, his voice very calm. "Everyone quiet down, foolish sons. Let's first see what actually happened." Everyone then quieted down, staring intently at the screen. The footage lit up, and Blackbeard, along with his bizarre crew, arrogantly appeared in the center of the battlefield at Marineford. Wow, let me tell you, when these guys showed up, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield changed. They were not pirates. They were like demons crawling out of hell for a team-building event with massive warships, the warlord of evil, Shiryu of the Rain. Each one heavier than the last. All ruthless characters. The moment Whitebeard saw Teach's face, his eyes instantly turned red. And that killing intent made my legs weak, even through the screen. Just think about it. He still had a knife stuck in him, 2 big holes in his chest. blood flowing like it was free, but Dad was still Dad, his momentum undiminished, charging forward without a word, throwing a punch right at Blackbeard's face. And what about Blackbeard? Now he was truly arrogant, relying on his new abilities, still daring to grin at Dad. Dad was so furious his beard was about to explode, pointing at him and scolding. Teach. Only you are unworthy of being my son. You broke the only iron rule on the ship, killing your comrade, Thatch. I tell you, Dad is truly serious about this, giving a death order for everyone not to interfere. He wants to clean up the house himself and take revenge for Saki. The scene was incredible. It was like a father-son showdown betting the entire dignity of the Whitebeard pirates. That Blackbeard kid also has no sense of martial ethics, coming in and showcasing his dark fruit, using dark pathways and dark water, making it feel like a product launch event, while they're spouting off, mocking Dad for not being able to save Ace. At that moment, I thought, does this kid really not know how to write the word death? Sure enough, as soon as Dad activated the tremor powers of his fruit, it was absorbed by that broken darkness, and Blackbeard took the opportunity to punch Dad. Did he think he won? Naive. Who understands? In the next second, Dad made him realize what it means to be the strongest in the world. You think being the strongest in the world relies on a fruit? It's because I am strong. I saw Dad swing his big sword and send Blackbeard flying with one slash. He didn't give him a chance to react, stepped forward, stomped down, and with one hand reached out, grabbing Blackbeard by the neck and lifting him up like a little chick. Arrogance, frivolity, that's your weakness. Dad said this with overwhelming power. Just a second ago, he was laughing arrogantly, and the next second it was, Dad, I was wrong, Dad. I'm your son. The change in his face was faster than a Sichuan opera. In the face of death, this kid crumbled faster than anyone. But just when Dad was about to deliver a fatal blow, this kid actually pulled out a broken handgun and shot at Dad, taking advantage of Dad's momentary pause. He yelled, "Brothers, let us go together. Take him down." What the hell? Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one fight? You're playing a team dungeon? This move is all about being shameless. I tell you, as soon as the future scene was revealed, the Whitebeard crew exploded. Several hot-headed captains rushed at the current Blackbeard with their knives, yelling, "Is this how you betray our old man? We're giving you a live trial right now." Blackbeard was so scared he rolled and crawled behind Whitebeard to beg for mercy. In the end, it was old man Whitebeard's compassion that stopped everyone from truly killing each other on the ship. Just when everything was in chaos, that broken system popped up again. Ding! The quiz activity begins. Question: what is Blackbeard's purpose in killing Whitebeard? The 4 options below were, I tell you, simply a freebie. Kyle was the first to answer, instantly selecting the second option. He intends to devour Whitebeard's tremor fruit and become a dual devil fruit user. As soon as this answer was announced, the whole world went crazy. What the heck? Can abilities be copied and pasted? Can one person eat 2 fruits? This shattered everyone's worldview. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku couldn't sit still and directly called Kyle using a den mushi, trying to extract information. Kyle, being a clever little guy, pretended to be clueless and offered 2 guesses, fooling Sengoku completely. He even issued a global bounty on Blackbeard in the process. Then, the scene continued. On the future battlefield, Blackbeard's crew had already covered Old Man's body with a huge black cloth. My heart sank, knowing something big was coming. Blackbeard himself crawled onto the black cloth, making it look like some kind of cult sacrifice ritual. Not long after, he emerged from the black cloth. The show was about to begin. He raised his left hand, showcasing his darkness ability, and suddenly clenched his right fist, striking a pose identical to Whitebeard's. With a loud bang, the entire ground of Marineford, along with the atmosphere, was violently shattered by him. Damn, he really succeeded. With the gravity fruit and the tremor fruit, this combination is simply the ultimate bug in the game. How can anyone play like this? He immediately declared, "I am the strongest now." The whole world watching this scene was stunned. But just as Blackbeard finished shouting, the system presented a multiple-choice question, asking whether he had sunk Marineford into the sea. The answer was no. Why? Because in the scene, after Blackbeard finished showing off, Fleet Admiral Sengoku transformed into a giant golden Buddha statue and came down with a Buddha's palm, slapping Blackbeard and his ragtag crew down to the ground. The scene was like a large-scale display of someone being punished for their arrogance. Although he was beaten and bleeding, Blackbeard was still eager for more, getting up to confront Sengoku and Garp, using the tremor fruit to indiscriminately destroy the entire island. Just as things were about to spiral completely out of control, the system made its presence felt again. Question: who ultimately succeeded in stopping Blackbeard teach and ending this war? Let me tell you, Kyle's speed is really fast. He must have trained for 20 years being single to achieve this. He quickly selected red-haired Shanks. Then, he answered correctly again. On the screen, red-haired Shanks truly appeared with his crew, standing in the middle of the battlefield, saying just one sentence: "Everyone, give me some face." He directly forced this earth-shattering Marineford war to an abrupt end. You think that's it? No. The system finally dropped a bombshell. The QA has ended, and someone has obtained more than 10 stars, advancing to the role of administrator. Does anyone understand this? This broken system has turned from shared bike into Kyle's private car. As soon as the news broke, the whole world went crazy. Then, the chat channel reopened. And wow, it was a chaotic scene. The long-lost Rocks jumped out first, catching Roger and Garp off guard with sarcastic remarks. "Oh, Garp, I didn't expect you and Roger are father and son. Huh? No wonder you had such a good relationship before." Those old men were arguing in the chat channel like crazy. And let me tell you, I didn't even take a glance. Let them argue. I was busy checking my administrative powers. Guess what happened? I opened it up and was both angry and amused. Is this it? This administrator authority mainly focuses on electronic security. Besides muting, blocking keywords, and toggling the chat room, it's useless. Their ISNT even a kick feature. I thought this system was afraid I would get too carried away and blow up the server. There's also an experience bar next to it. I guess I have to fill this thing up to unlock some real features. Forget it, it's just a tool. I can't be bothered. At that moment, Sengoku called again, and I had Zephyr hang up for me. Zephyr is a sensible guy. He didn't ask anything. Just patted my shoulder before leaving and said he welcomed me anytime. I sent him off, turned around, and it was just me, Ein, and, Robin not far away. I directly treated Robin as if he were air and smiled at Ein. Little Ein, it's just the two of us now. Ein turned her little face away, looking quite Sundra. Don't give me a nickname. She even deliberately glanced at Robin, implying, are you blind? There's still another person here. Family members who understands. Robin was quite perceptive, and upon seeing the situation, he thought, all right, I should leave. In the next moment, he vanished. A professional third wheel for 100 years. Now, it was truly just the two of us. I leaned in, staring at the scar on her long leg, clicking my tongue twice. After not seeing you for years, your leg has more stories now. Ein's face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly covered her leg with her cloak, still refusing to back down. Who has more stories than you? One moment you're the son of a demon. The next you're desert princess. Oh, that sourness. It was almost overflowing from the screen. I directly reached out and pinched her taut calf muscle. She stiffened all over, but didn't dodge. Let me tell you, her contradictory demeanor was too easy to bully, simply adorable to the point of breaking the rules. Seeing her face darkening as if she were about to draw a knife, I quickly withdrew my hand, smiling broadly. Come on, I'll take you to the rain banquet and treat you to a welcome feast. After settling Ein, I immediately called Robin over. I had to test out my newly acquired reward, the Shadow Legion. I tell you, that thing is so cool. With just a thought, a bunch of dark ninjas filled my surroundings. Although it consumed some stamina, it wasn't a big deal. I directly tossed a mask from the ninja squad to Robin. Go. Find me a country. The more of a jerk the king is, the better. Preferably nearby. I want to practice a bit. Robin's efficiency was truly top-notch. Within a few days, the news came. But instead of the news of taking action, Princess Vivi arrived instead. Goodness, after a few days, Vivi had completely transformed into a princess, dressed in a magnificent gown, accompanied by a bunch of guards and treasures. As soon as she entered, I immediately felt two icy gazes beside me. Ein's small eyes were sharp, like knives, as if she wanted to stab a few holes in Vivi. Vivi came to thank me, and as soon as I spoke, I was anything but serious. Thank me? How about you offer yourself? As soon as this was said, not only did Ein's glare become sharper, but the big guard behind Vivi also had his hand on his sword hilt. Vivi's face turned completely red, trying to stay calm. Mr. Kyle really knows how to joke. I wasn't joking at all. I crossed my legs and looked serious. If you bring Alabasta as a dowry, I'll directly marry into your family. In the future, the children will have the surname Nefertari. How about that? I don't mind losing a bit. This time, even Vivi couldn't hold it together and quickly changed the subject to serious matters. Besides bringing a ton of gold and silver treasures, their royal family also issued a document, officially recognizing that the Rain Domain is my territory. Then, the key point came. She wanted to do business with me, to buy water. Especially, she wanted to buy my water bottle that can produce water infinitely. As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh and reminded her, "Your Highness, have you forgotten that you still owe me a favor? By rights, I could directly ask you for something, right?" Vivi seemed a bit flustered at that moment, but she composed herself and said that as long as it didn't affect the country's fundamentals, they would fully support me. Seeing her pitiful expression, I didn't want to tease her any longer and waved my hand. "All right, I won't sell the kettle, but I can lend it to you. We'll count it as a daily rental fee, and you can return it whenever you've paid me back." I thought to myself that if they dared to lose it, well, then the price would have to be renegotiated. After sending Vivi off, just as I was preparing to leave, Robin brought me a surprise. "Boss, someone has come to us on their own." As soon as I heard that, I laughed. "Who is it?" Robin handed me a document, and in the photo was a gorgeous blonde, intellectual beauty wearing glasses, looking particularly refined. Her alias is Karlfa, nicknamed the Death Maid, with a bounty of 55 million. As soon as I saw the photo and then the name, wow, isn't this Khalifa, a CP9 member? How did she end up here? The world government is quite something. Directly sending me warmth? Robin analyzed that this woman has an unknown background, decent strength, but there's a risk of betrayal, and asked me whether to keep her or not. I made up my mind right then. Keep her. We must keep her. An undercover agent delivered to our doorstep. Why not take advantage of it? Besides, I could also use her to feed some false information to the world government. Soon, I met Khalifa in person. She was still putting on an act, looking shocked at the sight of Ayn next to me in her Navy uniform, as if curious about my relationship with the Navy. I looked her up and down, and that figure, wow, absolutely stunning. I directly said, "Since your nickname is Maid, why not stay by my side as my maid from now on?" Then I had Robin take her to change clothes. Let me tell you, Robin had already prepared several maid outfits, originally for Vivi, and now they were just right for Khalifa to wear. At dinner that night, the scene was simply incredible. I sat in the main seat, with Ayn on my left and Vivi on my right, while Robin stood behind me, and Khalifa, dressed in a maid outfit, was responsible for pouring the wine. I was the only man at the table, and Ayn's gaze was so resentful it was almost dripping with water, while Vivi looked at Khalifa's outfit with a rather strange expression, probably recognizing it. I couldn't care less about their chaos and directly told Wei Wei, "I'm going on a long trip tomorrow to do something big. Are you coming with me?" Wei Wei initially wanted to refuse, saying the country couldn't do without her. I cut her off. "It's fine. The round trip won't take more than 20 days. Just think of it as a trip." She owed me such a big favor that she had no choice but to nod obediently. The next day, we set off. Our destination was the kingdom of Tsigu. Let me tell you, it snows there all year round, and it's freezing cold. As soon as we arrived on the island, I saw the locals looking pale and thin, with sick people lying on the roadside with no one to care for them. King Wobble is nothing but a complete waste, nearly driving a major medical country to ruin. Seeing this tragic situation, Wei Wei felt a bit sympathetic and asked me, "Mr. Kale, are we really going to take action directly?" I hadn't even spoken yet when the guards from the mountaintop castle rushed down. I let out a cold laugh. Look at these residents. And then look at these soldiers who are complicit in their tyranny. In a country like this, with a king like that, tell me, what is there worth preserving? Before I finished my words, Robin and Khalifa had already made their move. Those minions were no match at all. As I walked forward, I asked Robin without looking back, "Is it taken care of inside?" The fat pig king in the castle still had no idea that his throne had already been surrounded by my shadow troops. I tell you, the efficiency is unbelievable. Sister Robin just went in, and she came out right after to tell me. It's done much easier than I imagined. When my people went and take a look, good heavens, everyone in the castle was either knocked out or tied up like Zongzi. Not a single one could resist. And that king, what was his name? Walpo, a fat pig, was tied up and pressed to the ground, still mumbling dirty words. He shouted at me, "Who are you? Dare to touch me? I am a member of the world government. The Navy won't let you get away with this." While he was cursing, he suddenly saw Vivi behind me. His eyes lit up as if he had found a savior, and his momentum grew stronger. The Princess of Alabasta? "Vivi, are you declaring war on the world government?" As soon as I heard that, I turned to Weiwei and asked, "Do you know this guy?" Weiwei nodded and said she had seen him at the World Conference before. Oh, it suddenly clicked in my mind. It seemed like this was the guy who, back when Weiwei was still young, had slapped her. Hey, this is getting interesting. That pig over there was still shouting, "No matter who you are, hurry up and release your king, or else." I was fed up with listening, so I waved my hand and casually said, "Then just kill it." The whole scene instantly fell silent. The expression on Valpo's pig-like face went from arrogant and domineering to one of disbelief, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. I completely ignored him. My gaze flickered to my little maid Khalifa, and the corner of my mouth curled up. "Little maid, are you not going to make a move?" Let me tell you, I did it on purpose, letting the world government's people personally slaughter the kings of their allied nations. One exciting script. Khalifa was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood. She didn't say a word. As soon as she spoke one character, she was already in motion. With a wave of her hand, countless bubbles engulfed Walpo, and in less than 3 seconds, that pig was silent. Clean and neat, killing without a trace. I looked at her cold demeanor and couldn't help but tease her. "No wonder you're the death maid, decisive in killing. Maybe one day you'll take care of me too." Karifa pushed up her glasses and replied with her head down, "I only kill to survive. I won't seek death myself." Vivi, who was nearby, stared at this scene in shock, probably worried about stirring up big trouble. I patted her shoulder to reassure her. Then I directly asked Sister Robin to find that strong man named Dalton and make him the temporary leader of this country. Guess what? When the news of Valpo and his cronies being wiped out spread, not a single commoner was sad. Instead, the whole city cheered as if it were the new year. Who understands the families? The king must have been such a failure that when he died, the whole nation was setting off firecrackers and popping champagne. Vivi looked at the scene outside, almost having her worldview shattered. I told her, "What's so strange about this? In this world, some people shouldn't be alive in the first place. They should have died long ago. I'm just sending them on their way a bit earlier." The next 2 days went incredibly smoothly. We released all the doctors, allowing them to resume their classes and take on apprentices. The common people, hearing that they could be treated when they got sick, practically worshipped us like deities. That guy Dalton was quite capable, quickly stabilizing the country. I just arranged everything for the Drum Kingdom and was getting ready to head to the next place. Suddenly, I heard a sound in my mind, and that system that had disappeared for a while popped up again. The quiz event has started. This QA session will open a QA space, hosted by the administrator. Participants will be selected by the system. Note, the stronger the ability and the greater the reputation, the higher the invitation probability. I hadn't reacted yet when an option popped up in front of me. The QA space is ready. Would you like to start? What was there to hesitate about? I quickly told Robin and clicked to start. As my vision went black and then brightened again, I found myself sitting at the head of an enormous table. This place was all white with nothing around. Just as I settled into my seat, whoosh, a figure appeared. It was my teacher, former Admiral Zephyr. He looked just as confused as I was. Then whoosh, another figure appeared, even taller than Zephyr, holding a wine gourd. Appearing drunk, it was a Yonko Kaido. Kaido shook his head, burped, and said, "The Navy? And this little brat? Is this the QA space?" Before he could finish, figures began appearing one after another like dumplings. There were Navy members, world government officials, pirates, and even, whoosh, a fat celestial dragon in a bubble suit fell down. As soon as that pig-headed guy hit the ground, he howled, "Who dares to capture me, the Holy One? I will." Halfway through his howl, he suddenly noticed the fierce looks from the people around him and instantly became a bit timid. But Kaido, already drunk and irritated by the noise, bellowed, "Trash, shut up." That fierce aura made the entire space hum. And guess what? The celestial dragon, possibly too stupid, got fired up instead when yelled at and defiantly retorted, "Who dares to make me shut up? I am a celestial dragon. You commoners, I tell you." Just the words lowly commoners instantly sobered Kaido up. His eyes turned red in an instant, and his knuckles cracked as he stepped forward. Teacher Zifa hurriedly stepped in to stop him. "Kaido, This is not a place for you to act recklessly. Kaido grinned and replied, "What place is there where I can't act recklessly?" Saying this, he was about to throw a punch at the celestial dragon's face. I originally wanted to watch a good show, but the system alerted me that someone violated the rules, and as an administrator, I had to intervene. I also felt a strange power surging into my body. Fine, then let's give Kaido a little bit of intensity. Just as Kaido's fist was about to hit Teacher Zifa, I sat in the main seat, facing him, and gently exhaled. Crack! A visible chill instantly erupted, and Kaido's massive body was frozen solid from his feet to his neck, turning him into a giant ice sculpture. Only his head remained outside, with shock and anger on his face. Damn it, kid, you're asking for death. Kaido struggled desperately, trying to transform and use haki, but he soon realized that this ice was even more sinister than Sea Prism Stone. His brute strength was completely suppressed, and he couldn't move at all. I crossed my legs and said slowly, "If you keep making noise, I'll seal your head up too." At this, Kaido finally quieted down. I glanced at the others who were so scared they didn't dare to breathe, pointed at the frozen Kaido, and said, "See? This is the consequence of not following the rules. Now everyone find a seat and sit down." Those people didn't dare to voice any objections. Each one of them, like quails, obediently found a chair to sit on. The rules are simple. I cleared my throat. First, no fighting. Whoever makes a move will end up like him. Second, each person must answer at least one question. Once answered, regardless of whether it's right or wrong, you can leave. All right, enough with the nonsense. Let's get started. With a wave of my hand, a screen appeared in front of everyone. Question: what are the names of the 3 ancient weapons with the titles of gods that have existed since ancient times and can destroy the world? Wrong answer penalty. Lose a certain ability. No ability to erase. As soon as this question came up, the pirates turned pale. They had no idea what it was. On my side, I felt relaxed and directly filled in the answers: Pluto, Poseidon, and Uranus. As soon as I submitted, I heard a scream from the side. A pirate answered incorrectly, and, having no special abilities to deduct points, he completely shattered and vanished like he was erased, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. At this moment, the remaining pirates were thoroughly panicked. Soon, the second question came out. Question: which of the 3 ancient weapons that have existed since ancient times still has design blueprints remaining? 1. Pluto. 2. Neptune. 3. Uranus. 1/3 probability. This is a life or death situation. A clever pirate noticed that the members of the world government seemed to be communicating secretly and immediately shouted at me, "Administrator, they are cheating. They can communicate." I laughed. "You guys can communicate too, as long as you trust each other." Then the pirate's eyes twinkled, and he immediately put on a flattering face. "Master Manager, why don't you tell us the answer? Once we're out, we'll follow you." What a beautiful thought. I looked at their faces filled with fear and greed, and slowly replied, "In life, you have to rely on yourself. Isn't being a pirate all about freedom? Now you have the freedom to make a choice with a 1/3 chance. Good luck to you." I have already finished selecting the answers. Feeling the thrill of my physical abilities improving once again, it's simply exhilarating. The few pirates, watching the countdown on the screen, turned pale, as if they had just lost their parents. Kaido watched these useless people from within the ice block, his displeasure almost overflowing from his eyes. And then, surprisingly, this old guy actually guessed right. The King of Hell. Again, the King of Hell. I watched as his momentum surged. The ice block that was freezing him began to crack, almost breaking free. Let me tell you, that feeling was just like watching the Calabash brothers save their grandpa, only for grandpa to shatter the mountain himself. It was absurd. Kaido's enormous eyes were fixed on me, his gaze sharp like a knife, as if to say, "Kid, you must be disappointed." Disappointed? I was indeed a bit, but more than that, I wanted to laugh. "Bro, right now you're just an ice sculpture performance art. What are you trying to act tough for? If you have the ability, come out and give it a try. Anyway, I'm not afraid of you. At worst, I can let the dog. No. Let the Warden Crane come out and practice with you." He was somewhat perceptive, not making any more threats since he couldn't even move. Saying anything more would just be embarrassing. But this feud was definitely established, and it wasn't just him. I noticed that the people from the world government also looked quite grim, each of them hurriedly rushing to check the next question. I tell you, When the third question came out, the air in the whole venue froze. It was an absolute bombshell. The screen clearly displayed. Question: where is the design drawing of Pluto, the king of the underworld? A fill-in-the-blank question. Answering correctly rewards a 10 to 50 increase in physical abilities, while answering incorrectly directly erases one ability. Family, who understands? This is equivalent to a global live broadcast of the world's top secret documents, right? Now the whole world is going to explode. The camera shifts to the Navy headquarters, and I can already imagine the serious face of Admiral Sengoku. Goodness, he directly ordered Kizaru to rush over immediately, saying that if this matter is handled well, the next admiral will be you. As soon as these words came out, Akainu's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and his eyes were piercingly directed at Kizaru. Akiji, on the other hand, appeared indifferent. As long as it wasn't Akainu taking the position, it was fine. And the funniest part? It was Kizaru. That old slippery character had a face like he had eaten something unpleasant, and without a second thought, he refused, saying something like, "Admiral, spare me. I'm not interested in that position. Isn't it nice to slack off? Why go to work?" It was simply outrageous. This directly made Sengoku explode, banging on the table, pointing his finger at the three admirals and giving them a tongue lashing, saying how they were useless, ranking first in internal strife, and how he had led them through 8 lifetimes of bad luck, practically drowning Akainu in spit. Akainu still wanted to argue a bit, but was shot down by Sengoku's remark about being too stubborn and having too low a support rate. Kizaru even wanted to stoke the fire, speaking up for Akainu and trying to shift the blame off the admiral, but was immediately silenced by Sengoku's shout of "shut up." I figured it out. Kizaru's life motto is, as long as I'm lazy enough, trouble won't catch up to me, focusing on slacking off. Just as they were staging an internal power struggle in the Navy, Akiji leisurely said, "Admiral, the answer has come out." The world government buzzed in with the answer, Water City. The system judged it correct. Sengoku immediately ordered Kizaru to get to work, and Kizaru looked so relieved, probably already planning how to slack off. Meanwhile, in Water City, a guy in nothing but underwear and a pompadour, none other than Frankie, turned pale. He knew his peaceful days were over and was probably ready to go down with the design drawing. As for me, in the QA space, I slowly filled in Water City. The reward wasn't too much, only a 15 increase, so it seemed the answer wasn't precise enough. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that I knew who had the real deal. A walking pervert, a top-notch shipwright. Hey, I must secure this talent. As for the remaining pirates in the space, they had completely lost it, crying and begging me to tell them the answer, treating me like a living bodhisattva. Sorry, I'm too busy to save everyone. I'm figuring out how to dig a wall. Once the countdown ended, those useless ones howled. Some were directly erased. And only one unlucky guy, his devil fruit ability was nullified, saving his dog life. After the 3 questions ended, I immediately kicked everyone out. All right, everyone, let us play again next time. As everyone disappeared, the benefits of being the administrator also rolled in, with a 30 increase in physical abilities, simply too satisfying. As soon as I returned to the Drum Kingdom, I wasted no time and headed straight for Water City. On the way, I made a deal with Sengoku, exchanging the nearly dead old Sand, who had been tormented by the guard crane, for a large amount of urgently needed materials, supplies, and even 2 devil fruits and a batch of sea stone, focusing on utilizing waste. Upon arriving in Water City, as soon as the guard crane appeared, he complained about the humidity, and I told him to stop whining and quickly find that underwear pervert. The Flying Shadow Corps was dispatched immediately. This place was already a complete mess, with the Navy, world government, various pirates, and underground forces all drawn by the scent. After a lot of effort, I finally found Frankie hiding in a rundown house that evening. This guy looked at me like he had seen a ghost covered in wounds, and was pointing a gun at me. I laughed and got straight to the point. "Hey, don't be nervous. I'm here to invite you. I'm generally interested in your skills rather than that blueprint of yours. Come with me, and I'll help you build big ships and sea trains. What do you say?" Of course, he didn't believe me and was about to pull out his gun, but he was immediately restrained by the magnetic control of the guard crane, leaving him stunned and experiencing the world's disparity for the first time. I told him, "Staying here will only bring disaster to this city. Come with me." Work for me for 5 years, and after that, you can go wherever you want. You can keep your designs too. He probably felt cornered and stopped struggling. Just as I was about to pack him up and take him away, suddenly a flash of golden light appeared. Kizuru, that old trickster, showed up. He started off with that annoying tone. "Oh, ISNT, this Zephyr student?" He even pretended to apologize for the past, making me clench my fists. I waved my hand and said not to mention old matters and to hurry and catch his pirates. He was about to ask who the tightly wrapped Frankie was, but then his transponder snail rang, and his subordinate called him for support. Let me tell you, he ran faster than anyone else, his expression practically screaming, "Great, I can go home now." He must have been thinking, fighting is so exhausting. Better leave this mess for Sengoku to deal with. I'm such a genius. Sure enough, when Kizuru reported, I could almost hear Sengoku's roar from 800 miles away. "Kizuru, you bastard. You're on duty. No holidais." Kizuru immediately became emo, probably even considering defecting to join the revolutionaries. Ignoring the workplace bullying over there, I had already taken Frankie and set sail. Back in a Magna Drum Kingdom, I tossed him to various islands to work on infrastructure, having him first study the sea trains and also build a batch of warships. As for me, I comfortably soaked in hot springs. Vivi, Robin, Ein, and the others were all there, each wearing swimsuits. The scene was incredible. Robin reported to me, saying the hot spring resort was thriving and nearly becoming a tourist destination for nearby islands, attracting quite a few talents. I nodded after hearing that. This was just the first step. I casually assigned tasks to Khalifa and Ein as well, one to train an assassination unit and the other to be a new recruit instructor, following the standards that Zephyr had trained us with. Ein hesitated at first and wanted to refuse, but as I leaned in closer and gave her that "please help me." There aren't many who can look. She immediately had no choice, blushed, and obediently agreed. Let me tell you, Ein is the typical tough on the outside, but soft on the inside person. Once I win her over, my plan to recruit troops will go into high gear. Short on funds? Easy. Just take out a few pirates for startup capital. Short on manpower? Ein is already helping with training. I'll just relax in the hot springs of the magnetic drum country. Soaking while planning how to clear out these small pirates from the first half of the Grand Line, paving the way for my new order. Who understand what I'm going through? Just when I'm enjoying my soak and feeling great, a ding sounds in front of me. The system is back in action. The quiz event has started. Goodness, here we go again. I see that this time it's some kind of quiz space, and I've been named the administrator. The criteria for invited participants are quite simple and blunt. The more famous and powerful, the easier they are to pull in. All right then, since I'm here, I greet the beautiful ladies in the hot springs, telling them to have fun, and then I teleport into this so-called quiz space. As soon as I enter, I frown. Wow, this space is filled with a chaotic atmosphere, mostly consisting of some odd pirates and a few clearly wealthy landowners. The most eye-catching is a celestial dragon. Let me tell you, he is the type who wears a glass dome on his head, dresses in a spacesuit, and thinks of himself as a god. That guy is like a giant baby. As soon as he enters, he pulls out a gun and starts shooting everywhere, shouting, "Kneel, you lowly people. If you don't kneel before me, you'll die." I had just arrived when I saw this scene. At that moment, I thought to myself, this kid knows how to start a fight, doesn't he? He wants to throw a few punches right away. As an administrator, can I let him get away with it? I stepped forward, activated the power of the essence of the demon, and instantly blocked all his bullets. That momentum stunned the entire crowd. I coldly looked at him and said, "You must have heard the rules here on your first visit, right? If you make another move, I will erase you." And guess what? This celestial dragon got even more worked up, pointing his finger at me and shouting bold, "Do you dare threaten the descendants of the gods? We are gods. I will have the admiral of the navy." Before he could finish his sentence, he started waving his gun around. I was speechless. Why waste words on someone with such a flawed mind? I directly controlled my power, and with a snap, I gave him a Kaido-style ice package, freezing his entire body into a statue, leaving only his head outside to continue cursing. "You lowly being, you're dead for sure. I will. I can't be bothered with him." Anyway, after taking a look around, I see that no serious person from the world government or the Navy has shown up this time. So he's doomed. Let him freeze here, watching himself go down. It's much more interesting than just killing him with a single blow. Once I deal with this troublemaker, I'll announce the rules. No fighting. You must answer questions, answer wrong, and you die, or lose your abilities. Everyone sit tight, it's starting. Question: does this world have the existence of sky islands? Options: 1 yes, 2 no. Correct answer reward: enhancement of observation hockey. Wrong answer penalty: loss of a certain ability. Those without abilities will be directly erased. Damn, isn't this an easy question? What happened? There were more than 20 people on site, and over 15 of them, including that frozen celestial dragon, didn't even think and just chose none. They were still mocking. Sky Island? Asking about something from a fairy tale? Ha ha, this question is too easy. What great luck. I shook my head and silently chose yes. In the next moment, the entire space erupted with wails and cries. No, I don't want to die. I have money. Why is this happening? Fairy tales aren't supposed to be lies, right? Bastard. I'm a descendant of the gods. I am immortal. With a swish, those 15 people, along with the frozen celestial dragon, instantly turned into specks of light and disappeared. The whole world became quiet. Out of more than 20 people, there were suddenly less than 10 left. Question 2. What are the characteristics of the people on the Sky Island? Options: 1. No characteristics. 2. Bird-headed human bodies. 3. Can all fly. 4. All have wings. Now, the remaining people dared not guess blindly, especially those few who got it wrong for the first time and were only stripped of their powers but didn't die. Their faces were darker than the bottom of a pot, looking at us who answered correctly, their eyes full of resentment. Hey, if you lack knowledge, why blame others for not telling you the answers? I continued to make quick selections, and another wave of observation and color domineering arrives. Awesome. Question 3. Where do the ancestors of the Sky Island people come from? Options: 1. The Moon. 2. Mars. 3. Sky City. 4. Ancient Kingdom. As soon as this question came out, the remaining pirates completely collapsed. What the heck? Who knows this? One guy went crazy on the spot, rushing towards me with red eyes. What's the answer? You must know. Hurry up and say it. I can't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. With a flick of my finger, another eye sculpture is born. For the rest of the time, these people either give up answering questions and get wiped out, or they randomly guess one and then get wiped out. After a round of Q&A, only a few little cats survive. I kick them out of space, feeling the explosive rise of my observation hockey. This upgrade is amazing. Not only can I predict actions, but I can also directly sense others' deep-seated goodwill and malice toward me. I call this my little person radar, and it's incredibly useful. As soon as I returned to the Drum Kingdom, I started wandering around to test the new feature. First, I checked on Khalifa, and sure enough, the radar reacted. This woman indeed harbors some malice. No wonder she's a CP9 agent. Then I approached Robin, and wow, the radar didn't react at all. Is she hiding it too well, or does she really have no ill intentions toward me? She noticed me staring and curiously asked, "Boss, is there something you need?" She must be thinking, has he finally decided to make his move on me? TCH, I'm not interested in tools. Finally, I wandered over to Ein. As soon as I got close, the radar went off with a flurry of goodwill. It was pure. I couldn't help but tease her. It's been a few days. How come I feel like you're even prettier? Ein's face flushed, but she still wore that disdainful look. You should go tell your Princess Vivi that. Oh, is she jealous? I laughed and pulled her into my embrace. She only struggled a couple of times symbolically before settling down like a little kitten, just like before. Just as I was about to do something, there was a knock on the door. Ein pushed me away like she was electrocuted and straightened her clothes. When I opened the door, lo and behold, who should appear but Princess Vivi herself, arriving just as we were talking about her. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the awkward atmosphere between Ein and me. Her face turned red, and she quietly said, "I'm sorry to interrupt you too." I bluntly replied, "If you come over too, it wouldn't count as an intrusion." As soon as I said that, the falcon-like garb behind Vivi, Bell, instantly turned cold. My newly acquired little radar immediately sensed the malice emanating from him. This function is really amazing. Vivi didn't respond to my remark and hurriedly said, "Something happened in Alabasta. I have to go back immediately." All right. I knew that her country was the most important to her. I nodded and had Robin arrange for people to escort her, and I slipped a few of my ninjas and shadow claws onto her ship to help monitor the situation. After sending Vivi off, I welcomed new troubles on my end. Admiral Sengoku personally called me and opened with, "Someone in the Allied nations has proposed a deal with you. The news of you killing King Magra has spread." I thought to myself, finally it has come. So what? Is our deal over? And is the Navy going to take action against me? I've been helping them catch quite a few pirates lately, and the sea routes are much clearer now. No, Sengoku said on the other end, "We won't take action until the world government gives the official order. This time, we are specifically notifying you so you can prepare. Also, Kizaru has already arrived on your side, and we hope you can entertain him." After hanging up the phone, I let out a cold laugh. A show of force, huh? That old fox Kizaru must be coming because of the incident with the celestial dragons last time. Let me tell you, the naval headquarters is really entertaining at this time. That old man Sengoku, ever since he decided to abdicate, has completely given up, spending all day eating sunbae with Garp, focusing on his retirement. Admiral Tsuru looked at these two clowns, feeling a surge of anger. Suddenly, she remembered something and said to Garp, "Garp, your precious grandson is almost in the waters near Kale. Given that kid's personality, your grandson is likely to be captured for hard labor this time." As soon as Garp heard the name Luffy, he stopped eating senbei. Tsuru continued, "While his crimes aren't too serious yet, let Kizaru capture him first and send him for some hard labor for a while to educate him properly. Your hands-off approach, giving them hope, is just irresponsible." Garp was directly hit by her words. His old face wrinkled like a bitter melon, and without saying a word, he rushed out, heading straight for the Grand Line on a warship. Meanwhile, that old man Kizaru indeed showed up, still looking as lewd and annoying as ever, calling me Junior as soon as he saw me. I couldn't be bothered to talk to him, so I had Robin arrange for him directly. "Admiral Kizaru, I've arranged a 10-day hot spring tour for you. Just relax and soak here." Upon hearing this, he pretended to be all serious and said, "Oh, I'm not here just to have fun." But his body was more honest than anyone else. As soon as he heard about the hot springs, his eyes lit up, and he happily followed Robin. "Who doesn't know you, Kizaru?" Just after sending the Great One off, Robin returned with a serious expression to report, "Boss, the people we stationed at the front of the shipping lane have been defeated. I've sent the ninja team to handle it, but they are no match." "Who is it?" Robin paused for a moment, her expression somewhat strange. "It was confirmed just now. The enemy is that Straw Hat Kid, Luffy." As soon as I heard it, I thought, wow, the Straw Hat Kid Luffy? What a coincidence. I couldn't help but laugh. This kid actually came right to my doorstep. I told Robin to prepare the ship. "I'm going personally this time. Leave that big guy, the crane, to watch the house. After all, our base has just started to show some progress, and we can't let anyone steal it. Besides, with my abilities, I can walk sideways on the sea, right? If I can't fight back, I can still run away. I can just freeze the sea for miles, dive in, and let's see who can catch up to me. I'm practically a genius." Robin looked a bit confused. She probably hasn't seen me this eager before. I didn't bother explaining, just briefed Dine for a moment and went straight onto the ship. Interestingly, as soon as I moved, I sensed a shiny figure following me. I turned around and saw, oh, isn't that Admiral Kizaru? He was comfortably soaking in a hot spring, mumbling something about how troublesome the third-generation officials are and wondering if Mr. Karp would kill him. Family, who understands? This guy is a pure slacker. He talks about not wanting to, but his body is very honest. As soon as he sensed I was up to something, he got dressed faster than anyone else. He transformed into a beam of light and landed directly on my ship. I teased him, saying, "Admiral Kizaru, you can't do any undercover observation here. I thought you had some thoughts about me." He put on a serious face that looked quite lecherous and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I was just passing by to enjoy the scenery." I thought to myself, just give a rest, you old rascal. I couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush with him, so I asked directly, "So what do you think I'm going to do?" He chuckled and said, just looking around. The boat had been modified by that brat Frankie, and it was incredibly fast. On the way, this old trickster finally couldn't hold it in anymore and asked me, "Are you really going to catch that kid? He's the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp and the son of the Revolutionary Army leader. He has a strong background." I shot him a glance and retorted, "What? Do you want me to let him go?" Then I deliberately teased him. Maybe Admiral Kizaru has been wanting to clean up his ranks, but he just can't bring himself to do it. I'm actually helping him here. As soon as I said that, I tell you, the cold sweat on Kizaru's forehead was about to drip down. His expression was just like someone who got on a pirate ship and wanted to jump off but didn't dare to. I looked at his conflicted expression and decided to throw in some more fuel. Hey, Admiral Kizaru, let me ask you something. I heard you're a spy for the Revolutionary Army and that you acknowledged Luffy as your second nephew. Is that true? Kizaru immediately responded with a confused huh? His face clearly showing, what are you talking about? I said to him very seriously, a friend of mine from the Revolutionary Army said this. He probably thought I was crazy, but still cautiously probed. This friend you mentioned, it wouldn't be you, would it? I laughed heartily and neither admitted nor denied it. Just stared at him. So if I accidentally slip and end up killing a little pirate with a bounty of 30 million, you wouldn't mind, right? This time, Kizaru really couldn't sit still, fearing I might actually do it, and quickly said, capture him alive. There's more money for capturing him alive. He even mentioned asking a friend to lend me 30 million. It was hilarious. This old guy was really going all out to protect Luffy's life. I estimated that he would immediately report this matter to Sengoku. Sure enough, the Admiral Sengoku, far away at the Navy headquarters, became anxious and immediately issued a death order to Kizaru, instructing him to protect the people at all costs when the time came. Then, he hurriedly contacted Garp. When Garp, known for his bad temper, heard that his grandson was about to be captured, he exploded on the spot and drove his doghead battleship straight toward my direction. This old man is also something else. In his fury, he actually dialed Zephyr's snail phone and unleashed a barrage of traditional Chinese culture on him before hanging up. Poor Zephyr, who was pondering whether the Navy was rotten to the core, suddenly got sprayed by his old buddy and was left dumbfounded, probably wondering if he had been exposed and if he should run away. What a pure victim. At this point, I'd already arrived at Whiskey Peak. Let me tell you, that crew of the Straw Hats really has no sense of crisis at all. They just took out a bunch of bounty hunters and are throwing a feast on the island. Luffy is shouting that he wants to set off. Nami is counting money with her eyes turning red, and Zoro feels something is off, but no one listens to him. Usopp shouts from a high place that a big ship is coming, and only then do they react. Luffy and Zoro, two reckless fools, think it's just some minor characters coming, and they rush over shouting, one yelling for Sanji to give him more meat, and the other being forcibly dragged away, leaving behind a furious Luffy, saying he wants to kill you. Just as they rush in front of my warship, I felt it. Kizaru is standing by, hands in his pockets, looking like he is just there to watch the show. I asked him, General, you won't make a move, right? He retorted, asking me what exactly I wanted to do. I laughed. It's nothing much. I just want to meet that legendary Revolutionary Army leader and see if I can get a handle on Vice Admiral Karp. As soon as Kizaru heard this, he completely relaxed, found a place to sit down, and indicated that he had this figured out. Just as he said that, Luffy's big fist was already flying over from a distance, rubber gun. I didn't even move. I just reached out my hand, and with a loud slap, I caught it steadily. Luffy let out a painful scream. Can a rubber man actually feel pain? Before he could understand why, I applied some force with my hand, and the next thing I knew, he was yanked over me like a slingshot. Zoro, seeing that the captain was taken down in an instant, panicked and drew 3 swords to attack. I lifted my leg and delivered a gale kick, forcing him back with a single strike. Then, seeing Luffy still struggling, I got a bit annoyed and froze him into an ice sculpture, leaving only his head outside. After that, I casually created an ice knight and quickly froze Zoro as well. The entire process took less than a minute. I turned my head to look at Kizaru, and that old guy's eyes were almost popping out. I had someone lift these 2 ice sculptures onto the ship and tied Luffy up tightly with sea stone chains. At that moment, Sanji, that kid with golden hair, charged over and shouted, "Bastard, let them go." And what happened? With a flying kick, before I could even see his figure clearly, he became my 3rd captive. I watched as the 3 major powers of the Straw Hat crew were neatly tied together, and I couldn't help but laugh. The main goal was to wipe them out, so they had to be neatly arranged. Then, right in front of them, I vanished with a single shave and appeared directly at the shore in front of Nami and Usopp, who were waiting. Usopp was so scared that his legs went weak. Yet he still forced himself to shoot a few pepper stars and explosive stars. To me, those were like a tickle. Nami was even funnier. She actually tried to use her charm on me, tugging at her clothes and speaking to me in a delicate tone. I was speechless at that moment and directly told her, "I'm not interested in the little thief cat. Be honest and come with me. Or don't force me to take action." Usopp wanted to shout a few words to boost his confidence as Captain Usopp, but I knocked him out with a slap. Done. That's a wrap. When I returned to the ship, the way Kizaru looked at me was different. While sipping a drink, I chatted with him and casually painted a big picture. Admiral Kizaru, are you interested in switching jobs? I can offer you a high salary. Of course. He adamantly denied it and pretended to be clueless. I don't care either, I smiled and said. It's okay. I hope that when you see the Navy fall apart, you will make the right choice. As soon as I finished speaking, a loud shout came from the sky. Kyle, you brat. I looked up and saw a figure stepping with a moonwalk. Before he even arrived, the overwhelming aura had already descended. Carp is here. The yellow ape covered his face, wearing an expression that said, your troubles have arrived. I couldn't help but laugh. Why isn't my helper here? Carp landed in front of me in a fit of anger, and I immediately put on a little fanboy expression, smiling as I approached him. Oh, Vice Admiral Carp, I've heard so much about you. I grew up listening to your legends, and even teacher Zephyr mentions you every day. The old man Carp was taken aback by my antics, but still gritted his teeth and said, Zephyr certainly didn't teach you that. I spread my hands, revealing my intentions. I want Mr. Carp to stay and help me. What do you say? Carp laughed in anger. You want me to betray the Navy? Kid, you're still too green. No, I shook my finger. How can that be considered betrayal? It's more like resigning. Besides, what does it matter if you're a hero of the Navy? Teacher Zephyr was once an admiral too, but in the end, he was beaten to death by his own students, wasn't he? As soon as I said that, the face of the nearby Kizaru twitched several times. Garp, too lazy to waste words with me, directly said, hand over Luffy to me, and I'll give you 30 million berries. I shook my head and smiled even more happily. Mr. Carp, I won't let the person go. Because I caught him, it was originally to catch another big fish. You probably haven't seen your son in a long time, right? Why don't you stay a few days, wait for him to come, and have a good reunion with him? Carp's expression changed instantly. He clenched his fists and stared at me fiercely. You brat, what exactly do you want to do? I met his gaze and said word by word. The throne is to be taken turns. This year, it's my family's turn. I was born into this world and lived once more. I have to have some small goals, don't you think? Hey, when old man Carp heard this, he immediately laughed and said, with your strength, wanting to be a king is just a piece of cake, isn't it? I told you as soon as he said that. I knew his mindset was small. Family, his mindset is really small. I directly shook my finger at him and said, Mr. Carp, it's not about being the pirate king or the Navy king. What I want to be is the one and only king of this world. My voice isn't loud, but good heavens, the air on the entire deck has solidified for me. I'm counting on my fingers for them. Pirates must disappear. Human traffickers must vanish. And those so-called celestial dragons who think too highly of themselves, they all have to disappear. Are you satisfied with this goal? Carp and Kizaru's faces turned dark in an instant. Carp, that old man was cracking his knuckles, looking like he was ready to teach me a lesson about why flowers are red if I said one more word. Beside him, Kizaru was also playing along, his lewd face ready to take action at any moment. Although I could tell from the bottom of my heart that this old fox was probably just thinking about getting off work. What about me? What am I afraid of? I just spread my hands and said, come on, if you want to fire the first shot, do it now. Although I'm not fully prepared, I'm not scared at all. Saying this, I waved my hand towards the sky, shouting like I was ordering takeout. Right? Leader of the Revolutionary Army, Mr. Long. Carp and the yellow ape suddenly looked up, and in the next moment, a gust of wind blew fiercely, and a man wearing a green cloak with a strange mark on his face swooped down onto our ship. Let me tell you, this scene is simply the most explosive family ethics drama of 2025. Long didn't even glance at his dad, just fixed his gaze on me with a complicated expression. I reached out my hand to him, very straightforward. Shall we cooperate? But before Long could even speak, Carp exploded first. Unfilial son. Goodness, this old man really went all out, throwing a heartfelt iron fist right at Long's back of the head. He might need a reason to hit me, but hitting his son was completely justified. Long was quite skilled as well. He twisted his body and floated up into the air like a gust of wind, dodging his father's love that was as heavy as a mountain. Hovering in midair, his voice came down. We can cooperate to eliminate pirates and celestial dragons. But you must become the king of the world. As soon as I heard that, I laughed and said, well, we'll see whose skills are greater then. So this matter was settled. After confirming Luffy's safety with me and knowing I wouldn't go too hard on him, Dragon said he'd be in touch later and then vanished like a gust of wind. Once he left, Carp was extremely furious, cursing at the sky while glaring at me. I figured he was thinking that if it weren't for his unfilial son Dragon running around, Luffy wouldn't have encountered Shanks, and if he hadn't met Shanks, he wouldn't have thought about becoming the Pirate King. Their family's 3 generations of naval heroes' dream would have been realized. I looked at him and smiled, saying, Mr. Carp, don't be angry. Luffy has left me here to help you educate him. At the very least, I guarantee he won't become a pirate. So you and your grandson won't have to face each other on the battlefield in the future. Who is Carp? He is wise and perceptive. He saw through me at a glance. You just want to use him as a hostage to control me. And by the way, to lure that brat dragon, right? I admitted directly. If you want to understand it this way, that's fine. But honestly, at this critical moment, the Navy is about to clash with Whitebeard. Keeping him here is definitely better than him going to advance to the city or the Navy headquarters to cause you trouble, right? As soon as I said this, Carp fell silent. In the awkward atmosphere, a semi-transparent screen suddenly popped up in front of all of us with a buzzing sound. The next second, with a flash of light, Carp, Kizaru, and Luffy, who was tied up like a rice dumpling, instantly disappeared from my ship. Wow, this system really doesn't play fair. Question and answer space is ready. Would you like to begin? Looking at this line of text, I quickly turned to my subordinates and instructed them. You all immediately return to Drum Kingdom and keep a close watch on these captives on the ship. If anyone dares to run, just kill them. Tell them I'm going to find their captain, and if I come back to find they've escaped, I'll take it out on their captain. After arranging all this, I finally clicked yes, and in a flash of darkness and light, I found myself in a huge space. I tell you, this place is like a United Nations meeting with a long table that stretches out of sight, surrounded by people. As soon as I appeared, everyone's gaze instantly focused on me. I'm not nervous at all. It's just like going back to my own home. As I walk towards the main seat, I half-heartedly apologize. Oh, you all are waiting for me? Sorry, I'm late. I sat down decisively and glanced around the venue. On the Navy side, Carp and Kizaru were leading about 20 people, and Luffy had already been untied, being firmly held down by Carp. His eyes filled with hatred as if he wanted to eat me. On the other side, it was a chaotic mix of people, pirates, slaves, and several women who looked like ordinary folks, huddled together and quietly crying, resembling lambs awaiting slaughter. This QA space was practically a death game for them. Sure enough, one of the women couldn't hold back any longer and cried out, Administrator, can we leave? We don't want the reward anymore. Punishment is fine too. Please let us go back. My kids are waiting for me to cook. Next to her, a hot-tempered pirate immediately shouted back, Shut up. Are you annoying with all that crying? As soon as he finished shouting, a clueless young sailor on the Navy side immediately stood up, pointed at the pirate's nose, and yelled, You little punk, who are you talking to? The one who should shut up is you. As soon as I saw the chaos, it looked like a vegetable market. I didn't pay attention to their arguing. I just waved to the few ordinary people who were trembling in fear. Are you ordinary people? Come over and sit with me. The few ordinary people were stunned for a moment. Then, like they had grabbed onto a lifeline, they scrambled over to sit beside me. I cleared my throat and announced, All right, everyone, get ready. I declare the quiz officially started. As soon as I finished speaking, the screen in front of us lit up simultaneously. Question: in a future without a system, how many supernovas with a bounty of over 100 million are gathered in the Xiangbao archipelago this year? Options: 1, 3, 2, 0, 3, 5, 4, 11, 5, 7, 6, 9. Correct answer reward, Goblin Summoning Technique. Wrong answer penalty, lose a certain ability or be erased if none. As soon as I saw the question, I couldn't help but laugh. I turned my head and gave a meaningful glance at Carp. Carp felt uneasy under my gaze and immediately punched Luffy, who looked confused beside him, as if to say, It's all your fault, you little brat. I didn't think about it and just chose 11 directly. The big sister next to me quietly asked, Manager, I understand what she meant. She directly turned the screen in front of me and showed my answer to them. Those ordinary people got so excited that they quickly followed suit. As a result, a sharp-eyed pirate tried to sneak a peek and found that my screen appeared as a blur of mosaics to him. I smiled and reminded him, Candidates, cheating is not allowed. Unless it's a voluntary information trade, the system won't recognize it, and you won't be able to see it either. The pirate's face turned dark as he pointed at the ordinary person next to me. What about them? I spread my hands and said, I'm willing. So what's the problem? Figure out yourself. This statement directly infuriated the pirates, making each of them so angry that they were blowing their mustaches and glaring. The Navy side was also confused, with a group of people gathered together as if they were having an academic discussion. 11 is too many. It's impossible. I think the probability is highest for 5 or 7. I couldn't help but laugh. In the end, a naval rear admiral was really at a loss and could only go ask Kizaru and Garp. The result was one was slacking off and the other was intently picking his nose, and then he wiped it all over Luffy. These two big shots are just so unreliable. Kizaru got annoyed when asked and directly kicked the ball to me. Mr. Kyle, how about sharing some intel? I laughed. What do you think? Then the rear admiral got anxious and still wanted to use my previous naval identity against me. I interrupted him directly. What's in the past is in the past, and what's in the present is in the present. If you want to know the answer, fine. You Navy guys, 20 of you, a flat price, 2 billion Bailey, and I'll tell you the answer. Wow. As soon as this price was mentioned, the whole place fell silent. The rear admiral wanted to say something else, but Kizaru suddenly spoke up, bargaining. How about a discount? 10 billion? This skill sounds pretty lackluster. I was thinking at the time, is this old guy possessed? A naval admiral here bargaining with me? As a result, someone on the pirate side couldn't hold back any longer and started bidding. Lord Manager, I am willing to offer 100 million for the answer. I offer 200 million. I didn't even pay them any mind and directly unleash my output at those pirates. I'm respecting you. How can sons of the sea, brave and free, rely on others' answers? The most important thing for a person is to rely on themselves. Understand? I threw a bunch of compliments at them, leaving them speechless. Just then, Kizaru suddenly laughed and said something that made everyone's eyes nearly pop out. 20 billion berries, no problem. Even 50 billion will be fine. Damn, what's going on with this outrageous wealth? I'm looking at Kizaru and seriously suspecting that Sengoku is forcing him to be the admiral, driving him crazy. And now he's deliberately taking the blame and slacking off. The other Navy members, upon hearing this, were almost moved to tears, each one shouting that Admiral Kizaru is brilliant. As soon as I saw the situation, I thought, why not take the money that comes to my door? I made a quick decision. All right, it's 20 billion. You, Admiral Kizaru, said it, and everyone outside is watching. I'll come to you for the money later. Kizaru waved his hand nonchalantly, urging me to hurry up and give an answer. I directly let the system share the answers with the Navy. That old guy Carp is really shameless, taking the opportunity to let Luffy sneak a peek as well. I looked at him with a smile. Vice Admiral Carp, this isn't very fair. I reminded him that after this person goes out, they will be under my control. Carp's old face turned red, and he huffed, which was considered an acknowledgement. When the time was up, the answering ended. On my side and the Navy's side, everyone got the answers right and received the goblin summoning technique. Meanwhile, those stubborn pirates looked pale, probably because they answered incorrectly and had no idea what abilities they lost. Immediately after, the second question appeared. Question: in the future, without the system, which pirate crew launch an attack on the celestial dragons in the Sabati archipelago during the era of the most supernovas? A long list of pirate crew names appeared on the screen. Correct answer reward: evolution of the goblin summoning technique. I haven't had the chance to choose yet. The older sister who was leading suddenly knelt down with a thud. The few ordinary people behind her also knelt down. The older sister raised her head, looking at me with unwavering determination. Dear manager, after we leave here, we want to follow you. Please take us with you. Otherwise, even if we manage to survive, we won't live in peace. I looked at them, and these people reacted quite quickly. Immediately, someone stood up to pledge their loyalty. Leading the way was a woman, shouting something about swearing to be loyal to the death as long as her family was safe. Well, I'm familiar with this kind of talk. Let me tell you, I'm not some kind of saint. Helping you is just convenient for me. But if you want to stick with me now, then we need to establish some rules. I'll get straight to the point. Leave your addresses. If you dare to play me, you'll bear the consequences. If you play with verbal checks here, the ones who will ultimately pay will be your own lives. This group of people nodded like chicks pecking at rice and hurriedly buried their heads in answering questions. As for how many are sincere, who knows? Anyway, I feel that for now, they don't have the guts to deceive me, but once they have the ability, human nature is hard to predict. Just then, a sneaky-looking pirate approached, grinning like a blooming chrysanthemum. Dear manager, what do you think about us? I didn't even raise my eyelids. I just sat back down. Good grief. That malicious intent to get something for nothing was so strong I could smell it from 800 meters away. Do they really think I'm a philanthropist? The pirate's face turned from green to white, and in the end, he slunk back defeated. Here, apart from bullying ordinary people, they can't beat anyone else. They're simply weak, pitiful, and helpless. The Navy was also in an uproar, each one looking worried. Why is it always about the future? Anyone among these supernovas could do this. In the end, everyone's gaze turned to Carp and Kizaru, waiting for the leaders to make a decision. Carp, the old man, simply shrugged, taking the stance of not getting involved. Let Kizaru handle it. He had just seen his grandson Luffy on the supernova list and had wanted to punch him. Luffy had been quite proud, but after being scolded by his grandfather, he wilted, cursing this broken system in his heart. As for Kizaru, let me tell you, this old guy is definitely a master of slacking off at work. He was calculating how to share the blame so that Sengoku would completely give up on the idea of making him the fleet admiral. He leisurely said, "How about we ask him again?" When he said this, the Navy fell silent. Carp couldn't stand it anymore. To prove that this ability was useless, he directly summoned something on the spot with the reward he had just received. With a bang, a goblin with pointy ears, green skin, and wearing furry shorts popped up on the table, holding a small wooden stick, looking uniquely ugly. Carp looked at it with disdain. Look, what use is this thing? It's even uglier than I am. Kizaru surprisingly still held his ground. Hey, don't rush. What if this ability evolves and can summon some powerful character? We have numbers. We can. As he spoke, he couldn't continue because the goblin was trembling under his gaze, looking like it was about to pee itself any second. Carp looked at him as if he were a big fool. Are you serious? Carp realized that Kizaru was just trying to take responsibility for himself, waiting to be scolded by Sengoku when he got back. Kizaru chuckled awkwardly. Just kidding. I'm doing this for the young ones. The future is theirs. His words brought tears to the eyes of a group of young Navy members. But Carp knew very well that this old man just wanted to slack off. One enthusiastic Navy member actually believed him and stepped forward. Admiral Kizaru, let me do it. I am willing to sacrifice myself to try. Kizaru immediately stopped him. No way. That would be punishable. The Navy members still looked excited. For everyone, I am willing to sacrifice. I really couldn't listen anymore, so I interrupted them directly. Hey guys, are we playing werewolf here? You think you can block the knife, huh? No way. You can discuss what to choose, but I can delay announcing the answer. Relying on one person to pave the way for everyone is impossible. At this point, the Navy was completely at a loss. In the end, it was Kizaru who made the decision, spending another $2 billion to buy the standard answer. While they could always reimburse it when they got back. Once the answer was revealed, the whole audience gasped, and all eyes immediately focused on Carp and Luffy. Carp's old face was a bit hard to maintain. This can't be right, can it? I smiled and said, their SA supporting video at the back. You'll know when you watch it. Carp fell completely silent, even losing the strength to hit his grandson, probably already calculating how to package this troublemaker and send him to me. Luffy, being the fool he is, had no idea and curiously asked, what is a celestial dragon? Why do I have to fight him? Carp instinctively blurted out, celestial dragons are a bunch of trash. Stay away from them. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized, oh crap, this is a global live broadcast. He quickly changed his tone, looking serious. Ahem. Celestial dragons are the world's nobility. Just stay away from them. As he spoke, he slapped Luffy on the back of the head. Family, who understands? This old man Carp's mouth is harder to shut than an AK. On the Navy headquarters side, Sengoku received a call from the world government, and his blood pressure probably shot up to 250. He had already decided that once these two troublemakers returned, he would immediately pack them up and throw them out to catch pirates. Out of sight, out of mind. In the system, the answer was officially announced. Straw Hat Pirates. The screen also displayed Luffy's future bounty of 300 million berry and Zoro's 120 million berry. Luffy looked at it and laughed. Haha, looks like the future me. You 1T have a future. Carp's words silenced him, saying, once you leave here, You'll be sent to hard labor. Luffy was still unconvinced. Impossible. I'm going to be the Pirate King. As soon as Carp heard the words Pirate King, he exploded, grabbing him and giving him a beating. Pirate King? I'll make you Roger S. wife instead. Dare to say that again. I'll smash your head. Luffy was beaten to wailing, and those around him, whether Navy or pirates, looked at him with eyes full of sympathy and a hint of doubt. Is this guy really Carp's grandson? Not Roger's illegitimate child? Then, the video started playing. On Sabidi Archipelago, a fat celestial dragon with a bubble helmet was riding a slave, rampaging down the street. He ended up colliding with a lost Zoro. When the celestial dragon saw Zoro not kneeling, he immediately pulled out a gun to shoot him. Zoro, with his violent temper, instantly erupted with killing intent, his hand already on the sword hilt. The scene suddenly stopped with a loud clap, and a temporary question popped up. Question: did Zoro kill the celestial dragon? This question was practically a gift, with rewards and penalties feeling like a joke, so I quickly selected did not kill. The people outside went crazy. Answering correctly would earn 5 million, and answering incorrectly meant wearing a bubble helmet for a day. A celestial dragon experience card. Only a fool would choose right. In Mary Geos, the real celestial dragon from the video was jumping up and down in the palace, screaming for the Navy to capture the entire Straw Hat crew to make them his slaves. When this news reached Sengoku's ears, he couldn't even get angry. He just flatly said, "Let me destroyed. Hurry up, I'm tired." In the system space, the video continued. Zoro indeed didn't strike, as he was bumped off course by a child. But you can dodge the first day of the month, but not the 15th. The scene shifted, and Luffy appeared in an auction, coincidentally encountering that celestial dragon again. Without a second thought, the celestial dragon shot at Luffy, who easily dodged. And let me tell you, that scene was so relieving. With a simple, unadorned right straight, he sent that pig flying. Carp's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. The thing he wanted to do, but didn't dare to do, was accomplished by his wasteful grandson. Even more outrageous was that when the father of the celestial dragon who was hit stood up to threaten, Usopp fell from the sky, crashing right onto him, and the two of them were perfectly aligned, lying flat together. You guys are really something. Carp gritted his teeth, grabbing Luffy, who had just caught his breath, and gave him another round of educational beating. Luffy, beaten to a pulp, stubbornly shouted, "I'm going to be the Pirate King. I really couldn't watch anymore," and spoke up to stop it. Vice Admiral Carp, "Fighting is prohibited here." Carp retorted, "I'm not fighting. I'm educating my grandson." Luffy, still sporting a swollen head, mumbled in agreement, "Yeah, Grandpa is educating me." Meanwhile, in the prison watching the live broadcast, Zoro and the others had completely lost it. Sanji had started to emo, feeling like his dreams had shattered all over the place. At this critical moment, it was Nami who stabilized the morale, saying everything could wait until Luffy returned. After the family drama between the grandfather and grandson was over, I cleared my throat and announced that the final question was starting. This time, the main character was Kizaru. Question: how many supernovas did Admiral Kizaru successfully capture on Sabidi Archipelago? The options range from 0 to 11, a long list. Everyone's eyes once again focused on Kizaru. Carp also asked him, "Kizaru, what is your choice?" This old brother still looked lazy, but inside, he was probably overjoyed. I looked at this question and couldn't help but laugh. Capture? Kizaru went to Sabidi on a business trip, primarily as a score control master, and his acting was better than anyone else's. I directly sent the correct answer of 0 to this batch of subordinates I had just received. Whether they believed it or not, it was up to them. Meanwhile, those pirates who had a chance to answer were all red-eyed, staring intently at the Navy and Kizaru, knowing that this might be their last chance to turn the tables. These pirates were really anxious. One guy directly moved towards the Navy, like meeting an underground party, and whispered, "Big brother, Navy brother, I want to surrender. Tell me an answer. I beg you." Let me tell you, that scene was something else. The Navy looked at him like he was an idiot, completely ignoring him. This pirate was also a chatterbox, going on and on until he finally annoyed a naval rear admiral, who snapped back, "Do you think we're fools? Surrender? Is that bounty of over 30 million even real? How can you call yourself a pirate without at least 100 or 80 lives on your hands? The prison thinks you're a waste of space." You might as well die right here. Wow. When those words were said, the pirate completely lost it, pointing at Luffy and Carp and shouting, "Why him? The Straw Hat Kid has a bounty similar to mine. Why does he get to live? Just because his grandpa is a Navy hero and his dad is the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Is having connections that impressive? A Navy hero raises a Revolutionary Army leader and also a grandson who wants to be the Pirate King. Your family is really something. All right, he also beat a celestial dragon, and once that gets out, don't think the Navy will have it easy. Get ready to suffer together. Family, who understands?" This guy was basically my internet mouthpiece, going all out and exposing the Navy's dirty laundry. The Naval Rear Admiral's face turned green with anger, ready to make a move. But our host, Kyle, remained calm and coldly said, "Fighting is prohibited here. Anyone who acts up will experience the iron fist of the rules." The Naval Rear Admiral had no choice but to sit back down, even being polite to Kyle. But the pirate had completely lost it, pointing at Kyle and continuing to rant. "What are you pretending to be a good guy for? What good can come from being in cahoots with the Navy? Once you're of no use, the Navy will be the first to deal with you. Do you think you're something special just because you have a Navy hero grandpa backing you? I think this guy really doesn't want to live anymore." Crazily dancing in the minefield, Kyle was so annoyed that he squinted his eyes, too lazy to speak, and a chill suddenly burst out, instantly freezing that pirate into an ice sculpture, still maintaining the posture of cursing. Only then did Kyle slowly say, "You just stand there and answer the questions. The rest of you, hurry up." I tell you, as soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Old Man Carp's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he didn't say a word. The yellow ape beside him also had a look of trouble on his face, probably calculating in his mind how to avoid getting the blame. After a long stalemate, it was the Navy that backed down first. The yellow ape, being a clever guy, waved his hand lazily and said, all right, no more guessing. Kyle, give us the answer." The implication was clear. It's just 20 billion. What's the big deal? I'll take the blame. Kyle chuckled and passed the answer to them. When the Navy personnel saw it, someone couldn't sit still and jumped up shouting, "Are you kidding? The Admiral caught 0 supernovas? How is that possible? Did the Admiral go fishing?" The yellow ape himself was also confused and leaned over to say, Hey, Kyle, we have to spend money on this. Did you get the answer wrong? How could I not catch even one?" Kyle shrugged. "You haven't paid yet. Anyway, this is the answer, believe it or not. The bill can't be blamed on me." The yellow ape glanced at Kyle's face that showed he wasn't joking and could only pinch his nose and accept it. Carp next to them laughed and patted the yellow ape's shoulder, saying, "Good job, Borsalino. Even if you want my grandson off the hook, you don't have to make it so obvious, right? Not catching a single one." The yellow ape helplessly replied, "I don't know what happened. Maybe there was some accident." In the end, the Navy honestly chose 0. The pirates, on the other hand, were in despair, looking worried and confused. Especially those who had never answered correctly even once, their faces turned pale. Soon, the system announced the correct answer. Answer: 0. I tell you, as soon as the answer came out, the pirates went crazy. Impossible. A Marine Admiral can't catch a single one. This Kizaru is too useless. Kizaru, R&M, just retire already. Their SA guy who is going to be erased for answering a question wrong. And right before he dies, they're going off, making Kizaru look dumbfounded. Does anyone understand? Pirates cursing the Marines for not catching pirates. I've never seen such a scene of magical realism. Kizaru must be thinking, why should I care if I can't catch pirates? But his face still looks like a helpless, lazy fish. Now, the whole world is laughing at this. At Marine headquarters, the phone in Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office is about to explode. He had just submitted a recommendation for Kizaru to be the next Fleet Admiral, and then this happened. A dignified admiral can't even catch a few small pirates and still wants to be Fleet Admiral. ISNT, that just pure comedy? Just as the world was mocking, the video started playing. As soon as the footage appeared, I was like, wow. Kizaru's entrance was so flashy. He didn't even take a ship, just stepped on a cannonball and shot off like a beam of light towards Sabeti Archipelago, defying the laws of physics. Carp couldn't help but comment, "Who would thought you'd be so good at this?" When he arrived on the island, Kizaru was like a headless fly, holding a din mushy and saying moshi moshi, but the signal was bad. He casually approached a supernova, that Hawkins. and asked like an old man asking for directions. "Excuse me, have you seen my assistant, Bartolomeo?" Hawkins was busy with his fortune-telling, and didn't he even acknowledge him? Kizaru's expression changed instantly, grinning lewdly. "Well, if I can't find him, I'll be very bored. And when I'm bored, I definitely can't just ignore you bounty criminals. Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light flashed, and Hawkins was kicked away, crashing into several buildings. Kizaru didn't he give him a chance to catch his breath, firing several lasers at him. Thanks to his Strawman ability, Hawkins barely survived, losing 2 lives. Just then, the strange monk Urki, Drake, and Apu, 3 supernovas, also appeared, surrounding Kizaru. I thought to myself, this should put some pressure on him, right? But to my surprise, Kizaru still looked lazy, mumbling, "The most dangerous here should be me." Then, the iconic scene unfolded. With one kick, the strange monk Urki was sent flying. With a single finger, dinosaur-shaped Drake was pierced by a laser. While Kizaru said, "You guys with bounties over 1 billion, each one like a monster, so scary," he took down this group of supernovas as if he were bowling. Hawkins held out a bit longer and used a giant demon form, but Kizaru blinded him with a strong light from 2 fingers. And then he was poked into a sieve with a series of biu sounds. At this point, everyone was dumbfounded. With this level of combat power, you're telling me he didn't capture a single one? Isn't that ridiculous? Some started to suspect. I get it, Kizaru must be an undercover agent, deliberately letting people escape. Just as Kizaru was about to deliver the final blow to Hawkins, the hidden Oppo suddenly launched a sonic attack, blowing Kizaru in half. But the next second, Kizaru reformed and instantly flashed in front of Oppo, delivering another kick that directly knocked him out. All 4 supernovas were down. At this point in the video, Garp looked at Kizaru with a strange expression, as if to say, "Are you messing with me?" The scene shifted, and Kizaru finally found Luffy and the others. At that moment, the Straw Hat crew had just finished fighting a pacifist, all of them injured. Without saying a word, Kizaru stepped on the severely wounded Zoro's chest, his foot glowing with golden light, and it looked like he was about to crush Zoro's heart. Luffy went crazy on the spot, his eyes turning red, wanted to rush up and fight, but was pinned down by his grandfather Garp, who would let him move no matter what. "Grandpa!" Luffy screamed, helplessly watching Zoro being stepped on, while the attacks from his other companions against Kizaru felt like mere tickles, completely ineffective. "Why can't we hit him?" he asked Logia, just like that smoker. Luffy was so anxious that tears were almost coming out, and he could only watch. Kizaru, meanwhile, just stepped on Zoro, not using lethal force, as if waiting for something. Our host Kyle, being utterly clueless, directly spoke into the mic. Admiral Kizaru might be a spy, waiting for someone to come and rescue. Upon hearing this, Kizaru immediately began to seriously ramble about the Navy's operational rules, judgment standards, and the differing values of capturing living or dead, leaving me utterly stunned. Just as he was finishing his sentence, in the video, reinforcements truly arrived. An old man with white hair and glasses suddenly appeared to save the day, blocking Kizaru's lightspeed kick aimed at Zoro with a single slash. I focused my gaze and exclaimed, "Holy crap, it's Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Pirate King." Kyle immediately laughed, pointing at Kizaru, and said, "Look, the person behind you has arrived. Your identity as a spy has been exposed. Better run away. The organization still needs you." Kizaru's lewd face was twitching uncontrollably. He started fighting Rayleigh, claiming he would capture him, but his movements were slow and clearly holding back, allowing Rayleigh to keep him occupied. The Navy finally found a way to save face. "Oh, so he was held back by Rayleigh. That makes sense. But did you think that was the end?" There was something even more outrageous to come. Just as Rayleigh was holding Kizaru back, another formidable figure appeared on the scene. The real warlord of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma. Then I witnessed the most despairing scene. Kuma didn't say a word. He raised his hand and slapped Zoro with a smack, and Zoro instantly disappeared. Next, smack, Brook was gone. Smack, Usopp vanished. One after another, the Straw Hat crew members were wiped out as if they were deleted files, each one disappearing with a single slap. Luffy's expression, I tell you, was truly heartbreaking. Watching his friends disappear right before his eyes, unable to do anything, and in the end, even he was slapped away. At this point, everyone finally understood, oh, So that's why no one was captured. Everyone was taken away by Kuma. What can Kizaru do? Once the video ended, Luffy was completely stunned, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, murmuring, "The future me can't even save one person?" A terrifying aura emanated from him, as if he was about to go berserk. Carp looked at his grandson in this state, sighed, and softly said, "This is the path of a pirate. Don't go any further." Just as the video ended, the entire place was still immersed in a sorrowful atmosphere when a Navy officer stood up and asked, "Is the questioning over? Can we leave now?" To which Kyle smiled slightly and replied, "Leave? The game hasn't ended yet. Didn't we agree on 3 questions? Who said that? The system has the final say." Kyle shrugged, and the 4th question appeared on the big screen. Question: what is the hidden identity of the warlord of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma? Options: 1. Navy. 2. World Government. 3. Revolutionary Army. 4. Celestial Dragon. I tell you, when this question came out, the whole place exploded. Does the bear have another identity? And among these options, which one isn't a shocking revelation? Once this question was raised, the naval headquarters probably had their phones ringing off the hook. Sengoku's face turned green. He must be thinking, how did a traitor from the Revolutionary Army sneak into my carefully selected 7 warlords? The world government immediately ordered Sengoku to send someone to capture the bear. He absolutely cannot be allowed to escape. On the other side, on a remote island, the bear himself looked at the question on the screen, expressionless. The snail phone quickly rang. It was Dragon calling. The bear's tone was calm, meaning, "It's fine. Exposure is exposure. The mission isn't complete yet. At worst, I could just give up my consciousness and let them completely transform me into a robot. As long as I can help you all, I don't care. Family, this is true faith. For the ideal, one can even sacrifice oneself." Meanwhile, in the answering space, these people were completely dumbfounded. The Navy refused to guess anymore, fearing it was another trap. The remaining small-time pirates were on the verge of death and dared not move recklessly. Only the civilians were the smartest, just copying answers to get it done. Their eyes fixed on Kyle, waiting for him to provide the correct answer to win that 1 billion prize. I tell you, that old man Carp couldn't sit still at that moment and directly asked me, "Kid, do you know this question too? What exactly is your background?" Goodness. The look in his eyes was half curiosity and half existential doubt. He must have already been calculating his unfilial son long in his mind. Can I let this opportunity pass? I go full fortune teller mode and start delivering my output to him. I know the past and understand the future. Mr. Carp, and you over there, Admiral Kizaru, I have a clear view of both your futures. Want to know? Although there might be some minor changes now, the overall direction won't change. My previous invitation is still valid, so think about it more. I even convinced myself with what I said. The old fox, Kizaru, squinted at me for a long time, probably analyzing how many punctuation marks in my statement were genuine. Finally, he managed to say, "Today's young people can deceive others without batting an eye. It's terrifying." I, following his lead, actually blinked at him and smiled in a way that was quite inscrutable. On the other hand, Garp was more direct, while picking his nose. He said, "Not a word of what you said do I believe." He said that, but who understands family? His eyes had already betrayed him. I pressed on. I didn't get the last question wrong, and I won't get this one wrong either. Guess what? Is what I said true or false? I laid my cards on the table. I was planning to steal away this naval hero. I knew that with such a stubborn old man. A little boldness was necessary to shake him up. As a result, the old man started to play tricks with me, countering my question. "So what do you think? Is the statement you read so handsome true or false?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. This old man really knows how to save face. I went along with him and said, "Of course it's true." As soon as Carp heard that, he puffed up with pride and started bragging about how he was in the Navy back in the day. The yellow monkey nearby couldn't bear to watch and turn away, pretending to look at the scenery. Luffy was dumbfounded and muttered softly, "Is Grandpa really that amazing?" As a result, he got punched by Carp again. I shrugged and said, "See, this proves that what I've been saying has always been true." Carp picked his nose and wiped it on Luffy, then waved his hand. "Don't give me that nonsense. Your tricks don't work on me." Well, since it has come to this, I couldn't be bothered to persuade any further. Anyway, this time out, the feud with the world government and the Navy is set in stone. Just then, The answer was revealed on the big screen. Revolutionary Army. I tell you, as soon as the answer came out, the chat room outside exploded. Damn, they really are the Revolutionary Army. So before, when Big Bear knocked the Straw Hat crew away, it was actually a rescue? No kidding. That's his boss's son. How could he not save him? Does anyone understand? The background of the Straw Hat Kid is just too strong. On the pirate side, there's the Emperor Shanks. On the Revolutionary Army side, there's his biological father protecting him. And on the Navy side, his grandfather is a hero. Is this world run by his family? Isn't that right? Carp recognizes Roger and Whitebeard as his godsons. And now, Luffy has directly become the grandson of the Pirate King and the world's strongest man? Oh my god, this generation of Pirate Kings is clearly predetermined, right? Roger must be watching from above and feeling alive again, and the people on Whitebeard's ship are starting to lose their composure. Marco took the lead in stirring things up, saying to Ace, "Ace, why don't you recognize Dad as Grandpa? Then you can call me Dad from now on." Ace turned green with anger, and Whitebeard had to shout to calm these filial sons down. In the answering space, rewards started to be distributed. Boxes of money fell like rain, most of it coming my way. Those clever civilians obediently handed over all the bonuses, and I didn't shortchange them either. I gave each of them a little travel fare and then announced the meeting was adjourned. The pirates ran away faster than anyone else, fearing that if they stayed one more second, it would be gone. Before leaving, Kizaru gave me a meaningful glance and said, "See you outside," and then slipped away. Those civilians were full of gratitude towards me, vowing to rush to Drum Kingdom to join me as soon as they got out. Once everyone had left, I claimed my exclusive reward and vanished. Goblin Summon upgraded to Goblin King. Good heavens, let me tell you, this skill just upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. Now I can summon goblins from another world as my subordinates, and they will absolutely obey orders. The coolest part is, I can even take control of the goblins summoned by others. Isn't this just forming an army by oneself? I was thrilled on the spot. As soon as I returned to Drum Kingdom, I saw Carp grabbing Luffy. That kid Luffy was still shouting, "Let go of me, Grandpa. I want to save my friends. I want to knock out Kaido. I want to be the Pirate King." I strolled over leisurely and smiled at Admiral Carp. "Admiral Carp, isn't it time to return my prey?" Carp's face twisted in a struggle, and after a long sigh, he tossed Luffy over like a discarded sack, leaving behind a couple of harsh words. "If you let anything happen to him, I won't spare you. I hope what you said before is true." Then, Luffy's tough days began. I had him locked up with sea stone handcuffs, sealed his mouth shut, and then handed him over to Robin under the pretext of historical re-education, so he could learn a lesson about the consequences of being a pirate. Addiction to power is a disease, and it needs to be shocked back to reality. After dealing with Luffy, I want to find that old salty fish, Kizaru. Guess what? When I found him, he was secretly experimenting with his new skill in the snow, summoning a little green-skinned dwarf, and he looked completely disdainful. I went up and asked, "Where's my money?" Kizaru laughed and said he had already contacted Sengoku, and that he would bring it along when delivering supplies. Then this old guy, in order to change the subject, started summoning goblins like crazy. To my surprise, he actually summoned a 3-meter-tall giant, wielding a big machete, looking quite intimidating. I also got excited and joined in the summoning. As a result, I ended up with a ton of goblins, goblin warriors, goblin mages, goblin bombers, pouring out like a goblin blind box party. In the end, I summoned a shiny golden figure wearing a crown and holding a staff, the Golden Goblin. The yellow ape's eyes went wide. "What is this thing? How come I can't summon it?" I smiled at him and said, "Want to know? Just test his strength." I attacked him. The yellow ape didn't take it seriously and casually tried to deal with that Golden Goblin. As a result, the goblin muttered an incomprehensible spell, and suddenly a bolt of lightning struck, piercing through the yellow ape's elemental body and causing some blood to spurt out. The yellow ape was stunned. "He hurt me?" Well, of course, magical damage is specifically designed to deal with all sorts of fancy tricks. The yellow ape's eyes immediately lit up as he approached and said, "Let's sell it to the Navy for research. It must have immense value." I directly refused, "Just kidding. Can I sell my trump card?" So casually. But seeing that old guy's greedy look, I've already started a plot in my mind. After sending Yellow Ape away, I took my mighty goblin army back. Next step, the target, Sky Island. I'm going to catch that guy who claims to be a god, and make him my power bank. Just as I was getting the ship ready to set off, that old guy Yellow Ape appeared like a ghost again, grinning lewdly. "Oh, where you planning to go?" I gave him a glare. "Monitoring me?" He still wouldn't admit it. "I'm just here for a vacation. I'm a bit curious." "I'll go straight to the point." "I don't believe you at all, you old rascal." "Fine, you want to go along with me, right? This time, I'm planning to take the opportunity to take down a celestial dragon. You could just stand by and watch, and I'll count it as your contribution." Huang Yuan's face instantly froze. We sailed all the way with Nami as our navigator and soon arrived at Gaia Island. As soon as we docked, a group of people rushed out, and the blonde giant leading them shouted at us, "You are not welcome here. Leave quickly." As soon as I saw him, I realized this was none other than the descendant of the great fraudster Norland, Wombrian KilledThatch. I pointed at the guy next to him who looked like a monkey and turned to Huang Yuan, asking, "Is he a relative?" Huang Yuan's face darkened. They were initially very aggressive, but as soon as they recognized me and Huang Yuan, they instantly became intimidated. I'm too lazy to beat around the bush. So let's get straight to the point. When Bulan Kulik, I'm here to go to the Sky Island, and I want to borrow your knowledge. If you're interested, I can take you up there to see the land of gold your ancestors spoke of. Upon hearing this, Kulik was stunned, so excited that he couldn't say a word. At that moment, ding, a question box popped up in front of everyone in the world. Quiz event starts. Question: is the story of the land of gold known as Big Liar Nolan true or not? Correct answer reward: 100 kilograms of gold. Wrong answer penalty: deprivation of a certain ability. Wow, this system is about to cause a big stir. I shouted directly at Korek and the others. What are you waiting for? Choose for real. The golden country is right up in the sky. As soon as Nami heard about the 100 kilograms of gold, her eyes instantly turned into berry symbols, and she was almost drooling. Without thinking, she chose yes. Just after she made her choice, I floated over and said softly, "Don't forget, you're mine now. The money you win is also mine." Nami's smile instantly froze. Looking at her petrified expression, I added another dagger. "All right, I forgot to tell you. The rising current you need to take to Sky Island is life-threatening. One wrong move, and the ship could be destroyed, and people could die. By then, don't even talk about money. You might not even be alive. Family, who understands?" Nami completely broke down, squatting on the ground, holding her head. "Can I not have the money anymore? I want to go home. My immense wealth. Why does it still require my life? I am to utili imo." And guess what? That demon King Kyle, good grief, it's like he can read minds. Just after I finished being emo, he coldly floated over and said, "If you dare to curse me in your heart again, I'll throw you into the sea to wake you up." Let me tell you, Nami's expression at that moment was a mix of cowardice and stubbornness. She probably cursed Kyle's ancestors 100 times in her heart while still forcing a smile on her face. Okay, I was wrong, bro. Don't abandon me." She was truly adaptable. Inside, she was suffering. This was no pirate ship. It was simply a den of the Demon King, weak, pitiful, and helpless. All she could do was shiver. Just as the atmosphere on our side was tense, the global live streaming system exploded with comments. Gamblers all over the world went crazy, shouting that Nolan was a big liar, betting everything on him, saying if he won this time, he would pay off his debts, and if he lost, he would jump into the sea. It was a scene of gamblers breaking down. And guess who showed up? Pirate King Roger. He directly spoiled it on the public screen. The land of gold? I'm familiar with that. It flew into the sky. And I even carved a word on it back in the day. Wow, that stirred up a huge wave. Old school big shots like Rox and Kaido all popped up to argue. In the middle, a guy named Enel jumped in, suffering from late-stage Chinibu, with an ID of God of Sky Island, claiming he would take out everyone. Kaido directly shouted from afar, "Kid, if you have the guts, come over and kill me. I dare you." I thought to myself, what a conspicuous fool this Enel is. He must have put a global bounty on himself, right? Kyle looked at the screen and laughed, probably thinking about whether they would have to queue up to catch this kid later. Then, the most exciting part came. The answer was revealed. The land of gold truly exists. Let me tell you, in that, at least half of the gamblers in the world exploded on the spot. It was a real, physical explosion. With a bang, people were gone. The system punished them, and their souls were taken away, leaving no chance for reincarnation. On the street, in an instant, dozens of people disappeared, and the scene was simply unbelievable. On our ship, everything was shining with gold. For those who answered correctly, 100 kilograms of gold would suddenly drop in front of them, and several piles of gold nearly illuminated the small island. Nami's eyes went wide, and she transformed into a clingy person, sweetly calling out to Lord Kyle. But Kyle didn't even raise an eyebrow and pointed to the sea. I think you need to go down and calm down. Ha ha ha, let me tell you, this guy truly lacks romance. He is all about being dedicated and only loves blue-haired ones. Nami was immediately embarrassed, left staring longingly at the pile of gold. Her heart shattered. Then, the second question came. It asked why the land of gold disappeared. There were 4 options. The king hoarded it, it was stolen. The locals hid it. And the last one was that it was washed up to the sky by ocean currents. I tell you, this is an easy question. Just as Roger finished speaking, Kyle instantly chose option 4 and turned to Nami with a charming smile. That's right, it went to the heavens. Whether we can safely get up there depends on you, Miss Navigator. One misstep, and we could fall from 10,000 meters and become a pile of mush. Goodness, that scared Nami so much her face turned pale. She could only grit her teeth and say, I will do my best. Once the answer was revealed, it indeed turned out to be that it flew to the sky. Then the system started playing a movie recounting the events of Norland from back then. It was truly stirring, talking about saving the natives, swearing brotherhood with the warrior Calgera, and finally, due to tectonic shifts, half the island was washed up to the sky, leading to this great misunderstanding for 400 years. The descendant of Norland, named Kulik, immediately knelt down, crying uncontrollably over the 400 years of grievances. Who understands the pain of family? Finally, he was vindicated. After crying, Kulik asked Kyle to take him to the sky, saying he wasn't interested in gold, but wanted to see the place his ancestors spoke of and ring that golden bell. Kyle readily agreed. At this moment, Kizaru, that old slickster, came over and asked Kyle what he was going to do in the sky. Kyle turned the tables. Brother, since you're so concerned about me, why not defect from a navy and hang out with me? I've got it all planned out, and from now on, we'll take down the Gorsi one by one. With the motto reshaping the glory of the Navy, we have an unshirkable duty. Kizaru was so scared he waved his hands. Oh dear, today's youth is truly terrifying. Spare me. Please. I couldn't help but laugh. Their banter was like a duel of wits, filled with clever remarks. 2 days later, the ship was modified, now sporting 2 large wings. Let me tell you, when the upward current hit, the scene went completely out of control. The entire sea surface turned into a massive whirlpool, and then with a bang, a column of water shot up into the sky, and our ship was launched upwards like a rocket. Nami screamed in fear. If it weren't for Kyle grabbing her, she would have probably flown off. Kizaru, on the other hand, was leisurely mocking the young people for being too crazy. As we pierced through the clouds, we heard a splat, and our entire ship plunged into a white ocean. Who knows what it's like to be in the sea of the sky? The feeling was incredible. Everyone was dumbfounded. Kulik was ecstatic, and Nami forgot her fear, her eyes filled with curiosity. Just as we arrived, Kizaru, that old trickster, was the first to react. Oh, it seems someone is peeping at us. Kyle remained calm. Just a self-important guy. No need to worry. He'll come to us. Sure enough, while we were sailing, an old man riding a strange bird, claiming to be the sky knight Gonfall, came to lead us. He specifically warned us not to provoke the gods, or we would be struck by lightning. But then Kizaru, unable to keep his mouth shut, casually remarked, if the gods are like this. Before he could finish, crack, a lightning bolt struck down from the sky. Wow, the temper of this god is explosive. It seems he really listens to advice. Whoever mentions it gets struck. Next, 4 bizarre figures jumped out from the woods. They were Enel's 4 priests. Each one was swaggering, claiming we were disrespectful to the gods and would be punished. One of them was as round as a ball, and another had a knife that could transform. Without saying a word, he attacked. The priest with the knife, named Dome, swiftly transformed the knife into an iron whip and pierced Kizaru's body, boasting, got one down. But Kizaru is a Logia type. It was nothing. Another priest, the round one named Satori, charged at Kyle. But Kyle was faster. With a swift movement, he reached out and pierced through that fat ball, leaving him chilled to the bone. I tell you, the 2 remaining priests were dumbfounded. Their heart network was like a low-spec radar, clearly scanning for Kyle, but what happened? They saw him with their eyes, but their brains couldn't keep up, man. Kyle suddenly appeared right in front of them, conjured 2 ice spears in his hands, and pierced straight through them. Before dying, those 2 were still wide-eyed, their faces full of confusion. It was simply the most bewildering behavior of the year. Kyle sneered and said, "Just because you see it doesn't mean you can react to it." The last priest, the one with the whip, was so scared that his soul nearly left his body. He even tried to struggle, but then the yellow ape raised a finger, and a laser shot through, instantly vaporizing him. The yellow ape stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking disdainful. Is this a priest? So disappointing. I thought they'd be tough. Kyle shot him a glance. Don't get involved if you're disappointed. It's not your business anymore. Kyle originally wanted to capture one alive, but accidentally killed them all and was feeling a headache about it. Just then, with a crackle, a bolt of lightning struck right in front of us. Lo and behold, a shirtless man walked out from the lightning, with long, drooping ears, looking displeased at the 4 corpses on the ground. This guy was Enel, the god of the Sky Island. He probably came to watch the show, but ended up finding that all his subordinates were gone. His sour face looked like someone owed him 8 million. He came up and stupidly yelled at us, claiming we were provoking a god, as if nobody understood. The middle school syndrome was too strong. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a 30 million volt attack. Kyle swiftly dodged, while the yellow ape. He didn't care at all. The lightning passed through his body without any effect, turning back into light particles. Enel's expression was as if he had seen a ghost, stunned. What is going on? There is someone who could be immune to my attacks. He broke down right there, howling about divine punishment, and started bombarding us. Kyle got annoyed and dodged with an explosion, instantly getting right in Enel's face. He dodged your attack. Why are you hitting me? Enel jumped in shock and quickly transformed into lightning to escape. But it was useless. Kyle's observation hockey was simply predicting his predictions, pure consciousness crushing. The scene that followed was a one-sided beating. Wherever Enel tried to dodge, Kyle's figure would appear there in advance, kicking him from the sky down to the ground. I could hear the sound of bones breaking from far away. While beating him, Kyle mocked. A god, huh? Divine punishment, right? You like electric therapy? Buddy, you understand electric therapy, but I understand physical therapy. Still a god, huh? Are you even discharging electricity anymore? The scene was chaotic. Moving from the beach to the forest, the entire area was almost demolished by the 2 of them. Aside from his powerful fruit ability, Enel's physical skills in hockey were like elementary school level compared to Kyle, being pressed down and rubbed into the ground. The yellow ape watched in shock, hands in his pockets, probably muttering, "So scary, are the young people nowadays this fierce? Maybe I should apply for early retirement." In the end, Kyle seized the opportunity and snapped on sea-stone handcuffs on Enel. There he was, the once arrogant god, now lying on the ground with a bruised face like a dead dog, lacking even the strength to struggle. Kyle dragged him like a sack, walking over to the yellow ape, grinning, successfully captured a wild Pokemon. The yellow ape looked at this scene and felt a bit of sorrow for the dead rabbit and the sad fox. We're all natural types. How is there such a big gap? Enel still wanted to act tough, but as soon as he opened his mouth to say this god, he was met with Kyle's foot on his face. A fruit user? What god are you? Just behave. As we were cleaning up, a group of people on flying skateboards rushed over. The Sandians, led by a fierce-looking guy named Weber, who was carrying a large cannon. They initially came to snatch heads, wanting to take out Enel in the chaos. But when they arrived, they found the boss was already taken down by us, with loot scattered all over, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Kyle didn't take them seriously at all, directly pointing at Uncle Kulik on our ship, saying to Weber, "This uncle is a descendant of Nolan. You should remember that name, right?" Upon hearing the name Nolan, Weber was stunned, staring at Kulik with disbelief. Kyle didn't bother to explain, believe it or not. Just so, this Sky Island is now mine. When Weber heard Kyle was going to take their holy land, he exploded, pulling out the cannon and shouting for them to die. What happened next? Kyle didn't even raise an eyebrow. With a whoosh, cold air surged out, and the group instantly turned into ice sculptures, all becoming calm in an instant. Kyle pointed at Kulik. "You go have a good talk with them about history, and when you're done, bring them to see me." Then he turned to the former god gone for. "You, go calm the Sky Island residents. Don't let them cause a ruckus." In just a few words, he arranged everything clearly. Then, Kyle dragged the half-dead Enel into a little dark room in the palace. Squatting in front of this guy, Kyle smiled and asked, "Do you have dreams, oh god?" Enel still tried to act tough. "I want to kill you." Kyle sighed. "Looks like you're still not convinced." As soon as he finished speaking, Kyle's eyes changed instantly. A strange triangular pinwheel pattern appeared. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Activate. He directly pulled Enel into the Tsukuyami world, putting him through a 72-hour mental torture infinite loop package. When Enel finally emerged from the illusion, his eyes were vacant, drooling all over, completely broken. Kyle called in the medical team, and when the doctors saw this scene, one was bruised and lying on the ground, while the other was calm like nothing happened. They were so scared their gloves fell off, finishing the treatment and running faster than anyone else. Not long after, the exploration team returned, reporting that they had found the legendary Golden Mountain. Nami's eyes turned into belly symbols upon hearing this, rushing over to try and pocket some, but was dissuaded by the goblins guarding it with their glares, left only to watch longingly. Kyle happened to pass by, tapped her head. "Work hard, and the money will come. But if you still think about being a pirate, I want you hold back." After hearing this, Nami wilted completely. She looked at Enel, who once was so arrogant, now trailing behind Kyle like a dog, and the small spark of rebellion in her heart was completely extinguished. "I have to say, I can't bother with her little tricks right now. The important matters come first." I followed Inaru onto his big treasure ship, the Ark, and walked around it a couple of times. Good grief, this thing actually flies using electricity. It's clearly not a technology that those natives from Sky Island could create. It's definitely some lunar black technology. Inaru is like a puppet right now. Whatever I tell him to do, he does. When I asked him if the ship can fly, he just stood there blankly and replied, almost just needs power. I thought to myself, this hypnotic state is useful, but I always feel like he's not showing his full potential. I'll have to find a way to wake him up later and use him as a muscle. I'm really interested in this flying ship. Air supremacy, folks. Who would want that? So I made a decision right away, telling him to continue perfecting the Ark and to directly ask the people below for any materials he needs. Just as I finished explaining, before I had a chance to leave, the Sandians came knocking. Leading the group were the same Uncle Kulik from before and that spiky fellow Weepa. Seeing the situation, I thought, oh, is the chat over? Old man Kulik is now quite pleased. Having cleared his ancestors' grievances and found the Golden Village, he was smiling so brightly. I turned my gaze to Weepa and asked him, "What about you guys? What do you want to do?" Let me tell you, I was completely taken aback by the next scene. This guy, Weepa, without any hesitation, just knelt down in front of me with a perfect slide, his posture impeccable. The woman next to him wanted to say something, but was silenced by a glare from him. "Lord Kyle," Weepa's voice was so sincere, "please keep that golden bell. All of us, Sandia people of this generation, are willing to become your most loyal warriors." I was stunned for a moment, so straightforward. I thought I would have to argue with them for a while, even prepare to take action, but they just voted directly. It makes sense, since even the god Enel in their eyes was being held like a dog by me. How could they go against me? The woman next to me quickly added, "We can only represent our generation, but if you are a good god." I waved my hand, too lazy to listen to their empty talk. "All right, stop talking nonsense. Want the golden bell? Fine, show me your value." I looked them up and down, and honestly, with your current strength, if you were thrown into Qinghai, you wouldn't even stir up a splash. Yet you call yourselves warriors? First, want to go training for me. It's just a broken bell. Although it's gold, it's not as solid as a pile of gold bars to me. If it can be exchanged for a group of capable warriors, then this deal is a huge profit. When Weepa heard that the people below were stronger, a fighting spirit instantly ignited in his eyes. Good. That's the kind of energy I want. I directly ordered them to gather personnel and prepare for hellish military training. Armed hockey and observation hockey must be arranged. Sigh, thinking about this gives me a headache. I really hope Teacher Zephyr comes over quickly. I have no idea how to teach this. Just after I finished mumbling, guess what happened? I don't know, but the Navy headquarters exploded. Let me tell you, Teacher Zephyr hasn't been idle lately. He's been secretly investigating the Navy and the world government's shady dealings. The more he digs, the colder his heart gets. Now it's a big deal, and he's been caught by Sengoku. Sengoku directly brought Karp, Akiji, and Granny Tsuru, a group of top-tier fighters, to corner Teacher Zephyr in his office. That scene was something else, basically a Navy version of Infernal Affairs. Sengoku, furious, questioned him about what he was trying to do, wondering if he had been tricked by me. Our teacher Zephyr has seen all kinds of situations, and he laid it all out. I'm done. He even casually added, this is just my late rebellious phase. Who can understand that? A rebellious phase at over 70 years old. What a reason. Sengoku nearly had a heart attack on the spot, feeling that after so many years in power, he was surrounded by traitors. And this crew couldn't continue for even a day. While he was fuming, an even crazier move happened. Carp, that old rascal, was watching the show and even laughed out loud, then secretly gave Akiji a glance. Akiji, let me tell you, this guy is truly something. He instantly understood. Without saying a word, he unleashed an ice age on Sengoku. Taking advantage of the moment when the big shots were frozen, he directly took Teacher Zephyr and a group of prearranged brothers and made a run for it. By the time Sengoku broke free from the ice, they were long gone. He was so angry he pointed at Carp's nose and cursed, feeling like the entire Navy was about to be dismantled by these old comrades. In the end, Granny Teru came out to clean up the mess, saying this had to be reported to the world government, and those who wanted to leave shouldn't be stopped, or else it would turn into a big joke of a Navy civil war. By the time the news reached me, I was counting the gains from Sky Island. Gold, Inaru, Shell's technology, the Sky Islanders. I was rolling in it. Suddenly, Kazuru's lewd face came over, looking quite strange. What exactly did you do? I was completely bewildered. What can I do? I'm right under your nose, every day. He said softly, Teacher Zifa has defected with Akiji. As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Huh. Teacher Zifa is forever a legend. I had already known that the teacher had this intention, but I didn't expect the action to be so fast. It's really true that when Chow Chow is mentioned, he arrives. Just as I was laughing, my phone rang. When I picked up, it was indeed Teacher Zifa. His voice was strong and robust, and it was clear that he had relieved all his stress. He asked me where I was and wanted to come find me. I quickly told him to go to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom first, and I would return right away. Before hanging up, the teacher specifically reminded me, be careful of Kizuru. That guy is not reliable. I hung up the phone and smiled at Kizuru. Did you hear that? The teacher told you to be careful of me. I began to intensify my persuasion. Admiral, look, Akiji is left. Why are you still sticking around? Sengoku is definitely going to retire, and when that happens, you'll have to take on the role of Fleet Admiral, attending meetings every day, working yourself to death. Why not come and hang out with me? The treatment is better, and I guarantee it's much easier. Kizuru waved his hands in response, and I could tell he was a bit tempted. After enough teasing, I immediately decided to return to the Drum Kingdom. The Sky Island side would be left to that old man Ganfuer to manage. I would bring the elite of the Scipians and Uncle Kureha with me. A large group boarded Enel's Ark and directly descended from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Unfortunately, the navigation of the ship was poor, and during the descent, it veered off course, landing directly on an island called Gambling City, Menglagia. With so much gold on the ship and the bizarre shape of the flying vessel, it instantly attracted the attention of the entire island. I have to tell you, this place is simply my holy land for blind box unboxing. As soon as I entered the biggest casino on the island, I saw an old blind man in a purple robe leaning on a cane. Even with his eyes closed, his aura was on a completely different level from the surrounding gamblers. Wow, isn't this the Fujidora I've been looking for? To run into him like this is truly fate's arrangement. I walked straight over and got to the point. Hello, my good sir, are you interested in joining us? He was obviously taken aback, looking very cautious. Do you know me? I'm just a blind man, unable to take care of myself. I directly sat down beside him. Some people are blind in their eyes, but not in their hearts. Some people have good eyesight, yet their hearts are blind. My name is Kyle. Do you want to join me in coloring this world again and building a fairer world? He smiled but fell silent, probably taken aback by my somewhat naive speech. Finally, he sighed and said, rather bluntly, looking at you, if I refuse today, I probably won't be able to leave, right? All right then, I'll go along with you for a bit. I just dealt with him, and those blind guys in the casino started to act up, shouting about how the Admiral was nothing and charging towards us. I let out a cold laugh, too lazy to do it myself. With a snap of my fingers, The entire huge casino was instantly frozen, and everyone turned into ice sculptures, except for our table, which remained unaffected. A smile and Kizuru were both stunned. I stood up slowly and led them outside. Just as we were about to step out the door, I heard thunder and lightning outside. Enel had made his move. Bolts of lightning struck down, clearing out all the hostile beings on the island. All done, time to wrap up. I tell you, this job is done so comfortably. Looking at Uncle Smile's expression, he's a bit confused, as if asking me, "Brother, are you really leaving nothing behind?" I directly found a place to sit down, crossed my legs, and said to him, "Uncle, this is called acting on behalf of heaven, you understand? I despise 3 things in my life: gambling, drugs, and prostitution. I can't stand gambling and drugs." I paused, cleared my throat, and continued, "All this is the dirty money of those underground emperors, if you can take it. Why not? But once you take it, you have to spend it." Next to me, the old fox, Kizuru, started to mock in his signature sleazy voice. "Oh dear, is Kyle's justice just the justice of taking everything away? How terrifying." I shot him a glance and said, "You can't say that. I haven't touched anything belonging to ordinary people. I'm just saying, I have principles." That old guy Kizuru was still stirring the pot. "Is your principle that ordinary people don't have much money in their pockets?" We were bantering back and forth like we were performing a comedic skit. Meanwhile, Uncle Ishiao was completely oblivious, eyes closed the whole time, using his observation hockey to scan the entire area. I tell you, that Enel guy is like a moving radar, with his rumble fruit. His observation hockey is like it's on 5G, covering the whole island. In any corner of the island. As soon as a pirate shows a hint of panic and reveals a flaw, the next second, bam, a bolt of lightning sends him away, specializing in pinpoint accuracy. Uncle Ishiao couldn't help but exclaim, "This young man's observation hockey is truly terrifying. I feel ashamed in comparison." I quickly explained to him, "Don't overthink it. That's just an external enhancement for the fruit. It doesn't count as true skill." When Kizuru heard this, his eyes lit up, and he gestured, so my light ability could also. Goodness, he was contemplating how in the Navy headquarters he could shoot a laser cannon directly to Sabeti Archipelago, achieving a headshot from 1,000 miles away. Bro, that idea is quite extreme. Things are getting more and more intense. Once we completely purified the island and took off on Enel's Golden Ark, I looked back. TSK, it used to be a bustling place, but now it looks like the surface of the moon after being struck by Enel. I couldn't help but exclaim. This scene would make anyone who doesn't know think it was ransacked by pirates. Then, unexpectedly, Uncle laughed and said, "I thought you didn't know." His tone carried a hint of disappointment. He felt I was too ruthless and was misusing my abilities. I didn't explain much. Just told him, "Where in this world are there perfect people? Why don't you help me? And together we can change this world into what we want it to be." After hearing this, the uncle smiled, didn't say anything more, and sat down in the corner with his staff. Well, it seems my brother has entered Sage mode. It was on our way to Magnetic Drum Island that those so-called underground kings were almost blowing up the phone lines. Who did this? Find them and chop them up to feed the fish. They must pay back with interest. An online meeting was held, and emotions were running high. In the end, there was a woman named Stussy, the queen of Joy Street, who, when she picked up the phone, just laughed and said, "Oh, it's just a casino, no big deal. You guys handle it. I'm busy over here, bye," and she hung up right away. Wow, this girl really stood out for her indifference. Seeing this, the others also quickly found excuses to leave. In the end, only the unlucky guy who lent money remained. He had invested the most and was so angry his face turned green. He even put a bounty on us, determined to crush us to pieces. Unfortunately for him, he probably won't get that chance in his lifetime, because I was already home. Let me tell you, now Magnadrum Island is a complete transformation. That rundown place has turned into a bustling port filled with ships, and groups of green-skinned goblins patrol with clubs in hand. There are even people in Navy uniforms maintaining order. As soon as I showed my face, the people below recognized me immediately. The Ark docked right at the entrance of the castle on the mountaintop that I renovated. As soon as I came down, a strong voice came over. "You little rascal. You actually know how to come back." I turned around, and wow, isn't that Teacher Zifa? He looks even better than before. "Teacher, I've only been out for a few days, and it feels like I've run away from home." I smiled and approached him, "Seeing your state, Have you figured things out? Teacher Zifa patted his chest. Of course. To recruit people for you, I've almost emptied the Navy's treasury. Sengoku is probably cursing me every day now. The old man was so proud, saying he at least took away 1/5 of the Navy's senior combat power, and even Akiji followed him, along with several elite vice admirals. Just then, Kizuru awkwardly coughed beside him. Teacher Zifa. Only then did Zifa seem to notice him, looking him up and down with a face full of disdain. Just him, not much use in the Navy. Kizaru wasn't too angry, just standing there grinning. I quickly tried to smooth things over. Teacher, don't say that. Who knows, Admiral Kizaru might become one of our own in the future. With Zifa and Akiji's admiral-level combat power joining, on my side, who understands the family? It's like going from startup to an industry giant in an instant. Calling myself the 5th Emperor of the New World is not an exaggeration at all, just as I was celebrating with champagne over here. On the other side of the New World, the Whitebeard pirates were gloomy. Marco was anxious. Dad, many of our territories have been attacked. But Whitebeard seemed not to hear, still chugging down drinks. Just then, the news came. Report, Dad. The Navy is in big trouble. Former Admiral Zifa and current Admiral Akiji have run away with a large group of people. Oh, upon hearing this, Whitebeard perked up. Where did they go? It seems they went to that manager, a little brat named Kyle. Kulalalala. Whitebeard immediately laughed, forgetting all his worries. Sons, let's hold a banquet. Drink up. Marco couldn't stop him. But just as they were having the most fun, something strange happened. In a flash, Whitebeard disappeared. In a flash, Ace disappeared. In a flash, Blackbeard Teach, who had been under Ace's watch, also vanished. The next second, I and everyone else all appeared in a bizarre pure white space. Wow, all the big names gathered here. Whitebeard, Ace, Blackbeard, Sengoku, Garp, all came. As soon as Garp saw Ace, he was furious and rushed over to grab his ear. Ace was so scared he shrank back and hid behind Whitebeard. Whitebeard protected Ace and smiled at Garp. Koolalala, Garp. The kid has grown up and has his own ideas now. Garp was so angry he was stomping his feet. His idea is to be a pirate? Where am I supposed to put my face as a hero of the Navy? Just then, Sengoku, that old fox, suddenly made a cutting remark. Whitebeard, since you are now Ace's dad, shouldn't you also call Garp dad? Puffed. I almost couldn't hold it in. Everyone present turned red in the face. Commander Sengoku, hitting the generational knife, was ruthless. Whitebeard's face darkened, directly counterattacking. Sengoku, I heard your admirals have all run away. Why don't you come on my ship and be my son too? Just as it looked like these two groups were about to argue, a blonde beauty walked in with a catwalk. It was Stussy. As soon as she arrived, she found a corner to sit and ignored everyone. Just then, as the master of the space, I made my grand entrance. Everyone seems to know each other. No need for me to introduce. As soon as I spoke, all eyes turned to me. Whitebeard directly extended an invitation to me. Kyle Brat, you've left the Navy, right? How about coming on my ship and being my son? Sengoku coldly laughed beside him. He wants to take in sons from everyone. I laughed. Mr. Whitebeard, I'm not interested in being a pirate. And I'm even less interested in being someone else's son. Let's not talk about this. As soon as I finished speaking, a huge screen popped up in front of me. All right, everyone, let's not waste time. The quiz begins. Question. In a future without a system, after Whitebeard's death, who will become the new 4 emperors, and who will be referred to as the 5th emperor by the world? Multiple choice. A long list of options appeared, including Blackbeard, Marco, Luffy, Buggy, everything you can think of. Correct answer reward, 10 years of life force. Wrong answer penalty, deduct 10 years of life force. Life force? Everyone was taken aback. I explained to them, it's almost like a lifespan, and it can also enhance strength. As soon as these words came out, the whole place erupted, especially Whitebeard, whose already sickly body suddenly sparkled with brilliance in his eyes. I know the answer clearly. Isn't it Blackbeard and Luffy? I quietly chose the answer. The others were left clueless. That old schemer Sengoku was deliberately looking at Whitebeard, smiling as he said, Whitebeard, it seems you have quite a few capable people on your ship. This Teach, inheriting your Tremor fruit and getting a Dark fruit, TSK, replacing your position. I think that's doable. Blackbeard turned pale at that moment, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Although Whitebeard's expression was grim, he still held on with his words. Who can predict the future? But everyone could see he was shaken. Just then, Whitebeard suddenly turned to me and offered an outrageous price. Kid Kyle, tell me the answer. I'll give you 5 billion berries. I haven't spoken yet, and the warring states are already anxious. Kyle, don't forget, I directly interrupted him. Warring states, I am not your subordinate right now, so don't talk to me in that tone. Then I turned to Whitebeard. 50 billion? I'm not interested in money. You might as well save it for your son. If it hasn't been robbed. Whitebeard was caught off guard, but he was too eager for those 10 years of life. Gritting his teeth, he upped the ante. Devil fruit. I'll give you a devil fruit. Additionally, within 10 years, I'll help you out once, no matter who the opponent is. Ace beside us was getting anxious. Old man. To be honest, this condition made me tempted. But thinking that he was a pirate, I held back. Warring State saw that Whitebeard was putting in some serious effort, and he couldn't sit still either. He leaned in and said, Kyle, don't listen to him. Our Navy can offer you 10 devil fruits, 3 of which are guaranteed to be rare species. How about it? I glanced at him and then looked at the little pirates next to me, who were eagerly staring at me. They were even ready to trade their freshly acquired fruits for answers. I sneered coldly in my heart. These people are willing to go to any lengths to survive. And guess what? That old pirate Whitebeard actually wanted to recruit me. Right in front of everyone, I grinned and told him, I'm not interested in the pirate way. If I really want something, I'd rather just take it. As soon as I said that, the whole place erupted. Even that old man Whitebeard was stunned, saying I had some guts, that I was declaring war on all the pirates in the world. I told you, that's exactly what I was thinking at the time. I looked around, the Navy, the pirates, one by one. I want them to know that I'm making my stand today. Isn't it just being seen as a thorn in the side by all the pirates? If I can't handle this little trouble, it just shows I'm weak and deserve to be eliminated. Besides, with Zephyr Sensei and Uncle Smile backing me up, I've got the team together, and as the leader, I need to set a goal for my brothers, right? Our goal is to take down anyone who stands against us. The Four Emperors family comes to gang up on me? Well, if that's the case, I guess I'm just unlucky. At worst, I'll go straight to their territory and call them out one by one, making them understand what happens when you provoke your father. Old Man Garp is laughing beside me, probably thinking of his revolutionary son, constantly saying that I truly am Zephyr's chosen one. Sengoku next to him has a dark expression, probably wondering how this kid can stir up more trouble than Luffy. Whitebeard sees that he has no chance to win me over, so he stops wasting words and thinks it over himself. Blackbeard teach? Akiji? Straw Hat Kid? It's like he's watching a movie in his head. On the other hand, Sengoku is straightforward. When I asked him for 10 devil fruits in exchange for the answer, he actually agreed immediately. I guess he figured it out too. He is about to retire anyway, so what is wrong with using his power for personal gain? Pass the blame to the next yellow monkey and just let it go. Once the deal was done, I immediately sent the answer to Garp and Sengoku privately. When the two old men saw it, their eyes nearly popped out, and they exchanged a look of disbelief. Garp opened his mouth to shout, but was quickly covered by Sengoku, afraid he would spoil it. Sengoku still doubts me, saying, You brat wouldn't intentionally set us up to lose 10 years of our lives, would you? Garp also realized, Yeah, I picked you. Why didn't you remind me? I rolled my eyes directly. Believe it or not, can I still trick you? Offending the Navy and provoking all the pirates, I would really become an orphan at sea. Sengoku had no choice but to let Garp quickly submit his answer and then share the options with all the Navy. When the Navy saw Garp's choice, they were confused, but still followed suit. Whitebeard watched everything clearly. He was so sharp, and just by looking at Garp's ghostly expression, he knew what was up. Ace quietly reminded him beside him, Old man, if it made Garp lose his composure like that, it must have something to do with his grandson Luffy. As soon as he said this, Garp couldn't sit still anymore, shivering all over. Sengoku, furious, unleashed a big move, a golden Buddha suddenly enveloping the two, creating a VIP room and frantically signaling, Garp, mind your identity. Do you want the whole world to know the answer? Only then did Garp wilt, like a child who had made a mistake. On Whitebeard's side, Blackbeard Teach was still putting on a show, cautiously saying, Old man, what if we're wrong? 10 years of life isn't a joke. Whitebeard, however, was bold, saying his body wouldn't last much longer anyway. So he would take a gamble. If they were wrong, he would let his sons run away quickly and let Sachi see if he could use the dark fruit to extract his quake fruit. I tell you, as soon as these words came out, the whole venue was in an uproar. Wow, the dark fruit can be used like this? Isn't this just a bug? The tremor fruit and the dark fruit are all in the hands of the Whitebeard pirates. What about the others? Everyone's eyes turned red. In the end, Whitebeard still believed in the reaction of that honest man Carp and made a judgment. It must be Teach and the Straw Hat Kid. Ace wanted to persuade him, but Whitebeard directly waved his hand. I'm Whitebeard. After saying that, he locked in his answer. Ace looked at it and thought, fine. The dutiful son mode is on, gritted his teeth, and followed suit. I saw that everyone had almost made their choices, and I was too lazy to wait. So I announced the answer directly. Correct answer. For Emperor's Blackbeard Teach, 5 Emperor's Straw Hat Luffy. Suddenly, the whole place erupted. Sengoku was so angry that he almost punched Garp to death on the spot. Garp, look at your good grandson. 5 Emperors. Is he planning to beat all the 4 Emperors one by one? Garp could only scratch his head awkwardly and laugh foolishly. Maybe, probably. The chat area was completely flooded with comments. Various genius remarks came out. Family, who understands? Luffy's background. His grandfather is a naval hero. His father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. His brother is a captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. And he has connections with red-haired Shanks. This starting point is simply the embodiment of Shuangwen, male protagonist. I heard he doesn't want to be the Pirate King. He wants to be the man who becomes the Pirate King. As soon as this was said, Roger's coffin board almost couldn't hold up. Meanwhile, something happened on Magnadrum Island. A group of CP0 agents in suits and masks descended, specifically naming Robin and Luffy for capture. Teacher Zifa led our people to block them directly. Zifa, do you want to be enemies with the world government? The head of CP0 pretended to be cool. Teacher Zifa, with a cigar in his mouth, looked at him disdainfully. I'm not the Navy right now. If you want to fight, I'm ready anytime, you dog of the Celestial Dragons. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of thunder and lightning erupted in the castle, and several CP agents who tried to sneak in were directly electrocuted to charcoal by Enel. The head of CP0 was furious and shouted at a figure nearby. Kizaru, move. Otherwise, you might lose your position as a general. Good guy Kizaru, that old slick with a face full of what a hassle, slowly raised a leg and kicked a naval rear admiral toward himself, mumbling, oh dear, how scary. Have you ever been kicked at light speed? Then the two of them ran to the side and started fighting. Their acting was so good, it was like the latest model of 2025, receiving orders and immediately starting to act, fighting back and forth, looking fierce, but in reality, both were just slacking off. CP0 was about to go crazy, and Teacher Zifa directly swung a huge mechanical arm. Stop shouting. Your opponent is me. Akiji was no longer the confused naval admiral he used to be. Following Teacher Zifa, he was full of energy, and without saying a word, he unleashed his powers. Ice Age. The entire island instantly became his stage. Although CP0 was strong, they were nothing in front of the likes of Akiji and Teacher Zifa. In just a few moments, our people beat them down, capturing them alive and tying them all up. Kizaru saw the show was over and strolled back, innocently saying to Teacher Zifa, they are too strong. I also lost. Teacher Zifa glanced at him and said directly, act the whole set. Don't go back. Stay with them in the dungeon. Kizaru's face scrunched up, but he didn't resist, so he was taken into the dungeon, specifically arranged next to those CP0 agents. As soon as he entered, he pretended to sigh dramatically. Oh, human hearts are so dirty. Even Teacher Zifa has turned bad, actually arranging for me to monitor you. The CP0 people were furious and cursed loudly. But while a doctor nearby was treating their wounds, he accidentally applied too much pressure, causing them to scream in pain. In another dungeon, Luffy and the others were also in an uproar. Sanji was asking, Luffy, have you really become a 5 Emperor? Does that mean we can run away now? Zoro, with his eyes closed, coldly said, the outside is full of top-tier strong opponents. We can't escape. Luffy was handcuffed with sea stone, feeling weak all over, but his mouth was still tough. I don't care. I must get out. I am going to become the Pirate King. Usopp was frantically pouring cold water on him. Save it. Nami has probably run away by herself. How can we sail without her? I think our pirate crew is done for. Luffy got anxious. Nami won't leave us behind. Just then, outside the cell, Robin and Nami walked over. Robin looked at them. Her tone icy. I originally wanted to see if I could get you out, but now, because of a certain guy becoming A5 Emperor, it's impossible. Behave, or that man, referring to me, won't be polite. He might even kill you. As soon as Usopp heard this, he immediately changed his face. Then I won't be a pirate. Let me out. Luffy shouted angrily. Usopp, what are you saying? Robin saw through Usopp's little trick and sneered. Stop acting. With your level of acting, you think you can fool me? Luffy, regardless of everything, continued to shout about his dream. The scene then shifted back to the answering space. The system began to play future scenes. First was Blackbeard, after Whitebeard's death. He indeed took the Tremor fruit, seized territory, and became the new 4 Emperor. The footage showed Teach himself sitting next to Whitebeard, awkward enough to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes, while Ace looked at him with eyes that seemed ready to kill him on the spot. But Whitebeard held Ace down and looked at Teach, slowly speaking. As long as I'm alive, I won't let this happen. Good guy, this demeanor. Sengoku couldn't help but ridicule from the side, saying this family's feelings are really touching. They can endure this. Whitebeard instead laughed loudly, turning to confront Garp. Sengoku, don't just talk about me. Look at Garp. The trouble your grandson caused is much bigger. Then, the screen started playing footage of Luffy battling through Whole Cake Island, clashing hard with the Big Mom pirates, and finally successfully escaping, with his bounty skyrocketing to 1.5 billion, being called the 5th Emperor by the world. The name of the great pirate, 5 Emperor, is not something that can just be casually said. Sengoku, aren't you going to do something first? Whitebeard originally wanted to say something harsh, but thinking of Ace, he refrained from going too far, just observing these guys' plans. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Garp pretended to be calm upon hearing this. Luffy will be modified later. There's no way he can become a pirate at all. I'll keep a close eye on him. What you think will happen is impossible. He can't even go to the New World. As long as he has the guts to set sail, the Navy will definitely catch him before he reaches the New World. Sengoku also expressed his stance. This attitude is very clear. They have no intention of directly taking out Luffy. After all, the background is too strong. After all, he has a grandfather who is a naval hero, which is normal. Whitebeard had a look of understanding. His vitality had recovered quite a bit, giving him confidence in future events. However, that Charlotte Limlin certainly wouldn't let this go. Regardless of whether he becomes a pirate or not, Whitebeard said this without even knowing if he was reminding anyone. Previously, Luffy appeared and fought with Kaido, getting knocked out with 1 hit. Kaido might have been too lazy to care about such a guy. But now, causing chaos in the territory of the 4 Emperors' Big Mom and ultimately destroying and fleeing, it would be strange if something didn't happen. What does it have to do with me? Let her catch him if she has the ability. Garp acted unconcerned. His gaze turned to Kizaru. Based on that guy's character, who catches whom is still uncertain. Moreover, with Zifa and Akiji around, he was not worried. Originally, letting Akiji go was partly to have him help keep an eye on Luffy. It seems you have everything arranged. Whitebeard glanced at his 2 sons nearby. Should he also make some arrangements in advance? There are not many people at the scene who dare to speak. But if this keeps going on, it will never end. All right, let's not waste time. Let's move on to the next question. Kyle, watching the people on both sides arguing, also interrupted. They're all not serious people. What are they even talking about? 50 steps laughing at 100 steps. One is deceived by his son, and the other by his son and grandson. Actually, they're all pretty much the same. In a future without a system, facing the 4 emperors, Sherlock Lingling shouted, I am someone who will become a crew member of the future Pirate King. How could I possibly fear the mere 4 emperors? Who is this person? Multiple choice question. 1. Straw Hat Kid Luffy. 2. Roronoa Zoro. 3. Phoenix Marco for Rebellious Navy Admiral Akiji. 5. Warlord of the Sea Jinbe. 6. Warlord of the Sea Dracula Mihawk. 7. Warlord of the Sea Don Quixote Doflamingo. 8. Warlord of the Sea Crocodile. 9. Former Roger Pirates crew member Buggy the Clown. 10. Kazuki Odin's heir Kazuki Momonosuke. Correct answer reward. Artificial devil fruit technology. Wrong answer punishment. Death. Artificial devil fruit? Do such things really exist? The first person was attracted by the one who shouted about the mere 4 emperors. Later, upon seeing the artificial devil fruit technology, they were completely stunned. They couldn't tear their eyes away from what was in front of them. It wasn't just them. Many people outside were also paying attention. Artificial devil fruits, whether in terms of power or wealth, they could directly take someone to the top, but they could also easily turn someone into a dead person. Who exactly said such words? They must have some guts. There's simply no way to find such a person. The world was stirred up again. This was bound to be even more lively. One by one, people stared at this thing, and there were also some who had already researched artificial devil fruits. Their expressions were not good. Why is this happening? My research results have been directly caught up by someone? Caesar in the New World was also a bit stunned upon seeing this reward. This system really provides everything. He even thought about answering the question. If he won some rewards, could he surpass Vegapunk? Of course, it was just a thought. This matter was too deep for him to grasp. It would be bad if he faced some punishment. Moreover, it wasn't suitable for him to be exposed. Damn it. In the end, Caesar, feeling unhappy, didn't do much. He knew that the people behind him would definitely make a move. In the question and answer space, artificial devil fruits, kid, leave this to us. You can't handle it. Sengoku looked at Kyle and spoke very directly. If they know about the artificial devil fruit technology, the Navy will never let it go. Whether they take it back for research or whatever, it's fine. I haven't said anything yet. Kyle was also a bit surprised by this thing, but he had no intention of giving up at all. Artificial devil fruits, if you choose wrong, it's death. Sengoku looked at the punishment and reward. 2 billion. Tell me the answer. You have to understand, even if we each conduct experiments, there are only 10 of us. Seeing that Kyle seemed to have a thought of refusal, Sengoku spoke first. This thing is undoubtedly valuable. But right now, here, 10 lives, or rather, 9 lives, can be secured 100%. And there are quite a few Navy and world government personnel here. Although the world government may have already researched it, they definitely won't let this go. Even if he gives up, the world government will definitely try. Of course, by then, they might not hand the thing over to the Navy. Having something with technology and not having it is two different matters. The Navy and the world government are not entirely on the same page, especially in times like these. Kid Kyle, if you take this thing out, you can forget about having peace behind you. You need to think it through. Carp beside him couldn't help but speak up. He wasn't trying to threaten anything. He was worried that Luffy being there might be very dangerous. Although that guy is not weak, he is clearly a troublemaker, and there could be a lot of people looking for trouble at any time. Perhaps he could handle most of them, but like the 4 emperors or a large-scale attack from the world government, things could really go wrong at any moment. Chapter 1, 0830 Devil Fruits, Sengoku. What you guys are saying is really scary. But someone like me, no matter what, can't find peace. Kyle watched them casually talking. The artificial devil fruit technology is bound to stir the people of this world, no matter if he tells the Navy or not. As long as others know he has this thing, they will keep coming to him, those various self-righteous people. You do have some self-awareness. Sengoku glared at Kyle, thinking about how Zephyr took away many Navy personnel to go to his side. His anger flared up. This isn't self-awareness. It's just knowing some things. Kyle said casually, Kid Kyle, tell me the answer, and if pirates come looking for trouble, I'll help you deal with them. Carp was picking his nose and speaking. Isn't it your job to deal with pirates? If you said you were quitting right now to come work for me, I might just agree. When Kyle mentioned quitting work, he also looked at them. That's impossible. Don't joke around. This guy has a criminal record. Sengoku directly interrupted their thoughts. If we keep digging like this, the Navy will be left with no one. If you don't take Sengoku away too, they'll stop bothering me every day. Whitebeard, seeing Sengoku's frustrated expression, spoke up. He didn't mind causing some trouble for the Navy to expose things. Although such a big matter couldn't be hidden, news about the Navy's recruitment expansion had already started. This news would definitely lead people to research what was going on with the Navy. With fewer people, the news couldn't be kept under wraps. I actually have this idea. Otherwise, how about after Marshal Sengoku retires, he comes to work here? Kyle said with a grin. Once I retire, I'm still a Navy person. You guys can forget about that idea. And Whitebeard, after leaving here, is your death date. Dying at sea as a pirate is a good pirate. As for the rest, they are not. Sengoku quickly said, at least this attitude is here. The Navy cannot cause any waves right now. The 3 admirals of the Navy might all have problems. Akainu was very displeased with the mention of Kizaru's promotion in the New World. Kizaru, who is now with Kyle, has already felt somewhat unreliable. He was thinking about quickly bringing him back to avoid losing both the wife and the soldiers. Akiji simply ran away. The dignified Navy Marshal was now in a difficult situation. Well, you are indeed a good dog of the world government, Whitebeard said without holding back. Carp, take care of your son. Don't be so disrespectful, not even calling me uncle when we meet. Sengoku looked at Whitebeard, expressionless, then turned to Carp. Whitebeard, my son. Kapu was also very cooperative and was about to speak. Get lost. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Whitebeard. Watching this group of people making a fuss, Kyle didn't find it interesting at all, only feeling their noise. However, it was a good thing that the attention was diverted from him. Just as he thought this, he felt Sengoku's gaze shift back to him. You don't need to look at me like that. Either offer something good, or let them try it themselves, Kyle said directly. You're no different from a pirate now. Admiral Sengoku. Even the Navy has to spend money to eat. Seeing Sengoku trying to morally blackmail him, Kyle simply refused to engage. As long as he held on to this thing, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Whether he gave it to the Navy or not was the same. It would just add more attention to the Navy. As for the world government, even if he gave them an answer, those guys would probably set their sights on him too. Or maybe they hadn't heard of it yet. There were always strange individuals that could be captured on Drum Island. Although not all of them were from their organization, quite a few were. That was true. In the QA space, people were looking at each other. The power of this artificial devil fruit had already surpassed that of someone who merely spoke the words of the four emperors. Perhaps many people believed that after obtaining the ability to create devil fruits, they could also say such things. The people outside the system were similar. However, they were more direct, and some had already rushed to Drum Island. This guy really knows how to cause trouble. On Drum Island, Zifa looked at the questions above. Artificial devil fruits. If they could really be realized, the strength of their new army might truly see a significant boost. It's really scary. And someone dares to say such things about the four emperors. The future is really frightening. Kizaru boredly watched Sengoku's conflicted expression. The position of Fleet Admiral was indeed too heavy a burden. He really couldn't take over the Admiral position. Should I just run away? Ignoring the nearby CP0 members who wanted to kill him, Kizaru thought, the Pirate King is definitely me. He must be our partner. In another dungeon, Luffy was grinning proudly. Earlier he felt weak and powerless because of the Sea Prism Stone, but now he saw that the Pirate King had already started making a fuss. These guys are too much, saying things like I'm Roger's man, when that's clearly not what I meant. It's not enough to make a fuss here. They're even arguing in the system. Even Roger got dragged into it. Idiot. Even if you're the Pirate King, do you know who your future partner is? Looking at the screen, Sanji spoke up. Although he also felt it might be because of this guy that the other party spoke such words, most of the people above he truly did not recognize. More than half of them were unfamiliar faces. I don't have the energy to complain anymore. Luffy should just think about how to get out of here. Usopp said from his side. Otherwise, before we even become the Pirate King, we'll end up dead first. If you keep shouting in front of that guy, he might just kill you. Usopp already had psychological trauma from facing Kyle before. At the same time, he was quite helpless about Luffy's inability to pretend to be honest for a moment. Just pretend to be obedient. Then they can run out and think of other ways to leave, right? Always shouting about becoming the Pirate King and arguing in the system, afraid that others don't know him. I will leave here, definitely. Luffy, the Pirate King, said with mysterious confidence. But everyone on site looked at him like he was a fool. They might as well have said to keep their distance directly. What do you want? Just say it directly. In the end, Sengoku still had no intention of directly sending soldiers to gamble with their lives. It was not only for the lives of the Navy, but also for their reputation. In any case, he couldn't give such an order here. What do you want? It seems you don't have anything that interests me. Kyle paused. Devil fruits, I just asked for those. And this artificial devil fruit has reduced my demand for devil fruits significantly. Maybe it could be created directly, but thinking about it, these artificial devil fruits might have significant problems and are generally difficult to control. For example, some special situations in the original work. It would still be better to have a real devil fruit. Just casually thinking about it. 20 fruits, 5 need be special. And the Zoan-type devil fruits cannot exceed 10. Better safe than sorry. Maybe these artificial devil fruits also require real devil fruits. Furthermore, Having some fruits with special abilities is better than artificial ones. 20? Why don't you just go and steal them? Sengoku exploded upon hearing this. Meanwhile, the CP personnel from the world government nearby seemed to have received some secret signal from someone at the table. They spoke casually, "Admiral Sengoku, we will contribute half." In their view, this technology for artificial devil fruits was certainly more valuable than 20 fruits. Even if there were some duplicates, they could still see what the system had to offer. And directly using lives to obtain rewards, the people here tacitly didn't mention. Who would be foolish enough to send their lives to die here? In any case, the chances of them getting the devil fruits in stock were low. They wouldn't mind spending. On the contrary, the artificial devil fruits might genuinely be theirs in the future. Look, Kao reminded Sengoku. His gaze also turned to Stussy. Just now, he felt that guy had released something to communicate with that CP member. If he hadn't known this person in advance, he might have truly missed it. Just like the people on site, apart from their own internal members, they really didn't know. Their original seating position somewhat blocked Stussy, giving the impression of surrounding her. Of course, knowing is knowing. Kao didn't say much. Maybe someday, Stussy could also pose a question to guess identities or something. All right, 20 devil fruits. We'll provide them. Sengoku quickly thought about his upcoming retirement. There was nothing wrong with using the stock more. The celestial dragons could treat devil fruits as garbage for their slaves anyway. Using more of those things was not a problem. As for playing tricks, he currently had no such thoughts. This was Admiral Sengoku speaking. If they couldn't produce the fruits later, they'd have to take responsibility. At that time, they could just leave the Navy and come work off their debts. Kyle smiled, showing his teeth. You guy, I will handle it. Plus the previous fruits, not a single one will be missing. If there is, I'll sell myself to you. Sengoku directly made a statement. He also looked towards the world government side, thinking that he might not be able to produce the fruits. He spoke up directly. If he could fool him, he wouldn't mind just running away. That would be great. I hope to directly exchange these 30 fruits for your help, Kyle said. 30 devil fruits? My value is not that high, said Sengoku. You shouldn't underestimate yourself, Admiral Sengoku. Are 30 devil fruits valuable? Of course they are. Even Sengoku himself couldn't produce them. But to say that these devil fruits are better than Sengoku, that's not necessarily true. Even with the fruits, it's not guaranteed that one can grow to Sengoku's level. Not to mention the time needed. Right now, what Kai needs most is time. I've given you the answer. How you handle it is up to you. If many people find out, if the whole world knows, it has nothing to do with me. Kai adjusted the system, showing the answer only to Sengoku. While speaking, the world government had already moved. Sengoku didn't stop them, answering the questions with a blank expression for them to see. Both sides were in perfect sync, not needing to speak. This was actually Sengoku's voluntary choice. If it weren't voluntary, the world government wouldn't even be able to see Sengoku's answers clearly. The other pirates watched them answer, their expressions very grim. Ordinary people didn't dare to interrupt. Those who had already gained benefits felt quite good about it. What artificial devil fruits? That's something they wouldn't even dare to think about. If they really messed up, they could end up in serious trouble. They still had some common sense. Damn it, these guys. The pirates harbored deep hostility towards Kai. They had seen it in previous QA sessions. Now that it was happening to them, the blatant discrimination was evident. Some who already had a bad temper were ready to kill him. However, recalling Kaido's earlier fate, even Whitebeard dared not act rashly. They held back. Looking at the fierce glares directed at him, Kai didn't pay much attention. He even smiled at them. If they dared to make a move, he would dare to punish them. If they continued to act out, he would eliminate them. He truly didn't mind maintaining this system while taking down some pirates. Hatred wouldn't solve anything. Time could lead individuals to make choices. When the time was announced as over, those who hadn't found the answer chose to skip one by one, and the answer popped up the next moment. Correct answer. The warlord, Jinbe. Jinbe? Mr. Jinbe? The most surprised by the answer were Whitebeard and his crew. Why Jinbe? Looking at the future, he would also provoke Charlotte Limlin. The future, really. Whitebeard wanted to say something, but he thought it should be about the future after his death. It must be related to Jinbe and that woman because of the events on Fishman Island. Even a fool who knew Jinbe could figure out some things. Whether it was enmity, grievances, or joining forces, all possibilities existed. According to this, it was more likely that enmity had already formed. He even went to the Yonko Linlin to stir up hatred. This was a major grudge. Warlord Jinbi. I said the warlords are unreliable. Not just Whitebeard and his crew. Even on the Navy and world government side, someone spoke up. Many people were already displeased with the warlord policy. Pirates are pirates. How could they be granted legal status? There were quite a few Navy personnel who resented the warlords. And even people from the world government felt the same. It's just that due to strength and status, no one dared to speak too much. Wouldn't it be better to take the opportunity to cancel them directly? The name submitted this time was quite absurd. It made sense for Zifa to leave. Karp was whispering on the side, but most people here could hear it. Perhaps they just didn't want outsiders to hear. They had studied it outside. If you just whispered close to someone, outsiders couldn't hear anything. Chapter 109. The future pirate king, black-haired Karp, and the warlord Jinbi's name instantly attracted the attention of the whole world. Even the fishmen far away, near Fishman Island, saw this scene. What should we do? Are we going to be in trouble? Will that Yonko attack us? We still have Whitebeard. It shouldn't be that bad. Whitebeard is currently facing the Navy. Their situation is also not good, and recently it's already affected us. Don't think about Whitebeard. They're the real troublemakers. Exactly. What about Roger S. son? Just give up and LL be fine. It caused Whitebeard's crew and our islands to be continuously attacked. Enough. The ones attacking us are the world government and pirates. Why does everything relate back to Captain Whitebeard? Do you have any shame? Don't you know who has always protected us? Do you want to be ungrateful? Cowardly and incompetent? You don't dare to do anything against those who truly bully us, yet you're quite good at blaming those who help us. What are you saying? Am I wrong? Recently, without Whitebeard, what would they do? Think back to when large groups of pirates and even nobles came here to rob us. Have you forgotten everything after a few years of peaceful life? Conflicts arise everywhere among the fishmen. On Fishman Island, arguments and disputes are everywhere. Even the king cannot completely suppress them. They can only try their best to contact and resolve troubles. Jinbi. King Neptune of Fishman Island directly contacted Jinbi. Jinbi also responded directly. Don't worry, if anything happens, just push it all onto me. I won't let it affect Fishman Island. Hearing this, Neptune didn't know what to say. That wasn't his original intent. This is the best choice. If pirates come again, I'll handle it. In the deep sea, Jinbi sensed that more pirates were approaching Fishman Island. Worried it might be a human trafficking group, he needed to confirm the situation. The contact was quick and decisive. By the end, Neptune had no other words to say. As a king, I have failed too much. In the end, that was the only thought in his heart. Jinbi's news caused quite a stir on Cake Island in the New World. A tall, plump woman with thick lipstick and light purple eyeshadow, wearing a pirate hat and a loose pink dress, was eating desserts while watching the video. At first, she had no interest in what was happening. She only started paying attention when she saw news related to herself. In the video, Jinbi and even her own image appeared. I'm going to be a future Pirate King-esque crewmate. How could I fear a mere Yonko? Watching Jinbi standing in front of the screen, speaking such words as if he didn't care for his life, Charlotte Linlin devoured the sweets. Her expression turned exceptionally furious, wishing she could swallow Jinbi whole. Mom, I'm going to take down Jinbi right now. One of her sons had already stepped forward. We need to make this person who embarrasses her mother disappear. Let's first see who this future Pirate King is, and I hope I won't be disappointed. There are no future Pirate Kings among my collectibles. Ma. Charlotte Linlin was initially furious, but after devouring quite a few desserts, she calmed down significantly. It's just a glimpse of the future. It doesn't mean much. We just need to find and eliminate them. Just a fishman. If necessary, destroying Fishman Island wouldn't be a problem for her. Pirate King. Seeing the situation inside, many people's expressions grew heavy. Although the people here certainly aren't Pirate Kings, there aren't many who could be called future Pirate Kings by someone like Jinbei from the Seven Warlords. It's not just them. People from all over the world have already seen this new problem, and those in the QA space feel the most involved. This system has posed us a big question. Sengoku looked at the images inside with a strange expression, glancing at Karp several times. He already had a bad feeling. This has nothing to do with me. Karp had an innocent and helpless look, acting dumb. Karp, this answer wouldn't be your grandson, would it? Whitebeard said recklessly from the side. Just a moment ago, they were discussing that artificial devil fruit. But with the new task, new situations have arisen. Karp, Having you as a son is already troublesome enough. Seeing Carp about to argue, Sengoku quickly intervened and retorted to Whitebeard. It's best not to speak carelessly here. Right now, you can only take advantage of this situation. Whitebeard felt quite displeased about being taken advantage of, but saying it has nothing to do with Ace. Given his personality, he couldn't just change the subject. Let's answer the question. The question that appeared on the system was, in a future without the system, which pirate crew will Jinbei, who has left the Yonko Charlotte Linlin, join? Multiple choice. 1. Straw Hat Pirates. 2. Blackbeard Pirates. 3. Red-Haired Pirates. 4. Whitebeard Pirates. Correct answer reward. 10 years of vitality. Wrong answer penalty. Life. This time the question reverted to a multiple choice format. The reward became vitality. Carp didn't mind having more vitality. He had already replenished very little of it and remained a short-lived spirit. He had already made his choice. While Sengoku and Whitebeard continued to argue. As for Jinbei's whereabouts, at least in their view, there were several possibilities. Perhaps Whitebeard had regained some combat power, and then Jinbei joined. Perhaps Red-Haired was providing support for Fishman Island, and then Jinbei joined. Blackbeard and Luffy also had some possibilities. But the probability of choosing 1 out of 4 made their selection a bit complicated. Just pick the Straw Hat Kid. This guy might really take someone with him. Suddenly, someone spoke up in the system space. But it wasn't a big shot. No one even looked at him. That guy had just been hesitant to answer questions, worried about what might happen, so he decided to take a gamble. After him, those who had not answered previously also began to answer. Some chose Whitebeard, some chose Blackbeard, and others chose the Red-Haired and Straw Hat Pirates. One by one, they were gambling their lives on the answers. Given their situations, they could only take a chance now. It was obviously impossible to find out the answer from Carp. The Navy also wouldn't work. They could only guess or gamble among themselves. This was truly a matter of luck. What's up? Do you have any ideas? Carp asked as he watched Sengoku move among the 4 options. I just think it's something your kid caused. He likes to stir up trouble, just like you. Sengoku fell silent for a moment before speaking up slightly. He had thoughts, but didn't confirm directly. The Blackbeard Pirates. Given Jinbei's character, this was completely impossible. The Red-Haired Pirates, based on their situation, should also not easily intervene in Fishman Island's affairs. So the possibility of Jinbei joining there was greatly reduced. That left only Whitebeard and the Straw Hat Kid. Does he not know how strong the remaining members of Whitebeard are? Plus, he might run into trouble with Blackbeard later, thinking about becoming the Pirate King or something. Just forget it. It can only be the Straw Hat Kid. He has been shouting about wanting to become the Pirate King. It's normal for Jinbei in this image to feel proud saying such things. Sengoku quickly analyzed, but he still didn't choose to answer the question. Carp also fell silent upon hearing what the others said. Let's just guess. If you're not confident, just continue to bet on that kid. After all, it's not a waste to use the world government's money. Carp spoke directly. He had already given up on treatment. Now watching the scenes that might be Luffy's actions, he didn't dare to let that kid continue sailing. He had to stop him. Wouldn't he just offend everyone along the way? Aren't you afraid he won't be able to handle it? You think I would gamble on this penalty? Sengoku was never a person who liked to gamble. When there were other choices, he wouldn't believe in luck. Given the current situation, not guessing wouldn't change anything. Plus, he had already gained a vitality and that artificial devil fruit. This action had already been worthwhile. That was 10 years of vitality, which could significantly enhance combat power. Sengoku finally managed to let go, but when he heard a voice, he became entangled again. He turned around and saw Carp's appearance. That tempting look of his. This guy just hoped he would confirm it. Impossible. Sengoku quickly denied it. There was no need to gamble his life at this moment. In his view, Carp was also untrustworthy. Who knows if he might just deliberately mess up to get him killed because he was in a bad mood now. And about the future, how could it be guaranteed to be 100 accurate? Sengoku scared himself. In the end, he didn't choose. Instead, Carp suddenly acted foolishly. At the last moment, he suddenly chose the Straw Hat Pirates, causing Sengoku's eyes to widen. What did you do? Aren't you afraid of dying? Sengoku said nervously. Oops, slipped my hand. Slipped my hand. Carp acted as if he was just playing around, showing no sign of regret. You, administrator, he slipped his hand. Can we cancel it before the answer is announced? I can. Sengoku initially wanted to say something beneficial. He was just worried that Carp would really be gone. That would be a real joke. No, there's no such thing as a slip of the hand in guessing. Once you choose, there's no going back. Karp said directly, not giving the old Navy admiral any face at all. You brat. Don't say so much. Do you see any sign of him wanting to take it back? Kale pointed at Karp, who was lounging comfortably on the side. Seeing this guy made Sengoku furious. He was speaking politely to others, but you're just like a salted fish. Calm down, life and death are all fated. Someone like me, an old guy, maybe should have ended it long ago. And dying isn't such a big deal. With this system, even in death, I can chat with you. Who knows, dying might even be more interesting. Karp looked as if he had seen it all. He even thought that dying might be more fun, avoiding the many harsh truths of this world. He could just pretend not to know anything. Sengoku didn't know what to say after hearing that. This guy really has an open mind. Whitebeard glanced around and saw there were no options left. There was no chance now. He couldn't just die like this. The Whitebeard pirates still needed him to hold on for a while. If it had been before, it might not have been enough, but now it was sufficient. There was no need to keep gambling. All right, everyone, it's time to reveal the answers. Correct answer, Straw Hat Pirates. As Kale called out, the system had already popped up, categorizing everyone. Those who skipped didn't receive anything, while those who answered correctly started receiving rewards. Powerful life force fell upon Karp and the others who answered correctly, and Karp's hair even started turning black. 20 years of life force had brought him back to his youth. His iron fist seemed even more powerful. This guy. Karp looked at his situation and the correct answer before him, unsure of what to say. Karp, indeed, is your grandson, such a troublemaker. Picking him is definitely not a mistake. Whitebeard spoke up, somewhat enviously looking at Karp. This old guy, looking young again. I don't want to die. Why? Why is it me? This is absolutely wrong. That Straw Hat kid can't possibly be it. This is a scam, a conspiracy. The world government and the Navy are deceiving us, everyone. One by one, the pirates shouted loudly, unwilling to accept their fate even in death. But against the power of this system, their struggles and resistance were utterly useless. They quickly disappeared, as if they had never existed. Soon, many dead pirates appeared in the chat area. These guys started causing a ruckus after dying. The people present watched this scene. Those who didn't answer or had already answered correctly sighed in relief. Yet, some still felt a chill down their spine. Count yourself lucky. Sengoku looked gloomily at the black-haired guy. In this way, he truly looked like he did in his younger days. Feeling his white beard and hair, Sengoku felt a bit helpless. If he had taken a gamble earlier, he would have received a share of the rewards too. You've already got 10 years of life force and an artificial devil fruit. Don't be greedy, Sengoku thought helplessly. Some would try to persuade himself. Karp, however, was unaware of his thoughts. He only felt that his body had regained its youth. Although his body was terrifying and the decline in function was limited, it still had some effect. After all, this is human bodily function. If one never ages, the body wouldn't weaken, then they wouldn't be human anymore, but some unknown creature. Continuously receiving benefits was what led Karp to develop in this direction. Karp, I'm no longer human. Chapter 110. System Evolution. Those who were supposed to receive rewards receive them. Those who were supposed to be punished receive punishment. This Straw Hat Pirates was said by Jinbe to be the future Pirate King, but only seemed shocking at most. It was mostly just a reflection on how this kid really knows how to stir up trouble. Many problems arose because of him. For the people here, that guy was merely a small fry for now. Despite possibly having good luck and a strong background, in this pirate world, strength is often what matters. Backgrounds can only play a supportive role. As for the Straw Hat Kid, some quickly recalled previous events. Perhaps this was the reason why the 4 Emperor Charlotte Linlin fought against the Straw Hat Kid. In the end, he even successfully escaped. Many had various thoughts about this Straw Hat Kid. However, Kale didn't pay much attention. He already knew what he needed to know. There was nothing else to worry about. Plus, that guy should still be locked up. All right, the rewards should all be in hand. Welcome everyone to come again next time. This game is over. Seeing that there were no more problems popping up, Kale directly announced. The consecutive questions coming out had already become a bit troublesome. Some are due to exposure, and others because of rewards. Of course, this trouble was only for others. For Kale, the trouble only came from the artificial devil fruit. This thing, others certainly wouldn't give up so easily. One by one, people surged forward, and it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to face this situation. Is this it? We haven't answered the questions yet. Several people who hadn't chosen to answer since the beginning shouted quickly. Compared to others, leaving here meant relief for them. The rest was just liberation. But for those who hadn't answered, panic was beginning to set in. They had thought there would be questions or something. In the end, was that it? I'm sorry, but you'll have to accept the punishment, Kale said, not caring about them. Only pirates could be here without answering questions. Ordinary people had Kale's protection, while the Navy and world government could trade. Just them miserably could only rely on guessing. Were you saying, damn it, I'll kill you. Let's die together. One by one, individuals rushed madly towards Kale. However, before they could even reach Kale, they had already turned to dust. Don't mind them. You can leave now. Kale ignored them and directly turned to look at the others. These people were still very wary of the scene here, especially seeing people being taken down silently. It was the unknown power that they resisted the most. Many were very direct, disappearing quickly, not daring to say anything more. Kid, I hope to see you next time. Don't. Hith. Whitebeard smiled at Kale. The nearby Blackbeard Teach and Ace just watched. After finishing his sentence, without waiting for a reply, he directly left. You guys aren't going to throw out any harsh words too, are you? Kale looked at the people who had tea left on the other side. If you return to the Navy, I can guarantee you won't have any problems. Sengoku waited until most people had left before he finally left. Only the world government and Navy personnel remained beside him. He had nothing to hide. If you join the world government, your problems won't be problems anymore. I hope you make the right choice. After Sengoku finished speaking, a world government official beside him seemed to receive some sort of order. The Navy and the world government. Looking at both sides, although they could be considered a group, in reality, their goals wouldn't align without directives from the highest level on some fundamental issues. If I were the boss, I might have agreed. Daydreaming. You should know there are countless people wanting to join the world government, just like guys like you, a whole bunch in the ocean. Are you really prepared to refuse the world government's invitation? The world government personnel immediately got angry. Not only did you refuse, but you also directly mentioned becoming their boss. That completely disrespects them. Is that what you mean? Kale didn't pay it any mind. He waved his hand and looked at Sengoku and the others. The figures of the world government had already disappeared. They weren't killed, just teleported away. He had to follow the rules here. He couldn't just kill them casually. In the past, maybe. But now, don't even think about it. Sengoku spoke directly. Of course. He also knew that many things were just a matter of timing. If it were in the past, he might not have allowed the other party to take a position of power. Not to mention strength. Their enthusiasm was completely another matter. Now, he was thinking about retiring as things were getting more troublesome. There were other factors that made him think retirement was the better option. A large part of it was because of this guy. Whether in the past or now, the likelihood was really low. But in his view, if the other party were in the Navy and acted recklessly, then it could be possible. That would be such a pity. Kale didn't continue to say more. He simply waved his hand, looking like he was saying goodbye. Now that everything was settled, there was nothing more for them to do. It was best to send them all away. One by one, they quickly disappeared. In the end, when the scene was gone, the system also began to darken. Only various people in the chat area were talking, and Kyle was about to claim the system's rewards. System evolving. Please exit the system, administrator. Evolution unknown. Please determine after evolution. He originally wanted to see what he had gained this time. The result was this message. What a scam. Receiving this message. Kyle quickly disappeared from spot. When he reappeared in a snowy place, he couldn't help but lament how this system was a scam. Not only did it not give him rewards, but it also just pulled him out like this. It really knew how to play. As soon as he appeared in the magnetic drum kingdom, someone had already discovered him. He then received the news. The world government really knows how to play. Hearing this news, Kyle paused for a moment. If he could find some people to interrogate and extract intelligence about the world government, he would. If not, then forget it. Just eliminate them all. Without wasting much time, Kyle had already made up his mind. Since these guys had come, they shouldn't think about going back. After all, he was hiding his identity. Who knew who they were? Just kill them and be done with it. Even if they exposed themselves and people found out what was going on, so what? It was all just a matter of time. Just make your decision. Zephyr, who originally came to convey a message, upon hearing this news, didn't say much more, just reminded him and then continued to leave for training. The new recruits training today was even more miserable. One by one, they were screaming in agony. In the end, they all wondered if today was some kind of devil's day. What happened to that kid? Back at the castle, Nico Robin came out to face him, and Kyle spoke directly. He was indeed quite concerned about this Straw Hat crew. No matter their background or the possible fortune surrounding them, it made him quite wary, especially since he was specifically trying to see if he could replicate the situation. Like Enel and Zephyr, who were both defeated by Luffy in the original storyline. Whether he could break through this situation remained to be seen. Still the same, always shouting about wanting to be the Pirate King. Nami had come before asking him to spare them. But in the end, Nico Robin quickly spoke. Regarding the current situation, she simply and clearly stated it. If nothing could be done properly, it would be too embarrassing. Even if not abandoned, they would gradually be ignored. It was rare to have a place that was slightly safe. She wouldn't just choose to give up like this. Let's go see that guy. Kyle directly asked Nico Robin to lead the way. The Straw Hat crew had some significant issues now. In the dungeon, CP0 didn't have the privilege of letting Kyle see them. Here were the Straw Hat kids. Bastard, I want to duel with you. Rubber iron block. I have no strength left. Seeing Kyle arrive, a blood-boiling Luffy shouted and was about to make a move. He just punched hard against the iron pillar next to him, leaving not even a dent. In the end, he ended up collapsing in exhaustion. Is he an idiot? This guy really was foolish. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates looked at Luffy, lamenting why they were so foolish to have such a person as their captain. Is there something wrong with your brain? Thoughts are thoughts, but in the end, it's all a choice. He really has energy. Starting today, their rations would be cut in half, and Luffy's would be halved again, leaving only a quarter of what ordinary people would get. Since they wanted to be pirates, they should just grab it themselves. If they couldn't, then they could starve. Kyle directly made the decision for them. This so-called meal wasn't based on their appetite. It was the food for ordinary people here. The idea of letting them be full didn't exist at all. Demon Devil. Someone was already shouting quickly. Why? I haven't said anything yet. I want food. One by one, they quickly voiced their demands. Let's talk about not wanting to be pirates later. Looking at the Straw Hat Kid Luffy, Kyle had no intention of lingering. This time he came over just as a convenience. The next time he came, he'd wait until these guys were hungry for a while before doing anything. Before, he had been too honest. Now, he could try some methods. After all, as long as he didn't kill them, it would be fine. As long as he could give Garp an explanation and keep him interested, that was enough. Moreover, he was now somewhat in contact with his old man. It's really troublesome second generation, third generation. Unlike those who relied on a background to get this far, Kyle was now in a situation where he couldn't move or stay still. You boys just better behave and reform yourselves. Nico Robin looked at Kyle, said a few words, lost interest and left. She also left a remark before quickly departing. Watching the two figures disappear in front of him made Usopp feel helpless. Why? There wasn't enough food as it was. This guy is simply a devil. When will I be let out? Staring at the long-nosed Usopp, he was now contemplating how to act best. Should he beg for mercy? Pretend to give up? Or even truly give up? Various thoughts echoed in his mind. No matter what he wanted to do, they couldn't handle it. That was the gap between them now. Zoro had some understanding of the situation here. There had been several monstrous auras that had erupted before. Clearly, they weren't honest fellows. Even without Kyle, they couldn't leave. We will have our chance. I'm going to be the Pirate King, Luffy said directly. However, the others didn't say much to him. In the past, they might have believed him a bit. But now it felt like foolishness. What Pirate King? The Pirate King in dreams? The Pirate King in prison? Time slowly passed. Over the next 3 days, the system reported a lot of news. Most of it was ordinary information, but what really caught Kyle's attention was that Whitebeard had been continuously attacked in the New World. The Navy and the world government were also facing Whitebeard's retaliation head-on. Whitebeard had destroyed 5 branches in succession, as well as a member country. The world's strongest man. That terrifying aura made people tremble. It was frightening, especially since Whitebeard's body had slightly recovered from his age. The power he unleashed was already close to his peak moments, allowing him to enjoy a grand battle. Although this resulted in significant personnel losses for them, more importantly, it was a gain. The turmoil in the New World had even prompted the other 4 emperors to start taking action. The attention of the Navy and the world government had shifted to the New World. Meanwhile, over in the Grand Line, they hadn't directly given up. Is this it? Is this it? Marshal Sengoku had too little sincerity. Looking at the 50 devil fruits in front of him, most were ordinary. But this was already quite terrifying. After all, devil fruits are not something that can be casually produced. It took countless people's collections to obtain them. Even the celestial dragon's treasury had been raided for many. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them, Sengoku said directly. Clearly, there had been preparations before coming. As for requests, let us not discuss that for now. What about rare devil fruits? You can't expect to use so many ordinary ones to settle the debt, right? Kyle spoke directly. Although devil fruits are precious no matter what. If one can determine the ability, especially if it's a powerful ability, then it's even more valuable. The world doesn't know how many people are desperately searching again and again for a devil fruit that suits them. Ordinary devil fruits might be hard to find, but those precious ones are even rarer. Logia types, special paramecia types. These precious items were hardly seen here. Only some average paramecia and zoan types were available, which Kyle was not pleased with. No matter how many were brought over, it would be useless. I want to see a house today. The day is still not over after being busy all day. Took a day off today. Chapter 111, Tazmi, Kakashi in the reception room. Seeing Kyle bring it up so directly, Sengoku didn't show any signs of embarrassment. If possible, I would like to use these 50 devil fruits as a substitute. Replacing several ordinary devil fruits with one special one is certainly not a loss for the Navy, especially since many of the fruits here are ordinary, like the ordinary rat form, Paramecia-S slippery fruit or something. Devil fruits are not completely useless, but compared to the side effects, this ordinary rat form or whatever slippery thing doesn't seem worth it. The latter is somewhat acceptable. Some people might still have some combat power if they become skilled, while some are truly wasting their talents to study such things, which is unnecessary. This type of fruit can replace special fruits. I'll trade however many you want. Like your devil fruit, I think it can replace dozens. Kyle spoke directly. Among those 50, there were still a few good items. Even if the abilities were trash, getting so many was evidently not easy. Cough, cough, cough. I also have one here, a paramecia-type illusion fruit. This is also a very famous and precious fruit recorded in history. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, Sengoku continued speaking. After some discussion, Kyle still obtained quite a few items, such as Logia-type cloud fruit. If developed well, this could be a pretty decent ability. If developed poorly, refer to the smoke fruit. Logia-type storm fruit. Paramecia-type chain fruit. Paramecia-type hardening fruit. Zoan-type ancient species iron scale pig. One by one, the fruits were calculated, and more than 30 ordinary or even trash devil fruits were exchanged. Kyle didn't pay much attention to these things. Once he sees suitable people, he might just give the fruits away directly. Besides the 2 Logia fruits, he was quite willing to give away the others. Being able to increase the combat power of his subordinates was already the best outcome. Sengoku didn't linger around him for long. After the transaction ended, he mentioned future cooperation and then left. Before leaving, he told Kyle that if he needed anything, he could seek help from the Navy. Of course, at that time, this guy wouldn't let him off easily. He would definitely have to pay for it. And it wasn't just Sengoku who left. Kizaru. Looking at Kizaru's reluctant expression, Kyle didn't say much. He directly sent them all away. Sengoku left, and Kizaru also departed. Is a great battle about to happen? Or has news already come that someone is going to take action here? Kyle had some thoughts, but he felt it was more likely that the other side would have a great battle with Whitebeard. After hesitating with the devil fruits, Kyle directly handed them over to Zephyr to handle. To say something a little shameful, he wasn't even clear on how many subordinates he had or who they were. The one he truly used the most was just Enel, his tool. He packed up the devil fruits and sent them over. Sengoku and Kizaru have left. The sight of dozens of devil fruits was quite spectacular. I will train the most powerful soldiers. The Sania people you sent over have good talents. If there are no objections, I will let them select some of these. Young Zephyr appeared quite seasoned, although he felt a bit out of place in this body. No one dared to voice any opinions here. He looked at the devil fruit sent over by Kyle, lost interest after a while. Although this thing could enhance combat power, it wasn't very suitable for him. Thanks for the training. You can use it however you like. If it's not enough, just find some more. If you're interested, you can also use it. This nature-type storm fruit is quite good. When the time comes, installing some isolation devices on the mechanical arm shouldn't be a problem. And this fruit's ability can also make you faster. Kyle noticed that Zephyr had some thoughts. The upcoming acquisition of the devil fruit might be tricky. But for him, it was just like that. If there were no devil fruits, there were still artificial ones. Forget it, I don't like these things. Zephyr hesitated for a moment. After rejecting it, he didn't say anything more. Now, he was training with the Sky Islands Bell and the Navy's Six Dials. Whether they were Shandians or others, all kinds of naval forces were gathered here. They were being taught equally. Theoretically, they belonged to this country's military. 3 days after Sengoku left, the systems.S chat area began to flood with messages. Kyle had already noticed the situation inside. The war in the New World had begun, with the Navy directly leading an attack on Whitebeard and others. Whitebeard had regained a lot of strength. While he wasn't at his peak, he wasn't gasping for breath after a little movement either. The war had affected several islands. The Navy lost dozens of warships, and 3 or 4 islands had been sunk. It was unclear whether they were sunk by the Navy or Whitebeard. Whitebeard's side also suffered considerable losses. Of the 43 pirate crews, only 10 remained. Those who were weak had already been wiped out, and the remaining ones had also suffered heavy losses. Many of Whitebeard's sons had died, but most were the weaker, lower-ranked ones. This Navy operation was quite a significant effort. Moreover, it wasn't just the Navy. The world government had also taken action. 2 days later, Kyle saw some news. Whitebeard had been defeated, heavily injured, and taken away by Marco the Phoenix. As for the other captains, some were dead, and some had escaped. The 2nd Division captain, Ace, had been captured alive. Was this all fate's arrangement? On Magnetic Drum Island, Kyle was quite surprised to see this news. He initially thought that even if Whitebeard and his crew lost this time, they could still escape. Yet they still fled so miserably. Moreover, those who were supposed to be captured were indeed captured. Sengoku wouldn't want to execute Ace, would he? Or perhaps trade Luffy to them and let Garp defect from the Navy to try it out. Kyle thought with a hint of malicious amusement, mainly because Luffy was still shouting about wanting to become the Pirate King. This guy never seems to tire of it. A man aiming to become another man's man. What a play. Another day passed. News came from the East Blue that several islands had disappeared. Of course, in light of the Whitebeard news in the New World, this didn't mean much. And on this day, the Ghost system had also completed its evolution. Quickly tell me what changes there are. Watching the system prompt that said the upgrade was complete, Kyle directly inquired. The system responded with a pop-up, "System upgrade successful," sending administrator rewards. Congratulations on obtaining the management rights to the QA Space. QA Space Invitation Letter. QA Space Invitation Letter invites beings from other worlds to the QA Space. Successful answers can yield rewards. Damn, this little thing instantly turned a world into a multiverse. Kyle couldn't help but complain as he looked at the system. Can I answer questions? The QA Space Administrator is not allowed to answer questions. After completing management tasks, rewards will be granted. Hope the administrator works hard to become the system's master. Have you turned intelligent? Kyle looked at the system, which seemed to respond, and spoke directly. However, this time, he received no answer. This thing. Kyle had some guesses in his heart. Ever since this thing first appeared, he had been speculating whether it had crossed over with him, but got stuck in traffic along the way. Then it arrived here, couldn't find him after he died, and started causing trouble. An unreliable system. Who knows what kind of delivery it is, just as bad as the previous ones. Kyle suddenly remembered the memorable times when a delivery person lost 2 packages. They were always dragging things out, and eventually it just passed. What a scam. QA Space Invitation Letter. Let us give it a try. Accompanied by this thought, Kyle began to send the invitation letter. He didn't know where it would be sent. And the fact that he didn't have to answer questions actually relieved him. Even if it was various worlds, there were probably ones he had studied before. He couldn't know everything. With the successful sending prompt, nothing else happened. Is that it? Kyle was a bit surprised. But after a moment of disdain, he didn't continue speaking. In another world, in a luxurious imperial capital that had stood for countless years, a handsome young man lay in a beautifully decorated house. This wasn't his home. He was just a guest picked up on the road. He was lucky. After all, people in big cities were well-mannered, and he met good people right away. A good start requires effort as well. Tomorrow he would look for opportunities to enlist, and later see if Shayu and Yeyas had arrived. Tasmi was happily thinking about the future with very beautiful thoughts and ambitions in his heart. And the noble young lady he met today was so well-mannered and beautiful, and her family was also very nice. He would repay them in the future. When the time comes, just as Tasmi was excitedly unable to sleep, he suddenly felt some movement outside. Then he saw a flash of light. A meteor? Accompanied by this last thought, a beam of light directly took him away, leaving Tasmi's figure behind in that room, unnoticed by anyone. In another world, within a forest. 4 figures, 1 large and 3 small. Next, I will teach you. Be careful. A silver-haired man wearing a mask was about to teach the nearby students something. But before he could finish his sentence, he felt something falling from the sky. What is it? A meteor? No way, this is too unlucky. The words hadn't even escaped his mouth, and a few of them disappeared. In the pirate world, the invitation has been sent successfully. Someone has received the invitation. Should the administrator invite others? Kyle was originally thinking about whether to handle other matters. However, the system had already sent a prompt. And it's not just him. In the pirate world, as long as you open the system, you can see the situation in the QA space. There are already several figures inside. There are people, but it seems that the QA hasn't started yet. Is it really this direct this time? What's going on with the people inside? Their way of speaking is so strange. Even with system translation, it's still like this? What ninjas? Countries? Aren't those people from Wano country? They are so odd. What is an imperial tool? An imperial tool? I think I've heard of it. Information quickly flashed in the chat area. The administrator has entered. After taking a glance, Kyle naturally didn't waste any more time and chose to enter directly. The people inside had already become alert. After all, being suddenly transported here, only a fool wouldn't be cautious. As for these few people, Kyle recognized them all. There was Tasmi, who once dreamed of wandering the world with a sword but died shortly after leaving the village. Then there was Kakashi from the Naruto world, along with his Team 7, Prince Naruto Uzumaki and his 2 princesses, Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. What a coincidence! Directly arriving at the system space, Kyle looked at Kakashi, who was still leaning on a cane. This guy seems to be injured. Inside the system space, after some communication and a bit of mutual understanding, Kakashi and Tasmi immediately turned to Kyle. Ahem, did you also come here with that beam of light? Tasmi spoke, a sunny smile on his face. The others looked at Kyle. Kakashi sensed something was off. This guy didn't have the panic and confusion they had when they arrived. Instead, there was a very familiar feeling. Sakura Haruno thought Kyle was handsome, but with Sasuke by her side, she remained quite honest and said nothing. Naruto Uzumaki felt Kyle was just another arrogant guy. Sasuke Uchiha only wanted to know if this special place could provide him with a chance to become stronger. After all, in a place like this, even Kakashi couldn't be certain. Perhaps there was some special opportunity. Let's do a simple self-introduction. You can call me Kyle, or you can call me the administrator. This place is a QA space. Once you arrive here, answering questions successfully will earn you rewards. The rewards can be anything life, various things to enhance strength. Of course, if you answer incorrectly, there will be punishments, and the punishments can also be anything life, deduction of strength, various pranks, all possible. And you were brought here by invitation. To be precise, you came here because of me. I just sent out the invitations and you received them. Kyle explained simply and directly. Then he looked at them. Kakashi and Tasmi were momentarily stunned, but quickly spoke up. Are you joking? What invitation? I didn't get one. Tasmi thought of that beam of light. That wasn't an invitation, and it couldn't even be considered an invitation. It was directly kidnapping them. If you're talking about that beam of light, then that thing shouldn't be considered an invitation. Kakashi was much more straightforward, speaking directly. He was checking the disposition of this so-called administrator. The people were already on guard. He had already confirmed his situation. This place definitely wasn't some illusion. They had also confirmed Tasmi's situation earlier. According to the other party's explanation, this was a special world, and it shouldn't be their ninja world. So you're saying, what invitation just brought us here without our consent? Naruto shouted from the side. The fearless guy didn't care about anything else. Life and death were trivial. He just wanted to fight if he wasn't satisfied. You do have a point, but this operation has nothing to do with me. My responsibility was just to send out the invitations and to have you answer questions. That's all. Of course, you can refuse. That's also possible. Kyle said directly to Kakashi and the others. What happens if we refuse? Can we leave? Tazmi asked from the side. The others were also looking on. If you don't answer questions, you obviously can't leave here. Ka replied directly. This system was foolish, or perhaps it simply didn't care about others at all. Anyway, it just dragged people over. Listening to their words and considering the situation in this pirate world, he probably understood that the people here were all voluntarily brought over. Sure enough, you are. Naruto Uzumaki wanted to say something, but he was directly held back by Kakashi. We've talked enough, if you've understood. Sit down and let's begin. Of course, if you're confident in your strength, you can try to make a move. I can't guarantee your safety. His task was just to ensure that the QA went smoothly, and to make people obedient, force was actually the best choice. As long as he made others realize they had no choice, force was the first thing that could persuade others. So many people like to use force to subdue others. You should have just said we had no choice. Tazmi complained from his side. Although he felt conflicted inside, he still didn't make a move, mainly because he felt he couldn't win. Let's talk about the QA you mentioned. Kakashi looked at Kyle, bringing the three little ones to sit down honestly. Wait a moment, let me see. I've already roughly explained it before, so I'll briefly repeat it. The system will give each of you some questions from your respective worlds. The number of questions may vary. If you answer correctly, you can earn rewards, of course. Failing will also come with punishments. Kyle observed the system. This time, the questions weren't meant for everyone to guess. Instead, they were based on the people here. For example, on Tazmi's side, only he could answer the questions. As for Kakashi's side, there were a few more people. A multiple choice? I won't waste time. You decide who goes first, or I can choose directly. Looking at the options already appearing in the system, Kyle spoke directly. Tazmi and Kakashi exchanged glances. Neither made a decision. It was naturally better to confirm things in the back for such an unknown situation. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I want to go first. No matter what the question is, bring it on. Kakashi originally wanted to say something, but Naruto spoke up first. You idiot, dead last. Sasuke and Sakura looked at Naruto with a murderous expression. This made Naruto awkwardly smile and look at Kakashi. Since he said so, then let's do it. But before that, I have a question. If one person answers incorrectly, is it a punishment for one person or for everyone? Kakashi looked at the other party helplessly. It's just a punishment for one person, don't worry. Ka replied directly. Once you choose, there's no going back. If it's information, I don't know. I'll leave it to Naruto. Okay, Naruto. Kakashi's expression didn't change as he looked at Naruto. This wasn't his true intention, but given the other party's reckless demeanor, he really needed to change a bit. Naruto always causes trouble without realizing it. Sakura added beside him, then looked at Kakashi with a starry-eyed expression. On the other hand, Sasuke didn't say much, just kept staring at Kale. He had just heard something and thought he might be able to answer correctly for a reward. That could be an opportunity. Everyone had their own thoughts. Even Tazmi was observing them with his own ideas. The question began, and you can look at your display panels. With Kale's words, a display-like device appeared in front of each of them. This made Kakashi and the others lower their heads directly. Although they were a bit surprised by this device, they were soon attracted by the questions inside. Multiple choice question. Which of the following identities is Uzumaki Naruto's? 1. Fox Demon. 2. Son of the 4th Hokage. 3. Illegitimate child of the 3rd Hokage. 4. Son of Shimura Danzo. Reward. Doubles chakra control ability. Punishment. Reduces chakra control ability by 1/3. What is your identity? Sakura looked at Naruto. The identities listed are not simple. Seeing these options, he was quite surprised. Although he didn't know who Shimura Danzo was, she still knew he was a high-ranking official in Konoha, just rarely seen. Are the questions this easy? Tazmi complained from his side. To him, the question about stating one's identity was very simple. As an underdog, he didn't know his own identity. He should be asking Kakashi. As a jonin in the village, he should know some news, right? Sasuke looked at Kakashi. He was still a bit curious about Naruto's situation. Naruto, who had been confused looking at the question above, also looked at Kakashi. Many people in the village said he was a fox demon, but he never believed it. And the other identities seemed even less likely. How could he be the son of the 4th Hokage or the 3rd Hokage? If that were the case, why would his life be like this? Remembering his past miserable life, even Naruto became a bit irritable. Who was that Shimura Danzo? Seeing that Kakashi hadn't spoken for a while, Naruto guessed. He didn't know this person among them. The fox demon, in his view, was also impossible, and he didn't want to accept such a thing. Choose 2. Let Naruto choose. Kakashi sighed and spoke. He relaxed while speaking. 2. Son of the 4th Hokage. Sakura's eyes widened. Sasuke and Naruto were no better off. He is not. All right, let's not talk too much here. Kakashi interrupted the others directly. Naruto, choose. Just pick 2. He directly ordered Naruto to choose. Naruto frowned for a moment. Am I really the son of the 4th Hokage? I choose 2. The son of the 4th Hokage. It was as if he was talking to himself, but he quickly confirmed it. I believe in Kakashi-sensei. Hearing this, Kakashi didn't know what to say. He naturally knew about the existence of Uzumaki Naruto, and aside from some surveillance missions in the past, he couldn't appear in front of him or do anything. Now that it was exposed, it could be considered a relief. I will explain the past to you later. Looking at Naruto's incredulous expression, Kakashi added one more thing. If the impact is too great for you to accept or something, if the Nine Tails' power goes berserk afterward, that would not be a good thing. Naruto just nodded at this, while the other 2 from Team 7 had already stopped speaking. Congratulations. Kale looked at Naruto and announced directly. Then he issued the reward. Naruto only felt a burst of light enter his body. After that, he felt nothing. Is that it? Is there any change? It seems like nothing happened. Sakura and Naruto exchanged questions and answers. Next question. And Kale directly announced the next question. Multiple choice question. Who triggered the Nine Tails incident? 1. Uchiha Madara. 2. Uchiha Obito. 3. Uchiha Fugaku. 4. Uchiha Itachi. Reward. 3 Tomo Sharingan. 1. Can be directly activated if you have the bloodline. Punishment. Randomly deduct a certain ability. Sharingan. Is that a power from your world? Tazmi couldn't help but inquire as he looked at the eye described. An eye that has the ability to see through and cast illusions, copying abilities. Isn't that too much cheating? Indeed. Kakashi looked at Tazmi, hesitated for a moment, and answered. But he didn't elaborate further. Regardless, they are people from another world. It's better not to offend them and to keep a distance. Depending on the situation later, they could either cooperate or eliminate them. Such information responses were nothing to him. Perhaps later, he could use the opportunity to learn more about their world's intelligence. The Nine Tails incident was the battle where the 4th Hokage died. Sakura spoke softly. Then she looked at Naruto and Sasuke. All 4 people on this list are from the Uchiha clan. Even their S's father, Itachi, and Sasuke's emotions were clearly becoming a bit abnormal. Looking at the names above, the Sharingan had already manifested. Why do you have a Sharingan? Is all of this a lie? He then looked directly at Kale. The Sharingan had already transformed into 2 Tomo. If you want to know something, just answer the question. As long as you answer correctly, you can receive a reward, and then you will know if this is a lie. Kale spoke directly. Sasuke, calm down. Looking at the question above, Kakashi pressed down on Sasuke, urging him not to act foolishly. There are still his companions on this list. For such a question, he had some guesses. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be between 1 and 3. At that time, you were just born, and Itachi should have only been a few years old, even if he was a genius. He couldn't. Obito was only a teenager, and he was already dead at that time. The remaining choices were only Uchiha Madara or your father. Uchiha Madara had been around many years ago. If he lived until then, he would have been quite old. Kakashi analyzed and spoke. In his words, it seemed that the answer was Uchiha Fugaku. What did you find out? Uchiha Sasuke looked at Kakashi. He had long felt that there was something wrong at home. The extermination of his clan was also very abnormal, but he had never had the opportunity to understand. Now it seemed like he had found some truth. If his father triggered the Nine Tails incident and caused the 4th Hokage's death, made the Konoha higher-ups resentful, leading Itachi to kill? No, it should be the higher-ups of Konoha who took action. Itachi was just one person. It must be like that. Unknowingly, Sasuke also generated many hopeful thoughts. Itachi was innocent. He was just being controlled or something. Sasuke, calm down. What we need to do now is to confirm. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and directly reminded him to wake up. Are you planning to answer the question? Although he had roughly determined the correct answer, Kakashi still intended to give this opportunity to Sasuke. If this question and answer were true, he could directly activate his Sharingan. Even Sakura, who was beside them, was very excited. Sasuke with the 3-Tomo Sharingan would definitely look cool. I hope this has nothing to do with you. Watching Kakashi hand over the opportunity to him, Sasuke coldly and proudly said, with Kakashi looking helpless. He began to answer the question. I choose 3, Uchiha Fugaku. Reluctantly, Sasuke felt that this was most likely his father. Back then, he sensed that something was off. And Itachi had clashed with family members more than once, even needing his father to step in. I will find out everything. With this, Uchiha Sasuke had various thoughts in his mind, but he was soon interrupted. Unfortunately, that's wrong, Cal spoke from his seat. Although you all analyzed it thoroughly, it cannot hide the fact that your answer is incorrect. Wrong? Impossible. Could it be Uchiha Obito? Both Uchiha Sasuke and Kakashi were shocked. Sakura and Naruto looked at Sasuke, feeling somewhat relieved. If Sasuke's father had killed Naruto's father, that kind of plot would make their scalps tingle. Who was the correct answer? Uchiha Sasuke said coldly, showing that he wouldn't give up until he got the truth. The correct answer is Uchiha Obito. Kyle looked at their expressions and did not hide the answer, directly announcing it. Uchiha Obito, didn't he die? Sasuke looked at Kakashi. Even Kakashi wore a confused expression. Dead? There are resurrection jutsus, and moreover, he isn't dead. Who among you confirmed that you saw Uchiha Obito die? Or did any of you stab him to take his life? He spread his hands and leaned them on the table a bit. The system also generously revealed the true answer. Uchiha Obito's name appeared in front of each of them. No, it's impossible. Obito was the student of the 4th Hokage, and their relationship was very good. Even if Kakashi wanted to suggest other possibilities, but he couldn't get the words out. His long-thought-dead best friend, unexpectedly not dead, even took down his master and mistress. This kind of thing left him at a loss for words. You're just talking nonsense, trying to do something to us. You still want to extract some ability from Sasuke. That's impossible. Sakura realized the situation now. The other party still wanted to extract abilities. This was no longer as simple as answering the question incorrectly. It seemed that the ability Naruto obtained earlier had not changed. If Sasuke were to lose something now, that would be unacceptable. If it were a regular ninjutsu, it might be alright, but if it were the Sharingan, Sasuke wouldn't be able to handle it. Chapter 113, the 4th Hokage, naturally wasn't the only one to think of this issue. The answer being wrong wasn't his father. Sasuke initially felt relieved, but then thought about what punishment awaited him, which made him want to take action. This administrator, do you have any evidence that it wasn't our choice of Uchiha Fugaku? Kakashi was very direct. At least he needed to understand the situation so that people would know what was going on. You don't need to say it. You'll know what the situation is. Besides, as for evidence, can bringing you here and punishing you at any time count as evidence? What evidence is there? When the weak are restricted, can they not know who to believe? Enough with the nonsense. Accept the punishment. Watching everyone fall silent, as if hesitating, Kyle directly announced. With this statement, a bright light appeared on Sasuke. You, without any resistance, felt something missing from your memory. Sasuke felt his fire release ability disappear. Fire release ability. Kyle also saw the punishment inflicted on him. Don't give me that hostile look. Even if fire release disappears, it can still be learned again. This is just a minor issue. How much can a Genin's fire release do? It won't take much time to relearn. We'll talk about it when we get back. Naruto and Sakura stood by Sasuke's side. Kakashi directly reminded him. In this place, even he wouldn't dare to be careless. If something really happened, they might all be done for. If something happened to someone else, that would be fine. Even he could be in trouble. But Naruto, if the 9 tails were lost here, that would be the biggest loss for their Leaf Village. Kakashi made the judgment that they couldn't let Naruto answer the question, even if it was already determined. This is how you take away abilities? Looking as if nothing had happened, Tazmi thought to himself, remaining silent. You should have said the correct answer. Although you're very strong, at least you should let us believe you a little. Kakashi looked at Kyle in front of him. Obito is the murderer who killed the 4th Hokage? He couldn't believe it, knowing that their relationship had been very good at that time. Moreover, with Uchiha Obito's personality, how could it be? Just watch. Kyle spoke directly, and a scene appeared on the system. This piqued the interest of everyone present and those outside. These were people from another world. If they could discover something, it might bring them completely unexpected benefits. Konoha Ninja Village. The initial scene was in a hidden house. It hurts so much. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina lay pale on the bed. Next to her was a woman and medical staff providing treatment, while the fourth Hokage Minato was nervously watching. As a cry rang out, everyone there finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let me see the child. Kushina immediately wanted to see the baby. Minato also wanted to take a look, but was stopped by the woman. Let the mother see first. Don't move around clumsily. The baby is very fragile. An old woman quickly wrapped the baby and brought him to Kushina, while also scolding Minato, making him feel embarrassed and smile foolishly. He really didn't know how to take care of a child. Watching Kushina holding the baby, Minato, who was handling the Nine-Tails seal, was also moved to tears. Overwhelmed with joy. Fourth Hokage? Is this an illusion or a recording? Why is it appearing here? Kakashi looked at the scene before him. Various thoughts surged in his mind, but he remained silent. Teacher, is that the fourth Hokage? Naruto asked, looking at the person and the child inside. He felt a strange sensation. He is my teacher and also the fourth Hokage of the village. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, but did not deny it. However, he said no more. He knew Naruto's identity, but had never seen the situation inside. The fourth Hokage. Naruto gazed at the golden-haired, sunny youth inside. Lost in thought. While they were still pondering where Obito Uchiha was, two screams echoed. The woman and medical staff who were supposed to take baby Naruto away were suddenly killed by a figure wearing a tiger-striped mask, who then snatched the baby. The fourth Hokage had to leave the Jinchuriki's side. Otherwise, the child's lifespan would only be a minute. This guy acted incredibly fast. Even Minato, who was taking care of Kushina, didn't react in time. Damn it, this guy Naruto cursed from the side. Is he Obito Uchiha? Kakashi looked at Kyle, wanting to know the answer. He knew a bit about the Kyuubi incident. The masked man claimed to be Madara Uchiha. Although many people said it couldn't be Madara, no one had ever proven otherwise. After all, that guy was said to be very powerful and could control the Kyuubi. Only Madara Uchiha among the Uchihas could do that in the past. And Obito? Thinking of the underachiever Obito Uchiha in their team, although he had grown a lot later, it was hard to believe he could do something like this. Regardless of strength or anything else, face the reality. He is your partner. Kyle looked at Kakashi and spoke directly. Hearing this, Kakashi fell silent. He wanted to uncover a conspiracy to find the truth, but unfortunately, he couldn't discern any flaws in the person before him. Who are you? Minato asked, his eyes turning red at the scene. The masked man appeared and killed people, even snatching away his son, making Kushina nearby anxious to get up. Hurry and get away from the Jinchuriki. Don't you care what happens to the child? The masked man pulled out a kunai and placed it in front of the baby, coldly saying, wait, calm down. Even the fourth Hokage felt a bit flustered at this scene. After all, this was his newborn child. You need to tell that to yourself, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Right now, I am incredibly calm. Make a choice. As the masked man spoke, he threw the newborn Naruto into the air and leaped up, attacking Naruto, clearly aiming to take the baby's life. Throwing him into the air was obviously giving Minato a chance to save him. The implication was clear, the child or the adult. At that moment, Minato faced a monumental dilemma, save the adult or the child. If it were any other time, he might not have had this choice, but here, seeing the masked man's fierce demeanor and the kunai now at the baby, it was evident this was no joke. Naruto. Seeing this scene, Kushina couldn't help but shout. Would her just-born baby be lost like this? With Kushina's shout, Minato made a judgment. He instantly disappeared from his spot, and the next moment he had already caught Naruto, standing against the wall, directly saving him from the masked man. The masked man, unsurprisingly, had no intention of targeting Naruto. His aim was Kushina on the other side. As expected of a yellow flash, so what will you do next? As he spoke, he charged toward Kushina. While speaking and moving, he raised two fingers and triggered an explosive tag. When he grabbed Naruto earlier, he had already prepared the explosive tag on him. The tag ignited instantly, startling Minato, but in just a moment he reacted. The Flying Thunder God technique activated instantly, and Minato disappeared from spot, appearing in a house where he had placed a Flying Thunder God marker. As soon as he appeared, he quickly unwrapped the clothing around Naruto, jumped out of the house, leaving the explosive tag inside. The moment Minato left the house, the explosive tag detonated, blowing the house to pieces. Minato was thrown away with Naruto, flying a considerable distance due to the impact. The force was significant, and Minato suffered minor injuries to his legs, while Naruto was unharmed, though the blast clearly startled him, making him very afraid. "Don't cry, little Naruto, you're okay now." After removing the debris from his leg, Minato comforted the little Naruto. His focus was on Kushina. He had to return quickly. Minato made a judgment and used the Flying Thunder God technique to head to another location he had set up, placing Naruto down. Then he quickly set off again. From the earlier movements of that guy, it was clear his target had always been Kushina, or rather, the Kyuubi. The brief encounter allowed him to sense that evil presence. Outside Konoha village, at a pile of stones by a lake, the runes were chaotic, and sealing runes were present. Kushina was bound and sealed here, and before her stood the masked man. "What do you want?" Kushina spoke, looking at the masked man with great anger. Her just-born son had almost been killed. No one would forgive such a person. The masked man paid no heed and directly stated his goal: to extract the Kyuubi from you and then destroy Konoha. As he spoke, the masked man began to act. With his Sharingan activated, Kushina, who was struggling to contain the Kyuubi, could no longer hold on. The enormous nine-tailed fox quickly emerged from Kushina's belly. The terrifying scene made everyone in the system's space widen their eyes. This fox, the Kyuubi, it came out directly from her belly? Sakura, Sasuke, and the others' knowledge was shaken. Kakashi watched this scene, feeling a bit pained. Meanwhile, Naruto was still staring blankly at the inside. The Kyuubi, this fox, he seemed to feel it. Is this the monster of their world? Much stronger than the dangerous species, it could crush me with a single slap, a being like this. Is this truly something a person can control or stop? Tazmi watched the scene, filled with various thoughts. Coming here without being curious or wanting to know what was going on was impossible. Now, seeing the situation in other worlds, he felt extremely cautious. Such a monster could be manipulated against them? He had already seen the Kyuubi, summoned from the woman's belly, its eyes turning into 3 black Tomo shapes, then being controlled. And the scene stopped. Even though the Kyuubi was pulled out, Kushina's vitality and willpower still held on. Today could be considered as having given birth to 2 children, as everything seemed to want to come out of her body. Should we say that the Uzumaki clan truly lives up to its reputation? The members of the Uzumaki clan are really impressive. Even after having their tailed beast extracted, they can still survive. Since you are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, let us escort you on your way. The masked man looked at Kushina with a serious expression and ruthlessly gave the order. In the midst of speaking, he had already commanded the Nine Tails to attack. Under the masked man's orders, the crazed Nine Tails slammed a massive paw down on the spot where Kushina had been, creating a sound wave that was explosive, causing an earthquake and shattering rocks. With that paw coming down, Kushina would definitely be dead now. Fortunately, at that moment, a miracle occurred. A figure suddenly appeared beside Kushina and instantly left. Minato appeared in a flash and directly transported Kushina to a safe place, truly living up to the name of the Yellow Flash, but it was already too late. The masked man calmly looked at Minato, who had saved Kushina. However, Minato completely ignored him, leaving behind a fierce glare before disappearing from the spot. It was clear that this honest man was now angry. The masked man, not caring that he had made an honest man angry, gave his next command. He flew away, thinking, well, let us just go directly to Konoha. He quickly headed towards Konoha. Meanwhile, on Minato's side, in their house, he gently said to Kushina, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything from here. Just stay by Naruto's side." He tenderly placed Kushina beside Naruto. Below, his fists were tightly clenched. The earlier anger he felt, he did not want to show. Although he wanted to stay with them, given the current situation, he didn't have the time. Without lingering too much, he took out his Hokage cloak and quickly put it on. As the 4th Hokage, Minato made his choice. Konoha needed him now. He had to go. "Thank you, Minato. Be careful on your way." Kushina understood Minato's character and didn't want him to worry too much about her. She reminded him like an ordinary wife would. "I'll be back soon." Minato left a simple remark and instantly vanished from the spot, teleporting away. Bearing the title of 4th Hokage, he could not afford to lose. So cool. Naruto looked at Minato, feeling inexplicably cool. There was also a sense of closeness. Meanwhile, A huge fox within him was also clearly sensing something happening outside. As he saw the situation, chakra began to spread out. Chapter 114, Uchiha Obito. Oh no! The Nine Tails has appeared. Kakashi felt something was wrong the moment he saw this scene. I feel so hot. Naruto also felt uncomfortable all over, as if some flames were burning on him. Calm down. Kakashi initially wanted to do something, but soon saw that the red chakra was suppressed back by the sealing power. It seemed like something was trying to emerge. Naruto held his stomach, looking uncomfortable. Just endure, calm down, or don't look at the screen. After checking the seal, Kakashi also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there are no issues. Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong with Naruto? Sakura asked. She had felt a surge of red chakra earlier that made her feel pressured, and Naruto seemed to be changing. This is not something you can know right now. Kakashi hesitated before speaking, his gaze fixed on the screen. This had already led to some speculation. You mean to say Naruto is that fox? Or the fox is sealed within him, just like that woman earlier, Sasuke directly stated. The fox. Naruto actually sensed it too, but no one openly talked about it with him. Is that so, Kakashi-sensei? He looked at Kakashi, inquiring. However, Kakashi was not in the mood to say much now. His focus was already on the screen. Just moments ago, the Nine Tails unleashed its tailed beast bomb directly towards the Hokage rock, and the fourth Hokage Minato teleported that tailed beast bomb to the remote mountains behind. This should have been a relief. But then, the masked man appeared again. However, Minato had already noticed his opponent right away. Bearing the name of Hokage, he could not allow them to act recklessly any longer. When Minato sensed the enemy, he turned and threw a kunai, which struck the masked man's forehead but felt like it didn't hit anything at all. The opponent seemed completely unharmed, and the kunai, along with Minato's arm, passed right through the masked man's forehead, leaving Minato a bit surprised and unresponsive. Your opponent is me, and it's already over. Dodging the attack, the masked man seemed a bit smug. He then grabbed Minato's hand, switching between solid and intangible. In an instant, the masked man emitted a pulling force, trying to control Minato. But Minato, having realized the danger, immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. You're quick on your feet. Next time I'll absorb you even faster. Just touching you will be enough to absorb you. The masked man, left behind, said unhappily. While speaking, he entered another space, pursuing Minato. Space-time ninjutsu. Kakashi thought to himself, feeling confused as he watched this person use ninjutsu. Obito is actually attacking the fourth, and he is even using space-time ninjutsu. This situation seems very troublesome. Don't you want to explain anything? Kakashi looked at Kale, clearly wanting him to say something. It's normal for people to grow. Isn't it? Kale looked at him strangely. He didn't elaborate further. It's normal for people to grow, but Obito's age is far from being able to deal with Minato. Kakashi completely did not believe that Obito could contend with Minato. In his view, there was more than just a dimension of difference between them. Just keep watching. Kale did not explain to Kakashi. The system deciding what to give the other party was his business. He was just a tool for receiving a paycheck now. Exposing too much information was not acceptable. Not getting an answer, Kakashi was clearly dissatisfied. But now that he was here, he had no intention of acting recklessly. He was mainly worried that something would happen to Naruto. It would be bad if the Nine Tails went berserk. On the screen, after Minato and the masked man had switched places, you are Uchiha Madara? No, that's impossible. He's been dead for a long time. Minato speculated but quickly denied it himself. Uchiha Madara? This name also surfaced in the thoughts of those in the system space. Meanwhile, the masked man in the footage spoke up. Well, who knows? It may not be the case. The masked man did not deny this identity. At this point, who you are is no longer important. What I want to know now is why you attacked Konoha and what your purpose is. Minato quickly suppressed his thoughts. No matter who it was, he would never let someone who would destroy Konoha go free. What is your purpose? If I had to say, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, a continuous strategy, both for war and for peace, perhaps both. The masked man spoke casually, as if a mere wooden leaf was a trivial matter that could be destroyed at any time. His disdainful demeanor made Minato feel that this masked man was very dangerous, both in thought and strength. Minato and the masked man continued their dialogue. Both sides were actually prepared for battle. During this time, The masked man took out chains to restrict Minato, and in an instant, he could capture him. No matter who you are, stay here. As Minato spoke, he had already taken action. This guy's thoughts and actions were too dangerous. What the opponent was doing now had to be resolved here. You were really too confident. The masked man showed no fear in front of Minato, his body once again becoming intangible, passing directly through Minato's body. Then he solidified again with chains, directly binding Minato. However, Minato's reaction was also very quick, using the Flying Thunder God technique to escape rapidly. With battle experience, Minato had already analyzed the opponent's abilities. The ability to become intangible in an instant, but when attacking, the body had to solidify. At that moment, the weakness appeared. Now, it was a race to see whose attack speed was faster at the moment of solidification. After making a judgment, Minato rushed out, throwing his special kunai instantly. I won. The kunai passed through the opponent's intangible body, and the masked man's body had already made contact with Minato, about to grab him. This was completely within Minato's expectations. He gathered a Rasengan in one hand without stopping. As he sensed the opponent's body solidify in an instant, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique. This was the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique. The technique propelled Minato to switch positions instantly, directly appearing in midair above the masked man at the moment the opponent's body solidified. Rasengan. Boom! The Rasengan exploded on the masked man, directly smashing him into the ground, leaving behind a Flying Thunder God mark. Was that the kunai from earlier? The masked man recalled the kunai that had passed through his forehead. He never expected such a fast attack. It wasn't just combat awareness. It was also the body's reaction and the execution of ninjutsu. The fourth Hokage is so cool. Sakura watched Minato's performance, her gaze starting to become enthusiastic. This was no longer just about the opponent's identity and status. It was the opponent's strength and charisma that conquered her. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, can you do that move? Flying around in that sphere, can you do it? Naruto looked at the scene inside, feeling that everything suited him perfectly. Plus, they both had golden hair. They looked so alike. You the dead last. Want to learn such ninjutsu? Such ninjutsu is at least an A-level or even an S-level forbidden technique. Sasuke stimulated the opponent with a remark. I can definitely do it. Sasuke, when the time comes, I will use this ninjutsu to beat you up. Naruto felt annoyed when he heard Sasuke's words. The dead last thoughts. All right, stop arguing. Ninjutsu isn't something just anyone can learn, and it's not suitable for you right now. We can talk about it later. Kakashi dismissed them. Whether or not they can learn these techniques is not up to him to decide. What? Kakashi-sensei probably can't do it himself. Naruto mumbled to the side. Even Sakura and Sasuke looked skeptical. This made Kakashi suddenly want to throw a Rasengan at their faces. Ugh, what a disgusting thing. What is that? Is it also ninjutsu? While they were talking, Sakura looked at the masked man's fallen white arm with disgust. The arm was sticky and looked like some kind of alien creature. Just looking at it made her uncomfortable. We in Konoha don't have such things. Kakashi spoke directly, his expression serious as he looked at the masked man inside. If the opponent is really Obito Uchiha, then he must have joined some organization. That's why he has such strength in that special arm. Obito, why attack Konoha instead of coming back? Thinking about how his former comrade had become something inhuman, Kakashi found it hard to bear. In the scene, Obito, with one arm missing, showed no fear. You turn the tables on me, huh? Is this what they call the elusive golden flash? It really doesn't allow for the slightest negligence. It's terrifying, but the masked man initially wanted to show off a bit, but Minato didn't give him the chance at all. Taking advantage of the mark he left earlier, he instantly teleported next to him, thrusting the kunai fiercely into the opponent's body, causing serious injury. Plus, with the contract seal, he instantly released the Nine Tails control. Now, the Nine Tails is no longer your possession. Minato Namikaze's, that speed, was it the mark from earlier? Truly worthy of the fourth Hokage. I didn't expect you could injure me and separate me from the Nine Tails. That's truly unexpected. However, the Nine Tails will eventually be mine. This is just the beginning. I am someone destined to unify the world. I have plenty of means. Even heavily injured, the masked man couldn't continue to act tough. Coming to Konoha to show off resulted in losing the Nine Tails, losing a hand, and getting hurt. This made the masked man feel a bit regretful. At this moment, the injured masked man dared not stay any longer. Otherwise, he would lose his life, leaving behind a harsh remark before quickly fleeing. The space rotated and covered him, and soon the masked man's figure disappeared. Is this the end? Kakashi couldn't help but speak as he watched the scene black out. Where's Obito? We didn't even see him. And what about the others? Kyle glanced at the system, clearly seeing that there was more video behind. As he spoke, the scene appeared. The footage of the Ninja World War emerged. Moreover, there were many people. Kakashi saw his teacher's figure and Sasuke's grown-up appearance. The most eye-catching was that strange Obito. Why is this happening? That hair, that face? Why does Obito look like this? Why does Obito have the Rinnegan, that legendary eye? Looking at that black and white special face, Kakashi felt his emotions getting out of control, but he quickly suppressed it. Right now, he wanted to say that this thing was fake, but deep down, he was starting to believe it a little. There was really no need to deceive them. At least, he hadn't seen any situation where this guy was deceiving them. They all acted as if they would believe it if they wanted to, and if they didn't, it was fine. Sasuke, that should be Sasuke, but that eye is so strange. And that person, is that the fourth Hokage? Didn't he die? This is all so chaotic. This must be a deception, right? Hey, give Sasuke's fire release back. Naruto and Sakura had already exploded with anger, looking at Kyle and shouting displeasedly. And in the scene, accompanied by a flying thunder god technique, the kunai of Namikaze's Minato has already been stained with a lot of blood, and Uchiha Obito's body has been directly cut open. Obito, seeing in the end that it was his own teacher who took him down, Kakashi feels heavy-hearted. At the same time, he is very confused. What exactly happened, and what is the monster beneath Obito? Is this the conspiracy of the organization behind him? In the scene, Minato, Obito, and suddenly flying down to cut Obito are actually very surprised. But as Obito falls to the ground, Minato also controls his emotions. He understands who his opponent was during the Ninetales incident back then. This moment shines a light on the previous battle Minato was involved in, as well as the mark left by the Flying Thunder God technique. So it was you. The mark of the Flying Thunder God will never disappear. I haven't told you that, have I, Obito? So you're still alive. If you could become Hokage, that would be great. Why? Why has it come to this? Looking at Obito lying on the ground, Minato softly sighs. Next, all that's left is to seal the resurrected Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, the grown-up Uchiha Sasuke also appears. Then the war would be over. What gives you the right to say the war is over, my traitorous compatriot? As Sasuke speaks, Obito, lying on the ground and bleeding everywhere, suddenly opens his mouth, bursting out with a mocking tone. And with his words, the surroundings begin to be consumed and absorbed by his body, including the monster beneath him, as terrifying energy gathers towards him. At this moment, the scene freezes, leaving Kakashi, who is wide-eyed, confused about what is happening. He looks at Kale. What's going on? It feels like being interrupted halfway through using the restroom. Chapter 115. Resurrection, what happens next? Uzumaki Naruto doesn't care about other matters and speaks directly. What about Sasuke's situation? Why does it end here? Haruno Sakura also looks starry-eyed. She was dazzled by Sasuke's earlier appearance, as if she had encountered some prey. It's already over. The identities have been revealed. In short, Uchiha Obito didn't die and has been hiding and planning something to take over your world. There's a big boss partner who got this news ahead of time. Isn't that enough? Kale looks at them and speaks directly. This big boss has appeared. Can it be over now? Kakashi, listening to this, doesn't he know how to refute it? At first, they didn't believe, and now there's simply no opportunity to continue watching. Obito. Kakashi falls into silence. Meanwhile, Kale doesn't pay much attention to them and continues to look at the next question. Soon, he feels that this system seems to be their system. What is the reason for Uchiha Obito's darkening? 1. Because he awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. 2. Because he wanted to apprentice under Uchiha Madara. 3. Because of Noara Rin's death. 4. Because the fourth Hokage didn't save him. Reward: 1 specified resurrection card. Penalty: deduction of a certain ability. Choices appear one by one. Kale doesn't say much and directly releases it, allowing them all to see it. Another question has come. What is this darkening about? When did it darken? It should be when he became like that, Originally a good person turned into someone attacking Konoha and his own people. Naruto has a series of questions like why 100,000 times, while Sakura answers a bit, as if to show off her intelligence. Sasuke and Kakashi's focus is already on this question. Mangekyou Sharingan. If he is not mistaken, it's the same eyes as that man. Sasuke thinks in his mind. Moreover, now among the Uchiha clan, besides him and that man, there are actually others. And Uchiha Sasuke keeps thinking about the scene that was previously referred to as a traitor. Also, his eyes had clearly changed significantly at that time. The future. What is the reason for Kakashi's darkening? Kakashi stares at the answer. Then he looks at the reward. What does this specified resurrection card mean? Meanwhile, Tazmi pops up to brush up on his presence. Can resurrection be done? Resurrection is indeed what you think it is. But this specified resurrection card is already set for a person. You can't change it. Only if they answer correctly can they know who will be resurrected. Kale glances at Tazmi, and this guy is now very interested. However, his focus is still mostly on Kakashi and the others. After all, they're the ones answering the questions now. Answering the question. I'll answer this time. Kakashi looks at Naruto and the others and speaks directly. Given the current situation, it's best for Sakura to answer. Because Naruto is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If something happens, Konoha's situation would be dire. As for Uchiha Sasuke, it goes without saying. He is the last Uchiha in Konoha. And if something really happens, who knows what will happen. As for Sakura, just an ordinary little girl. Of course, Kakashi wouldn't make such a decision. Wrong. No matter the loss, he can bear it, as long as he can know the truth about Obito. Are you serious? Sasuke glances over. He still feels a bit uneasy about the fire-style ability that was just taken away. If Kakashi's ability is taken away, it wouldn't be good news for him as AJ Nin. Leave it to me. Normally, Kakashi would say a few encouraging words. But now he isn't in the mood. While saying this, Kakashi has already made his decision. I choose the death of Noera Rin. Although he doesn't understand the Mangekyou Sharingan, it clearly wouldn't cause someone's personality to change drastically and become such a madman. As for what Uchiha Madara, if he said he was being controlled, he might believe it. As for apprenticeship, that's impossible. Additionally, he holds a grudge against the fourth Hokage's rescue. Kakashi had already seen it before. Obito clearly wanted to take more from the Nine-Tails. Dealing with their teacher was just incidental. The only possibility is the death of Noera Rin. There are things he doesn't know in between. As Kakashi directly makes his choice, the answer appears. Oh yeah, Kakashi-sensei is amazing, Naruto exclaims excitedly on the side. Kakashi guessed correctly, which makes him very exhilarated. If we answer correctly, we can see who that resurrected person is. Could it be that senior Noera Rin? Sakura carefully says on the side. That remark makes Kakashi inexplicably feel a bit of anticipation. Is it Rin? Hearing Sakura's words, Kakashi feels a sense of expectation grow within him. Congratulations, now send the reward. Additionally, there is the scene from that time. Kyle directly sent the reward without making anyone wait here. The scene, along with the reward as Kyle spoke. A white light suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi and quickly condensed into shape, revealing a girl who looked only in her teens. She was Lin Yahara. Kakashi stared at the girl in front of him, a bit stunned. The girl, who had just appeared and still had makeup on her face, also seemed a bit at a loss, but quickly sensed something. She looked around and then at Kakashi. Kakashi? Lin Yahara carefully sniffed. Although she looked similar, this person in front of her seemed a bit older, making her uncertain. It's me, Lin. Kakashi slowly spoke, trying to suppress his emotions. It really is you. Did you also die? Why have you become like this? I seem to have a real body. This is too strange. What happened to you? And what about the teachers? Also, Lin Yahara asked question after question, stepping forward and observing Kakashi's condition as if checking for injuries. I'm fine, I'm not dead. It's just a bit of an accident that seems to have brought you back to life. I'm still not sure if you were really Lin. Did you truly come back? Or are you just a mere puppet? As a ninja, Kakashi still maintained his professionalism. While explaining, Kakashi also outlined the current situation, this system space, and how they ended up here. He felt a good impression of this person who looked like Lin Yahara, but it was just a good impression. He wouldn't put himself in danger for someone whose identity was still uncertain. Me? Lin Yahara looked puzzled, but quickly calmed down. So that's how it is. Is it because of this gentleman? Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I'm being controlled, but this consciousness and memory should be correct. Of course, if you feel it's dangerous, you can control me first. Kakashi. Lin Yahara spoke in a friendly manner. From her perspective, the fact that she was revived was indeed too strange. It was normal to have some safeguards. As for Kyle, although Lin Yahara expressed her gratitude, there was clearly a sense of resistance and distance. The current Lin Yahara's memory was from before she died. Naturally, she trusted Kakashi more since she didn't know what was going on. Sorry for the inconvenience. Kakashi nodded at this. Given the situation, it was clearly better to control Lin first. At least, the sealing technique needed to be in place. While acting, he also glanced at Kyle. Seeing that Kyle showed no signs of stopping him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's so great to see you again. How are the teachers? Do they have kids now? Looking at you, it's been over a decade, but you still look like a child. I guess I'll have to call you Kakashi-senpai, or Uncle Kakashi. Even when sealed and controlled, Lin Yahara showed no impatience. Instead, she kept asking about her teacher situation. Kakashi-sensei, is this your former teammate? Sakura, watching this senpai who wasn't much older than them, couldn't help but chime in as the guy seemed very familiar right away. Yes, he and Obito were my former teammates. Hello. I didn't expect Kakashi to be leading a team now. It's quite surprising. Kakashi has matured a lot, and if Obito knew, he would be very happy. Lin Yahara smiled, glancing at Naruto and the others. Naruto felt a bit shy from that smile. In his social circle, few girls smiled at him so brightly. As for Sasuke, he remained his usual tsundere self. Hello, Senior Lin Yahara. Sakura politely greeted her, also recalling the previous questions. Their teacher, the fourth Hokage, and another person, that Uchiha Obito. What a lovely girl. Lin Yahara greeted with a smile. Kakashi, how are the teachers doing now? Given their current ages, they should have kids, right? I really want to see them. Thoughts kept popping up. Everyone around listened to her words, their expressions a bit strange. If Lin Yahara were to see Uchiha Obito, then... The teachers unexpectedly passed away. Kakashi hesitated before speaking. The teacher. How could this happen when he was so strong? What about Kushina? Lin Yahara thought of Kushina. According to age and seniority, she naturally couldn't call her sister. But since the other party was reluctant, she gradually got used to it. They had an incident together. Kakashi spoke. Lin Yahara looked like she had been hit hard, becoming a bit less active. How could this be? Who did they encounter? Hearing this, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. From Lin Yahara's perspective, their teacher wouldn't have simply encountered trouble even surrounded by numerous ninjas. There must be some issue here. The fourth Hokage and the others were killed by that Uchiha Obito guy, sister. Naruto, watching Lin Yahara, couldn't help but interject. Lin Yahara was taken aback by this statement. Initially, she felt a bit dissatisfied and wanted Naruto to stop joking. But soon, she saw Kakashi's silent demeanor. Is this true? Lin Yahara couldn't comprehend it all. Why did things turn out like this? Why did such a situation arise? Maybe I just learned this news earlier. It could also be that all of this is false. Kakashi spoke directly. If all of this is fake, then Lin Yahara would also be fake. He found it hard to accept. It seems a lot has happened since I died. Obito, the teacher. Lin Yahara began to grow silent, her expressionless face showing signs of distress. The reward had been received, so it was time for the next stage. Looking at the video that had popped up, Kyle spoke directly, completely ignoring the fact that the person in front of him looked deeply affected. The next stage? Kakashi and the others already understood what was going on. Lin Yahara still looked puzzled. But soon, she saw the scene. This is a very familiar scene, the battlefield surrounded by the Mist Village. Here she was, and she had died here. Obito? Soon, our protagonist Uchiha Obito appeared in the scene. In the video, Lin, Kakashi, wait for me. I'm coming to save you. Excited yet nervous, Obito couldn't wait to appear in front of his companions, even looking forward to the surprise she would bring to them. Watching the lively Obito in the screen, she really had the idea of meeting up with them. Kakashi and Rin Noera didn't know what to say. What is this? Although Rin Noera already knew there were questions and answers, this scene was still the first time she saw it. It talked about the reason why Obito attacked Konoha, and if all this is true. Kakashi looked at Rin Noera and explained a bit. If it's all true, then... Obito. Rin Noera instantly understood. Obito might have encountered some problems because of her death. She wasn't a child anymore. She was at the age where one could get married in Konoha. She just never knew how to clarify it. Did it all happen because of me? No, Obito just couldn't think straight for a moment. As long as it's true, I will find him. Kakashi glanced at Rin Noara, then at Kyle, and finally fixed his gaze on Obito in the screen. No matter what, let's try to find him first. Can't think straight? If the teacher really is because of him, then no matter what, he was wrong. Rin Noara was very conflicted, just revived and encountering such a situation. She herself couldn't quite understand what this human hell was. Not only did she know that her teacher was dead, but she also knew that this might have been done by her good friend. Moreover, the scene of her own death was still being played. This is public execution, right? This is the price of resurrection. This is the worry of the living. Chapter 116. Even if it's with Naruto, it's impossible. In the system space, when it came to Minato Namikaze, Kakashi's joy at Rin Nohara's appearance was somewhat diluted. If I can meet Obito, I will try to persuade him. But let's see what happened to him. Although it might be because of myself, Rin Noara also thought about it. But with Obito alone, it shouldn't be possible to deal with Konoha or to deal with their teacher. Kakashi nodded gloomily, watching Obito in the screen running wildly to find them. He knew very well what the other side might see next. That familiar scene, that familiar battlefield had appeared. Kakashi even suspected whether the other party had read his memories and recreated it. Kakashi-sensei. Suddenly, Sakura screamed, looking at the scene inside. The other Naruto and Sasuke were also a bit surprised. However, Kakashi and Rin Noara were very calm. They had already anticipated it. In the scene, as Obito arrived, what he saw was not Kakashi and Rin Noara caught in a bitter battle. Instead, it was Kakashi using Chidori to pierce through Rin Nohara's chest. Killing his own teammate shocked Sakura and the others. At that time, I was sealed with the three tails, and the people from a mist village planned to use me to destroy the village. Dying at Kakashi's hands was my choice. Rin Noara kindly explained to prevent Sakura and the others from overthinking. Kakashi, feeling gloomy, had no other thoughts about the scene inside. Rin Noara was the same, watching herself die again, watching Kakashi's distressed expression in the screen. And Obito, who she hadn't felt before, was on the side as well. In the end, the two people's images overlapped. Obito was quickly enveloped by a white substance, and his Sharingan was shedding tears while showing a significant change in the scene. Obito, Uchiha, Kakashi, their eyes overlapped, progressing from the double Tomo to the Mangekyou Sharingan form. The Mangekyou Sharingan, the legendary eye. Kakashi. Uchiha Sasuke was also shocked. Looking at Kakashi, he had already been surprised to learn that Kakashi had a 3-Tomo Sharingan not long ago. Now, seeing this legendary eye, comparable to Itachi's eye, the eye that fought against the 4th Hokage, it made him unable to help but feel envious. Moreover, why did only the death of one woman grant him the Mangekyou Sharingan? A whole clan died, and he only opened 1 Tomo? Could it be that he really is a complete waste? Thinking about his past in school, his time in Konoha, Sasuke was almost stimulated to upgrade his Sharingan. But in the end, he still stopped. Kakashi, your eye is also Mangekyou? I'm not sure, but this eye does put a heavy burden on me, Kakashi replied, his gaze still fixed on Obito in the screen. Here, what exactly is this place? I don't acknowledge it. How can I accept such a thing? Wrapped in a white, plant-like substance, Obito cried out in pain. Even his body erupted with branch-like things. Who is this person? Reinforcement? Don't underestimate the Mist Village. The people from the Mist Village obviously noticed this guy charging directly at them. And at this moment, Obito fought like a completely different person, shocking Kakashi. Not only was his taijutsu incredible, but he also used that ethereal power he had when dealing with the 4th Hokage. Even in the end, that wooden plant-like ability, continuously piercing through the bodies of the Mist Village ninjas. Retrieve the bodies. Don't let him take them away. Hurry. The people from the Mist Village desperately tried to recover Rin Nohara's body. This also enraged Obito, who quickly ran and used his abilities to pierce through one person after another. He directly reached Rin Nohara's side. The people around Rin Nohara were directly killed one by one, and even the dead from the Mist Village were ruthlessly attacked by Obito, leaving no corpses untouched. Like a mad beast, that frenzied appearance not only made the people from the Mist Village feel oppressed, but also made others watching the scene feel a bit of this guy's madness. Who was that guy? The people from the Mist Village were dumbfounded. They even thought about giving up and fleeing. When Obito turned around, they instinctively took a step back in fear. And the next second, the nightmare descended as quickly piercing through the Mist Village people at the scene, leaving behind only broken corpses. The bloodbath unleashed by Obito erupted with powerful wood release abilities, turning this battlefield into a true hell on earth. So that's it. It turns out I am in hell. Blood everywhere, corpses everywhere. The only one still alive and standing was Obito, covered in blood. The blood of his enemies. At this point, he no longer cared how many people he had killed. Lying on the ground was only Rin Nohara's corpse and the unconscious Kakashi. Is this the changed Obito? Watching Obito brutally kill the people from the Mist Village, Rin Nohara finally walked to her own corpse and picked it up. Why does he have wood release? Isn't wood release the ability of the first Hokage? Did he gain some ability? There's also that white guy who seems to be alive. Yanohara Rin was very surprised and also very heartbroken. Why did it turn out like this? And everyone here was equally surprised. The power said to have pacified the chaos of the world appeared on Obito. At this moment, it could be said that no one could fully understand. Kakashi also knew why he woke up back then, surrounded by corpses. And Yanohara Rin, I'm not sure. Kakashi just wanted to know where Obito was. Uchiha Obito. The others, Naruto and Sakura, didn't say much. But Sasuke had his eyes on this Uchiha Obito. This guy from the same clan was later called a traitor. All right, everyone. This question is over. Now, let's move on to the next one. Kyle looked at them, who were in shock and needed to process their emotions. After waiting a moment and glancing at the next question, he began. Question. No matter what the question is, bring it on. Lord Naruto Uzumaki is not afraid at all. Upon hearing this, Naruto shouted out loud. He was getting more and more interested in the situation in this QA space. Maybe he could get stronger. Maybe he could revive his parents. There were all sorts of possibilities. Looking at the question, Kyle reminded them and then continued to sit. He glanced at the confused Tasmi on the other side. This guy had not made much of an impression since arriving here. Multiple choice question. Who will Uchiha Sasuke marry in the future and have a daughter named Uchiha Sarada? Image 1. Naruto Uzumaki. Image 2. Sakura Haruno. Image 3. Xiangling. Image 4. Hinata Hyuga. Image. Reward. Doubling of ocular power. Penalty. Exposure the kissing video between Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki to the entire ninja world. Why is this the penalty? What does it have to do with me? Naruto shouted from the side. Why would this penalty be related to him? Who has kissed that guy? Don't say random things. Looking at Yanohara Rin and Kakashi's gazes around him, Sasuke quickly spoke. Sundara or not, he still wanted to keep his face. Why? Why is this happening, Naruto? Sakura suddenly thought of something upon seeing this penalty. She grabbed Naruto, who was about to go berserk. If this penalty really appears in the entire ninja world, then Sasuke would be finished. This would be a stain on his life. Even if she ended up with Sasuke in the future, people would always say, that's Sasuke, who kissed a man and had it exposed to the entire ninja world, especially acquaintances. That would be too embarrassing. At this moment, Sakura Haruno was already thinking about the future. But looking at the images behind, she felt a bit disheartened. Initially, when she saw Sarada's photo, she thought she resembled her a bit. But upon seeing the following Xiangling, they were wearing the same style glasses. That woman better not try to steal Sasuke away. The once confident Sakura was now feeling a bit darkened. She started to think whether she should prevent Sasuke from meeting this woman. This has nothing to do with me. If you have any opinions, don't tell me. I'm just a worker. Kyle didn't care about their words at all. He just wanted to clock out on time, finish these questions, and leave with his rewards. Worker. They clearly were not satisfied with this response. But it was evident that Kyle was very casual and didn't care about them at all. You answer this question, anyway, if someone answers incorrectly. Kakashi almost directly said that whoever answers incorrectly would face the penalty. Besides, this penalty was still acceptable, right? Compared to deducting abilities or something. A kissing video didn't count as much. Probably. Of course, Kakashi didn't voice the latter thought. If Sasuke got the doubling of ocular power, his strength would surely increase significantly. As long as they guess correctly, first, let us eliminate Naruto, Sakura said from the side. She didn't know why Naruto was in this, but that wasn't important. What mattered was that she wanted to know who Sasuke's future partner was. She needed to destroy it quickly. Sasuke was hers, and so was Sarada. Eliminate. Naruto obviously had something to say from the side, but he ultimately gave up. The others could compete, but in this situation, it was really inappropriate. Moreover, now that things were chaotic, Sakura was really about to hit someone. Sasuke, do you already have an idea? Sakura looked at Sasuke with concern. In fact, she really wanted him to choose her. It was just a pity that, at this point, it clearly looked like that Xiangling was the one. As for Hinata, there was basically no possibility. Not to mention children. They hadn't interacted at all, and the other S personality wasn't T1 that would approach Sasuke. It was a 2-out-of-1 situation with a huge advantage. Sakura felt she could win and then thought about rushing up. But looking at the photos above, she was filled with doubt. Sakura's thoughts were all over the place, and Sasuke was about the same. His thoughts were similar to Sakura's. First, he ruled out Naruto and Hinata. There was absolutely no possibility with these two. He probably understood the Hyuga clan. Interclan marriage was too difficult, just like their former Uchiha clan. As for the remaining two, there's absolutely no way I could be with Sakura. He glanced at Sakura's expectant face. Sasuke coldly chose to answer. I choose 3. That woman. He remembered. Although he didn't know why, since she might have caught his eye, she should have some special significance, right? Sasuke thought to himself. 3. Sakura. Upon hearing this, felt her mood drop, but she didn't say much. Looking at Sarada's photo, it was hard to think it wasn't T3. The features were too obvious. If the ocular power doubled, Sasuke could enhance his strength, and perhaps he would change his mind in the future. There was still a chance. Come on, Sakura. Sakura was still cheering herself on. Sakura, I told you, we're meant to be together. Let that pompous Sasuke go find that Xiangling. Naruto chimed in from the side, directly displaying his dog-like behavior. Go away, Naruto. Don't let Sasuke misunderstand. Sakura looked at him with disgust. The hope was already small, and now it was even less likely that she would have any contact with Naruto. Sakura. Naruto looked sad. Meanwhile, Sasuke just glanced at this strange performance and directly ignored them. Announced the answer. He urged Kyle on this side. Kyle was just ready. What a pity. Everyone got this question wrong. Kyle directly chose to announce. The revealed image and correct answer shocked many people here. The most excited were Sakura and Naruto. Why? Naruto could not accept it at all. Sakura and Sasuke ended up together? What about him? In a trio, there must be one single dog. And it turns out that the last single dog is him. He thought that a devoted dog would end up with everything in the end. Looking at Sasuke, then at Sakura, he fell silent. It's me. Sakura was excited in her heart. But seeing Sasuke's gloomy expression, she still managed to control herself very ladylike. She lost the chance to double her Sharingan's power and might even have to expose the kissing scene with Naruto. Thinking about Sasuke and Naruto's kissing scene being made public, Sakura felt helpless. Sasuke, it's okay. There will be more opportunities in the future. You don't need to speak. Let me calm down. Looking at Sakura, Sasuke really examined her from top to bottom, inside and out. He never expected to be attracted to such a person. Could it be that his taste has really changed in the future? Or is it that he would really end up as a disabled person without anyone wanting him? Otherwise, why would he choose Sakura as his wife? This is simply torture. Thinking about Sakura's attitude towards Naruto, Sasuke felt a wave of dissatisfaction. He felt that even with Naruto. Suddenly, a thought popped up, and when he thought of punishment, Sasuke suppressed it. Chapter 117, it's Tasumi's turn. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Why would he suddenly think of such things? It would be better than Sakura. Various thoughts ran wild, and in the end, Sasuke simply stopped thinking. He was still haunted by the possible punishment that might come next. A kissing scene with Naruto being publicized all over the world? Would he still want to be human? He would lose all face as an Uchiha. I really want to die. It's so uncomfortable. Who will Sasuke's future wife be anyway? It can't be Hinata, right? Naruto laughed on the side, completely unaware that he was the other main character in the upcoming punishment. Moreover, Hinata. Hinata? That seems impossible. Kakashi silently thought to himself. He glanced at Sakura and didn't say much. A devoted dog ends up with everything. Impossible, it can't be Hinata. Sakura shot a fierce glare at Naruto. Hinata can't compare to her at all. Besides, her family situation makes it impossible. No need to guess any further. The answer is Sakura Haruno. Kyle, watching the confused crowd, directly gave the answer. And with the answer, Sasuke's future also appeared. Why do I only have one hand? Sasuke looked at the scene inside, feeling even worse. In the future, he would also have one hand broken. Sasuke is too pathetic, but don't worry, I will help you in the future. If anyone breaks your hand, I will break theirs first. What can I do? Who told you to be my teammate? Naruto boasted on the side, showing off his desire for attention. What can I do? Sakura is getting married and having kids. How can I not be strong? Is it really me? Sakura didn't have time to pay attention to Naruto anymore. Her gaze was fixed on the scene inside, from when they finally got together to later having Sarada. The only thing that made her unhappy was that Sasuke was always running out and coming back just to contact Naruto, making it seem like Naruto was his wife. However, Naruto's image did not appear in this. What kind of ninjutsu did I train on my forehead? That seems pretty impressive, Sakura tentatively asked. That seems to be Tsunade's ninjutsu. Lin Yahara suddenly spoke up. She also noticed Sakura's situation. It seems you might be taken as Tsunade's apprentice in the future. Maybe you'll learn medical ninjutsu, just like me. Lin Yahara seemed to recall something. Back then, their team was like that, 2 combat members and her healing ability. The scene lasted for a while, basically flashing snippets. Anyway, it was mainly about how they got together. As for the rest, nothing else was revealed. However, Konoha seemed to have changed a lot. As the scene gradually disappeared, Sasuke also accepted reality. He didn't even know what to say anymore. The next question came. The punishment would wait until they returned to the ninja world. And Kyle had already seen the next question with a strange expression. This time, it was about Sakura Haruno. Multiple choice. Who was Sakura Haruno's first kiss after becoming an adult? 1. Naruto Uzumaki. Image. 2. Sasuke Uchiha. Image. 3. Kiba Inuzuka. Image. 4. Rock Lee. Image. Reward. Double strength. Punishment. Expose the kissing video to the entire ninja world. What kind of joke is this? What kind of question is this? Is this harassment? Hey, Sakura looked at this question. She felt insulted. Whether it was the question or the reward or the punishment, it all felt like an insult to her. What does double strength even mean? She doesn't want such a power. Even if they gave her Uchiha blood, she could accept it. What S with this double strength? Do they want her to hit Naruto when she gets angry? Sakura, it must be me. Naruto suddenly spoke up, but with this statement. He was immediately hit by the displeased Sakura. What do you mean it's you? It can't be you. Absolutely impossible. Even if I had to choose Rock Lee, it wouldn't be you. Although she hadn't met that bushy brow guy yet, Sakura's words revealed her extreme dislike. Oh, he said. Let S choose Sasuke. Weak and powerless, like a noodle being held by Sakura, Naruto still surrendered. He obediently looked on. Hearing this, Sakura finally nodded in satisfaction, looking shyly at Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke didn't dare to have any thoughts. Could it be that I will also be beaten like this in the future? Such a violent woman? Thinking of this, Sasuke felt an unusual sensation. You can answer this question yourself. Kakashi spoke up from the side. This question was clearly set up for her. The punishment and reward are both for her. Anyway, it's not a big punishment, so let her answer the question. I choose Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke. Thinking of her future husband, Sakura felt like a winner in life. No pig, Ino, could compare to her. With pride and shyness. Pretending to be a lady, she carefully spoke. When she mentioned Sasuke's name, she was very gentle. It was completely different from how she had just hit Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. What a pity, the answer is incorrect. Kyle immediately sentenced her upon hearing the answer. Now, one more person was to be revealed. What? Sakura said with an expression of disbelief. Could it be that Sakura cheated? Naruto, on the side, asked curiously. Immediately, he saw a fierce glare directed at him. Directly beaten continuously. By the end, I couldn't even speak smoothly. If you can't talk, say less. Kakashi was speechless on the side. He was already a very straightforward man. But Naruto was even more straightforward than him, which was too much. The answer is Uzumaki Naruto. Without waiting for them to ask anything further, Kyle directly gave the answer. It's already clear. Everyone should know by now. Naruto, Sakura let out a roar. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Misunderstanding, Sakura. I'm wronged. I couldn't possibly do such a thing. Shut up, absorb it. Sakura's fierce action. No one stopped her anymore. Perhaps we would see a scene of a Konoha Genin single-handedly defeating the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Although the Konoha Genin is the strongest, that's a well-recognized fact. All right, Sakura. Look over there. Kakashi stopped for a moment, watching the scene that had already emerged. Sasuke kept looking at the scene, then glanced at the two of them. This feels strange. Although he was still young, in this precocious Konoha, he felt that many leaves had already fallen on his head. In the scene, Sakura was giving Naruto first aid, even doing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Everyone had different thoughts upon seeing this scene. Sakura didn't feel embarrassed at all. She was just thinking that she must keep an eye on this idiot in the future to prevent him from getting seriously injured. Otherwise, in such a public setting, would she still have any face left? Is getting injured acceptable? Naruto thought nonchalantly. Finally, looking at Sakura's murderous gaze, he decided to drop the matter. This looks like a battlefield. Are there people from Sunagakure? Each ninja village's forehead protector is different. It's somewhat similar to before. Is this the battlefield related to Obito? Kakashi was analyzing on the side. However, the scene came quickly and left just as fast, soon disappearing. Lin Yahara heard this and didn't say much. Just from this scene, one could tell how big of a situation Obito would cause in the future. Punishment will come after you return. Kyle slowly spoke to the few of them. Upon hearing this, Sakura was about to collapse. When they returned, the scene of Sasuke and Naruto kissing would be played, along with her and Naruto's scene. Although these were all accidents or rescues. But releasing this was completely harassment. Okay? Sakura, don't worry, Shut up. The lovesick Naruto hadn't finished speaking before he got hit. Right now, the person Sakura needed was not him, but the silent Sasuke on the side. In reality, how could Sasuke dare to make a sound? He hadn't thought in this direction before, but now watching Sakura beat Naruto, he felt that the future version of himself not returning home was likely due to this reason. Plus, he was missing an arm. Could it be that in the future, Sakura would be so strong that she would directly break one of his arms and then forcibly take Naruto, making him submit? The thought of such a possibility made Sasuke feel a chill down his spine. He even wanted to act first or even run away. Women are too dangerous. Sasuke. Noticing that Sasuke was in a wrong state, Kakashi reminded him. I'm fine. Sasuke initially didn't react. Seeing everyone looking at him, he just pretended that nothing happened. After all, he always kept a cold face. Even if he was a bit stiff, it didn't matter. If there's anything, Sasuke, you must say it. I will, Sakura said shyly. Sakura, hearing this, she became very unhappy. She glared at Naruto. All right, if you want to play, go back and play. Kyle directly stopped them. These guys are getting louder and louder. Do they really think this is their territory? They're just a bunch of kids without pressure. The young are not afraid of the tiger. Can we go back now? Kakashi spoke up, although their gains this time weren't much. But knowing a lot of information was already enough. Despite Sasuke's fire release disappearing and 2 people being exposed to punishment. But in their view, it was completely acceptable. If Yahara Lin really has been resurrected. This point, he still needed to take people back to Konoha to confirm before saying anything. Sure, if you don't want to go back, do you want to stay here overnight? This isn't a hotel, and you need to pay for an overnight stay. Kyle didn't say it out loud, but was actually signaling that they could leave at any time. After all, he would just go collect rewards later. The issues in the Naruto world have already ended. Next, it was the presence-less Tazmi on the other side. I have another question. If we want to come here again, will there be another chance? If it weren't for Yahara Lin's resurrection, Kakashi actually wouldn't care much about the situation here. Later, he could also see if the entire ninja world would continuously broadcast the situations of Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto. Would these 3 guys end up being the focus of the ninja world? There will be opportunities if there's a fate. Kyle didn't say much. He directly looked at Tazmi. They have finished. Now it's your turn. You should know the rules, having watched for so long. Probably no. Tazmi was still a bit unsure. He had been listening and watching their situation from before. At first, he wasn't particularly nervous. But later, seeing their monstrous fighting power, the sense of tension arose. Each of them was like a monster more terrifying than their dangerous species. Then let us begin. Kyle directly announced the start, and the questions appeared. Tazmi hadn't reacted yet. In front of him, the questions had already appeared. Just like the others before, the people on site could all see it. Kakashi and the others didn't leave directly. Since they could leave at any time, it was better to stay a bit longer. By the way, let's see what this other world is like. Multiple choice question. To save his village from a predicament, Tazmi sets off to the imperial capital to join the army and make a contribution. What will happen to him upon arriving at the imperial capital? 1. Everything goes smoothly. Successfully joins the army. 2. Things are not very smooth, but still successfully joins the army. 3. Things are very unsmooth. Not only does he fail to join the army, but also offends the powerful, ultimately ending up in prison. 4. Things are very unsmooth. Not only does he fail to join the army, but also gets scammed out of his money, ending up sleeping on the streets. Reward, double combat power. Punishment, gain a cross-dressing buff, lasting 1 month. Only able to wear women's clothing or run naked. This? Cross-dressing buff? Tazmi looked at this punishment, a bit at a loss for words. What kind of bad taste is this? Cross-dressing. Kakashi and the others from Konoha also felt a bit apprehensive. If this punishment falls on them, then wearing women's clothing during future actions will probably be quite an eyesore. Although ninja women's clothing isn't much, it's just a disguise, and with the transformation technique, one can wear women's clothing while still maintaining their appearance. Naruto's mind flashed with images of himself using the harem technique. Then he replaced the heads of the people in the images with Kakashi-sensei and Uchiha Sasuke. Get out! Get out! Get out of my head! It feels dirty. Suddenly, Naruto's mind was in chaos, and even he couldn't handle it. If it were just using ninjutsu, it might not be a big deal, but switching to Kakashi or Sasuke's head. Thinking of Sasuke in women's clothing, trying to show off. Naruto couldn't forget that image. And Kakashi too, dressed in women's clothing, teaching them ninjutsu while wearing a long skirt with a few leg hairs showing, swaying like hair with every attack. Chapter 118. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive, of course. Such a terrifying thing isn't happening to them. That would be best. Everyone looked at Tazmi, clearly a pretty handsome young man. At this moment, everyone looking at Tazmi felt a bit sorry for him. Tazmi was left speechless. Why are they all looking at me like that? It's not like I have to wear women's clothing. Tazmi looked at the topic above and spoke. Are you suggesting I run naked? Naruto immediately interjected. Can't I just answer correctly? Looking at the situation where they would publicly kiss in their world. Tazmi said directly. Naruto felt a bit awkward at that remark. Others hadn't answered yet, and he was already considering the other side of failure. Tazmi didn't dwell on this matter any longer. His gaze was fixed on the question. If he answered correctly, he could prepare for the Imperial City and increase his combat power. This was, of course, the most needed thing for him. After scanning the situation above, Tazmi felt that all options were possible. This made him feel conflicted. After a moment of silence, Tazmi used his unique guessing method. He flipped a coin. One side was 1 and 2, the other side 3 and 4. He would flip it again if needed. The first time he chose 3 and 4. The second time, 4? Looking at the option of sleeping on the streets, Tazmi didn't hesitate. If I can avoid women's clothing, I will, but right now, I can indeed take a gamble. I choose 4. As Tazmi spoke, Kyle had already begun the systems verification phase. What good luck. He had naturally seen Tazmi's coin game just now. It was purely a guess based on luck. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Kyle wasted no time and directly announced the results. Not only the results, but the rewards and visuals were also released immediately. I feel my body getting stronger, like there's a surge of power. Tazmi couldn't help but voice his excitement. This change in his body thrilled him. Such progress could compare to many years of his own training. His strength had doubled directly. He had guessed right this time. If only it could be given to me. How envious. Naruto watched from the side, looking pitiful. He was already thinking, could he try flipping a coin next time? If he succeeded, would his fox also turn into 2? Naruto couldn't help but think. The others from Konoha didn't say much. Their gazes were already fixed on the images that had appeared. The visuals showed Tazmi had already entered the Imperial City. So many people, so lively. Sakura, seeing so many people from other worlds, excitedly turned to Sasuke, looking like she wanted him to respond. Unfortunately, Sasuke just gave her a cold glance and acted as if nothing had happened. Indeed, but many people's conditions don't look good. While Sakura was speechless, the kind-hearted Noera Rin chimed in. Many of the people here seem to have lost all hope, like those living in war-torn eras. Kakashi added from the side. Although it's just some visuals, he could already see that. A war-torn era? Impossible. This is the Imperial City. Even though he already knew he would fail in the military and be cheated out of his possessions, ending up sleeping on the streets, Tazmi still had a special sense of identity with his country. I'm just guessing based on these people's situations. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. Kakashi looked at Tazmi. He didn't argue much. Since the other party didn't acknowledge it, that was fine. I just think it's impossible. This is the Imperial City, the most prosperous place. Tazmi thought of the small village where they had to pay a lot of taxes every year. He murmured to himself. He didn't know whether to agree with that or not. He instinctively wanted to refute, but it seemed useless. In the visuals, he had already started looking for places to enlist, which didn't look quite like what he imagined. Moreover, the version of himself in the visuals wasn't subjected to any tests and was quickly eliminated, looking rather perfunctory. Next, he encountered a blonde woman with a fierce demeanor. The version of himself in the visuals was completely hooked, thinking that she had connections to enter the military camp. He was not only misled into going for a meal, but also ended up giving away his money. In the end, it was only after the boss reminded him that he finally woke up. The boss had clearly seen through it all, but had just not reminded him. How could this happen? Why am I so stupid? Everyone gave me money. While Tazmi complained to himself, he touched the money pouch on him. Although it wasn't much, it was accumulated from the village, meant to bring hope back to them. They lost 2 people as soon as they stepped out, and now, in the Imperial City, they were cheated out of their money. As the visuals progressed, Tazmi was already sleeping on the streets, and he thought it would end there. But then, it seemed like he entered the next game line. A cute girl, like a princess, appeared beside the version of himself in the visuals. Seeing this girl, Tazmi couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a bit unworthy and wanting the version of himself in the visuals to stay away from her, lest he tarnish her. The gap was too great, leaving Tazmi feeling a bit insecure. Don't you have a place to stay? How pitiful. Do you want to stay in my house? My house is super big. Come on, it's okay. As someone from the Imperial City, I naturally want to help outsiders. The girl is so kind. I don't even know how many times I've seen this. The blonde girl, resembling a princess, directly extended an invitation, while some guards around her cooperatively chimed in. I just can't stand to see them sleeping on the streets. Come on, young man. The blonde girl said this with a smile, which left Tazmi with no chance to say anything more, as if he were mesmerized. At this moment, the visuals paused. The next question came. Kyle spoke up at this moment. Multiple choice. What is the current situation of Tazmi's 2 companions who left the village with him? 1. Things went very smoothly. They successfully enlisted. 2. Things weren't very smooth, but they still managed to enlist. 3. Things were very difficult. Not only did they fail to enlist, but they also offended the powerful and ended up in prison. 4. Things were extremely difficult. Not only did they fail to enlist, but they were also deceived by scammers and tortured to death. Reward, doubling of combat power. Punishment, gain a cross-dressing buff lasting 1 month. Only able to wear women's clothing or run naked. Aias, Shayu. Tazmi thought of his other 2 companions. They had to scatter and flee after being attacked. According to their agreement, they were supposed to meet in the imperial capital. Aias and Shayu should be able to enlist. The old man had said before that Aias had great talent and would surely pass the enlistment. Tazmi looked at the options. They all seemed similar. He thought of his teacher in the village, the words of the retired military instructor. They were quite confident in their strength. I don't want to interrupt you, but I think I should remind you that you'd better think about your previous experience with enlistment. Yuen Rin suddenly spoke up. She had clearly noticed something. A slight reminder, given the previous situation with Kakashi. She only subtly hinted whether he believed it or not was up to him. Tazmi paused. He had confidence in his strength, but the situation in the imperial capital. So, could it be the 4th option? Tazmi's expression became a bit unnatural. He could accept options 1, 2, and 3. But the 4th? Is that really the 4th? Tazmi couldn't help but shout at Kyle. Is this your choice? Kyle asked directly. Yes, the 4th. Hurry up and tell me the answer. Tazmi was anxious. compared to the lives of his companions. The issue of cross-dressing was no longer important. Congratulations, you got it right. Kyle looked at the anxious Tasmi and directly announced the answer. Upon hearing this news, Tasmi froze, completely devoid of any joy from answering correctly. Impossible, this can't be. You were the one who was deceived. Naruto reminded him from the side. He simply didn't want Tasmi to continue breaking down like this. And your friends might not be dead yet. The timing should be different. If they are friends, you should go save them, right? Naruto said directly. Stop talking nonsense. Kakashi spoke from the side. Here's some advice. Don't trust those so-called people from the Imperial capital too much. The way those guys look at you is like they see prey. Your friends might have the same fate, but believe it or not, it's up to you. Shayu Ayas. Tasmi forced himself to stay strong. Thank you. I'll go save them. Come on, give me strength. If there are more questions, let's continue, and then let me go back. Tasmi was now very anxious and no longer cared about cross-dressing. He was only thinking about gaining strength and returning quickly. To save people, he definitely needed power. Otherwise, it would be a joke if he did nothing and got taken out. Since you were so eager, then let's continue. Looking at the absence of any visuals. Hold in mind, this might involve spoilers for later. He directly gave the reward, and then the next question popped up. Multiple choice. What will happen to the noble lady Elia, who likes to invite rural outsiders to her home, after inviting Tasmi home? 1. Killed by Tasmi. 2. After hosting Tasmi, helps him find a way to enter the military camp. 3. Falls in love with Tasmi, falling for this boy from the countryside. 4. Elia's family is attacked by an assassination organization at night, resulting in the death of the entire family. Reward, doubling of combat power. Punishment, gain a cross-dressing buff lasting 1 month, only able to wear women's clothing or run naked. Miss Elia. Tasmi had a very high regard for this noble lady he had only seen on screen. Kind, generous, noble, beautiful, and very approachable. Various positive adjectives seemed tailor-made for her. Looking at the first and fourth questions, he felt these 2 questions. Tasmi took a coin and glanced at Kakashi and the others. I can only say that this lady should have issues. The tone of her guard is off, as is their expression. Yuen Rin was the first to speak. Kakashi silently nodded in agreement from the side. You all need to learn to observe more. This world is not just about fighting. Deception and counter-deception are also essential lessons for ninjas. He thought of something else and reminded the 3 from Team 7. The 3 looked at the situation on the screen and nodded one by one. In their view, no one could deceive them, especially Sasuke. No one can trick him. Not right. Tasmi quickly calmed down. But with just this feeling of something being off, he couldn't determine which option was correct. He looked at the coin in his hand and then at the question above. I choose 4. He charged ahead to the end. Since I chose, I will stick with it. Tasmi put the coin away. Killing that noble lady seemed impossible to him. He was there to enlist, not to be a killer. Even if she had issues, he couldn't kill someone. So he ruled that out. And since she had problems, options 2 and 3 could probably also be ruled out. That left option 4. He chose 4 again. Kyle looked at him. This was quite a gamble. Unfortunately, it was the wrong choice. The answer was announced directly. Wrong? As he breathed a sigh of relief, Tasmi looked seriously at Kyle. He no longer cared about cross-dressing. He just wanted to know the answer. The correct answer is 1. You killed her. Kyle announced directly. Tasmi clearly couldn't accept this. This is impossible. How could I kill her? Maybe she was trying to deceive you about something. Kakashi-sensei said she had issues. Naruto spoke from the side. He was also convinced of Kakashi's judgment. Don't think that just because she is beautiful or has a good personality, you can't act against her. Often, you need to be more careful with such people. The prettier the woman, the more likely she is to deceive you. Yuen Rin expressed her opinion from the side, making Kakashi look at her with curiosity. Kakashi, what does that look mean? Yuen Rin shot him a fierce glance, then put on an innocent expression. I was just reminding him. I know. Kakashi wiped away the non-existent sweat. It seemed he was a bit overwhelmed by Rin. Fortunately, this guy was just joking around and soon returned to the calm demeanor of the old Rin. The prettier the woman, the more deceitful she is. Tazumi seemed to understand this truth. Regardless of whether he understood or accepted it, it was already too late to turn back. The question was chosen. And the punishment, Chapter 119. The dark cross-dressing of the Imperial capital? Running naked? Thinking about having to dress like this after returning? Tazumi felt an impulse to hide for a month without stepping outside. But then he thought of his two little friends, and he calmed down. Cross-dressing buff. Can only wear specific women's clothing. Increases strength by 50, speed by 100. When accepting the punishment, Tazumi saw strange data. He didn't even have time to think about why he had killed that noble lady. This could be considered a special ability. Kyle also saw the situation with the abilities and spoke up directly. Tazumi hadn't answered, yet when he suddenly felt a chill on his body. Then came a series of screams. Sakura's and others. Tazumi was also speechless. He now understood what would happen if he wore other clothes. Looking at the torn fabric on the ground, Tazumi's expression was very strange, and his body was exposed here, not just to the people here. In fact, people in the pirate world could see it too. If it were a live broadcast from elsewhere, it would probably be censored. Without women's clothing, you'd have to find something to cover yourself. Kyle glanced at Tazumi's long sword. Tazumi didn't know what to say. He could only use that long sword to cover his short little brother. I thought I would wait until I got back to. Tazumi awkwardly said, already at a loss for words. Now that he was covering himself, only a few people here could see. When they returned to their world, he would definitely have to take action to save people. And the action would lead him to the imperial capital. The chances of being seen there would be much higher. Thinking of that situation, Tazumi's face turned red. Seeing this guy's expression, Kyle still didn't tell him that people in the pirate world should have seen him. Fortunately, he didn't live in the pirate world. Otherwise, he would probably have to switch to another world. At this moment, the scene began to change. Tazumi accepted the invitation and went to the noble lady's house. After a friendly introduction, he got to know the noble lady's life and her family. Everything went smoothly, and they were all very friendly. Even Tazumi in the system space felt like there might be some misunderstanding. He even watched himself playing with the noble lady, feeling a bit of envy and jealousy. After a day of joyful play, Tazumi in the scene learned about the situation in the imperial capital regarding the emperor, the behind-the-scenes ministers, and the caution needed for night raids in the city. The time spent playing was very happy, and Tazumi in the scene was completely captivated by the blonde noble beauty. Then came another night. Well, let us write a diary today. A blonde noble beauty squinted her eyes, happily walking down the corridor. In the next moment, her entire upper body flew up, sliced in half, her body separated. Even in death, she still had a bit of confusion about what was happening. Beside her, a purple-haired woman in a Chong Sam with glasses bowed respectfully. Sorry. With a series of screams, a group of assassins descended. Those with the ability to manipulate threads directly built a heavenly ladder in midair that people could stand on. A group of assassins gathered on it, and then the slaughter began as Tazumi discovered what was happening here. Meanwhile, the night raiders had already killed most of the people. The noble couple and a large number of guards, with only Alia being taken by the guards to the warehouse area. That entrance was too cool. The methods of killing were so cruel. Naruto watched the night raiders' entrance. Initially, he was interested in their arrival, but later he was more focused on their killing methods. Even as a ninja, he had seen many combat situations. Is this really the night raiders? They are indeed very brutal. Tazumi thought back to the assassin organization from the previous options. Based on the current situation, it should be the assassins who would take out Alia's family. He might even be taken out himself. Was he being threatened? Tazumi in the system space kept thinking. Regarding this night raid, he had already made a judgment. They were definitely not good people. The scene quickly shifted to Tazumi facing off against a knife-wielding girl. Although he felt he was no match, Tazumi still drew his sword. He stepped forward, blocking in front of Alia, trying to confront the night raiders, but he was clearly no match. Not the target. It was just a confirmation. And then Tazumi was ignored, with the enemy stepping on his head, ready to attack those behind him. The two sides were not on the same level. Damn it. The guard took out a firearm, but it was of no use at all. The knife-wielding girl, like a high school student, was fast enough to dodge bullets. Death. Accompanied by a cold aura, the guard was dispatched with a single blow. The blonde noble beauty was now frantically thrown to the ground. Death. Stop. Seeing this scene, Tazumi couldn't help but intervene. You're not the target. There is no need to kill. The red-eyed girl stated expressionlessly. You want to kill this girl, right? Tazumi said excitedly. Yes. Those who come will be slain. Even so, I cannot leave here. Is that so? Then you will be buried together. The dialogue between the red-eyed girl and Tazumi was completely devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, when Tazumi's body stiffened, on the other side, a voluptuous blonde woman appeared. Dirty, dirty, red-eyed. It's rare to see you like this. Why haven't you finished yet? She initially looked at the red-eyed girl, but quickly shifted her gaze to Tazumi. Isn't this that handsome little brother? How unlucky can this boy be? What a coincidence. The blonde woman looked at Tazumi and felt a bit speechless. Meanwhile, Tazumi in the system had already realized that this person was the one who had previously tricked him out of his possessions. You scammer, still an assassin. And you say I'm unlucky. Tazumi gritted his teeth. Assassins are never a good synonym at any time. And in such a scene, it was even more so. Tazumi was gritting his teeth. In the scene, Tazumi was about to be taken down in 2 moves. To save the mission target, death. The red-eyed girl, resembling a girl without any distinguishing features, held a long knife, and with one stroke, it was already in front of Tazumi. Wait, just when Tazumi felt he was about to die, someone pulled her from behind, the blonde woman from before. What are you doing? The red-eyed girl looked directly at her. Anyway, there is still plenty of time. This boy has done me a favor, so I was thinking of returning the favor. The blonde woman spoke directly. This made Tazumi in the scene realize the presence of the blonde woman. Ah, you're that. Yes, I am that beautiful sister. Tazumi's words were interrupted by the blonde woman before he could finish. Boy, still so naive, don't be easily deceived. What you just said was about involving innocent people, right? Let's go take a look just behind that warehouse. If after that, you still think she shouldn't die, we will give you a quick end. The blonde woman said earnestly for once. Look, this is the darkness of the imperial capital. What? Even Tazumi in the system was shocked. Inside, there are corpses everywhere. And bloodstains are everywhere. Thinking of the previous answer, Tazumi already had a bad feeling. Deceiving people from outside with sweet words and then subjecting them to various tortures they enjoy, playing with them until death. This is the true face of this family. The blonde woman said quickly, and Tazumi seemed to have discovered something. In the darkness, there was a black-haired female corpse hanging. The death was tragic and indescribable. Shayu? Hey, Shayu, is it you? Looking at the corpse, Tazumi in the scene began to go crazy. Is there a friend of yours among them? That is truly unfortunate. And you? Don't think about running away. The blonde woman casually said, reaching out to grab the fleeing Elia. You still think of running away? What a loud calculation, young lady. Is this all done by this family? Tazumi voiced his doubts. His tone turned cold. Yes, the guards here know, but pretend nothing happened. They're equally guilty. Nonsense. I don't know anything. I didn't know my family was like this. Tazumi, do you believe me who saved you? But do you believe them? At this point, the noble lady still had a very strong performance ability. She said in a delicate tone, Tazumi, it's you right, Tazumi. Suddenly, a body spoke from his side. A naked man covered in wounds spoke to Tazumi. Is. Tazumi's eyes widened. Both of his companions were here. It was that woman who initiated the conversation with us. After dinner, we lost consciousness, and when we woke up, we were locked up here. It was that woman who tortured Shayu to death, Is said. This made Tazumi completely understand the situation. The noble lady, realizing her deeds were exposed, knew she could no longer pretend. What is wrong with what I did? You are all just useless people from the countryside, just like livestock. It is my freedom to deal with you however I want. Besides, that girl is obviously just an animal, yet her hair is so smooth and shiny. It's truly too arrogant, and I have so much trouble every day because of my curly hair. It's simply too much, so I keep torturing her. She should be grateful for receiving such favor from me. The noble lady frantically performed her usual antics, chattering endlessly. The red-eyed girl and the blonde woman could no longer listen, playing the good person while harming outsiders. This family is beyond saving. Excuse me, I need to work. Wait. Seeing them speak, Tazumi responded himself. You still want to kill her? The blonde woman looked at Tazumi strangely. No, I want to kill her myself. As Tazumi spoke, he had already acted. His methods were swift and decisive. He directly took the breath away from the noble lady. As expected of Tazumi, I feel much better now. Is, watching the scene from the cage, even smiled. But soon his body began to collapse, and he spat blood. In the end, he cannot be saved. Shayu did not yield until the end, and Is also. During this time, he recounted how this family used drugs to conduct experiments on these outsiders, creating various viruses. However, after Ayaz's death, the scene still stopped, and Tasmi in the system.As could no longer speak. His heart was filled with guilt. This was for the Tasmi in the scene. If he hadn't followed that noble lady to play in the imperial capital, if he had discovered the truth of this warehouse earlier, perhaps Ayaz, or even Shayu, could have been saved. Elia, Tasmi's impression of the imperial capital, which he originally admired, had plummeted to the extreme, and for this woman, whom he originally had a good impression of, he now hated to the core. Since he had already determined his target, he had to act quickly, find Ayaz and the others, confirm Elias' family situation, and if it truly is as the system says, he would not hold back. Such a family is simply too insane. Yu and Lin felt a bit sorry for Tasmi on the side. Entering the imperial capital and continuously being deceived is truly too tragic. Thank you for your reminders, everyone. If there is anything in the future. Tasmi looked at the Konoha group. He initially wanted to say something, but stopped. The people here are far stronger than him, and they are from different worlds. It seems useless to say anything. Still, the same saying, be careful of the people in the imperial capital. For someone like Kakashi, a seasoned veteran, those guys in the capital pose no danger at all. But for young people like Tasmi, even if their strength isn't weak, they could be tricked and die at any time when encountering such people. In the situation in the scene, if it weren't for the night raid, it would just be a matter of time before Tasmi dies. Thank you, I understand. Tasmi was more serious and solemn than ever. Having already learned about the future, this had already given him a warning. Moreover, his strength had increased significantly. If he still couldn't solve it, then he could only say he was useless and deserved it. At this moment, he was very glad to have entered here. Not only had his strength improved a lot, but he also learned such important news. He had made up his mind that as soon as he left here, he would head straight to the imperial capital. Even if he had to run naked or dress as a woman, he had to go. The topic has ended. The rewards have been given, and the punishments have been given. Everyone, you may leave now. Cal suddenly spoke at this moment. He had confirmed that there were no more issues ahead. He directly let them get on the road to face their punishment. Chapter 120. Vince smoke, then I'll take my leave first. Tasmi was the first to leave, looking quite anxious. On the other side, Kakashi glanced at Rin Noera. She'll come back with us, right? Do we still have a chance to return? This was the most important thing to Kakashi. Regardless of whether there was a problem with Rin Noera, this place held great value. A space that connects to other worlds? Sure, as long as there is an invitation letter. Cal didn't say much about this either. He couldn't operate it. He could only send it out, and it was no longer his concern who the system delivered it to. An invitation letter? Kakashi fell silent for a moment. He had already planned to return and inform the Hokage, then search the entire world. They were lucky this time. The next time, it might not be the same. They would still need to search then. If there is nothing else, let's leave it at that, Cal urged. Kakashi and the others felt the urgency. Although Naruto and the others were a bit displeased, they had no chance to do anything else before Kakashi took them away. This place should be reported to the Hokage. Finally, they all left. Watching everyone depart, Cal sensed that the space seemed to be closing up now. The visuals had disappeared, and others could no longer see it. However, he could still see what was happening inside. It was still quite lively, with discussions about things from other worlds. Is this what other worlds are like? That monster with 10 tails was terrifying. Just watching the video made me feel uneasy, much scarier than Sea Kings. And those people with space abilities, that's extremely rare. Is it the ninjutsu they talk about? I wonder if I can learn it. Ninjutsu? It seems to be something from the new world. The place called Wano has such things. It should be different, just a similar inheritance. I haven't heard of anything. People were chatting noisily in the chat area. Most were discussing the existence of the Hokage world. That Hokage, space ninjutsu, ninjas, Sharingan, tailed beasts. These were all topics of interest to them. As for the world of the Crimson Eyes, there wasn't much discussion. A few people were only talking about the chaos in the imperial capital, and some were sneering at it. Others were still thinking about Tasmi's bare body. Of course, they couldn't do anything now. The combat power displayed by the world of the Crimson Eyes was too weak to attract the attention of people here. And regarding the chaos in the imperial capital, do you think our world is any better? Everywhere, there are either pirates or mountain bandits or human traffickers. It's either high taxes or legal murder and robbery. How much better are we? Suddenly, a subtitle appeared. This made many people fall silent, as if they had disappeared. But there were still many people talking, directly dismissing the subtitle. They really dare to say that. I hope the person is okay. Hope all is well, one. Safe travels. Warrior. Hurry, don't let anyone see. Some people were spamming the screen to make the previous comments disappear, followed by various strange discussions. Kyle, who was in the space, lost interest after watching for a while. He directly checked his rewards. Will I get this time? With that thought, Kyle confirmed his receipt. Congratulations. You have obtained the Mangeki Sharingan, Kamui. Uchiha Obito's ability? With a mask on, I could pretend to be cool. He even thought about creating an Uchiha Obito here to show off. Congratulations. You have obtained 1/10 of the Nine Tails power, unconscious chakra. Just chakra alone, and even so, 1/10 of the Nine Tails is comparable to a tailed beast. Congratulations. You have obtained super strength. Congratulations. You have obtained an imperial tool, demon possession. One person, one item, or is it just a coincidence? The subsequent abilities were ordinary, but still decent. They could all be useful if demon possession can't be used. It could be given to others if there are talented individuals. After claiming all the rewards, Kyle quickly returned to the pirate world. This time was a wonderful experience. Just after returning, he received contact from the Navy. I didn't expect the busy fleet admiral to have time to find me, Kyle casually remarked. He was actually prepared. With such matters exposed and connecting to other worlds, Sengoku surely couldn't sit still, or rather, the people behind him couldn't sit still. Those people earlier, are you sure they are from other worlds? Do they come here because of this system? Do we have a chance to go to their world? Sengoku got straight to the point as soon as he spoke. Rarely did he appear so focused and not in his usual lazy state. However, the strong aura made one feel like they were being commanded. Uncertain, unclear, unsure. Hearing the fleet admiral's words, Kyle casually replied. The dismissive tone was very obvious. Sengoku realized that he had spoken too hastily in his eagerness. Before he had the chance to speak again, the voice from the other end of the transponder snail came through. If you want to know something, it's better to set the price first. If the price isn't agreed upon and you just want something, that could be considered robbery. A dignified fleet admiral wouldn't do such a thing, right? Kyle's voice slowly came through. This made Sengoku quite angry, but the anger quickly dissipated. Then it's settled. This matter will be handled by the new fleet admiral. Sengoku looked at the nearby world government members. He decisively gave up. Who cares about investigating? He was retiring anyway. He had some interest in the other worlds at first. But now, thinking about possibly being caught between the world government and that little guy, he immediately lost interest. It felt like everything could be abandoned. The transponder snail was decisive. Your temper is getting stranger. The advisor, Tsuru, was recording the information. She had initially hoped to gather some good intel, but now, seeing how things turned out, she looked at the other person helplessly. Anyway, I'm about to retire. Just contacting once is already enough goodwill. As for further negotiations, let the new fleet admiral handle that. Sengoku looked to the other side. The appointment of the fleet admiral would naturally not escape their interference. And this time it was particularly outrageous, making him increasingly dissatisfied. Originally, he wanted Kazuru to take the position, but now the world government was pushing Akainu. They just wouldn't let him have his way. They even dumped a whole pile of blame on him. Now he didn't have the mood to do anything. I'll leave this to you. It doesn't matter who becomes admiral now. Just help me deal with it. I'll take my leave first. Zhongguo looked at the time. It wasn't off work yet. But who was he? Leaving early? Who wouldn't do that? Was there someone who would catch him? He was now experiencing the joy of carp. This old guy. Why didn't he let him come earlier for such a pleasant thing? Being a marshal for so many years must have taken away at least a few decades from his life. While thinking, he quickly vanished, leaving Crane alone with a helpless expression. She probably knew about her old friend's situation. She glanced outside at the world government personnel, still monitoring them, and felt a surge of anger. She even considered just leaving without a word. But thinking about the many little girls who needed her protection, she held back for now. Maybe in a few years, if someone were to take over now, she would also want to run away. This time, the system had attracted a lot of attention due to the appearance of people from other worlds. Although some still didn't believe it, many were increasingly focused on Drum Island. And here, development was accelerating. Research on artificial devil fruits wasn't yielding much result. Although Zephyr had introduced some people, making some progress, fully utilizing this technology still posed some difficulties. In this day and age, it's the most embarrassing to have technology but not be able to learn it. But not everything with technology is easy to learn. Dungeon. I remember you were the third son of the Vinsmoke family. Vinsmoke Sanji? Kyle finally thought of this group of people in his dungeon. They had been unruly, so he kept them there. This time, while dealing with the artificial devil fruits, he remembered this guy. Vinsmoke. Upon hearing that name, Sanji raised an eyebrow. I no longer go by that name. He was very clear that this guy was looking for him because of this family. And regardless of whether you are or not, I want their contact information. Can you help me? Just give me their contact details. And as long as you don't leave this island, you can move freely. Kyle looked directly at Sanji. He had been looking for an opportunity to let them out. With Enel stationed on Drum Island, no one could escape his perception. All he needed to do was keep increasing his ocular power to control him. Now, possessing 2 Sharingan, his ocular power was considerable, along with a vitality not inferior to Hashirama Senju's. His ocular power was stronger than that of an average Uchiha clan member from the Hokage's side. Hey, I didn't do anything. Just let me go. I was just coincidentally over there. I don't have a bounty. Usopp quickly spoke up from the side. Your father is Yasop, a cadre under the Yonko Shanks. Kyle looked at him. If it weren't for this identity, he would have released Usopp long ago. It's just that this guy had some value due to his identity and had been unruly, so he remained there. Hey, Curly Monster, such a good opportunity. Why not agree and leave quickly? Zoro suddenly spoke up from the side. Luffy's gaze swept between Sanji and Kyle, but he ultimately said nothing. At this moment, he was unusually quiet. Green Algae Head, what did you say? Are you looking for a fight? You want to fight, huh? Ah. Sanji spoke, his expression twisting into a ghostly face, making Zoro feel disgusted. I'm doing this for your own good. There's no need to insist here. Just leave early. He had initially thought about seeing if there was a chance to watch Kyle and the others leave, hoping they would find an opportunity to escape. But as more and more people gathered here, he could clearly feel that many powerful individuals were occasionally glancing toward the dungeon, observing. Although he hadn't faced them directly, this obvious feeling made him very vigilant. Now that Sanji could go out, it was naturally a good thing. Whether he gave up or thought about saving them, it counted as doing something outside. The Vinsmoke family has nothing to do with me. What nonsense are you talking about, Green Algae Head? Has your nutrition been completely absorbed by your green algae hair? Or has your brain gone dull from not having enough sunlight for too long? Glancing at Zoro, Sanji spoke disdainfully. How much of that disdain was directed at Zoro and how much at the Vinsmoke family was unknown. I don't care whether you have anything to do with them. What I want is their contact information. You still remember, right? Kyle spoke directly. Don't worry about me threatening them with you. Given your situation, you shouldn't have that much value anyway. This statement seemed to stimulate Sanji. But the next moment, he felt a cold sweat break out. A pair of blood-red eyes were staring at him. My patience is limited. Although you don't have a bounty, you are on a pirate ship intending to be a pirate, which puts you in my hunting range. If it weren't for this guy's strong backing and the considerable benefits he brought you guys. As he spoke, Kyle's words stopped because he had already seen Luffy's wide-eyed stare. I'm just speaking the truth. Whether you admit it or not, the fact is what it is. Whether now or in the original story, if it weren't for Luffy's backing, this guy would have died countless times already. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called Pirate King Luffy. Passion is passion, and the story has many great parts. But the original is the original. Reaching this world is a matter of this world. He had no interest in becoming a Pirate King with others, nor did he have any interest in watching someone else become Pirate King Luffy. I will definitely defeat you. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy gritted his teeth. After just a slight struggle, he felt utterly powerless. The Sea Prism Stone was making him feel terrible. I know you are Roger's man, Kyle mocked. Without waiting for Luffy to speak, he looked at Sanji. Are you going to say it yourself? Or do I have to control you to say it? Don't waste time. With Kyle's firm words, Sanji chose to speak honestly. After all, it was just contact information. Even if he wasn't here, the other party could definitely get it from elsewhere. Moreover, he believed that in that value, he had no worth whatsoever. On this point, he was very confident. While thinking, he still felt a bit inexplicably uncomfortable. Thank you for your hard work. After obtaining the Vinsmoke family's Den Mushy number, although this thing couldn't directly contact the head of their family, it could be forwarded. Sanji made this clear. After saying the number, Sanji was released. Remember, don't leave this island, or it won't be as simple as this. Chapter 121. Meeting Shimura Danzo in the New World. On a strange, giant battleship, wearing a metal helmet, with long golden hair and a tall stature, a man with a pointed black beard slanting upwards and a prominent jaw with a small beard gazes at the person next to him, drenched in cold sweat. System Administrator Kyle? That guy actually wants to contact me? Vinsmoke Gaji was surprised to receive the message. His target had always been the North Sea. This so-called administrator had nothing to do with him. Suddenly reaching out, it was unclear from where the contact had come. It's being relayed from outside, The person passing the message said cautiously. If it weren't for the other party identifying themselves, this message wouldn't have reached here at all. Anyway, they are part of Germa, which is a significant power. How could just anyone's contact be passed through? Forget it. Let's take it. Vinsmoke Gaji decided without much hesitation. This guy, who was being watched by the whole world, piqued his interest a bit. He just hadn't had the time to pay much attention before. Yes, with Gaji's nod, Kyle, far away on Magnetdrome Island, finally connected to this guy's phone bug. Watching as the phone bug began to change its appearance, he spoke directly. Are you Vinsmoke Gaji? He had already singled out the Germa king he wanted to meet, even though the other party no longer had territory. Hearing this title, Gaji showed his dissatisfaction. Are you the system administrator? Just say it, what do you want? If it weren't for the guy's identity, he wouldn't even bother to respond. I'll make it brief. Are you interested in artificial devil fruits? Kyle said casually. Germa could indeed be a significant force to recruit, but this possibility could be much more troublesome than with anyone else. He was well aware of this guy's ambitions. Of course, if they could collaborate first and make use of them, there might be an opportunity. Using this artificial devil fruits. Artificial devil fruit. Gaji suddenly thought of some things, but he wasn't sure if this was related. What do you want to do? Let's meet and talk about it. If you're interested, come to the first half of the Grand Line, Kyle stated directly. There was no point in wasting time here. They could just discuss it when they met. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, they would have to spend some time together. Gaji fell into silence. But in the end, after hesitating, he agreed. In just a few sentences, everything was settled. Next, they just had to wait. While Kyle started to gather people on this side, in another world, the Shinobi world, at the Hokage building, the current Hokage was still the third Hokage, a frail old man with a wrinkled face, casually watching the person reporting the mission in front of him. This person was Kakashi. As for the other few, including Noera Rin, they were still waiting outside, with Umbu watching around. Initially, he didn't pay much attention, but listening to the later events made him ask, is everything you said true? Sarutobi Hiruzen directly questioned. It wasn't that he didn't believe it. It was mainly because Kakashi's claims were too outrageous, making him suspect whether he had fallen under someone else's illusion. It should all be true. The situation in the sky is related to this matter, Kakashi said while glancing outside. On the way back, they had also seen the images overhead. Once was when Sasuke and Naruto successfully kissed with the help of another male classmate. Another time was when Sakura kissed Naruto while treating him. The footage was brief, but it had been played repeatedly for several days. Sarutobi Hiruzen had actually sent someone to investigate. That thing, they couldn't deal with it either. It was indeed a tricky situation. Are you saying Noera Rin has been resurrected? Are you sure it's really him? And what about Obito? You couldn't confirm it at the time? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a question he didn't know whether to voice. Why is it always your team's business? Noera Rin, a dead person resurrected. Uchiha Obito, another dead person coming back to life. He even harmed their Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the fourth Hokage. This is too. I'm not sure either. If it were an ordinary matter, I would have nodded directly. But for this situation, Kakashi knew he couldn't make a definitive statement. Anyway, the other party would confirm again later. Forget it. Let Noera Rin come in. And by the way, let the Yamanaka clan come to take a look. No matter how one deceives, their mental energy won't lie, as long as it's truly confirmed. Thinking about the existence of this so-called multiverse space, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit envious. Such things, once known, would interest anyone. Kakashi nodded. Soon after, Naruto and the others arrived. Third Hokage-sama. Third Grandpa. Can we get something to help us with that footage up there? It's driving me crazy. Naruto shouted at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't know how many times he had been beaten by Sakura now. Every time they saw the footage of them growing up and kissing, Sakura would hit him. It made him question life. Why is Sakura like this? After hitting him, she would shyly look at Sasuke. It's all Sasuke's fault. Nothing good happens when this guy is around. Thanks for your hard work on this mission. Someone has already gone to handle the footage matter. I'll let you know when there's news. Sarutobi Hiruzen brushed off the matter of the footage, leaving Naruto feeling helpless. But he couldn't say much. That thing might indeed be a bit of a strong man-locking device. Noera Rin, Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned to Noera Rin. Right now, he couldn't see any flaws at all. She seemed like a living person. He had seen this girl a few times before, but it had been a long time, and he had almost forgotten. I remember when you were young. I saw Watergate bring you along. I met you several times. Do you remember? You look just the same now. Your body hasn't grown at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already probing. Indeed, she had been fortunate to meet the Hokage a few times in the past. I'm not very clear about my own situation. This time I came back. I'm willing to accept any investigation from Konoha. Reading my memories or controlling me is fine. For the sake of Konoha, I can do anything. Noera Rin could be considered a carrier of the will of fire. She presented herself as someone dedicated to Konoha, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen nod with a smile and satisfaction. Good girl. What are you saying? Don't worry, we just need the Yamanaka clan to confirm it. It's for the safety of the village. There might be some necessary investigations later, but we won't control you. To protect everyone, the will of fire leaves dancing. Sarutobi Hiruzen started a lengthy discourse, causing Naruto beside him to nearly fall asleep. Such a situation puzzled him, and it wasn't just him. Even Sasuke seemed a bit off. This continued until Yamamoto Kaichi arrived. Next came the investigation and research. Noera Rin had no issues at all. However, the situation with the system space was directly presented before Yamamoto Kaichi and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The power of resurrection. Could it grant immortality? The already aged Sarutobi Hiruzen also had thoughts of longevity. The investigation lasted for half a day, and after confirming that Noera Rin was fine, they arranged a house for her along with 2 Umbu teammates, plus another Umbu team to monitor her. There was also a reserve team ready to act in case of emergencies. A person who had died and come back to life inevitably drew Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. Of course, there was no way to just kill her again. He was also interested in that system space. At least until everything was fully confirmed, Noera Rin remained valuable. With this matter settled, various ninja teams began to take action, starting the search within the Land of Fire for the invitation's existence. According to Kakashi and the others, they were eager to find it quickly. Hiruzen, why didn't you inform me of such news immediately? The Hokage building at night was still very bright, and at this moment, Shimura Danzo had received the news. With such a commotion from the Hokage, he had to know. By this time, he was already in a semi-retirement state. This forced him to bring out some hidden individuals to gather intelligence. Why should I tell you, Danzo? I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo. Also, you should still be under a ban. Do you still see me as Hokage? He had clearly ordered this guy not to run around and had handed over power. Yet here Danzo was coming out to accuse him. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally was not intimidated by his tactics. He was quite adept at dealing with Danzo. You will regret this. Hiruzen, this matter is unusual. You must share the information with me. Danzo stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise, I'll find other elders to involve them and see if this matter should. Danzo kept talking, while Sarutobi Hiruzen showed signs of impatience. If you came out because of this matter, then just go back cleanly. I will inform you when there is news. I hope it is so, otherwise, you will regret it, Danzo. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo hesitated but did not continue to stay. Watching the other party's disappearing figure, Hiruzen thought, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained expressionless. He had already guessed a bit about this old acquaintance's thoughts, but he did nothing as it was irrelevant to him. That night, even though Noera Rin had already been resurrected and had spent several days together, Kakashi still felt very uncomfortable. What's wrong? Is it so troublesome to come out with me? Noera Rin and Kakashi walked on the street, observing the drastically changed roads. After all, Many things from their era had been renovated after the Nine Tails incident. Many things felt very unfamiliar to her. Trouble? Not really. Kakashi was no longer the cold-blooded Kakashi of the past. He just didn't know how to face the resurrection of a partner who had been dead for so long. Kakashi, if you know something, just say it. I'm waiting online and it's urgent. So boring, although it seems like you've changed. It also feels like you Haven T. Are you still thinking about the past? About Obito? Or about my issues? Noera Rin looked seriously at Kakashi. This time, calling him out was not just for a stroll. She was certainly under various restrictions now, and couldn't do many things. So she could only ask Kakashi for help regarding Obito. No matter what, she wanted to give Obito an explanation. Controlling the Nine Tails attack that indirectly caused the death of her teacher and his wife was, in her view, unforgivable. As she thought about Obito's situation, Noera Rin hesitated on how to act. She could only confirm things by bringing out a good friend. Kakashi was at a loss for words upon hearing this. As both fell into silence, two masked figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Noera Rin, the Hokage wishes to see you. Please come with us. The masked man said calmly. Kakashi sensed something was off, but Noera Rin didn't notice anything. Well then, I'll go first. Noera Rin nodded directly. She understood her current situation. It was normal for her to be summoned at any time. Kakashi was momentarily stunned, and the three figures quickly disappeared. Not right. Kakashi was well aware that the Umbu by the Hokage's side, at least the ones just now, were definitely not known to him, although no one came out to stop them, which made him feel like he might be overthinking. The way they left just now made Kakashi instantly follow and track them down, but the earlier figures had vanished without a trace. This made Kakashi furious, and he ran directly towards the Hokage building. Meanwhile, for Noera Rin, as the road grew increasingly strange, she felt a bit surprised. This isn't going to the Hokage building, is it? She initially thought they were headed to the Hokage building. We're going to Danzo-sama's place this time, the masked man replied directly. Since the person had already been brought over, there was no chance to leave now. Let's go in. As they broke through the barrier, a passage appeared before Noera Rin and the others. In the next moment, Noera Rin was urged to enter. The situation here felt eerily wrong, and she wanted to struggle. But there was no opportunity at all. Perhaps sensing that she wanted to make a sound, the two masked men struck her, knocking her unconscious and directly transporting her inside. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, who had long been waiting, looked at the unconscious person without caring whether she was in that state. So this is the one who has come back to life? He just wanted to know how this resurrected individual was and whether it would contribute to his research. Additionally, he wondered if there were other hidden elements, such as that system or the multiverse. If he could find them directly, perhaps he could obtain something from it. At that point, the position of Hokage would be his. This was all to make him the next Hokage. Chapter 122, Obito enters. Looking at Noera Rin, a greedy glint appeared in Shimura Danzo's eyes, directly sending the person to the research room. I plan to determine what this guy is all about, whether there are any issues with his physical structure, and whether he has been controlled mentally. Although the Yamanaka clan had already researched him before, he still doesn't trust anyone without handling such matters personally. Time slowly passes. When Kakashi and the third Hokage arrive, Yamanaka Rin is already half dead. Kakashi, seeing her, can no longer contain his anger. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen takes action first, capturing Danzo and locking him up for me to handle later. The Umbu next to the Hokage act immediately, leaving Kakashi no chance to explode. He can only rush to Rin's side, looking for a medical ninja. I'm doing all this for Konoha. Hiruzen, you will definitely regret this. Danzo, who has been captured, is not anxious at all. On the contrary, he has experienced such situations countless times. He knows that Hiruzen won't do anything to him. They need him, imprisoned and strictly monitored. Danzo, you no longer hold any position. Just stay put. I will not let go of anyone who harms Konoha ninjas. Sensing Kakashi's presence, Hiruzen speaks with righteous authority. Even if you win this time, I will come back. Without resisting much, Danzo is quickly taken away by the Umbu. Kakashi watches Yamanaka Rin, who has been lost and then regained, and is at a loss for words. Don't be sad. If it's for Konoha, my life is nothing. Yamanaka Rin, not caring about the medical ninja by her side, comforts Kakashi. This was just an accident. We can't give up like this, you all. Sarutobi Hiruzen is giving orders on the side, looking determined to save her. This motivates the medical ninja to do their utmost to rescue her. In the end, her life is saved, but many of her body's meridians are damaged. She has become a cripple. She can't even mobilize chakra, feeling deflated. Besides that, her physical condition is severely damaged. Even living like a normal person has become difficult. She has become a semi-invalid. Although Hiruzen looks like he will give you an explanation about this, he eventually disappears without a trace. Time slowly passes. In a dark cave, a masked man is pondering something when suddenly, a figure clad in white appears. White Zetsu, do you have any news? The masked man looks at White Zetsu. This is big news, and it's good news, Obito. White Zetsu says with a smile. He can't wait to see Obito, who increasingly enjoys showing off. Express other emotions. Call me Madara, and just say what the news is. The masked man shows some impatience. White Zetsu, however, isn't intimidated. Of course, the news still needs to be shared. I just received information that Konoha is currently searching for some kind of light orb. It seems to be something like an invitation. This thing, White Zetsu says while taking out the invitation. His clones are everywhere, and it's not impossible to create such an invitation. An invitation? Is this what you call good news? Obito snatches the invitation from White Zetsu, looking disdainful. Although he senses the information on it, it means nothing to him. What multiverse space, what QA, what rewards? He doesn't care. This false world is meaningless, no matter what it is. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi world can allow everyone to live the life they desire. The good news I'm talking about isn't this. I've uncovered some information in the Land of Fire. It is said that recently a ninja was resurrected because of this thing. White Zetsu quickly says, resurrection. What are the side effects? Obito knows about the resurrection technique. The side effects are the key. It seems there are no side effects. Oh, that is not quite right. It is said that the resurrected person has been captured by Konoha as higher-ups for research, and now they are in a terrible state, having become a cripple. White Zetsu says, looking at the masked man. He is already very eager to see Obito's reaction. Konoha higher-ups? It must be the guy named Danzo. The third Hokage cherishes his reputation so much that he wouldn't do such a thing. Obito quickly forms an idea. You really know a lot. Haha. Why not take a guess at who the resurrected person is? White Zetsu looks at Obito with a special smile, as if about to reveal some bad news. Just say it. I'm not interested in Konoha. Could it be Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama? Obito says disdainfully, but the next moment, his anger flares up. Her name is Yamanaka Rin. Oh, I thought you would be happy about it. White Zetsu blurts out, looking disappointed. This makes Obito want to spit blood. Who did you say? Yamanaka Rin? Obito's Sharingan activates. Bastard. He never thought of resurrecting Rin. A fake Rin who had died is now resurrected like this. Damn it. Who did this? Looking at White Zetsu's expression, Obito knows this guy isn't lying to him. His furious demeanor suggests that if the person who resurrected Yamanaka Rin were here, he would probably beat them to death. Don't be so agitated. Isn't this resurrection a good thing? It is said to be a true resurrection. Oh, and the body is real. It's just that Shimura Danzo is researching. Shut up. Before White Zetsu could finish, Obito glares at him with a Sharingan. All right, you win. Seeing Obito angry, White Zetsu isn't afraid. But he doesn't continue to provoke him. This guy has indeed become arrogant recently, but for now, they are on the same side. Shimura Danzo and this invitation. Bastard. Go die. Find out everything about Konoha for me. Tell me. Obito says. I was already prepared for this, such. White Zetsu carefully recounts. Although it's not completely confirmed, he has said something close to the truth. After all, Konoha's movements are so large this time that some people will know about the tasks and situations. And these people are naturally White Zetsu's prey. With a grim face, Obito listens to all this, wishing he could appear in Konoha and kill people directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen Kakashi. The Nine Tails. At this moment, Obito wishes he could bring about another Nine Tails disruption in Konoha. In this multiverse space, as well as the system.S matters. Come with me to take a look. Obito wastes no time. This kind of thing, it's better to check the situation. Find the guy who resurrected Rin and take him out as well, to prevent them from leaving any backup plans. Absolutely not allowed for such a guy to exist. Absolutely not allowed for such a fake Lin to appear. Just the two of us? Should we bring some people over? Baiju suggested. They still haven't confirmed the authenticity of that multiverse space, but their abilities are definitely special. Otherwise, it wouldn't have appeared, something that even the higher-ups in Konoha covet. They even directly brought people out to study it. No need, just us. Inform Nagato about the invitation to the multiverse, then say we will act first. Obito is now thinking about going to see that resurrected Lin. Almost wants to kill him. Later, he will go to take revenge on Konoha. Other matters can be postponed for now. The Moon Eye plan has not even started yet. It's all up to you. Looking at Obito's domineering tone, Baiju also looked bullied and obediently listened. Regarding the matter of Konoha, it's not just the people here who know. People from other countries have some information too. It's just that it hasn't been fully confirmed, and they haven't found the invitation yet. Over here in the Hokage world in the end, only the furious Obito and Baiju managed to find the invitation and enter. Meanwhile, in other places at the time where Tasmi is, after going through many hardships, he quickly arrived at the imperial capital. This time upon reaching the imperial capital, he didn't waste time looking for a way to enlist. Instead, he directly headed to Alia's home. With long, beautiful black hair, dressed like a high school girl, and her fair thighs exposed. That's right, at this moment, Tasmi was dressed as a girl, something he had been doing for a long time, and he had already gotten used to it. In order to avoid attracting attention, he even wore a wig and put on some makeup. Coupled with his originally delicate face, he looked like a flat-chested, spirited girl, holding a long sword. He looked quite challenging. On the way to Alia's house, little sister, walking on a night road at this time, this is our territory. Didn't anyone tell you this road belongs to us? Originally, Tasmi planned to take a detour, but he ended up in an alley. Among them, 3 shady guys saw Tasmi and their eyes lit up. Is this trash from the imperial capital? Seeing the 3 guys in front of him, Tasmi made a direct judgment and coldly spoke. He wasn't here to play any pretend games. He was here to rescue his 2 companions, or at least find them. You have some guts calling us trash? You know soon enough whether we are trash or not. We will make you very comfortable, and later, sell you to that Joy Street. Ha ha ha. Then you can accompany those trash every day. Those guys are the real trash. Don't say so much to her. I can't hold back anymore. If you dare come to our territory, you must leave something behind. Each of the 3 said a sentence while approaching, trying to put pressure on Tasmi. Tasmi had already placed his hand on the long sword. Although he was confident that he could crush these guys, he didn't let his guard down. In that system space, he had learned a lot. He also remembered Kakashi's advice, not to trust anyone. Just as he was about to draw his sword to kill these guys, a bold voice suddenly descended from the sky. When did this place become your territory? Why am I unaware of it? A big-breasted blonde woman appeared. Upon seeing this person, Tasmi recognized her. Let me show you how powerful a territory owner really is. The shady guys didn't even have a chance to say much. When they saw the blonde woman, their expressions panicked. They didn't even see her as a beauty hunting prey. Obviously, they recognized this beautiful woman. Bang, bang, bang. With the sounds of bones breaking and twisting, several corpses with little blood lay directly on the ground. She wouldn't be polite when dealing with these guys. Who knows how many women have been sold to Joy Street by them. It's just that she hasn't completely ensured taking down Joy Street yet. Otherwise, thinking about this, the blonde woman erupted with a dangerous aura. The next moment, seeing the black-haired girl in front of her, she realized. Sorry, did I scare you? It's all good now, you can just leave. If anyone asks anything, just tell them the truth, and it's fine to push everything onto me. And these guys are trash. Be careful, don't walk such roads in the future. Don't think that learning a few sword moves makes you invincible. These guys have many insidious methods. I killed them quickly just now, otherwise you would have seen it. After saying that, she reminded Tasmi to be careful on his way. This outer area has many such roads and people. Looking at the black-haired woman, he felt like she resembled Akatsuki a bit, but quickly denied it. After speaking, the blonde woman was about to leave, but before she turned around, she thought of something. By the way, do you want me to take you to the main road? Although the other party hadn't said a word, she still felt quite fond of the girl who resembled Akatsuki a bit. It would be a pity if something happened to her after she left. Tasmi hesitated and spoke. I want to find a noble or wealthy merchant named Alia, If possible, could you take me there? The voice that came out was naturally male, but luckily, his voice was quite neutral. Your voice sounds a bit male. The blonde woman scrutinized him carefully. This was a voice that would not attract much attention to most people, but it caught her interest. As for Alia, that family seemed to be one of their targets, but they hadn't confirmed their move yet. Is this the enemy? While thinking, the blonde woman looked at Tasmi and confirmed some of his physical traits. This guy was a man, just dressed as a girl. Are you a pervert? At this moment, even she, who was usually carefree, couldn't help but complain. In broad daylight, a man comes out like this in a small alley. Looking for excitement? Man on man. Strong man locks man? Approaching men? Various images flashed in the blonde woman's mind and quickly disappeared. Chapter 123, Redemption. Being suddenly called out like this, Tasmi was a bit taken aback. But soon he noticed her expression. Sorry for the interruption. He didn't elaborate much. The most important thing now was still to find Shayu and the others. As he passed the blonde woman, Tasmi planned to leave directly. Hey, what do you want with that family? Tasmi watched as Leona walked past him, feeling slightly dissatisfied and ignored. I need to find someone. I might have a friend who was captured by them. Tasmi initially didn't want to say anything, but seeing the determined look on Leona's face, he decided to explain. Fortunately, based on what they knew before, they should have a hostile relationship with that family. Captured? More like deceived. Your friend is really unfortunate, Leona said after a moment of silence. Let me take you there. I'm Leona, what's your name? Knowing the situation, Leona hesitated but decided to lead the way. Tasmi. Tasmi. Nice name. Heh, it's quite a challenge for a guy to dress like this. Let's go. They quickly left the alley, moving towards the outside, winding left and right with Leona, the local, leading the way. They soon arrived at a very luxurious courtyard. This is it, but the security is tight, so I advise you not to act recklessly. Leona wanted to say more, but quickly realized that the person beside her had already disappeared. So impatient, and not even a word of thanks, she thought. Tasmi couldn't hold back and had already acted as soon as he arrived, which made Leona a bit uncomfortable. Since she hadn't confirmed Tasmi's identity yet, she didn't do anything else and merely relayed the information to her organization. If someone acted first, it would certainly affect their plans. Inside the mansion, after Tasmi disappeared into it, he was quickly discovered by the numerous guards inside. It wasn't that his abilities were lacking, but rather that there were simply too many guards here. With too many guilty secrets, and in a place like the imperial capital, it was natural to have a lot of guards. Who is it? Don't move, or we won't be polite. The guards, armed with weapons, quickly approached. Tasmi's expression was indifferent, his attention completely away from them. Noticing the situation in the courtyard, he quickly located the warehouse. If it were the old him, he might have been stopped by the guards, but after 2 enhancements and having the female disguise buff, his speed had reached a level where he could easily leave those guards behind. So fast. Not good. They're heading to the warehouse. Notify the master. The guards, seeing the scene, looked a bit grim. They knew who this family was, but they also needed to make a living and do their jobs, so they could only turn a blind eye. Now, seeing the potential for exposure, they started to panic. Some chased after the warehouse, while others went to find their master. Tasmi had already broken through the warehouse doors. Seeing the hellish scene again, the surrounding blood made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Shayu, I'm here to save you. Tasmi shouted loudly. Help me, help me. Someone inside called out, their voice weak and clearly on the verge of death. Shayu. However, this voice was not his companion's. Tasmi quickly continued shouting, but soon realized that perhaps he had arrived too quickly, and Yeyes and the others had not yet made it here. With this thought, he breathed a sigh of relief. If they weren't here, they were either in this family's house or still in the imperial capital. According to the timing, it should be about right. Tasmi thought to himself, already planning to head towards the house to take a look. He glanced at the person crying for help, but they looked just like a future Yeyes, already coughing up blood and barely conscious. They could die at any moment. It must be due to that illness. I don't have the ability. Feeling that people were gathering outside, Tasmi knew that the guards had surrounded the area. He slowly walked out. If he could take care of the people here, perhaps they could be saved. He currently didn't have the resources or time to rescue these strangers. Little girl, stay still. You can't even catch such a little girl? One guard shouted. Hurry up, since you've already seen it. There's no need to be polite. The master has ordered that anyone caught be sent to him. The guards surrounded the warehouse, with some slowly approaching Tasmi. The weapons here included firearms and cold weapons, all aimed at Tasmi. Seeing this, Tasmi decided not to hold back any longer. You all know the situation here, right? And you even help deceive others? Little girl. Soon you'll become one of them, a guard said with a smug smile. Tasmi merely sentenced him to death. As they approached, he feigned a look of surrender. Have you seen a man and a woman? The man has short hair, the woman has long black hair, and their skin is very pale. Tasmi described while speaking. The ones you're talking about are Shayu and Yayas. That Yayas guy is really arrogant, always saying he will repay the lady after joining the army, and even has his eyes on her. That's quite laughable. And that Shayu girl, though a bit cautious, has already offended the lady. So there's no way for her to survive, especially with hair that the lady is jealous of. They're your friends? Looks like you're a bit smarter than them. Already aware of the situation here. They're currently having their last meal. Soon, the three of you will reunite in this warehouse. And you have to thank us. If you want a quick end, just honestly tell us what you know about this warehouse and the other people with you, or else. All right, enough talking. One guard got tired of the chatter and ordered his men to shut him up. Just grab him and take him back. Following this command, Tasmi tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. That power, speed, burst forth in an instant, leaving a mark on the ground. And then his legs began to surge. The flash of blades and the sound of gunfire erupted at this moment. The guards, initially quite pleased, soon lost their composure as one by one. Those armed with cold weapons were cut down by Tasmi's sword. Those with firearms began to shoot madly, trying to kill him. What kind of monster is this? Watching Tasmi's graceful speed and movements in women's clothing, the guards went insane. But Tasmi didn't pay them much attention. Dodge, approach, swing the sword. Even bullets were sliced apart, and during this time, a guard captain's head was directly chopped off, leaving the remaining guards without a commander. The outside of the warehouse had turned into a bloody hell. Leonai, who was observing from a distance, began to show a different expression. This guy's strength is quite impressive. His power and speed are strong, but his moves and techniques are just average, not comparable to Aikido. This guy, Leonai even had the thought of recruiting him for his organization. Encountering such a situation upon arriving in the imperial capital would surely lead to confusion about future events. It would be a good opportunity then. He directly urged the nearby others to hurry over. The gunfire was quite loud. They needed to come quickly and leave quickly. Inside the mansion, outside something big had happened. But did they really not care about anything? Alia's family was entertaining Ayaz and Sayu. They had no appetite left to eat. Listening to the shouts and gunfire outside, their hearts felt heavy. Does such a thing really happen in the imperial capital? The guards had said before that it was just one person, possibly an assassin, so it would be better not to wander around. Alia's father spoke up. This is the dark side of the imperial capital. Some people can't stand to see others do well. So, Sai, it's really unfortunate that such a thing happened. Come on, let's drink something. The guards will handle the situation. You all eat a bit more and prepare for news. Nothing will happen. The family quickly attended to them. Aya's brother, you must eat more. Later, tell me about your adventures on the road. And Sayu, your hair really makes me envious. I can't experience curls like mine, so envious. Alia warmly attended to the two. This made Ayaz and Sayu feel a bit uncomfortable. However, their enthusiasm helped them relax a bit. Now they were guests. It was the same anywhere. While they were talking, the gunfire had stopped, which allowed them to breathe a little easier. They had seen the guards here, all equipped with excellent weapons. It was impossible for just one person to cause any major incident. Thank you, Uncle Alia, Ayaz politely said, looking at Alia's family. When looking at Alia, he showed some unusual enthusiasm. Sayu, feeling helpless, didn't say much. She raised the cup that had been drugged with sleeping medicine. Everything has been resolved. Let us eat. The guard will handle the follow-up matters. Alia's mother politely said, while watching the two about to drink. Once they drank, she would have two more playthings. She watched them, waiting for them to drink. Just as Sayu and the others were about to bring the cups to their lips, a loud bang sounded from outside. A figure shot in quickly. Don't drink. The figure that rushed in startled everyone. The motion to drink was halted. Ayaz and Sayu quickly took up defensive stances, but they had no weapons nearby. After all, They were in someone else's home, still at the dining table. So they could only grab the knives and forks on the table. Who are you? Where are the guards? Seeing the blood-soaked Tazumi, Alia's family was already in a panic. They completely lost their previous noble demeanor. This scene made them realize that the guards outside had likely been dealt with. You'll see them soon, Tazumi said coldly. Looking at Alia's family, he felt a mix of goodwill and hatred towards them. Seeing that Ayaz and the others were unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. They were still at the dining table. No research had begun. Alia's family wanted to say something, but Ayaz and Sayu were already unsettled. Tazumi? Why are you here? And what else with your outfit? Seeing Tazumi dressed in a female outfit with a short skirt and wearing a black wig, Ayaz still recognized him. Sayu's expression was also a bit strange. However, the situation was off, and she realized it was not the time for small talk. Not only was Tazumi there, but she was also on guard against Alia's family. You know each other. Are you here to deal with us? Alia's family saw Ayaz speak up, clearly someone they recognized, and directly questioned him. There must be a misunderstanding here. Ayaz was also unclear as to why Tazumi had charged in here to kill, but he still trusted his companions. They are not good people. Bringing you here is to imprison you as test subjects and torture objects. There are many people in the warehouse who have been tortured to death by them. Whether you believe it or not, just help me catch them first. Tazumi spoke straightforwardly about the situation. He picked some important topics to let them know first. Upon hearing this news, Ayaz was at a loss for words. Test subjects? Torture objects? He looked at Alia, the golden-haired noble lady, with her soft, weak, pitiful appearance, and her mother, who was kind and graceful, always smiling. Her father was also very kind and harmonious, showing no malice towards them, who were considered enemies from the countryside. Could they be the bad guys? We are wronged. Hurry and stop him. I want a contact. Alia's family saw things were going south and was about to shout, especially Alia's mother, who took the chance to run towards the door to escape. However, her speed was no match for Tazumi's. As she tried to flee, she suddenly felt her body lighten, and then she lost control, falling forward, her head spinning in the air before hitting the ground. Finally, she fell to the ground, staring at her own headless corpse. Chapter 124. Don't be afraid, Tazumi. Ayaz looked at Tazumi as if he were a stranger. No matter his actions or that strange outfit, he could not accept it. Stop. Seeing Tazumi about to attack others, he couldn't help but want to intervene. He didn't want his friend to fall into this path. Trust him. The black-haired girl looked at Tazumi, who had the same black straight hair and was in women's clothing. Although the situation was bizarre, she chose to trust him because of their long-standing relationship. Ayaz stopped upon hearing this. At that moment, Tazumi's blade light had already struck. Alia's father didn't have a chance to say anything more. He, too, faced the same fate as his wife. Only Ilia was completely terrified, collapsing to the ground. Why did you do this? Ilia was panicking, her pitiful and helpless appearance fully displayed. If you want money, just take everything. Let me go. I'm willing to do anything. Let me go. Sobi. Tazmi. What on earth is going on? Looking at Tazmi, who had a lot of bloodstains on his sword, Ayaz spoke again. It wasn't that he wanted to say more, but in this situation, he was completely confused. Moreover, Tazmi came in killing. There might be some misunderstanding or something. With various thoughts, he was actually deceived by Ilia's performance. Just ask her, but we must leave quickly. Tazmi glanced at his partner. Ask her about the situation in their warehouse. And why have they been bringing outsiders home? ISNT this to entertain us? Ayaz looked at the food on the table not far away. Are they planning to slaughter us? This was already the most malicious thing he could think of. And considering how friendly they had been treated today, it didn't seem like that. Human traffickers? It was Sayo who spoke up. When it came to a place like a warehouse, it was easy for her to associate it with trade. Bringing outsiders home to torture and satisfy their perverted desires, that family. ISNT that right, Miss Ilia? Tazmi looked at Ilia, whose face was full of disbelief, and no longer gave her a chance to pretend, using sweet words to deceive outsiders and then subjecting them to various tortures they liked, playing with them until death. That was the true nature of this family. He then explained to Sayo and Ayaz. Ayaz looked at Ilia, then at his good brother, still in disbelief. Why? How could it be like this? The way of life in this imperial capital is all wrong. Clearly, she is such a noble young lady, living a beautiful life they couldn't even imagine. Why do such things? Is she mentally deranged? Does she have a problem? I don't know anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Ilya tried to act, but it was already very obvious. Panic had already shown itself. I'm already here. It's useless to keep lying. I've already been to the warehouse. Just take him to see it. As for you, Dai, thinking that if it weren't for herself, her partners would be tortured to death. Tasmi's killing intent was fully revealed, especially for Seo, if she hadn't discovered it in advance. She wouldn't have seen him again before dying. And Ilya, who already knew that her scheme was exposed, also realized she could no longer pretend. Facing death, she no longer felt fear. Instead, she went mad, her expression becoming twisted. What is wrong with what I'm doing? You're just useless guys from the countryside, just like livestock. How I deal with you is my freedom. And you, clearly just a beast, yet your hair is so smooth and shiny. It's really too arrogant. Meanwhile, I have so many troubles every day because of my curly hair. It's simply too much. You stupid, disgusting beast. Do you really think I would look at you? Beast, livestock, completely not the same. The noble young lady went on a crazy performance of exaggerated expressions. Chattering incessantly, her twisted words struck Aiya's hard, causing him to retreat to the side in despair, like a straight man whose confession failed, while Seo remained expressionless. She had already sensed the occasional envious and jealous glances from the other party. She just hadn't expected her to be so cruel. As for Tasmi, he was even more ruthless than she had imagined. Just those two merciless words caused his sword, which had been stained with who knows how much blood, to become stained with blood again. Even the black wig had some blood on it. A lot of blood splattered on Tasmi, giving him an aura of a special meaning. His two little partners also clearly felt that Tasmi's emotions were off. Are you okay? Tasmi, what happened after we separated? How did you know about their family? What is going on? Seo and Aiya stepped forward and started to ask. I'm fine. I'm just too happy to see you. As they inquired, tears began to flow from Tasmi, which he quickly tried to control. Since arriving in that place until now, he had been on edge. Even cross-dressing couldn't stop his progress. He had rushed to get here. Now that he realized everything was real, and he almost lost two dear friends, he felt relieved after resolving this matter and could finally relax. After all, they were his partners. Don't cry. I thought something had happened. I'm fine. Aiya's and Seo knew nothing, but they could still feel Tasmi's excitement. And looking at Tasmi's cross-dressing, it felt very uncomfortable. By the way, what is up with your outfit? Has your long-hidden hobby been exposed? Did you take the clothes Seo discarded before? Have you let loose since leaving the village? Seeing Tasmi unable to control his emotions, Aiya's joked. But one of his words made Seo very unhappy, and she looked at Tasmi strangely, as if doubting something. What are you talking about? How could I? Feeling Seo's gaze, Tasmi also felt embarrassed. He wiped away his tears, organized his emotions, and planned to explain. Hey, young man, although I really don't want to disturb you, if you don't leave soon, someone is coming. A female voice suddenly came from outside. Leona looked at Tasmi, who had taken out this family alone, and was a bit surprised. Truly cold-blooded. He has really good material for being a killer. And indeed, someone had already arrived. They should leave. Hearing the voice, Tasmi turned and saw the figure, and Aiya's and Seo became alert. After all, in this situation, no need to be so nervous. This little handsome guy and I are friends, right? Looking at Tasmi, Leona said with a smile, even winking. Damn it, Tasmi. You life winner. You must tell me everything later so I can be envious. Aiya saw Leona, seeing this exposed blonde big sister. Does this little brother have some thoughts about his sister? No thoughts. Leona's words made Aiya's shake his head directly. This might be someone Tasmi has thoughts about, but he wouldn't act recklessly. Just envy. Shayu glanced at Leonai, then at herself, and looked down at her feet. Man. She rolled her eyes and continued to keep a wary eye on Leonai. Right now, she didn't trust anyone except Tasmi and Yeyas. She was just waiting to see what Tasmi would say. What are you doing here? Tasmi frowned. The space had already proven to be real. The future was going to happen too. So this exposed woman was the so-called Night Raid Assassin Group, an opposing force to the imperial capital. Getting involved with them, Tasmi felt would not lead to anything good. I brought you here, okay? Little brother, I didn't ask you for fare, and this is your attitude? Leonai looked like she had been bullied. Sorry, I misspoke. What I meant was, you didn't leave. Leaving is one thing, but that's for later. Someone is already outside, checking the situation. Aren't you leaving? Leonai turned her head as she answered. She wasn't lying. Someone had already come outside. Follow me. If you're caught, you're done for. Of course, if you don't believe me, it's up to you. Leonai took the lead. What should we do? Follow her. Tasmi didn't hesitate further and directly followed. Given his current situation, there was no need to say much. They had killed people, whole families, including their guards. If they stayed here, it was obvious they'd end up wanted and hiding. Perhaps they had missed someone or made too much noise, prompting someone to come this way. But that didn't matter anymore. The priority was to escape. In the slums of the imperial capital, this was Leonai's territory. This place was different from the large manor they had been in before. Even the roads were broken in many places. She led the three of them into a small wooden house. Although small and not very appealing, it was quite well equipped. And there was even a smaller area outside that looked like a bathing place. You can stay here temporarily, Leonai said directly. People from the slums won't come over much. And even if someone dies here, no one will care too much. Of course, you can't expose yourselves too much. Thank you, big sister. Yeaz thought she was a familiar face. Moreover, she was helping them escape and even preparing a place for them. She had previously taken Tasmi to rescue him. And she was so beautiful, with blonde, curly hair. She was simply the older sister version of Alia. How could someone like her be a bad person? Yeaz was purely forgetting the pain after the wound had healed. You should call me sister. Leonai clearly wasn't satisfied with that title. All right, big sister. Got it, big sister. Yeaz said directly. As Leonai looked at Yeaz and was about to say something, Tasmi spoke up. Why are you helping us? If you have something to say, just say it. Shayu was checking the situation in the house, ensuring there was no danger. It was enough for the three of them to stay there. Although it would definitely be somewhat inconvenient, it wasn't a big deal for them. He, who doesn't know that I, Leonai, am always willing to help? Leonai said, of course. It would be even better if you had some money. When Leonai mentioned money, it was casual, not that she really expected much. However, this made Tasmi's expression change slightly. If nothing unexpected happened, according to the previous situation, his money had been taken by this person. We came from the countryside. We came out this time to make money to go back, so we have no money. Before Yeaz could open his mouth, Tasmi spoke first. This made Yeaz shut up. Then forget it. I wasn't expecting you to have much money anyway. Just stay here. I will come back later to check on you and gather some information for you. If you don't trust me, you can leave any time. But if you have the chance, you can come back here to contact me. Remember to close the door behind you. People here won't be polite about stealing. Goodbye, little brother and little sister. Leonai could see Tasmi's wariness towards her. She felt this was normal. It would be strange not to be cautious. After saying her goodbyes, she quickly left. As for whether to let him join Night Raid, that still needed to be confirmed. Although he did seem to have potential. Moreover, he had already begun to sense the darkness of the imperial capital. What a pity. Why was he not here at this moment? With regret, Leonai left without looking back, leaving Tasmi and the others behind. So, are we staying? Shai had already checked everything and came at Tasmi's side. They had only just arrived in the imperial capital and were unfamiliar with the place. With someone providing them a place to stay, they were a bit distrustful, mainly because they had previously dealt with that Alia character. Let's stay for now, but don't trust others too much. When resting, everyone should keep an eye on the surroundings, Tasmi said after a moment of silence. Who is that big sister? She seems pretty good. Yeaz suddenly spoke up. He felt she was indeed quite nice. That's what I wanted to talk to you about next. It might sound a bit exaggerated, but please don't be scared by what I'm going to say next, Tasmi said as he looked at the two. This made Yeaz become a bit serious. Yeah, we won't be scared. When have you ever seen me scared? He said. When I was chased by dangerous creatures as a kid, I ran away like crazy, and in the end, it was the instructor who saved me. That was when you were a kid. It doesn't count. I'm talking about now, as an adult. You previously provoked Shayu and then got chased around the village 10 times. That was just me being a good man who doesn't fight with bad women. I was just letting her be, Yeaz said defiantly. Meanwhile, Shayu's gaze towards him was already filled with danger. Chapter 125, After the Frog Fruit Noise. The two listened as Tasmi explained his current situation. A multi-universe QA game? There's such a thing? So you knew in advance that we would run into trouble? Shayu asked, feeling tormented. I also died because of the virus? Yayas looked at Tasmi. If it weren't for their earlier experience and Tasmi's current situation, he might have wanted to twist Tasmi's head off to see if something was wrong with him. Can you still go there? Shayu asked a question. This directly made Yayas widen his eyes, wanting an answer. No, you need an invitation letter. Tasmi touched his black, straight, long hair and spoke. He had already gotten used to this appearance. As for that space, he had begun to long for it. Once everything was settled and the people were saved, the next step was to find an invitation letter to try going to that space. He wanted to share his thoughts with Yayas, and no one refused. Regardless, they would first see what the situation was before making any decisions. Given the current situation, Tasmi cannot possibly fool them. As for the invitation letter, the three of them have shifted their focus and started to devise a plan to search. Meanwhile, in the QA space, Kyle is not unaware of the changes in other worlds. He has just habitually sent out some invitation letters again. And this time, it has started again? Quite fast indeed. Kyle was initially waiting for the people from the Vinsmoke family, but the news hadn't arrived yet. Instead, this system has taken action first. The people who came this time are quite special. There are individuals from various worlds, including their own. The pirate world, the Naruto world, and even the railgun world. Upon entering the QA space, he scanned the crowd. Among them, a brown-haired girl in a high school skirt stood to one side, already very vigilant. Misaka Makoto, if he remembers correctly. Earlier, Kyle only recalled her being called Railgun. He had somewhat forgotten her real name. The system's operations have expanded again, adding another world. With these thoughts in mind, he maintained a calm and expressionless exterior. Manager Kyle, is it my turn this time? At the moment Kyle appeared, a man resembling a flamingo had already spoken up, staring at Kyle with ill intentions. I'm very interested in you. I think we will become friends. If that's what you want to say, just sit quietly to the side. Kyle had no good impression of this flamingo man and directly instructed him to behave. TCH, really unfriendly towards pirates. Your attitude could upset a lot of people. Doflamingo naturally knew who Kyle was and what his attitude towards others was. He didn't say much more, appearing as if he was kindly reminding Kyle, and directly sat down. His tall body even caused the chair to shift slightly, but he didn't care, instead placing his slender legs directly on the table, making those around him feel disgusted. Hey, what is this place? Why did that invitation letter bring me here? Kidnapping students from Academy City 1T lead to any good outcomes? Misaka Makoto looked at this strange tall guy. It seemed they didn't have such a person in Academy City, at least not a normal one. Is this the QA space? Besides Misaka Makoto, another person speaking was a masked guy, along with a white figure. It was Uchiha Obito and White Zetsu. In addition to them, there were others from the Naruto world. A white-haired guy wearing a special forehead protector was now observing the crowd, his gaze sweeping over Misaka Makoto's body before briefly lingering on her chest, then moving away with a hint of disdain. Hey, your gaze is disgusting, old man. Misaka Makoto was not someone who would let such stares slide. She was a level 5 Esper from Academy City. Since arriving here, she had been very cautious. How could she not notice anything? Sorry, little girl. I just got used to it, no other intentions. Jiraiya looked at Misaka Makoto, appearing apologetic. He had indeed just glanced out of habit. This little girl looked like she was approaching adulthood, but her development seemed a bit lacking. Of course, it also depended on the individual. He had a friend who was also small before, but had changed a lot now. Disgusting, perverted old man. Oomph. Misaka Makoto was a bit irritable, and the electric sparks on her body flickered, as if she was about to take action. Hey, don't act out. Don't you know the rules here? Kyle suddenly spoke up. This was directed not only at Misaka Makoto, but also at Doflamingo, who was not behaving even while sitting, still looking for an opportunity to make a move. A puppeteer? Huh? Jiraiya sensed the thread-like thing and felt a bit suspicious. Is there no one here who can answer questions? He looked at everyone who was either talking nonsense or ignoring him. The energy from Billy was about to explode. It was indeed chaotic. For the first time, Kyle felt that the people here were not behaving. Doflamingo, and this Jiraiya who was always trying to test him. Uchiha Obito was also clearly eyeing him. Finally, Misaka Makoto was a hot-tempered person. The rules here prohibit fighting. While saying this, the power within him erupted. A cold wave transformed the QA space into an ice chamber. Ice ability? So powerful, how rare. Misaka Makoto thought. Ice release. The people from the Naruto world also had their own thoughts. Doflamingo had become obedient directly. After all, he had seen how Kaido couldn't handle this guy. Even Kaido had erupted in anger several times, wanting to come over and cause trouble. Yet until now, he had not found the opportunity to act. Finally listening to someone. I won't say anything more. You should have received the news about the invitation when you came, right? Just confirm the rules and you will know. Kyle directly addressed these newcomers. I mean, are they really people from other worlds? Could it be that this system is just making things up? How about killing a few to confirm? Doflamingo appeared curious. Such words naturally made the atmosphere on the scene quite subtle. Fighting is prohibited here if you keep messing around. I'll let you die here first to see. Others might fear your background, but I won't care. Looking at this gloomy guy, Kyle was directly annoyed. Not cooperating and still coming here to cause trouble. Affecting his ability to take on missions and wasting his time. Was that enjoyable? Doflamingo's expression darkened at such a threat. I haven't heard such words in a long time. If you don't believe it, just try. I'll believe it, of course, just here. He initially wanted to show off against Kyle, but in the current situation, it was clear that Kyle was more hostile towards pirates than he thought. Even his identity was useless. At this moment, Misaka Makoto had also completed her information intake. A space, a game? That scammy thing. She had initially thought it was interesting when she picked up something and agreed, casually, not expecting it to be so deceitful, directly bringing her here. This was quite uncomfortable. As for Jiraiya and Obito, they had already confirmed things. Even Obito and White Zetsu knew the news and came specifically. Since they already knew the news, there was no need to waste time. Let us get started. Kyle directly refreshed the questions. A display screen began to appear in front of the people in the QA space. Seeing this thing, someone was momentarily stunned. But soon, their expression returned to normal. The first question belongs to you. The three of you can answer. They looked directly at the three from the Naruto world. Kyle's words made Jiraiya and Uchiha Obito glance at each other. In fact, Jiraiya had already researched this masked man. This guy is somewhat similar to the legendary attacker of Konoha. It's just that he is still unsure of this guy's identity. If he is connected to Konoha, he should know the news by now. Obito, on the other hand, was indifferent to Jiraiya's gaze. Although he is Minato's disciple, he is not familiar with Jiraiya at all. Since they're not close, there is no need to look at him so enthusiastically. Thank you. Right now, they should focus on Kyle in this system. Especially Obito. Although he hasn't said much since arriving here, he feels like he has no presence. In fact, he's been contemplating the probability of killing everyone here, mainly targeting Kyle. This guy might be managing this place and even resurrecting Rin. He has studied this, but hasn't had the chance. When Obito felt Kyle's attack just now, he sensed a threat. If he keeps getting attacked, even he wouldn't be able to handle it. So, caution is still necessary. For now, they should see what this thing is about. Multiple choice question. Who designed the conspiracy with Hanzo to cause the death of Jiraiya's disciple Yahiko in the Land of Rain? 1. Uchiha Madara. 2. Uchiha Obito. 3. Sarutobi Hiruzen. 4. Shimura Danzo. Reward. Zoan-type Devil Fruit, Toad Fruit. Penalty. Halved physical strength. Yahiko. When this question came out, Jiraiya was stunned. He knows this person, but he has always been unaware of how his disciple got into trouble. And the people above? None of them could be considered from Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo go without saying. The Uchiha surname already represents their identity. Didn't they say that Konoha people wouldn't harm Konoha people? Jiraiya has absolutely no clues regarding this answer. Let me take a shot. I know the answer. Obito initially wanted to say something, but upon seeing the penalty, he looked at White Zetsu. The other party was very cooperative and immediately began to speak. The one who conspired with Hanzo to kill Yahiko is Shimura Danzo. Although Yahiko committed suicide and died at the hands of his own companions, the mastermind behind it all was Danzo. White Zetsu spoke as if he were reminding Jiraiya of something. This left Jiraiya at a loss for words. Konoha people causing trouble. Although war is war, and there might be no way around it, or it could be an accident, given the current situation, Jiraiya was still somewhat at a loss for words upon receiving this news. Danzo, damn it. Thinking of his master's good buddy, Jiraiya knows what kind of person Danzo is. Not only is he no good, but he also led his good buddy Orochimaru astray, making him unable to find Orochimaru again. Danzo, correct answer. Kyle directly made that guy choose the answer. As Kyle began to review, the mark for the correct answer appeared. This result made Jiraiya lower his head. But soon, he reacted and looked at Obito and the others. These guys, knowing so much, might even be aware of what happened or what they did. Reward distribution. As Kyle confirmed the distribution, a very strange fruit quickly appeared before White Zetsu. How is this thing used? White Zetsu asked curiously, and his appearance didn't quite match his cute demeanor. The Zoan-type devil fruit, once eaten, grants the ability to permanently transform into an animal. Developing it still depends on oneself. The advantage is that physical recovery will greatly increase. But the downside is that one will fear certain special substances, like seawater and sea stone from our world. Kyle spoke directly. Theoretically, this thing should make one unable to see water. But how it specifically transforms in other situations depends on their own attempts. Fearing seawater, this thing is really scary. White Zetsu said with a strange expression. This indeed adds a weakness for them. But he didn't mind what he wanted. Even if they don't use this thing, they can give it to others. Besides, even if this thing has side effects now, they could research it later. Who knows? They might even lift this ability. This is a good thing. Do you want it? He looked at Obito playfully and brought the green fruit to him. If you eat this, you can turn into a toad. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. The dog-licking Obito is actually quite suitable for this fruit. White Zetsu didn't say much, but this directly made Obito feel malice. You should keep this for yourself. He shot a glance at it and directly gave up on the thing. No interest. Given the current situation, Obito was completely uninterested in this false world. What he wants to know now is whether the infinite Tsukuyami plan succeeded and what this system is all about. He has had enough of this false world. Moreover, now that a false Rin has appeared, it's disgusting. This made him feel sick. Rin is irreplaceable. The dead Rin is not the real Rin. That is fake. Chapter 126. A bond like father and son. What is this scene? After White Zetsu obtained the jar, the system panel added another video screen. In the footage, Jiraiya immediately saw several familiar voices. In the Akatsuki organization, Lord Hanzo has already given the message. As long as we cooperate with him, peace will come soon. The land of rain will be peaceful. Yahiko and the others from the Akatsuki organization said happily. During this period, there were also some scenes showing the situation when Hanzo sent people to convey messages. Seeing that his disciple has truly been working hard for peace, Jiraiya felt quite gratified. But thinking of their current situation, he felt a wave of bitterness, and at the same time, he was even more displeased with Danzo in the village. It's all because of them. And this masked man, he certainly wants to think that this guy is merely coincidentally there. Not only is it about the previous village matters, but Yahiko's incident might also be related to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't know so clearly. Good grief. It seems that the few disciples he took in are all related to him. Is he going to be doomed in the end? Jiraiya couldn't help but think. Meanwhile, the plot in the video has begun to change dramatically. Danzo appears, once again attempting to escalate the war, impersonating the people of Awagakure, and attacking Yahiko and the others. But they were ultimately repelled. The Rinnegan was directly exposed, drawing Danzo's attention to Nagato. Was that the power of the Rinnegan just now? A terrifying power. What should I do? Since Akatsuki has already taken action, other teams impersonating ninjas from different countries will also be in danger. For the future of Konoha, we absolutely cannot cease hostilities with Awagakure. Danzo's conversation with the Umbu members completely revealed their conspiracy. Whether it's the Rinnegan or this guy, they cannot be forgiven for ruining his plans. In the continuously raining village, Hanzo's residence in the land of rain, Danzo killed some ninja families to provide Akatsuki with assistance, then negotiated a partnership with Hanzo. It was not just against other ninja villages, but also included Akatsuki. He used schemes to incite Hanzo and Akatsuki to turn against each other. The means employed were very much in line with ninja tactics. He directly sent someone to poison and capture Konan as a threat. Yahiko, I want you, the leader, to die here. Hanzo, the rain ninjas. And Danzo's route appeared before Yahiko and Nagato, holding Konan as a direct threat. Yahiko, Konan, Nagato. Seeing the plight of his disciples, Jiraiya didn't know what to say. He initially thought it was just a mistake that led to a powerful ninja's death. He didn't even have the opportunity to ascertain the situation. Now, seeing that his own village's people had caused this, Jiraiya's feelings were very complicated. He thought about whether he should find a chance to beat up Danzo after returning. The people he had painstakingly nurtured, especially when he saw Yahiko, who was willing to die for Konan and Akatsuki. Yahiko could only choose to die in Nagato's hands. You and Konan must survive. After leaving this message, Yahiko lost his breath. Move. After Yahiko died at Nagato's hands, Hanzo and Danzo were ready to take action, and Nagato and Konan had no intention of letting them go. What they did just now was merely to weaken their combat strength. Without the leader as the main backbone, the others would be easy to handle. As he got older, Hanzo was no longer the ambitious demigod he once was and had started using such means. Hanzo, Danzo. Jiraiya even considered going to the Land of Rain to find Hanzo. I remember that Hanzo died without anyone knowing, and it was only revealed at the end. Continuing with the scene. When Yahiko died at his hands, Nagato erupted, disregarding everything in his grief. Outer path, Gedomazo. Forced into a corner, Nagato was driven to desperation. He unleashed powerful rage and killing intent, with only Yahiko's last words left in his mind. Now he just wanted to kill them, to kill the people here, regardless of whether his life force could withstand it. For Konan, Nagato summoned the Gedomazo again, even disregarding everything to let it absorb his chakra and life force. The Gedomazo also unleashed immense combat power, leaving the ninjas here in despair, with many being swiftly killed by the dragon forms it conjured. Just touching it meant death. This overwhelming combat power might lead Yahiko, if he were alive, to ask, "Did my survival affect your output?" And Nagato was indeed powerful. With Gedomazo's help, he descended like a divine being. Relying solely on Gedomazo, he directly repelled Danzo and Hanzo, killing many of their subordinates and saving Konan. He drove Hanzo back. As for Danzo, he had already vanished. Apart from plotting against others, escaping was also something he excelled at. How tragic. After witnessing all this, Misaka Mikoto could only think this one thought. She was crippled, and her partner was dead or injured. This guy called Nagato was also quite miserable. Every time she saw this power, it felt terrifying. Obito commented on the Gedomazo from the side. His voice was very quiet, and no one paid much attention. Only the White Zetsu beside him heard. And White Zetsu naturally wouldn't say much at this time. Have you all finished watching? Then let's move on to the next one, still from your world. Kao spoke up. Although some people hadn't recovered from that scene yet, he didn't care much. After all, they had already seen it, and the rewards had been given. Have you finished watching? Is there nothing after this? Before this scene, White Zetsu originally wanted to say something more to confirm things. But as the conversation went on, he was stopped by Obito. Sometimes this guy just can't help but ramble on. Jiraiya stared at these two, but in the end, he didn't do anything. There wasn't much assurance here, and he wasn't certain. It was better to wait until they left and not to alarm the snake. The next question came. With Kyle's words, a new question popped up on their panels. Multiple choice. Who designed the trap that killed the first batch of Akatsuki members in the Land of Rain? 1. Uchiha Madara. 2. Uchiha Obito. 3. Sarutobi Hiruzen. 4. Shimura Danzo. Reward, chakra amount doubled. Punishment, physical condition weakened by half. A new question appeared. This made Jiraiya pause for a moment. The choices were still the same. He scanned the others and looked at the last option, Shimura Danzo. Could it be him again? It was quite possible. This guy always used ruthless methods. He had heard of this before. Not having spoken yet, on the other side, Obito, who had finished his internal struggle, made his choice directly. So what if it was exposed? So what if it was known? After all, it had come to this point, and there was no turning back. It didn't matter if Jiraiya was here. Even if Minato were here, what could be done? I choose Uchiha Obito. He was the one who acted personally, so he naturally knew, and this doubling of chakra was also a good thing for him. This is why White Zetsu didn't contest it. If it were an item, it would be fine as long as it was handed to him, but this ability, he preferred to do it himself. White Zetsu had no objections. Obito's strength would be more convenient for their future plans. Obito? Uchiha Obito? Jiraiya was also aware of this Minato's disciple. By now, he still hadn't received any news from Konoha. Otherwise, he should have known about him long ago. He stared at the system, wanting to confirm that this was real and not fake. No matter what, it had to be confirmed. Kyle looked at Uchiha Obito and directly announced the answer. This guy. The correct answer is Uchiha Obito. Congratulations. Watching the other party speak, Jiraiya couldn't help it. It couldn't be Uchiha Obito, could it? He has been dead for a long time, and how could he possibly have gone to the Land of Rain? Jiraiya mumbled, unable to accept this outcome. Neither Obito nor Kale said anything to him. He was just there to manage people, not to answer their countless questions. Once the answer was confirmed, it was just a matter of announcing it. The scene quickly reappeared, which made Obito and the others recall the situation at that time. In order to make Nagato feel pain and despair, they planned this operation to make the other members of Akatsuki disappear. And when they reappeared, with Obito using his abilities, a massacre broke out within Akatsuki. Although there were still some capable individuals who could resist, it was completely ineffective against Obito, who was like a cheat character. In the end, when they wanted to go down together, they didn't even get the chance to do much before they were already dead. The gap in strength was truly significant. Why? Why do this, Uchiha Obito? And you were the one who manipulated the Nine Tails to attack Konoha, causing the deaths of Kushina and Minato, right? He was your teacher. What was it all for? At this moment, Jiraiya couldn't help but ask. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party was still there, perhaps he could learn the answer. While speaking, he looked at Uchiha Obito, waiting for a reply. However, Obito didn't pay attention. He felt the chakra he had just unleashed. This feeling of transforming into chakra was truly wonderful, greatly enhancing his abilities. Although this thing was somewhat of a double-edged sword, having it was better than not having it all. The power that erupted was not weak at all, making Jiraiya feel that this guy was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Why? After feeling the change in chakra, he slowly turned his head to look at the uncle who had spoken to him. What is there to explain? If I had to say, everything is for peace. This world is too false. It needs to change. So I did this. Obito looked at Jiraiya and said, as for the Nine Tails incident, it was just a coincidence. I never intended to take the Nine Tails at that time. I have plenty of means. I could do it whenever I felt like it. Just a whim? So Nagato died because of something like this? He always said he wanted to become Hokage. And you? Jiraiya looked pained. In reality, he was observing Obito's emotions. Given the current situation, he had to understand the other party. Hokage? That's something only idiots would want to be. A false village, a false world. Even the higher-ups in Konoha are decayed beyond belief. Konoha is doomed. Its destruction is only a matter of time. Obito said word by word. This situation felt a bit boring. Why don't you just fight once? Just kill one of you here, and we won't have to waste more words. Doflamingo, who was watching from the side, spoke up, wanted to see them fight like watching monkeys. Jiraiya didn't care at all. Obito was already staring at him. If it weren't for the wrong circumstances, he would have gone up to cause trouble by now. When did he become someone who is looked at like a monkey? What you been through? Konoha shouldn't have done anything to you, right? After finishing his sentence, Jiraiya paused. He thought about how the Uchiha clan was completely gone now. Then he thought about how the Uchiha clan had died. That was a later issue, so it had nothing to do with this. It should have been something that happened before that. Obito glanced at Jiraiya and didn't continue to say anything. Having said so much, there was no need to go on. After all, they weren't familiar with each other. There was no need to waste time. If you want to say something, you can wait until we finish the questions. You'll have plenty of time to chat afterward. Kale, who was on the side, didn't let them continue talking and directly started the next question. Although watching them reveal their identities was interesting, Kale wasn't there to see that. He just wanted them to finish answering the questions quickly and leave, as he wanted to obtain his reward. He couldn't grow stronger here. He could only wait for the final reward. This made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, like an outsider. While speaking, he made the question appear. Multiple choice question. Who killed the three ninjas Jiraiya in the Land of Rain? 1. Konan. 2. Uchiha Obito. 3. Nagato. 4. Danzo Shimura. Reward. Perfect Sage Mode Frog Fruit. Punishment. 1 arm. For the next question, Jiraiya had initially wanted to say something else. But upon seeing the question, he stopped. The options were all familiar names. I'm not dead yet. What does this question mean? And these people to choose from. Jiraiya looked at each name, locking in between Danzo Shimura and Uchiha Obito. The other two were instinctively eliminated by him. After all, these were all children he had taught. They had lived together before, and their bond could be said to be like father and son. Chapter 127 Jiraiya and his disciple, what is going on with you people? Jiraiya questioned. Although he felt that this place was indeed unusual, he still found it hard to believe. He didn't want to choose any of the people listed. Not just him, even Obito and White Zetsu beside him noticed that something was off. However, they had already guessed. Is this about the future? Like a prophecy? White Zetsu pondered. Precognitive events are rare in the ninja world, but they do exist. At least that old toad in the Holy Land knows about it. But to truly pinpoint a matter shouldn't be that simple. Only with some general information on certain events can one make a rough determination. This is the future on your timeline. And of course, given the current situation, knowing their identities may change things. It might just be a different way to die at their hands, and that's not my concern. Kill explained. He wasn't sure what was going on with this system. Anyway, what could be guessed is that this system follows the original plot. It was the same in the pirate world and the Naruto world. Time. Jiraiya listened in silence. In fact, he didn't really want to believe this. On the other side, Obito and Black Zetsu have already made some guesses. According to their thoughts, anyone among these people could be involved. However, in the Land of Rain, it would either be Konin or Nagato who takes action. They would also be quite pleased to see Nagato kill Jiraiya. Ultimately, between Nagato and Konin, Black Zetsu made a decision. I guess it's Nagato. If I'm not mistaken, it should be him. Black Zetsu made his judgment. Meanwhile, Jiraiya didn't even get a chance to answer. Nagato, what do you know? It seems you've been doing a lot of things behind the scenes. Initially, seeing Yahiko's situation, Jiraiya thought Nagato and the others were already dead. Now, before the answer to the question is revealed, Jiraiya has already thought of the possibility that Nagato and the others might not be dead and are related to these guys. Nagato, who knows? That's none of my business. If you want to know, go find out yourself. Ha ha! Black Zetsu's voice carried a provocative tone. Perhaps. You might get killed early, Nagato's teacher, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya's face darkened as he listened, thinking of that boy with sage eyes. He really wanted to know what that guy's situation was. What is going on with him now? But as he thought about it, he remembered Danzo. That bastard Danzo. Although he claimed it was for Konoha, if he remembers correctly, when Danzo acted outside, the third Hokage had already ordered a ceasefire. They had even agreed to sign a ceasefire agreement with the Rock Ninjas. No wonder the guy didn't say anything afterward. No wonder they inexplicably started fighting again at that time. Bastard. Thinking of that guy who kept saying it was for Konoha made Jiraiya feel nauseous. He also led Orochimaru astray, making him leave Konoha. He has made a note of this grudge, whether it was Yahiko's trio or their previous actions. After returning to Konoha this time, he must have an explanation. Correct answer. Kyle looked at Black Zetsu with some surprise. He directly announced the answer. This made Jiraiya's body stiffen. Am I really going to be killed by Nagato? Jiraiya found it hard to believe. The shy, kind-hearted, and loyal Nagato from before would really do something like this to him. What exactly happened? Tell me. Jiraiya shouted loudly, not only looking at Kyle, but also at Obito and the others. Obito and Black Zetsu directly ignored each other. Kyle directly gave out rewards and announced the scene from that time. While Black Zetsu was still surprised, the image appeared. Successfully infiltrated. Is this the Rain Ninja village? The village truly lives up to its name. Jiraiya, using a toad to infiltrate the Rain Ninja village, emerged from the toad's mouth. After giving a brief explanation to the ninja toad, he cautiously proceeded into the village. The village was unexpectedly peaceful. To investigate the situation, Jiraiya entered a yellow establishment without any ulterior motives, looking for a woman similar in age to Tsunade, named S.H. Gon. He then proceeded to investigate the village's situation and the status of its ninjas. Ahem. Can we skip all this and just let me know what happened? Can we fast forward the later scenes? Jiraiya felt a bit awkward standing there, watching himself in the footage, wishing he could give him 2 slaps. Here he is acting like that, and that guy over there is doing that. Jealousy and resentment. And S.H. Gon, what a joke. Besides feeling awkward, he was now eager to see what was happening next. What was the situation when he met Nagato? What were they fighting for? If you can't bear to watch, you don't have to. Kyle didn't give him any special treatment. This footage wasn't under his control. Meanwhile, Makoto Misaka was blushing as she watched inside. For Jiraiya, it was already an L. SP had completely confirmed this. This guy had already caused serious psychological trauma to a little girl. Jiraiya initially wanted to say something, but he held back. The footage quickly changed. After spending some time in that yellow inn, Jiraiya obtained the information he wanted and immediately began to act. He captured several ninjas in succession, including SH Gon's husband. This unfortunate guy watched as Jiraiya turned his companions into toads, scaring him into submission. This allowed Jiraiya to learn some information about the situation here. At the same time, he used ninjutsu, the toad shadow technique, to probe in the Rain Ninja Village. Turned into a shadow? Is this the power of the shadow fruit? It should be similar. Judging by their appearance, it doesn't seem like they need to consume any fruit to use it. If they could obtain it, could they mass-produce ability users? Doflamingo pondered. He had been very interested in people from other worlds since the last time. This time, it only made him pay more attention. But he still hadn't determined what he was looking for or from whom he would obtain it. He could only observe the situation first. In the footage, the scene shifted to two other individuals. One was a blue-haired, cold woman dressed in black with red cloud patterns, and the other was a man adorned with several strange black sticks. Yahiko, Conan? Isn't Yahiko dead? Upon hearing these familiar voices, Jiraiya within the system couldn't contain himself. Why does it turn out like this? The infiltrator has been identified. It's actually someone familiar. It's teacher Jiraiya. Conan explained the situation, expressionless. Just now, they had learned through the rain that someone had infiltrated the Rain Ninja Village, and she had confirmed the identity of the infiltrator. Teacher Jiraiya. Pain's voice was equally cold. It seemed he had no emotions for his former teacher. Perhaps, but suppressed. Teacher Jiraiya is a ninja with his own convictions. There's no way to convince him. Let's take action. The result of their discussion was to take action against Jiraiya, without leaving any room for mercy. Jiraiya within the system watched the two converse, feeling heavy and puzzled about what these two were up to. At that moment, he saw himself face off against Conan in the footage. This woman who could transform into paper had now sprouted two wings and was flying in the air, looking just like an angel. Regardless of her strength, she certainly had the appearance. Yo, Conan, it seems you've grown into a fine woman. What are you acting like this for? Is there any benefit to becoming this way? Jiraiya listened to the intel with a curious expression. The gods have already ordered to kill you. Conan, like an emotionless machine, immediately began to attack. The battle erupted, with paper shooting out like sharp blades. Jiraiya spewed flames multiple times in succession. In the end, feeling the oil he was expelling, Conan was completely covered in it. That powerful adhesive quality allowed Conan's foolishness to be controlled. He even used his long white hair to directly control Conan. His battle experience could be said to be very rich. All right, now we can talk about something, Conan. It's a rare meeting between teacher and student. He originally wanted to say more, to play the emotional card. But after just a few words, he used the summoning technique. With a huge bang, the giant crab appeared. It directly spewed out a thick white liquid, which sprayed all over Conan like soapy water. Jiraiya dodged continuously. Upon contact with this white liquid, the oil on Conan's body disappeared, causing her to fly away. Have the reinforcements arrived? That look, are those Nagato's eyes? Lion's main technique. Upon seeing that person and the guy with the spiral eyes, Jiraiya made a judgment. He immediately split and cut the crab. Then he used his hair to control Pain. Unfortunately, this ability was directly evaded by Pain's substitution technique. Next came the dialogue between Jiraiya and Pain. The Jiraiya within the system also received the intel he wanted. It was actually for this. Jiraiya looked at Pain in the screen and spoke out his purpose. To control the tailed beast to create a powerful weapon capable of destroying a country in one blow, directly intimidating all and eliminating war. This method is theoretically feasible, but the drawbacks are also very obvious. If this thing falls into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it would be a great terror for the world. Additionally, to achieve the goal, many people would definitely be sacrificed, and many countries would be destroyed or live their lives in the shadow of it. Jiraiya didn't want this to happen. This idea sounds very familiar, Misaka Makoto thought. In their world, every country has some war weapons that can threaten the world. So at least on the surface, it is still relatively peaceful. For economically strong countries, The most brutal battles are economic wars. Mass casualties have become rare. After all, if that happens, it might just be everyone flipping tables and blowing up the planet. A weapon that can destroy a country. Doflamingo, on the side, suddenly brightened his eyes. He couldn't help but want to seize this thing for himself. He had already seen the combat strength of the person in the screen. Their strength wasn't low, and their abilities were strange. Even if he faced them, it would be troublesome. Moreover, if there were hidden strengths, he felt he wouldn't be their opponent. And yet, even such a person wants to be called a weapon that can destroy a nation. How terrifying is that? Tailed beasts? Is that what you're trying to collect? Manager, it seems you have one. That thing called a tailed beast. Doflamingo suddenly thought, looking at Kale. He was quite sure he wasn't mistaken. The tailed beast had already appeared before, although it was just one called One Tail. Tailed beast? This remark immediately caught the attention of Abito and the others. Other worlds have tailed beasts? This made people pay attention. As the masterminds who have always wanted to seize tailed beasts, they knew the affiliations of the tailed beasts. They hadn't heard of any tailed beasts being lost. This doesn't concern you, of course, but if you want to try to seize it, go ahead. Although it was their first meeting, Kale was already quite displeased with this former celestial dragon. He was already thinking of finding an opportunity to make this guy disappear. Although some people wouldn't want to see that outcome, there should be more people who would be happy about it. Fu, I'm really envious. Seizing or not, I don't have that capability, but there should be quite a few others interested. After all, manager has a lot of things now, like artificial devil fruits, managerial privileges, system secrets, and so on. Doflamingo said, as if reminding someone. At this moment, those in the pirate world who could see the situation here were boiling. They couldn't help but start discussing, thinking about what to do. Then, slightly intelligent people gave up. Only a few bewildered individuals began to take action. Of course, the people within the system were unclear about the situation. Inside the system, tailed beasts. Does your world also have tailed beasts? White Zetsu directly asked. There has never been such a thing, but recently, there was one. You can ask this manager, maybe he knows more. Doflamingo said with a smile. He seemed to be watching the fun, wanting to see what Kale would say. Don't talk about things that have nothing to do with the QA. Watching White Zetsu act like a clown, Kale spoke first. He had no intention of answering anything. There was no need and nothing to say. Chapter 128. From 8 to 80, this remark made White Zetsu, who originally wanted to say something, quiet down for a moment. He wanted to test it out, but under Abito's gaze, he stopped his actions. He did nothing and behaved honestly. The scene, however, would not stop because of their discussion. Jiraiya and long-haired Pain were engaged in a quick battle, which put pressure on Jiraiya, forcing him to summon a summoning beast to buy time to enter Sage Mode. Has he grown to this extent? Nagato! Jiraiya, within the system, looked at the individuals with Rinnegan inside. He didn't think Rinnegan was so worthless. There must be something fishy about it. These things should be like puppets. And Nagato hadn't made a move, controlling from a distance. Watching the scenes inside, Jiraiya was sweating. If he accidentally got caught off guard, it would definitely be fatal. Sage Mode. The combat power displayed by Jiraiya in the screen was still very strong. Especially after entering Sage Mode, his combat power rose to another level. He pushed Pain back multiple times. After several attempts, he found an opportunity to directly trap 3 Pains together, using illusion techniques to directly control and eliminate them. I entrust you with this, 2 sages. Jiraiya quickly said, leave it to us, kid. A very cooperative frog croaking illusion technique. Directly let these lie down. I really want to see Nagato's expression when he knows this situation. White Zetsu said gloomily on the side. 3 against 1, and 3 were killed. Can they even play? Regardless, he is that legendary Sannin, their master. So having such strength is quite normal. However, this video has directly exposed the abilities of both of them. Abito said directly. Looking at Jiraiya, he actually felt it was just SOSO. If the opponent doesn't activate Sage Mode, he feels he can win. And Sage Mode? Thinking of this ability, Abito looked at White Zetsu. He remembered how this guy obtained such power. If it were earlier, he might not have cared as much. But now that he sees this power, he feels that if he could also utilize some of it, there's no way, although it can be used. But teaching the method, I'm afraid you might have an accident. White Zetsu almost had a telepathic connection with Abito. He could directly understand what Abito was thinking. They originally appeared to be good buddies. At this moment, White Zetsu also didn't want to withhold Sage Mode. It's just that natural energy is very difficult to control, and he knows that well. To let Obito use it proficiently is very difficult. It would be better to continue developing that Sharingan. Oof. Obito snorted coldly and didn't continue to ask. He could roughly see that this Sage Mode indeed required a lot of learning. Just looking at Jiraiya's Sage Mode seemed imperfect, like a mutated frog. Even someone like him couldn't control it and needed 2 frogs to assist. Learning it himself would indeed be a bit difficult. Jiraiya naturally heard some of Obito and their conversations from the side. But now, looking at the image of himself, his heart twitched. He no longer had the desire to say anything more. His new self was already in this image. After taking down 3 Pain, Jiraiya ultimately became a bit careless and didn't T-dodge. In just that moment, Jiraiya lost an arm. Immediately, Jiraiya quickly dodged, disappearing from the original spot and jumping onto the sea surface. He faced the cave entrance where he had been standing. There, several figures slowly walked out. 6 figures stood above him, looking down. Among them were the few he had just barely defeated. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya's expression changed slightly. What drove him even more insane was seeing that familiar figure. The Jiraiya in the image completely didn't understand the situation with Pain. Pain, who exactly are you? Jiraiya said heavily. At this moment, he also felt immense pressure. It wasn't just the consumption of chakra. Sage Mode wouldn't last long, not to mention losing an arm. A dead end. He could die at any moment. In front of him, 6 figures gathered. Each person with a Rinnegan looked down at him, and one figure slowly spoke. Pain refers to the collective name for us 6. That figure was none other than Jiraiya's disciple, Yahiko. You are Yahiko? What is going on? Are you dead? And why do you have the Rinnegan? Where's Nagato? What about Conan? How are they? Questions spilled from Jiraiya's mouth one after another. These were all things he desperately wanted to know. Am I seeing Yahiko's shadow in myself? Truly worthy of being my former student, but Yahiko is dead. And standing here is Pain, is a god. Pain spoke expressionlessly, like an emotionless machine. I've heard enough of such nonsense. Why do you have a Rinnegan? Where are you? Where's Nagato? Did you do something to Nagato? Why is this happening? As Jiraiya spoke, he thought about each Pain. He wanted to confirm whether this was Yahiko or Nagato, and why it had turned out like this. But Pain no longer wanted to continue the conversation. There is no longer Yahiko nor Nagato. We are Pain, we are gods. With cold words, the 6 paths of Pain, like one mind and body, directly leaped out and launched an attack on Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya retreat quickly. Although Fukasaku the sage tried to dissuade him, Jiraiya couldn't let go of this disciple who claimed to be a god. I can't just leave like this, Jiraiya said defiantly. But his current state was indeed poor. He had just managed to defend against 3, even gaining the upper hand, but now facing the 6 paths of Pain, Jiraiya was struggling, let alone in his current physical condition. After continuously fending off several attacks, he glanced at the figure that resembled Yahiko grown up and suddenly burst forward. Wanted to take the initiative and capture this former disciple first. But before his attack could hit, he was caught by a hand. Deva Path Pain blocked it. Yahiko, why do you have Nagato's eyes? Despite being attacked, Jiraiya did not forget to ask, what happened to Nagato and the others? Didn't something happen to you back then? What is going on? These were the things Jiraiya wanted to know the most, whether it was Nagato who had a problem or Yahiko. Thinking of the 2 who used to discuss ideas, he truly couldn't let go. However, Pain clearly had no intention of giving Jiraiya an answer. Even if he knew such things, what could it change? You cannot defeat us. Feel the pain of the world and then die. While speaking, he twisted his body forcefully, directly throwing Jiraiya away. Another Pain, in perfect cooperation, launched a missile attack. This guy had transformed his entire body into a technological weapon, forcing Jiraiya to dodge continuously. Little Jiraiya, retreat quickly. Kid, give it up. No, I must find a flaw. Even if we perish together, I must confirm this situation. Fukasaku the sage quickly tried to stop Jiraiya, but Jiraiya was not listening. This was not just for himself. It was also for the information about the Akatsuki organization and Pain. He had to bring it back, at least to make people vigilant. His former disciple was now against Konoha, and he was also very unwilling. There were many thoughts, but now Jiraiya was already seriously injured. Not only missing an arm, but also unable to use many ninjutsu. The blood continuously flowing from his body was enough to make someone faint. and his physical strength was even more depleted. After running and dodging, after fighting, his stamina was almost gone. While hiding in the water, he found an opportunity to grab one Pain, directly pulling him into the toad space. However, this Pain was extremely fierce, wanting to drag Jiraiya down even in death. He directly thrust a black rod through Jiraiya's body, causing more blood to flow out, making Jiraiya feel a bit dizzy. Jiraiya gasped. No matter how hard I tried, I only managed to take down one Pain, and that was already my limit. I drag him into the barrier just to deal with one? Jiraiya sighed. At that moment, he noticed the fallen forehead protector of his opponent, which sparked some ideas in his mind. It reminded him of some people he had encountered before. Not just Yahiko, but also the guy in front of him and others. The Akatsuki clan? Various figures emerged in his mind, and Jiraiya's thoughts started to clarify. But he still needed to confirm a few things. He directly sealed Pain's corpse and sent it away. No matter what, he already had one Pain corpse, which he could hand over to Konoha for some research. After arranging everything, he left the barrier. Jiraiya cautiously observed the situation outside. The Pains had not yet given up on him. They were observing him from all around. Jiraiya originally wanted to find an opportunity to take down another one to confirm the situation. But unfortunately, with Pain's Rinnegan, there were no blind spots for him. His sneak attack on Pain failed, and instead, Pain found the opportunity. Suddenly, one Pain emerged from the water, striking Jiraiya and sending him flying, breaking his throat, leaving him no chance to speak. As Jiraiya fell onto the rocks, all the Pains acted directly, delivering the final blow to their teacher. They plunged black rods into Jiraiya's body, causing him to bleed profusely, collapsing under the assault. His hollow gaze lost all expression, signifying death. Is this how it ends? The message hasn't been sent back yet. So that's it. There's no true body. This message, Jiraiya kid. Jiraiya, hearing the shout of the Toad Sage. Jiraiya struggled to signal that he wanted to leave a message. With the help of one Toad Sage, Jiraiya left special symbols on Pain's back. However, Pain noticed that Jiraiya was still alive. He charged out in an instant and finished off Jiraiya. Fortunately, the Toad Sages had already completed the information engraving beforehand. The last moments of Jiraiya saw him slowly sinking into the sea, disappearing from view. As the scene gradually faded away, Jiraiya, standing in the system space, was at a loss for words. Is this how I die? Clearly, nothing was confirmed, and I still don't know what happened at that moment. I truly failed, both as a ninja and as a teacher. Jiraiya now understood quite a bit, including the previous encounters of Nagato and the others. He had just received information that Uchiha Bido and the mastermind behind the scenes were causing trouble, as well as Danzo. Although he knew he would be killed by Nagato in the future, Jiraiya felt no anger or other emotions at all. He was only thinking about how to find Nagato and the others after returning, how to guide his students back onto the right path. That was what he needed to do. To Jiraiya, Nagato was actually a destined child like Minato. They both had the potential to be the children of destiny who would save the world. Of course, leading them onto the right path was what he needed to do now. Clearly, he's just an old pervert, yet he looks so heroic in death. Misaka Makoto commented after watching the scene. Although the opponent's combat power was indeed strong, it seemed tragic that he sacrificed himself for information at the end. Her preconceived notions made her feel that this guy was an LSP. She couldn't stop herself now. Jiraiya clearly heard her words. Little girl, it's all a misunderstanding. As he looked at her speaking, he couldn't help but glance at her flat figure. She was quite a cute and delicate little thing. Why is her temper so explosive? And she directly called him an old pervert. That's too much of a misunderstanding. Jiraiya really wanted to explain that he wasn't an old pervert. He wasn't old at all. How rude. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't move here, he would definitely show her that staring at girls would come with consequences. Misaka Makoto felt that gaze and looked at Jiraiya with even more disgust. Stop showing that look. You disgusting pervert, old pervert. I've never seen such a shameless old pervert. Being accused like this by such a little girl. Oh no, being slandered by such a little girl. Jiraiya awkwardly smiled, indicating it was a misunderstanding. But he still didn't continue looking at her. After all, she was too sensitive. He had truly never seen someone who could tell someone was staring at her with just a glance. Such ability, such a strong sense of crisis. this Mayaboka mountain sage. If you're interested, you can come play in our world. No matter what kind of woman you want, I can arrange it for you. Whether it's 8 years old or 80 years old, as long as you want it, I have it here. I will definitely satisfy you, Fufu. Doflamingo suddenly spoke from the side, clearly very interested in Jiraiya. Chapter 129. Uchiha Madara, a formidable character with considerable strength, and from another world, looks quite lecherous. It shouldn't be difficult to control him. Do you have a way to bring him to your side? Kyle suddenly spoke from the side, causing Doflamingo's smiling face to disappear instantly. Here, can we travel to other worlds? Jiraiya and the others were also very interested in this question. However, there was no one here to answer them. I want to know too, he silently complained. It's best not to ask unrelated questions. He chose to avoid their inquiries directly. There was no need for any deception. The people present saw Kyle's attitude and didn't continue talking. Who among them wasn't a person with some strength? Too proud to speak to anyone? At least not now. Next question. He glanced at the topics still related to the ninja world. Perhaps because more people had entered, there were more questions. Kyle didn't pay much attention to it and directly released it. Still your question. Multiple choice question. Who is the destined child that Jiraiya is waiting for to save the world? 1. Nagato 2. Yahiko 3. Minato Namikaze 4. Naruto Uzumaki. Reward. Chakra total doubles. Punishment. Chakra total reduced by half. The destined child. Jiraiya looked at the question in front of him. With so many questions, he had never chosen any of them. And when it came to this question, he actually didn't want to choose. He just needed to know the answer. Doubling his chakra total would be beneficial, but the punishment could be even more deadly, especially now that he knew his fate. He had to be cautious and maintain some combat power. The destined child, Yahiko and Minato Namikaze are both dead, right? The remaining one, Naruto Uzumaki, should be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Given the current situation, it's highly likely that it's Nagato who saved the world. That is quite interesting. But I don't know if he used the terrifying weapon he mentioned in the video to save the world or some other method. White Zetsu was saying something strange on the side. It's not that they haven't paid attention to Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He grew up in that environment, and there hasn't been anyone to guide him. So, with that level of strength, it's basically impossible to save the world. Right now, he is more concerned about Nagato. Has he done anything bad to them in the future? There are others who think the same way, including Obito. He has always known that Nagato's goals and intentions are different from theirs. Even he isn't certain about that guy's every move. You can answer the question. Seeing that he also had no intention of answering, Obito naturally had no thoughts of taking a gamble. He could only push the responsibility onto White Zetsu. My chakra is precious too, you know? Alright, anyway, this opportunity is mostly about getting the answer right. White Zetsu initially wanted to refute something, looking all strange. But under Obito's gaze, he chose to be straightforward and honest. There was no need for Kale to ask further. He directly chose Nagato's option. This made Jiraiya, who was listening to their conversation and hadn't made a choice, breathe a sigh of relief. He had initially wanted to take a gamble. Now that there's no opportunity, that's a good thing. Let's just look at the answer. Although there was no reward, having no risk is also good news. The correct answer is Naruto Uzumaki. Kale directly opened the system and announced the answer. This answer, in fact, ISNT singular. To be precise, there's also Sasuke Uchiha. And a large part of Sasuke Uchiha's redemption is due to Naruto Uzumaki stopping his dark path. So saying it's the other party isn't wrong, right? Wrong? How could that be? You say the other two have been resurrected. I can accept that. But this little brat saving the world? White Zetsu said in shock. Then he fell silent. From whose hands did he save the world? Does that mean their plans will fail? Not just Nagato, but also them? White Zetsu and Obito exchanged glances. Jiraiya, who was on the side, also spoke up. Wait a minute. Naruto Uzumaki. Does that mean the great sage frog's words were wrong? Or are you saying that Naruto Uzumaki will be my disciple in the future? Jiraiya considered this possibility. After this little guy comes of age, it's still possible for him to return and take him as a disciple. But since he has been investigating the Akatsuki situation and Orochimaru's news, he definitely can't stay in Konoha to teach him. Can this really save the world? Is this the child of destiny? Jiraiya speculated. The matter of the great sage frog is not included in this question. And this question also didn't mention Naruto Uzumaki's relationship with you. Kale spoke directly. Then what about the video? Jiraiya continued to speak in silence. But looking at the system, Kale didn't say much. He directly began to announce the situation. The video appeared. What came into view was the grown-up Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. At this point, Naruto had transformed into the Nine-Tails form and even had Sage mode, with the Sage of Six Paths Chakra or beside him. His best buddy, Sasuke Uchiha, also possessed the Rinnegan and Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. In addition, there was a white-haired woman floating nearby, with white eyes resembling the Byakugan, and a forehead with an eye that looked like the Rinnegan but was red, along with several things resembling the Sharingan's Tomo. Who is this woman? And that little brat? Is this the child of destiny? Watching the video, Jiraiya felt the strength of these people. Is the Rinnegan really so worthless? Thinking of the legendary sage's eyes, Jiraiya looked at Sasuke Uchiha with frustration. This guy, if there are no accidents, is the last remaining Uchiha. Have his eyes evolved to this form? With a monstrous talent, Jiraiya wondered if he could stay by his side in the future. This exposure makes him feel they won't be very safe. As for Naruto, he was much more at ease. According to his situation, he should have become his disciple. That Sage mode is even more perfect than his. Moreover, he has mastered the Nine-Tails mode perfectly. The child of destiny. Jiraiya had various thoughts. Obito and the others were also. How did it become like this? Who is this woman? Obito was very confused. Wasn't it supposed to be himself or Uchiha Madara as the final boss? He was already prepared, and the video even showed him being defeated. He could even accept Nagato. Moreover, the repeated instances of space shattering in the video made him feel that these three guys are not to be trifled with. White Zetsu, do you know her? I don't know. White Zetsu said without changing his expression, his gaze fixed on the video. And among them, it was time to conclude. Six Paths, Heavenly Obsession. Along with Naruto and Sasuke's joint effort, the Otsutsuki Kagaya was once again sealed away. Even at the end, she was very unwilling and dissatisfied. But everything still came to an end. As the video slowly faded away, Jiraiya and the others finally regained their composure. This strange woman, is this the trouble of the future world? Jiraiya analyzed the situation. Based on Naruto Uzumaki's age, this should be several years from now. Right now, he is still a kid, just out of the ninja academy. Did they fail? Obito and White Zetsu had slightly different thoughts at this moment. But in the end, it all turned into helplessness. At the same time, they were somewhat wary of this system space. With such future events and such powerful combat abilities being revealed, does that mean that their hidden matters could be exposed at any time? Especially since there are many unspeakable things among them. Is this the strong of other worlds? Ninja? What a powerful existence. Their abilities are so special. Not devil fruits, but they can use abilities. Is this ninjutsu? There are ninjas in the land of Wano too. But I wonder if there are such things. What does the land of Wano have? Previously, when I passed by the land of Wano, I encountered some guys talking about ninjas, shouting about ninjutsu, but then they pulled out guns and directly shot them back. The list upstairs is really not small. That's Kaido's territory. Ninjutsu. Times have changed, adults. Voices of discussion began to appear in the chat area. Regarding the current scene, they couldn't help but be vigilant. They originally thought that the people of this world were at most comparable to them. But now, especially the advanced combat power, they could clearly feel the strength of the guy in that scene. Fortunately, they were the final boss, and there shouldn't be too many such guys. Doflamingo thought cautiously. Little did he know that later in Boruto, there would be a bunch of people casually able to overpower Naruto and Sasuke. Things like Uchiha elbow strikes, Uchiha throws. And then there's Naruto getting stabbed, Naruto fighting to the death. Various effects like Boruto being a filial son. Everyone present had their own thoughts. Even Mikoto Misaka was cautiously paying attention to the old pervert Jiraiya and his side. The combat power of those guys was clearly much higher than her as a level 5 Esper. Just how abnormal could such a guy be? Manager, is there another question? After Jiraiya calmed down, he spoke first. He didn't care about any rewards. What he wanted now was information about the future. Other things? Let's see. You've already had so many questions, and it seems endless. Doflamingo complained from his side. He was getting a bit bored with these guys constantly answering questions without him having anything to do. It was obvious that no one paid attention to him. Next question. Kyle casually announced the next question. A sweep. From a ninja world. Endless. And this question was quite interesting. Upon seeing this question, Kyle gave a kind glance at White Zetsu. This guy was one of the participants in the performance. Multiple choice. In the death incident of Uchiha Obito's teammate, Rin Noara. Who was the mastermind behind it? 1. Hachiura. 2. Shinja Hashima. 3. Hatake Kakashi. For Shimura Danzo. Reward. Half of the Three Tails chakra. Punishment. Lose half of your vitality. I'm done for. Upon seeing this question, White Zetsu couldn't smile anymore. And Uchiha Obito paused upon seeing this question as well. White Zetsu, don't you have anything to say? At this moment, Obito's voice carried a hint of coldness. This attitude seemed to imply that if he didn't get a good explanation, then he would end up dead or something along those lines. The mastermind behind it, Jiraiya, seeing this question from the side, was also very interested. Watergate's apprentice has turned dark, and his apprentice has also turned dark. There must be some issues here. He quickly scanned the options, eliminating Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Hatake Kakashi right away. That left just Shimura Danzo. Old guy, it's you again? It's possible that the Nine Tails incident also has something to do with this old guy. Just to kill Watergate and then ascend to the Hokage position. But he never expected to be robbed by the third Hokage in the end. Jiraiya quickly analyzed. A clear choice path had already formed. Uchiha Obito, are you collaborating with Danzo? That guy masterminded the death of your companion and then shifted the blame onto Watergate, making you resent Konoha and Watergate? Jiraiya, with his rich imagination, seemed to have grasped the truth. This caused White Zetsu and Obito, who were still a standoff, to turn their heads to look at him. You really are a big smartass. The two looked at Jiraiya with a somewhat condescending attitude. Danzo indeed has connections with me. As for the other matters, you can guess for yourself. Uchiha Obito, wearing a mask, looked as if he had everything under control. He even managed to control his emotions. He was just waiting to see the result. Among the various choices, Obito hesitated for a moment. Before White Zetsu could speak, he directly said, I choose Uchiha Madara. In his view, it was almost certain. Based on White Zetsu's previous performance, there must be an issue. And he was very clear that this matter definitely had nothing to do with Danzo. Unless Danzo was in contact with Uchiha Madara behind the scenes. Of course, in his view, that was impossible. With Uchiha Madara's temperament, he could never cooperate with Danzo. Obito, you are too impulsive. Watching half of the Three Tails chakra reward fall into Obito's hands, White Zetsu felt a bit frustrated. He was originally still hesitating about whether to answer the question directly. Now this question was chosen directly. Uchiha Madara, he's still alive? Jiraiya didn't care what they were struggling with. What he cared about now was the answer. He had initially thought it was probably Danzo. After all, the others were either dead or people who couldn't have done it at the time. Only Danzo was left. If the answer was Uchiha Madara, then their recent intelligence might have problems. Everyone looked at Kyle, waiting for him to announce the result. Correct answer, Uchiha Madara. Kyle didn't drag it out or give any suspenseful expressions. He directly announced the answer. And this answer caused the expressions of the ninja world people here to change rapidly. Chapter 130. The Three Sannin Impulsive? Uchiha Obito smiled at the answer. Don't you have anything to say? That guy Uchiha Madara, does he have any plans he hasn't told me? He stared intently at White Zetsu. Although he and completely trusted the other party before, he still belonged to the category of being somewhat trustworthy. Now, however, their relationship was likely to be redefined following this exposure. Although it might be that Uchiha Madara had a problem, White Zetsu, in Obito's view, had always been Uchiha Madara's person. Uchiha Madara isn't dead. Have you seen him? Everything you've done is related to him. Jiraiya had heard of the legendary Uchiha Madara. Especially in his childhood, he remembered clearly how others talked about that kind of figure from the shinobi world. If he really lived until now, or until not long ago, how old would he be? In their ninja world, it was impossible to live that long without special abilities. This has nothing to do with you. Obito had no intention of responding. His gaze remained fixed on White Zetsu, clearly hoping this guy would give him an explanation. Obito, I'm not clear about this matter. White Zetsu naturally knew what the other party meant. But no matter what, he couldn't say it now. If he really went on saying it like this, their tool would probably be lost. You think you can hide it by not saying anything? Obito looked disdainfully at the other party. This made White Zetsu think of how the system would expose the situation. At this moment, Kyle also directly revealed the situation of Uchiha Madara and others. An elderly man with white hair. Although he looked as if he could die at any moment, the aura he displayed still carried an extraordinary presence. Is this the chosen one? Uchiha Obito? In the scene, White Zetsu conveyed the message to Uchiha Madara. After confirming, Uchiha Madara thought, since he has such strong ties, let's give it a try. Hopefully it will succeed this time. A conversation in a dark place signifies the beginning. Is this Uchiha Madara? Seeing the elderly Uchiha Madara, Jiraiya was quite surprised. This guy really lived until a few years ago? Even recently? White Zetsu, it seems your conspiracy is about to be exposed. Obito looked at White Zetsu with some malice, making White Zetsu feel quite helpless. Given the current situation, it was now time for his actions. Continuous probing and planning. During one of Obito's missteps, he was surrounded by other ninja villages, and, to protect his teammates, his body was pinned under a huge rock. Setting up such a scene took a lot of his time and shadow clones. So as you guys, I said there couldn't be so many coincidences. Pinned under the rock and later rescued, Obito had always been puzzled. This is too coincidental. One wouldn't know how perfectly timed things had to be for this to happen. At this point, White Zetsu had nothing more to say. There was no use explaining anything now. What happened later only made Obito more furious. After arranging trouble for Kakashi and Noara Rin, it was bad news. Obito, your partner Rin and Kakashi have been surrounded by the Mist Ninja. White Zetsu dramatically stated in the scene. Upon hearing this, Obito jumped up. What? I have to save them. With your current body, you can't help much. Were me? Let me assist you. White Zetsu seemed very loyal. This moved Obito, who then put on White Zetsu, successfully breaking through the wall and quickly rushing outside. Wait for me, Kakashi, Rin. He ran quickly along the way. The subsequent events played out as usual. By the time Obito arrived, Noara Rin was dead, and Obito went berserk, taking out those Mist Ninjas. This scene seemed familiar. Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at the awakened kaleidoscope Sharingan and suddenly remembered. The resurrected little girl who entered here before must be his companion. How interesting. Looking at Uchiha Obito, Doflamingo was very interested in his eyes. They seemed very powerful. Moreover, it seemed that the deeper the emotions, the more powerful the enhancement when losing a loved one. This made Doflamingo think if he also had such eyes, could he have directly broken through and obtained a kaleidoscope Sharingan back then? He had many thoughts, but unfortunately, such thoughts could only remain as thoughts for Doflamingo. Rin. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Obito said nothing more. By the time he arrived here, he had already confirmed this intelligence. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was still unaware. Resurrection? Is this true? Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Obito with a complicated expression. Hearing this news, he was planning to find a way to pull him back. But no matter what, the other party was the true culprit behind the Nine-Tails incident. The one who caused Minato's death, that was for sure. Letting him go to Konoha was just a thought. It is true, Noara Rin has really been resurrected, but her situation is not good. As far as I know, she has already become a cripple due to the research of Konoha's higher-ups. After all, they would definitely be very interested in someone who has been resurrected like this. White Zetsu interjected. This was meant to provoke Obito. Even now, he didn't want Obito to give up on the Moon Eye plan. To prevent him from truly thinking about going to Konoha, it was better to fill Obito with malice towards Konoha. When necessary, let Noara Rin die once more. If she could die at the hands of Konoha's higher-ups, that would be great. Konoha? That's impossible. Jiraiya immediately wanted to deny it. He looked at Obito and White Zetsu. This news isn't hard to investigate. You should be able to find out quickly after returning to Konoha, White Zetsu casually said, looking at the masked Obito, whose expression was hard to discern. Under that mask, Obito's face was twisted, and his eyes were filled with malice. A dark aura emerged, not just towards White Zetsu, but also towards Uchiha Madara and Konoha. Rin, I will make this imposter disappear. I will create a real you, and I will take us back to the past, always back to the past. In Uchiha Obito's eyes, the dead Rin was not the real Rin. The resurrected Rin was, of course, not Rin either. The real Rin was the one who had always been in their team, the one they had always acted with. Even though the one she might have liked was not him, Noera Rin's kindness towards him filled Obito with infatuation. Rin. There was nothing more to say. Anyway, the situation was clear. They would act after returning. Your village is really chaotic. Misaka Makoto commented on the side. Using one's own people for research was, in her view, extremely excessive. Although that white guy didn't clarify much, she had already guessed what was going on with that girl. Also, this so-called ninja world is truly excessive. Clearly, there are children only in their teens. Some are even younger than her, and they are sent to the battlefield. Although these people might not be weak, letting them fight at such an age made her gaze a bit unusual. Of course, she also knew this was another world, and each world had different situations. So, she didn't say much. Ha! What an interesting world. It seems your world is not peaceful either. Doflamingo smiled as he observed the situation of the ninja world. He had always been thinking about how to utilize, or whether he could utilize, the guys here. Next question. Each individual had their own thoughts, and Kale didn't pay them any mind, quickly arranging for the next question to appear. Multiple choice question. Who is the fifth Hokage of Konoha? 1. Jiraiya. 2. Tsunade. 3. Kakashi Hatake. 4. Danzo Shimura. Reward, chakra total doubles. Penalty, 1 arm. The fifth Hokage? Another question about the future. Jiraiya felt helpless. The past was beyond his understanding. As for the future, it was even more so. In his view, anyone on that list could possibly be the fifth Hokage. However, he first ruled himself out. He would absolutely never sit in that position. The fifth Hokage. Obito looked at the title of Hokage, feeling somewhat disdainful. Only fools would always want to become Hokage. What he needs to do now is to make everyone in this world enter the real world and initiate the Moon Eye plan. Jojojo, ichushi muradanso. Baiju didn't hesitate and made his choice directly. Losing an arm or something is nothing to him. Moreover, he had some guesses about this kind of question. Rather than letting others guess, he might as well create chaos here first, leaving these rewards unclaimed. As for punishments and physical matters, Baiju didn't care at all. He had already confirmed that rewards and punishments only affected which of his bodies was involved and had nothing to do with his other bodies. So it was no big deal. As for Shimura Danzo's choice, he was still cautious and thought it over. Having slightly understood this guy, Baiju knew well that he was obsessed with the position of Hokage. This guy had always been one of their candidates or a useful ally. Especially since Obito was now dissatisfied, their chances of cooperation had increased. Shimura Danzo? As Baiju made his choice, Jiraiya frowned. He was still clear about this guy, someone of the same generation as the third Hokage, suddenly showing up. What is he trying to do? Choosing an old guy for Hokage instead of a new force. In his view, unless there were no new forces left, it was impossible. And in Jiraiya's speculation, the most likely candidate was Tsunade. If he approached her, she wouldn't accept and would pass the blame to Tsunade. Of course, considering Tsunade's current situation, she might refuse, and if she did, the next choice would be Kakashi Hatake. Even Asuma Sarutobi, the old man's son, was a possibility. As for Danzo, if this guy didn't play any tricks, he wouldn't even stand a chance. Various thoughts lingered in his mind, waiting for the answer. The correct answer, Tsunade. And when Kyle announced the answer, it was just as Jiraiya had anticipated. Tsunade, huh? Even if he answered incorrectly, Baiju didn't feel regret. He just wanted to see what the situation was. For him, wasting some bodies on information gathering was nothing. Soon, he felt one of his arms disappear. Baiju didn't even realize what attack had caused it. His arm simply vanished. This made the people here more wary of the space. The next moment, the scene appeared. The third Hokage had passed away, and now the village couldn't be without a Hokage for long. Jiraiya, we hope you can take this position, said Koharu, one of the elders of Konoha, at the Hokage building. This news made Jiraiya's eyes widen. The third Hokage is dead? Before he saw this question, he thought the third was choosing a successor. He didn't expect the third to be dead. Did something happen in a great war? It shouldn't be. He continued watching the scene. Jiraiya in the footage did not hesitate to refuse and recommended Tsunade, directly passing the blame onto her. He then set off on a journey to find Tsunade. Along the way, he could clearly see a little guy following him. Uzumaki Naruto? Jiraiya looked at the kid following him, learning the Rasengan. He also thought of the protagonist from his old book. While teaching Naruto, he searched for Tsunade, the fat sheep's location. Eventually, he found her in an izakaya. However, the transfer of the Hokage position was too troublesome. Some people were desperate to become Hokage, going mad over it. Others simply didn't care about it. Only fools wanted to become Hokage. I'm not interested. Let Konoha do whatever it wants, Tsunade said disdainfully. She had no interest in this proposal. Then Naruto slammed the table angrily, claiming he was going to become Hokage, and then fought with Tsunade. Although he used a half-finished Rasengan, he was still crushed by a single finger. It was a blow to his ego during their first meeting. Later, Jiraiya in the footage inquired about some information and discovered something. Orochimaru, seeking help to heal. Both in the footage and within the system, Jiraiya was shocked. Did something happen to this guy? Because the footage didn't discuss who killed the third Hokage. What followed were the entanglements and battles among the three ninjas. Jiraiya was taken down by Tsunade's poison, not performing well, and Tsunade couldn't exert her strength due to her blood phobia. Orochimaru had issues with his arm and couldn't use any jutsu that required hand signs. The battle among the three ninjas was essentially a battle of their summoned beasts. Jiraiya had just beaten Orochimaru. The outcome was clear. He defeated Orochimaru, and later Jiraiya and Naruto persuaded Tsunade to return to Konoha, successfully making her the fifth Hokage. Scenes from this played out one after another, making Jiraiya wide-eyed, afraid of missing anything. Chapter 131. Konoha's Collapse, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage. This result could be said to be expected, yet somewhat beyond reason. Jiraiya was very clear about the events that had previously happened to Tsunade. No one discussed Tsunade's identity situation much. Kyle quickly gave the next question. Perhaps because there were many ninjas from the ninja world this time. There were indeed quite a few questions. Multiple choice question. Why is one of the arms of Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, unusable? 1. Poisoned and cursed by members of the Akatsuki organization. 2. Caused by a failed self-developed forbidden technique. 3. Sealed by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. 4. Side effects from using a half-finished forbidden technique. Reward. Orochimaru's forbidden technique 1. Punishment, 1 arm. Is this ever going to end? Another question from their world. Doflamingo protested from his side. Isn't this system out in the outside world? Why does it keep giving others questions? It might have been unpleasant earlier, but now it's completely testing them. He wondered if Kyle knew anything. However, Kyle completely ignored his meaning, leaving his words unanswered. Meanwhile, Misaka Mikoto frowned. She had been watching everyone's performance here. She roughly understood the relationship between these guys and this space. Some people seemed to have just arrived like her. Others, like the manager, were longtime visitors, having entered more than once. This time, it was again a question from our world, and still about Orochimaru. Jiraiya and the others looked strange. They had naturally seen Orochimaru's arm earlier. That situation was definitely not good. And in that situation, Jiraiya actually had an idea. Orochimaru had made a move against Konoha. Such a possibility, combined with previous messages, is not impossible. The probability is quite high. In the end, the old man sealed his arm. Just as Jiraiya was struggling with whether to answer the question, White Zetsu had already spoken up first. I choose Hiruzen Sarutobi. He sealed Orochimaru's arm. White Zetsu, with only one arm left, didn't mind at all. He smiled at Jiraiya while answering the question. He had naturally observed the situation earlier. Of course, it didn't matter if he got it wrong. His situation was more about not wanting others to answer correctly. As for this body, there was no need to care at all. It was just an arm. What harm would it do to give it up? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Obito glanced at White Zetsu. He originally wanted to say something, but quickly fell silent, feeling awkward. There was no need to say anything now. It would be better to deal with this guy after they returned. By then, everything would be clear. Congratulations on the correct answer. Kyle announced the answer directly without waiting for them to ask. Congratulations on obtaining Curse Seal. When Kyle sent out the reward, White Zetsu had already received the notification. Seeing this ability, White Zetsu felt neither happy nor any other emotion. If he could trade this ability for their complete concealment, he would rather not have it. What about the footage? What exactly did Orochimaru do? Right now, Jiraiya was just a master at urging updates. He wasn't proactive about answering questions, but he was very active in urging updates. On Kyle's side, it seemed the system hadn't displayed any footage for them, instead giving them another question. Multiple choice. In what plan did Hiruzen Sarutobi die? 1. Died in Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, a plan devised by Orochimaru and the Sand Shinobi to destroy Konoha by attacking the third Hokage. 2. Died in Orochimaru's Edo Tensei plan, where Orochimaru summoned a large number of Konoha's dead using Edo Tensei to destroy Konoha for various talented cells and forbidden technique research. 3. Died in Orochimaru's alliance with the Sand Shinobi plan, where Orochimaru collaborated with the Sand Shinobi to conspire to destroy Konoha. 4. Died in Orochimaru's plan to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, where Orochimaru collaborated with the Sand Shinobi to jointly attack Konoha, even launching an attack with the One-Tails Jinchuriki. Reward: Edo Tensei version of Orochimaru. Punishment: immediate death. The question appeared before the footage was displayed. This made Jiraiya widen his eyes. What plan? Who knows what plan? He hadn't even confirmed what had happened before. Now all 4 plans were related to Orochimaru. This was quite troublesome. All 4 answers seemed possible, and with this punishment, it was hard to handle. Do either of you intend to answer the question? Originally anxious about snatching the question, White Zetsu, upon seeing the punishment, became indifferent. The risk of immediate death, if not much was known, had a low probability. Neither Obito nor Jiraiya would bet their lives here. The main probability was too small, especially for Obito. Jiraiya's life or death didn't concern White Zetsu much. It was just that the Uchiha clan had almost no one left. If Obito died, then Madara's resurrection plan would have to rely on Nagato. And there weren't many restrictions. This was very troublesome. Obito remained completely silent. Right now, he just wanted to know other information, and after leaving here, he would confirm other matters. He needed to know how much he had been kept in the dark over the years. Meanwhile, Jiraiya looked at each plan and could basically confirm that the old man really died in Orochimaru's plan. Thinking about how a former close friend had turned into a murderer of his master, Jiraiya felt quite helpless. He then glanced at Obito and thought about himself. Could it be that this is what inheritance means? He couldn't help but secretly complain. He also thought about how Hiruzen Sarutobi had previously tricked the Senju clan, and the fact that the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, hadn't been able to return from the battlefield. It made him feel that the world was truly dark. He increasingly felt that their master-disciple lineage had a habit of having disciples kill their masters. How could this happen? Now he even wondered if Uchiha Obito would also be directly killed by his own disciple in the future. Although he had many thoughts, looking at the 4 choices above, he had no actions to guess. After all, as long as he knew the answer, he could take action when he returned. There was no need to risk death for a question. Dying wouldn't stop anything. Of the 4 answers, Jiraiya instinctively chose the first one. No matter what, he believed Orochimaru wouldn't casually attack Konoha. There must be some other secret task he needed to accomplish. In his view, the second and fourth possibilities seemed more likely. Of course, no matter how many there were, he wouldn't choose. He just wanted to go see Orochimaru and find out what that guy was thinking. Orochimaru, even if I have to break your legs, I will stop you. Jiraiya silently thought. This was the bond he had always held on to, his bond with Konoha and the 3 ninjas. This directly caused Orochimaru, who was in the ninja world, to suddenly feel a strange chill. But he quickly dismissed it, thinking it was just some fool wanting to find trouble with him. Hey, it seems none of you intend to answer the question. I'll take care of this. After all, only my nickname here is the least valuable. White Zetsu mumbled. In fact, he had also thought about whether this was a bit too much. But knowing that he was already aware of the situation, even if he knew, it would be fine. He was already clear that their plans had been exposed. Even if Obito pretended they hadn't been exposed, they wouldn't believe it. Many plans needed to be re-prepared in advance. And for Obito here, with various thoughts, he glanced at the question. I choose the 4th. Orochimaru acted for the Jinchuriki. White Zetsu felt that the probability of him guessing correctly was quite high. He answered directly. Based on Orochimaru's situation, it was naturally impossible for him to do something useless just for the sake of it. And in his view, the tailed beasts were already the most precious things in Konoha. No one would want to miss out on them. Plus, this was related to their Akatsuki organization. It wasn't impossible that this guy had some thoughts on capturing a tailed beast. White Zetsu made his choice. And the answer came quickly. Incorrect. The correct answer is that the third Hokage of Konoha died in Orochimaru's Konoha Collapse Plan, a plan devised by Orochimaru and the Sand Shinobi to destroy Konoha by attacking the third Hokage. The system directly announced this under Kyle's operation. This immediately changed the expressions of several people in the ninja world. Ah, am I going to die like this? Baiju still acted as if he didn't care. In fact, he was somewhat concerned about the methods of this system. It shouldn't affect other bodies, right? Even now, he couldn't help but have some schemes in mind. Ha ha ha, you have your day today, hurry up and die. Of course, after leaving here, what you plotted against me will definitely make you suffer even more. Don't think this matter has ended like this. Uchiha Obito said coldly. Obito, you are so heartless. Baiju looked like he had been bullied, saying pitifully. And Jiraiya, who was watching this, thought to himself, why? Orochimaru, have you really become like this? The plan to destroy Konoha. Does Konoha really have such a big impact on you? Or is it that old man? Various thoughts raced through Jiraiya's mind. Among the few of them, his relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen was relatively good. But he didn't fully understand what had happened to the others with Hiruzen. After all, Orochimaru had once been the most favored disciple. But later on, everything changed, and he had no idea what had happened in between. He could only say he knew a little about Tsunade's situation regarding the research on wood release. And in the end, all her relatives died, leaving her completely disappointed with Konoha. She felt that everything was related to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for him, he had always been a slacker. Most of his attention was focused on the Child of Destiny. He could be considered one of the least affected among the three. Of course, even he was starting to be unable to tolerate some of the power struggles in Konoha. After all, he wasn't someone who liked such matters. And what about this household becoming the reason for attacking the village? Up until now, Jiraiya could only speculate that something irreversible had also happened between Orochimaru and the third Hokage. While Jiraiya was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a muffled groan, followed by a strange voice. I will wait for you in another world. With a gloomy voice, Baiju instantly disappeared from here. Not a drop of blood was left. That body just seemed to be decomposed. This guy, is he really gone? Misaka Makoto looked at the situation and was stunned for a moment. But she quickly reacted. If it were her facing such punishment, she would have no one to blame when things go wrong. The other world had 3 people, and that turkey-like guy seemed to have been here before, so he should have some confidence. But she was just a little weakling here for the first time, and all alone. That was quite awkward. What Misaka Makoto didn't know was that sitting calmly next to her, Don Quixote Doflamingo, was also revealing a serious expression under his strange glasses. Previously, no matter what happened, even under some pressure, like losing an arm or abilities, he thought those were all things that could be compensated for, and there was still a chance to save it. But now, dying so inexplicably, the way he was decomposed and dissipated still made him feel a bit overwhelmed. However, the cunning old fox showed no sign of it at all. Even Kyle, who didn't pay much attention to him, didn't notice. Let me show you the situation. This time, the system provided a visual. Kyle didn't keep them in suspense and directly revealed it. He didn't care at all about Baiju's death. He didn't even know how many people had died here. He wasn't like Doflamingo, who might feel nervous because it could be his turn next. Now that the system didn't even let him answer questions, it directly gave him rewards. Having authority means being able to do as one pleases. The visuals began with Kyle's words. Jiraiya's gaze was fixated on the screen. The plan to destroy Konoha began. At the venue of the Chunin exams in Konoha, with the actions of the Sand and Sound Ninjas, the venue was already in chaos. Not only the venue, but outside Konoha, many summoned giant snakes were attacking the village. These giant snakes were difficult to deal with. Even Chunin couldn't guarantee they could take them down alone, and even Jonin would need some time to deal with them. Furthermore, their enormous size and destructive power were formidable. Even if they could defeat them, they would first take down many of their people, wasting a lot of their time. Many ninja were delayed while trying to rescue others. In addition, other ninjas were also in action, and the Konoha people naturally had to resist, making it impossible to pay attention to the situation at the support venue. Chapter 132, Jiraiya, who wants to learn the Reaper Death Seal. At the observation platform on the rooftop, the place had already changed dramatically. A lot of Umbu ninjas were blocked outside. Inside, it was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and beside him was Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, who was holding him captive. Orochimaru in that outfit? Seeing the scene of Orochimaru, Jiraiya's eyes widened. Additionally, he felt that the situation was somewhat strange. In the visuals, Hiruzen was either shedding tears of joy or feeling somewhat distressed about having to kill his master. Even though he was being held captive, the third Hokage remained very calm, looking at his disciple, Orochimaru, with a slight smile. Not at all. I was just waiting for this opportunity. I've been waiting so long that I'm a bit tired of it. Now that I'm awake, it's much better. While speaking, Orochimaru yawned and stabbed a kunai into his own hand, letting blood flow. What exactly is your purpose, Orochimaru? Looking at Orochimaru, who had not continued to hold him captive but instead let him go, Hiruzen directly asked. He wanted to obtain information. A windmill that won't turn, although it sometimes looks pleasant, has basically lost its value. Now, I want to use the wind of destroying Konoha to make this windmill turn again, Orochimaru said while discarding the Kazekage's headpiece. No matter what you want to do, I will stop you. The destruction of Konoha is absolutely impossible. I am the third Hokage of Konoha. Looks like we can fight again, teacher. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone. As the two spoke with a gust of wind, they started to fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen used ninjutsu, and Orochimaru immediately spat out a snake that bit Hiruzen. But that was just Sarutobi Hiruzen's earth replacement jutsu. His real body had already arrived behind Orochimaru, and a ninjutsu was ready to be unleashed. Earth release, Earth Flow River. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. 3 ninjutsu were quickly unleashed in succession, directly controlling Orochimaru and leaving him no chance to evade, igniting his body. A horrific scream echoed out. Inside the system, Jiraiya watched the two figures in a fierce battle, fighting for their lives, and he was at a loss for words. Orochimaru, the old man. The thought of Orochimaru killing their teacher here made Jiraiya feel somewhat uncomfortable. But then he reminded himself that this event hadn't happened yet. No matter what, he had to prevent it. Although Orochimaru seemed to be at a disadvantage, he knew that this guy wouldn't just die like that. Enough with these boring tricks. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the scene, was also aware of Orochimaru's strength. In his eyes, his disciple wouldn't die from such an attack. What had just happened was merely Orochimaru putting on an act. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being a teacher. This reminds me of our classes at the Ninja Academy. Let us stop playing and get started. Orochimaru said gloomily. The previous battle was merely a warm-up for them. Now it was time to truly begin. As they spoke, their cumbersome, unsuitable clothes had already fallen away, replaced with battle-ready attire. Clearly, they had been prepared for this. That makes sense. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Accompanied by the words, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru moved simultaneously. However, the next scene, where Orochimaru unleashed his ninjutsu, was somewhat unexpected for him. Summoning technique, un pur world de réincarnation. Orochimaru directly summoned 3 coffins. Although the third coffin did not appear from the first and second coffins, Sarutobi Hiruzen already felt something was wrong. 1, 2. The labels on these 2 coffins read first and second. The third one must be stopped. Looking at the markings on the coffins and the number 4 on the third coffin, Sarutobi Hiruzen desperately tried to prevent it. Fortunately, he managed to suppress it, preventing the third coffin from appearing. But just the 2 coffins were already difficult enough to handle. As the coffins opened, 2 figures emerged. Teacher, how do you plan to deal with these 2? Orochimaru wasn't bothered by not being able to summon them all. The 2 in front of him were already enough. The first Hokage, dressed in red battle armor with black hair. The second Hokage, in blue battle armor with white hair. They all appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Inside the system space, the abilities of the summoned individuals caught the attention of many people here. Oh, that impure world reincarnation technique, Orochimaru is quite capable. White Zetsu exclaimed, already calculating whether to recruit Orochimaru after returning. After all, Obito had already turned against them. There were others who shared similar thoughts, including Uchiha Obito. Previously, he didn't think much of the legendary Sannin, who had been easily defeated by the newly joined Itachi. But now it was completely different. Not to mention combat abilities, Orochimaru's capability to develop forbidden techniques was absolutely not lacking. Uchiha Obito had already planned to seek out Orochimaru when the opportunity arose. Perhaps he could even control Uchiha Madara through impure world reincarnation. Otherwise, summoning the first Hokage to restrain this guy would also work. As a Konoha ninja, he knew that Uchiha Madara, the old man, couldn't defeat the first Hokage, the one known as the god of shinobi. That is a corpse, right? It doesn't look like a human, and the name Impure World Reincarnation suggests the ability to summon the dead? Misaka Mikoto silently speculated in her mind. And sharing the same thought was Don Quixote Doflamingo. He had never seen such an ability. He had heard of similar powers that could manipulate corpses. But the situation here seemed different, summoning the dead to fight. If he obtained such power, regaining the rights of the celestial dragons, or even surpassing them wouldn't be far off. Impure World Reincarnation. Doflamingo already had his eye on this ability. If the system appeared, he definitely wouldn't let slip by. And there was also the name Orochimaru. Perhaps in the future, he could bring along something of value and trade whenever they met. In the space, everyone had their own thoughts, and Jiraiya was left with nothing but shock and silence. He had heard some research about Orochimaru before, but now, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, directly fighting the third Hokage, Jiraiya understood that the opponent was definitely in grave danger now. It all depended on how much strength they could unleash. And there was also Orochimaru, watching closely. As he saw the battle erupt, Jiraiya recalled the previous topic. Wasn't he had said that Orochimaru's Impure World Reincarnation plan was coming? With such a situation arising, isn't it disturbing? Jiraiya glanced at Kakashi and asked. Soon, he continued to focus on the screen. The first and second Hokage had already made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widen. First Hokage, second Hokage. It seems you've aged as well, monkey. Impure World Reincarnation? It appears we caused you trouble. The first and second Hokage exchanged a few words. Orochimaru had no intention of letting them continue chatting. All right, you two. This isn't a place for you to chat. As he spoke, he activated the ability to control the Impure World Reincarnation, directly commanding them to enter a state of emotionless machines. The battle commenced. In close combat, the old and frail Sarutobi Hiruzen was knocked back, his mouth distorting as he flew out. Meanwhile, in the system space, it was mentioned that this was a plan, not some ability used by Orochimaru. Orochimaru and the Sand Ninja had formulated the Konoha collapse plan. As for the rest, it was merely incidental. Kakashi briefly explained this and didn't elaborate further, sitting in place to watch the show. However, Jiraiya wasn't very satisfied with this answer, as it didn't allow him to gain more intelligence. But given the current situation, there was no other way. He could only watch the screen and see how the combat power of the first and second Hokage held up. If nothing unexpected happened, the Chunin exam shouldn't take too long. He believed that soon he would see Orochimaru and have the chance to capture him. Orochimaru, I will definitely stop you. Jiraiya had never given up on Orochimaru. He had tried countless times to persuade him to return. Water release, water barrier, water release, water gun. The water release of the second Hokage is still quite terrifying. Even in a place without water, it directly caused a large amount of water to appear on the roof, completely flooding it. The wood release. Tree World Descend later showcased the unique wood release of the first Hokage. A multitude of trees appeared, completely obscuring the line of sight within this barrier. The trees covered everything inside the barrier. After that, they quickly captured Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was clear that the first and second Hokage had the upper hand against Sarutobi Hiruzen. From the moment they appeared, there had only been a few exchanges of jutsu. By the time the first Hokage's wood release was used, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already bound. He then used a summoning technique to call forth the Monkey King. And with its help, he managed to break free from the first Hokage's wood release. Following, there were various tests of abilities and clashes. However, after destroying parts of the first and second Hokage's bodies, they did not disappear. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that ordinary methods would not work. It seems I have to resort to my last resort. Is it my turn now? Shadow Clone Technique. Reaper Death Seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly created 2 clones and then immediately used the Reaper Death Seal. Now he had to risk everything. Jinjutsu, dark walking technique. Perhaps sensing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was using a formidable technique, the second Hokage directly used Jinjutsu to cover the area, plunging it into complete darkness, obstructing visibility to create trouble for Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, he underestimated Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength and combat experience. At least these two puppets had no combat experience. They only had instincts and could not adapt, which instead hindered them with their own dark walking technique, allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen to find an opportunity. He no longer cared about attacking. He only wanted to capture and seal them. Sorry, monkey. I've caused you trouble. In the end, the first and second Hokage regained some consciousness but were quickly taken away by the Shinigami. Watching the two figures of Edo Tensei disappear, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with guilt, "It was my mistake to seal you inside there. Sealed within this Shinigami means that without special abilities, you can no longer be reincarnated. You can only remain within this Shinigami for eternity." He had heard of the Reaper Death Seal. Next is you, Orochimaru. Even if I can't kill you, I will take all your jutsu. Don't struggle anymore. With a singular goal in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen put everything into getting close and using the final Reaper Death Seal. Even when the Kusanagi sword appeared, he did not dodge or evade and was directly pierced by it, causing Orochimaru's original plan to force him back to fail. Let go of me, old man. Are you crazy? An old man who's already dying still wants to cause me trouble. Old man, you. Orochimaru was increasingly frustrated, and in the end there was some panic. He could feel his body losing control, as if something was being pulled out. Damn it, old man. Orochimaru struggled desperately. But unfortunately, these struggles were futile. What was meant to be sealed was still sealed. A pair of hands was taken away by Sarutobi Hiruzen. This scene was accompanied by Sarutobi Hiruzen's final gaze at Orochimaru disappearing. Orochimaru, old man. In the system space, Jiraiya looked at the two with a heavy heart. This was truly a situation where both sides were badly injured. Orochimaru had lost his hands and might feel hopeless in the future. After all, ninjutsu was everything to him. Jiraiya could imagine how crazy Orochimaru would be if he could no longer use any ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, needless to say, was in a more tragic situation. He was dead. Moreover, it seemed that the Shinigami had an impact on them. Jiraiya had heard of the Reaper Death Seal, but had never seen or used it before. He only knew that Minato. Sigh. Various thoughts filled his mind, making him more and more depressed. The Reaper Death Seal was the reason Minato died. Sarutobi Hiruzen also died because of it. One was his disciple, and the other was his mentor. Thinking of Sarutobi Hiruzen's image, Jiraiya suddenly thought of his own situation, which made him ponder. Should I also learn the Reaper Death Seal? Such a forbidden technique was still within his reach. Besides, he already knew some sealing techniques. Learning it could provide him with some experience to refer to. Chapter 133, Canon Sister. Is this the end? Is this the collapse plan of Orochimaru in Konoha? Now the scene has disappeared, and no one at the scene knows what will happen next. They can only speculate. Finally, it's over. They have so many questions. It should be over, right? At the end, Doflamingo looked at Kale, who seemed a bit impatient, revealing his emotions, though it's uncertain how much of it was genuine. Not only him, but Misaka Mikoto also looked at Kale. Although she was very curious about this place, she was more eager to escape. It would soon be night on their side, and if they didn't return to the dormitory, they would be in trouble. Thinking of her dormitory supervisor. Even with her LV5 superpower, Misaka Mikoto felt a bit shivery. Her expression became serious. All right, the next question isn't for you, even though you didn't answer. Kale made a sarcastic remark. However, Obito and Jiraiya remained very calm, looking at others. Doflamingo and Misaka Mikoto. Jiraiya felt very awkward. His gaze only met the other party's body, and Misaka Mikoto immediately showed a very disdainful expression, as if having high intelligence perception, instantly knowing. The next question is for you. Kale glanced over and directly looked at Misaka Mikoto, the high school girl. She was still standing there with a proud expression. What question? Fun multiple-choice question. Which of the following is the well-known nickname of Misaka Mikoto from Academy City? 1. Bidi. 2. Wanisama. 3. Railgun. 4. Cannon Sister. Reward. Level up superpower by 1 level. Penalty. continuous electric leakage for a week. After reading this question, Misaka Makoto's expression froze. Then her eyes blazed with anger as she looked at Kale. Are you joking? She really wanted that reward, but the penalty? Continuous electric leakage? What the hell? Am I a charging doll? A charging toy? If it weren't for her rationality, she would have wanted to confront him directly. You're the one leaking electricity. Your whole family is leaking electricity, and it's been a month. Is a question really that simple? It feels like it's not even on the same level as before. The manager shouldn't show favoritism. Doflamingo was nearby, making sarcastic remarks. A nickname. To him, it seemed like a very simple matter. He had endured various bizarre nicknames like Night Demon and Flamingo, but the most representative one, of course, is. Both Obito and Jiraiya beside him had similar thoughts. It wasn't just the question, there seemed to be some issues with the rewards and punishments as well. This question was set up by the system itself, and I can't control it. If you don't want to answer, you can choose not to and just accept the punishment. Kyle completely ignored that guy who looked like a flamingo. No matter how hot the weather was, he wore that bird skin all year round, as if he couldn't afford clothes. Still the underground boss, still part of the 7 warlords. He even tricked a king behind the scenes. Doflamingo originally wanted to find fault, but upon hearing Kyle's words, he had nothing else to say. This guy's disdain was written all over his face. And what about this system? He had no idea how it determined things. There was no reporting hotline. Otherwise, he would have tried to report it. No way out. He could only watch obediently. He had just snorted coldly before, watching Doflamingo eat dirt. Countless people in the pirate world were amused by it. Meanwhile, Misaka Makoto looked at the 4 options on the question. I choose Railgun. She felt that this name was the most widely known. No one in Academy City should be unaware of her title, right? The name of the level 5 Railgun. As for the others like Billy, only that pathetic guy would call her that. Lady Sister, or whatever, only the little girls in school would address her that way. Cannon Sister was even more impossible. She immediately ruled that option out. What does Cannon Sister even mean? That sounds terrible. Cannon Sister? Kyle initially thought the other party had chosen correctly, but unexpectedly, the option that popped up was not Railgun. Wrong answer. Kyle paused for a moment, looking at the correct answer that appeared. Now he understood why this question was a fun choice question. Cannon Sister. How could that be? As for the other titles, he hadn't heard of them much. Misaka Makoto was obviously unconvinced. The opportunity to level up her power was right in front of her. Perhaps she would directly become an absolute ability user, dominating Academy City. Now not only was there no reward, but she also had to accept punishment. What do you mean by leaking electricity for a week? That's really frustrating. She still didn't know what this leaking electricity situation was about. The fact was, the correct answer was Cannon Sister. Kyle announced directly. The system screen also appeared. This statement made Misaka Makoto's face turn black with anger. At that moment, she felt like everyone here was making fun of her. Even if she was called Lady Sister, she could accept that. But being called by that perverted guy's nickname was unacceptable. What Cannon Sister? Who calls her Cannon Sister? Your whole family is Cannon Sister. What did I ever have such a name? Your system is broken. I've never heard of this name. How could it be widely known? Misaka Makoto was fighting back, wanting this option to disappear. Cannon Sister? It can't be Cannon Sister. Just look. Kyle didn't say much more. The screen that the system popped up was also quite strange. A display screen showed a video, and in the video, a person was watching a video. The person in the video was Misaka Makoto. Is that me? What's with those words? Looking at herself inside, it was still a scene from Academy City. Misaka Makoto's eyes widened. This is illegal. Surveillance videos in Academy City can't be just randomly played like this. And what are they playing at? Cannon Sister? The font is so weird. Why can't I understand it? Is this broken system referring to this as Cannon Sister and Billy? What about the electric light dancing at your fingertips is my unchanging belief in this life? What is all this? Misaka Makoto was completely confused. Previously, when she watched that perverted old man and his world, full of schemes and intense battles, why did the style change when it came to her? Peeping Tom? Pervert? Is there a pervert constantly filming her, then showing it to other perverts? So disgusting. Misaka Makoto felt they all needed electric therapy. She was already thinking of catching them all and giving them electric therapy when she got back. As long as it's something online, She was very confident she could find it out when she returned. She saw various comments and bullet screens. So many large fonts saying the electric light, dancing at your fingertips, is my unchanging belief in this life. It made her heart skip a few beats. And in the phrase Canon Sister made her very unhappy. What do you mean by Canon Sister? Who is Canon Sister? Such an unpleasant name. And behind her back, they give her such a name. What is all this? Misaka Makoto was filled with questions. But Kyle had no intention of telling her the truth. Looking at the bullet screens in the video, he felt there might be some of his contributions in there. In any case, the answer is Canon Sister. You should know that by now. Kyle replied perfunctorily. What do you mean I should know? I can't admit to the names that these guys in the video are making up. Although they say something about faith and electricity for Misaka Makoto. The name Canon Sister is still too excessive. It's too disgusting. Oh, Kyle nodded. If someone called him Canon Brother, he wouldn't accept it either. The name Canon Sister seemed to have started as a derogatory term, but later it became a nickname. What does Railgun Lady Sister Canon Sister even mean? Oh, such a question, I can't admit it. Misaka Makoto shook her head, wanting to act spoiled. Then tell the system, Kyle said while activating punishment mode. Misaka Makoto hadn't reacted when a wave of discomfort hit her. A wave of pain and some numbness coursed through her body. Then she was stunned. She really leaked electricity. The energy in her body flickered from time to time, and sometimes she couldn't control her own body, causing her abilities to erupt. It made her feel very uncomfortable. In this situation, Billy. The flickering of electricity made Misaka Makoto furious. She desperately tried to control it, but couldn't fully do so. After struggling for a while, she finally gave up. This deceptive system, the power that cannot be resisted. Misaka Makoto knew she didn't have the strength to continue struggling. She decided to give up. Anyway, a week would pass quickly. She just had to endure it. As for this beginning, the first question, she couldn't accept it at all. Punished in that so-called Sister Pao title. It was simply a double judgment. Sister Pao, the name of the young girl nowadays, is really bold, Jiraiya commented on the side. This made Misaka Makoto's breathing, which had calmed down a bit, become heavy again. Old pervert, can you not randomly call people sister? And stop giving random names. Misaka Makoto said with a face full of resentment. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't fight back, if it weren't for the fact that fighting wasn't allowed here, she would have wanted to teach him how to properly address a high school girl. Aren't you also randomly giving me names? Besides, I'm not old. Don't call me old man, Jiraiya said, looking smug. Misaka Makoto almost threw up, her face full of disdain. She then turned to look at Kyle. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and release the next question. Now, Misaka Makoto looked like she was about to go crazy and give up on treatment, although she wanted to earn rewards. The things here were harder to obtain than she had imagined. This was too abnormal. Looking at Kyle, Misaka Makoto's face was full of resentment. Then let's move on to the next question. Kyle didn't pay much attention, because the next question was also about her. A screen popped up directly. This immediately caught Misaka Makoto's attention. Is there a screen right from the start? And on the screen, it showed her walking with a girl who looked exactly like her. They were talking about something. What is going on? Misaka Makoto looked at the scene in front of her, feeling a bit shaky. Is this scene real? Who are they? Two people with identical appearances and outfits appeared. This was something that was hard for anyone to accept. Twins? Clones? Shadow clones? Doflamingo and Jiraiya on their side analyzed. Do you also have shadow clones over there? Chatting with your own shadow clone? How boring. This situation was nothing in the ninja world. I don't have any twins, and I definitely don't have any shadow clones. Misaka Makoto kept her eyes glued to the screen. At this moment, the question also appeared. Multiple choice question. Who is the Misaka Makoto in the scene with? 1. Misaka Makoto's twin sister. 2. The illegitimate child of Misaka Makoto's mother, trying to claim their mother. 3. The clone of Misaka Makoto from the laboratory. 4. A special ability, user using ability transformation. Reward, heart network. Punishment, electric shock for a month, stackable. Looking at the question in front of her, Misaka Makoto's mood was getting worse. Each option really made her want to explode. And that reward and punishment. Another electric shock, and it even kindly tells me it will stack. How shameless. What is the heart network? Looking at the reward, Misaka Makoto could only find a little consolation in it. The heart network is the power to sense the surrounding aura, allowing one to detect enemies outside of sight or further predict the opponent's movements. In the pirate world, it is called the heart network, a form of mind reading, or one could say the power of hearing. Kyle directly extracted the system's explanation and displayed it for everyone to see. The heart network is actually just observation hockey. It's just slightly different, perhaps due to the different techniques used in each place. Whether this ability is useful or not depends on the person. It's like a dialect. Heart network, the power of hearing. Misaka Makoto looked at this ability introduction, feeling that this power was somewhat impressive. Mind reading? Predicting moves? It seemed like she could do it again. Has something from our world also been rewarded? Doflamingo remarked upon seeing the reward. He certainly knew that this system had brought many things from somewhere into their world. Many rewards were already with Kyle. However, no one paid attention to him. After hesitating for a moment, Misaka Makoto made her choice. Among the 4 options, she ultimately chose the clone. I choose the clone. Although she didn't know who created her clone, it just felt that way to her. The idea of an illegitimate child or transformation didn't seem likely. As for twins, such a glitch thing, she felt it wouldn't happen to her. She had never heard of any sister who went missing when she was little. Taking a day off. Not feeling well. Chapter 134. The Impure Guatai Clone. In Misaka Makoto's view, the answer could only be this. Congratulations, you don't have to experience electric shock for a month. As soon as Misaka Makoto made her choice, Kyle also provided the answer. With the confirmation of the submitted information, Misaka Makoto felt her body stiffen for a moment. Soon, she felt something was off around her. The sensation of manipulating electricity. Misaka Makoto originally wanted to ask something more, but she was affected by the sudden ability. In this space, even if she didn't look, it felt like everyone completely entered her line of sight. This state lasted for several seconds and soon ended. She felt she could enter that state at any time. Is that the heart network? Misaka Makoto wasn't foolish and quickly realized what that thing was. Of course, you sensed it, right? Kyle naturally knew about Misaka Makoto's state just now. Even Doflamingo could feel the sensation of being spied on earlier. Heart network. Misaka Makoto's expression was serious. Entering the state again felt very wonderful, as if everything around her had come alive. It seemed like everyone was ready to act at any moment, and she could predict those situations. Is it a sensing ability? Jiraiya was also very interested in this ability. Unfortunately, he hadn't answered any questions just now, so he didn't have a chance. And when talking to the young girl, he probably wouldn't even need to speak. He would be retorted immediately. What was that clone about? Was it some kind of research in Academy City? After researching her newly acquired abilities, Mikoto Misaka shifted her attention to the clone of herself that had just appeared. Although it was just a clone, it still garnered her significant attention. After all, this clone was created using her genetic information. Who knows what someone might do with them? Unforgivable. There was still no news about the use of clones, and she, the original, knew nothing. Mikoto Misaka was very displeased. Moreover, her genetic information, as one of the few LV5S in Academy City, had always been a secret. To have it directly acquired by some laboratory was unsettling. After returning, she had already decided to investigate the situation. Based on the little footage she had seen, the clone might have already appeared. It just hadn't encountered her yet. But first, she needed to understand the situation. That meant asking the system. Kyle gave a perfunctory response, not saying much more due to Misaka Makoto's petite frame. Ask the system? Mikoto could sense that the man in front of her was hard to talk to, especially with his dismissive attitude. He should have known something, after all. She had originally wanted to ask more questions, but at that moment, the footage began to play. It started under a tree. Across the road, Mikoto Misaka encountered a clone of herself wearing a strange headpiece with lenses. Seeing someone who looked exactly like her in appearance, attire, height, and even her petite figure shocked the Mikoto in the footage. This was not just a casual resemblance. Who are you? Who are you? Mikoto Misaka questioned. Meow clone. Huh? She had initially prepared for a possible danger or some strange words from the other party, but the sudden meow left the Mikoto in the footage momentarily stunned. The Mikoto in the system space was also taken aback. This clone doesn't seem very smart. Watching the other party's blank expression, Mikoto Misaka felt very displeased. At the same time, she made a judgment. Meow? What does that mean? Is that my name? Is the other party not speaking Japanese? Or is it the name of some strange organization? Or did I mishear? Mikoto Misaka was filled with various doubts, and her mind was flooded with guesses. The clone in front of her provided a response. That sound is made by a four-legged creature when it is in danger, the clone said emotionlessly. Mikoto then noticed a cat in the tree, a small black cat. A cat? Earlier, when passing by here, she had seen a human baby in a car. And when she used her electricity to open the window, it seemed to scare the cat, causing it to run up the tree and become trapped. It looked very dangerous. Mikoto explained this tirelessly. The Mikoto clone responded, "Is this my clone? And is it necessary to say such things now?" The Mikoto in the system space held her forehead in frustration. She had a bit of a headache. Naturally, her other self questioned, saying that such talk was pointless. Clone technology, it seems your technology is quite advanced. This clone has such intelligence. I just wonder how much power it can exert. So, little girl, do you have this technology? Perhaps we can make a trade. They should be related to you, right? Doflamingo casually interjected from the side. He was also uncertain whether Mikoto Misaka had such abilities, but saying something was not a big deal. The fact that the other party had cloned someone with this technology surely had some connection. It wasn't just Doflamingo. Larger powers in the pirate world were also interested. However, they were somewhat cautious, as such matters were difficult to obtain. They could only give up. Meanwhile, Germa 66. Vinsmo Katakuri was quite interested as he looked at the lake's surface, also observing Kyle's situation. If given the chance, he wanted Kyle to try trading technology with people from other worlds, rather than just being a bystander like a salted fish. In Katakuri's view, Kyle was wasting this system space. Even if he couldn't bring back things from other worlds, the technology might still have a chance. As long as it was recorded, conquering it on their side was only a matter of time. Next time, he definitely had to mention this to him. Believing he had a significant connection with Kyle, Katakuri would not miss such an opportunity. He was just waiting for Kyle and the others to return. In the chat area, many people were chatting and spamming comments. Katakuri looked at this scene and only smiled coldly. The others could only observe and spam. He was now able to contact the system administrator. While the people in the pirate world were lost in their thoughts, inside the system space, Mikoto Misaka was already going crazy. After the strange sequence of events, why did she have to cooperate in saving this little cat? And why was she being stepped on? And what about the other party's reference to Misaka and sister? It seemed to indicate a very familiar relationship. Seeing her other self going crazy in the footage, the Mikoto in the system confirmed that she didn't recognize this person. Yet the other party seemed very familiar with her. So you are my clone? Yes. You really are straightforward. The rapidly jumping dialogue in the footage left Mikoto Misaka silent. The lack of fear from the clone, who had no idea about her original, coming to cause trouble was unsettling. For this organization, which had obtained her genetic information and even created a clone, Mikoto Misaka was extremely wary. You are definitely not an experimenter. That's a prohibited question. That's a prohibited matter. One by one, her questions were all refused to be answered. Wanted to be harsh, looking at her clone that looked exactly like her, but was very weak. Mikoto Misaka hesitated. In the end, the Mikoto in the footage could only follow the other party's actions. The Mikoto in the system space watched the footage and felt a bit excited. She had thought that once the other party admitted to being a clone, it would be over. But then there were some rapidly passing shots. During her pursuit, she suddenly thought of a question. Sisters? This clone can't possibly have many others, right? 5? 10? Mikoto Misaka felt a headache seeing this situation in the system space. Who would be so bored as to replicate so many clones of her? Is this supposed to send a wife to the people of Academy City? If so, she shouldn't be used as a template. It would be better if it weren't that blonde LV5 person, right? Damn it, it's one thing to copy my clone, but to copy so many. I will definitely beat you up when I find you. Misaka Mikoto felt various frustrations in her heart. Meanwhile, the scene continued. A passing ice cream uncle, who had a story, gave him ice cream after a quarrel. There was also Misaka Mikoto's clone ordering ahead after finishing the ice cream. Is this really my clone? Why is it like this? It looks so cute and silly. Shouldn't it be a bit darker? Wanting to kill me or replace me or something? Misaka Mikoto looked at the silly clone inside, even curious about everything around it. It seemed interested in anything, still a foodie, eating what belonged to her and bullying her. It even shamelessly started ordering. What is this about needing something hot after eating something cold? Just because she looks like that doesn't mean her standards for black tea aren't high. That pretentious and cute demeanor really made it seem like she had a younger sister. If it wasn't just her illusion. Speaking of black tea, it even ordered milk tea later on, which made Misaka Makoto want to complain. If she had such high standards for black tea, shouldn't she be drinking pure black tea? The milk tea here is delicious, and by the way, the strawberry cake is also good, Misaka straightforwardly evaluated. On the city road at night, the two who looked like twins walked together. Meanwhile, Misaka Makoto's clone appeared relaxed. In contrast, the original was already tired and impatient. When are you going back? I forgot to mention, due to the upcoming experiment, I won't be returning to the facility. It's your freedom to follow, but you won't be able to see the creator of Misaka. The clone of Misaka Makoto said. This made the Misaka Makoto in the system space feel like she did something foolish. At the same time, she felt quite foolish herself. Watching herself make a fool of herself here was indeed a very peculiar scene. It made her want to complain. Why didn't you say that earlier? Because you didn't ask, Misaka said defiantly. The dialogue scenes were really like those of real sisters. This made the Misaka Makoto in the system space endure her displeasure of being created as a clone. After observing the previous scenes, at least this clone in front of her had no intention of wanting to kill her. Moreover, it was quite cute. It was supposed to be that way, but the next scene made her a bit embarrassed. The Gwadai badge accidentally fell to the ground. After the Misaka Makoto in the scene picked it up, she put on the clone, indicating that it was very suitable, and praised it. But this directly made the clone wave its hands repeatedly. Misaka felt speechless about the original Misaka's taste. That continuous waving of hands made the Misaka in the system change her expression. It's normal for a little girl to like such toys. I have a lot of them, you know. Want to become my family. Even if we can't go to other worlds, we can still keep in touch. Doflamingo has never given up on contacting other worlds. If there's a chance, just say a few more words. It doesn't cost anything. How good could your taste as a big firebird be? At such an age, still dressed in such a special trendy way. Is that a special outfit in your world? Misaka Makoto commented. She was really displeased with the other person's comments about her Gwadai. Clearly, Gwadai is so cute. Yet no one loves it. It feels so out of place. Feeling blue and mushroom. If she could meet someone who likes Gwadai, then there would definitely be a chance to become her lifelong partner. Aren't frogs supposed to be cute? I particularly like frogs and toads. I have a lot of big. Jiraiya suddenly spoke up. He was speaking the truth. As someone who often interacts with amphibians, he was very interested in such things. Can I take back what I just said? Misaka Makoto thought to herself. Just thinking about it led to such bad luck. It's really terrifying. Misaka Makoto looked at the white-haired uncle. Please don't like Gwadai. That would be too insulting to Gwadai, making me want to give up on it a bit. Misaka Makoto said resolutely. But thinking of Gwadai's appearance, she felt a bit reluctant. And seeing the perverted white-haired uncle in front of her, she felt as if Gwadai's sacrifice was worth it. Gwadai became impure. Being liked by such a pervert is really... Misaka Makoto's mind was running wild. Jiraiya next to her also froze. Can the little sister speak? I'm helping you talk here. Although he did have a bit of a friendly intention, he also exposed his preferences. He didn't expect to be met with such direct rejection and that look of disgust. This handsome face of his, does he not care about his image? At this moment, Jiraiya was very suspicious of this little girl's unique appreciation for handsome guys. Just like how she liked Gwadai. Maybe in the future, she would want to find a man with a frog's head. Chapter 135, Absolute Ability User. Jiraiya's grievances and thoughts were something Misaka Makoto didn't know. If she really knew what he was thinking, she would probably consider giving him a powerful electromagnetic cannon, directly taking down this perverted uncle. The next scene was them fighting over the badge. This was her sister's first gift. If only it had been something more normal. Misaka hid her true feelings and sighed. The Misaka clone said it all out loud. This directly made Misaka Makoto explode. You just said it all. Then give it back to me. I was led into your rhythm again. I guess I should just search it online. Forget it. It's like this today. I'm leaving first. Misaka Makoto clearly gave up on this line. She planned to check elsewhere first. See you again if fate allows, sister. The Misaka clone said expressionlessly. Although she still seemed a bit reluctant, she didn't stop. The whole way was very normal. And while the Misaka Makoto in the system space was lost in thought, the scene suddenly froze. Misaka Makoto was clearly very dissatisfied with the scene stopping. But before she had a chance to say anything, the question had already come. Fun multiple-choice question. Which experimental program is the Misaka Makoto clone in the video currently participating in? 1. Mass Production LV5 Ability User Program. 2. Absolute Ability User Evolution Program. 3. Physical Doll Mass Production Program. 4. Ability Body Crystal Experiment. Reward: Ability Level Up 1 level. Punishment: Continuous electric leakage for 1 month. Looking at the problem in front of her, Misaka Makoto felt that her opportunity had come. If she could obtain rewards to enhance her abilities, that would be the best. If her calculations were off, she could still figure out what the plan was later. At most, it would just be a power leak. Feeling her not-so-comfortable body right now, Misaka Makoto still forced herself to adapt. It had already been a week of discomfort. If she made a mistake, it would take another month. Her gaze focused on each plan above. Misaka Makoto's eyes moved slightly between the first and third options. Creating clones. There must be a connection between these two plans. And thinking about how someone wanted to create a large number of LV5 Esper users, and that this person was herself, Misaka Makoto felt annoyed. As for the third option, she felt there shouldn't be that many perverts. What kind of mass-produced inflatable doll would target a middle school student like her? Although she knew she was quite famous at school, it shouldn't be to that extent. Isn't the answer obvious? It must be the first one. She felt that her questions were very simple. Doflamingo beside her spoke up. The others didn't say much upon hearing this. Misaka Makoto, however, directly made her choice. Since it had come to this point, there was no point in being indecisive. Given the current situation, she could only rely on luck. I choose the mass production LV5 Esper experiment plan, Misaka Makoto stated directly. She was eager to know the answer. The system didn't waste her time either. After making the choice and executing it, the result was unfortunately incorrect. Incorrect? Misaka Makoto just started to speak when she already saw the situation displayed on the screen. The correct answer was the Absolute Ability Evolution Plan. The Absolute Ability Evolution Plan? Misaka Makoto never expected this. What does it have to do with this plan? Even if she could endure that perverted doll plan, this absolute ability, without her needing to ask, the system kindly provided an announcement. The Absolute Ability Evolution Plan was developed through precise calculations by the tree diagram designer. Among the 7 Espers, level 5, in Academy City, only the top-ranked accelerator had the chance to evolve into an Absolute Ability user, level 6. But it required more than 250 years of general course training to evolve into an Absolute Ability user, level 6. Since there was no way to allow a person to live for 250 years, the tree diagram designer found another method, which was to use real combat to promote the growth of abilities, preparing specific battlefields and allowing the battles to proceed according to plan to control the direction of ability growth in real combat. According to the calculations of the tree diagram designer, as long as 128 battlefields were prepared and the railgun, Misaka Makoto, was killed 128 times, Accelerator could evolve into an Absolute Ability user, level 6. However, because it was impossible to prepare 128 railguns, the experiment targeted the sisters from the concurrent mass production Esper plan. Since the abilities of the mass-produced sisters were less than one of the original railguns, equivalent to level 2, according to the calculations of the tree diagram designer, as long as 20,000 battlefields and 20,000 sisters were prepared, the same goal could be achieved. The purpose of the experiment was to arrange 20,000 battles, allowing Accelerator to digest these battles according to the plan. An Esper's skills could be enhanced in battle, and the ultimate goal of the experiment was to control the growth direction of the skills, allowing Accelerator to evolve from a level 5 Esper to an Absolute Ability user. System information kept popping up. As Misaka Makoto looked at this so-called Absolute Ability Evolution plan, her entire expression turned sour. In other words, this so-called plan was to continuously kill them, although Misaka Makoto didn't want clones of herself to appear. She was extremely angry and displeased at the thought of her clones being slaughtered like pigs and sheep. At the same time, she had already made up her mind to destroy this damn plan once she returned. What absolute ability! If they wanted to play, they could do it themselves. Killing her clones, what was that? And killing her 128 times? The top level 5 accelerator. I remember you. For this guy she had never met, but only heard of, Misaka Makoto was already gritting her teeth in hatred. At that moment, the screen appeared. It was a continuation of the previous scene. Watching her clone disappear and then leave after a moment, Misaka Makoto felt that things were not looking good. Next, her clone arrived at a densely populated area and took out a guitar case from a cabinet. Let me see what you guys are really up to. Watching the other party's actions, Misaka Makoto instinctively felt something was off. And then, just as she thought, in a dark alley, the clone with the guitar case waited for a white-haired man who was the main target of this absolute ability plan, Accelerator. The current time was 8:58, and there were 2 minutes until the 9,982nd experiment began. The clone in the screen said expressionlessly. However, this statement made the original body in the system feel uncomfortable. Although the screen made it sound very simple, from this dialogue, she had already deduced what it meant. To her, this was clearly not a casually calculated number. Rather, it was the accumulated number of clones. Over 9,000 times. Was this the number of clones that had perished? Did this absolute ability plan really work? Your world is more interesting than I imagined. Doflamingo spoke up from the side. Jiraiya was also a bit interested and wanted to say something, but thinking that this little girl had a deep misunderstanding of him, he chose to remain silent and just wait to see the show. Misaka Makoto looked at that scheming guy with disgust. She wasn't a fool and could naturally tell that this guy clearly had ulterior motives for her, which is why he kept talking. She couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Right now, her eyes were only on the screen, wanted to know what had really happened. Watching in the alley, as the time reached 9 o'clock. Time, 9 o'clock, the 9,982nd experiment begins. The battle began, and the clone pulled out a firearm hidden in the guitar case and started shooting. However, this thing was completely ineffective. To Accelerator, it was like child's play. After a series of shots, when the clone was forced into a dangerous situation and started to flee, it even discarded the firearm, attracting Accelerator to chase her all the way to an open area. Ha! Run, run. The further you run, the longer you'll live. Accelerator walked leisurely, as if playing with a mouse. This was a deadly chase game. If I caught up, the game would be over. Too slow, haha. Seemingly impatient, Accelerator stomped his foot to initiate an attack, directly sending the Misaka clone flying. You don't have time to sleep now, get up. Is it already over? Are you already broken? Hey, is it really going to end like this? How boring. Can you really become LV6 like this? This is a one-sided slaughter. Even Accelerator finds it extremely dull. In the end, although Misaka used her calculation abilities to lead Accelerator to the landmines, she had previously buried and detonated them. Unfortunately, the power of this attack was completely useless against Accelerator. Such a pity. All your calculations came to nothing. At this moment, Accelerator wore a slightly sinister smile. He directly caught the Misaka clone, grabbing one of her thighs. Then, with a rip, blood splattered everywhere. The electric currents from Misaka Makoto in the system space also splattered out. She was losing control. Moreover, due to the electric leakage, the others around her moved away from that area. Fortunately, everyone here had their own means and strength. Otherwise, being electrocuted by this railgun would be quite uncomfortable. Damn it, I must kill you. Misaka Makoto was filled with extreme hatred towards the white-haired figure on the screen. Although she had thought about making the clone disappear, seeing the scene where they communicated earlier and watching her being directly ripped apart made her feel uncomfortable. Enough. I'll set you free. Watching the Misaka clone in the scene, who was finally smashed to death by Accelerator while holding a Gakata medal, made Misaka Makoto's eyes turn a bit red. This clone, who looked just like her sister, although she was extremely annoying and completely disobedient, moved her deeply at this moment. Although she disliked the appearance of her clones, there was nothing she could do about it, as long as they didn't affect her. She would insist that they all die. The only ones at fault were those who misused her genes. These clones were innocent. They were created without knowing anything and were discarded after being used. Today's experiment ended with quite a commotion. What would happen next was their business. She didn't know if they would clean up well. Forget it, it's not my concern. The scene didn't stop. Accelerator continued talking to himself. The next moment, a figure appeared, followed by an electric current that almost struck his body. Me? Misaka Makoto looked at the person who appeared. From the power of the attack, she could basically confirm it was not a clone, but the real her. Did her inside find the information? Kill him. At this moment, Misaka Makoto rarely wanted to kill someone, and the version of her in the scene was indeed doing just that. But soon she felt something was wrong. No matter the attack, everything was blocked. I see. I said it was a bit different from the original agreement. This power, it's the original version, right? Those clone guys were just substitutes for you. So, if I fight you, the progress can be reduced significantly, right? Just in time. I was getting a bit tired of this. Why? Why participate in something like this? With your strength, no one could force you to do anything, right? Misaka Makoto angrily questioned. She immediately asked why they were participating. Of course, it was to gain absolute power, not LV5, nor the strongest in the academy. Not that boring stuff, but to ensure that no one would dare challenge my absolute power, my invincible strength. You're also LV5, you should understand, right? Just for that reason? What absolute power, invincible power? Just because of such things, you killed her. Listening to the other party's reasoning, Misaka Makoto could not accept it at all. In the end, the enraged Misaka Makoto unleashed her most powerful attack, the railgun. But the effect, however, that railgun was instantly fired at close range, but was directly reflected back. She even felt a bit caught off guard, as if she might be taken down accidentally. The gap in strength between the two sides made Misaka Makoto's body stiffen for a moment. Is this LV5 first? People had always said the other party was LV5 first. But she didn't care much. She felt that even if she was a bit weaker, it would be by much. But now, seeing this scene, she only felt that the gap was enormous, even to the point of being insurmountable. At this moment, she even felt that the version of herself in the scene was about to be taken down. Chapter 136. Computer parts don't say such harsh things. Don't portray me as a murderer. I only killed a replica that could be generated by a button. Why are you stiff? Oh, I'm so sorry. That was your trump card, wasn't it? You're also LV5. I didn't expect you to disappoint me so much. Now it's my turn to move. Although looking at you, there's not much to expect. At least let me have a little fun, garbage. Still not fully recovered from a shock. Misaka Makoto had regained her senses. Accelerator had already stepped forward. This made the Misaka Makoto in the system's space grit her teeth at this scene. The next moment, it made her widen her eyes. Although she had been prepared, looking at the group of identical figures in front of her, the hatred in her eyes couldn't be concealed. Please wait. An unexpected situation may cause deviations beyond the simulation, Misaka warned. Misaka's voice came out in the scene. Everyone on site saw it. The one who was a template copy. Is this what they call a clone? Watching this scene, the people present were quite interested in this technology. White Zetsu. Obito thought of White Zetsu when looking at these guys. White Zetsu also had many clones, making it hard for him to distinguish and deal with. This indeed posed a problem. If he could also create a bunch of clones to help him, that would be great. Especially since his sister was LV5, the margin of error in combat was enormous. Not to mention shortening the experimental time. It could even lead to the risk of experimental collapse. Additionally, Misaka had made adjustments to cooperate with subsequent experiments, and changing the plan was very challenging. Misaka attempted to persuade her. I understand. I was just teasing her a bit. Stop playing your little word chain game. It's really disgusting. One-Way Passage waved his hand. He appeared quite impatient with a newly emerged Misaka clone. He had no fear of these guys, whom we didn't know how many times he had killed. He was completely uninterested. Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself yet. Your clone has helped me quite a bit, so I should thank you. I am One-Way Passage. Please take care of me. He walked towards Misaka Makoto, leaning close to her and speaking softly. That voice was so pleasant it almost felt like it could make one's ears pregnant. After leaving that remark, he departed from the spot, leaving a large group of Misaka Makoto behind. The clones 9,995 to 10,007 were quickly clearing the tracks, while the original Misaka Mikoto looked on, seemingly unconcerned. It's so strange. Why would you cooperate with such a plan? You're also human, right? You're alive, right? You will be killed for such a nonsensical thing. Why? What is the purpose of this? Misaka Mikoto, on the verge of collapse, asked one question after another, and she got her answers. The Misaka clones were merely imitation products created for the sake of the plan, artificial bodies and hearts, experimental animals worth an average of 180,000 yen. Experimental animals. This was the self-evaluation of so many clones. That's how it is, then I shall take my leave, sister. Leaving that final remark, the Misaka clone seemed to have other matters to attend to, and the scene came to an end here. In the system's space, Misaka Mikoto looked at the disappearing image, remaining silent. What is this? She had imagined countless scenarios in which clones might appear. She never expected it to turn out like this. Experimental animals worth an average of 180,000 yen? What a joke. Academy City. Why would there be such experiments? Unforgivable. Her mind was filled with various thoughts and helplessness. In the end, Misaka Mikoto showed no signs of hiding her anger. After returning, she would definitely make sure these people would not have it easy. Those in the system space didn't say much more, mainly because they were separated by a world. Even if they wanted to do something, the chances were slim, and it would raise alarms, especially with Jiraiya, that old pervert. It was probably useless to say anything now. Hey, manager, is there anything else? Just say it all. Misaka Mikoto's voice had changed. It was somewhat cold. At this moment, she had clearly accepted the situation in the system space. Whether it was knowing what was happening on their side or gaining other abilities, it was a good thing for her. At least now, she wouldn't end up like her counterpart in the image, knowing nothing and ultimately being dealt with, leaving only that one leg, that one who kept calling her sister. The final scene of death was something she would always imprint in her mind. Next question. Seeing the sullen-faced Misaka Mikoto, Kyle didn't waste any time. Fun multiple-choice question. Which of the following characters is referred to as LV6 Absolute Ability User? 1. Satoruko. 2. Misaka Mikoto. 3. Shirai Kuriko. 4. Hatsushiro Shiri. Reward. LV6 experience card for 1 day. Penalty. Continuous electric leakage for 1 month. Absolute Ability User? Misaka Mikoto looked at the question and sighed. Her eyes widened. She originally wanted to see who had such an ability, but instead, she saw familiar names. These were all her friends, but she had never heard of them possessing LV6 abilities. Was this question wrong, or was it based on the future? Misaka Mikoto asked directly. If it was based on the future, then perhaps there would be things she didn't know. But if it wasn't the future, was someone among her friends hiding something? Moreover, what was the relationship between absolute ability users and the absolute evolution plan? Thinking of this, Misaka Mikoto became unhappy again. She had just learned such bad news. And now another one came. No matter who among these people had a problem, it was not a good thing for her. Why was it like this again? Hint. Fun quiz. This is not the future. No need for Kyle to operate further. The screen directly popped up with a hint. This. Fun quiz? Misaka Mikoto recalled her previous situation where she was called Canon's sister. So LV6 is just fake. Thinking of this, she finally felt relieved. It's not that she didn't want them to gain power, she just didn't want them to be related to that absolute evolution plan. If that's the case, they would definitely have conflicts. Satoruko, Shirai Kuriko, Hatsushiro, or herself. She scanned each name once. Misaka Mikoto doubted herself for a moment. But this thing seemed to have no basis at all. If it was based on strength, she was definitely the closest. But she had a gut feeling that it definitely wasn't her. Otherwise, it shouldn't be a fun quiz. Even Kuriko wasn't it. Later, Misaka Mikoto's gaze lingered on the names of Satoruko and Hatsushiro. I choose Satoruko. There was nothing to be conflicted about. If I guess wrong, I guess wrong. At worst, it's just electric leakage. She's already been leaking electricity for so long. She didn't care about continuing. After all, it was the same. Satoruko, congratulations. Your answer is correct. Kyle didn't say much else and directly announced the result. This made Misaka Mikoto look at him in disbelief. Really, Ruko? Why is she LV6? Absolute ability user? Misaka Mikoto clearly didn't believe it. even if it was just a question. Just look. The screen quickly appeared, still in a display screen-like place. Looking at the display on the screen, there was also a small shadow next to it. Misaka Mikoto already had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the image showed Sadaruko. Even she, Kuriko, and Hatsushiro were there. The four of them were shopping together. And when Sadaruko appeared, she greeted Hatsushiro with updraft. As Sadaruko used her ability, a barrage of comments flashed by LV6 ability user, LV6 updraft ability. Unfortunately, she couldn't fly high enough. Sniper report color. Report, sir, this is white. Very good, Yoshi. Strange words appeared one by one, quickly flooding the screen, leaving Misaka Mikoto confused. Everyone else on site felt the same way. They thought a master of LV6 would show up. But is this it? Just playing around? They can take on countless opponents like this, continuously fighting, no matter how many come. Is LV6 the lowest level? But remembering Misaka Mikoto's previous situation, something fell off. Watching the obscured screen slowly disappear, Misaka Mikoto regained her senses slightly. This is LV6? Right, the rising air current. Damn. Misaka Mikoto sensed malice. She didn't know who was watching them in Academy City. If they could see this screen, what about other times? What about when she's taking a shower? Were they being monitored in the bathhouse too? Misaka Mikoto suddenly thought of the experiments she needed to clean up as if it had gone from 1 to 2. Absolutely unforgivable. This kind of LSP. It would be better to deal with it quickly. With various thoughts in her mind, 1,000 words turned into one sentence. Where's my reward? It's already on you. Kyle reminded her. Misaka Mikoto then pulled out a strange card from her skirt. Once she confirmed its use, it could unleash power, but temporarily. It would last for a day at most before disappearing. Kyle introduced this thing. At the same time, the usage method had already appeared in Misaka Mikoto's mind. The power of LV6. Misaka Mikoto felt it was incredibly unbelievable. The power everyone in Academy City was concerned about was just in this card. She could use it any time? Just like that? This could be considered good news at least. She would be more confident against that one for all. After seeing herself being instantly killed by Hanmin Tanuki before, Misaka Mikoto still felt a bit uneasy. Now, LV6. Misaka Mikoto felt a surge of confidence. She could win. The power of an absolute ability user. Next question. Fun multiple choice question. What is Shirai Kuriko's computer accessory in the image? 1. Computer accessory. 2. Medicine for treating special diseases. 3. Gene serum for enhancing power. 4. Aphrodisiac that makes Misaka Mikoto swoon. Reward. Gene potion to upgrade from LV4 to LV5. Punishment. Confess to Shirai Kuriko on site in Academy City. Kyle glanced at the question and announced it directly. This made Misaka Mikoto, who was still focused on her card, feel something was off. She quickly saw the question. As the question appeared, the footage they were watching had already started playing. It repeated twice. A very familiar place, with a sense of DJVU. They had experienced it before. This was their dorm, and Sadanaka Ruko and Shokuho Misaki were present. The intercom bell rang outside. Is this Shirai Kuriko's room? You have a package. What is it? It says computer accessory. The footage played several times in succession. The dialogue and their arguments in the dorm were all exposed, making Misaka Mikoto furious. This was a blatant invasion of their privacy. However, regarding the question, she felt it was very simple. I choose 4. Misaka Mikoto gritted her teeth as she answered. She obviously couldn't get this question wrong. Plus, it was already so obvious. They said it was a computer accessory, so it was basically impossible. Are they still playing this kind of game? These young girls really know how to have fun. Jiraiya commented from his side. Not just this girl, the one called Kuriko in the footage also knew how to play. Maybe Kuriko is read as pervert. She could be compared to Lord Jiraiya. Of course, Shirai Kuriko's perversion is only directed at those she likes. For others, she is quite normal. Jiraiya's perversion is directed at everyone except those he likes. He can't do anything for those he likes, but he can be a wild, old lecher towards others. He only strikes hard when dealing with others. Fu. Doflamingo looked around. Misaka Mikoto was already on the verge of exploding. Regardless of whether Obito did anything, the electricity on her body had already started to shine. Pushing them back. Stop talking nonsense. Misaka Mikoto was displeased. Clearly, nothing had happened, yet they made it sound like a lot had occurred. This is entirely Kuriko's fault. Besides, nothing had happened at the time either. Just that Kuriko, suddenly recalling what happened later, Misaka Makoto couldn't help but blush. But thinking about where she was, she quickly calmed down. She didn't want to expose anything. She could only use violence and a fierce, unfriendly glare to cover her embarrassment, especially towards Jiraiya. She had given him several fierce looks, making him too scared to look in her direction. He stood obediently to the side, mainly because he had no intention of bullying a little girl. After all, she was already so unhappy and in so much pain. Jiraiya was lost in thought. Hurry up and announce the answer. Misaka Makoto didn't want to see a white-haired old pervert anymore. She looked at the administrator. Chapter 137. Doflamingo's self-destruction. The correct answer is 4, the aphrodisiac that makes Misaka Makoto swoon. Without needing to say much more from Misaka Makoto, Kyle had already instructed the system to provide the answer. Accompanied by the footage jumping, the correct answer emerged. This was something Misaka Makoto had anticipated. It had caused her trouble and even made her scrub the swimming pool. She had a very deep impression of it. The footage continued to jump. In the footage, Misaka Makoto directly asked who sent it. The unparalleled aphrodisiac company of AI and Hanfong. Why does the company name have to be mentioned? Kuriko. Why do you want to celebrate a little and by such things? It seems that to cure your perverted personality, some strong medicine is needed. Watching the footage of herself and Kuriko getting into a fight, Misaka Makoto held her head. She had some thoughts. Maybe she shouldn't give that serum to that guy. That guy, while reliable most of the time, would become a hassle if he really became LV5. An LV5 with spatial abilities would definitely be considered a very special existence in Academy City. Given that guy's perverted personality, he would probably harass her even more in the future. Feeling uncomfortable at the thought of such things happening, Misaka Makoto felt a chill run through her body. Were the computer parts aphrodisiacs? This strange knowledge had been added. Although she wasn't sure what these computer parts were, it was clear that someone was whispering in a deliberately low voice. In the next moment, Misaka Makoto shot a fierce glare at the people around her. The black history that had just been played made her feel an impulse to eliminate everyone present. However, in the end, she said nothing and did nothing. She wasn't that kind of person. Next question. Next question. Hurry up. Is there anything about me? Being discussed like this was already very unpleasant. Unable to take action, Misaka Makoto could only choose to run away. She hoped the questioning would end quickly so she could leave this place. Of course there was. Kyle glanced at the new question. The system was indeed very interested in this railgun. Fill in the blank. Besides Satan Ruko, which other existence in Academy City is jokingly referred to as an LV6 ability user? Reward. 1-day LV6 experience card. Punishment. To return to Academy City, one must endure a mini-lightning tribulation. Had this question appeared just now? Misaka Makoto was at a loss for words. Wasn't it mentioned earlier that Satan Ruko was some kind of LV6? This answer shouldn't be a serious one. There was something similar. Kyle replied directly, but this time it was a different person. Even Kyle had to recall a bit for this question. It was probably that guy. Combining the images that had just stopped disappearing and the possible follow-ups, he could still guess it. But Misaka Makoto wasn't so sure. There were so many LV6S in your Academy City, and they were all absolute ability users. There couldn't be such people everywhere, right? Living in a world where late-game strong characters are treated like dogs, Jiraiya muttered cluelessly. Shut up, perverted old man. Now Jiraiya had regressed from being an uncle to an old man. That made him feel completely deflated. Meanwhile, Misaka Makoto was considering her answer. To be called LV6. At least it should be someone else's evaluation of them. Moreover, based on the previous individual questions, the person might still be someone close to her. Shokuho Misaki? Kuriko? For the person who had just appeared with Ruko, she directly chose to exclude them. As for the rest, she thought of that post-marriage photon in school. Or was it Shokuho Misaki? Someone she knew, someone whose name she could call out. Misaka Makoto didn't remember much about those she was slightly familiar with. Based on previous situations, it was possible to guess LV6. Various memories surfaced. She wanted to find something about Shokuho Misaki. But unfortunately, she couldn't recall anything. The other party probably didn't have that particularity. And later, while thinking, she suddenly thought of a woman who was very terrifying for them. Even Shokuho Misaki was a bit wary of her. Moreover, this woman was said to have instantaneously killed 3 LV4 ability users. Coupled with the scene of her cleaning up in the dorm with Kuriko, it was indeed possible. Was it the dorm supervisor? Misaka Makoto cautiously spoke. She actually had forgotten the woman's name. The dorm supervisor. That was how they referred to the woman. It was our dorm supervisor, right? That woman was the one who liked to grab people's heads and twist them. Misaka Makoto felt very awkward that she couldn't think of a name. If she couldn't answer the question, she might have to deal with that lightning tribulation after returning. That thing in one hall was not a good thing. It could very well be struck by lightning. Considering her ability was special, she might not be particularly afraid of this. But if it really came in large numbers or had extremely terrifying power, it would still be very troublesome for her. Looking at that guy without knowing his name, Cole didn't know what to say. A question that could have been an easy score missed. But it seemed he didn't know the name either. And according to Misaka Makoto's description, the result given by the system turned out to be passed. Not only was a reward given, but a scene was also directly presented. This made Misaka Makoto show surprise. And on the screen, it really was the dorm supervisor. Watching the dorm supervisor effortlessly twist the necks of each person in their school, including her, was shocking. Most of all, it was Kuriko, seeing the girls inside screaming. Misaka Makoto recalled the fear of being dominated by the dorm supervisor. But in the end, she still held it in. This woman, aren't all the others ability users? Was that person really an absolute ability user? Doflamingo commented on the woman in the video. In the next moment, the camera and the footage zoomed out. It was again a display-like place. Each time the dorm supervisor acted, those comments started scrolling, calling her an LV6 absolute ability user. Misaka Makoto already knew. Her title as Railgun and the situation of others were all given by these guys. Don't let me find you, or I'll definitely make you experience what Billy means. Misaka Makoto muttered unhappily, her body leaking electricity. Although she answered the question correctly, she was still very displeased. While this gave her an LV6 experience card, allowing her to do more things, it would only make it easier for her to deal with these guys when she found them. She had to educate them not to casually give other special nicknames behind their backs. This little girl had so many questions already. Was there more? After this question ended, before Misaka Makoto could speak, Doflamingo had already started to interject. It seems you can't wait. Kyle looked at him, but they still had to wait. There was no need for anyone to cut in line like this. If it weren't for the system, he still couldn't fully control it. He wouldn't need to let such people in. He would just drag them out and execute them for 3 days and nights before talking. Doflamingo's expression stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. As a powerful underground boss with strong tolerance, he naturally wouldn't be thrown off by such trivial matters. However, it was certain that he would seek revenge later. After all, the other party's attitude was already very clear. According to their situation, it was impossible for them to become good friends or partners. It was clear that this sinister guy was up to no good again. However, Kyle didn't pay much attention to it and directly announced the next question. This time, it wasn't a question he intentionally gave. It was genuinely the turn of Doflamingo. This made Misaka Makoto breathe a sigh of relief, but also a bit dissatisfied. If only she could enhance her abilities or gain more information and clues. That would have been even better. Doflamingo looked at the question and fell silent for a moment. He wanted to test the waters, but looking at this question, he didn't even know whether he should answer it. Self-exposing dark history? Multiple choice. Which of the following characters killed their own father? 1. Doflamingo. 2. Straw Hat Luffy. 3. Marine Admiral Akainu. 4. Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon. Reward: 30 progress increase in a certain ability. Punishment: lose a certain ability. Looking at the question above, Doflamingo was very certain. He knew that no one else had killed their father without him knowing. Anyway, he did kill his. The question you wanted is here. Hurry up and choose. Everyone looked at Doflamingo, with Misaka Makoto urging from the side. She wanted to hurry back. Moreover, when she was answering the question earlier, the others kept bothering her. Even if a woman is small, she can hold a grudge. Killing one's own father is truly outrageous. Jiraiya looked at the question above and turned to Obito. However, thinking about his own situation, Jiraiya felt troubled. Why is this world so strange? Uchiha Obito was indifferent. He was now a man with his own goals, just waiting to free himself from Uchiha Madara. Doflamingo's face was cold. To others, it seemed he was just hesitating. But he was not struggling with any answer. He was thinking about his identity being exposed. If the situation regarding this system were to be revealed, it would probably all come out. Although many people actually knew about this, knowing a lot is different from everyone knowing. This disgusting system. Doflamingo had suspected that Kyle was setting him up, but he eventually gave up. Even if it were so what? There was nothing he could do now. With hatred towards Kyle, Doflamingo made his choice. I choose Doflamingo. Looking at Kyle, he gave his answer. Goodness, I thought you were struggling with something. In this small system space, there are only two of you. One who killed his father and one who caused the death of his master's family. You all. Jiraiya couldn't help but speak. Here, the only one who seems normal is that little girl who keeps calling him an old pervert. Justice is in the hearts of the people. The misunderstanding he faced would eventually be resolved. Old man, what can a guy who was killed by his own disciples say? Doflamingo retorted a bit, looking like he was about to argue. He was not the kind of honest person who wouldn't retort. However, Misaka Makoto felt extreme disdain for the people here. An old pervert, a father killer, and a disaster causer. Where did these weirdos come from? Hurry up and announce the answer. Don't waste time. Misaka Makoto, who was most anxious to return, urged. The earlier scene of the dormitory supervisor twisting the heads of her fellow students had stimulated her a bit. Moreover, she had nothing else to do here. She just wanted to go back, first to stop that so-called absolute ability user plan. Urging quickly, no need for others to say anything further. The answer had already emerged. The correct answer was naturally Doflamingo. Although the pirate world indeed has a lot of outrageous situations, killing one's own father or betraying one's godfather is still rare, and Doflamingo is one of them. Reward. Exposing his dark history. Doflamingo could only take some rewards to comfort himself. Hopefully, it would provide some good ability boosts. Kyle didn't waste time on his nonsense. The system had already determined it, and there was nothing to stop. A surge of energy appeared within Doflamingo's body, and he could feel his haki rapidly increasing. The most obvious was his conqueror's haki. After a few breaths, Doflamingo adapted to his situation and unleashed a powerful oppressive force, surprising everyone present except for Kyle. But it quickly passed. One could only say that this ability was still somewhat pressuring. This power. The people on site were concerned. Unfortunately, no one had any intention of introducing anything to them. Next question. Is there any? Doflamingo, having been exposed, was completely shameless. Looking at the image that appeared, depicting him killing his own father in a particularly cruel manner, even decapitating him in the end, he didn't care at all. Although this exposure would affect his reputation, this situation was just that much. Feeling the power he had just gained, Doflamingo was somewhat looking forward to the next time he would receive a reward, but also worried about whether he would need to protect himself later. If that were the case, it could indeed be a bit troublesome. Paying a price or something. Kyle didn't waste Doflamingo's words either. He quickly presented the next question. Multiple choice. Why did Doflamingo kill his father? 1. Because his father treated him poorly. 2. Because Doflamingo wanted to confirm his own capabilities. 3. Because he hated his father for announcing his departure from the Celestial Dragons, killing his father mainly to return to the Celestial Dragons. 4. Because of his mother's entrustment. Reward. 30 progress increase in a certain ability. Punishment. Lose a certain ability. Chapter 138. Doflamingo finds the answer. Why did he kill his father? What reason could there be? What could make someone want to kill their own biological father? This was something he had indeed never thought about. Although Jiraiya had no impression of his own father, he couldn't comprehend such matters at all. Was it to recognize his own capabilities? It seemed similar to someone. Obito looked at the options inside, and one of the options reminded him of someone. Of course, just thought of it, that guy has a lot of problems too. They are just using each other now. Only a lunatic would do such a thing, right? Or maybe they are simply not human, just a beast or something. Misaka Makoto made her judgment on the side. Her disgust for Doflamingo had surpassed that for Jiraiya. Jiraiya only seemed lecherous, like an old pervert, and was just rude. That Obito wasn't anything good either, but he hadn't said much since coming here, so she didn't really care. Instead, this tall guy who didn't look like a good person at all, with such an unpleasant laugh, it was strange that anyone would have a good impression of him. Damn it. Doflamingo looked around at the few people. After feeling annoyed for a moment, he spoke again. He had no right to refuse here. He knew that throwing a tantrum out of anger would only be a display of impotence. It was better to answer the questions first and get the benefits before talking. 3. I choose 3 because I hate my father for announcing his departure from the Celestial Dragons, and killing my father was mainly to return to the Celestial Dragons. Doflamingo spoke with a gloomy expression. There really was such a reason for patricide. This was too bizarre. So this was the identity of the 7 warlords. Who knows if others have other identities, like being a king or having been a slave or something. It's really possible. With the Celestial Dragons appearing, what else is impossible? In the world of One Piece, many people were buzzing about the situation in the system space. The fact that Doflamingo was once a Celestial Dragon and even killed his own father had been completely exposed. No longer was it just a small portion of people who knew. This bastard. He couldn't keep this little secret. What a waste. And that system, always causing us trouble. Hurry up and get rid of that thing. And that manager, I want him to be my slave. Useless, useless. Why aren't you making a move? You bunch of sea pigs. Beasts, capture his entire faction. I want to treat them all as slaves. A Celestial Dragon in a cheapao spoke unhappily, scolding the guard beside him. Even though the guard was bleeding from many places due to the beating, he remained respectful, not daring to act recklessly. Still maintaining a respectful smile, indicating he would complete the task. Useless, go die. And that scum, have someone bring him back. We need to judge him. Don't keep focusing on the title of Celestial Dragon. Exactly. How can he be considered a Celestial Dragon? Just a dirty little pirate. Just like his father, garbage. A brainless guy, wanting to become one of those lowly people. He deserves to die. The world government. They were indeed displeased with Doflamingo's situation. Soon, a plan for dealing with Doflamingo was put in place. This guy, let's squeeze out his last value. Doflamingo in the system space had no idea that because of his exposure, the Celestial Dragons were already thinking about him. Previously, they hadn't intended to do anything because of his identity. They also wanted to show other Celestial Dragons what the consequences of indulging in wild fantasies would be. And now, the whole world knew that there was such a traitor among the Celestial Dragons. Naturally, some Celestial Dragons didn't want to keep such a guy any longer. They were just thinking about when to deal with him. Doflamingo didn't know, and he wouldn't care even if he did. It was somewhat expected, as he was naturally clear about the character of the Celestial Dragons. What he cared about more now was the enhancement of his strength. What ability enhancement could he gain this time? Hurry up and announce the results. Doflamingo urged. Do you really think this is glorious? Looking at this guy, Cal made a sarcastic remark, but he didn't drag it out. After all, the rewards weren't given by him. Anyway, the troublesome part later wasn't his responsibility. After confirming the news, the system had already sent out the rewards. Doflamingo clearly felt that his control over the string fruit had improved a level. Although it wasn't a world apart from before, there was already a noticeable difference. He even felt that he might be able to defeat the previous 2 versions of himself. Power. Tremendous power. Along with his previous hockey strength, Doflamingo could now be said to have hit the jackpot. This feeling even made him think that killing his foolish father wasn't a bad thing at all. At least he was getting better and better. He was even considering whether he could find someone to kill him, and then gain some benefits. Even if that person was Whitebeard, it would be fine. Doflamingo, how about going to find Whitebeard? With all kinds of wild thoughts, he even had the idea of becoming Whitebeard's son. But soon his expression froze, because he saw the scene of him killing his father had been exposed. Not only that, but there were also scenes of him seeking the Celestial Dragons for profit, planning to take back what belonged to him, only to be rejected. And later, hoping that those guys would give up some good things. All of it was rejected. They even drove them away, calling them lower-class people. The expelled guys, especially some who were already at odds with their family, even caused them trouble in between. TCH, killing his own father and still being rejected. He truly deserved it. As someone who was about to be killed by his own disciple, Jiraiya had no good feelings for Doflamingo, a guy who was completely driven by self-interest. Although Doflamingo's father might have been wrong for some reason, it wasn't to this extent. Doflamingo naturally heard the words. Just this little distance, but at this moment he didn't want to say much. He remained silent with a dark face. So he shouldn't be a Celestial Dragon anymore, right? Misaka Makoto spoke up. Just because of this identity? Now he is just a pirate. Kyle chimed in. He just smiled at Doflamingo's identity and didn't care much. To Doflamingo, This felt like a huge mockery. They were all laughing at him. They hadn't even heard of it. With his eyes reddening, Doflamingo gritted his teeth. The blood vessels that had already surfaced seemed to tell others that if given the chance, he would definitely not mind killing them. Next question. Stop talking nonsense. If there are no questions left, let me leave. Doflamingo looked at the screen disappearing, and Kyle still hadn't announced the next question. He began to urge. I thought you needed a break. Being so considerate and waiting for you. Oh, right. You should know that the situation here is visible to everyone in the pirate world. Do you want to greet them? Seeing the other party's displeasure from being exposed, Kyle continued to dig at the wound. Each word felt like a knife stabbing into the other person. Just those words made Doflamingo's expression turn even darker. He wished he could directly hit Kyle with a divine bullet of holy execution to beat this guy to death. Knowing the truth, yet repeatedly reopening his scars and doing it right in front of him was like pouring salt into the wound. He had already chosen to selectively ignore other matters, yet he still insisted on speaking. Doflamingo was practically itching to eat Kyle alive. However, Kyle didn't care much. After confirming he could move on to the next question, he directly began to announce it. Multiple choice question. In the Dressrosa incident, which pirate was offered a bounty of 500 million berries by Doflamingo? 1. Straw Hat Kid Luffy. 2. Sniper King Usopp. 3. Blackbeard Teach. 4. Trafalgar Law. Reward. A 30 increase in a certain ability's progress. Punishment. Loss of a certain ability. The next question left Doflamingo momentarily speechless. This question came from a new group, 71220507. This group updates and publishes novels daily. From a new novel group, 71220507. New novel group, 71220507. It could be said to be the most difficult question for him to handle. As one of the leaders of the underground forces, he knew a lot of things. But this so-called future pertaining to certain events was troublesome. Stahlhatkit Luffy, that troublemaker, the son of Navy hero Garp, and the son of Revolutionary Army leader Dragon? In the future, he would even confront Kaido to become the Pirate King and provoke the Empress Big Mom, wearing the hat of the Emperor Shanks. His brother is the second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. This guy is really troublesome. Seeing this name, Doflamingo recalled all the troublesome identities associated with him. The Straw Hat Kid. One must say this guy appears quite frequently in this QA space. He had already noticed that many things related to this Straw Hat Kid had to do with him. He had fought all the way to the New World. Surely there would be something related to him in the future as well. After some deliberation, Doflamingo did not immediately make a choice. As for the second option, Sniper King Usopp, he had never heard of him. If such a person existed, he should be quite famous. After all, the title of Sniper King isn't something to be taken lightly. Although gunners are not as fond of challenges as swordsmen, there are still many duels between them. If someone dared to take such a title, they would certainly face numerous challenges. After all, no pirate would simply take such a title under someone else's shadow. Could it be that he only became famous later? That seemed unlikely. Doflamingo speculated and basically excluded this name. If he were really a Sniper King, he wouldn't casually provoke others. Straw Hat Kid Luffy could be considered as a backup. He had confirmed that this guy was indeed a troublemaker. Any conflicts with him leading to a fight would actually be quite normal. As for the others, Blackbeard Teach, he didn't even know whether that guy was dead or alive. In the future, he was the one who took down Whitebeard and obtained the powers of 2 devil fruits. Doflamingo was very interested in that. He had also been searching for that dark fruit, but had received no news. Just like the Straw Hat Kid, he was a backup option. As for the last one, Law, without a doubt, he was the person Doflamingo wanted to capture the most. If there was a real opportunity, he wouldn't mind spending 500 million to capture him. But that would require a chance or special circumstances. Now, based on the 4 answers, Doflamingo had basically narrowed it down. Stahlhatkit Luffy, Blackbeard and their family's traitor Law. These 3 were the most likely candidates. As for that Sniper King, he had basically ruled him out. If he hadn't eliminated him, he wouldn't be able to guess anything at the end. After some more deliberation, Doflamingo eliminated Law. He hesitated a bit and also eliminated Blackbeard. According to previous circumstances, Blackbeard entering the New World had clearly made him famous. Having the powers of 2 devil fruits, the Tremor fruit and the Dark fruit were incredibly terrifying. He wouldn't casually provoke him, nor would he issue a bounty. If there were a bounty, it certainly wouldn't be 500 million. It would definitely be more, spending a large sum to get Kaido to act or something like that. In the end, the only one left was that troublemaking straw hat kid Luffy. This guy, who loved to cause chaos, was the most likely candidate. He could have caused a ruckus in the New World and then provoked Doflamingo. He might even have run into his territory, leading to a bounty being placed on him. Doflamingo was quite clever. After a brainstorming session, he had already pieced together the situation, if we don't count the answer that he initially ruled out. Still not ready? The system space had been silent for quite a while. Seeing Doflamingo not speaking, Misaka Makoto was dissatisfied. Can you not waste your time like this? She still needed to go back to save the men and women of the world. She didn't have time to watch this annoying guy. Fufufu, are you that eager to go back? With your strength, even if you return, you would just be dealt with. There is really no need for that. How about a suggestion? Give me that gene you had in the previous scene, and next time we meet, if I research something, I'll give it to you. How about that? Doflamingo, urged on, didn't pay much attention. Instead, he was quite amused by Misaka Makoto. Now that he had already thought of the correct answer, Doflamingo was not worried at all. He had even figured out where the abilities he would gain next would increase. Both his Haki and Devil Fruit abilities had already grown. If his physical fitness and martial arts could grow a bit more, that would be even better. Of course, it would also be good if other abilities could be enhanced a bit. Moreover, he seemed to be getting the better deal. It was just a balanced development versus a special focus. For him, as long as it could enhance combat power, it was all good. He was very clear that in this world, strength was always paramount. Chapter 139, Sniper King Usopp's Gene? Hearing this, Misaka Makoto became vigilant. At the same time, she felt even more disgusted by this sleazy guy. From the beginning, she had sensed that he wasn't a good person and had serious issues. This made Misaka Makoto consider directly using her railgun on Doflamingo. Although he was as tall as a monster, she wasn't afraid at all. Did he want to test the power of an LV5 Electromaster? What a creep. What kind of celestial dragon nonsense was that? It meant nothing to her, especially for someone who had been stripped of their citizenship. They didn't even recognize you anymore. You monster who killed your own father. Misaka Makoto didn't hold back her words and directly lashed out at Doflamingo. This caused Doflamingo, who had been quite smug, to momentarily stiffen. It shouldn't have been like this. Even if the other party wanted to refuse, wouldn't it be reasonable to try and clarify the situation? Doflamingo looked at Misaka Makoto and felt that she was incomprehensible. I hope you don't regret it, little girl. If there's a chance to go to their world in the future, Doflamingo would definitely not hold back. He had high expectations for this system. He felt like he couldn't stay in this world any longer and was just thinking about when he could eliminate that annoying Kyle. He wanted to become a manager, even a master of the system, and then go to other worlds to do things. With that thought in mind, Doflamingo spoke up. Let S reveal the answer. I choose Straw Hat Kid Luffy. Before Misaka Makoto could respond, Doflamingo had already declared his choice, speaking confidently to Kyle, as if victory was already assured. Clearly, he wanted to see Kyle's displeasure while also ensuring the reward was given to him. I got it right, didn't I? Even if you've gained part of the systems abilities now, you can't act recklessly. Give me the reward. That troublemaker Straw Hat Luffy won't have the chance to cause chaos again. Doflamingo didn't care about the other party's identity, no matter how strong they were. Could they surpass him? He was a celestial dragon, even if no one acknowledged it now. But even so, he still possessed the bloodline of a celestial dragon, making him a half-celestial dragon. As long as he one day mastered great power, he wouldn't regard the 4 emperors or the Navy world government as anything. When that day came, Doflamingo seemed to see the future. He kept persuading himself that the current exposure was nothing at all. It wasn't just this world. When he had the chance to dominate other worlds, he certainly wouldn't hold back. You think too much. You're wrong. Kyle looked at the smug Doflamingo and spoke up. This guy, is his brain really working normally? Suddenly so mysteriously confident. Thinking he got it right just like that? How could that be? Among the higher-ups, the only one who could cause chaos was that Straw Hat idiot. The others had no need for it. Doflamingo's face darkened. He felt that neither Blackbeard nor Law would simply put a bounty on him. It can't possibly be that so-called Sniper King, right? A guy I've never heard of suddenly appearing out of nowhere to cause trouble for him in the new world. Doflamingo thought to himself, I can't just give any answer. As for the judgment, Kyle mocked him a bit. Even his speech had a slightly sarcastic tone, making Doflamingo grit his teeth. Before he could say anything else, he suddenly saw the system display screen provide the answer. Without having time to notice anything, an invisible force targeted his body. Hockey rapidly diminished. Hockey, my hockey? Doflamingo could feel his hockey quickly disappearing. Fortunately, it was just a method of utilizing armament hockey that was vanishing quickly. Doflamingo couldn't feel it at all. This was unbearable for him. Although his hockey couldn't compare to the monstrous existence of the four emperors, he was still among the powerful. Coupled with the previous enhancements, Doflamingo had suffered a huge loss. No matter how displeased Doflamingo was, how he begged for mercy, or even thought about cursing or attacking, he no longer had the chance to do anything. His armament hockey quickly vanished, leaving Doflamingo with a dark expression. He had fallen here. Thankfully, he had gained quite a bit before. But because of those gains, he felt even more pained and displeased. Who was it? What had they done? Doflamingo grumbled, and he didn't receive a response from Kyle. Instead, he directly got the answer given by the system. In his kingdom, a huge display screen showed content that excited everyone present. Doflamingo was somewhat surprised by the situation inside. He could see a tree person, clearly indicating this was about future events. Was there really such a person that made him wish for their death? And they had a bounty of 500 million? Was that guy really worth that much? The correct answer was Sniper King, Usopp. In the footage, a guy with a long nose, a mustache, and a head full of wild black hair appeared. The bounty of 500 million berries was quite eye-catching. A 5-star pirate. Each star represented 100 million berries, capturing a lot of attention. Doflamingo looked at the person in front of him and felt no impression at all. He wasn't a famous person. Not at all. Even in the pirate world, many were trying to confirm this guy's identity. Regardless, there was some value. In a cage on Magnet Drum Island. You really are something special in the future. 500 million berries? Sniper King? That's quite significant. Looking at the person inside, Zoro and Sanji both glanced at Usopp. Although they were comrades now, they had no intention of looking down on him. However, regarding his strength, they were still quite discerning. Not to mention 500 million berries. Even if it were 50 million, that would already be considered a lot. After all, their captain only had a bounty of 30 million. There was really no great value there. He was a big shot. For someone like Usopp, me in the future, looking at himself inside. Usopp didn't even know what to say. It couldn't be a coincidence, could it? Usopp was still thinking about struggling. A coincidence wouldn't mean they both had the same nose, right? Sanji spoke up from the side. With that look and expression, it must be you. Usopp couldn't accept it. Sanji kept hitting him hard. Although he had left here before, he chose to come back in the end. It wasn't about sharing hardships. He just knew that his family was here now. He didn't want to be outside anymore. Moreover, there were people he knew here, and leaving would make him feel uncomfortable, as if he were betraying them. That wasn't his character. Either he didn't join, or if he did, he shouldn't casually talk about quitting. Since everyone was here, they should find opportunities together. The guy won't let me go. He's a celestial dragon. Given his situation, he would definitely come after me once he left that space. I'm doomed. Warlord of the Sea, and a celestial dragon identity? A big pirate in the new world. Usopp didn't even know what to say anymore. He started mumbling for a while and quickly fell silent. Why? Why did everything turn out this way? Was it something the future him did? He didn't even know anything, and it just ended up like this? Usopp's future is so impressive, 500 million. But I will become even stronger. The Straw Hat Kid Luffy doesn't have much strength, but he still managed to speak up. Although his tone was weak, it was enough for everyone around to hear. On one hand, he acknowledged Usopp, and on the other, it proved that he hadn't given up yet. What to say? Let's think about leaving first. And you, what are you afraid of? This place isn't that easy to get into. If that Doflamingo guy comes in, just let them fight with the manager. That guy's attitude towards pirates is very unfriendly. Sanji quickly spoke from the side. Will he take action? He probably will. Usopp asked and answered himself. No matter what, this is his territory. If pirates come here causing trouble, the other side definitely won't just watch. So as long as he stays here, there won't be any danger. Yoshi, I will never leave this place for the rest of my life. Fortunately, there's food, drink, and a master here. Everything is good. There are also people to protect him, so there's no need to run away. With all these thoughts, Usopp even started to consider giving up on going to sea. At that moment, a little girl in the East Blue looked at the very mature Usopp on the screen and felt a bit excited. Next to her was a butler who looked like a sheep, trying to persuade her, but the girl completely ignored him. On a pirate ship in the New World, after dodging some Navy fleets, the people on board became lively. Some saw the situation on the screen and shouted, "Yasopp, that guy is your son, right? That nose, you said before, is completely different from yours. Ha ha, Sniper King, what a boastful name. He won't end up beating you down later, right? That's hilarious. I can't beat my son. I'm dying of laughter. You abandoned him and went to sea. Maybe he won't even recognize you. And if he finds out, he might give you a good beating. Ha ha, that's true. Yasopp, you better get ready to be beaten. Cheers to Yasopp getting beaten up. Ha ha. The atmosphere on the pirate ship was very good. Everyone was joking around and then found an excuse to start drinking. What reason didn't matter anymore. Cheers was the way to go. You guys, a curly-haired man with a long gun on his back, a rugged uncle face, and a wide mouth grinning. While watching his companions joke, he drank straight from his cup. He wasn't worried about whether he would get beaten by his son. He looked on with great satisfaction. If that day really comes, he looks forward to it. Usopp, I'm waiting for you. Although he is his biological son, Yasopp had no intention of giving up. Yasopp, I received news before that your son has been captured, and he has already joined that guy Luffy's crew. They don't have a future now. Ben Beckman suddenly thought of something. He had wanted to say it when he got the news earlier. But the New World has been very chaotic lately, and there was no opportunity. This situation caused a delay. Yasopp was stunned for a moment. That guy Luffy was captured too? Captain, what are you going to do? Yasopp wasn't in a hurry. After receiving the news, he looked at Shanks, not worried at all about his son. Although they weren't in any danger now, it was impossible to go to sea. Ben Beckman continued. He had already received news of no danger, so he had been very calm. If it weren't for this, they would have turned back to the Grand Line long ago. They might even directly send out threat messages to make sure they wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Luffy was also captured. Hee hee, what's a reason to stop a man from going to sea? Let's go, bring them back to the sea. Shanks looked at Yasopp and without hesitation started to speak. Oh, the crowd responded with a cheer. When there were things to do, they were naturally interested. Even if it was going to the Grand Line, to that place called the Island of Joy, they wouldn't mind. Moreover, this time it was to help a teammate rescue his son, and that captain who gave his hat to the little Luffy. This guy can't be left for too long, or else there will be problems. Thank you, Captain. Yasopp took his drink to Shanks' side and started pouring. What nonsense are you talking about? Drink, drink, drink. Ha ha. Shanks also drank heartily. While drinking, someone was already maneuvering the pirate ship to set sail, heading towards the Grand Line to Magnetic Drum Island. Although they might encounter those Navy again, there was no other choice. They hadn't fought for a while, and they weren't worried about the Navy. They just didn't want to kill those guys recklessly. Of course, they also didn't want anything following them all the time. That's why they ran away to make sure they couldn't catch up. As for now, sailing after drinking was no problem. If they were discovered, so be it. In the end, they would still shake them off. Whether it's this pirate ship or their navigators and talents, they are much stronger than individual Navy warships. At most, some ship-mounted weapons might be better than the pirate ship. As for the rest, it's fundamentally incomparable. One is a unique ship, and the other is mass-produced. The things are definitely different. However, the so-called weapons and various high-powered attacks are just jokes in the eyes of the red-haired pirates. The cannonballs didn't even touch the ship. They were blown up directly in various ways. Chapter 140. The Childlike Fruit. System Master? How is that possible? This guy with the long nose, looking like a fool, is here to make us laugh? Doflamingo still thought about what kind of person this so-called Sniper King was. As a result, in this popped-up scene, the long-nosed guy looked quite pleased with himself. This guy clearly doesn't seem like a powerful individual just by appearance. Perhaps one cannot determine strength merely by looks, but that aura and imposing presence can be felt quite obviously. That smug look has no redeeming qualities at all. Doflamingo clearly cannot accept reality, but Cal doesn't care whether he accepts it or not. Anyway, the matter has already been settled. Multiple choice in the Dressrosa incident. What is Doflamingo's purpose for putting a bounty on Sniper King Usopp? 1. Because an important family member was killed, he plans to take revenge. 2. Jealous of Sniper King Usopp's title, he intends to cause trouble for him. 3. Because Usopp disrupted his plans and caused him significant trouble. 4. Because Sniper King Usopp betrayed him and left his family. Reward: certain ability progress increased by 30. Punishment: deprivation of certain ability. A new question has arrived. Looking at Doflamingo, Kyle smiled slightly. This question is also an interesting one, and once exposed, Doflamingo is likely to face significant trouble. Regardless of the world's influence or the Navy and world government, they surely won't let him continue like this. After all, Dressrosa is also an ally of the world government. If they remain unaware, perhaps they could hide it and manipulate things secretly. But if other allied nations learn of this, they will definitely put pressure on the world government, fearing they might be next. In such a scenario, they naturally wouldn't want to see it. It's him again. Looking at the question inside, Doflamingo gritted his teeth. He hasn't truly met this guy named Usopp yet, but his hatred for this guy has reached its peak with hardly anyone ahead of him. If possible, forget about 500 million berries, even 1 billion, he would nod to put a bounty on him. This guy. Looking at the answers one by one, Doflamingo has an ominous feeling. All these answers seem plausible. He definitely wouldn't let go of the one about a core family member being killed. Betrayal is also something he wouldn't overlook. Disrupting his plans goes without saying. Any plan in Dressrosa is extremely important, especially Sugar's toy plan. If he really shows up, it will be a huge problem. Doflamingo can sense the crisis here. He just thought, as long as it's not this one, everything will be fine. He even felt indifferent about getting the answer wrong. As for jealousy and such, that possibility is the lowest. How could he act out for such a trivial reason? Moreover, he wouldn't be jealous of any title of Sniper King. What's Sniper King? He doesn't take it seriously at all. It's just a title. Even though he is called one of the 7 warlords of the sea, this king is not the same as that king. They are completely different. Just like many kings in various countries who are actually useless. Hurry up and answer the question. Don't waste time. Anyway, you don't know. According to you, this loquacious guy is just jealous of others, so hurry up and choose. Misaka Makoto had a very poor attitude towards Doflamingo. This almost made Doflamingo spit blood. Wasn't it just a few invitations before? Is this necessary? However, seeing the people beside him clearly waiting, even urging him, Doflamingo still obediently made his choice. The guess is naturally the one he least wants to accept. I choose 3. That guy disrupted my plans. Doflamingo said this with his teeth gritting, clearly not wanting this answer. The people beside him could tell about his situation, looking quite amused. This guy clearly seems to have something to expose. It's even more distressing than when he took down his own father. Answer correct. Kyle felt that the other party had good luck. He received a reward. And without wasting time, the result was announced directly. He is now very curious about what will happen to this guy after he learns the answer. Perhaps it could help him attract some vitality, preventing the Navy and world government from constantly focusing on him. It's not impossible. After all, what Doflamingo has done, once exposed, would indeed greatly impact the reputation of the world government. They would have to provide an explanation and resolve it no matter what. What plan? What did that guy do? Although it was announced that he answered correctly, Doflamingo had no happy thoughts at all. He now wishes he could have Kyle modify it directly. Then nothing would be exposed. According to his own character, he knows very well that something that could make him lose his temper and directly issue a bounty that doesn't match the actual capability must be a big deal. And regardless of what it is, he doesn't dare to leak it out. That would be a problem. Thinking of Blackbeard teach misfortune in the new world. Doflamingo felt a bit worried about ending up like him, facing the same fate. Running around everywhere, miserable, not obtaining the dark fruit. Neither Whitebeard nor the world government Navy showed any intention of letting him go. Although Whitebeard's side also had a big incident. Many people have no time to pursue Blackbeard now. But without the ability of the dark fruit, it's just like that. The level of masters in the new world. Accept the reward. And this. Kyle didn't say much to the other party. He directly sent the reward, making Doflamingo feel a noticeable change in his physique. He began to shift towards a perverse direction. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Kaido and the others, compared to some vice admirals who specifically train their bodies, he's actually no longer weak at all. Although his strength has increased, this is a good thing for Doflamingo. Looking at the chat window, Doflamingo showed no interest at all. He would rather not have a reward if it meant this matter would not be exposed. But that was clearly impossible. Not to mention that Kyle couldn't handle this situation right now. Even if he could, he wouldn't do it just for this guy. He was very much looking forward to the trouble Doflamingo would face once exposed. No matter how much Doflamingo resisted, the scene still appeared, presenting itself before someone. The Smile Factory beneath Dressrosa. Usopp and the others had devised a plan to rescue the toy people by targeting Doflamingo's subordinate, Sugar. During this time, Doflamingo also witnessed these events unfold. Seeing this seemingly foolish person inside ruining his plans, Doflamingo gritted his teeth in anger. In the end, watching Sugar being scared to the point of fainting by that so-called Sniper King was something he couldn't accept at all. Sugar fainting meant that all the transformed toy people in Dressrosa would revert to their original forms. After learning about this, Doflamingo, in his rage, placed a bounty of 500 million on Usopp's head. These scenes played out here, leaving Doflamingo unsure whether to blame Sugar or Usopp. Was this what that guy did? Doflamingo's face was grim. He was even thinking about how to properly discipline his precious Sugar. Meanwhile, Sugar, like a little girl from the Doflamingo family, was shaking her head frantically, unable to believe that she was defeated by such a person. Losing like this? Usopp? Impossible. Why would I lose to such a fool? And my abilities have been exposed. The cadres of the Doflamingo family were also quite troubled. Now that they knew this, Sugar would have to be hidden even more carefully. No matter who was targeting her now, or any potential surprises that could arise later, it was impossible for her to be exposed like this again. This might be the only good news at the moment. Is this what the 7 warlords are like? The king of Dressrosa, or rather the former king of Dressrosa, had inexplicably become a king. It was already clear what had happened to the previous king, along with so many toy people and the terrifying power of Sugar's devil fruit that made everyone forget. This was truly frightening. Perhaps such things could still happen without anyone knowing. What about the former Dressrosa? Should we? Individuals in the chat were expressing their thoughts, clearly very interested in the situation of the former Dressrosa. Even people from the former Dressrosa were chiming in. Many were uncertain about the situation. The lost memories still did not exist, but they had discovered this through the system. Whether they could find out who had already become a toy would depend on the situation. Many powerful individuals had already quietly headed to the former Dressrosa to see what was happening. The cadres belonging to Doflamingo and the former Dressrosa were even contemplating fleeing. Given the current situation, they were definitely going to be in trouble, possibly even facing dire consequences, especially as they observed the comments appearing on the screen. Whether from pirates or other allied nations, everyone had their thoughts about them. They could only hope that Doflamingo would return soon to take charge. In the system space, this ability was truly special. It could transform others and even make them forget. Is such an ability really achievable? Jiraiya felt somewhat incredulous. Transforming people was something he could do himself, turning them into frogs. But making the people who turned into frogs forget? That was impossible. At least, that specific technique couldn't be done, unless he went around sealing memories one by one. But this guy clearly wasn't sealing memories one by one. He was making people unable to remember at all, unable to understand themselves. This ability is very suitable for us. Obito was also quite interested in the fruit. Such an ability would be perfect for someone with goals. If he had such an ability, perhaps the success rate of his plans would increase significantly. There would also be much more room for maneuver. A slight mistake wouldn't matter. Misaka Makoto wore a look of disgust. Such an ambitious person. Using others like this made her hate this individual to the extreme. To her, this guy was just like those Misaka clones. Every world has its trash. Such a person deserved to die early. And to receive a reward? This system is too. Misaka Makoto had various thoughts in her mind, but said nothing. This system had been exposed enough, right? It wouldn't be that you were doing something, would it? This system has always been controlled by you behind the scenes, which is why it has gathered so much information. So, Doflamingo was currently thinking of diverting the blame, not wanting people to focus on him. He knew that people from the pirate world could also see the situation here. He spoke to himself, casting doubt on whether Kyle could use this system to create chaos. This would only heighten the suspicion aimed at him. Whether people believed it or not didn't really matter most of the time. As long as there was suspicion, someone would act. As long as he could divert some people's attention, that would be enough. He believed that the potential belonging of a system would definitely be much more appealing than their plan for the former Dressrosa, especially after personally experiencing the power he had gained. This power was so evident for him now. What about others, even the world's top powerhouses? If they obtained it, could they directly unify the world or even other worlds? Doflamingo's words indeed attracted the attention of people in the pirate world. In fact, many had thought about such things before. They just hadn't fully confirmed them. They were simply curious about this guy who had been asking questions and even became an administrator. Now, if more could be exposed, they certainly wouldn't mind. Not just the people from the pirate world. Even those present looked at Kyle upon hearing this. This system space was created by you? Are you the one pulling the strings behind the scenes? Although Misaka Mikoto didn't fully understand the situation, she still wanted to confirm things. Whether the rewards she received were real and whether the information about the Absolute Evolver was true. This was the most important thing. Of course, the electric discharge was real. That was something she could confirm. It was as if her body was jolted, leaving her feeling uncomfortable all over. She now wants to hit someone. It's not just her. Jiraiya and Obito are also very interested. This space is still unknown to them. Although they knew some things before, they only vaguely believed them. They still need to go back to confirm and haven't fully believed yet. Especially Obito, who just experienced both reward and punishment. Watching White Zetsu disappear earlier made him curious about the limits of this system. At this moment in Chapter 141, the attention of those present has shifted to Kyle, especially the few who are here for the first time. They are somewhat skeptical, but Kyle doesn't seem to mind. He anticipated the so-called trouble long ago. It's normal for him to appear at any time, even if he could and chose to give up this position of administrator. There would still be people keeping an eye on him. This is human nature. No matter what you say, Kyle shrugged and spoke directly. What you should be thinking about now is what to do next. The matter of turning people into toys has been exposed. Doflamingo will definitely be in trouble when he goes back. That's something that doesn't even need to be thought about. While speaking, he also confirmed that there are no more questions. All right, there are no more topics. Everyone, go back where you came from. Without waiting for Doflamingo to say more, Kyle continued. He had lost interest in this guy. After all, they are in the same world. Even if the other party won't be killed later, he can still find an opportunity to kill him. In terms of strength, the other party might still be capable, but that's all. If it comes to a real fight, he might not even be as strong as Enel. Plus, there is still Akiji's presence. It's not going to be easy to fight this guy, especially since he hasn't even officially joined yet. Seeing the disdain in Kyle's eyes made Doflamingo a bit exasperated. Who is he? A distinguished celestial dragon, a king, a warlord of the sea, the underground overlord, a man who has dealings with the four emperors and Agora Ci. How dare you look at him with such disdain? It seems you've been living quite comfortably lately. No matter what happens next, you won't have it easy. As soon as Doflamingo finished speaking, he disappeared into the space. After feeling that he could leave, he had no intention of lingering. After all, he had already been exposed, and his family was waiting for him to handle matters. I have a question. Can we still enter here? Knowing that Kyle wouldn't answer their previous doubts, Jiraiya didn't make a fool of himself. He just wanted to know if he had a chance to come back here. Although he didn't gain much this time, having this opportunity and familiarizing himself with it means that next time he would definitely have a chance. Moreover, there are other people. Perhaps he could bring others along. Jiraiya's words immediately perked up Obito and Misaka Mikoto's ears. They listened intently, not wanting to miss anything. As long as you have an invitation, anyone can enter here. It depends on your luck, Kyle said directly. It's mainly about the invitation. Just like in your world, those who want to enter here don't have the chance to do so, while those who don't want to enter are pulled indirectly. Some of this might be due to issues with the system. That's my suspicion. Invitation. Jiraiya's group simultaneously thought of the previous items, especially Obito. They had specifically sought them out. Moreover, Obito also thought about Rin. He originally wanted to handle her resurrection issue, but now it seemed there was no opportunity. The gap in strength, the different world, and various strange situations made Obito realize that he had no chance at all. Aside from this matter, it was about reality. Even if it was a fake Rin, he wouldn't let her fall into the hands of others. Konoha, Shimura Danzo is waiting for me. After confirming that he could enter here again, Obito silently disappeared from the spot. He had already returned to the ninja world and was heading to Konoha. Jiraiya felt something was off. Then I have a chance to see you again. With a loud laugh, Jiraiya disappeared. No matter what, he had gained a lot of information from this visit. Now, he just had to wait for the next time. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, the information wouldn't be able to be transmitted out. Besides, here it seems there are no other opportunities besides directly taking action. As for taking action, Jiraiya had already thought about it. It seemed there was no chance for that, although he hadn't truly demonstrated his strength. That strength was clearly not something that could be dealt with easily. If he failed, the unexpected troubles would multiply. The two from the ninja world quickly disappeared, leaving only Misaka Makoto at the spot. Hey, if I can get an invitation, I can bring people in, right? Looking at Kyle, Misaka Makoto had no good attitude and spoke directly. After receiving Kyle's indifferent nod, she quickly left this world. Finally, they all left. Watching everyone depart, Kyle began to choose to close the space. With his operation, others could no longer see what was happening inside. However, the chat area remained lively and never stopped. He didn't care about that. He only wanted to know his rewards. They shouldn't be weak, right? They might even be much stronger than last time. Hurry up and settle my rewards, Kyle said casually. He had always been cautious about this seemingly programmatic system. But later, he realized that being cautious didn't seem to have any special effect. His life was pulled out from the underworld by the other party. What was the point of being cautious? It was better to quickly grasp the system and determine what it was. As he spoke, the system began to settle. Congratulations on obtaining LV6 Electric User. Congratulations on obtaining Special Sage Mode. Congratulations on obtaining White Zetsu Cells. Congratulations on obtaining Wood Release. Congratulations on obtaining Haki. One by one, abilities popped up and quickly entered his body. Powerful forces erupted within him. Various energies fused and then separated, eventually settling in his body. The most prominent were the powers of the Electric User and Haki. The Sage Mode and Wood Release are just abilities, like activating some special organ. As for those White Zetsu Cells, is that it? Looking at his injured white sphere, Kyle is very clear about its function. As long as it's planted, it will grow into White Zetsu. And these White Zetsu are naturally man-made. They become White Zetsu that he can control and that align with his intentions. However, their strength is just average, slightly stronger than ordinary pirates. After receiving the information, Kyle already planned to take this white thing back to see how far it could go. If it really can reproduce endlessly, then killing some people would be nothing at all. In his view, the world is full of people who deserve to die. There are plenty of pirates on the sea, and numerous pirates and navy at every naval base. Killing is hardly something to be cautious about. This is not a peaceful place. After receiving his reward, he returned to Drum Island. As soon as he got back, he received news that while he was away, quite a few people had stirred up trouble and invaded the island. There were all kinds of people, agents, pirates, navy, and allied nations, along with strange underground organizations. However, these guys hadn't done much before being captured by Enel. Besides him, there was also a Smile. Kyle hadn't expected this guy to take action. This added quite a few people to his prison. It just so happened that the living ones were mostly dealt with by Smile. Those Enel took action against were mostly dead. The remaining ones were relatively strong, having been severely injured by Enel and then taken over by others. According to Zifa's character, he wouldn't do anything to them. He just tossed them into prison. Now, Kyle didn't care. It was Zifa who was handling things. Of course, if it were a major problem, some people might not listen. You're finally back. Were those just now real? Were those people from other worlds? As Kyle headed toward the prison, Zifa seemed to have received news and intercepted him in front of the prison, immediately bombarding him with questions. Those were indeed real. Those people were from other worlds. Looking at Zifa, Kyle didn't hide anything. Haven't we already tested that system? Looking at the somewhat robust young man in front of him, Kyle spoke directly. He also knew that the previous potion was obviously special. It was not like some elementary school death god who remained a student until the end, having no growth after so many years of elementary school. Other worlds, Zifa was obviously still a bit interested in other worlds. However, thinking about the people he was currently training, he didn't want to waste more time talking. It was only when he was about to leave that he added, in any case, we should be more cautious when facing people from other worlds. There might be completely unexpected powers. Zifa was still very cautious. In their world, strange and troublesome devil fruits could appear at any time, not to mention other worlds. Perhaps some powerful existence could directly cause Kyle to capsize. Moreover, there was that system. He actually doubted this too, but didn't say it directly. I know everything you said. Kyle nodded. Their conversation then shifted to the people in the prison, without elaborating on the system. In this world, there is no one who doesn't want the system. No one doesn't want to know what it is. Knowing the past, knowing the future. It can even resurrect people, enhance strength, and connect to other worlds. How could something like this not capture people's interest? If they didn't prepare in advance, knowing nothing, and then people from other worlds came out or other systems appeared, wouldn't that create a heap of trouble? Although they were confident in their strength, it was clear that the other worlds were not weak either. They were still uncertain about how other worlds would be. The unknown is the most terrifying. Maybe what they had seen before was just a hair from another world. You want these guys? White Zetsu. What is that? Hand them over to me? Zifa initially thought this guy was here to investigate something. But upon hearing about White Zetsu and the people in the prison, he was a bit surprised and started to pay attention. As for the people inside, he actually didn't want Kyle to mess around too much. At least from his perspective, it shouldn't come to the point where everyone had to be killed. There were still people from the world government and Navy inside. Although he had left the Navy, he still had some feelings after so many years. Additionally, he didn't want Kyle to completely offend the Navy. Otherwise, if he needed help in the future, it might lead to some troublesome situations. After hesitating, Zifa added his own opinion. Although he had roughly listened to Kyle talk about the situation with White Zetsu, he said, "Then I'll listen to you. Not everyone has to be dealt with." Kyle didn't care much. Pirates, in this world, capture as many as they want. And those human traffickers, at most, he would just send people to capture the traffickers. Since they capture and sell people, it would be a problem for him to capture them and kill them, right? After all, they believe in the survival of the fittest. If their strength weakens and they become meat, there's nothing much to say. Zifa had no idea what Kyle was thinking. Hearing his agreement, he just nodded and then led the way in. Many of the people here had been sent by him before. Now, leading him to take a look, it was quite familiar. "Let me go. I'm innocent. I'm from the world government. What you're doing will cause the world government, the Navy." Voices filled the scene as Kyle just arrived and heard all sorts of chaotic remarks. There were all kinds of identities. Pirates, traffickers, information brokers, treasure seekers, people from the world government, allied nations, and royal armies. So many people were crammed into this place. In fact, there were still people in other places who hadn't been captured yet. At this moment, Drum Kingdom, such a small country, was troubled by so many visitors. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to handle. Many of these people deserve to die. If you want to do something, just use them first. Zifa called over a Navy officer. This is obviously one of his disciples. Kyle doesn't know him well, but feels a sense of familiarity. He must have seen him before, just not spoken much. The two nodded at each other, not saying much, and the other person took out a notebook. Most of their identities behind them have already been uncovered. Many of them have bounties, making it easy to confirm. The notebook contains many individuals with bounties. Those whose identities remain unclear are basically linked to the world government and the Navy. They have speculated about them, but haven't confirmed their origins yet. "Thank you for your hard work," Kyle nodded. He took the notebook and began to read. Without wasting time, he started with the highest bounties. Although bounty doesn't represent strength, those with higher bounties are generally stronger. After all, a high bounty means they haven't been caught yet, indicating some level of ability. Whether it's strong combat power or exceptional stealth, they possess some capabilities. Perhaps, using the White Zetsu on such individuals would yield better results. He had thought of this before. Chapter 142. Admiral Kazuru, Shanks has arrived in the prison. The experiment begins. After confirming that the person in front of him is a trafficker, he didn't hold back and started using the White Zetsu in front of Zephyr. There was no special method of use. He just activated it and applied it to the target. A powerful individual might be able to resist or break free from it. But how could a trafficker caught here have such strength? What is this? Let go of me. My boss won't let you get away with this. The king of the underground, The trafficker shouted various things, but his voice was getting weaker. The whole person was surrounded by a white substance. Turning completely white, he could no longer speak. In the end, he transformed into a strange white silhouette. This guy resembled someone who had appeared in the system space before. Everyone present witnessed this scene. Those captured were filled with fear, while Zephyr watched with curiosity. Although he already knew that this thing was brought over from the system, he wondered if it had any special abilities. Zephyr observed. It seemed to be good at concealment and also had transformation abilities. Looking at this thing in front of him, Kao commented that in some aspects, it couldn't compare to the Ghost Shadow. However, the transformation part was much more convenient than the Ghost Shadow. Whether it could be utilized was another matter. No, don't do this. Let me go. I know I was wrong. Next came the time for planting the white Zetsu. One by one, they struggled, but it had no effect. When these individuals were selected, their situations had already been clearly defined. There was only one path left, to become white Zetsu. Their memories remained, and control was not an issue. Watching the transformation of these individuals, Ka was very satisfied. He then sent them back, planning to let them spar with the people behind them. Watching the figures disappear, Zephyr withdrew his gaze. If this matter is exposed, you'll be in big trouble. As if my current troubles are small, Ka replied. Don't overthink it. The world is vast, and not everyone is conspiring against me. The Navy, the world government, and the pirates are not united. Ka said casually, I'm not a soft target. Given the current state of the world, as long as no particular force comes to fight me desperately, I have nothing to fear. Come at me if you dare. Zephyr didn't say much more. After nodding, he continued training the personnel. Although he obviously had other thoughts about the matter, it wasn't the time for him to point fingers. Young people should be allowed to act freely. These old folks are the ones who wrap things up. With his thoughts, Zephyr left. Meanwhile, Ka was completely unaware of what Zephyr was thinking and continued his research. Along with the previous plans for clones and ghost shadows, over here, while the surface of Magnetic Drum Island was relatively calm, chaos erupted in Dressrosa, where Doflamingo was located. Not only were there members of the world government and navy, but even many pirates had come to stir up trouble. At this moment, those who had been turned into toys had changed back, but their situation was not good. You think this small group can capture me? They must be overestimating themselves. Too underestimating of me, Doflamingo scoffed. Numerous spies from the world government had indeed caused him quite a bit of trouble. After discovering Sugar's existence, he sought her out and killed her, eliminating her ability, which made him grind his teeth in anger. However, it was still somewhat acceptable. Now that Sugar's ability had been exposed, its value was rapidly declining. Anyone who knew about this ability or was reminded of it later would not fall into such a trap so easily. It was much less difficult to control compared to before. Doflamingo, surrender. The remaining CP0 agents, despite being injured, said seriously. In their eyes, it seemed like there was nothing but the mission. Not only were they here, but many Navy personnel had also been dragged over. The commanding officers were only mid-level or rare, while others could only be considered fodder. 16 shots of Holy Bullet. Divine execution. I'll play enough now. Let's end this. Those fat pigs should come to me themselves, if they dare. Doflamingo was quite confident in his strength, especially after the boost from the system. The CP0 and Navy here were no match for him. Even if they wanted to stop him, they would end up either dead or injured. In the end, Doflamingo took his people and fled, leaving behind those without value. Although he clearly won this battle, he was uncertain about what kind of monsters might come next. He now needed to find a helper to stabilize the situation first. In the new world, news about Doflamingo spread quickly. Regarding this guy's situation, there were indeed some predictions. Trash. Why do we let this guy escape? Let Sengoku handle it. Let him take care of it. And that manager over there in the system, I want him to be a slave. A celestial dragon yelled loudly. This made the bodyguard next to him break out in a cold sweat. In the end, they could only report the message to the 5 elders. The 5 elders were also quite troubled. Damn Sengoku, is this guy shirking responsibility? And that lazy guy Kizaru, why is he so unreliable? I had heard about him long ago, but I didn't expect him to be so laid back. Such people are easier to control, but at the same time, they can also cause trouble at any moment. Each of the 5 elders spoke in turn. They had just contacted the Navy to send out a large number of people to search and surround Doflamingo. Unfortunately, Sengoku directly pushed it off, saying they had already held the handover ceremony. Now, he is no longer the fleet admiral. The fleet admiral is that lazy guy. Kizaru was also very helpless. He didn't want to be the fleet admiral at all. In his view, being a vice admiral was already a troublesome matter. The fleet admiral position is even worse. You should just be like Vice Admiral Garp, staying as a vice admiral, living the life of a salted fish. He even thought he should just not join the Navy at all. At this moment, Kizaru had just received a task from the 5 elders of the world government. But his slow demeanor made the 5 elders want to hit someone. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku couldn't help but laugh out loud. Finally got a taste of it, right? Fleet Admiral Kizuru, the Navy will depend on you from now on. You need to work hard. The already retired Sengoku was very calm. He could even understand those who used to slack off. Now he could slack off too, looking at the troubled expression on Kizaru's face. He couldn't help but laugh when he thought of his past self. This made Kizuru very helpless. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, don't do this. Can't you at least pretend? Kizaru said with a speechless expression. This is too much. He had clearly given the other party face before. Even if he was slacking off, he would still cover it up. But when it was his turn, he was given no face at all. He really wanted Garp. I'm not the Fleet Admiral now. You are the Fleet Admiral. Do your best, Fleet Admiral Kizuru. If there's something, just call me, although even if you call, I might not necessarily go. Sengoku said very calmly and then left. This left everyone inside speechless. What is this? Garp 2.0? Or a combination of Garp and Kizuru? Everyone at the scene had a black line on their faces. Why? Why is their once serious and responsible Fleet Admiral turned into this kind of person? Does the position of Fleet Admiral really change a person? In the Navy, if anyone is only interested in the position and has the strength to command respect, it would only be Akainu. But he is currently not around. He is still in the New World. I wonder if he would be infuriated by Kizuru taking over the Fleet Admiral position. He is devoted. Such a strong man with thick eyebrows and big eyes is not chosen, but instead, that lazy dog is chosen. Moreover, they all look disgusted. If they knew, they would all be confused. This is the Fleet Admiral, the real upper echelons of the Navy. Theoretically, the highest command. Elder Crane, carrying the skin of justice, looked at the not-so-young woman beside her helplessly. Now she could only be polite. What should we do now? In the past, it was just slacking off and catching some pirates. But obviously, the current situation is not suitable for that. She could only hope that these old seniors all have their own ways of slacking off. Elder Crane looked at the disappearing Sengoku. She also felt that he had changed a lot. Hearing Kizaru's words, she realized that they still had trouble. It also provided a way for the lies. After all, Kizaru was also chosen by them. If something happens to Kizuru and he is taken down, the next person may not necessarily be a good candidate. At that time, there might be even more trouble. Kizaru listened to Elder Crane's plans and thoughts. He quickly nodded, his eyes brightening. He directly reported the task to Akainu, who was far away in the New World. He didn't even mention his current situation. After all, he just needed to relay the message. The task from the 5 elders. He had to do something. He directly let this salted fish start thinking about how to get moving. Time slowly passed. It seemed like nothing changed in this world. Even if the Navy changed leaders, there were no significant changes. Basically, everything was still based on Sengoku's previous orders. Mainly, this laziness didn't change anything. After all, it was fine as it was. Meanwhile, in the New World, Akainu's plan to capture Doflamingo naturally failed. There was no chance to catch him at all. The person had vanished without a trace again. It is quite troublesome to search for someone at sea. This also gave the other party the opportunity to continue looking for support. The remaining members of the Whitebeard Pirates could finally take a breather. Grand Line, Magnet Drum Island. Is this the place? That Usopp guy is here. And Luffy too. No matter what, they need to check them out. The red-haired pirates rushed here from the New World. Their goal was clear, to let these sea men set sail. What reason could there be to stop a man's dream of going to sea? Captain, what do you think? Should we go straight in? In the East Blue area, the red-haired pirates could see the bustling and lively port from a distance. Here, it seemed like everyone was quite quick. At least their smiles weren't deceitful. Even when they saw the pirate flag, they only showed a little caution. There was no fear at all. This place is very safe. This was the thought that the red-haired pirates had after seeing this. Of course, this safety didn't apply to them. No matter where they went as wanted pirates, it didn't mean they were safe. As for here, let's find that person and pay a visit. Red-haired Shanks laughed heartily. He even patted his head. He didn't particularly care about the situation at the port. His attention had already sensed the strong presence inside. And not just one. Even he, if a Real fight broke out, could cause big trouble. Even the pirate ship might suffer casualties, and the crew might not even be able to return. This situation arose after saving someone. Is it worth it to face such a crisis? It's a matter of perspective. Luffy, I've come to see you. Red-haired Shanks spoke, and the crew on the ship naturally didn't waste any words. As soon as they entered Magnetic Drum Island, elite soldiers appeared immediately. The new world is full of filth, red-haired Shanks? Some people at the scene were very shocked. They had only seen pirate ships before and weren't afraid at all. But as they got closer, some had already spotted Shanks. It was clear that he wasn't here for a vacation. The arrival was definitely not friendly. This made quite a few people want to jump in and fight immediately. However, it wasn't their turn to fight. It's surprising that there are still pirates who dare to come here. Are they friends of the locals? Or people who left in the past? Many in the crowd were whispering and speculating. Most of the people here are newcomers, but they have settled down here now. They are very satisfied with this place. Although it's a bit cold, there are hot springs, and they don't have to worry about pirates causing trouble. Pirates have no opportunity to attack them at all. They have arrived. The defense army, one by one, quickly retreated. Many soldiers had gathered here, armed with various weapons. In fact, many of these people were former Navy officers. But now, they have become the defense army here. As for those lower-ranked soldiers, it's not certain. There are ordinary former Navy members, and some who joined later for training. Chapter 143, Battle with the Red-Hair Pirates. It seems the locals are not welcoming us. Is that even necessary to say? When have we ever been welcomed anywhere? Some crew members of the red-haired pirates self-deprecatingly commented. Shanks didn't pay much attention. I didn't come here to fight. I just want to meet your king. He spoke directly. In his view, Kyle has stayed here, and the current changes in Magnetic Drum Island have clearly made him the king of this country. Even if he isn't, he is still in control behind the scenes. Red-haired Shanks. The commotion here had long caught Zephyr's attention. While watching Shanks without giving an answer, Zephyr had already arrived. You're that former admiral, right? You've become younger. Although Shanks had only seen Zephyr a few times, he had heard a lot about his reputation before. Moreover, his current appearance made it easier to recognize him. He spoke directly. Being recognized by an emperor, do I still need to feel honored? Speak. Tell me what you intend to do here, and after answering, leave. Although the four Emperor's pirate crew is powerful, Zephyr felt quite confident now. He knows the combat power of many people here. And Kyle is also present. The only concern is this Magnetic Drum Island. If a real battle breaks out, this island might be destroyed as a result. That is a serious problem. Oh la 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 la. The four Emperor Shanks, especially coming from the New World. Are you also eyeing this place? A cold aura arrived. Akiji's figure quickly materialized here, and around them, a layer of ice had already formed. It was clearly the effect of the previous arrival. The crowd had already dispersed. Even if someone wanted to watch the show, they were quickly controlled and pulled away by the defense army. This is not a battle they can participate in. Ordinary people need not say more. The sooner they leave, the safer they will be. Staying behind is just asking for death. Another Navy admiral. If one didn't know better, they would think this was a Navy base. It's also possible that the Navy base has been relocated here. It would be more accurate to say it's the Navy headquarters. There are quite a few familiar Navy members here, including several captains. Although they haven't shown themselves, their presence can still be felt. People were exchanging words. Although the members of the red-haired pirates felt things were difficult, they still wore smiles on their faces and spoke here, showing no signs of fear. The momentum of both sides was unfamiliar. Suddenly, a blue lightning bolt descended here and struck the ground. A guy with bare feet appeared here, the god of thunder, Enel. Lord Enel has arrived. Someone in the crowd had already given Enel a title. Clearly, in recent days, he had made quite a stir by capturing many people, gaining significant fame here. However, they did not know that this guy had now become a compliant subordinate of Kyle. As long as he regularly uses his eye power to control him, it would be enough. That way, he could keep using him until he couldn't withstand it any longer and died. Outsiders, pirates, kill. The god Enel had no emotions at this moment. Accompanied by his cold words, 30 million volts. A bolt of lightning erupted, transforming into a beast form. Another natural type fruit. Does this devil fruit already possess admiral-level power? This is truly a rookie's ability. I hate this the most. The emergence of the thunder fruit caused many pirates at the scene to show bitter expressions. However, they weren't afraid. The next moment, the thunder and lightning were directly blocked. A plump figure, while munching on a giant chicken leg, used his big belly to block the attack. If one felt it, they would sense the powerful armed color hockey on him. The lightning wrapped around him. He remained quite calm while gnawing on the chicken leg. Damn, and it affected the taste of my chicken leg. You'd better compensate me for it. Accompanied by this statement, the fat man suddenly moved. His plump body did not hinder him at all. He was completely a nimble fat man, and with a jump, he charged out. He leaped right next to Enel, moving at high speed without stopping, and knocked him away. Lockie, that guy is up to you. Someone in the crowd shouted. Don't let him get close. The natural type fruit is too troublesome. Go for it, Lockie. The nimble fat man was a bit displeased. Lockie responded loudly. You all hurry up and act. We've already started fighting, otherwise I can't guarantee how long I can hold him off. Though he said this, his actions never stopped. He directly grabbed Enel and flung him away further. His strong-armed color hockey made it, so that Enel had no power to resist and was sent flying. Even the strength of the heart net couldn't be exerted. Those relying on the devil fruits seemed to be just that strong, although I still feel wary in my heart. Lockie can't tell anything from their appearance. In action, he looks down on Enel. Tactically, he is still very careful and not complacent. The Rumble fruit is definitely one of the top-tier Logia types. Even with just this fruit's ability, it is possible for him to suffer a mishap. Lockie really doesn't want to end up in a situation where he capsizes in the gutter. Originally, he wanted to provoke Enel to find some flaw in him. After all, from Enel's performance upon arrival, he should have the confidence and arrogance that one would expect. A proud person listening to such disdain and being told that he only relies on the devil fruit should feel somewhat unconvinced. However, Lockie didn't receive any response from Enel. All he got were continuous attacks, which made Lockie feel something was off. Then, with each successive action, he took out a flintlock and fired several times. Although he dodged, Lockie had basically confirmed that this guy was being controlled. His attacks were extremely violent and fierce, as if he had received some orders. This is really troublesome. Seeing Enel being controlled like this, Lockie was also very cautious. Although he had just said that Enel was someone who could only utilize the devil fruit. The fact that he could even bring that up means Enel is already quite impressive. Just relying on the devil fruit, his current strength is no worse than Lockie's. If there were really some hellish training to enhance physical strength in hockey, it wouldn't take long for them to defeat each other. Damn it. After I go back, I'm going to have a meat feast, Lockie muttered unhappily. But he could only engage in a melee with Enel. As long as Enel showed any intention to attack elsewhere or to disengage from their battle, Lockie would follow him. Continuous entanglement prevented Enel from having any chance to escape. Although lightning is indeed very fast, being controlled by humans still requires awareness and reaction, especially now that they are in close quarters. And Lockie is already on guard against Enel's movements, hoping to lead him out of this area. Time and again, being thrown back and knocked away, Enel couldn't do anything to anyone else. On the other side, the battle had also begun. Akiji, accompanied by several Marine vice admirals, had directly intercepted the red-haired pirates and their subordinates. Now the entire port was frozen over. There were also Sponge and the ships of the red-haired pirates behind them, which made them very unhappy. They had to deal with their own ships. What a despicable guy. Not even sparing our ships. Is this the habit of the Marines? At this moment, Shanks was blocked by Zifa, or rather, Zifa's massive arm was already close to Shanks, nearly touching him with his long sword. No need for any habits. I just want to capture all of you and send you to where you belong. Shanks felt somewhat suppressed in power, while Zifa firmly held down that gigantic mechanical arm. Speaking with conviction, I have no place I should go. The place I want to go can only be chosen by myself. The battle between the two affected the entire port, but fortunately, the people had already been evacuated. With Shanks standing in the air, many buildings around had collapsed, and the ground had cracked in many places. Even the seawater seemed to be on the verge of surging up. However, before it reached the riverbank, the seawater had already been completely frozen. No matter if it was before or now, whenever something happened, Akiji would be the first to freeze it. He was completely a freezing tool, a master of sealing the sea. Moreover, he also had to face many of Shanks' subordinates. This added to his pressure. After all, the people here were not weaklings. Shanks' pirate crew was originally an elite rout. Even now, there were few in their team who lacked hockey. These people were all threats, and their team also had sharpshooters who used hockey, posing a threat to him as well. The freezing age. Moreover, this place was not his battlefield at all. Therefore, When using his abilities, Akiji was somewhat hesitant. Ben Beckman and Jesus Burgess were really troublesome characters. He was directly entangled by these guys. Even other subordinates were joining the fight. Even Akiji felt somewhat suppressed and pressured. Is this how it ends? Or should we let that guy named Kyle come out? We are not here to fight, Jesus Burgess shouted from the side. He just wanted to see his son and negotiate things. This was not about killing. He didn't even want to kill anyone here. Not to mention whether he could do it or not. Right now his son was here in a very dangerous situation. He didn't want the red-haired pirates to end up like the white-beard pirates, with their son being taken away, and then the need to save him leading to countless deaths. They simply couldn't afford to lose anyone from the red-haired pirates. Their crew wasn't as numerous as Whitebeard's. Because of this, they had to act cautiously. The great battle made the entire port feel like it was about to collapse, and thankfully, with Akiji's presence, it wouldn't completely disappear. Various ice surfaces protected the area. Each battle was also monitored for surroundings. Even so, many places have been destroyed: houses, buildings, the ground, various areas. Far atop the peak, Kyle had already felt all of this. He didn't need anyone to remind him. He had sensed the arrival of these guys when Enel acted earlier. The red-haired pirates? What were they here for? From the beginning, they didn't seem to have any intention to fight. Now, it seems there's no need for that either. Although they seem to have the upper hand. He didn't care at all. He just silently manipulated some actions and then disappeared from his spot. What are the four emperors? In the end, they're just some stronger pirate captains. Once here, they should all stay behind. Kyle had actually already thought of the purpose of their arrival. It was either Luffy or Usopp. Therefore, he immediately ordered White Zetsu to act and gather Luffy and the others. He couldn't let this guy run around. They needed to hide first. He wouldn't miss the opportunity to hide them from others. Besides this, a gigantic yellow creature resembling a small mountain appeared. It looked like a raccoon with purple patterns on its body, and as soon as it appeared, it had already noticed Kyle. Following his command, the massive creature had reached the port. A monster? The strength is impressive, not like a sea king. Individuals are paying attention to the Guardian. That is the trophy. The guy given by the system, this bastard. It's been released. Is there no one here? As for the combat power of Drum Island, it can be said that it has exceeded their expectations a bit. However, it's okay. In this situation, they can still control it. But as the tailed beast begins to condense the tailed beast ball, a black sphere appears, and they become unsettled. Be careful. Shanks looks at the flying tailed beast ball. He immediately pushes Zephyr away and slashes at the tailed beast ball with his sword. He can sense the terrifying power of this thing. It is definitely not something comparable to a cannonball. It must be moved away. Boom. Accompanied by a huge sound wave, the ice surface has completely shattered. Not only that, the mast of the red-haired pirates has disappeared. If it weren't for Shank's slash at the tailed beast ball, causing it to split, the tailed beast ball would have directly detonated on the ice surface behind, making the ice disappear and allowing a lot of seawater to flow out. And this power. What kind of attack is this? That raccoon monster. So scary. Is this the battle of the four emperors? I want to give up. I want to go home. Shank's pirate crew must have suffered a lot of damage now. This situation has made many people want to give up, especially those who haven't been in the crew for long and are a bit unsettled. They used to be proud of the name of the four emperors, Shanks. But now, with the danger of being killed and destroyed, it has obviously changed. They used to roam around under the flag of red-haired Shanks. Now that can't be done. Of course, whether it can be done now is the same. Except for a few old members with deep emotions, most newcomers have become very timid. They no longer have the confidence they had before. Chapter 144. A deep misunderstanding of pirates. The port is in chaos, especially when they see the giant body of the Guardian Crane approaching. The red-haired pirates cause a stir. Normally, the main fighting force comes from the officers and Shanks. Now, encountering such a giant with area attacks, it's easy to be affected. How can they not panic? When people are killed, they will die. No one is completely fearless of death. What monster? Quick, someone stop that guy. Shanks pushes Zephyr back and shouts to the people behind him. Although he knows that many newcomers in his pirate crew have already become cowardly, he still doesn't show much concern. Let's keep fighting. Who is afraid of whom? Nothing can stop a man's dream. Don't think about it. Since you all delivered yourselves, then stay here. Zephyr feels that the Guardian Crane has already started to act. He also knows that Kyle is aware of what is happening here. So he doesn't need to worry. He just needs to intercept this guy. Now that his body has recovered its youth, his strength has returned to the peak before crystallization. Of course, even so, he still feels a bit powerless. After all, he is dealing with that 4 Emperor Shanks, the 4 Emperor of the New World. Although this guy seems to have lost a hand to a small sea beast in the East Sea, Zephyr has no intention of looking down on him. Not killing the general. I've heard of your name before. But the battle ends here. If you want to continue, let the people behind you come. Shanks senses the Guardian Crane approaching, and someone has already gone to stop that giant. But that guy seems to fear no attack at all. Not only is gunfire ineffective against him, even close combat can only push him back. Moreover, this fat raccoon cat even wants to destroy their ship, which has been with him for many years. How could it be destroyed just like that? Don't even think about it. Being pushed back again, Zephyr does not give up. Although he has started to struggle to keep up with Redhaird's attacks, he still charges forward with his mechanical arm, looking as if he is ready to die. What a troublesome guy. Conqueror's Haki. Shank's long sword suddenly flashes with a red light, and a powerful force erupts instantly, swinging towards Zephyr. The power and speed of that attack leave Zephyr unable to react in time. Clang! Just as he was about to focus on Zephyr, a figure suddenly appears in front of the long sword, blocking it. It is enveloped in black armament Haki. Not only Haki, but also a powerful cold wave. A chilling cold that penetrates to the bone. The powerful force collides, causing even Zephyr to retreat several steps. Of course, this is also due to his own intention to withdraw. You finally made it, kid. Zephyr slowly retreats to Kyle's side. In front of them is an ice sculpture that intercepts Shanks. The attack only erupted briefly, and without any other energy, it was directly split in half by Shanks. It was originally created to save people. Without the energy supply, it can only disappear. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. Kyle feels a bit awkward. If Zephyr hadn't appeared to block this guy first, red-haired Shanks would probably have made his way into Drum Island. The losses would have been even greater then. Of course, even if the losses are great, it can still be accepted if necessary. Enough of the nonsense. What do you plan to do now? According to Zephyr's meaning, there must be an opportunity to take down Shanks. This would be a significant blow to the pirates. It would also create chaos among the pirates in the New World. Originally, it was a messy place. However, because of the 4 Emperors' presence, many pirates had no territory. But if anything happens to any of the 4 Emperors, the struggle for power will definitely reopen. At that time, they can find opportunities to trouble those pirates. Teacher Zephyr plans to do this. Looking at the upright Shanks, who is now also staring at him, Kyle asks Zephyr. He feels that this rejuvenated old man already has his own ideas. Capture him. If pirates can be captured, don't let them go. Zephyr pauses for a moment before speaking. He originally wanted to hear Kyle's thoughts, but before he could react, Kyle's voice had already come. Then I'll follow your lead. It sounds as if he has made a decision without much thought. You've already thought it through? I guess so. After all, pirates are not worth keeping if they have no value, Kyle says directly. But as if he thought of something, he adds another sentence. Zephyr fell silent upon hearing this. It seemed that this disciple had even less fondness for pirates than he did. This administrator seemed to have a deep misunderstanding of pirates, and he had a lot of strong opinions about them. Since you are here in person, I'll speak frankly. Do me a favor and let Luffy and the others go. Shanks had already sheathed his sword and was looking at Kyle and the others. Upon hearing Kyle's words, he smiled and spoke up. However, this smile was not a good sign. He could sense that the battle was completely unavoidable. Kyle's animosity towards pirates had grown to the point where even the 4 Emperors were not given any face. Of course, this was also related to the opponent's strength, which was the most frightening aspect. Do you have some misunderstanding about pirates? Do you really think pirates are good people? They're just a bunch of robbers, including that so-called pirate king and pirate leaders. Just because you've been called the 4 Emperors for a long time, do you really think of yourselves as emperors? Do you think everyone has to give you face? Kyle looked at Shanks without giving him any face. Although he had a good impression of Shanks in his previous memories as part of the story, this was not a time for that. Pirates are pirates, and pirate leaders are pirate leaders. While the Navy has many rotten apples, and even the top brass of the world government is corrupt, there are still many just people among the lower ranks of the Navy. The probability of that is simply not comparable to pirates. It's clearly these guys whose worldview is very strange, yet they act as if it's everyone else who is strange. Although this world is inherently like this, especially in the pirate world, survival of the fittest has reached its peak. Without strength, even with a lot of money, one would still face various pirate raids. Various jobs and professions are actually unreliable, and development is extremely slow. Without background protection, there is danger at any moment. This has resulted in many people with a bit of strength in this world either becoming pirates, wreaking havoc, or joining the Navy just to make a living. Such people are very numerous. The rest can only be at the mercy of others. This world maintains such a peculiar balance. In their view, this balance is what they call peace. It's clearly rampant piracy and all sorts of strange people everywhere. Peace my foot. It's the higher-ups, those powerful factions, who are barely maintaining this balance of peace. The Navy, the world government, the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords of the sea. The Navy and the world government need pirates to create chaos so that those allied countries know that this world cannot do without them. The ordinary people feel the same way. They all feel that the world cannot do without them. Therefore, in the eyes of the world government and the Navy, pirates are indispensable. They have no intention of exterminating pirates at all, as long as they maintain this state of opposition, occasionally eliminating some big pirates. Their mission is considered accomplished. Then they make the people of this world dependent on them. It's a vicious cycle that creates inherent opposition. It seems we still have to fight. Destroying a man's dream is certainly not a good thing. Since that's the case, let me be your opponent. As Shanks spoke, the terrifying conqueror's hockey erupted. Just as it was about to reach Kyle and the others, Kyle's aura also became violent. You really think too highly of yourself. Carp didn't say anything, nor did Dragon. Do you really think of Luffy as your son? Should you learn from Whitebeard and tell Luffy that you want to take him as a good son? To put it nicely, it's for Luffy's dream. But to put it bluntly, you're just a human trafficker, abducting kids and tricking them into becoming pirates. You must have a huge grudge against Carp. Otherwise, you would have gone so far to Carp's hometown to trick that foolish kid. Or is it that Luffy isn't actually Carp's biological son, but your captain? GOLD. Roger's son? Ace was an accident? Kyle looked at Shanks, who was so eloquent. That twisted ideology made him unable to help but scoff repeatedly. He had always suspected that Shanks had been beaten up by Carp several times when he was on Roger's ship. So now that he has grown up, he is looking for an opportunity to take revenge by trying to trick Carp's grandson. Of course, there is also the possibility that, well, Luffy isn't biologically related to Carp. Ace is Carp's biological son, and so on and so forth. This would explain why Shanks and the others have such an attitude. Moreover, they share similar traits and personalities. It's just that compared to Roger, Luffy lacks that beard that looks like nose hair. The 3 legendary pirates of the Great Pirate Era, GOLD, Roger, Edward Newgate, and Shiki the Golden Lion. These are all famous pirates, with various thoughts in his mind. Shanks clearly did not expect Kyle to be so disrespectful. Refusing was one thing, but to say such strange things? It left him feeling puzzled and quite dissatisfied. What do you mean by nose hair? Although that beard does look quite similar, you can't say it like that. Shanks shook his head. Now, whenever he thought of his Captain's nose hair, oh no, it should be called a beard, he would think of nose hair. It gave him a bit of a mental shadow. If the captain knew he thought this way, he would probably come back from the underworld to beat him up, if that were possible. Stop talking nonsense. Becoming the Pirate King is Luffy's own dream. I never said anything, and I even rejected his request to sleep with him back then, Shanks rationalized. He didn't think Luffy was tricked by him. In his view, it was definitely Luffy's own idea, including the legacy of that hat. That is the new era. One day, he will become the new Pirate King. You refused because you were afraid Carp would chase you from the East Blue to the New World, right? Kyle obviously didn't believe it. Whether he believed it or not, he was currently showing an expression of complete disbelief. Captain, Shanks, while they were still talking over here, people in other places were already struggling to hold on. Especially with the arrival of the giant guard crane, several people were knocked away by the air cannon, and several more were captured and tied up. This directly reduced their crew by a small half. Originally, there weren't many people on the red-haired pirate's ship. Now the manpower here was even more apparent. Shanks, take action and subdue him. Jesus Burgess over there was also anxious. They didn't have the opportunity to lend a helping hand. Moreover, dealing with this Akiji was already troublesome enough. That giant-tailed beast also brought them a lot of pressure. Although they were still an advantage for now, they couldn't take down Akiji temporarily. And when Shoha comes to cause trouble, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Make a move, Shanks. We'll take the people ourselves. We are starting as pirates. And if we don't take what we want, what kind of pirates are we? Captain, let him experience the terror of the Yonko Shanks. One by one, they roared. The old crew shouted just to motivate the new crew a little. And now, they indeed needed some momentum. After all, although the officers suppressed the enemy, those of weaker strength were really in a tough spot. This was still Shoha being careful not to completely destroy the port. Otherwise, with just the several attacks from earlier, the casualties would definitely not be limited to those. You've heard the words. I'll say it one last time. Step aside and send the people over. If you don't give me face, then let me be your opponent. The long sword that had already been retracted slowly came out again. Shanks calmly said. The Conqueror's haki on his body was very obvious and had already spread out. Now, he just wanted a response. As long as that response did not meet his expectations, then let us fight. After all, they were pirates. If they wanted something, they would just take it. Moreover, Luffy, in his eyes, could also be considered his companion. Additionally, there was Jesus Burgess's son. Jesus Burgess only had one son and had previously left him in the village. Now that he has come out, he has made his own choice. Naturally, he would not just give up on him. Regardless of life or death, he had to find out. Face? What face? Fool, do you think anyone will care about you? The Yonko Shanks. Kyle said casually. Clearly, he did not take the threat seriously, and he was already very excited. The power of the tailed beast was already spreading out. This was the reward he had received before. Just right. He wanted to confirm how far his combat power could go here. The Yonko Shanks let him be a stepping stone. Chapter 145. Shanks is captured. The complete disregard for face made Shanks's expression stiffen for a moment. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone who showed him such a lack of respect. And it wasn't like it was someone like Whitebeard or the Five Elders. Really, then there's nothing to be done but fight. Shanks wasn't someone who would beat around the bush. Saying so much was just to avoid unnecessary battles. After all, the other side didn't do much when they captured Luffy and the others. And judging by the other side's actions now, there didn't seem to be anything that required them to specifically target. The most important thing was strength. In Shanks's eyes, Ka was very difficult to deal with. Clang. As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword was already swung out. A strong light exploded. A fierce and domineering aura accompanied the sword. It was no longer just simple armament haki. Hee, why not strike first? You came here to take people anyway. Why say so many enticing excuses? Kyle showed no fear, his aura bursting forth. It was as if he was wrapped in armor. Then, accompanied by a cold aura, it completely surrounded the area. Zifa felt the battle and frowned, retreating to the side, let alone other places. Although the others were far away, they were still affected. Bang! Two forces collided, creating a storm, and Shanks quickly changed his expression. Kyle's ability seemed to be more than he expected. His power was suppressed for a moment. It seems you've gained quite a few benefits from the system. Looking at the red power emerging around Kyle, Shanks had already guessed where this power came from. Guess what? The power continued to explode, seemingly endless. After the battle, Kyle became even more confident about taking down Shanks. He also truly showcased his power for the first time. The opponent's situation now was definitely using all their strength. However, full strength was still slightly weaker than he imagined. Conqueror's haki. Shanks was obviously dissatisfied with this answer. A powerful Conqueror's haki even shattered the ground nearby, and sometimes some people were affected, causing many to fall. However, the target he most wanted to attack was completely unaffected. Instead, the Conqueror's haki on the other side erupted as well. Both sides engaged in a swift back-and-forth battle. In terms of physical skills and swordsmanship, Shanks clearly suppressed Kyle. But in other aspects, the haki was evenly matched. Although the opponent's Conqueror's haki was strong, it had no effect on him, while in other areas, it was about equal. It seemed he would have to use other means. Looking at the port almost destroyed, many places submerged, Kyle also lost the desire to continue fighting. And Shanks was getting more and more violent. After all, the other side had already lost quite a few people. especially as he sensed more and more auras approaching, particularly the presence of a powerful one here. He had to resolve this quickly. He wanted a quick resolution, and so did Kyle. In an instant, Kyle found an opportunity. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The battle at the port attracted many people. But Kyle was thinking of the fastest way to resolve the battle. After both sides continued to struggle and confront each other, it was just a moment. Using the illusion of the kaleidoscope to confuse the opponent for a moment, Shanks was directly knocked to the ground by Kyle. Then came the violent frost power, directly turning this Yonko Shanks into a large ice block. Captain, Shanks? This left the others a bit confused. They originally thought Shanks could defeat the opponent to support them. Unexpectedly, before they could do much, Shanks was the first to become an ice sculpture. You guys go keep him company. Shanks was naturally not dead now, but the future was uncertain. As for the pirates here, Kyle quickly gave them the same treatment. The Yonko pirates. Shanks and a group of officers were left on this relatively unknown magnetic drum island. They initially came to rescue people, but now they were left here themselves. One ice sculpture after another was strictly controlled. The people here were all experts. Their physical quality was very strong. Freezing them wasn't a big deal. As long as the time wasn't long, it would be fine. He really captured him. Zifa and Akiji actually felt a bit unsure when Shanks and the others were sent to the dungeon. Now various special handcuffs and sea stone were used to confine them. They still felt something was off. They were just a step away from directly beheading them or chopping off their hands and feet. The Yonko are not gods. It's not that he can't be defeated, just like Whitebeard, who is now gone. Kyle spoke directly. On Whitebeard's side, the New World no longer holds that title, although there are still many people on their ship who haven't died. Moreover, a guy claiming to be Whitebeard's second generation has appeared, claiming to be his son. Speaking of that guy, Kyle suddenly thought of something. I will leave here for a while and handle it myself. Zephyr seemed to already know something, thinking about his own actions, which made Kyle hesitate for a moment. The opponent's strength is indeed formidable. But regarding that so-called Whitebeard's second generation, it's better to bring Akiji along. Anyway, there shouldn't be any issues recently. With such a figure around, if no one wants to end up like that guy, there shouldn't be anyone who wants to fight. Kyle thought of Shanks, who had become a prisoner, and then thought about those who had continually sent people to cause trouble for him. This led him to order White Zetsu and the Black Shadow Legion to take action, investigate the news, and start the slaughter. First, let's create chaos for the people behind those guys, especially since White Zetsu can transform into others. How about a father-son conflict? Brothers wanting to kill each other, or a love story between siblings? As long as the forces are thrown into chaos, that's all that matters. Various plans were already in place. 3 days passed. Zephyr was ready to set off, and Akiji, feeling uneasy, followed along, heading to the New World for a round. That guy wants to see me? Is there anything else to say? Kyle hasn't killed Shanks yet. He just thought that this guy might have some value later, like selling him to Garp, letting Garp beat the guy who tricked his grandson into becoming a pirate a few times, or selling him to the world government for something good. After all, regardless of his status as a Yonko or his own connections, he holds value. Then let's meet. If the messenger can't explain anything, Kyle didn't care and set off directly. It was rare to have a bit of time. Meeting wouldn't hurt. In the dungeon. It seems like your situation isn't too good. Inside the cage, the faces of the guys looked a bit pale. Kyle smiled and greeted them. He hadn't given them anything to eat for the past few days, mainly to let them starve and decrease their combat power. After all, even Zoro can go many days without food. With their strength, starving for 10 days or half a month shouldn't be a problem. If they can hold on, they can starve for a bit longer. Are you so poor that you have no food? If you don't want us dead, at least give us something to eat. Look at my subordinates, they've all starved thin. Shanks immediately complained when he saw Kyle. He wasn't afraid of death. Moreover, losing in piracy means losing. He had no regrets about the previous battle. After fighting like that, it naturally ended in a moment of disappointment. It was clear that the one who made the mistake was him. Just like this. Starved thin? Kyle heard the words and looked at a chubby guy in green clothes. Now he really looked like he had lost quite a bit of weight, almost as if a lot of meat had been drawn out. When Kyle looked over, the guy forced a smile, showing a rather ugly grin. Oh, Kyle hesitated. Oh, Shanks was taken aback. He originally thought this guy had forgotten about them. Now it seemed it was completely intentional. He was deliberately not letting them eat. Not eating was one thing. How about letting me see Luffy, or letting Jesus Burgess meet Usopp. Give me some face. Shanks awkwardly added at the end. Now, saying anything about giving him face seemed a bit habitual after becoming Yonko. He wanted everyone to give him face. Sure enough. Do you think you still have face now? Looking at Shanks, who looked a bit disheveled, locked up with numerous handcuffs and unable to exert any strength, Cal questioned. This made Shanks' not-so-old face stiffen. Why not just kill me? Later, Shanks tried to ask again. This doesn't do anything to them, and they don't give them food. Why not just get rid of him? Or torture him? This made him very unhappy. If only Kyle knew what the bushy-browed guy was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely want to see if the other party's brain was functioning normally. Now, still being alive and not satisfied, and want to kill him? Let's talk about selling you at a good price first. Looking at the other party, Kyle just hoped to sell him to Garp for a good price. It would be best if he could trick Garp into coming over. A punching bag with Shank's name on it. The other party should be very interested. And these days, it was almost enough. When Shanks attacked him, the news had already spread that day. It was estimated that now the whole world knew about it. Magnet Drum Island was attacked by the Yonko red-haired Shanks, and he was already captured by Kyle. Even in the New World, he had already received news that someone had robbed Shanks' territory. At most, it still belonged to Kaido and Big Mom. This little couple was very tacit. One took the other and didn't touch much else. And now, the Yonko and the New World had become two. The Whitebeard pirates had basically disappeared. Even if they popped up a bit, no one thought they could go against Kaido and the others. The Whitebeard pirates had completely fallen into desolation. Also because of the system, there were no Blackbeards now. However, the second generation of Whitebeard was still rampant. Selling at a good price? He had thought of this before. Keeping him for some reason. Perhaps it was due to hatred or wanting to do something, needing to inquire or wanting him to submit honestly. He had thought of various reasons. However, he really didn't expect that someone would catch him and sell him a good price. Do you think of me as a slave? Shanks thought of some human traffickers auctioning slaves and couldn't help but speak up. Are you better than a slave now? Kyle retorted. The other party was just a fallen pirate, captured and awaiting judgment. A slave might still have a chance to escape, but he had no opportunity here. Even if he wanted to run, he had to take down the other party first. This answer made Shanks pause for a moment, self-deprecatingly smiling. He looked at this guy, who had become honest. What does Kyle want to say? He just received some news. That Vice Admiral Karp is here to see you. A voice transmitted from the ground. It was the figure of White Zetsu, gloomy as ever. Karp is here? Maybe he heard about you. Do you think he will hit you for selling his grandson to become a pirate? Do you think he would offer a good price? Hearing this, Kyle also thought of something funny. With a smile, he looked at Shanks in front of him, trying to see some reaction. Karp. Shanks seemed to have thought of something, as if he had been played. He just lay down and stopped moving, playing dumb. That old guy had been looking for trouble with him before, and now that he had the chance, he couldn't resist. He probably had it worse now. Of course, even if it was bad, he wouldn't beg for mercy. He didn't show any bad expression either. So boring. Kyle looked at the other person, who said nothing, as if he hadn't heard anything. Kyle appeared bored. The person started to walk out. Such a guy. Let Karp go and have a love-hate relationship with him. If Shanks were in another world in a previous life, he would have been quite likable. But here, he had nothing to be likable about. Moreover, he was still a prisoner, so there was even less to say. Kyle Kid. Not long after leaving the dungeon, he heard Karp's loud voice from afar. In this cold weather, can't you keep that loudmouth shut? Kyle Kid. Hearing that rough voice getting closer, Kyle turned around and greeted him. After all, the other party was powerful and might be worth winning over. Plus, the other party's son was also capable. Recently, it was said that he was planning something big. He even wanted to borrow people from him for help. With the other party causing trouble for the world government, he had no intention of starting a conflict for now. Of course, that was just for now. Vice Admiral Karp, how come you have time to come here? Are you planning to leave the Navy and find a job for yourself? Looking at Karp's approaching figure, Kyle smiled and greeted him. Chapter 146, Conditions Originally. Karp's mood was pretty good, but after hearing Kyle's words, his expression immediately darkened. Then it turned indifferent. You little brat, every time we meet, you want to trick me away. If you have the ability, trick that guy away too. If he leaves, I'll follow. As if thinking of something interesting, Karp leaned a bit closer to Kyle. That guy? Kyle didn't need to say much. He quickly saw a white-bearded old man slowly walking over in the distance. Admiral Sengoku? Or should I say former admiral? Tricking this guy away probably wouldn't be simple. Moreover, there was no incentive for him to leave. Like the chaos in the world government. That old man knew plenty about the dark sides of the world government. Some matters had even passed through his hands. Like the O'Hara scholars, the snail phone and all that. He was the one who provided them. It was also his order. After all, sitting in such a position, many things were different. There were a lot of matters to handle, and what he saw was also different. Naturally, he couldn't be as free as Carp. Of course, that was in the past. Now it was different. Moving slowly like an ordinary old man, he was leisurely eating a bowl of buckwheat noodles, showing no image of a Navy admiral at all, even though he was a former Navy admiral. So, do you have any thoughts? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. This is a buy one, get one free deal. Carp picked his nose. He had let himself go before, and now Sengoku had nothing to do, so he was just aimlessly hanging around with him. Naturally, he was more casual. Anyway, any troublesome matters could be left for Sengoku. If he could really trick Sengoku away, not to mention Carp himself, he even thought about calling Tsuru back too. By then, the Navy would probably be hollowed out. Suddenly thinking of this possibility, Carp couldn't help but feel sorry for the world government people. He even had a bit of a desire to give it a try. Of course, it was just a thought. He was still very rational and wouldn't casually do such things. Although the current Navy was unreliable, there were still many righteous people working hard. Destroying the efforts of others was not something he would do. This buy one get one free deal is a hell of a challenge. This price, I bet not many people in this world can afford it. Kyle complained from his side. If he had to absorb Sengoku to join, he might as well continue to trick Carp. Who knows? One day the other party might get so angry or have a brain lapse and join. That would have nothing to do with him. He had already said it. If he couldn't handle it, then don't bother him. Ha ha ha. Also, let me meet that red-haired bastard, Shanks. It was convenient to go to the New World before, but now he has delivered himself to my door, so, Carp said with a smile, clearly intending to do something bad to Shanks. He was very familiar with Kyle's attitude, being quite unceremonious. Shanks is already my trophy, right? That guy attacked us recklessly. I won't just hand him over to anyone. Kyle had a look of I don't want to show you on his face, clearly still wanting to discuss terms. Kid, no matter who it is, as long as they are a wanted criminal of the Navy, they must be handed over to the Navy. You can at most get some bounty money. Otherwise, it won't be good for you. Sengoku, who was nearby, spoke slowly as he approached. He had the demeanor of you can't handle that red-haired guy, so just hand him over. When Sengoku walked over here, he had just finished eating his buckwheat noodles. There was still a bit of a smell on him, but he didn't mind at all. Admiral Sengoku has changed a lot since retirement. Kyle looked at him. If it were before, he probably wouldn't have been so direct. Retirement was a good thing, which also meant that the new generation of the Navy had grown up. And this old man is free now. I can deal with whoever I want in the future. Isn't that good? After retirement, Sengoku finally felt the benefits of it. Just these few days of leisurely living had made him feel incredibly comfortable. He heard that the yellow monkey was still busy everywhere. That had nothing to do with him. Although the other party had contacted him several times, he had brushed him off. Young people had their own ways of handling things. This old man couldn't help with anything. Randomly dealing with people was not a good thing. If I'm not careful, the former admiral might soon be under a bounty. At that time, wearing a pirate hat would be a bit of a joke. Looking at the other party, there seems to be an intention to bully with power. Kyle directly mocked the other party, not caring about their meaning at all. Not to mention that the other party doesn't actually have that intention right now. Even if they did take action, he wouldn't be afraid. The four emperors are still around, and these two old guys here are troublesome, but he has people under him. Of course, he wouldn't do such things just for fun. Originally, they weren't even adversaries, and now he doesn't know how many people he would offend by staying here. At the very least, he can't do it himself. Kid. Sengoku glanced over. Forget it. After all, I'm no longer an admiral. I came here to see old colleagues, and to check on Garp, who wants to see the person who took his kid away. This time, besides visiting Garp and looking at his grandson and Shanks, Sengoku also wanted to see Zifa and the situation of other Navy personnel here. The one who complains but still cares deeply about the Navy is Sengoku. Now he talks about how bad the Navy is and has already stepped down as admiral, but he still cares a lot about the Navy situation. He came specifically to gather intelligence this time. Maybe he could find an opportunity to take advantage of some people when he goes back. He also wants to take advantage of Kyle a bit. After all, Shanks was captured with great effort, and if anything unexpected happens with such damage to our port, that would be a problem. So, I'm very sorry. Kyle, while defusing the bomb, wrote that he wanted money on the Lotus. As for the following problems, Zifa is now in the New World, and Akiji and many of his students have been taken there. You wanted to see their thoughts, but that's fallen through. There are quite a few new recruits. Do you want to go and comfort them? Kyle said in a way that made him seem like one of them. Comforting them? What is that nonsense? He really thinks of himself as one of us. Sengoku looked down on Kyle's words. If he really want to see those new recruits, maybe later it would leak out that the former admiral joined Kyle's forces or something. The fifth emperor of the world, or something like that. At that time, the world government people would be spitting blood. Of course, right now, there is no news about the two emperors in the Star World. Although red-haired has nothing to do with them, it's a good opportunity for the world government and the Navy to enter the New World and do something big. If such news were spread, they probably wouldn't have to do much afterward. Even CP0 of the world government would show up. Even the current admirals of the Navy would come looking for him. Seeing Sengoku not speaking, Garp chuckled beside him. Don't know what to say. I didn't expect you to have this moment too. Garp is not stupid. He naturally understands what kind of trouble Sengoku's choice might lead to. Of course, because of this, he chooses to believe that Sengoku won't join Kyle's side. Also, there's the reason of their many years of friendship. What is so hard to answer? I don't have time to deal with this now. Let us talk about the new recruits another time. Hurry up, or we'll leave and go find Zifa in the New World. Sengoku gritted his teeth. He was about to directly say to let Zifa get in trouble. What is he staying here for to help this little brat? No respect at all. Even if Zifa were here still. Kyle, just say what conditions you have. Don't waste time. Garp looked at Kyle. He naturally knew what the other party meant. In short, it's about the price. And he just happens to have no money. He can only let this kid bring up his matters. Don't think about any difficult things. At worst, I want to watch. When the time comes, I'll find some trouble for you and let the world government's people come after you. Let us see how you deal with it. Before Kyle could say anything, Garp had already taken the initiative. This made Kyle a bit frustrated. Didn't they say that the old man has no brain? Why did it change when it came to him? Clearly, he doesn't seem very smart with others. Have you two switch bodies? This isn't like you at all, old man Garp. Looking at Garp, Kyle couldn't help but mock him, making Sengoku beside him chuckle slightly. But he was more focused on observing Kyle, wanting to know something. Unfortunately, he couldn't figure out anything at all. You mean the current Sengoku has changed, right? Has he become half as smart as I used to be? Garp directly ignored some words and only understood half of what was said, leaving Sengoku speechless. You've never been smart, don't think about it. If you only had half of Garp's brain, it wouldn't be like this. All right, I won't say anything too difficult. You go take down Doflamingo, and I'll lend you Shanks to play with. As long as he doesn't die, it's fine. Kyle thought about what to do yet. But he remembered that Zifa had already gone to the New World, and there's that Doflamingo fellow. Even if the other party isn't doing anything, he could still find something for him to do now. Doflamingo? Sengoku already felt something was off. Although that guy's current situation isn't right, no matter what, he is still a former celestial dragon. This matter isn't something they should interfere with, as long as they're still the Navy. Garp couldn't help but want to say something. Aren't you also going to the New World to find someone? When the time comes, just do something along the way. How many people know? Even if it gets to some people, so what? Can they send people to hunt you down or kick you out of the Navy? Kyle casually said this, and the matter of hunting down Doflamingo sounded to him like squashing an ant. Moreover, there might be trouble and issues behind it, just like it's nothing simple. Sengoku listened and didn't know what to say. The reckless guy had clearly hooked on to the need to act. Looking at the guy next to him, who was clenching his fists, years of familiarity made him know what this old man really wanted to do. With this determination, he knew what the other party wanted to pull off. Just like this time. Ha, Doflamingo, huh? You think I'm afraid of those guys? Just leave it to me. When the time comes, you have to hand that bastard over to me. Also, Luffy, let us see how that brat is doing now. Garp spoke very directly. Cleaning up that little brat is nothing in his eyes. Besides, he has been wanting to take action, but hasn't had the opportunity. Now, anyway, here we are, with Sengoku sharing the blame. Let's just do it directly. Right now, Sengoku is just unsure what the other party is thinking. Otherwise, He would definitely want to give Karp a hit on the head to let him know that even Buddha can get angry. He would directly hit his head until it looked like a Buddha's head covered in lumps. Human hearts are hard to read. Even with great strength, it's impossible to know everything. So, Karp has escaped a disaster. It's just that Sengoku suddenly feels a bit uncomfortable, as if something is watching him. That's fine. Then I'll trouble you with this. Of course, it will be even better if you join us at any time. Looking at the two elderly men in front of him, he is currently eager for talent. If these two join, his fame and strength will definitely increase significantly, and at that time, the world government will definitely be unable to sit still. They actually cannot sit still now. People keep coming over, but those who arrive here have basically been turned into white Zetsu. Some have been directly destroyed. Some people have been directly used by white Zetsu, as if they have successfully infiltrated and are completing their mission. Now they're just waiting to collect various information to pass back. It's just a temporary delay. How long these people can be used, KilledThatch doesn't care much. Anyway, they won't be particularly useful. At least they can still fool those guys for a while. Since Zephyr is not here, let's leave first. It's too cold here, and there is no consciousness at all. Sengoku has roughly figured out this island and the strength of the people in various places. There is absolutely no trace of Zephyr, which makes Sengoku basically believe it. Since that's the case, let's go do other things. As for Karp and the other party's empty talk, Sengoku plans to pull Karp away first and then see the situation. If necessary, he will take action. If there is no opportunity or time, it's better to just give up. In the new world, even he doesn't think he can catch that guy who is running around everywhere. Doflamingo can only hide now, making it impossible for people to find him to have a chance to survive. Otherwise, with his current strength, it's very difficult, extremely difficult in the new world. Chapter 147. New QA Karp and Sengoku left. They didn't even look at Luffy before leaving. I hope Doflamingo is okay. Thinking of Karp's smiling face when he left, Kyle suddenly felt a bit of sympathy for Doflamingo. According to the current situation, Karp and Sengoku are looking for him, as long as it's not a deliberate release. He can't escape at all. If he really escapes, then those two should really retire. It's too embarrassing. Internally, he scoffs. Far away in the new world, Doflamingo is now in a very difficult situation. The dam system and that bastard. Being hunted down by various people, Doflamingo can't hold on anymore. But now he can only run to Wano country. Only there can someone protect him. Now the people from the allied countries have ideas about him. And the world government and the Navy also have ideas about him. These are not small matters. He secretly thinks that he will definitely find trouble with Kyle later. At least let him help attract some firepower or something. This thought is quite similar to what Kyle is thinking. He is also thinking this way. Just a coincidence. Time slowly passes. The pirate world is undergoing significant changes. There will be 1 or 2 major news items every few days. About pirates, about the Navy, the world government, and about the Revolutionary Army. About the allied countries. At this time, Kyle also welcomed a new guest. Is the son coming after the father? After more than 10 days. There is still no news from Karp, but the son has come to the door first. He came this time because he has something he wants you to help with. Dragon came here without wasting time and went straight to the point. It's about the liberation of the kingdom you mentioned last time. Kyle naturally knows what he is talking about. He has mentioned it more than once before. He even invited him to act together. But at that time, he didn't have any ideas, so he didn't agree immediately. That plan has already ended, Dragon said after a moment of silence. And then, the ending is not so good. The world government intervened and killed many of our partners, and they also destroyed that country. Dragon said with a heavy tone. The country they selected this time is an allied country, and the world government dealt them a heavy blow, even disregarding the comfort of the people of that country. They directly used large-scale weapons, various shells, and made that kingdom disappear. Then they pushed the blame onto them. Kyle had heard this news before. Anyway, in the end, the Revolutionary Army will take the blame. So what do you want me to do? Kyle looked at him. This business of conquering the world has not yet started. Anyway, it's just a matter of seeing what the other party wants to do. Food, water resources. Many poor countries need them now. Dragon said expressionlessly. He was just short of directly saying he was here to fight the rich. However, Kyle didn't care much. He didn't even ask about the other party's next actions and directly agreed to send him the supplies. After all, this little bit of stuff is nothing to him. Let this guy cause some trouble for the world government. A bit of excitement is good. At least it will make the world government chase after this guy. Thank you for the support. If you need anything, you can contact me. As if he got a reply, Dragon obviously breathed a sigh of relief. And they hadn't continued to say much when a pop-up appeared in front of them. Then they could see figures appearing in the system space. It seems you have something going on again. Dragon looked at the scene inside. Soon he frowned a bit, because he saw a familiar face inside. And with the appearance of this thing, Ka would also enter it, clearly having something to do. Anyway, he was already used to it. Ka was very casual. He also saw the figure with golden hair inside. Sabo from the Revolutionary Army. Luffy has been to the space. Ace has also been to the space. Now, is it this guy's turn? Besides him, the familiar figures are actually almost the same. There are even some people who have entered before. I want to entertain you. I'll have someone send you supplies. Kyle directly called someone to deliver the supplies. Although he didn't directly say how much, it definitely wouldn't be. After calling someone and sending Dragon away, Kyle looked at the figures that did not appear in the system space before entering it. This time, the space was very lively. Kakashi, Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha. This is completely his second visit. Besides them, there are also two somewhat elderly figures nearby. A guy wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robe and a straw hat is the current third Hokage. Next to him is a man with one eye covered and his arms bound by circles of something. Shimura Danzo. The darkness of Konoha. After receiving news about the existence of this thing, he became very interested and took the opportunity to come over. It really is their luck. An opportunity. Thinking about the resurrection within this, both the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo felt excitement. Not far from them, there is an elderly woman dressed in thick clothing. Chiyo from Sunagakure. Originally waiting for death, Chiyo was unexpectedly sent here. Completely cut off from the outside world. She had never heard any external news and didn't even know where this place was. Is this another of your Konoha's schemes? You are the son of White Fang? Chiyo's first focus was on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. They could be considered acquaintances, or rather, familiar strangers. She knew of them, but had hardly seen them. After all, they are two notable figures, and the third Hokage hadn't been on the battlefield much, even less than her. The old woman from Sunagakure. I didn't expect to meet you here. You should be careful. Shimura Danzo smiled sinisterly. He could tell that Chiyo didn't know where this place was, which made her even more nervous. Is this the place that Tasmi mentioned? On another side, at a table, there is a tall, blonde woman with a massive chest. A black-haired girl with a blank expression, a short, pink-haired lowly, and a white-haired woman in formal attire with a mechanical arm. The four of them looked around, feeling quite curious. At this moment, they had already learned about this space from Tasmi. They were also quite interested in this thing. Now, with the opportunity to come here, they were eagerly looking around. If Tasmi wasn't mistaken, the people around should be from other worlds. These are the people from other worlds that Tasmi mentioned, right? They don't look particularly special, Main casually remarked. Holding the Imperial tool, she was quite cautious, ready to aim it at others at any moment. Don't you be so nervous. That guy said we can't fight here. Let's wait for that administrator to arrive, Nagiatin said as she calmly sat down, speaking to her teammates around her. She had already learned about the rules here and figured she could just wait. As for the people from other worlds, she wouldn't mind exchanging a few words if necessary. But with the strange atmosphere around, she decided against initiating a greeting. The members of Night Raid sat down obediently, showing good discipline. Even the usually mischievous Leone was behaving herself. Akame and Main were also sitting carefully. Aside from these figures, there was also Sabo, who Kyle had seen before. He calmly observed the people around him, and after confirming there were no familiar faces, he sat down as well. Although he hadn't experienced it himself, he had seen others enter this place. He figured it was just a show. How boring to make me participate in this game. A tall, black-haired woman on the side looked quite displeased. Yet she understood that she couldn't resist this system. She chose to behave herself, not to mention the system. Even that administrator might not be her match. After all, previously, the Marine Admiral and the four Emperors had been here, behaving themselves. And then there was Doflamingo before. Thinking of him made Hancock feel troubled. If she accidentally exposed something she shouldn't hear, it would be problematic, especially concerning past events. Sitting in her spot, Hancock felt very uneasy. The people from the Naruto world watched as each person took their seats. The third Hokage and his companions from Konoha also sat down together. Chiyo sat down by herself. She was still suspicious, but seeing the people around her who seemed to know what was going on, she decided to sit down as well. Is there anyone who can tell this old woman where this place is? Initially, Chiyo thought it was Konoha's scheme, but seeing how everyone was behaving, it didn't seem like they were here to cause trouble. She seized the opportunity to speak up to clarify the situation. This is Konoha's conspiracy. Chiyo, you are doomed. Danzo threatened from the side. However, Chiyo completely ignored him. Her gaze only briefly glanced at Kakashi, the guy who looked like White Fang. Although she would love to kill him, it was clear that there was no opportunity now. Moreover, it was uncertain who would kill whom if a fight broke out. The strongest Hokage of Konoha, along with the upper echelons of Konoha, plus Kakashi himself, wasn't weak. There was no chance. If she were to be attacked, she would undoubtedly be the one to die. At most, she would just observe those two kids. Those two kids seemed to have some value. If she could capture them, perhaps she would have a chance to do something. But the odds were slim, so it was better to behave. This is a question and answer space created by a system. We don't know how it appeared, but participating in the questions here can earn rewards, and, of course, there will also be punishments. There are punishments that can kill, and rewards that can resurrect. That's basically it, old lady. Sabo, sitting on the side, was bored and directly explained to the old woman after someone spoke up. After all, she looked like a weak and pitiful old lady, and there was also someone beside her who looked like a grumpy old man, making him think of a love triangle. Was there some misunderstanding between them? Men and women, women and men, and everything in between. With all sorts of strange thoughts, Sabo simply explained. Upon hearing this, Chiyo's first reaction was disbelief. But seeing that Shimura, Danzo, and the others beside her didn't refute anything, and the smiling blonde boy in front of her felt quite strong and friendly, she decided to thank him. Thanks for your explanation. My name is Chiyo, from Sunagakure. I don't know about you. Chiyo want to learn more about him. You can call me Sabo. I shouldn't be from your world. Sabo had never heard of Sunagakure, but he recognized Kakashi and the others. If you're from the same world as them, then you shouldn't be from our world. This system can send people from different worlds here. And the situation here can be seen in the outside world. Sabo explained directly. Different worlds? Chiyo was skeptical, but looking at Kakashi and the others, she held back. She needed to digest the news she had received. And thinking about the possibility of resurrecting people, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. This was her goal, her dream. The third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, who were on the side, looked at Kakashi upon hearing this. He had some things he hadn't said before. Kakashi shook his head as well. He knew nothing. He was completely unaware of what was being broadcast in their world. Little brother, our current situation will be broadcast in your world? Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the last time Kakashi and the others came. So that means everyone knows everything. Fortunately, it's another world, but he still had some concerns. Now that this news has spread, many people know about it. Moreover, some people have been causing trouble and crazily spreading rumors, saying that Konoha had many secrets, which made other great nations and ninja villages have ideas about them. It was likely that only Chiyo, who had always been unaware of the outside world, was still unclear. Now, their entry here was good news. But if the whole world knew, and if their secrets were broadcast, that would be problematic. People from your world have come several times. We have seen it all, Sabo said directly, looking at the old man in front of him. He seemed a bit familiar. You seem to have appeared before. Something about a Hokage, right? He couldn't remember clearly, but it shouldn't be wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression stiffened upon hearing this. It turned out that his reputation as the strongest Hokage had spread to other worlds. He had basically tacitly accepted it. The other party was indeed talking about him. Little did he know, Sabo had just thought of it suddenly and hadn't confirmed who the other party was. Shimura Danzo hinted from the side. If this news were to leak, it would not be good for them. Especially this time. Why did Kakashi and the others come again? And what about these two little brats, who clearly could have stayed in Konoha? Where's that little girl? Chapter 148, the third Kazekage, and everyone had different thoughts. Especially since they had all heard that the system might broadcast something worldwide. Although it might not be about their world, what if? If nothing happened this time, what about next time? Everyone had their own secrets, and it was very normal for their secrets to be exposed at any time. There were quite a few people this time, and while everyone had their own thoughts, a figure suddenly entered and sat down with them. Looking at the person who came in, Kyle greeted. Is this the manager? Najetin looked at Kyle. They had already learned about him before entering. They were all calm and just observing. A little handsome guy. He didn't look very big. Leona smiled on the side. The waves were surging, making one have to admit that she was quite big. Being handsome couldn't feed you. Maine had no interest in such a person. She preferred her hand cannon. No handsome guy was more important than her weapon. Akihito still looked like he didn't know anything. Just sitting there. Anyway, without a mission. It had nothing to do with her. If there were a mission, then they would be doomed. The people from the Akihito world said nothing. The people from the pirate world didn't say much either. Sabo was uncertain about the current situation, although he had heard from Dragon. They already had contact, but now the whole world was watching, and he had no intention of exposing anything. As for the Empress, she frowned. This man actually dared to ignore her. Was her damn charm being ignored? Now the few old men opposite her, along with the little brat, were all attracted to her. This man came here and didn't even glance at her. Considering the other party's identity, the Empress said nothing. She was very clear about the lesson from the previous 4 emperors, Kaido. Although she was arrogant, she didn't think she could compare to Kaido. Hey, is this the esteemed manager? Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage of Konoha, said as he arrived at this place. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced around. He greeted them with a smile. Looking like a kind, old man from a village. Although polite, it was more of a respectful demeanor. Calling someone esteemed was just a title. All right, no matter who you are, you should know what this place is, right? In short, there will be some questions for you to answer. Rewards for correct answers. And penalties for wrong ones. No fighting is allowed here, or there will be punishments. That's the rule. He glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he had been in this world for a long time, he still felt an influence from the old man. He had no good feelings towards this old man. Back in the previous world, there were always a large number of people discussing the good and bad of the other party. But the fact was, as long as you became a high-ranking official, none were free from schemes. Of course, the old man was covered in dark secrets that could never be washed away. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't feel awkward about not getting the desired attitude. He smiled kindly and watched Kyle explain the rules. After understanding the situation here, it was confirmed that it was the same as what Kakashi had said before. There was no deception, and Shimura Danzo's eyes lit up even more. If all this was true, Hiruzen, I'm going to secure the position of Hokage. He secretly glanced at Hiruzen. He had already received the news that this was a quiz format. As long as he answered correctly, the reward would come, according to the intelligence gathered by his roots. He was not just an encyclopedia of the ninja world. He was also the encyclopedia of Konoha. There was nothing in Konoha that he didn't know. As long as he wanted to know, it wouldn't be a problem to find out the color of Hiruzen's underwear, let alone his wife's. You all seem like you have nothing to ask, then let us begin. He was aware of the previous conversations in the system and knew that the people here already understood the rules. So there was no need to waste time. He began to select the questions. First, the questions about the ninja world. Your questions. Everyone from your world could answer, with the first person being the standard. Regardless of right or wrong, there would be no opportunity for further answers. Kyle looked at the ninja world people. A group of Konoha people bullying an old lady from the sand village. This is too much. And the first question, multiple choice. Who killed the 3rd Kazekage? 1. Sasori of the Red Sand. 2. 4th Kazekage. 3. Orochimaru. 4. Shimura Danzo. Reward, Puppet 1. Penalty, lose an arm. The 3rd Kazekage? For the first question, Chiyo immediately frowned. She had spent quite a bit of time searching for this answer. She had even suspected her own grandson. Among the people involved, she thought any of them could be the culprit. Do we have to confirm it now? Why is this a question about Sunagakure? Danzo suddenly felt displeased, especially when he saw his name on the list. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his old partner. With his name there, could it be possible? Although he wasn't particularly interested in the puppet reward, knowing more information is always good. The Kakashi trio sat quietly to the side, their emotions somewhat off. After arriving here, they hadn't said much. At least for now, they weren't inclined to answer. This time was different from last time. They couldn't just say whatever they wanted and answer however they liked. Coupled with their previous experiences in Konoha, everyone was feeling a bit down. Moreover, with a big shot present, they naturally had little say. I know nothing. You should ask that old lady. Those are her village's people. Seeing the suspicious gaze from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo grew even more displeased. Would a high-ranking member of Konoha like him really go kill the third Kazekage? And then keep it a secret? If he had really done it, everyone in the ninja world would have known by now. At that point, wouldn't the position of Hokage be his for the taking? Sarutobi Hiruzen, hand over the Hokage position. Danzo had all sorts of thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally noticed that his old partner was being dishonest. But he didn't mind. If he were honest, he wouldn't be Danzo. With a smile, he looked at Chiyo. Chiyo, if you want to answer the question, don't be polite. We are allies, and this is a question about your village. You should answer it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said cheerfully. He didn't care about the puppet reward at all. If it were a good reward, he might consider risking an arm to answer. What question about Sunagakure? What alliance with Sunagakure? It's simply impossible. That old lady should be thanking you. Chiyo said slowly. She wasn't a fool and naturally knew this guy wasn't honest. Not all. No need to be polite, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Administrator, what happens if no one answers the question? Chiyo huffed. Not want to talk to Sarutobi Hiruzen anymore. Every time she looked over, she saw Kakashi's masked face, the son of Konoha's White Fang. She wanted to kill him, but couldn't. Helpless, she could only look at the administrator. If no one answers, a random person will answer. Correct answers receive rewards. Incorrect answers receive penalties. Then it will be the same for people from the same world. Buzz in, works the same. Kyle glanced at Chiyo and spoke directly. This guy wouldn't be trying to trick us, would he? He had no intention of tricking anyone. He would just follow the system's rules. As for the people here trying to trick each other, that was none of his business. For everyone, he was fair and just. It seemed that the one who should be anxious wasn't me, the old lady. The worst outcome would just be answering the question, getting a puppet if correct, or losing an arm if wrong. Getting old means becoming timid, and besides, hands are essential for a puppet master. Without hands, she didn't know how she would be bullied by the younger generation when she returned. Chiyo said slowly. She naturally wanted to know the answer. Moreover, she wanted to see the system's magical aspects. However, before that, she didn't want to be taken advantage of by the Konoha people. Since you all want to let it go, then I will let you have it. After all, getting it right would only yield a puppet. A dignified puppet master from Sunagakure wouldn't be so eager for just a puppet. Chiyo, what do you mean? Danzo immediately felt displeased. There were quite a few people from Konoha who came in. If it really came to it, he might be the one in trouble. For him, this wasn't a good thing at all. If he wasn't 100% sure of the answer, or if the reward wasn't very generous, he wouldn't have thought about answering the question at all. And given the conditions above, none of them applied to him. It simply wasn't his time to answer. As for the others, the Nine-Tails brat and the Uchiha brat, these two were both troublesome. One was a war weapon, and the other was a dangerous bomb. The Nine-Tails was a given. Losing an arm would definitely have an impact. As for Uchiha Sasuke, his crazy older brother was still alive. He remembered the guy had specifically warned him before leaving. If something happened to Uchiha Sasuke, it wouldn't be impossible for it to bring great trouble to Konoha. Finally, Danzo's gaze shifted to Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen. These two were the best candidates. Moreover, they were from the same faction. It would be best if it were Sarutobi Hiruzen. After losing an arm, he could be forced into retirement. After so many years as Hokage, it was simply outrageous. He wouldn't even let him sit for a while. Even being the fifth Hokage, or fifth Hokage would be fine. Danzo was filled with resentment. The old lady had no thoughts. She was just giving you all a chance. Since we are partners, no need to be polite. Chiyo said directly. She planned to see who would end up answering. Hopefully, it would be Konoha's strongest Hokage who would get into trouble. Losing an arm would not help, no matter how many ninjutsu or how much of a ninjutsu master one was. Losing an arm was a big deal for a ninja. At this moment, both Chiyo and Danzo had surprisingly similar thoughts. They were both hoping for trouble to befall Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old guy. The bigger the tree, the more wind it attracts. Right now, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't realize he was sitting here while everyone was hoping for him to get into trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what a sin, what did I do wrong? Unfortunately, he didn't know the thoughts of these two people. Now, he was also feeling troubled. What if no one wants to answer the question? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kakashi and the others. His thoughts were similar to Danzo's. These two little ones wouldn't take risks. As for Kakashi, if it were usually just himself, he would definitely have spoken up. Cough, cough, cough. Pretending to cough a bit, Sarutobi Hiruzen signaled for Danzo to speak. Danzo took a glance and acted as if nothing had happened, as if he knew nothing at all. Now he was also supposed to play the villain? Don't even think about it. Kakashi, due to Rin's matter, felt extremely powerless and didn't want to say anything. His trust in the higher-ups had already plummeted to freezing point. He had become immune to Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice, barely listening at all. Surely, you guys aren't passing the buck, are you? No need to be polite. Isn't there still a question to address later? Lord Third Hokage, why not give it a try? Or perhaps one of the sons of Konoha's White Fang. Maybe they could earn some rewards and help develop the puppet technique in Konoha. Chiyo could naturally see through Hiruzen's little scheme. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, she generously opened her mouth, prompting Hiruzen to take the lead. However, it seemed like a difficult topic to engage with. What should he even say? Just jump right in? He was hesitant precisely because he didn't want to. Should he just call someone out? Chiyo was being too polite. Hiruzen forced a hypocritical smile and then kindly looked towards Kakashi and the others. He could also see that Danzo had some thoughts. He could only shift his gaze to a few others. Kakashi, who do you think it is? He directly prompted them to guess. If they had any ideas, then let them guess. Simple and straightforward. It would be best if it was Kakashi who guessed. If it were someone else, looking at the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the Uchiha lineage, it still felt like Kakashi was the one to do it. You are already a mature ninja. You understand the will of fire. You would naturally step up to take on this task. Coupled with the recent events concerning Rin, their relationship had also changed somewhat. This made him consider changing the person in charge. Kakashi, especially seeing the absent-minded look on his face now. Hiruzen's voice grew heavy. It carried the weight of an upper rank pressuring a lower rank. That domineering tone snapped Kakashi back to reality. An elite jonin now felt like a complete slacker. Compared to before, when he was always reading those novels, he felt even more like a slacker now. It was as if he was being completely ruined. Lord Third Hokage, did you call for me? The dazed Kakashi paused for a moment before looking up at Hiruzen, as if he had just noticed everything and heard the other party's call. His bewildered gaze and demeanor suggested he was utterly clueless. Kakashi, who do you think we should choose? He glanced at the two younger ones who were also in low spirits but had been drawn in. Hiruzen still intended to place the matter on Kakashi's shoulders. Chapter 149. Am Hokage choose who? Kakashi initially didn't react. After looking around and at the question before him, he began to understand. It was puzzling. Did he really need to consult him on who to choose? If it were back when he was leading a few kids, it wouldn't need to be said. But now, with all these big shots present, where did it leave him? He couldn't discern anything either. Glancing at the names, Kakashi softly replied, I don't know. In his view, this answer shouldn't have anything to do with him either. Kakashi, this question is up to you. Seeing Kakashi's clueless expression, Hiruzen didn't drag it out any longer and spoke directly. He had already signaled Danzo to speak several times during the conversation. Unfortunately, this old guy was unwilling to continue being the root of Konoha. He now had his own ideas, despite feeling various levels of dissatisfaction and disdain. The most important thing right now was still to select someone to answer this question. It's up to me? Kakashi initially didn't grasp it, but looking at the gazes of Danzo and Chiyo, who were watching the show, he glanced at the rewards and penalties. He seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the two younger ones who were in a bad mood, but didn't show any unusual reaction. All right, Lord Hokage. The Hokage had given the order. As a ninja, how could he refuse? No matter how dangerous this question was, he had to choose. Kakashi, I have always believed in you. Young people should take on more responsibilities to inherit the will of fire more quickly. Hiruzen rambled on quite a bit, leaving those around him a bit stunned. Outsiders noticed that this old guy seemed a bit off. And then there was their previous conversation. Kakashi silently nodded, showing no visible emotion. Nearby, Naruto observed the scene. Kakashi-sensei, you can do it. Sasuke glanced over. He wasn't foolish. He could see how everyone here was trying to avoid responsibility. It was disgusting. But unlike Naruto, he didn't speak up. It's up to me. Kakashi responded, somewhat perfunctorily. He then looked at the answers inside. First, Kakashi ruled out Orochimaru and Danzo. Firstly, he hadn't received any such news in Konoha. Of course, This might be because he wasn't qualified enough to know. But the two high-ranking officials here knew nothing at all. Clearly, this matter had nothing to do with Konoha. It couldn't be ruled out that Orochimaru had done something on his own, but the probability was low. He remembered that when the third Kazekage died, Orochimaru seemed to have still been in Konoha. After ruling them out, it pointed to internal strife within the Sand Village. No matter which village it was always like this. Deidara. Kakashi had heard of him, Chiyo's grandson. Looking at him now, he wasn't sure whether he knew about this matter or not. However, it seemed Deidara had left the Sand Village during that time. As for the fourth Kazekage, it was actually possible too. Have you made up your mind? Seeing Kakashi still lost in thought and not intending to give an answer, Kale prompted him slightly. I choose Deidara. After some hesitation, Kakashi ultimately chose the already defected Deidara. Upon hearing Kale's words, he directly provided his answer. Hiruzen and Danzo had no particular expressions. They planned to see what this answer was. If it was true, it might stir up some chaos in the Sand Village. Exposing this could lead the current fourth Kazekage to find trouble for Chiyo. Of course, considering Chiyo's age and status, the level of trouble wouldn't be too significant. At most, it would just prevent her from enjoying her retirement in peace. Actually, they are hoping that the fourth Kazekage is the correct answer. If that's the case, then there will be a lot to play with. Not to mention anything else. But the elders of the Sand Village, Chiyo, definitely won't let that Kazekage off easily. There aren't many who would dare to believe someone who stepped over the corpse of the third Kazekage to rise to power. As expected, it's very annoying. That guy with the bloodline of Konoha's White Fang. Chiyo, who was originally watching the show, felt a bit displeased upon hearing this answer. It wasn't just that she was upset about the other's suspicion of her grandson. In fact, she had doubted it herself, and even felt that this was the truth. Back then, many people in the Sand Village also had their doubts, but she suppressed them. She even convinced them by citing the young age of Sasori at that time. Of course, the main reason was that she had given up a lot of things, including power, and without evidence, it was left at that. But she still had a slight inkling about the real situation. Although Sasori might not be able to defeat the third Kazekage. What if it was a sneak attack or something like poison? Those are all Sasori's good tactics. Plus, with his identity, the third Kazekage wouldn't be particularly on guard. So it was possible for him to get caught off guard. This is also very likely. Now, Chiyo felt that this guy's answer was correct. Of course, it was also the optimal choice. If it were someone else, the Sand Village would definitely be in chaos. Forget it. It's just a puppet. It's a pity that there's no chance to make them lose a hand. Chiyo didn't care much about the reward. It was just a pity that the opportunity to make the Konoha people lose an arm was reduced. While Chiyo was lost in various thoughts, Kale directly announced the answer. Correct answer, and their SA reward. Looking at everything in front of him, Kakashi was very familiar with it. He had seen it several times before. This time, a humanoid puppet appeared in front of him. Dirty and messy, it didn't look like something of high quality. Kakashi casually took out a sealing scroll, intending to seal it and take it back. Although this thing looked average, Konoha really didn't have many puppets. So it was better to keep it. At first, the people on the scene, whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, or others, didn't pay attention to this shabby thing. Even Naruto had a very disdainful expression. Why is the reward just this? Trying to fool people? Of course, he wasn't a fool and naturally wouldn't shout about it here. He just watched. As the iron sand seeped out from this thing, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo on the scene already felt something was off. Chiyo saw the face of this puppet. Her complexion changed drastically. The old, fleshy face trembled. The third, Kazekage, looking at the somewhat familiar figure in front of her. Chiyo's expression changed several times. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Why? Why would the third Kazekage turn into a puppet and be here? What did you do? You. Chiyo looked at Kakashi and the puppet in his hand. Then she looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and finally at the administrator Kale. The distrustful words had already emerged. She stood up completely. You need to ask the system about that. Anyway, the reward for the Q has been sent, so don't worry about these details. The system won't say much to you anyway, Kale said lazily. The old lady's attitude wasn't good, and she wanted to say something to him. He had a bad attitude towards pirates, and he wasn't much better towards ninjas either. They were all in the business of killing. Who's cleaner than whom? Hearing such indifferent words, Chiyo's expression stiffened. The hand she had reached out also stopped. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, beside her, were very interested in watching her, looking like they were waiting for her to take action. They were obviously aware of the situation here. Hand over the puppet. The son of Konoha's White Fang. Chiyo glanced at Kale and ultimately backed down. She didn't want to cause a scene here. Now she was alone, and there were so many people around. Especially with the Konoha people nearby harboring ulterior motives, she had to be more cautious. It was impossible to take action, at least not now, and she couldn't be the one to strike first. Kakashi, give me the thing. Not seeing a fight break out, Shimura Danzo didn't care. He looked stiffly at Kakashi, ordering him to take out the reward. Originally, he hadn't paid much attention to this thing, but since Chiyo wanted it, and it was the puppet of the legendary third Kazekage, he started to have ideas. This thing could be a good choice for trading with the Sand Village later, or for his own research. Who knows, something interesting might come up in the process. Kakashi looked at Shimura Danzo, didn't speak, and didn't take out the item. He had no goodwill towards this guy. This guy had previously harmed Rin, causing her so much suffering. Now, he still wanted his reward. Dream on. But the other party was a high-ranking member of Konoha. Kakashi glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who didn't seem to be looking at him, as if he hadn't heard anything. He was just watching Chiyo and Danzo and occasionally shifted his gaze to Leo and the Empress across the table. He carefully glanced at the area below their heads, still with a kind smile, looking like a warm and friendly old man. No one had said anything yet. Chiyo had already spoken. Danzo, how dare you? Grandma Chiyo was very displeased. He still wanted to interfere in their affairs. Aren't you afraid of reigniting the Ninja World War? She would not give up on this puppet of the third Kazekage, no matter what this thing was. Even if it was just an appearance, it was impossible to give it to other villages. Moreover, considering the iron sand that had just fallen, that thing might not just be a puppet. It might even have some abilities. What does that have to do with me? Isn't this our Konoha's spoils of war? I just gave you a chance, and besides, this thing wasn't made by us. If you have ideas, you can find the person who took this thing, Shimura Danzo said casually. While speaking, he splashed some water towards Kale's side, trying to see if Chiyo would be provoked enough to really cause trouble. Although the possibility was small, emotions were unpredictable. You think Chiyo gritted her teeth, originally wanting to say something. But then she gave up on talking to Shimura Danzo and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is this your meaning? Third Hokage, we are allies now. Obviously, there were matters that required their handling, and Chiyo also thought of the alliance. If there were no issues, she wouldn't care about this. She was even thinking that if possible, she could casually set them up. Cough, cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to just hear the words. Things from Konoha naturally couldn't be handed over so casually. Kakashi, don't you understand what I'm saying? Bring over the puppet. Shimura Danzo had already made his stance clear before the other party even spoke. He also reminded Kakashi again while feeling dissatisfied with this guy. As a current high-ranking official of Konoha and a future Hokage, he was still so hesitant when giving orders. It seemed he had other thoughts due to previous events. Kakashi, are you thinking of defecting? Indeed, those who possess the Sharingan are all ungrateful. It should all be mine. All of it. He glared at Kakashi fiercely. He even glanced at Sasuke and Naruto in between. His gaze almost wanted to swallow them whole, making everyone feel uncomfortable. Sarutobi Hiruzen also sensed the situation of his companion and instantly felt displeased. When I asked you to speak, you didn't say anything and you didn't answer my questions. Now you're making a fuss. What do you want with the puppet? Danzo, what the young people earn is naturally theirs. We in Konoha won't take anything from a youth. This puppet is yours now, Kakashi. You must cherish it. Who knows, this puppet might even unleash the power of the strongest Kazekage from Sunagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also cunning. While striking at Danzo, he also saved face for himself, increasing his favorability. After all, he didn't need the puppet right now. Even if he needed it later, he could just borrow it then. There was no need for it now, and he could also provoke them a bit. That was enough. Hiruzen, this matter should be handled by me. Danzo was displeased. He felt disrespected in front of so many people. Are you still Sarutobi Hiruzen? Are we not good friends anymore? Enough. I am the Hokage, Danzo. Seeing Danzo still wanting to speak, Hiruzen had already spoken to stop him. Since the matter was settled, no matter what he wanted to say, he wouldn't be given the opportunity. Don't argue honestly. You will regret it. Hiruzen, Danzo was furious upon hearing this. However, due to the other party's Hokage status, he wouldn't hold back. I am the Hokage. He recalled how he had suffered from being slow to react and almost became Hokage. Moreover, after so many years of hard work and sacrifice for Konoha, he had struggled and suffered. He had almost taken over as the 5th Hokage, but this guy had ruined it. He had endured all that. Now, this guy was using his position as Hokage to pressure him. Shimura Danzo became even more eager for the Hokage position. You forced me to do this, Hiruzen. Various thoughts filled his mind, but on the surface, he acted as if nothing was wrong and became obedient. Hiruzen, not possessing mind-reading abilities, naturally didn't know what the other party was thinking. Looking at Danzo's expression in silence, he felt quite satisfied. I am the Hokage. Chapter 150, Chiyo's answer was just about the puppet matter, which worsened the relationship with this old guy who was already a superficial brother. Kakashi, looking at the two people beside him, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was becoming increasingly clear about the true nature of the 3rd Hokage. As for Shimura Danzo, there was no need to mention it. He truly couldn't understand how such a person became a high-ranking official in Konoha. Hokage-sama, you should take this puppet. You are Konoha's hope, and this thing still has some strategic value. How to handle it is up to you. Kakashi politely sealed the puppet and presented it to the 3rd Hokage. No matter what, he wanted to send it off. Danzo had his eyes on it, and so did Chiyo. Keeping this thing would only be a hassle, and it was of no use to him. Although he was said to know all kinds of ninjutsu, and his taijutsu was decent, and jinjutsu was also okay, he truly couldn't master puppet techniques. Besides possibly being useful for disguise sometimes, this thing brought him more trouble. This thing is hot potato. The trouble outweighs the benefits. Coupled with the fact that he was indeed mentally exhausted now. This Konoha, Kakashi, it's rare for you to have this kind of heart. So I will accept it. I will remember your contribution, and later I will see what ninjutsu is suitable for you, so that you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. The village's Nin giving him face also let people know he was a kind-hearted good leader. This was no longer just about the puppet. As for the ninjutsu matter, he wasn't just saying it casually. He really had this idea. After all, the other party had contributed, and teaching someone a ninjutsu wouldn't cost him anything. Of course, for Kakashi, it seemed that ordinary ninjutsu wouldn't be of much use to him. Multiple shadow clone technique? With his little chakra, he couldn't even use a few shadow clones in battle. It was like he was exhausted. It was truly useless. This was a forbidden technique for Kakashi. Would release? No possibility of using it. Flying Thunder God technique? This one was possible, but the chances were very low. Could it be impure world reincarnation? Or, after thinking about various ninjutsu, he truly found nothing suitable for Kakashi. Ordinary ninjutsu was too ordinary, having no value for Kakashi at all. Better ninjutsu, special ninjutsu. He felt a bit reluctant. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kakashi silently nodded, standing obediently to the side. In any case, since the other party was saying nice things, he would just listen. He didn't need any ninjutsu. He took the other party's words as polite talk. He estimated that if they really gave him any ninjutsu later, it would be just some average stuff. Hiruzen, the village's forbidden techniques cannot be casually taught to others. Danzo found fault from his side. He looked at Kakashi with great displeasure. After all, he was once his superior. How could he not give him face and still listen to Hiruzen's words like that? Kakashi, have you also become a lapdog? Is this the kind of man you are? Just like that Konoha white fang. Useless as mud. Various thoughts filled his mind, and these unsaid words did not come out. But his biased demeanor made those around them feel it clearly. Sarutobi Hiruzen. We from Sunagakure will not give up on this puppet. You must think carefully. Granny Chiyo saw the disharmony in Konoha as an opportunity. If this puppet were just an ordinary item, she wouldn't care. But to her, it was about their 3rd Kazekage's puppet. This had to be looked into. It would be best to take it back for research. The Sand Village is our ally, so let's discuss this matter after returning. Danzo, I am Hokage, and I have the right to teach forbidden techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded to two people in succession. He was also contemplating how to take advantage of the situation to gain some benefits from the Sand Village. Although they were allies, there was no need to be polite when it came to eliminating enemies, especially now that he had the upper hand. Upon hearing the words, "I am the Hokage," Danzo felt extremely displeased and wanted to slap Sarutobi Hiruzen a few times. Back then, he had suffered from being slow to react and not stepping forward. Was it really like this? Always going on about being Hokage. He ground his teeth in secret while maintaining a cold facade. Danzo took his time, seemingly accepting the outcome. But inwardly, he was thinking of ways to become Hokage and force Sarutobi Hiruzen off the stage. He can no longer hold back. I hope you really think this way. Otherwise, our alliance might not be so solid after all. Granny Chiyo had her thoughts. She wasn't quite clear, yet that their alliance was already shaky. The Sand Shinobi had already sent people to Konoha to cause trouble. Even the Jinchuriki had come to disrupt things. Was this still a solid alliance? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled calmly, choosing not to say much more, just nodding. Meanwhile, the screen on the system had already begun to change, showing a scene from the ninja world. It started playing a video about how the Kazekage of the Sand Village was poisoned and secretly harmed by Sasori of the Red Sand. The corpse was taken away and eventually turned into a human puppet, controlled by Sasori, turning people into puppets while using their abilities from when they were alive. Is that what puppet techniques are? People from both the world of the Red Eyes and the world of pirates were clearly very interested in this technique. Even the people from Konoha were paying close attention to this person. If this is really the case, Sasori, have you really come this far? Looking at the handsome red-haired youth in the video, Granny Chiyo almost shed tears but managed to hold them back. Although she was very satisfied to see it, it wasn't the same as seeing it live. However, as she watched the scene slowly fade away, Chiyo began to gradually regain her composure. The second question. Meanwhile, Ka had already announced that for the first question, Kakashi guessed correctly and received a reward. Multiple choice. Who killed the fourth Kazekage? 1. Shimura Danzo. 2. Orochimaru. 3. Sarutobi Hiruzen. 4. Uchiha Obito. Reward, magnet release. Punishment. The fourth Kazekage resurrected through impure world reincarnation will assassinate you for a month. Granny Chiyo looked at the question inside and fixed her gaze on Kyle. Why is it again about the Kazekage? The third Kazekage's incident was one thing, but now the fourth Kazekage is also in trouble? Has she been in seclusion for too long? Is it that in a few days, someone from Konoha will come to her secluded place and tell her that the times have changed and the Sand Village is now their territory? Is this Kazekage so weak? Or is it some kind of measurement unit? Why is he always being killed? Leo Nai quietly asked her superior, Najin, about the consecutive troubles of the third and fourth Kazekage, making her want to complain. This Kazekage really has a dangerous job, doesn't he? Isn't he supposed to be a leader? Just like that lecherous old man next to her, who calls himself Hokage. Shut up, Leonai. Najin awkwardly smiled at Chiyo, signaling an apology, then turned back to Leonai. There are no weaklings here. With such a small voice, everyone here basically knows. Hearing this, Leonai seemed carefree, as if she didn't care about anything. Chiyo was quite displeased by this remark. What do you mean by their Kazekage being a measurement unit? However, since the other party had already apologized and didn't seem like someone to provoke, she chose not to say much more. She turned to the third Hokage. This was what she needed to ask now. Third Hokage, aren't you going to explain anything? The people on that screen are all from your Konoha. Each one of them is practically from Konoha. Moreover, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are on there. She almost directly asked if those two were behind the assassination of their Kazekage. It seems like the Kazekage is currently in Konoha, right? You. Chiyo could be said to have had little communication with the outside world. She was also unaware of Konoha's current collapse plan. She only knew that the Chunin exams were coming up. The Kazekage from the Sand Village had come to Konoha as an ally. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt a bit at a loss for words. It seemed to be the case. The other side had indeed reached Konoha, but he hadn't done anything. Had he? Could it be that Danzo did something behind his back? While thinking this, he glanced at Danzo. Perhaps the Sand Village had some conspiracy against Konoha and got eliminated. Since they were unclear about everything, discussing this seemed pointless. Danzo interjected, making Granny Chiyo be a bit more restrained. The current situation in the ninja world was such that at any moment they could have conflicts. Such occurrences were not impossible. Moreover, the question posed might even pertain to future events. There might be some misunderstanding involved. They should see which answer is correct. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoothed things over, suggesting that both sides should not dwell on this matter. Right now, they should focus on the system's issues. What was the answer about? Which option was the correct one? Once they found the answer, he could respond. Ideally, just like before, they would understand what was happening. If the third Kazekage knew that Sasori had intentions against him, perhaps his death could have been avoided. As for now, it might be similar. This kind of thought was something everyone would have to some extent, knowing certain things and then changing the future. So, who wants to answer the question? Looking at the question inside, another issue arose. This time the punishment was being hunted by the fourth Kazekage. That means everyone could potentially be in trouble. Although it seemed like the fourth Kazekage was weak, actually assassinating someone was still quite troublesome, especially among those present. Probably only Sarutobi Hiruzen would dare to say he could win without a doubt. Others may still run into trouble. After all, no one knows when the opponent will strike. As for the reward, magnet release is nice, but neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Shimura Danzo really cares about it. If it were given for free, they would gladly accept it, but if there's a risk involved, then forget it. The risk can be passed on to someone else. Didn't TU keep saying that before? You could take care of this problem. The last question was answered by our Konoha people. Shimura Danzo interjected, leaving Granny Chiyo speechless. Although this sounded quite unreliable. They knew how many people from Konoha came in and how many from Sunagakure. 5-1. Fine, I'll answer. Granny Chiyo fell silent, but eventually agreed. Even if there was a reanimation of the fourth Kazekage chasing her, she would endure it. After all, she believed in her own strength, and at her age, she was ready for anything. If something happened, then let it happen. Encountering the fourth Kazekage might even yield some information. I think it might be Orochimaru. If nothing happens, I definitely won't attack the alliance. I trust Danzo too, but only Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially wanted to mention Uchiha Obito, but thought better of it. He had heard some news from Kakashi, but he didn't want to say much more here. Let her guess. Orochimaru? Chiyo looked at the third Hokage. After a brief pause, she calmed down. There was no need for Danzo and Hiruzen to worry. Unless a world war broke out again soon. There was no way for one Kage to eliminate another Kage. It would definitely escalate into a battle, potentially affecting the world. Only Orochimaru and that Uchiha guy could do such a thing. Compared to Uchiha Obito, Orochimaru, the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, was indeed more powerful. Only they might consider doing something like that. If it were that Uchiha guy, he was completely unknown and looked down upon. Since the Hokage said so, let us go with Orochimaru. With no other thoughts, Chiyo went along with it. What she wanted to know was right or wrong. If wrong, then the answer lay with the other three. And they were all Konoha people. It was fine to cause trouble for Konoha. Guess wrong, guess wrong. Danzo observed Chiyo's boldness, planning to watch the show. He was now watching Kairu, waiting for the announcement. It would be best if she guessed wrong, so he could see the situation. Are you sure? Kairu asked directly. Seeing the other party nod, he politely concluded. If it's right, then it's right. Luck seems to be good. Getting it right out of 4 options. After returning, he could buy a lottery ticket or something. If Sunagakure had a lottery, that would be great. Congratulations on getting it right. Kairu said directly. With the answer announced, Granny Chiyo felt a slight increase in her power. Afterward, she sensed that there seemed to be an additional force within her. A magnetic attraction appeared on Chiyo. Is this magnet release? Although she hadn't experienced it before, the situation was still surprising and delightful. Of course, for Chiyo, this thing was of average value. She fought using puppets. Unless she could create another puppet to work with it. Otherwise, it would be a bit wasteful. Thinking about puppets, Chiyo recalled the third Kazekage-S puppet. If she could get the third Kazekage-S puppet and combine it with her magnet release, perhaps it could enhance her abilities. She could see some extraordinary things with the third Kazekage-S puppet. As a puppeteer, she could clearly identify the usable abilities. This was also the reason she was so eager to acquire it earlier. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit complicated, although he seemed to be helping out of kindness. He wasn't entirely certain. Now that he heard it was indeed Orochimaru, he felt a bit strange. It was good that Orochimaru had this strength, but the current Orochimaru didn't belong to him. What was he trying to achieve by attacking the Kazekage? Hiruzen analyzed in his mind. Shimura Danzo was thinking similarly. He knew very well that Orochimaru was someone who wouldn't act without benefit. If there was no good reason, he would likely stay in the lab and not come out. There was no way he would go attack the troublesome fourth Kazekage, that Orochimaru. Danzo wondered if he should contact his old partner. Leaving back, then, was partly because he took the blame for him. That research had a part of him in it. It's just that Hiruzen didn't pursue it further. After all, compared to Orochimaru, he was Hiruzen's childhood friend. Innocent and carefree. But now this guy had gone down the wrong path. Hiruzen, I'm the one suited to be Hokage. Thinking of this, Danzo felt a bit excited. He also recalled the time when he lost out due to being slow to react and missed the chance to become Hokage. And when he competed for Hokage again, he was just a little slow and was overtaken by Hiruzen. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Enduring for a moment only made him angrier. Taking a step back only made him feel like he lost more. Danzo felt aggrieved. What happened back then? Chio initially wanted to question Hiruzen, but ultimately gave up. After all, he was the one who guessed the answer before. Now, it was better to understand the situation first. Why did the fourth Kazekage die? Did he die at Orochimaru's hands? Would Orochimaru have attacked Tsunagakure? Otherwise, a Kazekage wouldn't just leave Tsunagakure for no reason. Chio suddenly thought of the third Kazekage who had died mysteriously before. It felt like one guess was worse than the other. The next fifth Kazekage wouldn't be directly captured in Tsunagakure, right? While various thoughts raced through her mind, the systems.S screen also appeared. Kairu just manipulated it as a tool and saw the scene unfold. In a desert on the outskirts of Tsunagakure, the fourth Kazekage was quickly making his way with his guards, while behind them, the hidden Orochimaru launched a surprise attack. The battle didn't last long at all before he was successfully killed. Afterward, he even took on the fourth Kazekage's appearance. What? Chio looked at the scene inside, unsure of what to say. What does this fake sand shadow want to do? When did this happen? When did they already impersonate their sand shadow? Could it be that it's Orochimaru who gives orders every day? No wonder that guy, the fourth Kazekage, keeps causing so many strange incidents. What a pitiful situation for his own son. He even had the hero of Tsunagakure deliver a head or something. The level of filth is no different from Konoha. They can compete with each other. In such an environment, it's hard for Scorpion not to be led astray. What is Orochimaru trying to do? Impersonating the Kazekage must have some plan behind it. Is he infiltrating Tsunagakure? Or going somewhere else? Sarutobi Hiruzen is also calculating here. He is not clear about the various situations in Tsunagakure. However, he thought about the fourth Kazekage coming to their side for the Chunin exams recently. Could it be that guy? Hiruzen is also uncertain about Orochimaru's actions, relying solely on speculation. There shouldn't be anything in Konoha that he would covet, right? Is he coming back to see Anko? Is he targeting Naruto? Is there something he wants from me? Or is he colluding with Danzo to do something? Hiruzen keeps imagining various scenarios. He didn't even consider that the other party might be here to kill him. At most, he thought that he and Danzo were colluding to get him out of office or something like that. Probably maybe kind of Danzo. Thinking of this, Hiruzen couldn't help but glance at Danzo, who was still looking calm beside him. Danzo looked confused. What S with that expression? Are you angry? Because of your own disciple? You still have contact with Orochimaru? Hiruzen had a look that said he already knew everything, which made Danzo pause for a moment. But then he thought that he didn't seem to have any flaws. No, how could I have contact with a rogue ninja? Hiruzen, you're really joking. All right, let us not talk too much about village matters here. We'll discuss it when we get back. Danzo brushed it off, forcing a somewhat unpleasant smile on his face. He intended to brush it off. He also explained the situation on the scene, causing Hiruzen to stop any actions he was about to take. He seemed to have believed his words. Of course, it's also possible that he didn't want to say much here. Planning to go back to Konoha and slowly talk behind closed doors at night. Given their relationship, there is some mutual understanding on this point. The other ninjas in the world watched the two big shots perform. Everyone had their own thoughts. For example, Naruto had no idea who Orochimaru was. He just felt that killing a Kage was impressive. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to be quite interested in this person. Being able to kill the Kazekage is way more impressive than Kakashi. If I can find him and become his student, I should be able to kill Itachi, right? At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was still a naive boy. He had no idea that the person in front of him could be taken down by a single glance from Uchiha Itachi. He had no power to resist at all. Of course, this was also due to his weaknesses. However, later on, when he was stabbed by a sword and sucked into a gourd, there was nothing more to say. It was a complete violent ceiling. However, he did guess one thing right. Orochimaru really is his teacher. As a legacy of the ninja world that practices on their master and kills their master for fun, Sasuke didn't fall behind in this regard. There are indeed many people in the ninja world who can uphold such a fine tradition. He is one of them. Kakashi had already become a salted fish. When he saw Orochimaru, he recalled the time when he left. He was completely unable to deal with that Orochimaru back then. Meanwhile, didn't wait for them to continue thinking. He directly announced the next question. This was indeed a continuation. Multiple choice question. What is Orochimaru's goal? 1. Enter Konoha to initiate the Konoha destruction plan. 2. Enter Sunagakure to hide his identity and become the Kazekage. 3. Enter Konoha to capture the Nine Tails. 4. Enter Sunagakure to kidnap the One Tail. Urwa, un pur world de réincarnation technique. Punishment, assassinated for a month by the reanimated fourth Kazekage. When the people on site received the prompt, they all saw the question. Impure World Reincarnation Technique. The Impure World Reincarnation Technique is an S-rank forbidden technique used by Orochimaru, which allows him to transfer his spirit into another person's body, thereby gaining eternal life, i.e., immortality. The downside is that it permanently damages the spirit. Looking at the detailed introduction above, the slightly older people on site started to get a bit excited. The current third Hokage and Shimura Danzo could be said to be old folks. Granny Chiyo was even older, looking like she could die at any moment. However, Naruto and the others didn't care at all. What reincarnation? There's nothing better than their own bodies. This is the youth not knowing the value of the body, while the old look back and shed tears. Everyone wants a young body. Such an ability is tempting. Cruel. The people from the world with crimson eyes looked at this ninjutsu with disdain, believing one should only live once. What is the use of such a technique that harms others? However, if used for assassination, it seems quite good. It can transform into someone else's appearance and then assassinate. It's definitely not for that body. Reincarnation, immortality, whatever. If this thing were to fall into the hands of those nobles, it would truly be a disaster. Sabo thought to himself, feeling quite wary of those nobles. Of course, right now it was just a bit of interest. Fortunately, this thing hasn't appeared in their world. Otherwise, those nobles wouldn't let it go. Oof. My body is not something anyone can take. My body. The Empress Hancock thought proudly in her heart. But looking at the people here, she didn't make any more chaotic moves and planned to continue watching the show. The Impure World Reincarnation Technique. Orochimaru indeed has many methods. Truly, a famous teacher produces excellent students. Third Hokage, wouldn't you agree? And you should also know this ninjutsu. Perhaps it was even taught by you. Chiyo, glancing at the answers above that had two connections to their Sunagakure, felt a bit displeased. Why is Orochimaru causing trouble for their Sunagakure? Why not go and cause trouble for Konoha? Is he pretending to defect to take on a mission? At this moment, she even doubted whether Sarutobi Hiruzen was fooling her. Pretending and mixing truth with falsehood. In reality, Orochimaru is still one of them. The relationship was clearly good before. He fought so hard on the battlefield. How could the relationship deteriorate to this point? Chiyo's consecutive remarks made Hiruzen stiffen for a moment. He didn't even know what to say. This was direct sarcasm. What does it mean to have a famous teacher and an excellent student? Does it mean that he studied this ninjutsu? If he knows such things, does he still need to keep an eye on his frail body? Cough, cough, cough. This matter has nothing to do with me. His ninjutsu should have been created by Orochimaru after seeing other forbidden techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained a bit. Do you know Danzo? Shimura Danzo is currently pondering the question. He is not paying attention to anyone else at all. He just wants to know how this ability works. It would be best if he could also change bodies or something. Maybe he could find Orochimaru. The emergence of this ninjutsu made his mood even more excited. It's just Orochimaru. Just find him. After I become Hokage, I can still be one for another 50 years. No, I want to be one for a lifetime to reach the peak. Definitely longer than Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo's heart erupted. He couldn't let go of the idea of becoming Hokage. How would I know? Shimura Danzo came to his senses. He glanced at the punishment. And without further hesitation, he spoke up. As a high-ranking member of Konoha, let me help you test this. I choose to enter Sunagakure and hide my identity as Kazekage. Danzo's thinking is quite simple. Even if he can't obtain it, he can't let Sarutobi Hiruzen get it. Otherwise, this guy really won't be able to get off the Hokage position. Moreover, what is there to fear about being hunted by the Kazekage? He has always been in Konoha. If they dare, they can come over. When the time comes, he can close the door and let Sarutobi Hiruzen go up to fight. Maybe he can even trick Hiruzen. He would naturally take over. As for whether anyone would question him, he is not afraid at all. Tricking people is a traditional virtue. They guarded the second Hokage, caused his death, and then returned to become Hokage and high-ranking members of Konoha. What is the big deal about the third Hokage? It's not like Konoha's White Fang has no foundation, and just because of a failed mission to save someone, the entire village berated him. As if Konoha owes the whole world. What do you want to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't reacted to the words yet. He just looked at the other party, who had already guessed the answer. Don't you know the answer? This made him ask again, his tone already a bit doubtful and dissatisfied. I considered you a buddy, yet you want to find food yourself. And you didn't even bring me along. I don't know, so I guessed a 1 in 4 chance. I can't let the Hokage take risks, right? Shimura Danzo put on a look of being great, making sacrifices. He didn't see him answering the last question. This time, the punishment he could accept. Besides, he felt this answer was correct. That guy Orochimaru isn't particularly interested in tailed beasts. He is more interested in a prosperous and stable research environment. If it's because of some situation that left him with no way out, hiding his identity to research things isn't impossible. Hiding in Sunagakure is very likely. This is Danzo's speculation. He wasn't lying about this, but it still made Sarutobi Hiruzen aware of his other thoughts, which made him very displeased. I am the Hokage, Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly said in his heart, but couldn't say it out loud. This time is different from before. Now the other party has already answered the question, saying it has no meaning anymore. Moreover, there are no other choices. If he really insists on making others answer, he truly can't find anyone to take the risk. Risk? What risk? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly thought of the punishment. He saw the punishment above, and his face darkened. This punishment seems like it would be troublesome for him as well. That guy Danzo, an old home buddy, has always stayed in his base and never goes out. When the Kazekage comes to cause trouble, wouldn't it be him who has to step up? Maybe he would end up fighting too. No, after going back, I must find a reason to let Danzo go out. Preferably for a month, no, 2 months, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. Then he looked at Shimura Danzo's familiar face, feeling a bit reluctant, and reduced it to a month and a half. It couldn't be less. Chapter 152. Konoha's collapse, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly calculated. This is definitely not a target Danzo or anything. It's all for Konoha. No matter how powerful the fourth Kazekage is, their ability to control sand is quite strong and can easily cause serious damage to Konoha. Therefore, he absolutely cannot appear in Konoha. Danzo can only go to other places. I believe Danzo will understand this. 2,000-year-old old foxes are scheming against each other, one sharper than the other. Danzo is now watching Sarutobi Hiruzen, planning to see how the other party reacts when facing the fourth Kazekage, and whether he could take the opportunity to rise to power. The Hokage is mine. With this thought, Shimura Danzo, unfortunately, completely failed to anticipate that the third Hokage had already planned to give him a task to go out and play after returning, such as capturing Orochimaru, which would be good. Let them make a mess together. Announce the answer. Chiyo looked at Kale. She was a bit anxious to see what was going on. Although the question was taken away, she could still know what Orochimaru was up to. What was he pretending to be Kazekage for? Chiyo's words attracted the attention of Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who were still scheming against each other. Their focus shifted. Kale didn't do much, just confirmed and announced the answer. In the selection, they quickly saw the answer. Originally, Shimura Danzo was quite proud, wanting to obtain Orochimaru's forbidden jutsu. Before, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already been rendered speechless. In his view, this was already enough to make him furious, or he was unable to do anything to him. After all, he had bravely risked it all. He had originally thought that if there were any more dangerous questions later, he would just let Kakashi and the others go up, just give an order to shift the blame. It's not that simple for Sarutobi Hiruzen to shift the matter onto him. As for Kakashi, the son of Konoha's White Fang had already taken the blame so many times. Taking the blame once more is nothing. Even Konoha's White Fang taking the blame. Who in Konoha would dare to say a word against it? This is their world. And now, the answer appeared, causing all his pride to disappear. His originally ugly expression became even worse. How is this possible? This is wrong. Orochimaru is interested in tailed beasts? Or does he want to attack Konoha? Shimura Danzo felt that Orochimaru had changed after leaving the village. Have they been researching other things? Or is it something like the tailed beasts can achieve immortality? Does he have some intelligence clues? With his thought, Danzo calmed down slightly. After all, being hunted by the 4th Kazekage's Edo Tensei isn't that big of a deal. The one who will be in trouble is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Perhaps they can shift the blame onto him or capture this Kazekage. In any case, he would profit from it. Moreover, he learned new information. He quietly glanced at the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. If it can be confirmed, then perhaps he can give it a try. After returning, he might first let someone test it out. If it doesn't work, he can find Orochimaru later. Shimura Danzo had already started to scheme when he saw the situation. Each person here seemed like a chess piece. As long as he saw something that piqued his interest, he would act. What is impossible? I see that Orochimaru is looking to cause trouble for your Konoha. That guy should have his eyes on you, 3rd Hokage. How about you give me that puppet, and I'll have Tsunagakure support you later? Chiyo, who was on the side, had a smile on her face like a blooming flower. If her answer is correct, her expression would definitely not be good. But now it's different. A 1/3 chance. It can't be targeting the one tail, right? Even if the one tail might indeed have the least tails among the tailed beasts, it's still a monster-level entity. Plus, with so many ninjas from Tsunagakure, even if Orochimaru causes some commotion, he won't leave easily. For now, let's get the puppet first. If possible, knowing more about Konoha's situation would be ideal. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Chiyo. Let us first see what the situation is. It might be a misunderstanding. If the other party wants the puppet, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally just give it away. There is still an opportunity. At least confirm Orochimaru's intention first. The 9 Tails Jinchuriki is here. He is not worried that Orochimaru would act recklessly. As for the so-called Konoha collapse plan, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't think Orochimaru has that kind of strength. Even if he joins Tsunagakure, with the strength of their village, the Umbu, and the Root, as long as they come to Konoha, these people are not pushovers. They would definitely give them a severe blow. Still not satisfied? Doesn't your disciple know? He has appeared on the battlefield before. He is the kind of cold-hearted person. You wouldn't think he would talk about any master-student feelings, right? Not getting the puppet, Chiyo was very displeased. In her opinion, Sarutobi Hiruzen was just being perfunctory. While the few of them were talking, the system had already started to react and change. Konoha collapse plan. It seems I wasn't wrong at all. Orochimaru's goal is to destroy Konoha. The once powerful Sannin, the legendary figure of Konoha, is going to destroy Konoha. What went wrong here? Moreover, does Konoha have the strength to stop him? Chiyo seemed to have a questioning expression, but that look was almost like a joke. These words are not a friendly greeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched upon hearing this. If such a thing really happens, Konoha's reputation will be ruined. And him, his disciple attacking the ninja village or something. Too troublesome. Orochimaru, what do you plan to do about him, Hiruzen? Danzo beside him couldn't contain himself. He'd been thinking about finding this guy. Just in time, there is an opportunity. Whether it's the other party appearing in Konoha or some other situation, based on their previous relationship, there is still a chance to contact and trade some things. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, if Orochimaru really cooperates, he is confident he can make Hiruzen take responsibility and resign. He wouldn't even need to do much. As long as something in Konoha gets destroyed by Orochimaru, their higher-ups can take the opportunity to make trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen's so-called Hokage position would have to be left behind. There's only one Hokage, Hiruzen. Only I can lead Konoha to prosperity. Various thoughts emerged in Danzo's mind. Those were all ways to become Hokage. Let's talk about it when we get back. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say much. This matter is not suitable to discuss here. There is still a bit of secrecy involved. Not everything can be said here. Danzo secretly chuckled to himself. not revealing much. Watching his old partner's troubled expression, only he was happy. Back then, he lost the Hokage position due to being slow to react. Now he must take the initiative. The Hokage position is definitely his. Of course, right now, it's just a thought. If he acts recklessly without any preparation, although he won't be directly killed by Hiruzen, everything he has will definitely be taken away. Even with their relationship, there's no way around it. While they were talking, the scene began to display. Konoha. Konoha collapse plan initiated. With the initial command, various ninjas wearing the headbands of Otogekure and Sunagekure began to attack Konoha. In the periphery, there were even ninjas from Otogekure summoning a large number of snakes to attack Konoha. This turned the originally peaceful Konoha into chaos. Ninjas were fighting everywhere. People were being attacked, houses were collapsing, and various barrier defenses were being destroyed. A large number of ninjas had already begun to suffer casualties. Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the scene inside. His expression stiffened slightly. Are they really going to attack Konoha and destroy their village? Looking at so many snakes, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also certain. This is Orochimaru's method. The great snake of one of the 3 great sage regions, summoning so many to attack Konoha. This is indeed a significant investment from Orochimaru. Hiruzen, you raised a good disciple. If such a thing really happens, your position as Hokage, Danzo secretly delighted in his heart. Orochimaru really has a grudge against Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is already going to attack him. He will definitely not miss this opportunity. As long as Orochimaru takes action, whether successful or not, he can find an excuse to trouble Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that time, still, I won't let such a thing happen. Danzo, and if such a thing happens, do you have no responsibility? Where are the root members? If the root is silent in such a situation, then your usefulness is too small. I think the root no longer needs to exist. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally could tell that Danzo wanted to pick a fight. If it were usual, he wouldn't be so angry, but now it's different. Looking at the scene inside, his mood was already quite bad. Danzo was still causing trouble. If he didn't get angry at this, was he still the strongest Hokage of Konoha? Danzo gritted his teeth. He still wanted to find a chance to undermine his authority? I didn't expect you to be like this, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I naturally have my decisions, and the root must have more important tasks. Canceling the root. You will definitely regret it. Who knows, Danzo? No matter what you think, you must remember that I am the Hokage. Darkness can never become light. Hiruzen Sarutobi said as he stepped closer to Danzo, speaking softly. Although many people still heard it, he didn't care anymore. This guy had always been disobedient. If he didn't give him a warning now, there might not be another chance. Darkness can never become light. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Shimura Danzo was very unwilling. He thought back to how he was one step too slow back in the day, suffering from his own sluggish reaction. Shimura Danzo was furious, wanting to say something, but he opened his mouth and still couldn't get the words out. Right now, the other party was still the Hokage and held the power. If he acted recklessly, it would definitely be troublesome for him. You will regret it, Hiruzen. In the end, he could only stubbornly refuse to accept it. What can't become light? As long as light disappears, darkness will have no choice but to become light. With mixed feelings, Shimura Danzo fell silent, looking at the scene and thinking about how to find Orochimaru, how to make him cooperate. At that moment, in the scene, the Chunin exam venue. As someone familiar with Konoha, it was natural to recognize this place. The training battle stage. Many spectators were present, but now they were all in a deep sleep. And at a high position, the shadows, one red, one blue, one wind, and one fire. Currently, the wind shadow, kidnapper Hiruzen Sarutobi, had directly arrived at the rooftop. At this moment, everyone knew that this guy was Orochimaru. There was no need for him to peel off the human skin. Hiruzen Sarutobi was being held by Orochimaru, who wore the wind shadow hat. Orochimaru, this guy really made a move, and the target was me. Both Shimura Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi reacted. Great, Orochimaru finally took action. Now let us see how you die. As long as you don't have the chance to protect other places, this will be the future of your Hokage days. Looking at the situation inside, the mindsets of Shimura Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi were completely different. Hiruzen Sarutobi was angry, but he also felt a bit panicked and regretful. On the other hand, Shimura Danzo was ecstatic and full of anticipation. He looked forward to Hiruzen Sarutobi and Orochimaru exposing something he didn't know. This would greatly help his plans to push the third Hokage down and elevate himself. And here, with so many Orochimaru and so many people in the scene, it was obvious this was during some future exam. In a place and time like this, if something happened in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi would not be able to avoid the blame, even if he didn't want to. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you are done for. Ha ha ha, monkey. Even the first Hokage can't save you now. I told you so. Shimura Danzo had many thoughts in secret, looking at Orochimaru inside. He was now thinking about how the other party could directly stab Hiruzen Sarutobi with a kunai. Kill him. No need to hold back. Show more hatred. However, the Orochimaru inside did not directly stab Hiruzen Sarutobi with a kunai. Instead, while speaking, he stabbed himself. Blood flowed freely from his hand. Even with blood on his hand, Orochimaru seemed unconcerned, yawning as if he had been sitting for a long time and was very tired. Is this person a freak? Why attack himself? Sitting across from him, Riona felt a bit uneasy. Did this person have a problem? If you want to attack, just attack. If you want to ambush Konoha, then do it. If you have a grudge, just go for it. Coming here to stab yourself, is this letting off steam? Or what? That's someone else's business. Don't speak, Riona. Najeshidin said unceremoniously from the side, looking like she wanted to hit someone, which made even the fearless Riona behave herself. She still respected their big sister quite a bit and immediately fell silent. But the words had already been spoken, and the other side had heard them. What to do now? Ha ha. Sorry, old man. I was just joking. I hope you don't mind. I didn't care about your constant sneaking glances at us. So let's leave it at that. If you think it's not enough, I can let you see more. Riona straightened her proud figure and said politely, Chapter 153. Do you want to wear a bubble? How about it? Want to come over? Riona was more interested in the old man. Although he looked like some village chief, she had clearly seen the so-called ninja-S abilities just now. Don't speak, Riona. Najeshidin glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi and directly reminded Riona. This made Riona close her mouth a little. Cough, cough, cough. I'm not that kind of person. This is just a misunderstanding. Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to nod in agreement, but felt that the other party couldn't possibly be serious. He suppressed himself and still refused. Is this enough to compare with Tsunade? Still a bit lacking, not as good as Tsunade. A bit lacking, not worth being rare. I am the Hokage. I cannot lose face. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. He glanced at Riona and then looked at the Empress Hancock. Hiruzen Sarutobi chose to suppress his restless thoughts. He was not young anymore, and the third Hokage was still so energetic. Chiyo beside him couldn't help but comment on the third Hokage. I was also a flower of the Sand Ninja village back in the day. Aren't they just a few little girls? Although she didn't understand what he meant, her abilities were still acceptable. Even if I were Hokage for another 10 years, I would still have the energy for it. In response to the questioning of his energy, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke up. However, looking at Granny Chiyo, he showed no interest. No matter where she was a flower before, she was just an old weed now. An old grass that even cows wouldn't eat. While a few people were talking, the battle in the scene had already begun. The subsequent battle scenes amazed them. Shurikens and taijutsu clashed, and the use of fire release and earth release techniques was showcased. When it came to dealing with Orochimaru, it was obvious that Hiruzen Sarutobi had the upper hand. In terms of ninjutsu, he was not weak at all, being known as the Professor. The combat power displayed by Hiruzen Sarutobi surprised people from other worlds. This seemingly frail old man could unleash such formidable power. I didn't expect this old man to be so strong, Leona thought, instantly feeling a sense of sacrifice to explore the reason for their strength. She felt that even if she used her imperial tools, she wouldn't be able to hold them down. Damn it, if only she could gather some intelligence. Amid her thoughts, the ninjutsu clash between Orochimaru and Hiruzen Sarutobi had already begun to escalate. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow, Clone Technique, Impure World Reincarnation. In the scene, Orochimaru summoned 3 coffins, labeled first, second, and fourth Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately seemed to realize something and intercepted the third coffin. Although the third coffin did not appear, the remaining 2 coffins could not be stopped and quickly opened, revealing two figures. The people from Konoha in the system's space widened their eyes. The first Hokage and the second Hokage. Even a little brat Naruto could tell who these two were. The former first and second Hokages, the ones who preceded Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naturally, you would be aware of such figures. Those two guys looked like the first and second Hokages. Vortex Naruto, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. "You idiots! That's them." It was clear they had been resurrected by that guy named Orochimaru. Impure world reincarnation. Sasuke Uchiha was instantly drawn to this ninjutsu. If given the chance, could he perhaps resurrect his parents? He fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. If it were truly possible, he might seek this guy out. Although he was a rogue ninja from Konoha, he could still do it. Sasuke Uchiha made up his mind. He glanced at Naruto and Kakashi beside him, hesitating a bit. Then he looked towards Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, feeling more resolute. It seemed like Orochimaru's research results had come to fruition. Danzo Shimura looked at the scene and contemplated further. Right now, Orochimaru could easily push the third Hokage out of the way. What came next would depend on him. Konoha needed a stronger Hokage to lead them to the peak. Now was not the time for idle chatter. Facing the two teachers, he thought, "Teachers, you must display your strength." Looking at the grim-faced Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru in the scene appeared relaxed, as if he were playing a game of cat and mouse. As he began to control the two puppet bodies, he taunted, "You're so old now, monkey. First Hokage, second Hokage. It seems you've aged too, monkey. Impure world reincarnation? It looks like we've caused you trouble." The first and second Hokages exchanged a few words, but Orochimaru had no intention of letting them continue their conversation. Before they could even speak, the first and second Hokages charged forward. The power of the Senju clan was incredibly strong, and even though the bodies revived by impure world reincarnation couldn't exert their full strength, they still posed a challenge for Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was repeatedly knocked back and unable to effectively counter their ninjutsu. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Breathing out terrifying white light, the Fire Dragon. Hiruzen Sarutobi fought with all his might, but this fire technique was somewhat ineffective against the second Hokage. Water style, Water Barrier. The second Hokage quickly formed hand seals and summoned a massive amount of water from a completely dry area, creating a water barrier. In the next moment, more water techniques followed. Water style, Water Surge. The once tall roof was now completely covered by water. This was just the beginning. Besides the second Hokage, the first Hokage was also present. Wood style, Deep Forest Emergence. Even though Hiruzen Sarutobi tried to use Earth Release to block, he had no chance. Faced with the attacks from the two, he was somewhat powerless. When the first Hokage's would release technique emerged, Hiruzen Sarutobi was already bound. Summoning technique, Monkey King Enma. Fortunately, before being controlled, he managed to summon Enma using the summoning technique. With Enma's help, he broke free from the first Hokage's would release. These battle scenes unfolded before the eyes of everyone present. Danzo Shimura now realized how much strength Hiruzen Sarutobi still had. He had to admit that the opponent's combat power was indeed stronger than his. Various taijutsu and ninjutsu, combined with complex techniques, were all superior to his. He only had wind release, which was okay, but he was still easily restricted and could not compare to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Besides wind release, he had various Sharingan. These Sharingan were all his treasures. Of course, if they were exposed, he would be in trouble. It was best not to expose them, at least not now. He glanced darkly at Sasuke Uchiha, who was watching the scene. If exposed, there would be no turning back. The last Uchiha must somehow be brought to the root. Thinking of this, Danzo suddenly felt that exposure wasn't so bad after all. At that time, he would have a reason. Meanwhile, while Danzo was lost in thought, Hiruzen Sarutobi in the scene could only resort to his last resort. Just like Minato Namikaze. Dead Demon Consuming Seal. It seems I have to use my last resort. Is it my turn now? Shadow Clone Technique. Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately used the Shadow Clone Technique to create two bodies and then directly used the Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Now he could only fight with his life on the line. He managed to seal the first and second Hokages, and in the end, he could barely seal Orochimaru's hands, rendering him temporarily unable to use ninjutsu which left Orochimaru dissatisfied and in great pain. Hiruzen Sarutobi's death, sealing the two Hokages with the dead demon consuming seal in Konoha, was quite a feat. Just Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. It feels a bit. Did I just die? Died at Orochimaru's hands? Watching Orochimaru take down a few more Umbu and then flee. The scene slowly fades away, and those here know it's over. The purpose of killing the fourth Kazekage was to attack Konoha, to initiate this so-called Konoha collapse plan. To deal with him, the Hokage, Orochimaru is truly a good disciple of yours. Hiruzen, are you not going to say anything? The way Orochimaru is using the bodies of the first and second Hokage, it's possible he even has the fourth. Danzo has his own thoughts in secret, muttering to himself, clearly not wanting Sarutobi Hiruzen to feel even slightly content. Watching his own disciple kill him, that's already enough to be troubled. Still here nagging and complaining. Danzo, next, it's up to you to capture Orochimaru. Life or death is irrelevant. Sarutobi Hiruzen composed himself. With a blank expression, he looked at Danzo. Just issued the mission. Capture Orochimaru? Danzo hadn't reacted yet, but Sarutobi Hiruzen had already spoken first. Yes, capture Orochimaru. This is a long-term mission. Depart after returning and report back in 2 months. He doesn't believe the other party can capture Orochimaru. Anyway, Sarutobi Hiruzen is just looking for an opportunity to let the other party go first. Otherwise, if the fourth Kazekage shows up, even if it's a reanimation, it won't be easy to deal with. He just saw the first and second Hokage inside. He already has a bit of psychological shadow. He completely doesn't want to see that fourth Kazekage's reanimation. At this moment, Shimura Danzo seems to have thought of it too. This guy wants him to leave Konoha. If not, he should know that with his strength, he can't do anything about Orochimaru. Or does he have some plan, thinking he still has connections with Orochimaru, intending to force him to do something? Various thoughts flashed through Shimura Danzo's mind. He opened his mouth to say something. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first. I trust you, Danzo. Just don't let me down. The mission I give you in the name of Hokage, I'm counting on you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said a couple of encouraging words. Orochimaru, this traitor actually dared to do this to the first and second Hokage, simply unforgivable. Must avenge my teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled Danzo into polite conversation, not giving him a chance to say anything or refuse. The Hokage's orders, plus the identities of the first and second Hokage, and their teacher-student relationship. One by one, he stated things, leaving Danzo no opportunity to say more. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? I don't want to refuse, but I can't find Orochimaru at the root at all. Danzo didn't mention his own strength issues regarding this matter. That would be too embarrassing. No matter what, let us go on the mission. Saying he can't find him before even acting is too cautious. I'm leaving it to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen indicated that this reason was invalid, directly shifting the blame. Either the other party runs away, or the other party goes out to play. In the past, he and guarded against Orochimaru or Shimura Danzo much. But now it's different. These two guys need to be cautious. They not only want his Hokage position, they also want to kill him. You will regret it. Hiruzen, secretly fuming. Yet he still had to accept the orders. How to execute it later will be discussed later. But now, please. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo appeared to be surface brothers. This attitude made those nearby feel their insincerity. You guys like this? Might as well just stab each other. Leonai on the side. Didn't he think it was a big deal? She had seen countless cunning villains. The imperial capital had no one. People like Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were just small matters. Hypocritical guys, just like those nobles. Mane snorted in disdain. Very dismissive. On the contrary, Nageshitan was used to it. There is no complete brightness in governance. Darkness, hypocrisy. It's very normal. The only difference is, some hypocrisy allows ordinary people to enjoy happiness. Some hypocrisy only brings suffering. As for what kind of people are here, that's none of her business. She just wants to know if there is anything here that can help them overthrow the empire. As for the conflicts in other worlds, she is not surprised. Where there are people, there will be conflict. What is so interesting about these two old men? Let us quickly move on to the next topic. I want to leave this place. Being in the same space with such people makes me feel suffocated. Empress Hancock expressed her disdain. Meanwhile, Sabo beside her still appeared relaxed, not showing anything, at least not on the surface. You could learn from the celestial dragons and wear a bubble too. Kyle replied directly when Pirate Empress Hancock called out to him. He wasn't very interested in this so-called World S #1 beauty. Neither now nor before. No interest at all. She may look pretty, but whether it's values, personality, or profession, there's nothing he likes. Values aside, her personality is infatuated, insecure, and arrogant. A person like this is probably only liked by sycophants or people whose values follow their looks. As for her profession, being a pirate or something, he has no interest at all. Chapter 154. Just withdraw from the 5 great ninja villages. You could learn from the celestial dragons and wear a bubble too. This phrase in the systems.As made Hancock hear it very clearly. It also made her face turn pale and ugly. Celestial dragons. Just thinking about this name makes her feel disgusted and fearful. To learn from them. Most importantly, this man didn't care at all about her beauty. You actually spoke to me like this? Hancock once doubted whether her ability had failed. After she developed the sweet fruit, everyone who saw her, regardless of gender or age, human or not, as long as they had any fantasies, would be infinitely magnified and immersed in her beauty. Is it because of that system? Hancock thought about this system that she didn't know what was going on, attributing everything to it. Don't think that everyone will be attracted to you, okay? Being this narcissistic, I can't tell if you're genuinely foolish or pretending to be. As for this so-called pirate empress, Kyle didn't pay much attention. Although the other party was indeed a beauty, and he did have physiological desires, that was about it. He was obsessed with lust. He still has his reason. Facing the world's #1 beauty, he keeps his distance. Whoever wants her can take her away. Damn guy, do you think I am? I am. Hancock's pale face darkened. It became a bit twisted. Halfway through her sentence, she was interrupted. The pirate empress, a warlord, the king of the Amazon lily, or something else? The 4 emperors? Celestial dragons? Or perhaps a slave? Kyle looked at her, speaking each word carefully, and that language was enough to show some panic in her. The others might not know what was going on, but Kyle was crystal clear. This guy was worried about her past being exposed. If there was no trouble, he wouldn't bother exposing anything about her. Of course, if something went wrong, that would be the system's fault. It had nothing to do with him. Celestial dragons, slaves. Hancock fell silent. Although it seemed like she was intimidated, that wasn't the real reason. Every time celestial dragons or slaves were mentioned, she felt a wave of fear. Besides, it really wasn't the right place to do much. The people on site looked at Kyle, having some evaluations of him in their hearts. Even a beauty like Hancock didn't seem to care at all. What a pity. I originally wanted to seduce him a bit, Leonai said with a hint of regret. If you act recklessly, you'll probably be eaten without a trace. Their boss wouldn't offer any comfort or strange plans. Just this moment, it was already clear that the other party was a person of impulse. This was now, and later, if there were really ideas, if Leonai provoked something, she'd probably be eaten. Haha. Leonai initially wanted to explain something, but looking at her big sister's eyes, she awkwardly smiled and shut her mouth. The nearby Maine and Aikido just glanced for a moment before shifting their gaze. Ahem, administrator, how about we start the next question? Saratobi Hizashi spoke up from the side. He was too lazy to argue with Danzo now. Anyway, when they go back, he would let the other party leave and disappear. Not in Konoha. Right now, the other party's resistance was just a temporary thing. If they dared to refuse when they returned, he would have the perfect reason to deal with this already disobedient good friend. Then let's move on to the next question. Kyle directly spoke, ignoring the still gloomy pirate empress. Multiple choice question. The truth behind the Konoha White Fang's suicide incident is 1. Due to a failed mission. Konoha suffered heavy losses, leading to guilt and suicide. 2. Because of a special mission, Konoha White Fang had to fake his death, making a sacrifice to hide in the dark. 3. Konoha's higher-ups didn't want Konoha White Fang to gain too much fame, deliberately leaking and spreading news of the failed mission, secretly instructing villagers to act, undermining Konoha White Fang's reputation, leading him to despair and suicide. 4. Konoha White Fang betrayed, and this news couldn't spread in Konoha, so he was secretly dealt with by Konoha's higher-ups. Reward. Konoha's secret technique, 1,000 years of pain. Punishment. being hunted by the resurrected Konoha White Fang for a month. Sarutobi Hisashi, who was initially curious about what the next question would be, wanted to slap himself hard. This matter had nothing to do with him. At most, he just ignored it and didn't stop it immediately. But it wasn't his doing. He was the brightest Hokage. He didn't do anything to Konoha White Fang. He didn't look for opportunities to harm the other party or spread rumors. The tasks executed by the Umbu were known throughout the village, and the villagers could find trouble with the Konoha hero. Danzo. Sarutobi Hisashi saw this question and didn't look at anyone else, directly gazing at Danzo. Danzo remained expressionless. He glanced at the third Hokage and then looked at Kakashi, appearing to know nothing. The questions inside all referred to Konoha's higher-ups. The higher-ups had only a slight connection with him. Danzo, the decision-makers were still others. It had nothing to do with him. Third Hokage. Is there any other reason for my father's death? Kakashi looked at the options about hidden identity missions above. If possible, he hoped for that option the most. The past events were all because he couldn't expose things, so they were hidden. His father had actually always been watching over him. Although he felt that in such a situation, his father would likely be very disappointed in him. Disappointment was better than death. Third Grandpa. Is Kakashi-sensei's father the Konoha White Fang? Is he still alive? Naruto glanced and spoke up. He wasn't clear about the other party's situation, but upon hearing this news, he couldn't help but speak. Although recently things in Konoha had made him not want to talk much, this wasn't an ordinary time. Well, I'm not very clear about this matter either. Everything happened too quickly at the time, and I didn't have time to stop it. However, White Fang really did get into trouble. At that time, after White Fang's mission failed, there were many related matters I needed to handle, and then I left the village affairs to the elders of Konoha. Later on, Sarutobi Hisashi explained a lot. Anyway, this matter really had nothing to do with him. What he said couldn't be considered a lie. He hadn't participated at all. Even the proposal from Danzo to suppress White Fang, he hadn't approved. It was just during a certain period that he borrowed the handling of some diplomatic incidents and the consequences of mission failures. It was like helping Konoha Sakumo clean up after mistakes. Then the other party got into trouble. What happened in between, he later found out. He could only sigh that Konoha Sakumo was too troubled. No one wanted to kill him. They just wanted to suppress him a bit, to prevent him from having some inappropriate thoughts. After all, he was young. Back then, Konoha Sakumo was only in his 20s or 30s. Kakashi was only 7 or 8 at that time. At that age, he already had a reputation surpassing the 3 Sannin. There were already rumors in the village about his retirement. Naturally, the young Sarutobi Hisashi was unwilling, so he casually loosened a bit of authority. Later, when the Earth Country reconciled, Danzo made a move, and he had to take the blame for the war losses. He had no choice but to resign in shame and pass the position to Minato. Luckily, he had already trained him. Otherwise, he would have been played by that scheming Danzo. Thinking back to those events, Sarutobi Hisashi had many memories. Hisashi, what are you talking about? Danzo listened to this and wondered why it felt different from the version he knew. Could it be, did I say something wrong? Sarutobi Hisashi remained very calm. As long as his inner thoughts were unclear, even if the footage was exposed, he felt there was nothing to be afraid of. Because at that time, he really did nothing. Everything was you guys. You. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's innocent expression, Danzo was about to hit someone. According to his thoughts, this old guy had tacitly agreed at that time. Moreover, it was because the other party relinquished power and did not appease Hitaki Sakumo that they could be so relaxed. Otherwise, wouldn't it be difficult for the Hokage to explain the situation and cover for someone? Or for the Hokage to impose a punishment and end the matter? Difficult? This situation wasn't that Hitaki Sakumo directly inflicted wounds on himself. He died so quickly that no one could stop him, not even the Hokage. Instead, it was a rumor that fermented for many days. In the end, it led to a suicide. There were opportunities everywhere throughout the process. Now, to shift the blame onto him. I am the darkness of Konoha. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. Am I wrong, Danzo? Anyway, it should be exposed later. Thinking back to how this guy wasn't honest before, now, Sarutobi Hiruzen also calmly wanted to suppress the other party a bit. Let's see if you can be honest or if you have other thoughts. Father. Kakashi looked at the two of them. As an adult, he also knew that there were many things wrong back then. He had always found it hard to understand. But now, looking at the two people in front of him, even though the third Hokage had already provided an explanation, he felt like he could understand it again. If the two people in front of him were not good people, then it seemed much simpler. So, you are the ones from the elder group who harmed Kakashi-sensei's father. And Linne. Naruto was instantly dissatisfied. This guy is really not a good person. Moreover, he is from Konoha's upper echelons. Uchiha Sasuke looked on disdainfully, and he still wanted to know if it was the Uchiha clan that they harmed. Although Itachi was powerful, but no, it must be Itachi who could do it. He originally wanted to clear Itachi's name a bit. But then, thinking about the situation at that time, Sasuke became more resolute. Remembering how he had unleashed the Sharingan in anger and Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan, the scenes he saw then. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This is not a place for you to speak. Danzo's face was gloomy, looking very displeased with Naruto. I'm not a Jinchuriki, I'm the son of the fourth Hokage. And the third Hokage said so. You bad guy. I will become Hokage, and I will defeat you. Konoha will be protected by me. Naruto was about to explode upon hearing this title again. During their previous conflict, his identity had already been exposed. He knew he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the son of the fourth Hokage. And this guy had always referred to him as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, even wanted to take him back to the organization. Moreover, there had been a conflict before, and in the end, it was still the third Hokage who controlled the situation. Otherwise, speaking of Naruto's matter, Sasuke was still quite considerate, seeing that Danzo was already very unfriendly. He even thought about whether there would be a chance to eliminate this guy in the future. Once he opened his Manjiki Sharingan like Uchiha Itachi, he thought he could deal with this guy. Various thoughts filled his mind. Danzo probably didn't expect that this little Sasuke was already thinking about opening his Manjiki Sharingan to beat him up. Of course, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. Very disdainful. He even felt that he could have another pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Kid, enough, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't stand it any longer. Since when did the matters of their village need to be discussed here? Now, not only the Sand Shinobi village knows, but people from other worlds also know. It's embarrassing, even to another world. This is something to think about, even if you switch to another world. Your village is really chaotic. Chiyo, who was nearby, suddenly commented. In fact, their village wasn't much better off. The hero of their village back then was also sent out to be a sacrifice for a position. They said it was for peace. But everyone knows the real reason. Each one like a vixen. Who doesn't know who? You should take care of your own village's matters. The third Kazekage is dead. The fourth Kazekage is also dead. Maybe now what comes to our village is Orochimaru. Danzo opened his mouth. Right now, during the CH Nin exams, it seems their Kazekage is supposed to come. And according to the previous situation, it would be Orochimaru coming. That Kazekage was easily taken down. It was completely perfunctory. The fight wasn't even as exciting as Sarutobi Hiruzen's. Isn't that right, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the one who died in the end? Danzo originally wanted to pick a fight with Hiruzen, but at this moment, given the environment, he said nothing. Speaking of this, I haven't mentioned it yet, the fact that Orochimaru killed our Kazekage. Is this what Alliance should do? Chiyo was displeased upon hearing this. Killing the Kazekage and still flaunting power here. Moreover, she felt trouble coming. If it hadn't happened yet, she might have been able to contact the other side to stop it after she left. But if it had happened, she probably wouldn't even be able to collect the body. According to Orochimaru's situation, that Kazekage would probably become someone else's puppet in the future. Whenever needed, he would be summoned to fight. Then, Chiyo thought of the puppets in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. 1/3, 1/4, 2 Kazekages playing around like that. Perhaps in the future, they will be taken to a battlefield and directly brought out to fight. That scene, magnet release versus magnet release. Thinking about it, the picture was too beautiful. Chiyo didn't dare to think further. If such a thing really happened, their Sand Shinobi village would probably spit blood. They might as well just withdraw from the 5 great shinobi villages. The leave request was just drafted. Chapter 155, You Will Regret It, Sarutobi rebutted each other. They almost forgot that there were still many people here, and the situation here might leak out. Until Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down a bit, he finally spoke. This matter should be discussed later, Chiyo. You shouldn't act as if you were innocent. If I remember correctly, it should be your Kazekage who had contact with Orochimaru, and then was tricked by Orochimaru, leading to his death. As for the third Kazekage, it was your grandson who did it. It has nothing to do with us. On the contrary, you guys used the excuse of the third Kazakage's disappearance to start the Ninja World War and even attack Konoha. So tell me, whose fault is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen's calm words were still quite powerful. Given the current situation, it wouldn't do to not be a bit formidable. While speaking, she kept staring at Chiyo, looking as if to say, if you're still unconvinced, then don't blame me for being rude. This made Chiyo feel a bit guilty. She naturally knew that the other party was right. She had just been looking for trouble. However, that didn't mean she would let it go. Who knows what connections you have with Orochimaru? Maybe you were the backup plan of this Danzo, planning to assassinate our Kazekage, push all the blame onto him, and then eliminate you to become the fifth Hokage. As Chiyo spoke, she felt this was indeed the correct answer, also looking at Shimura Danzo. In any case, whether it was right or wrong no longer mattered. Having doubts was a good thing. It might cause some issues for the higher-ups in Konoha. One could only say that Chiyo had a lot of ideas. Of course, even without this matter, the Konoha higher-ups always had various thoughts. Up until now, Danzo had never given up on the position of Hokage. If the third couldn't do it, then the fourth. If the fourth Hokage couldn't, then the fifth. If the fifth couldn't, then there could be a five version. There would be no problem with a sixth Hokage or a seventh Hokage. In any case, he was determined to become Hokage. After all, he missed the chance to become Hokage due to being slow to react in the past. If he didn't become Hokage, Shimura Danzo would never be satisfied. Clearly, he was more capable than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just look at his cowardly appearance now. Danzo's current mental state was somewhat similar. However, upon hearing Chiyo's words, he already felt something was off. What nonsense was she talking about? I have known Danzo since childhood. We grew up together, learned together, went to the battlefield together, and even went to the bathhouse together. Danzo muttered this to himself. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt it was quite normal. But soon, it started to feel increasingly wrong. What do you mean by childhood friends? Who is the childhood friend, and who is the playmate? And what is this about growing up together? Going to the bathhouse? Hiruzen felt too exhausted to comment. That is a matter for Konoha. It has nothing to do with you. You should take care of Suna. The fifth Kazekage shouldn't have any more issues. Oh, you guys aren't having trouble selecting a fifth Kazekage, are you? Raza is dead, and you don't even have a successor. They used to have a hero who used Scorch Release, but he died later, and it seems he was given to the Mist Village. If it weren't for that, maybe there would still be someone. Sarutobi Hiruzen said at the beginning. Later, Shimura Danzo also started to speak. The two of them, having played together since childhood, worked together to leave Chiyo speechless. In the end, she indeed felt that her Suna was about to fall apart. There were no ninjas left to hold the fort. Did she really have to take the position of Kazekage at her age? Please, she wasn't Shimura Danzo, or Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man, who would step down despite his age. Danzo, why don't you answer this question? Kakashi, I will tell you the truth about the matter when we return to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged for the two beside him. This question should naturally be given to Shimura Danzo. After all, it was this guy who caused the trouble back then. And the reward isn't great. What was it? The secret technique, the 1,000 years of death? Just leave it to him. I just hope this guy won't use it on him in the future. The 1,000 years of death, the third Hokage was still clear about it. It was just a prank technique by Hitaki Tsukumo. Moreover, it had been reported before. It was reported to him. How could he not know? Kakashi listened to this, his expression unchanged. Back then, the truth. Did it even matter now? The people in the village already felt that way. His father was dead, and it had been so long. He had been in isolation for so long. Did it still matter? Kakashi was starting to doubt life at this point. Later, he had a bit of a desire to restore his father's reputation to the third Hokage, but it felt impossible, although his current position was good. An elite Jonin in Konoha, the fourth Hokage's disciple. But that didn't matter. The fourth Hokage was already dead. Elite Jonins, while Konoha didn't lack them, there were still quite a few. Just the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan had a number of Jonin hidden away, especially the Sarutobi clan. They were rich to the point of overflowing. He was very aware of that. Why would they care about such a Jonin like him? His best friend's reputation was more important. Moreover, the other party had the Shimura clan behind them. Even if he eliminated him, it was impossible for the other side to give any explanation. It was even more impossible to restore his father's reputation. After all, Restoring his father's reputation would be equivalent to ruining theirs. This was reality. Kakashi was feeling a bit numb at this point. From Rin's incident to the Konoha higher-ups' attitude towards Naruto, and then to his own matters. He had already lost hope for the Konoha higher-ups. This world, let be destroyed. Quickly. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't notice Kakashi's emotions. In his view, it was normal for Kakashi to feel a bit dissatisfied. After all, he could just apologize later as Hokage and ask for forgiveness. Seeing that Kakashi didn't oppose anything, it was as if he had accepted it. His attention had shifted to Danzo. What? Do you want to defy the Hokage? He rarely gave orders to Danzo, but once he did, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't allow him to defy it. Just like now. In the future, he would definitely say more and do more. To train a slightly more obedient guy. Danzo, don't let me down. You are the light of Konoha. There cannot be any darkness. You are the darkness of Konoha. You must always remain in the dark. Wanting to become the light while being dark is not good darkness. Just stay as you are. Sarutobi. At this point, he dropped the pretense and directly called him Sarutobi. When he needed him, he would call him Hiruzen. Now, their relationship had somewhat fractured, so he simply called him Sarutobi. Receiving the order from the other party, he now looked at him with a serious expression, just like a good friend turning against him on the spot. Listening to Shimura Danzo's tone, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression remained unchanged as he looked at him. The situation revealed might only hold meaning for themselves. The two exchanged glances for a moment. Perhaps there was information they alone understood. In the end, it was still Shimura Danzo who conceded. Fine, I'll answer the question. You will regret this, Sarutobi. Luckily, he still had some confidence in this question. However, answering the question with a choice was equivalent to acknowledging the previous statements and the actions he had taken. Glancing at Kakashi and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who was glaring at him fiercely, as well as the last descendant of the Uchiha clan, I thought to myself, I must take one of them back. With this thought in mind, I began to make a choice. I chose 3, because the higher-ups in Konoha didn't want the reputation of Konoha's White Fang to overshadow their own, so they deliberately leaked and spread the news of his mission failure, secretly instructing the villagers to take action against Konoha's White Fang, causing him to fall into despair and commit suicide. In reality, the Konoha higher-ups had no intention of wanting him dead. It was just that Tsukumo Hatake was too fragile, failing a mission and then taking his own life, leaving us with a heap of trouble. Such a ninja is a failed ninja. Shimura Danzo made his choice and then proceeded to comment, clearly targeting Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi. This was somewhat displeasing. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mind. At that time, he merely released a bit of authority, and everything else was handled by others. Besides, he still publicly refused. This was really none of his business. As long as he had no psychological involvement, even if everything were exposed later, he was confident that Kakashi wouldn't blame him. Well, that is how it was. At most, when he returned, he could demote Danzo and cut his salary. After all, this guy didn't care about such things. It would at least give Kakashi an explanation. As for what Danzo said later, although he was displeased, he didn't say anything. Tsukumo Hatake had to be said to be a good weapon at that time. The weapon had a chance to become its master, which he found displeasing. Even though the weapon had no such intention, having that opportunity was also unacceptable. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded. He planned to wait until Tsukumo Hatake was in despair, appearing before him as if he had just finished cleaning up after him, to comfort him. That way, he would win people's hearts, making Tsukumo obediently serve as his weapon while also eliminating his ability to compete for Hokage. After all, in a village where the villagers spread such bad news, a person with a stain, someone who couldn't gain the villagers' recognition, could never become Hokage. It is not the one who becomes Hokage that gains everyone's recognition, but the one who gains everyone's recognition that can become Hokage. Danzo, you are too naive. Danzo had no chance to do any of this, always thinking about becoming Hokage. That was impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen had various thoughts in his heart, but on his face, he maintained a smile, pretending to be calm. Kakashi, on the other hand, felt his heart racing violently upon hearing the answer. Looking at the two higher-ups in Konoha, he quickly reined in his emotions. The two people in his heart seemed to transform into vengeful spirits. Was this the Konoha he had been protecting? Such people in Konoha, the villagers who drove his father to death? Although his father's death had its own reasons, those who verbally attacked his father also played a certain role. Kakashi was not Naruto. He couldn't directly ignore the cold stares of the villagers. Now that he knew some of the news from back then, he was starting to lose control of himself. He even began to think about letting Konoha be destroyed. He even felt that Obito could take him along. When the time came, he would definitely chop that old man Danzo into several pieces with Raikiri. Besides, he would carve a few dog heads on the other party's body. In the future, when using Earth Style, Earth Wall, he would carve a few dog heads facing Konoha. You dog-like things. Kakashi expressed his dissatisfaction, his face showing little emotion. Right now, he was just a J-Nin. Even an elite J-Nin was still just a J-Nin. If trouble were to arise, it would be in the future. Perhaps Konoha was innocent. Perhaps Konoha still had many people like Naruto who posed no problem. But the higher-ups in Konoha, those old guys, definitely had issues. Rin. Thinking of the now crippled Rin. Why did everything have to fall on him? I will give you an explanation when I return. And you all too. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the opportunity to comfort Kakashi, but it was quite perfunctory, as he didn't even look at him. His attention was on answering questions and on Kairu. Compared to Kakashi and their situation, this system was clearly more attractive than others. Even Danzo, this old enemy, he didn't care about at this moment. And at this time, the answers began to be announced. Seeing the correct answer, Kakashi's mood sank even further. Naruto Uzumaki looked displeased. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha wore a cold expression, showing no emotion, only thinking about whether there would be an opportunity to find Orochimaru and have him become his ally. Danzo, I am now relieving you of your position in Konoha as Hokage. You will face judgment when you return, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with an official demeanor, taking the opportunity to speak. Anyway, he was just relieving his position. There was no need to discuss other matters. He would directly place the blame on him. Konoha's higher-ups. After all, someone had to take the blame. Not all higher-ups in Konoha were involved. Besides, he believed that there would be nothing concerning him afterward. Letting Danzo take the blame would suffice. Thank you for your hard work. The darkness of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, feeling pleased. However, Danzo's increasingly displeased expression was evident. Everything had to be blamed on him. Although he had already prepared for this, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor. He felt like he wanted to take off his eye patch and give him a taste of a different kind of genjutsu. How ridiculous. You will regret this, Hiruzen. I'm doing this for Konoha. If everyone sacrificed Konoha's interests like him, it would only lead to more problems. By then, Konoha, Danzo said indignantly. Naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to argue with Hiruzen. He would just find other excuses, appearing as if he would expose everything if pushed too far. Enough. The new generation of Konoha is the hope. You have disappointed me too much. We will talk about it when we return. Sarutobi Hiruzen took on the appearance of being stern and just. He spoke consecutively, making his intention very clear to silence Danzo. Chapter 156. Being Hokage is not something just anyone can do, controlled by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Anyway, as long as someone takes the blame, that's enough. As for Kakashi, he had no opportunity to say anything further. The scene began to unfold. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto Uzumaki said with great interest. On one hand, he was curious about his teacher's situation. On the other, he wanted to know what had happened back then. Kakashi's gaze was now completely focused on the unfolding scene. Since the day his father died, he has struggled to understand. Even now, he still doesn't understand why he had to die like that. Are teammates really not more important than missions? Perhaps everyone has different choices in their hearts, at least in the case of these two high-ranking officials in Konoha. Kakashi couldn't see the answer. What is more important, the mission or the comrades? Sarutobi Hiruzen repeatedly claims to act for the sake of the ninjas. Shimura Danzo insists that sacrificing for the village and the mission is worthwhile. But to him, it feels like these two are just after power for this so-called Hokage position, while everything else is secondary. Sacrifice? Let's talk about that when there's no way out. Until then, everything can be sacrificed. Villagers can be sacrificed, the Hitaki clan can be sacrificed, the Uchiha clan can be sacrificed, the Hyuga clan can be sacrificed, even the family of the fourth Hokage can be sacrificed. It's all like this. Missions, comrades. Watching Hatake Tsukumo give up the mission for his comrades, after returning to the village, it seemed like the entire village knew about it overnight. You have to understand that Hatake Tsukumo's father worked in the Umbu. Even if he wasn't in the Umbu, an elite J-Nin's mission is not something to be casually disclosed. Yet, this was the outcome. The villagers all knew and dared to block his door, cursing Hatake Tsukumo. I would sacrifice for the mission. Why did you save me, allowing me to live in such shame? Do you know how many sacrificed for this mission? And you ruined it all. Hatake Tsukumo, you are responsible. You destroyed all our hard work. You are not human. Even his comrades, the ones he saved, came to curse him. Various insults came in, and many ninjas stirred up the villagers, making them even more numerous. They all knew about this matter. Half understood, in short, it was Hatake Tsukumo's mission failure that caused heavy losses for the village. Many ninjas had died, and the deaths of those who had previously died in failed missions were blamed on this mission. Their families were not slow to complain about Hatake Tsukumo. Didn't that make their family members' deaths seem worthless? Why weren't you the one who died? Words like these made the scalp tingle. Now, as an adult, Kakashi felt the pressure that Hatake Tsukumo faced back then, and as his son, he seemed to have not understood him at the time. He even resented him for some things that happened at school, unable to understand. Looking at the guilty father inside, Kakashi felt even more guilty. At the same time, his hatred for the Konoha high-ranking officials grew. Of course, this hatred was still hidden for now. If there was a chance, he would definitely clear his father's name. Why don't they just die? Since living feels so guilty, wouldn't it be more noticeable to hang themselves at Hatake Tsukumo's door? Suddenly, Reikage, sitting across from the third Hokage, spoke up. This was definitely a big weapon. Good idea. Shimura Danzo's eyes lit up. However, at that time, he didn't intend to kill Hatake Tsukumo, so he didn't do it. He just wanted to ruin the others' reputation, making them obedient tools. The subsequent deaths were completely accidental. Yes, why didn't he just die? Is he still alive now? The nearby main felt a bit nauseous looking at the people inside. When she looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, she felt that the village was really chaotic. But she was still quite curious whether this guy who claimed to be willing to sacrifice had actually died. She thought about how she had also been ostracized by nearby people due to her differences. That feeling was never pleasant. The one who felt the same way as her was Uzumaki Naruto. Now he also felt the scenario of Kakashi's father back then. Main's words naturally received no response. Whether he was alive or not, Kakashi didn't know, and neither did Uzumaki Naruto and the others. Only the two high-ranking officials in Konoha knew. But whether they would answer here was another question. Cough, 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 it's all in the past. Moreover, White Fan committed suicide. No one wanted him dead at that time. This is also my fault. I didn't handle it immediately. Mainly, there were too many details to wrap up after the mission failed. I didn't finish it in time, so it's all my fault. Kakashi, I'm sorry. Sarutobi Hiruzen, while saying it was my fault, was also explaining to himself. It seemed the blame was being pushed onto Konoha White Fang. Because of the failure of the mission, he was helping to clean up White Fang's mess. That's why he didn't have time to deal with this matter, planning to handle it later. As for White Fang's death, that was just because he was too weak. No one wanted him dead. All of this was his own suicide. It had nothing to do with them. Can it be a murderer in a suicide? Impossible, right? This has nothing to do with his pure Konoha's light. Sarutobi Hiruzen's comforting words to Kakashi were naturally heard clearly. They were all adults. Who didn't he know how many missions they had already completed? They had all become like foxes by now. Or was there still a lack of reading comprehension? I know, Lord Third. This has nothing to do with you. You don't need to apologize. Kakashi respectfully stated directly on the spot. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen very satisfied. However, Shimura Danzo was not pleased. What do you mean it has nothing to do with Sarutobi Hiruzen? That implies it has something to do with him. While he was unhappy, thinking about how to make Kakashi pay when they returned, the scene began to show some ninjas talking. Those images made Shimura Danzo want to step forward and delete them. He planned to bring more villagers to block him, ensuring he couldn't turn things around. After a few days, the elders would come forward to explain for him. In the footage, Danzo was giving orders to a masked person, clearly pleased with his current scheme. He directly made someone with the opportunity to compete for the Hokage position lose their qualifications. Looking at the images inside, he felt exposed like this. Danzo had no sense of shame at all. He felt Kakashi was already glaring at him with the Sharingan. He didn't have any worries. I do all this for Konoha. Not everyone can become Hokage. White Fang is easily manipulated by others, which could lead to harmful thoughts against Konoha. Danzo stated this directly. In his view, aside from himself, anyone else wanting to become Hokage is rebelling, is a traitor, and will be used by others. Kakashi gritted his teeth. Just for this reason, he believes that not everyone can be Hokage. Is Hokage a hereditary position? It should belong to the Senju or Uchiha clans. What do you Sarutobi and Shimura clans count for? If it weren't for their constant blood-sucking at the top of Konoha, they might not even be able to deal with the former Tsukumo Hatake alone. At least the other two old geezers are impossible. It's the first time I've heard someone speak so sweetly about harming others. Sister, you should study this well. It could be useful against the people of the imperial capital later, Leona said playfully. They are not fools and naturally understand what Sarutobi Hizashi means. Even the person that Konoha White Fang saved back then is doing well now. What sacrifice for Konoha? In the end, the sacrifice was unsuccessful. What a pity. Yes. Even if it's not used against the people of the imperial capital, there are many people in the Revolutionary Army. Main expressed her agreement. However, before she could finish, Najihitan interrupted her. Don't speak recklessly. Najihitan obviously didn't want to say much here. She was well aware of the Revolutionary Army situation. Where there are people, there are struggles and factions. Especially in an organization like the Revolutionary Army, there are plenty of dishonest individuals. There are many trying to profit from the chaos. But right now, they really can't do anything. Furthermore, this is still in the imperial capital. This is also the reason why he planned to go to the imperial capital, to avoid playing games with the leaders of the Revolutionary Army. TCH, Min was unhappy but didn't say much. Many leaders of the Revolutionary Army made her want to smash their heads. However, since Najihitan didn't say much, she let it go. All right, Kakashi, let's talk about it later. Sarutobi Hizashi watched as Tsukumo Hatake, after being insulted repeatedly, began to doubt why Konoha's higher-ups were not taking action. He started to self-doubt whether he should take action against the Hatake clan. In the end, he thought of Kakashi. Konoha White Fang chose to end his life. Since Konoha's higher-ups targeted him, he decided to end it here. As for his son, who couldn't understand him, he let him grow up confused. Sarutobi Hizashi felt a bit regretful watching him commit suicide in the end. Perhaps he had indeed dragged it out for too long or should have sent a message earlier, making him think he was being targeted. Although it was indeed targeted, it was just a suppression. What a pity to lose such a good weapon. After Tsukumo Hatake's death, they faced many troubles, especially in battles against the Wind Country. Sarutobi Hizashi only felt regret about Tsukumo Hatake's death, while Kakashi was in pain and discomfort. His father, until his death, was thinking of him. Yet, he was just confused and couldn't understand. He hadn't even properly comforted his father, which made his pain grow. He hated himself for not understanding sooner, for not comforting him back then, for not being able to have a good conversation with him. He also hated Konoha's higher-ups. Bowing his head, his Sharingan was already spinning rapidly. The three Tomo had unknowingly turned into a kaleidoscope Sharingan. His ocular power increased significantly, putting pressure on Kakashi. In the end, it slowly faded, returning to the previous three Tomo. Kakashi's mindset gradually calmed down. Although he still felt the same hatred, it was no longer visible on his face. He appeared completely expressionless, as if nothing had happened, making Leona and others feel that this guy could truly endure. Watching his father die while the enemy was still beside him, he managed to endure it. Kakashi is in danger. He has no value left, Sarutobi. Danzo naturally felt this too. Kakashi clearly had grievances against him. In response, his attention shifted to Sarutobi Hizashi. They exchanged secret signals, utilizing some high-level markers. However, after transmitting the message, Sarutobi Hizashi showed no intention of replying, as if he knew nothing. You will regret this, Sarutobi, Danzo gritted his teeth. But in the end, he didn't do much. He had already planned to cause trouble once he returned to Konoha. This Sharingan Kakashi would either be his person or a dead man. Konoha White Fang. Watching the person who killed her son and daughter-in-law die in such a miserable way, Chiyo felt little joy. If it had been in her hands, she might have felt relieved, avenging her great hatred. But now, she certainly wouldn't. Would she have to thank Danzo? That old geezer. Now, she just planned to watch quietly, watching Konoha become more chaotic. This was for the best. The people from the pirate world remained very quiet. Kale didn't care. He basically knew what was being said and had no intention of interrupting. Hancock disdainfully refused to join the conversation. However, Sabo, having heard something interesting, looked at the girls. Revolutionary Army? Did they belong to the same kind? Perhaps they could exchange ideas? But they looked like they were hard to communicate with. He secretly decided that when the other side revealed their world situation later, he could initiate a conversation. Of course, it could also be that they reveal their side first. That should spark some interest, right? Sabo thought to himself. As the space gradually calmed, the next question arrived. Kale directly started the next question. Danzo naturally received his 1,000 years of death. In the future, he could have some fun with Sarutobi Hizashi or that little Haru or something like the Watergate. Let them enjoy this 1,000 years of death together. Sitting aside, Danzo suddenly thought of something and looked at Sarutobi Hizashi, making him a bit uncomfortable. At the same time, the two Konoha high-level advisors, one male and one female, felt a chill run down their spines, as if something was watching them. Taking a day off. Chapter 157, 5th Hokage, multiple choice. After Sarutobi Hizashi's death, who will be the 5th Hokage? 1. Shimura Danzo. 2. Hatake Kakashi. 3. Tsunade. 4. Jiraiya. Reward. Chakra total doubles. Punishment. Chakra total is halved. The question appeared directly in front of an individual. This immediately made the people of Konoha stiffen. No one here wanted to lose their chakra, although the reward seemed quite generous. The 5th Hokage, Shimura Danzo, was very eager. He had long thought about Sarutobi Hiruzen dying and taking his place. After me, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo and Kakashi beside him. There are two people. Kakashi didn't even think his name would be on the list. However, he still quickly sent it out. Among the higher-ups of Konoha, if they could choose him, it would mean that the higher-ups of Konoha would have to be eliminated first. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be possible. He wouldn't even get a turn. Danzo was quite excited. This is an opportunity. After Sarutobi Hiruzen disappears, his chance will come. Why am I not on there? Naruto was quite dissatisfied. He felt like he had no chance. He was very qualified to be chosen as Hokage. And yet, his name was not on the list at all. This completely excluded Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the son of the 4th Hokage. Idiot, dead last. When the 3rd Hokage died, you were still a genin. Uchiha Sasuke spoke up from the side, skillfully provoking Sarutobi Hiruzen's dissatisfaction. But thinking of Itachi, he acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He still didn't want to give up on Uchiha Itachi, although the other party didn't trust him much at the moment. After all, that fool Danzo even went to provoke him before leaving. But Itachi was still Itachi. He believed the other party was a true ninja inheriting the will of fire. Ignite oneself, illuminate others, and continue to live on. Genin, the 3rd grandpa is going to die. Naruto was somewhat confused. Impossible, whether it's Orochimaru or someone else. Since it's already known, then there shouldn't be any problems. Also, while Naruto was speaking, he glanced at Danzo. In his view, this guy was still a bad person, wanting the 3rd Hokage to do something. They had said this was in ignorance of these matters. Do you still not understand? You're really a dead last. Sasuke, looking displeased, appeared to be mocking Naruto. This made Naruto very unhappy, but he hadn't started to retort yet. Stop talking nonsense. You should have discussed who the 5th Hokage would be. Hurry up and answer the question. Chiyo, on the side, was no longer willing to wait. She urged Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others to answer the question directly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if it came to her. Guessing wrong would mean losing half of their chakra. For her old lady, that was quite a troublesome matter. Although she didn't need to fight now. But at her age, losing chakra could very well cost her life. That was all vitality extracted. We Haven T discussed it. Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed had some candidates in mind to push up, and he could assist the 5th Hokage well. It's just a pity that no one is strong enough. Asuma and the others are too weak. Their reputation is insufficient. And how could they become the guardians of the land of fire? It's simply impossible to rise to power. Kakashi, still a bit unqualified. Jiraiya and Tsunade were also unwilling. Could they really choose Might Guy to be Hokage, leading Konoha to burst forth with youth? Given his demeanor, he would indeed be easy to manipulate. But if it were him, he would prefer to choose Kakashi. Danzo, you answer the question. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment and directly passed the buck to Danzo. Since you said before that you would sacrifice, then sacrifice enough. As for chakra amount, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't lack it. Having it would naturally be good, but not having it wouldn't be a loss. Their Sarutobi clan already had plenty of chakra. There was no need to take risks. Sarutobi, this doesn't even let Kakashi test it. Danzo was very dissatisfied. Hurry up. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke directly, not giving the other party a chance to find trouble with others. He directly urged the other party to answer the question. Weren't you the one who volunteered to come out and answer just now? The words the other party just said were all utilized. For Hokage, it's naturally a duty. But this isn't. That's enough. Danzo, I'm counting on you. Danzo still planned to say more, but he didn't have the chance to finish. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words had already come. It was as if he had agreed without letting him finish speaking. The people nearby were watching the show. Whether they were from the ninja world or other worlds, they were all quite interested in the scene. Anyway, they just wanted to let the other parties start answering quickly. You will regret it, Sarutobi. Danzo gritted his teeth, looking at the questions above. One name after another swept past. If it were to find someone to prevent him from rising to power, he believed the elders of Konoha would definitely go to Jiraiya first. This guy is best controlled. Unlike him, once he rises, he will definitely tidy up those two old guys. Then there's Tsunade. Even Kakashi, in short, it would be very difficult for him. And Danzo wasn't sure if he had the means to win the position in the end. He was indeed very conflicted. If he wins, there is no doubt he would become Hokage. If Jiraiya wins, he would probably also go for Tsunade. Otherwise, it would be Kakashi. The biggest possibility still lies between him and Tsunade. I choose Tsunade. After hesitating, Danzo thought about the Elders' Council and Jiraiya joining forces. He estimated he was bound to lose. He honestly chose what he thought was the most likely, unless he exposed his Manjiki Sharingan and the Hashirama arm. Otherwise, he was definitely going to lose. And if exposed, regardless of Hokage or not, he would definitely cause some troublesome issues. Whether now or in the future, before the decisive moment, he surely wouldn't use this thing. Tsunade? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a bit surprised by the other party's choice of this question. Yet afterward, he felt it was not surprising. Although she had once tricked Tsunade, this Konoha was still her home no matter what. As long as she was dead, there was still a possibility of her returning under Jiraiya's persuasion. Of course, it was just a possibility. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very clear about Tsunade's temper. If he kept bothering her, even Jiraiya would probably get beaten up. However, as long as he was dead, there would still be a chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently thought, while also feeling a bit tragic. Who is Tsunade? She could actually become the 5th Hokage, Kakashi-sensei. Now, the younger generation basically doesn't know this guy anymore. Kakashi paused for a moment before explaining. One of the legendary 3 of Konoha, a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, the granddaughter of the 1st and 2nd Hokages. She's just not in the village right now. Just like that Orochimaru before. Has she defected too? It seems she hasn't been in the village for a long time. Uzumaki Naruto kept talking. Before he could finish, he was stopped by Kakashi. He wouldn't let him continue. The granddaughter of the 1st and 2nd Hokages defecting. What the hell is this? She's still a disciple of the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage's expression was also somewhat unpleasant. This troublesome kid. Can't he keep his mouth shut? 3 disciples. One wants to kill him, one completely ignores him, and the other is running around outside, not thinking about him at all, only his 2 teammates. Full of bromance. Prioritizing romance over friendship. Thinking about his 3 dutiful disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt exhausted. In terms of strength, they could be considered quite good. But in other matters, it really made his scalp tingle. They're really troublemakers. One is involved with adult content, one is a gambler, and one is involved with drugs. Each one of them is truly untrustworthy. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, cannot coexist with gambling and drugs. Tsunade, that woman is still alive? I thought you guys from Konoha had taken care of her. Danzo, can you tolerate this? She's going to compete for the Hokage position with you, silently making her disappear. This is not something that goes unnoticed. Chiyo interjected from the side. After all, talking doesn't cost money. Let them think whatever they want. Nonsense. I, Shimura Danzo, am wholeheartedly for Konoha. As long as it doesn't affect Konoha, I would never harm anyone from Konoha, no matter what. Shimura Danzo said seriously. And whether it affects Konoha or not, that is for him to decide. Heh, Chio clearly found it amusing. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the others were already wide-eyed, staring at this guy. Perhaps they really had never seen someone so shameless before. Affecting Konoha? It should be affecting your rise to power, right? Wasn't he that Konoha white fan killed by you? Suddenly, Mai spoke up from across them. She disliked such people the most. Infighting, backstabbing. If they were to attack at night like this, she would immediately pull out her pumpkin and give each of them a whack. Little girl, don't speak recklessly without knowing the truth. I did that for Konoha, and the facts show that White Fang was not someone who could become Hokage. If he couldn't even bear this little pressure, how could he become Hokage? Hokage must, Danzo said without a hint of shame. What nonsense about the Hokage position only being for those who sacrifice for Konoha. Also, there must not be any issues with their identity. They must be convincing. You might as well say that no one else is qualified except for yourself. Rianai chuckled from aside. I'm too lazy to argue with you little brats. Danzo paused, looking at the scene with an expression that suggested he didn't want to say anything. The people around were focused on this old guy. They could already feel Danzo's ideology of for the sake of Konoha. You don't even believe in yourself. Otherwise, you would have chosen yourself for this topic. You can't say that. You can only say he still has some self-awareness. So he ends up sabotaging others who have a chance to rise to power. And then he can take her place? That's the only way left. Otherwise, at this old age, would he choose someone high up to only serve for 2 years and then retire? That would be too childish. At this age, still having to work, this truly shows great sacrifices for their Konoha. Rianai and Mai each chimed in, as if they were performing a comedic dialogue. At this moment, they were gradually getting familiar with the place. Speaking became easy. Moreover, there were quite a few people here. It was basically confirmed that the manager was a slacker. As long as they didn't take action and didn't affect the situation here, talking was not a problem, especially when talking about others. They really didn't care. Basically, they were in a situation with their own order. You, who is Danzo? At this old age, still struggling hard for Konoha. If he were gone, Konoha's strength would at least regress by 60 years. Such great sacrifices, yet he was being mocked by these young girls. Sarutobi Hiruzen could endure, but Konoha could not. Enough, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the situation that was already unfolding on screen, stopping Danzo, who was about to say something more. This guy, how come I never noticed you talk so much usually? Humph. Danzo took the opportunity to back down. He didn't say much, just glanced at Sarutobi, looking a bit displeased. Not only did they not help him, but they also bullied him together with others. You will regret it, Sarutobi. Once I sit in the Hokage position, after returning this time, I must give Tsunade some trouble, and Jiraiya, and Kakashi. At this moment, Danzo's various thoughts had already come out. Just tried to take advantage of the fact that Sarutobi was driven out of the village. In secret, thinking of this, Shimura Danzo felt much more comfortable. Looking at the scene inside, he felt more at ease. On screen, it showed some scenes of Konoha being rebuilt after the third Hokage's death, then to the Hokage building. The two high-ranking officials of Konoha and Jiraiya were talking. Basically, they were letting Jiraiya take the position. This trivial Jiraiya also wants to become Hokage. It's simply a joke. Watching Jiraiya refuse inside, Shimura Danzo thought sourly. Isn't there a more suitable candidate? I will bring him back to try to take Naruto out for training. Are you talking about? Tsunade. Jiraiya and the elders directly decided on this matter. Even the elders were thinking that if Jiraiya didn't bring the person back, they would just let Jiraiya take the position. Unfortunately, the other party had no interest and quickly left. That speed, on the same day, he carried carried Naruto and left Konoha. This also made the two elders feel regretful. If Jiraiya took the position, they might be more comfortable than Sarutobi Hiruzen being in power. According to Jiraiya's personality, he definitely wouldn't be interested in these administrative matters. So it's still the old folks sacrificing a bit, holding on to power. After all, it's all for Konoha. This white-haired uncle became my teacher later. Kakashi-sensei, are you okay? Uzumaki Naruto looked at the seemingly strong, white-haired uncle inside. He directly spoke dutifully. The man across can refuse to become Hokage. Becoming his disciple isn't a disgrace to his talents. Uzumaki Naruto thought narcissistically. Idiot trailing behind. Sasuke was a bit at a loss for words regarding Naruto's terrifying statement. Kakashi paused awkwardly for a moment. It might be arranged by the third Hokage, after all. Your attributes might not be very suitable for me, Kakashi self-comforted. Chapter 158-5. 5 Generation, the white-haired uncle. Naruto scrutinized this lewd uncle carefully. He looked bewildered as he was taken out of Konoha. He had never seen such an uncle in Konoha. He didn't even have white hair. His hair was somewhat similar to Kakashi's. Is he your relative? The hair color is quite similar. Suddenly, Naruto asked a question that left Kakashi a bit dumbfounded. What kind of question is that? Just because the hair is somewhat similar means he is a relative? Then why do you have blonde hair and belong to the Uzumaki clan? Cough, cough, cough. Jiraiya-sama is the disciple of the third Hokage and also the teacher of the fourth Hokage, Kakashi said directly. The fourth Hokage's teacher. Naruto now knew who the fourth Hokage was. So that means, I am a brother of the fourth Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly said. Kakashi was left speechless. If the fourth Hokage knew that Naruto thought this way, he would probably want to kill him. And just as he was about to say more, Naruto's next sentence came. So that means I am now Kakashi-sensei's. Naruto seemed to be troubled by this thought. Kakashi is a disciple of the fourth Hokage. Now Naruto has become a disciple of Jiraiya. And Jiraiya is also the teacher of Minato. This relationship is really messy. Everyone has their own opinions. So don't think too much about it. Just watch honestly. Kakashi felt the impatience in the gazes around him. You're the only one who can play like this. You're the only one who is ridiculous. Hearing this, Naruto felt a bit dissatisfied. Why not just say it? Clearly, if that's the case, he is Kakashi-sensei's senior. As for the others, listening to the complex relationships in the ninja world, they couldn't help but want to complain. Your relationships are really complicated. Your village is really chaotic. After all, it could be said that all of you are in a master-disciple relationship or the disciples' disciple relationship. Have you all wrapped it up? Can you find someone who has no relation to you? Riona said curiously. In fact, she was very cunningly looking for trouble. Watching the situation inside, she couldn't help but want to speak. The will of fire in Konoha needs to be passed down. Only those who gain the villagers' recognition can become Hokage. When we gain the villagers' recognition, we will find more teachers to teach. This is not what you said. Like Kakashi is also Naruto's teacher. He had teachers before, and later there will be more. There is no requirement that you must be the disciple of Hokage to become Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained a bit, and those nearby just smiled and said nothing. Anyway, no matter what, it is the other party who has the final say. Whether there is something or not, just listen to the other party talk nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very calm. He didn't care about the other people from different worlds. Now he was watching Jiraiya in the scene, leading Naruto, learning the Rasengan while searching for Tsunade. When he found Tsunade, he was still disappointed, but it was also expected. Only an idiot would think of becoming Hokage. Tsunade was very disdainful of Hokage. As for Konoha, she could be said to have no feelings left. After all, either everyone was dead or had run away. Where the feelings? Even Shizen was now very worried about unexpected incidents. Ninja, just die already. Who wants to be Hokage? He had no intention of arguing about anything. Tired, no longer interested, let the world be destroyed. You really pick Hokage casually. It can't be that such a person can gain the recognition of your village, right? A gambler and a drunkard who still owes money and doesn't pay back? Riona felt that the people here were like her version. However, she wasn't as much of a gambler and wasn't as unlucky as them. As for not paying back debts, it depends on the situation. Mainly, the other party was indeed very big, which made her feel pressured. I feel like I can also become Hokage. People from other worlds should stop flattering. Take care of your own affairs. Danzo heard that another person was coming to compete for Hokage with him. Bruce. Tsunade's complete disregard for his goals and dreams made him very unhappy. Old man, are you worried about your position being taken? Anyway, you can't do it, this woman. Now saying only an idiot can become Hokage. The answer is already there. She has become Hokage. Or rather, she has become an idiot. How pathetic. Is this called being stubborn? Riona was not afraid of the darkness of Konoha. No matter how terrifying you are in other worlds, come to their world to fight her. If you can't come, you're weak. Danzo's face grew even worse upon hearing this. This topic was still chosen by him. He glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's all your fault. For the sake of Konoha, you all should die. Only without you will Konoha have hope. He had previously suffered from being slow to react. This time, he would take the initiative. Watching Tsunade in the scene initially refuse, then later being called to gamble by Naruto, and then Naruto winning, gaining the respect of the other party, and obtaining the first Hokage's token. Getting it would mean death. Hanging it up could lead to sudden death at any time. A fight is about to break out. Isn't this the guy who previously took down the third Hokage? All three of them seem to be his disciples. Is this a gathering to celebrate after killing the teacher? They all seem like great filial sons. Why not consider changing a few disciples? Riona watched the show with a smile, but still felt a bit of pressure. Watching Jiraiya being poisoned and lacking stamina, he summoned a few small frogs and smiled. Then, 3 massive creatures gave them quite a bit of pressure. These guys can be compared to the dangerous species of their world. And they're not ordinary dangerous species. They just look so ugly. Either snakes or slugs, and finally came a big frog. The battle was intense. In the end, Orochimaru was defeated and fled, leaving Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the others. After that, they returned to Konoha and began the handover of the Hokage position. This directly made Danzo furious. He was about to explode from holding it in. It's mine. It's all mine. This is my position. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen. Damn Jiraiya. And Tsunade. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Why is he so despicable? He doesn't even want to be one anymore. Yet he still comes knocking on the door. Danzo was extremely unhappy. People who didn't want to be in power were being pushed up, while he had always wanted it but couldn't get it. Is this the difference between people? And that Jinchuriki, he must not be allowed to leave the village. Only by entering Root and becoming his subordinate can that Jinchuriki realize his value. Don't let me find a substitute. Danzo gritted his teeth in his heart. He was already thinking about finding a replacement. Naruto didn't even bother to hide it. This guy was clearly displeased with him. And if there were no substitutes, if no one else became a Jinchuriki, trouble would inevitably arise. This guy should be dealt with sooner rather than later. He heard that there seemed to be members of the Uzumaki clan in the Land of Grass. Perhaps he could give it a try. 4th Hokage. This is your son who doesn't know how to appreciate himself. Danzo had no good impression of the 4th Hokage. If it weren't for him, the current leader should have been Orochimaru. If he and Orochimaru had teamed up, there would be no issues with the 3rd Hokage now. In fact, Orochimaru had no interest in the Hokage position. As long as he had a laboratory, he could inherit the position. He could have chosen the 5th Hokage long ago. He would also be fine with the 6th Hokage. Damn it, Danzo was furious. No one was more frustrated than him. Forced to answer questions in succession, this time the total chakra amount would double, and he could also increase his combat power. But the previous one was about obtaining the Konoha Taijutsu secret, the 1,000 Years of Pain. He would go back and give the Konoha elders and Sarutobi Hiruzen a few hits. Let them be arrogant. Multiple choice question. Who was the first person to take over the Hokage position and attend the 5 Kage summit when the 5th Hokage was severely injured and on the brink of death? 1. Shimura Danzo. 2. Hatake Kakashi. 3. Uzumaki Naruto. 4. Jiraiya. Reward. Chakra amount doubled. Punishment. Chakra amount reduced by half. As Danzo was burning with anger, the question came again. Danzo didn't need to think about Sarutobi Hiruzen. He opened his mouth directly. The implication was already very clear. It was to get his good buddy to take the position and block the knife. Doubling chakra. What a great reward. Besides, wasn't he the last one guessed correctly? If he got it wrong again this time, he would be sent back. It wouldn't be a loss anyway. After the 5th Hokage, who would inherit the 6th? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the question and felt it was very strange. Why not just say the 6th Hokage? Why is it about the 5th Hokage on the brink of death? And the first one? Could there be a second? Such thoughts were not only in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. This question was really odd. The first person to take the position? Could there be a failed succession? The next one? Killed? Cancelled? The 5th Hokage revived? Beside him, Riona looked at Danzo, continuously speaking. She was very aware that this old guy seemed to care a lot about the Hokage position. Now, with each word spoken. The other person's expression was not good. If he wasn't made Hokage soon, he would die of old age. He didn't know if his Anaji had any effect on dying of old age. Probably not. Sarutobi, don't go too far. Danzo didn't fully say what he wanted, but the meaning was already very clear. This time he had already ignored that blonde woman from the bear country. If this woman were in Konoha, he would definitely throw her into an izakaya to entertain guests. So articulate. Just let her talk enough. And she kept staring at him, thinking he couldn't become Hokage. This thought, although he himself found it very troublesome, it probably couldn't be. Danzo, you're more experienced. Moreover, you need to pave the way for the new generation of ninjas. I'm counting on you. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. I believe you let me down. Looking at the people inside, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that almost everyone had a chance. It was just a matter of probability. Under normal circumstances, it should be Jiraiya or Kakashi. After all, Danzo was hard to control, and the other two old guys wouldn't let him take the position so easily. Of course, it was also possible that Danzo would act ruthlessly and eliminate their chances. So these three had a high probability. As for Naruto, if he still had the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it was almost impossible. He didn't know how many years later Tsunade would have an accident. It wouldn't happen right after taking office, would it? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit complicated. For Sarutobi's words, Danzo had already understood. He was so eager to directly pull out his Sharingan and hit Sarutobi Hiruzen. But unfortunately, he didn't want to waste this opportunity here. If given the chance, he would prefer to take action against that administrator. A sudden attack, directly causing that guy trouble. Just like that. Thinking about this, Danzo calmed down. What a load of crap Hokage of Konoha. He would give up. He would give up on the multi-universe system either. As long as he could control the other party, it would be equivalent to having administrator privileges. When the time comes, as long as there is an opportunity, he could create trouble for people from other worlds, including the ninja world. The more Danzo thought about it, the more excited he felt, the more perfect it seemed. Although there were some risks, these risks were still much smaller than that reward. Winning is everything. Losing would just mean death. If there was no opportunity to become Hokage, then dying would not be much different from living. Some people are alive, but they are already dead. Some people are dead, but they are still alive. I answer. Danzo seemed to accept reality. Looking at the people above, I choose Shimura Danzo. He glanced over Jiraiya and his own name. He believed in his character. As long as there was an opportunity, he wouldn't miss it, and he was confident he could deal with Jiraiya's personality. Tsunade had already had an accident, so he could throw a few black pots at them. This was something he was already doing. The Hokage position would be his. What Hatake Kakashi? What Konoha elders? They were of no use. In Konoha, besides Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was not afraid of anyone, except for Sarutobi Hiruzen. The rest of the living in Konoha are trash. What Shimura Danzo said. So you choose yourself? So confident? Before, he clearly didn't believe in choosing that white-haired old man. This not only made Riona from the Crimson Eye world find trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him was also very concerned. It seems you already have an idea. Danzo, in order to protect Konoha, it's impossible for you to become Hokage. Since the news here is already known, there won't be any chance for you to take action. This includes Orochimaru. There won't be any opportunities for the opponent to act later. What Kazekage, what Edo Tensei, you'll be careful not to act recklessly. At that time, I'll call Jiraiya, and the two of us will act together. Orochimaru doesn't matter at all. Once we send Danzo away, there won't be any issues concerning him, unless he openly betrays us and revolts. Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that Shimura Danzo isn't foolish enough to do that. If he makes such a choice, then he will become the next Orochimaru. Chapter 159 Danzo, ignoring what others say. Shimura Danzo has now returned to a neutral expression. The correct answer, Shimura Danzo. Next, watching the changes on the system, a hint of joy appeared on Danzo's face. Although the question seemed strange. What does it mean to be the first to take the position? There might be others, but he no longer cared. He just wanted to become Hokage. No matter how long it takes, he will become Hokage. It can't just be a Hokage experience day. The statue can be carved on Hokage rock and hung up directly. Danzo thought confidently. Sarutobi. Feeling the chakra within him quickly condensing, Danzo was very pleased. At his age, he was actually starting to struggle a bit. Chakra and stamina had decreased somewhat. Especially with his mind focused on politics, he hadn't trained for a long time. He had sacrificed too much for Konoha. Now, everything was returning. Chakra, strength, the position of Hokage. All of it is mine. Why can he become Hokage? Isn't it required that everyone must approve for someone to become Hokage? How could someone so sinister, who experiments on the village's comrades, possibly become Hokage? Absolutely unacceptable. Uzumaki Naruto was very displeased. If he had not witnessed Danzo's true nature, he might not have voiced his discontent and would only seek opportunities to compete. But now, having seen Danzo's true face, he completely could not accept it. Now, Kakashi-sensei is in so much pain, and there's also Kakashi-sensei's father. And he too. All because of this guy. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the orphan of the fourth Hokage. Next is you. Danzo clearly understood that this guy was an obstacle. He planned to take action against him once he returned. And there's Kakashi next to him. Since he already knew about the white fang of Konoha, he couldn't let him live. What a slap in the face. Is this what Hokage is? On the other side, Riona spoke up. Anyone would be better than this guy, right? Ever since coming here, nothing good has come from him. You can't possibly be a fake Hokage, right? Leaving such a person behind. Is he your lover or something? Leaving him around until the new year? Not just Riona, but also Maine with her sharp tongue. Hancock, no man is good. Older men are even worse. Hancock's words made everyone have something to say. But this guy, proudly raising his head and standing tall. It is the will of the people for me to become Hokage. Sarutobi, I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. Danzo originally intended to say this, but the scene on the system had already appeared, stopping him from speaking. Wanted to see himself in the heroic image of becoming Hokage. Becoming Hokage and then participating in the 5 Kage Summit. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he performs well at the 5 Kage Summit, then this position will be his. Even if there are any surprises, as long as he knows how to avoid them, he can completely dodge them. Danzo looked at the image of himself with pride. This time, he didn't suffer for being slow to react. When Tsunade was injured and unconscious, he immediately gathered people to start selecting a Hokage. And he, naturally, was the people's choice. With everyone's welcome, he secured the position of Hokage. He is to become the 6th Hokage. 6th Hokage? Looking at Danzo in the image, everyone had complicated expressions. Only Danzo's now ugly face was breaking into a grin. I didn't expect it to be you in the end. Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat at a loss for words. Can you at least cover up a bit? With that current expression, how many years of effort went to waste? In the image, they soon received news about the 5 Kage Summit. Since the first Hokage initiated the 5 Kage Summit once, this is the second time. This time, it was initiated by the 4th Raikage, aiming to hold the other 4 Kages accountable. After all, among the Akatsuki members, the only missing one was the rogue ninja from the Cloud Village. What made him furious was that rogue ninja named Sasuke, who had also taken his foolish younger brother, along with that damned Akatsuki. After Danzo became Hokage, he quickly initiated the 5 Kage Summit. This was an opportunity that Sarutobi Hiruzen never had. I am the true Hokage. A Hokage who has not participated in the 5 Kage Summit cannot be considered Hokage. Shimura Danzo was immensely inflated with pride, heading to the Land of Iron to attend the meeting. Sasuke, defected? Looking at the news being reported, Kakashi and Naruto's gazes had turned toward Sasuke. This handsome young man was now expressionless. He seemed unfazed by his own defection. Recently, he had been thinking whether his continuous actions counted as wasting time. He hadn't really grown much, and he was even considering becoming Orochimaru's apprentice to learn from him. Truly the evil Uchiha. He even harmed the 8 Tails. Danzo looked at Sasuke with envy. He originally thought he was trash compared to Itachi. Unexpectedly, he had such strength. He didn't care much about the defection itself. Danzo was more focused on Sasuke's innate talent. As long as he entered his route, he would be his. He had nothing to worry about. Moreover, with such abilities, what was there to refuse? It's not like he was a bizarre creature like Might Guy. The only trouble was, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. That old guy was now smiling at Sasuke. He even started to try to comfort him, using emotional appeal and reasoning to persuade him, using the will of fire to soothe him. Trying to compete with me. How despicable, Sarutobi. Danzo was directly furious, but he still held it in. Just wait until I become Hokage and see how you. It seems he can't even be selected as the 5th Hokage. At most, he's just a 5. 5 Hokage. Directly trying to control others and then asking them to choose you as their leader? The reasoning is quite sufficient, but it has still been exposed. You Hokage, could it be that you're also being controlled by him, or perhaps other high-ranking officials among you? That's terrifying. Are you planning to take action against us? Or even against the administrator? The administrator, YamiYami said in her team. While speaking, she looked at Kyle with a frightened expression. This immediately drew everyone's gaze to Danzo's eyes, which quickly shifted away. They had all seen the footage that mentioned these eyes have the ability to control people. How infuriating. Danzo could only gamble now that his plan was exposed. He reached out and glared at Kyle, activating his strongest Jinjutsu, Kodoeme Tsukumi, intending to temporarily control him. If he succeeded, then this would. Are you an idiot? Danzo was initially pleased to see Kyle's astonished expression, especially as he sensed the chaos around him, feeling that he was on the verge of success. But before he could confirm, he heard a voice. Sitting motionless in the distance, Kyle looked at this guy. Truly, this guy is quite the talent. If it weren't for his strength and lack of visible movement predictions, he wouldn't have expected this guy to attempt to manipulate him directly here. Such audacity. I really underestimated you, Kyle commented on Danzo. Just moments ago, he felt a surge of mental power trying to change something. But before it could take effect, it vanished as if swallowed. How is this possible? Why did it have no effect? Danzo's eyes widened as he noticed that his Kodoeme Tsukumi was already bleeding. Moreover, he felt that his ocular power had diminished significantly. You, Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen was suspicious. He had been wondering if Danzo had been messing with him. Now, seeing this scene, he was also greatly shocked. Seiba, what audacity, or should I say confidence and ignorance. Hancock, just an old fool, a cunning old fox. Everyone in the pirate world knows that in this space, causing chaos will lead to no good outcome. Having witnessed Kyle's strength, even the proud Hancock dared not act recklessly. This old man, in her eyes, was just looking for death. Chiyo, truly worthy of Konoha's high-ranking officials, so many schemes. Thankfully, it wasn't used against me. YamiYami, how terrifying, a Jinjutsu that can control people. If we had this, it would be great. Why don't you give us that eye? It's of no use to you anyway. You'll be killed sooner or later. For our world, it could contribute to peace. YamiYami said, trying to seduce a bit. However, Danzo, who was already incapable, had no interest. Aikido, altering will, a very powerful ability. Main, a perverted old man. I wonder what he has done with this ability. Nijeshin, what a pity. Everyone had their own thoughts. Sasuke, Manjiki Sharingan. Now, Sasuke was very shocked. Sasuke, why do so many people from Konoha have Sharingan? 3 Tomo are not enough. They all have Manjiki? I don't even have 3 Tomo. As the only survivor of my family, I awakened a single Tomo. Sasuke was furious. Watching Danzo use it, he felt extremely uncomfortable. If he had this ability, perhaps he could have dealt with that Itachi Uchiha long ago. Damn it, Danzo, you acted impulsively. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked regretful. Before he could say much, he wanted to speak to Kyle, but felt that things were getting a bit chaotic around them. In an instant, in the blink of an eye, the surroundings turned into an ice cellar, causing Hancock and YamiYami, who were dressed lightly, to shrink their bodies uncomfortably. So cold. Such powerful ice release. What is going on? In an instant, some people hadn't even reacted yet. But the next second, they all saw that one position looked a bit strange. An ice sculpture was preserved there. And, sitting in the main seat, the administrator's position, Kyle had already sealed a Sharingan. This was the Manjiki Sharingan from before. Now it had disappeared into Kyle's hands. Danzo was missing an eye, which had turned into an ice sculpture. This, Sarutobi Hiruzen's breathing became heavy upon seeing the Manjiki Sharingan. Administrator, Danzo made a mistake and deserved punishment. But the Sharingan is our village's secret. You should give it to me. Old man, the polite Sarutobi Hiruzen only wanted to retrieve the Manjiki Sharingan now. As for Danzo's life or death, it was no longer important. After all, the other party had brought this upon himself, and he couldn't save him. This was the only way. Sharingan. Sasuke's expression twisted. What do you mean by the village's secret? Isn't this a secret of the Uchiha clan? And why should such a thing be given to Konoha? Why not to me? Having gone through Kakashi and Naruto's situations, Sasuke already felt the darkness of Konoha. Now even more so, holding onto their clan's eyes, while secretly hiding and scheming. What are they trying to do? Bastards, bastards, a bunch of old bastards. Grandpa Third. That is Sasuke's family's eye, right? Sharingan, I've heard of it. Teacher Kakashi has it too. Naruto spoke up for his good friend. He wasn't clear about other things. But this Sharingan was not just something Sasuke had mentioned. Previously, Kakashi and Sakura had also introduced this thing. The bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke had always wanted this. This will only temporarily stay with me. The secret of the Sharingan must still be safeguarded. Once Sasuke grows up, I will find the opportunity to give it to him. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused. He began to be polite, completely perfunctory official talk. Anyway, it was all about dragging it out. It was all just a formality. The more flattering the better, the softer the words the better. But it had no effect at all. Anyway, if they wanted to deceive, they would deceive. If they wanted to trick you, they would trick you. How naive. To take the other SI and then say, and having already made a move, the attack was blocked, and now after failing, you want to take things away? That Danzo was counter-killed after making a move. Wasn't that I also a trophy? Or do you want to exchange something? That I wasn't grown by the other party, right? It should have been dug out from someone else. Lion-Eye spoke up. She was still very interested in those eyes. As for Kyle's methods, the same applied. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the conversation, his expression already darkening. Before he had the chance to speak, he heard Riona continue, Master Administrator, I suggest you directly hold an auction. The highest bidder wins, and we can look for Imperial tools to exchange. Glancing at Nageshiden and seeing her unresponsive, Riona finished her sentence. At that moment, Nageshiden came to her senses. It wasn't that she didn't want to react. She was primarily shocked by Kyle's ability. Essence of the demon, definitely the essence of the demon. The same ability as that woman. As someone who had acted alongside the Imperial tool of the essence of the demon, Nageshiden confidently confirmed what this ability was. That terrifying aura was enough for her to remember it for a lifetime. Chapter 160. Quick answer, that's something from our Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Riona and the others with a gloomy face. These young girls had been looking for trouble from the start. He had chosen to overlook it, considering they were just a group of young girls. But now they wanted his Mangekyou Sharingan. That was truly intolerable. Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke also felt uncomfortable. The Sharingan, especially the Mangekyou Sharingan, was on the same level as that man's eyes. Was it really going to fall into someone else's hands like this? Absolutely not. He wanted to say something, but looking around, he knew he had no weight in this situation. We're just offering a suggestion. Besides, this item now belongs to the Master Administrator, Riona said while winking, as if trying to entice someone. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen even more furious. He looked at Kyle, the Master Administrator. He wanted to say something, but he saw that Kyle had already put away the Mangekyou Sharingan. This eye wasn't his, but it was immediately usable. Even if he didn't use it, he could leave it to someone valuable. For example, Zifa. After giving it to him, he could find an opportunity to use it on the Five Elders or Sengoku and Carp for a different Kodoame Tsukumi. Especially that old guy Carp. He had previously said that as long as Sengoku came, he would come too. If he directly used a different Kodoame Tsukumi on Sengoku, Carp would follow. And the yellow monkey at the Navy headquarters would probably be unable to sit still. By then, they could hollow out the Navy headquarters and let the world government play by themselves. This thing was extremely valuable. He certainly wouldn't just hand it over. Normally, he couldn't just act recklessly. But since Danzo had already made a move, he naturally wouldn't hold back. He didn't even give Danzo the chance to activate Izanagi's ability and directly took him down. Thinking of this, Kyle reached out, and Danzo's corpse was pushed in front of him by ice. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to stop it, but hesitated. Without the Mangekyou, what was the use of a corpse? What he wanted was the Sharingan. As for Danzo's corpse, he could take it away. He wanted to act, but thinking of how Danzo had been killed in an instant, he had to admit he was indeed scared. The so-called strongest Hokage was now here cowering. It was infuriating. And then, something even more infuriating happened. Also feeling envious was Sasuke beside him. Why? Why were there so many Sharingan? Looking at Danzo's severed arm, Sasuke's eyes were fixated on it. Even when Danzo's corpse fell to the ground, he pretended not to notice. Kyle didn't care what they were saying and continued collecting the Sharingan, sealing them one by one. In the end, he discarded these useless things. The power on Danzo's body, aside from the Sharingan, was just wood release. It was of no use to him. And as for the wood release, it was even inferior to White Zetsu. This guy had no value even when reincarnated during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Truly pathetic. So disgusting, an eyeball from an arm. The people of the ninja world were indeed not normal. It was more chaotic than their world. Riona commented while watching from the side. Those are Konoha's people. It has nothing to do with us. Chio felt a bit displeased. However, their Sand Ninja village wasn't much better off. Third Hokage, why? Why are there so many Sharingan? You all. Sasuke had already thought of the corpses and eyes of his lost clan. He had thought about it before, but he had mostly placed the hatred on Itachi. Now, however, his attention had shifted a bit. Perhaps Danzo had done something in secret. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with guilt. A Hokage who didn't even know what others had done. Who was unaware of the village's affairs. Then what about you? Uchiha Sasuke was very dissatisfied. Regarding Naruto, he didn't know how to handle it. About Kakashi, he didn't know how to handle it. About the Uchiha, he also didn't know how to handle it. Purely not being involved, when something happened, he didn't know. The will of fire, living on. I'm sorry, I tried, and I will again next time. Sasuke. Before he could finish, Kakashi interrupted. He was also very angry, but he was still clear about what should and shouldn't be said at this moment. He was very worried about Sasuke, fearing that this guy would be killed by the enraged Sarutobi Hiruzen. If that happened, it would be truly irreversible. Grandpa Third. Naruto was now looking confused. Was this Konoha really the Konoha he had always seen? Although Konoha hadn't treated him well, and many people were awful, for him, the best was still the third Hokage. Why? Was this all part of the conspiracy of Konoha's higher-ups? Had they always been plotting against them? At this moment, Naruto couldn't help but think. No need to say much more. Let's continue answering questions. If they dare to act against me again, then the outcome should be similar to his, right? Sensing the situation around him, Kyle didn't care about their noise. After all, they just needed to answer the questions. While speaking, he looked around. Chio completely acted as if nothing had happened. The Night Raid assassin group was also very obedient. Even Riona didn't say anything at this time, appearing quite docile. Sabo had no expression, but Hancock showed a bit of fear, though she quickly recovered. Fortunately, she had already known about this guy's terror and didn't act recklessly. Otherwise, if she couldn't control her temper, she would have ended up like that old guy. It was truly terrifying. The Sharingan. Sasuke looked at Kyle. The other party had no intention of exchanging. Given the current situation, it seemed that the Sharingan was lost. If the item returned to Konoha, he might have a chance to collect it in the future. But now, there was truly no hope left. The administrator sighed. Sarutobi Hiruzen still wanted to struggle. But Kale didn't give them any chance at all. As the scene unfolded, Shimura Danzo's performance came to an end, and a new question had arrived. During the previous Kage summit, Danzo was exposed, and when it came time to fight, it was already over. As for what happened next, multiple choice question. Why did Shimura Danzo lose his position as Hokage? 1. Because he performed poorly at the Kage summit, leading Jiraiya and the Elder Council to cancel him. 2. Because Tsunade directly seized power after her recovery, causing Danzo to lose his position as Hokage. 3. Due to his performance at the Kage summit, he was killed by the other 4 Kage and the Iron Country's Mifune. 4. Because he fled early and was blocked by Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke, resulting in his death. Reward: Manjiki Sharingan. Punishment: permanent blindness. The new question appeared directly in front of everyone. Sasuke looked at the reward and then at the 4th option. Uchiha Obito. That guy. He knew very well who this person was. The one who harmed Naruto's parents, Kakashi's teammate. Would this guy cooperate with him in the future? The Manjiki Sharingan. Many people showed great interest upon seeing it. Was it the eye that hypnotizes people? Wait, when it's our turn to answer, can we also get one? Where did this eye come from? Did you just get it? Or did you dig it out from someone else? Leonai appeared quite curious, sniffing around. By the end, she was already caught by Maine, especially when she was talking to Kale. Is she crazy? Saying such things at this moment? Does she want to become an eye sculpture? Leonai, however, was still carefree and didn't pay much attention to it. Of course, she didn't continue speaking. The system's rewards are the system's rewards. Kale directly provided an answer. As for other comments, he simply ignored them. The Mangeki Sharingan. If it could be brought back to Sunagakure, Chiyo Grandma looked at the Sharingan with great interest. Even if she dies, she could leave it for others. At that time, they could dig out the eyes and preserve them. Chiyo no longer cared about her own eyes. Betting her vision for the Mangeki Sharingan, if successful, that I could stay for the future. The legendary power. As an elder, she had naturally heard of the legendary ninja Azura's abilities. The power of Uchiha Madara. The power of a god. But this question, there were choices. It seemed that anything could happen. Given Danzo's personality, whether he was killed or if others in the village seized power, it was quite normal. Given his demeanor, it was also quite normal for others to not want him in power. The Mangeki Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the situation. Chiyo had clearly set her sights on that eye. Damn administrator, damn Danzo. If that guy were still alive, he would certainly have answered the question without hesitation. But now, due to his own reckless actions, he had lost one potential answerer. The remaining ones, Kakashi, Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto. Among these few, who could answer, the ninja world fell into silence. Everyone wanted that Mangeki, including Naruto, who wanted to obtain that eye for his good partner. He knew that the other party cared a lot about that eye. However, he really couldn't understand the question. Why was the Hokage position cancelled? This was troublesome. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, Naruto couldn't figure it out and could only seek help from others. This question, let me answer it. While they were speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen took on a sacrificial appearance. In reality, he felt that only by answering the question could he maximize his own benefits. Even if he went blind, he could still use sensory ninjutsu to observe his surroundings. As long as the system didn't impose restrictions, he could even simply change to another pair of eyes. That wouldn't be a problem at all. The power of the Mangeki, if answered correctly, then had that power given to others, whether right or wrong. He couldn't trust. Therefore, everything still had to rely on himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a judgment. He looked at several answers, but hadn't had time to make a choice. He planned to say a few words to encourage these young people, to tell them what the will of fire was, to tell them that they couldn't grasp the Mangeki Sharingan. He had to take it upon himself. Sasuke had already spoken first. I choose the fourth one. Even if it meant becoming blind, he didn't want anyone else to have that Mangeki, especially not the higher-ups of Konoha, let alone those from other villages. Disgusting. After witnessing the faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, he had no good impression of these guys. He directly answered the question, even if it meant destruction. He wouldn't give it to anyone. And even if he became blind, then, it seems not possible. Sasuke was still quite worried about becoming blind. But there was no other way. This was gambling. A 1 in 4 chance. He was betting on himself. In his view, once a Hokage was chosen, they shouldn't be so easily replaced. So it basically meant he was killed before taking office. He hadn't had time to take office, so he could only choose the next one. As for who killed him, Sasuke hesitated for a mere 0.1 seconds and still chose himself. Only Uchiha. You. Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen extended his index finger, looking at Sasuke. This old bone of his was about to answer the question. This was a direct, means to answer quickly, often used in quiz contexts. Was he not going to give him face? Sorry, Hokage-sama, you spoke too slowly. I didn't react in time. Sasuke said coldly, with a look of genuine not reacting in time. But his tone really didn't make anyone believe it. Sasuke. Naruto was concerned from the side, afraid that Sasuke would become blind. If that happened, I'm your eyes, Naruto said, filled with self-importance. His passionate expression made Kakashi think of his good friend Obito. Has it come to this? Looking at the options inside and Obito's name, Kakashi had now fallen completely silent. This system's exposure was quite harmful, although it did provide them with a lot of information. Based on the current situation, whether they could survive was still a question. If this continued to be exposed, he feared that the enraged Sarutobi Hiruzen might directly kill him. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed angry. But there was nothing he could do. There was no way to act here. Moreover, this answer is not yet confirmed. Sasuke, you're too excited, but it's understandable. Be more careful in the future when encountering such situations. It's too dangerous. The questions and answers here are very deep, and it's hard to grasp them. A small mistake could cost you your eyesight. If you lose your eyesight, how would I explain it to Fugaku and the others? Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a concerned demeanor towards the young ones. In reality, he was still unhappy about the other party taking away the opportunity to answer. He even thought, hoping that Sasuke would become blind. After all, if he got it right, Sasuke would be targeting the higher-ups of Konoha next. And even if Uchiha Itachi knew about this situation, there wouldn't be much to say. He brought it upon himself. Plus, with possible betrayal in the future, even Itachi couldn't say anything. The other party possessed the will of fire. They wouldn't allow anyone who wanted to act against Konoha to exist. Chapter 161. Sasuke, Danzo, if someone is already doomed, how can you explain it? Should we just learn from Senju Hashirama and do a kunai suicide for fun? Kyle, listening to the third Hokage, almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, he was specially trained. As long as he could hold it in, no matter what, he wouldn't laugh. The correct answer is 4, because he was blocked by Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke after running away early and was killed. Before anyone could say anything, the answer was directly announced. With the announcement of this answer, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly felt a warmth in his eyes. A force erupted directly in his head. Ah! A stinging sensation arose, followed by a feeling of exhilaration. Sasuke? What's wrong? Didn't you get it right? Why is this happening? Naruto looked at his good partner, who suddenly groaned in pain, panicking and anxious. Calm down, Naruto. Kakashi looked at him, feeling that a force was erupting from Sasuke. He understood the situation very well. Manjiki Sharingan. I am fine, Naruto. After catching his breath, Sasuke spoke. I've never felt this good. He sensed the powerful force in his eyes and the feeling of gradual change. Sasuke proudly said that he now felt even Kakashi might not be his opponent. As long as he fully mastered this eye, he had confidence against Uchiha Itachi. The Sharingan gradually took on a star shape. When Sasuke looked up again, everyone else saw it. Is this the Manjiki Sharingan? So cool. The others looked at the eye with admiration. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Sasuke's eyes, feeling like he wanted to dig them out. Although he wasn't as obsessed with the Sharingan as Danzo, it was estimated no one would dislike something like the Manjiki Sharingan, especially since such power couldn't be grasped in one's own hands. He wanted to persuade this kid to get it, but felt that the situation was not right. Sarutobi Hiruzen still gave up, planning to return to Konoha to discuss it later. According to the current situation, there was no opportunity. After returning, the Konoha Elder Council would help. By then, they could let them take 2 Sharingans back. Still 3 Tamo. That is so cool, your eyes, Sasuke. But not as strong as the 9 Tails, Naruto said, throwing in some banter. At first, he was happy about Sasuke gaining power, but then it turned into other words of competitiveness. He could lose to anyone, just not to Sasuke. What did you say? Are you dreaming, dead last? As long as I use the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, I could take down that stinky fox with just a glance. Dead last, just stay a dead last. Like a quarrel, both were unwilling to back down. You're too much, Sasuke. I'm just speaking the truth. You're still far behind. Sasuke said proudly, even though he felt he might have gone too far. It was already said, and there was no way to take it back. Apologizing was impossible. At most, he would just stop talking. You two stop arguing. Kakashi looked at the two and intervened. He could already see that the third Hokage's expression wasn't looking good. Konoha Genin are really naive and lively. Moreover, the future is quite promising. Chiyo suddenly spoke up. As she spoke, the screen in front of them had already shown a picture. It started with Danzo, on a bridge. This made everyone think of the previous question. Sasuke and Danzo, this future is promising? Killing Konoha's higher-ups is promising? For Tsunagakure, of course this is a good thing. In the footage, it replayed the 5 Kage summit, where he ran away right after the fight started. Such footage made the Konoha people feel humiliated. Such a person. Naruto still wanted to say something. He couldn't accept such a person becoming Hokage, but thinking that this guy was already dead. Oh, then it's fine. How embarrassing. Sasuke was very proud. No matter what, this guy had already proven himself to be useless. Sasuke had no regrets or felt he was wrong about wanting to kill Danzo. So, the one at fault is Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing more, quietly watching his old partner. When he arrived at this bridge, he was directly blocked. At first, it was his two subordinates fighting against Obito, but it was completely ineffective against him. Before Danzo officially started to act, the two were already captured alive. One from the Yamaika clan and another from the Oil Woman clan. They could be considered powerful and quite special, but it was still useless. Under Obito's ability, they had no power to resist, and the battle ended. I have a question to ask you. Did you, including the higher-ups of Konoha, order Uchiha Itachi to kill the entire Uchiha clan? And the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Danzo was just beginning. At this moment, Danzo had already revealed his arm, filled with Sharingans. This made Uchiha Sasuke extremely angry. Without much explanation, Danzo directly attacked, rushing to punch Sasuke. But this punch couldn't land at all. A purple skeletal giant appeared beside Uchiha Sasuke, gradually becoming more solid and looking like it had muscles. In an instant, Danzo was directly grabbed by the arm of the purple giant. After growing up, Sasuke became very strong, and his eyes are the same as now. Can you use that ability now? What does the question inside mean? The higher-ups of Konoha, the Uchiha clan. Naruto has many questions. He looks at Sasuke inquiringly. They all know about Danzo's situation. And that arm, which was just taken down by the manager here. There's nothing surprising about it. That is the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan, Susanoo. I can naturally control it. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and then at Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had heard his own word from the earlier scene very clearly. Moreover, he was very familiar with the situation Danzo had shown earlier. As for the other higher-ups of Konoha, the events of that year are complex. It is true that Itachi had some connections with Danzo back then, but their plan and the reasons for taking action were mainly because the Uchiha clan was planning a rebellion. I will tell you the whole truth. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked innocent, but Sasuke didn't care at all. Anyway, he wouldn't listen to him anymore. With his current age and experience, he could easily be deceived by this old fox. Anyway, he would investigate and confirm the information himself. Based on his current strength, it is possible. After obtaining the Mangekyou Sharingan, Sasuke has a particularly special estimation of his own strength. In simple terms, the weather cleared up and he feels capable again. I ask once more, is it true that the higher-ups of Konoha, including you, ordered Itachi to kill the entire Uchiha clan? Directly controlling Danzo, Sasuke was very inflated. He only wanted to know the truth of that year. Not just the Sasuke in the scene, but also the Sasuke inside. Despite being choked and bleeding, Danzo remained very calm. His gaze at Sasuke showed no sign of concern, as if he were thinking about something. Did he leak information? I never expected him to be such a man. That detestable Itachi. I thought he wasn't that kind of person, but before dying, he revealed all the secrets? Or should I say, it really is the evil Uchiha, truly unbelievable. Perhaps you are the only special one, Uchiha Sasuke. I shouldn't have left you back then. Each word intensified Sasuke's anger. He directly choked Danzo to death, completely disregarding what the other party was saying about ninja darkness and sacrifice. As long as it was confirmed, it was enough. If I didn't hear wrong, did a member of their family turn out to be the one who killed their clan? So ruthless? Watching the dialogue in the scene, Leonai looked scared and patted her chest, making her body shake. Perhaps there are some grudges, although they cannot understand. To them, this is nothing. In their world, it is not easy to find someone with parents in their team. Their abilities are quite powerful. Are those eyes the bloodline power of their clan? Such a strong feeling, no wonder they all want it. Next, there was envy. For them, such power is definitely a good thing in their world. Or rather, it's good no matter where it is. Such combat power will not be lacking anywhere. The conversation did not affect the scene. Or rather, the situation in the scene was a bit confusing for them. They originally thought Danzo was dead like this. Unexpectedly, he actually revived. What is this? Why did he revive? Watching Danzo's body being crushed into a pulp yet still alive, showing no signs of injury. The people from the Crimson Eye world and the pirate world were quite surprised. Although they had indeed seen many special abilities, something like this. That guy loses an eye each time he dies. It should be related to that thing. Is another Sharingan? So powerful. Although the cost seems quite high. People were talking. It seemed that this was not something that could revive others. The interest of the people present diminished a lot. But being able to revive oneself still piqued some interest. Of course, It would be better if it didn't require inserting someone else's eyes or had no side effects. Izanagi, the ability to rewrite fate. Watching Danzo revive time and again, there were still some people on site who knew about this thing. At least Hiruzen Sarutobi knew. But he was unclear that Danzo had researched the Uchiha to this extent, constantly talking about the evil Uchiha. Yet here he is using their Sharingan and ninjutsu, clearly taking advantage of their bodies. Despicable. Watching this scene, Sasuke's expression naturally became worse. Earlier, when he saw Danzo holding so many Sharingan from their clan, he was curious about what this guy was planning. Is this being used as a revival coin? Dying time and again, not caring at all. Even a shuriken could take a life. Seriously, looking down on others? Later, with Kunai stabbing Susanoo, Sasuke wanted to drag the guy's corpse out and desecrate it. Punching and stabbing with Kunai, this guy's attacks are really casual. Does he look down on that pretty boy? Clearly, he's already so terrifying. Yet the thing tied around his waist looks strange, like a snake. What kind of special hobby is that? It feels. The people from the Crimson Eye world, especially Leo Nai, couldn't stop talking. Pretty boy, this is you. Leo Nai wanted to say something, but before she could finish, she was interrupted. They clearly had no intention of letting her continue. The people next to her had already pulled her back. Is it really okay to say everything without stopping like this? Whether it's good or bad is unknown. Anyway, inside, Uchiha Sasuke, killing Danzo, didn't stop at all. He even summoned a summoning beast. Later, he was hit by fire release and arrows. He quickly returned, leaving Danzo to fight alone. Although this guy kept saying things with his eyes, it was clear he was at a disadvantage, especially with Sasuke having a power bank situation. Injured? By Xiangling. From a new group 7122205071. This group updates and publishes novels daily. From the new novel group 7122205071. New novel group 7122205071. Is there no blue left? By Xiangling. Sasuke, you don't plan to be with Sakura anymore, right? You've already been with her, and yet, like this, you bite her? Are you a pervert? After we go back, I will definitely tell Sakura. One shouldn't behave like this, at least not like that. As for Sasuke, forget it. If you really have some hobbies, come at me. Naruto said with a comforting look, patting Sasuke on the shoulder. He was very happy inside and planned to tell Sakura later that Sasuke already has a woman, so there's no need to wait for him anymore. Plus, he has such a biting hobby. If this gets out, Sakura will definitely hate him. Of course, she might get even more excited, just like Naruto is now. Even more excited. Sasuke looked at the tail of the crane beside him. He was already speechless. What time is it now? A great battle. He didn't have time to pay attention to what was beside him, and they were still talking about this. Can't you see I'm recovering from my injuries? Can't you see I'm regaining chakra? Do you even have a brain? Are you only thinking about Sakura? Naruto, let me give you some advice. You can't handle that girl Sakura. Let me take care of her for you. Suddenly, Sasuke thought of this line. But when he thought of that stinky woman Sakura, he gave up. He would rather marry Naruto than have Sakura. Although he seemed to have said that before. But he was serious this time. However, the future is something that can be changed, right? Just like how he has unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan now. Chapter 162, The Sixth Hokage. Idiot tale of the crane. Who likes that silly woman? Don't talk to me about this. I love you, and you love her. Sasuke was very dissatisfied. He directly stopped communicating with Naruto and looked at the screen. The foolish Naruto still didn't understand what was happening. He smiled foolishly, thinking that Sasuke was genuinely supporting him in pursuing Sakura. Although he seemed to have said before that Sakura's future man is Sasuke, it felt like something was off. They could never be, right? Friends' wives are not to be trifled with. Ugh, friends' wives cannot be bullied. If they both liked each other, then he might have completely given up. But right now, aside from Naruto's nonsensical thoughts, everyone else's attention was already on the screen. At this moment, Sasuke also showed a ruthless demeanor. Danzo directly started to embarrass himself. In front of Sasuke, who was recovering from injuries and regaining chakra, even with many resurrection coins. Danzo still couldn't defeat this guy. In the end, he had no choice but to take the opportunity to capture Xiangling. He planned to use Xiangling to threaten him. You talk about self-sacrifice, but in the end, you're still afraid of death, holding on to a hostage. I'm not afraid of death. It's just not the right time yet. For the sake of Konoha, for the sake of the ninja world, I cannot die in a place like this. No matter what means I employ, I will survive because I am the only reformer of this ninja world. This woman must be sacrificed for that, Danzo said with righteous indignation. Many people in the system space were already mocking him. How shameless. If you're afraid of death, just admit it. Does the world really not turn without him, Shimura Danzo? Or does he have some special ability to protect the world? Absolutely none. He is just a troublemaker, stirring up the filth of the ninja world. That doesn't seem quite right either. It's just a pity. According to Danzo's philosophy, he is not wrong. The world is wrong. He does everything for the sake of the world. As long as he makes others sacrifice, the world will run as he wishes. Then he becomes the so-called reformer, standing at the highest point in the world, looking down at all those who can be sacrificed. This is Danzo's philosophy, the philosophy of a reformer. Faced with Danzo's words, Sasuke felt no sense of agreement at all. He just wanted to kill the man in front of him. Meanwhile, Xiangling was feeling a bit uncomfortable. After all, she was still in Danzo's hands. Sasuke, save me. Xiangling struggled and cried for help. Don't move, Xiangling, accompanied by Sasuke's cold laugh. His attack directly pierced through both of them. Brother, I've already successfully taken one down. He directly pierced the vital points of Xiangling and Danzo. Sasuke was very satisfied with this result. However, for Xiangling, it was very difficult to accept. Sasuke, what do I mean to you? Xiangling, you became a burden the moment you were captured. Sasuke's cold words made Xiangling slowly fall down. What followed was the scene of Danzo fleeing. Even with a fatal injury, he still felt he could be saved. He still didn't want to die here. His fear of death had reached its peak. That disgraceful appearance made it hard to imagine he was a high-ranking member of Konoha. Konoha's Shimura Danzo, who always talked about sacrifice. At this moment, Danzo's comical escape was in stark contrast to Sasuke's proud and arrogant demeanor that was leisurely chasing after him. One was in a pitiful state, while the other was still at ease. Although this ease was just a facade, but there was another person at the scene, Uchiha Obito, who had been wearing a mask. He appeared in front of Danzo. I will take your eyes, sure sway. What Obito cared about now was only those eyes. They absolutely cannot be handed over to you. Is that so? Am I really sacrificing myself now? No matter what, I must at least protect these eyes. For Symbol Seal, Danzo, filled with various emotions, erupted with waves of black runes. Run. Sealing technique. Obito and Sasuke quickly avoided it. This sealing technique was really easy for them to handle. In the end, this sealing technique only sealed part of the bridge. Sasuke, why are you like this? You actually killed that woman who has been helping you. Although Naruto didn't know the woman named Xiangling, he was very dissatisfied with Sasuke's performance in the scene. Watching Danzo die in the end, he couldn't help but speak up. How pathetic. To the end, he didn't realize that sacrifice was voluntary. He didn't even say a kind word at the last moment. How heartless. As a handsome guy, he deserves to lose points for this. Leo was very casual. A cold-blooded man. My pumpkin seems to be shooting something. Main was much more excited. Burial? Akatsuki glanced at Sasuke a few times, then looked at their leader, Najihitan. This is not our business. Najihitan was very calm. Judging from the combat power they displayed in the scene, dealing with such people is extremely difficult. It can even be said that it's almost impossible. Even if they could do it, the casualties would be very severe. Moreover, the opponent also has those Sharingan. Who knows if they will be resurrected after being killed? Even if they could kill once, it would be sheer luck. If they truly resurrect, then... The most important thing is that this person has nothing to do with them at all. He is from another world. Harming people is a matter for his world. What Chitong said about burying is completely useless. There isn't a single good man among them. While Najeshin was calming down the people from a night raid, the Empress Hancock also spoke up, making Sabo next to her a bit dissatisfied. However, he didn't want to have too much conflict with his pirate empress for now. He just pretended he didn't hear anything. What do you all understand? Sasuke naturally heard their words, looking at this group of women and Naruto with great arrogance and disdain. Coupled with his excitedly revealed Sharingan, he already showed a hint of arrogance from his future self. It was completely written on his face. Don't do such things in the future. No, it seems you don't need to do such things anymore. As Naruto said this, he sent a message. Danzo is dead. Could it be that next? He has to take down Hiruzen, Sarutobi? Naruto thought this was unlikely, but in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes, it was very possible. Moreover, he was already quite wary. Sasuke had already mentioned in the previous scene that he had taken one down. Is he referring to them? The higher-ups of Konoha? Could he target them next? Given the current situation, with Danzo dead, he shouldn't be concerned about Orochimaru's death. Will he make Hiruzen his first target? Furthermore, Sasuke already has the Mangekyou Sharingan. What a shame, Danzo. And he left such a huge hidden danger. Saying he was like me, puffed garbage. Taking away half a bridge. It was of no use at all. Hiruzen Sarutobi calmed himself down and was about to speak. Sasuke, next question. As he opened his mouth, Kyle had already announced the next question. He didn't plan to watch Hiruzen continue to promote his will of fire here. At least not now. Answer the question while promoting. That way, the effect might be a bit better. And while promoting, he might just end up getting killed or something. This is a tremendous opportunity. Multiple choice question. After Shimura Danzo's death, who became the 6th Hokage? 1. Kakashi Hitaki 2. Sasuke Uchiha 3. Jiraiya 4. Naruto Uzumaki. Reward, seal of the 4 symbols. Punishment, lose an arm. Looking at the question that appeared on the system, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression changed slightly. The 6th generation has already appeared? If it were a bit earlier, it would have been Jiraiya directly inheriting it. If it were a bit later, it could be any of the other 3. Even Sasuke Uchiha. If the opponent is from Konoha and has shown strength before, it's clearly possible. Of course, that is under the condition that all the elders of Konoha are dead. And some people targeting the Uchiha clan are also dead. There is a probability, but still, it's a bit low. It's probably the smallest among these few people. As for Naruto, the possibility of the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails becoming Hokage is also quite small. Kakashi? Jiraiya? Hiruzen Sarutobi has already locked his target on these two. This time it must be my turn. Idiot, stop talking nonsense. We aren't even sure about the timing. Naruto and Sasuke were already talking to each other. Kakashi, on the other hand, said nothing. He just looked at the question above. He has some opinions about Konoha now. But if the Hokage becomes one of those people and starts changing things, he wouldn't have an issue with it. Whether it's Naruto, Sasuke, or even himself. After all, the great god Sasuke, who could write Paradise of Affection, wouldn't be a bad person no matter what. Yes, that's right. No doubt about it. What? It's again a Konoha question, and you all are still hesitating to choose. Isn't there an answer? Everyone is right here. Just guess it. Chiyo looked at the two little guys. Sasuke had previously shown no annoyance, and now with a Mangekyou, even she felt a bit uncomfortable. That eye's ability is indeed something she is very wary of. As for the others, the Jinchuriki, the son of Konoha's White Fang. Cough, cough, cough. Does anyone want to answer the question? With Danzo gone, Hiruzen Sarutobi could only look at the others now. This directly meant losing an arm. He didn't even know if it could be reattached. His strength would definitely be affected. He planned to save a bit of face, and then, let me do it, Lord Hokage. I'll choose Kakashi Hitaki as my answer. Kakashi said this while directly choosing himself. Whether it's himself or not, he could accept it. He just estimated Jiraiya's character and the situation of these two little guys, feeling that the greatest possibility is still him being pushed up and then transitioning somehow. It's worth a gamble. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't expect that Kakashi would make a choice so quickly. He initially wanted to discuss the answer. Is this over? And he chose himself. Kakashi-sensei, you should choose me. Naruto said displeasedly from the side. However, he didn't operate the system or anything. Kakashi glanced at Naruto. I can't choose you even if I choose Sasuke, little guy. He then looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. The seal of the 4 symbols has no effect on him. But anyway, it's a mutual destruction ability. Moreover, it seems like it doesn't require any special means to activate. If Konoha has any movements or thoughts afterwards, well, he just didn't know if he could answer correctly. Correct answer. Just when they wanted to say something, the system had already given the answer. It was indeed Kakashi Hitaki. Shimura Danzo ultimately fell among the 5th and 6th Hokage. The 6th Hokage has nothing to do with him. Just like that half a bridge he sealed. He could rest in peace. In the later Shinobi World War, no one was willing to summon him. He was simply too useless. Perhaps they were even afraid of him self-proclaiming as the only reformer. Who knows, if the Shinobi World War succeeded, all the credit would be his. If it failed, it would be someone else's problem. In fact, the original work might just be like this. Not summoning Danzo resulted in Kabuto and others losing. If they had been summoned and returned to Konoha, everything would have gone much smoother. The 5 Kage summit would have been impossible to achieve. They would have gone straight to battle, attacking one ninja village after another. And their Shimura Danzo, the reformer. Is this the 4 symbols sealing? Kakashi has now received his reward. The 4 symbols sealing is already in hand. What follows is the scene of Kakashi being supported as he becomes the 6th Hokage, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen a bit stunned, contemplating something. I never expected that your son would ultimately become Hokage, White Fang. Sarutobi Hiruzen had always felt regret over Konoha's White Fang over the years. Back then, he had no choice. He could only say that it was a crisis for him. And now, well, it can only be considered compensation. In fact, this compensation has nothing to do with the 3rd Hokage. By the time Kakashi rose to power, the 3rd had already been dead for quite a while. The only contribution he might have made was to die. So cool. Kakashi-sensei, you've really become Hokage. That's just too cool. Naruto was completely exhilarated. Although the Hokage isn't him, it's this man, his teacher, he was still excited. While some people can't stand seeing others do well, Naruto is not one of those people. He was thrilled to see Kakashi. What's it like to be Hokage? What does it feel like to be chosen as Hokage? Kakashi-sensei, tell me. Naruto was eagerly asking, which caused Kakashi to show some helplessness. With a few black lines on his face. They haven't even elected yet. That's a matter for the future. Naruto, calm down. Sensing Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze nearby, Kakashi began to explain. Naruto had just initially failed to react, blinded by the words Hokage. Chapter 163. Boruto Kakashi clearly did not want to continue discussing this matter. The Hokage is something Naruto has pursued his entire life. Now that the 6th has been taken by someone else, Naruto just wants to cry. So, the 7th? Kakashi remained very calm. What's so great about being Hokage? If it's necessary, just let it go. Is there still a paradise of affection? Moreover, the 4 symbols sealing will probably never be used in his lifetime. Perhaps when he investigates his father's matters later, he might use it against Sarutobi Hiruzen. But at other times, it doesn't seem necessary. After all, he has an even chance against anyone he fights. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha ninjas don't fight against Konoha ninjas. Even without Kakashi, someone like you would never become Hokage in your lifetime. Even if you became Hokage, it would be me who does it. Uchiha Sasuke said domineeringly. He was just short of directly challenging Naruto to a duel, where the winner would become Hokage and the loser would marry Sakura. Now, he still needed to understand what the current Konoha high-level officials had done. These guys truly have issues. They are but one TB clean. His piercing gaze was fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen, which left Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already a bit dissatisfied. With no chance to say anything. After a pause, he shifted the focus. It seems Kakashi will also. A new question has come. Why is it always a question from Konoha? Is it related to the number of people who came in? Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't finished speaking when he heard Chion nearby expressing her dissatisfaction. Just as that scene ended, a new question appeared. This time the scene was very brief. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped talking and looked at the question. He was momentarily stunned. So fast. Is this the 7th already? Multiple choice. Who is the 7th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village? 1. Sarutobi Kinomaru 2. Uchiha Sasuke 3. Jiraiya 4. Uzumaki Naruto. Reward. Revive 1 shadow from this village at random. Punishment. Lose 1 arm. The question made everyone present widen their eyes, especially considering the reward. Shadow? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen regretted that it had nothing to do with him, he still had some thoughts. If the 1st Hokage or the 2nd Hokage could be revived, given the current situation, there are basically only the 1st, 2nd, and 4th left. And each of these revivals feels like they have some unspeakable issues. Sigh. Revive? As Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, Naruto was already looking at the situation in the scene, speaking anxiously. The shadow in the village. Can the 4th Hokage also do? Naruto expressed his thoughts eagerly. Regarding the existence of this father he had never met, Naruto was indeed very interested. Of course, if he could be revived, he was very much looking forward to that. After reviving, he would settle other matters properly. Shadow. Sasuke was a bit unwilling. Their family had no shadows at all. If it was about combat power, then the Uchiha clan leader who opened the Manjiki Sharingan definitely had the strength of a shadow level. However, that was just strength. It couldn't be counted as a shadow. Just like the previous Konoha White Fang, this reward had nothing to do with him. Damn, Chiyo's eyes shifted. She was already eager to answer. Konoha is already powerful enough. If they revive some shadow, then they would be in trouble. At that point, their so-called alliance would definitely be as fragile as paper, easily destroyed. Such things are very normal. As Chiyo contemplated, the next Hokage is definitely going to be me. It can't be idiot Sasuke. I will choose to become the next Hokage. A serious voice echoed in this space. Looking at this serious little brat, Chiyo secretly laughed and immediately shut up. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were a bit stunned. Is this looking for death? The penalty is not light at all. If wrong, that would mean losing an arm. A Jinchuriki who lacks an arm will definitely have reduced combat power. Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to directly say that the other party was too reckless. However, no matter what, he is still a Jinchuriki from Konoha. He could only give up and say nothing more. Soon, the answer was heard from the side. The answer is correct. The 7th Hokage is Uzumaki Naruto. Originally, Sasuke wanted to mock him a bit and see his situation. Hearing this answer now, I was slightly stunned. Naruto, did this underdog really succeed? Sasuke looked at the answer and sighed, very unconvinced. Did this really happen? Ha, I knew it had to be me. I won't give up the goal of Hokage. The position of Hokage must be mine. Keeping my word, never admitting defeat. That is my ninja way, Naruto said proudly. This situation made the people beside him look strange. They felt a bit out of place. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought he might have underestimated this little guy. In such an environment, he could still act normally as Hokage. One might say he truly is the son of Minato and Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought silently. But regarding the other party's identity, he didn't resist anything. As long as the other party could control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it wasn't impossible. At least in his view, it was much more reliable than the Uchiha clan. The evil Uchiha. What a cute little brat. Still talking about keeping his word as a ninja. The so-called Hokage they were always competing for is just a village official? It feels so boring. One village. Even a town doesn't have as many people as our revolutionary army. Leo and Main spoke one after another. Regarding this so-called Hokage, Naruto, the overly excited 7th Hokage, seemed like a joke to them. It was dispensable. Stop talking nonsense. Let us just observe the situation. Nagiatan was quite relaxed. In her view, having strong combat power was more important. Just like now in the imperial capital, it relied on 2 powerful generals as support. As for the others, many of them were nothing. If it weren't for that demonic woman and the general guarding the imperial capital, they would have long resolved the imperial turmoil. The Hokage is not just a village chief. The Hokage is the greatest existence, the will of fire of our Konoha. Naruto wanted to say something else, while telling these people not to talk nonsense. Halfway through, he was interrupted. Talking about this with someone from another world here was meaningless. Naruto, just be honest. Silence is golden, you know? Based on the expectations for the future Hokage, Kakashi calmly observed. He didn't say much, but he had a lot of thoughts. Theoretically speaking, as the other party's teacher and a senior, the 6th Hokage, it was normal for me to have expectations for the future Hokage. The screen appeared. This underdog couldn't even speak. Watching the situation on the screen, Uchiha Sasuke fell silent. At first, it was in a small house. The decoration wasn't particularly luxurious, but it was decent. Inside the house, a short-haired man with very little yellow hair was looking distressed. Beside him were 2 children who looked a bit like him. One boy and one girl. Boruto and Himawari. Is this you when you grow up? Why do you look so worn out? You look so rough and old. Sasuke commented. Is this your son? A woman? Looking at the situation inside, Sasuke had already noticed the people behind. Is this the future? Naruto's children? A boy and a girl? Staring at the 2 little brats, his gaze finally settled on Boruto. He felt this kid would have a connection with him. Naruto looked at the people inside, feeling at a loss for words. He's still just a kid. Why does he already have children? And he looks about the same age as him. I'm really amazing. Kakashi watched from the side, curious about who his future wife would be, wondering if she would appear. The Hyuga clan's bloodline? Sarutobi Hiruzen had already heard news about it before, but now seeing the Hyuga clan's bloodline continuing, he was quite interested. It seems the future truly has many developments. Naruto, the 7th Hokage. At this moment, Naruto seemed to be going to do something important, already heading towards the corridor to leave. And inside the house, the chaos was just beginning. Ah, give it back to me. Help, Dad. Himawari is acting so strange. Inside, Boruto and Himawari were fighting over something, breaking a toy, which directly made Himawari go berserk. She activated her Byakugan, wanting to take out this foolish brother, fulfilling most of her inner ambitions. Besides the fact that Momoshiki must die and Kinshiki must die, Boruto's reputation was also quite notorious. He could get beaten up at any moment. And now, destruction. At the entrance, the towering Naruto didn't initially react. But watching Boruto get frightened, his daughter also came out and realized something was off. She quickly ran up and directly blocked Himawari and Boruto. Then she was immediately hit by Himawari's finger, sealing her chakra. The savior of the world, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, one of Konoha's princes, the 7th Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke's son-in-law, was directly taken down like this. Unconscious. You're really pathetic. Is this all you've got? Where's your fox? Sasuke mocked. Although the earlier burst of power was decent, in his view, Naruto hadn't made any progress at all. That's why he was taken down by Himawari's simple seal. He couldn't understand how a guy like this became the 7th Hokage. Sasuke commented, making Naruto feel quite helpless. Looking at the two little brats on the screen, he was indeed very interested. But this first meeting was obviously very unpleasant. Why did she hit him right at this moment? This is exposed. Himawari, this is all Boruto's fault. This guy just bullies people. I must educate him later. Looking at his adorable daughter, Naruto ultimately placed the blame on Boruto. After all, he was at an age where he could be willful. There was really nothing to say. He was about the same age as his children in the screen. He hadn't met Boruto yet, but he had already thought about how to deal with him next time they met. Or he should educate him while he was still young and hadn't grown up. Naruto was already thinking about starting a diary, to remind his future self to beat him up. Although no serious person would write a diary, coincidentally, Naruto was that serious person, mainly worried about forgetting. If that guy goes wild later, your son and daughter are quite cute. Looking at the situation inside, Kakashi comforted him. Now the screen had reached the Hokage building. It is obvious that there is nothing of his left behind. Here, the ceremony for the new Hokage is taking place. And clearly, as the male protagonist's highlight moment, he will not be able to attend. Instead, it's Kakashi, looking somewhat exhausted, who takes the stage. Kakashi-sensei, you've shown up, but you look so weak. Naruto starts and Sasuke chimes in, you've definitely aged a lot. And judging by that look, you're probably still single. You must not have found anyone. Before Sasuke could finish, Kakashi interrupted him. Are women really that appealing? What is so great about finding someone? I'm the 6th Hokage, a renowned copy ninja in the ninja world. I have no worries about finding a partner. Once the word gets out, there will be lines of admirers stretching all the way to the Wind Country. I still have that much confidence. The following events drove Naruto to madness. Why? Why wasn't he at me? The situation inside was very strange. Hinata stood gracefully to one side. But after waiting for a long time, Naruto still hadn't shown up. As time passed, they had no choice but to let others take the stage. After selecting, it was Sarutobi Kinomaru, the grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who directly transformed into Naruto's appearance and began the succession ceremony. What kind of joke is this? Looking at his grandson, even though it had been at least a decade since they last saw each other, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that Kinomaru had grown up and seemed quite capable. Hiruzen felt satisfied. He didn't expect him to have Hokage-level strength, but he should at least have some decent abilities. This little guy worried him the most. After all, he had never been diligent in his training. Under the gaze of the villagers of Konoha, the succession ceremony for the 7th Hokage began and concluded. During this time, many changes and constructions in Konoha appeared in the eyes of the system's observers. The future holds significant changes. Many things seem quite strange. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a judgment. It seemed that Konoha had entered a phase of rapid development after his death. It really is good that he is leading. Konoha cannot do without him. Hiruzen thought to himself narcissistically. Chapter 164. The Resurrected Hokage, 7th Hokage. I'm a 7th Hokage. From a new group, 7-1, 7122057071. This group updates and publishes novels daily from a new novel group, 7122057071. New novel group, 7122057071. Naruto watched the scene of himself becoming Hokage with great excitement, but then felt distressed. It was supposed to be his day of ascension, yet he was completely absent from the event. The one who was happy was Konohamaru. Damn it, this shouldn't be happening. Now that he knew, there was no way he would let himself appear. Stupid underachiever. Watching himself not appear on screen, Sasuke felt somewhat dissatisfied but still said in its sundry manner. Maybe he is not here because of some mission or because he is hiding. It can't be that he was killed, right? Reward. Resurrect Hokage, Kakashi reminded him. The 6th and 7th Hokage already knew. So now, what about the option to resurrect? Perhaps it could bring back his teacher, Naruto's father. Resurrect. Yes. Naruto looked towards Kale. As he spoke, a coffin-like object suddenly appeared on the table. It struggled to emerge, as if something was pulling it from behind. But in the end, it did appear. What is this? A coffin? Are they really going to resurrect someone? Why not just pull the person out directly instead of bringing out a coffin? The people on site were somewhat disdainful of the sudden appearance of the coffin. However, despite their comments, no one dared to provoke the authority present. With a loud bang, the coffin lid could not be contained. A figure emerged from within, clad in blue armor, with long white hair and distinctive markings on his face. His skin was very pale. Many who recognized him immediately thought of the second Hokage. Even those who didn't know him would recognize him if they had followed the Hokage monument. Teacher, looking at Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily at a loss for words. He felt a bit excited about the resurrection, but then there were concerns regarding his Hokage position and the current situation in Konoha. Right now, there were no members of the Senju clan in Konoha. In the past, they had used the remaining messages from Tobirama to integrate the Senju clan into the village. Tobirama's intention was to have some of them assimilate into the village so that their family members could become part of the village and secretly protect it. However, Hiruzen was wary of their existence. Back then, he and Danzo had secretly assigned them some dangerous missions, resulting in significant casualties among the Senju clan members, with Danzo even resorting to underhanded tactics. Those with even a bit of strength became heroes, sacrificing themselves to illuminate the village. He did all this without any qualms. After all, when he returned, it wasn't as if nothing had happened before he took up the Hokage position. The Senju clan had produced 2 Hokages in a row. They all wanted to turn Konoha into a family enterprise like IWA Shinobi Village. If it weren't for his alliance with the Uchiha and the Elders, along with Tsunade's support, who would have been the 3rd Hokage? After all, with the 2nd Hokage dead, their return would have been merely empty words. Additionally, given their situation, if their protector died, they wouldn't just escape punishment. They would at least have some dark history. Becoming Hokage? That would truly be their capability. Monkey? Senju Tobirama slowly began to awaken. Now, looking at the wide-eyed Sarutobi Hiruzen, he stood on the table and glanced around. He only recognized this monkey. He had no impression of the others, not even Chiyo. However, upon seeing Sasuke and Naruto, he thought, the evil little Uchiha and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Where's this place? Are you all dead? No, it's me who has been resurrected. Edo Tensei? What happened to the village? Senju Tobirama quickly pondered. Then he looked beside him. His brother wasn't resurrected? He had previously considered the possibility of using Edo Tensei to bring himself back. But that ninjutsu clearly couldn't achieve the current state of his body. Senju Tobirama could sense that this body had been completely revived, not just brought over from the afterlife. It made him doubt whether there were particularly many people from Konoha now, and if they had all upgraded the Edo Tensei to several versions. Let me explain first, teacher. Watching his teacher speak while glancing at the other people from different worlds and giving Hancock a few looks, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly began to explain. This is a place called the systems.As, which connects to other worlds. They are all from different worlds. Here, correct answers earn rewards, while incorrect ones receive penalties. And you were just revived after Naruto answered a question correctly. You were just revived, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained quickly. Senju Tobirama, sitting at the table, remained very calm. He had already instantaneously appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, contemplating the implications of his words. A system space? It seems many things have happened in the ninja world. If it's true, this must be a miraculous place. Although he has been revived, Senju Tobarama did not fully believe it. At most, he believed it halfway. It was possible that he had been trapped in someone else's illusion all along. He couldn't discern it, which was also a possibility. The existence of such a multiverse and a QA system was a bit absurd. What is Konoha like now? What about Tsunade and the others? What has happened to the Senju clan? Senju Tobarama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Regardless, he wanted to know the situation in Konoha first. Whether it was right or wrong, he had nothing to lose. If it was right, he'd directly gain information. Even if it was wrong, he could glean some insights from the responses. Looking at these guys, was it, "Uncle, you are the second Hokage?" Naruto, who was nearby, suddenly spoke, looking at the white-haired man. "This white hair feels similar to Kakashi. I am the second Hokage." Senju Tobarama nodded. He wanted to see a sign of respect from the other party. However, he quickly realized that the other person showed no respect at all. Not only him, but the evil Uchiha's gaze towards him was also not very friendly. Even if it was normal, what was up with the white-haired guy next to him? The white-haired one. Again, an evil Uchiha? Senju Tobarama clearly sensed the Uchiha clan's Sharingan power from Kakashi, but he didn't dwell on it. There was nothing to argue about when he knew nothing. Looking at the three, he could confirm they were all from Konoha. As for the rest, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been silent, looking worried. Is Konoha in a bad state now? Considering the remaining strength of Konoha, even without me, it should be enough to crush the other major villages, right? You aren't getting weaker with management, are you? Senju Tobarama questioned about Konoha's situation. He was very familiar with it. Back then, even if the brothers died, the remaining Senju clan was still a pillar, and he had been slowly integrating into the populace, planning to hide as a trump card. On the surface, there were also various clans and the Uchiha clan, along with several of his disciples. Sarutobi, Danzo, Shizuminato, Uchiha Kagami, and Akimichi Torafu. The 6 disciples could be considered elites. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have worsened much. That monkey's strength should be decent now, and the others shouldn't be too far behind, right? Konoha is still quite good. Sarutobi Hiruzen mumbled. It's just that the Senju clan, apart from some unexpected incidents, many people unexpectedly died in the previous war. He didn't dare to mention whether there were other operations involved. Unexpected deaths. How many? Total annihilation? Senju Tobarama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen as if he thought of something. No. Many have integrated into Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke vaguely. It was true that many had integrated, but they were mostly people with no strength, and many didn't even know they had sinned blood. A lot of them were orphans, just to make it easier for Konoha to operate in the future. As for those rebels who posed a threat to their positions, they had long been dealt with. It was thanks to Tsunade's continued support that he was still alive. As for that kid who wanted to be Hokage like Rope Tree, they would basically no longer have any issues. And that Kato Dan, who was just a pawn, thought he could turn his fate around by allying with Tsunade and wanted to become Hokage. Even Danzo, a high-ranking official, wouldn't get that opportunity. It was normal for him to be schemed against and die. As for such matters, Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't very clear about them. He only received some news afterward. What about Tsunade? What about Rope Tree? And me? Senju Tobarama frowned and asked. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's teacher, he could naturally see that Sarutobi Hiruzen was feeling guilty. But he still didn't expect this guy to be so ruthless as to directly take action against their clan. He thought it was just some unexpected incident. So he had lost face to meet people. Tsunade is still alive and doing well. Rope Tree and the others, Sarutobi Hiruzen said cautiously. Back then, the one who wanted to compete for the Hokage position was the descendant of the second Hokage. Tsunade's lineage, under her persuasion, actually didn't make much of a move. So, with help from several other clans and Tsunade's support, he was able to rise to power. Because of this, the 2 branches of the Senju clan nearly split. In the end, it allowed them to seize the opportunity. Rope Tree. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobarama felt his body. He had no intention of asking further. He planned to go back and take a look. Konoha should still be okay. It was just that their Senju clan had encountered problems. He wanted to see how many people were left in their clan now. Also, another Hokage. He didn't seem that old, much younger than the third Hokage. Why did it seem like the other Hokages had all died early, while the third Hokage was still holding on to power at such an old age? And that Shimura Danzo, who had harmed his own village, was still able to compete for Hokage. Leonai, who was listening to the conversation between Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen, curiously spoke up. This statement immediately caught Senju Tobarama's attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed drastically. What nonsense are you saying? Are you still in power? Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was quite old, Senju Tobarama was very surprised. Danzo still wants to compete for Hokage? Isn't he getting old too? Shouldn't he retire after rising to power? He was very dissatisfied with the two pieces of news he heard. And what about the Uchiha? What is the Uchiha clan like now? Who is the hero they mentioned? Why does everyone know about this? When he heard about the great clan that caused the village's downfall, the first one he thought of was Uchiha, the only clans that could be responsible for their demise, and that could be considered a great clan, were Senju and Uchiha. It couldn't possibly be the Senju, right? No way, no way. He didn't say anything to the fierce woman who spoke earlier. He directly asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. This old guy now seemed a bit like an honest child in front of Tobarama. Couldn't he possibly treat him the same way he dealt with Danzo? He spoke directly to him. I am the Hokage, Senju Tobarama. The most troublesome thing has come. If the first and second Hokage appeared, he would definitely be blamed. If it was the fourth, perhaps he could find an excuse. After all, the fourth was an honest man, a good person, and it was normal for a nice guy to be threatened with kunai. As long as he played the victim and apologized, it would basically be fine. If it was the first Hokage, it would be easier to explain. The personality of the first Hokage was still very good, and he didn't care much about power. It was said that he only stood firm against Uchiha Madara. Their relationship was even better than his with Danzo. In fact, it wasn't particularly troublesome. The most troublesome person was undoubtedly the second Hokage. Senju Tobarama was indeed the most troublesome person. As their teacher, he naturally understood them very well. Moreover, he was a very clever person. With his little schemes, they would have no effect in front of the other party. I had already sent the location to the fourth Hokage, but the fourth Hokage, aside from unexpected events, died dealing with the Nine Tails. So there was nothing I could do but take over again. As for the fifth Hokage, over the years, I have been trying to find a suitable candidate, but there has never been a suitable one. I contacted Tsunade many times, but she completely refused to take that position. My other two apprentices are also not suitable. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked pitiful. As for the people in the village, their strength and influence were a bit lacking. I originally planned to train them for a few more years, but there haven't been any opportunities until now. By the way, this has already been asked and answered. The fifth Hokage will be Tsunade. The sixth Hokage will be Kakashi, who is the fourth Hokage's disciple. And the seventh Hokage will be Naruto, the one who just answered the question correctly to revive you. His father is the fourth Hokage, who sealed the tailed beast within him and then passed away. He is also a hero of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly changed the subject. Chapter 165. Naruto's doubts. You have disappointed me too much, monkey. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobarama left a final remark. The other party still had this concealment. He was not unaware, but it was too appropriate to discuss these things here. It was better to wait until they returned to Konoha to confirm the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen obediently fell silent. To be honest, he felt very unaccustomed. At his age, and as Hokage, no one in Konoha dared to say anything to him. Even that old rascal Danzo would obediently follow orders as long as he gave them. But now, with his teacher Senju Tobarama appearing, everything seemed to have changed. Looking at the white-haired man in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to be honest. Respecting elders and loving the young. Respecting elders or loving the young was acceptable. After all, he was now the most powerful Hokage. He had that much quality. Multiple choice. After the ninjas from the Cloud Village failed to steal the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit in Konoha, they used the excuse that their own village's ninja was attacked and killed in Konoha to demand Sarutobi Hiruzen hand over the head of the Hyuga clan to them. In the end, Konoha's choice was 1. Harmony is paramount. The Hyuga clan is nothing. just a good opportunity to suppress them. Hand them over. 2. Absolutely do not hand them over. Directly go to war. Let the Cloud Village's muscle men know the power of Konoha's strongest Hokage. 3. Cannot lose face and cannot accept. Konoha cannot go to war. Negotiate honestly and then propose other conditions. 4. Prepare to send someone over. Choose a branch family member to send over. As long as the bloodline limit does not leak, it is fine. Reward: be a Kugen. Penalty: lose an eye. Are you the manager here? Is this the question and answer? Senju Tobarama saw the question for the first time. He was a bit interested in the question on the board, but soon his expression darkened. What is this situation? Looking at this question, Senju Tobarama felt it was not a good thing. The Cloud Village is causing trouble again? They even want to hand someone over? Thinking of Sarutobi Hiruzen's hesitant demeanor earlier, Senju Tobarama knew that Konoha might not be doing well now. But seeing his question, he still felt a bit angry and wanted to know the truth. Cough, cough, cough. Back then, it was Hinata who sacrificed himself for his brother. When Konoha fought the 4 great shinobi villages, many resources were already consumed, so they did not continue the war. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke while making his choice. He didn't give others a chance. Otherwise, it would be snatched by Chiyo. If the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit leaked out, it would be awkward. Self-sacrifice. Senju Tobarama believed his plan. How ridiculous. Back then, it was indeed self-sacrifice. Deeply poisoned, and with many pursuers, there was no chance left. Naturally, he could only sacrifice himself. And the situation in this question, where was it a necessary situation? Just because the Cloud Village was looking for trouble, they wanted to hand someone over? Could it be that they were at their doorstep? It would be better to directly send the 3rd Hokage out. Let them chop off Sarutobi Hiruzen's head to liven things up. In that case, it would be more sincere and valuable. If that doesn't work, just send the high-ranking people of Konoha to the Cloud Village. Let them chop off their heads to entertain the rakeage. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobarama even had this thought. Back then, when negotiating peace with the rakeage, he should have just chopped off these little brats' heads to entertain the rakeage. Maybe then there wouldn't have been any issues with the likes of Kin and Jin. He could use the Flying Thunder God to escape. He wouldn't have to care about them at all. Unknowingly, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that his teacher seemed to have some ill intentions. But this is just an illusion, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen could only hope that this was just an illusion. Hopefully. Otherwise, he would really be in trouble. Cloud Village. Chiyo was watching the question from the side. She was a bit surprised. In fact, she had heard some things back then, but it was only hearsay, and she only vaguely knew that Konoha had suffered losses. She didn't expect. Sarutobi Hiruzen is quite ruthless. He really puts the Hyuga clan in a tough spot. It's somewhat similar to what happened with Raza. Why not check if Raza is still alive and just add him as friend? It feels like no matter how confident Konoha is, it's not enough for those two. Of course, the same goes for their Sunagakure. Truly impressive, you Konoha ninjas. I initially thought dealing with that Konoha White Fang was your limit, but it seems there's more. If that's the case, then Orochimaru digging up the graves of your 1st and 2nd Hokage and killing your teacher doesn't seem so outrageous anymore. In their Konoha, they might be used to such things. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Leo didn't hold back at all, especially after Senju Tobarama showed up. She increasingly felt that things weren't big enough and kept saying, "That white-haired uncle, did your own disciple kill you? Is that the unique ability of your Konoha clan? Only by killing your own teacher can you graduate? Sacrificing your teacher, boundless power." A few little girls nearby were continuously mocking. Senju Tobarama had a tick on his forehead. "I just came out, and I'm not that familiar with you, am I? Is it really necessary?" But looking at them, all appearing like little girls, he chose not to say more. He would settle the score later. Anyway, if something happened, he could always trouble Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for other worlds, he didn't care about that at all. Yes. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen bow his head obediently surprised the people of Konoha a bit. The answer was correct. The system had already given an answer. It directly rewarded Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Byakugan appeared. For him, this was not a difficult thing to obtain. He just wanted to make a mark in Konoha. However, this really didn't suit him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the process of evolving his eyes or extracting the Byakugan. He directly chose to extract it. He didn't plan to keep this for himself. He preferred to use his own eyes. "Teacher," politely, He presented the item to the second Hokage. It was indeed the Byakugan. He should hand it over to the Hyuga clan. Regarding the bloodlines of the major clans in the village, Senju Tobarama didn't think about having any emotional gaps with them. If it were him, he would choose to let something happen to the Hyuga clan like Hiruzen did. If Kyumo had any thoughts of reconciliation, they would reconcile without the Hyuga clan. At most, there would be a bit more friction, and even if losses occurred on the battlefield, they couldn't just hand it over like that. In his view, Sarutobi Hiruzen was foolish, or Kyumo had become strong enough to rival his older brother. Of course, that was impossible. Otherwise, there would be no need for reconciliation. They could just attack directly. After all, not everyone shares the same worldview as his brother. Like those muscle-bound guys from Kyumo, if there was a good opportunity, they definitely wouldn't let it go. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently nodded. He wanted to say he was wronged or something, but he gave up. In his current situation, if something went wrong, he probably wouldn't have anything left afterward. If it shouldn't go wrong, then nothing would happen afterward either. Of course, his position afterward wouldn't go to the second or fifth Hokage. After all, the second Hokage was no pushover. The scene quickly appeared. Under everyone's watchful eyes, night fell. In Konoha, in a spacious courtyard, a short figure was brought out from inside. It was hard to see clearly, but the little girl with the Byakugan stood out significantly. Wasn't that Hinata? Looking at Hinata inside, Naruto was a bit surprised. It seems he would become closer to Hinata in the future. Even Sakura might have given up. Or maybe, just maybe, Sakura ran away with Naruto, taking the Uchiha clan's savings and fleeing. That could be possible. The most important thing was that no matter what the issue was, he hadn't brought her along. That was quite awkward. So small, so cute. Naruto inexplicably sighed. He meant no other harm, just lamenting how small Hinata was now. And indeed, that was the case. How old was she now? It would take many years for her to grow up to the size she would be when marrying Naruto. The Hyuga clan was not without precautions. If someone was trying to run away with someone in their house, especially their young lady, it naturally caught the attention of the clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi. If his daughter was abducted, he would naturally be furious. He immediately took action and used a bagua palm to eliminate the guy holding Hinata hostage. Good riddance. Wasting so much of my time, Naruto muttered to the side, mainly because this guy was too despicable, even setting his sights on his woman. That was quite awkward. After Hyuga Hizashi dealt with the enemy, he initially didn't pay much attention. In his view, in Konoha, whoever it was must give an explanation. He contacted the Hokage and others, but he never expected that this guy would first complain about being wronged. Just as Hyuga Hizashi was about to take action, a messenger from Kyumo arrived that directly stated that they were missing someone and needed the village to allow them to search. Of course, it was impossible to let them search Konoha. They also brought out the corpse of their companion from yesterday. Bastards, what did you do? We worked so hard to come back for reconciliation, for peace, to no longer fight wars, but you. Starting a war. One person shouted like he was going to explode. In the crowd, he started moving quickly, looking completely mad. Anyone who didn't know would think he lost his parents. He didn't have the chance to say more before someone else shouted. Their demeanor clearly indicated they were looking for trouble. We demand the bodies of those who killed our people. Both sides were hurling accusations at each other. In short, they wanted that corpse. Then they would study what could have caused it to be like this. If the first Hokage or Uchiha Madara were present, they naturally wouldn't dare act this way. They might have been slapped into oblivion. But now, with just a self-proclaimed strongest Hokage, watching the scene of a monkey and Kyumo arguing, even the elders had proposed a compromise. They secretly asked Sarutobi Hiruzen to contact them, just to send someone out. That was the only way to end the war. After all, they had also endured the torment of war for a long time. Many people have died, and now it can be said that everyone in each village has hope for peace. Of course, there are also many who want to continue fighting. The Hyuga clan, clearly, belongs to those who do not wish to continue. With Sarutobi Hiruzen starting to compromise for the sake of so-called peace, this matter has come to a close. The final resolution comes from Hyuga Hizashi's brother, Hyuga Hayashi, who sighs that he is willing to sacrifice himself for his brother and then gives up his life for Kyumogakure. Even with the caged bird seal, this Byakugan won't leak. But isn't it a pity that such a Jainin has died? Although Hyuga Hayashi's strength is slightly inferior to Hyuga Hizashi's, after all, Hizashi is from the main family and has the prestigious age limit. Nevertheless, he is still a Nin. It's hard to cultivate a person. Seeing this, Senju Tobarama expresses great disdain. What have you been doing all these years? Has Konoha weakened to this extent? Weren't there still plenty of good seeds when I died? His expression is already grim as Senju Tobarama questions. At the time of their deaths, Konoha was still the #1 shinobi village. Even such a village as Kumogakure was afraid of it. Well, might as well disband. Moreover, some of the Nin meetings were basically discussing the war and its final resolutions. Kumogakure ultimately obtained Hyuga Hizashi, but unsurprisingly, this I was of no use at all. They temporarily gave up on this eye. From the past, they had been interested in the Sharingan, but were stopped. Now, their interest has expanded to include another, the Byakugan. This thing, a group of cloud ninjas who came to fight desperately ultimately had to give up. In the end, they reached a ceasefire with Konoha, ending the war. One could say there were no losses for either side. The only losses were the Hyuga clan of Konoha and a small fish from Kumogakure. The stuff that was killed in an instant was directly exchanged for AJ Nin. This wave is not a loss. Hyuga Hizashi, a branch of the Hyuga clan, watches the scenes in the picture until the final image disappears. Naruto feels a bit shocked by the worldview. Why is it like this? Synopsis: Kyle, who has crossed into the world of pirates, did not gain any golden finger system abilities. That would be fine, but what's worse is that after working hard to become a navy, he was directly killed in an operation and became a dead man. He thought his life was over. Years later, a system that spread across the entire world descended upon the pirates.